Chapter 1: The Newly Arrived Commander. Name: Liyuan. 18 years old. His parents were warriors who perished in the battle between the Empire and the Black Hawk Alliance. Consequently, he has been granted the opportunity to study at the Royal Engineering Academy in the Imperial capital and has now graduated. The female officer scrutinized Liyuan, who was pinned to the ground by female soldiers, comparing him to the photograph before her. I have reiterated countless times that I have been dispatched by the Imperial capital to serve as the commander of your fortress. You may verify this with the higher authorities. Liyuan struggled, lifting his gaze to the tall female officer in a blue uniform, casting a lingering glance at her long legs. The officer's eyes reflected disdain, even a hint of disgust, a sentiment echoed by the similarly striking female soldiers behind her. With a wave of her hand, the two soldiers released Liyuan. Have you finished reviewing my resume? Liyuan rose from the ground, squinting against the midday sun, feeling somewhat disoriented, standing in the desert. The officer replied, not a word, merely returned the resume to Liyuan, then stood with her legs straight and saluted. Deputy Officer Liyuan of the Liyuan Fortress, reporting to you. In unison with her gesture, the female soldiers reluctantly saluted as well. I fail to comprehend why the higher-ups have chosen to assign a man to our fortress. One soldier whispered to another, men are all beasts. Liyuan gently cleared her throat, prompting the soldiers behind her to hastily cease their chatter. Apologies, our soldiers possess an inherent aversion to men. Unfortunately, reality has driven them to this state. I hope for your understanding. The deputy officer's tone bore no trace of contrition. It is evident. Quite evident, Liyuan remarked, rubbing his arm that had been twisted by the female soldier, his voice tinged with irritation. Understood. Please wait a moment, Liyuan said, placing her gloved left hand to her ear and speaking into her communicator. The fortress will take 5 more minutes to arrive. I kindly request the commander to remain here for the time being. Turning to her fellow soldiers, Liyuan ordered, everyone, stand down and rest in place. The female soldiers gathered in small groups, chatting amongst themselves. Liyuan returned to his motorcycle, rummaging through his bag for something. Liyuan was a transmigrator, having arrived in this world 18 years ago. This planet, known as Blue Star, emerged after an apocalyptic event. Unlike his previous life, Blue Star size was over 100 times greater. With the onset of the apocalypse, ferocious beasts invaded and resources dwindled. Humanity no longer held dominion over this world. The concept of a nation had vanished. The true rulers of humanity were now large corporations and oligarchs. The grip of capital was profoundly formidable. The elite continued to live in opulence, while the lower strata languished on the brink of death. Thus, the mobile fortress emerged as a new means of survival for humanity. A mobile fortress is a colossal vehicle equipped with facilities to meet the basic needs of human survival. Within the fortress, there are living quarters, a water filtration system, and even the capability to produce oxygen under extreme conditions. However, the various conglomerates continue to engage in relentless conflict. Thus, they invest lavishly in hiring the lower echelons to form legions, transforming the common folk into their own mercenaries, as long as they accomplish their designated tasks. They are rewarded with commensurate compensation. Furthermore, numerous prominent conglomerates, in an effort to enhance the combat efficacy of their fortresses, specifically cultivate talents to be assigned to these strongholds. Among these assigned individuals is Liyuan. Have the higher-ups lost their minds? Why do they always send us men to serve as commanders? Remarked a female soldier, seated on the ground with her long legs elegantly crossed. Do they not comprehend what a female soldier fortress signifies? It means that men are unwelcome here. I wonder if this commander is just another spoiled heir, here to gild his reputation while attempting to monopolize a few sisters, only to flee at the first sign of battle? Not likely. Haven't you heard the adjutant? This fellow's parents were both soldiers, and they sacrificed themselves on the battlefield. Forget him. Do you have any food on you? I'm about to starve. A female soldier, seemingly of similar age to Liyuan, stretched her long legs and inquired of her comrade nearby. I have a bit of synthetic vegetable left. You can make do with that for now. Her comrade chuckled as she retrieved a food item resembling a compressed biscuit from her backpack. More synthetic vegetables again. Eating this every day is making me malnourished. The soldier sighed as she unwrapped the packaging of the food. Rest assured, while synthetic vegetables may be unpalatable, they are rich in all the essential nutrients required by the human body. You won't suffer from malnutrition, I assure you. Ah, when will we be able to eat meat again? Our fortress hasn't had fresh provisions in nearly 3 years. Be grateful. If we fail this mission and can't earn our rewards, we might end up subsisting on tap water. Tap water? Dream on. Water resources are far more precious than these synthetic vegetables nowadays. The discourse of the female soldiers reached Liu Yang's ears, prompting a sigh from him. Prior to his arrival, he had reviewed the pertinent information. The Liyuan Legion is an entirely female-formed combat unit, currently under the aegis of an organization known as the Silver Empire, established by several prominent conglomerates. Most importantly, the Liyuan Legion is equipped with only a single, severely outdated D1 level mobile war fortress. Due to prolonged neglect in maintenance and care, its combat capability ranks among the lowest in the entire empire. Mobile fortresses are super heavy vehicles developed by humanity in this post-apocalyptic world, providing basic living necessities. However, due to their lackluster combat performance, the entire Legion is unable to fulfill its intended role in warfare, resulting in pitifully meager compensation. Coupled with the higher-ups' embezzlement, this has led to a dire cycle of deprivation. The soldiers' sustenance consists solely of the cheapest synthetic vegetables. Their water supply is derived from recycled water, filtered from waste and sweat. If fortune smiles upon them with rainfall, all the female soldiers rush out with pots and pans to collect and store rainwater. Their armaments consisted of the most rudimentary bolt-action rifles, trucks, and two-wheeled mountain artillery. The entire Legion possessed merely a handful of basic D1 level powered armor, which was allocated exclusively for the use of assault squads. It is worth noting that this basic model of powered armor was produced prior to the apocalypse, rendering it the most obsolete armor in existence worldwide. Consequently, the majority of the Legion's weaponry had long been discarded. A top graduate of the engineering department at the Imperial Capital University, Liyuan was certain he would be assigned a significant role within a Legion after graduation. However, he never anticipated being placed in a Legion comprised entirely of beautiful female soldiers. Initially, Liyuan believed the principal to be rather amiable. Yet, after perusing the documents in the principal's office, he felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the papers directly at the principal's face. On the surface, the fortress appeared to be filled with stunning female soldiers, seemingly a paradise for men. In reality, this group of girls had yet to resolve even the most basic issues of daily life. Being here felt akin to exile. As for why the school had chosen to target him, the principal explained that Liyuan had made an enemy in the form of his rival, Liu Bo. Leveraging his father's influence, had deliberately assigned Liyuan to this most disreputable legion as its commander primarily because Liyuan outshone him in both looks and academic performance. Moreover, the documents indicated that the Liyuan Legion was permeated by a palpable disdain for men. This sentiment was not merely a consequence of some prior online backlash, rather. It stemmed from the fact that previous male commanders had, presumptuously, treated the entire Legion as their personal harem and subservient slaves. Such irrational behavior had resulted in an alarmingly high mortality rate for the commanders of the Liyuan Legion, far exceeding the imperial average. The most tragic case involved one commander who was betrayed by the very female soldiers he led, ultimately meeting a gruesome demise at the hands of ferocious beasts. In a bid to ameliorate this toxic corporate culture, Liyuan had prepared a few small devices. What is that delightful aroma? Suddenly, one of the female soldiers inquired, inhaling deeply. It's the scent of ham, without a doubt, exclaimed a taller soldier, surveying the others before abruptly rising to her feet. Confess, you little rascals. Who among you has been hoarding provisions without sharing them with the sisterhood? The others exchanged glances, although there were no regulations against hoarding rations within the military. In a fortress where their pockets were cleaner than their faces, concealing food, especially meat, would inevitably draw the ire of the entire sisterhood. Look over there at that man. Another soldier exclaimed in astonishment, pointing in Liyuan's direction. Liyuan reclined on his motorcycle, a ham as thick as an arm cradled in his left hand. In his other hand, he held an open military water bottle, from which the intoxicating aroma of liquor wafted, tantalizing the girls' appetites. Chapter 2. The Ironclad Legion of Liyuan. My goodness. This fellow is actually indulging in ham. One female soldier was nearly drooling, hastily wiping her mouth before staring intently at Liyuan. The newcomers are truly living in luxury. Our fortress probably has only 2 or 3 frozen hams left, which are specifically reserved for the wounded. Just look at the 3 bulging backpacks on his motorcycle. He must have an abundance of delectable treasures. The female soldiers gazed at the 3 backpacks hanging at the back of Lu Liang's motorcycle, swallowing hard, their stomachs audibly rumbling. It was one thing to endure the revolting synthetic vegetables they usually consumed, but with such a tantalizing delicacy before them, how could their stomachs remain silent? A voluptuous girl with black hair surveyed her companions, then boldly approached Liyuan. "Excuse me," she said, drawing closer, the enticing aroma nearly choking her on her own saliva. With a determined swallow, she inquired, "With so much food, are you really able to finish it all?" The group nearly toppled over. No one expected her to utter such a foolish question. In a world like this, how could there be a notion of food that one could not finish? Liyuan opened his eyes, having heard the female soldier's conversation quite clearly. In fact, these 3 large bags of supplies were what he had purchased from the black market, having spent nearly all of the compensation the Empire had granted him. There was no other choice. These items were strictly controlled in the marketplace, making it nearly impossible to acquire such a quantity at regular prices. The purpose of this extravagant expenditure was twofold: to improve his own living conditions and to win the favor of these female soldiers through their stomachs. The previous male commanders had failed to grasp this concept. Upon joining the Legion, they either began to harass the seasoned female soldiers or imposed severe financial strain on the entire Liyuan Legion. To them, becoming a commander meant the female soldiers were mere subordinates, to be treated as they pleased. A harem was a given. Being a man, Liyuan could not help but feel captivated by the youthful and vibrant girls. However, past experiences reminded him that forceful advances were unwise, especially when the girls were armed. In such circumstances, patience was paramount. "I can finish it," Liyuan replied softly, taking a sip of liquor. "Enough with your nonsense," another female soldier interjected, striding up to Liyuan and pushing aside the previous girl. "You're Liyuan, right? Could you spare us some food?" "Why should I?" Liyuan smiled at the soldier. "Did you not just say that men are beasts? Are you now willing to bow to a beast simply for a morsel of delectable food?" The female soldier was rendered speechless. After all, she had indeed insulted the newly appointed commander. As a commander, he should consider the well-being of his subordinates, and sharing food would not be unreasonable. However, her earlier words had dampened his spirits, so now, it seemed, none would partake. Liyuan's words were rather acerbic. According to his assertion, it was the recent utterance of the female soldier that deprived everyone of the opportunity to savor the delicacies. This statement effectively placed the young soldier in opposition to the group. The girl felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Even if the others did not blame her, she would still be engulfed by a sense of guilt, a far more daunting predicament than merely missing out on the feast. Throughout their camaraderie, the sisters of the Liyuan Corps had always regarded their comrades as family. Despite their meager existence, they had never quarreled over matters of self-interest. However, this only served to deepen the female soldier's remorse. "In that case, you need not provide me with any. Just share it with my sisters behind me," she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. On the battlefield, she may have been a formidable warrior, capable of taking on 10 foes, but she was, after all, merely a girl not yet 20. Her experiences in life were scant, rendering her incomparable to someone as seasoned as Liyuan, who had lived 2 lives. "I shall take the lead," a pink-haired female soldier rose, appearing slightly older, likely embodying the role of an elder sister. "Commander Lu, I apologize on behalf of my sisters. If you choose not to distribute food as a result, we will understand. However, let me assure you, the disrespect shown to you was not solely Su Wanbing's fault. In truth, when you first arrived, we all harbored similar thoughts. It was merely Su Wanbing who voiced them aloud. Do not presume that your few words can sever the bonds of sisterhood we share. We have endured the tumult of gunfire together. Our camaraderie cannot be shattered by mere rations." The elder sister spoke with a commanding presence, yet her stomach audibly protested, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. The soldiers in the back were moved, yet they nearly erupted into laughter. "Well done, everyone," Liyuan remarked, his eyes finally opening, a genuine smile gracing his face. He then rose from his motorcycle, acknowledging, As the records indicated, the Liyuan Corps is indeed a tightly knit group. This statement, however, was not entirely complimentary. It implied that they were rather single-minded. In a world ravaged by chaos, who still believed in such trivial bonds of camaraderie. With sufficient incentive, one could betray even their spouse and children. He leapt from his motorcycle, declaring, "Yet, in my view, this unwavering loyalty is the most precious quality in these times. If comrades can betray one another in battle, then the very essence of the team becomes obsolete." With that, he tossed a large bag before them, stating, "This is for you." He reclined back on his motorcycle, taking a swig from his flask. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to move. "That beautiful elder sister," Liyuan noted, observing their inaction. "Would you kindly distribute the food? The allocation is entirely at your discretion." "Yes, sir," the elder sister responded, standing at attention and saluting Liyuan, a gesture mirrored by the soldiers behind her. This was not merely about the food he provided, but rather, it signified Liyuan's acknowledgement of their worth, qualities that other military factions might deem as worthless, yet to them, were akin to treasures. "Congratulations, host, for winning the favor of the female soldiers. The system is initializing and binding to the host. Binding complete. The Apocalypse engineering system has been activated. Newbie gift package acquired. Opening newbie gift package. Congratulations on obtaining a design blueprint for Rhino-class heavy power armor. Congratulations on obtaining a design blueprint for a Gauss rifle. Congratulations on the stamina upgrade. Current stamina, 11, average male, 10. A faint smile graced Liyuan's lips. It had finally arrived. As a traveler, it was inconceivable not to be bestowed with a system. What was he waiting for? The voice of an older sister interrupted Liyuan's contemplation as she opened his pack and called to the female soldiers behind her, "Quickly line up to receive your share." The female soldiers immediately erupted in cheers, but maintained an orderly queue. Indeed, there were plentiful treasures in Liyuan's pack. Ham, biscuits, chocolate, beef jerky, and even a few apples. These items, once commonplace in supermarkets during peacetime, had become absolute luxuries in the apocalypse. Liyuan couldn't help but chuckle at the irony that these mundane commodities could captivate the hearts of the young women. Once the female soldiers had claimed their rations, they did not devour them ravenously. Instead, each took a modest taste, savoring the flavors. After all, the other sisters in the stronghold had yet to partake. This was the reason why the Liyuan was desperately impoverished yet remained intact. Liyuan capped the remaining half-bottle of liquor and placed it on his motorcycle. The adjutant was still enjoying the beef jerky when she noticed Liyuan approaching with a larger bag in hand. "Commander Liu, what is this?" Liyuan inquired, perplexed. "This is for the wounded in the fortress," Liyuan replied. "Besides food, it contains some basic medical supplies. Though limited, it will suffice for a few days." His words caused the once cheering female soldiers to pause. Indeed, despite having enjoyed the delicacies, their comrades were still moaning in agony on their sick beds. Reflecting on this, a somber silence enveloped the group. "No need for such a heavy atmosphere," Liyuan said with a smile directed at them. "I have come here to bring you hope. It's all right if you cannot bear to eat now. Soon, you will grow weary of the food before you. As for the injured comrades, they will soon receive the finest medicines and treatments. Just trust me, and I will lead you out of this sea of suffering." The female soldiers remained silent. Yet the oppressive mood had lifted. This man before them possessed an inexplicable aura of trustworthiness. It turned out that not all men were beasts. With an apple in her mouth, Han Bing mumbled, "Indeed." At that moment, a rumbling sound resonated from the ground. On the horizon, a massive mobile fortress was advancing rapidly. The structure was rectangular, roughly the size of 3 or 4 aircraft carriers from the past, propelled by 4 enormous treads. Its thick black armor gleaming under the sun. At the pinnacle, a striking crimson bird emblem stood out prominently. The fortress, known as the Liyuan, had now entered the collective gaze of the onlookers. Chapter 3. The past of the Liyuan. The roaring grew increasingly louder as the massive caterpillar tracks of the fortress kicked up a storm of sand. Rushing towards Liyuan and his companions, everyone quickly covered their mouths and noses, tucking their food into their bosoms. Soon, the fortress came to a halt less than 50 meters away from the crowd. Reporting, "Commander, the fortress has arrived. Please proceed aboard," Liyuan said, saluting once more and spitting out the sand from her mouth. Liyuan nodded, then revved his motorcycle and sped ahead, with the female soldiers trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the base of the fortress, They heard a puff as a chimney atop belched black smoke, followed by the descent of a lift platform measuring several hundred square meters. Ascending the platform, the female soldiers surrounded Liyuan as it began to rise slowly. Inside the fortress, several female officers clad in military uniforms awaited in silence. "Shiro, why have you only just returned?" The lead female officer inquired reproachfully. "The operational meeting was nearly incomplete without you." "I apologize. Commander Lu's locator malfunctioned, and we spent a considerable time searching for him in the desert," Li Shua explained, stepping aside to introduce Liyuan. "Commander, this is Lieutenant Su Wanbing, our chief of staff aboard the Liyuan." "Wanbing, this is the commander dispatched by the Imperial High Command, Commander Lu," she added. "Commander Lu?" Su Wanbing raised an eyebrow at Li Shua. "Shiro, since when have you shown such deference to men?" Liyuan felt a sense of resignation. It appeared he was yet again encountering another misandrist. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that Su Wanbing possessed striking beauty. Years of rigorous training had sculpted her physique to perfection. In her military uniform, her figure appeared even more alluring. Her sun-kissed skin exuded health and vitality, and those blood-red eyes lent her an air of formidable spirit. The two adorable white cat ears atop her head, however, added a touch of whimsy to her demeanor. "Goodness, a catgirl," Liyuan exclaimed, captivated by the playful movements of her ears. Individuals like Su Wanbing, known as cat people, were classified as mutants. Their genetic makeup had been altered, to varying degrees, due to radiation exposure in the wake of the apocalypse. Upon hearing Liyuan's remark, Su Wanbing paused, sizing him up before striding closer. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted into Liyuan's nostrils. Your physical condition seems satisfactory. Unlike the typical gluttons who remain holed up indoors all day, Su Wanbing remarked. Yet, like other men, you remain lecherous and beastly. Let us proceed. We cannot afford to delay the operational meeting, Li Shua interjected, casting an apologetic smile towards Liyuan as she noted Su Wanbing's caustic demeanor. Wait, Liyuan suddenly interjected upon hearing the mention of the operational meeting. Shouldn't I, as the commander, be participating? From the conversation between Li Shua and Su Wanbing, Liyuan had discerned that they had no intention of allowing him to attend the meeting. Li Shua found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to placate Liyuan. Although Li Shua had received the favor of Liyuan, she still looked down upon this seemingly frail man from the bottom of her heart. It was not that she feared he would leak the battle plans, but rather that she was concerned he would feign understanding and issue misguided commands. Previously, the Liyuan Legion had suffered from such a blunder. Just you? You wish to attend the war conference? Before Li Shua could speak, Su Wanbing immediately responded with a disdainful expression. You are merely the nominal commander dispatched by the Empire. However, I clearly inform you that this fortress does not trust men. Therefore, you have two choices. First, we part ways amicably, each going our separate paths. Second, you return whence you came, for this humble abode of the Liyuan cannot accommodate someone as grand as you. What did you just put in my mouth? Braised chicken feet. Li Shua replied softly. Where did that come from? That person you just called a beast gave it to me. What? I won't eat his chicken. Be quiet. The meat won't block your mouth. Li Shua then stuffed an entire braised chicken foot into Su Wanbing's mouth. Given the exaggerated jaw muscles of her catgirl form, it was not particularly difficult to do so. Subsequently, Li Shua quickly dragged the latter away. Oh right, sister man. Please take the commander to familiarize himself with the fortress environment. The rest of you may disperse. Li Shua suddenly recalled something and turned her head to address the older sister who had distributed the food. Understood. Zhang Man saluted and approached Liyuan. As the crowd dispersed, the female soldiers politely bid farewell to Liyuan, then left in clusters of 3 or 5. You must be Zhang Man, Liyuan said, looking at her. Could you please take me to my bedroom? I need to drop off my luggage. Certainly, Commander. Zhang Man saluted again. This way, please. Under Zhang Man's guidance, Liyuan soon arrived at his bedroom. The officers' quarters were all on the same floor. Although referred to as a bedroom, it was essentially a combined living space with an office. Liyuan noticed that the doorplate of his room prominently displayed the words Commander's office. Upon pushing the door open, he found the interior impeccably clean, suggesting it had been tidied up in advance. He stepped inside, surveying the surroundings. The room was not particularly large, and the decor was quite simple. The gray carpet felt remarkably soft underfoot, and the nearly 3-meter-long desk had been thoroughly polished. adorned with an old-fashioned desktop computer and a printer. A leather executive chair sat quietly behind the desk, and a portrait of a female officer wielding a sword hung on the wall. "What is this?" Liyuan furrowed his brow and inquired. "This is the portrait of our first commander of the Liyuan." "Liyuan I," Zhang Man replied respectfully. "Liyuan I hailed from a noble family and achieved the rank of Viscount. At the dawn of the apocalypse, she acquired the Liyuan. She held a principle that any woman, should she wish to, could unconditionally join the fortress and become a member of the Liyuan Legion. For in the apocalypse, women were indeed the weaker sex. If women do not assist one another, what hope would there be for any of us? Yet, due to such reasons, the Liyuan Legion swiftly declined, did it not?" Lu Liang remarked. "Indeed, I do not deny it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Man nodded sadly. In the apocalypse, women are inherently at a disadvantage. Their physical strength, reflexes, and even resolve are not as unwavering as those of men. Consequently, the combat effectiveness of the Liyuan Legion has consistently languished in the lower echelons of the empire. Having failed to secure commendable missions, and with an increasing number of displaced individuals seeking refuge within the fortress, the entire legion has been subsisting on past glories. Presently, they are struggling even to meet their basic needs. That said, you are soon to embark on a mission, correct? Lu Liang did not wish to dwell on this matter. No matter how illustrious the legacy of Liyuan may have been, it has now faded into history. With the advent of the system, it is surely Lu Liang's era that lies ahead. Indeed, Zhang Man did not shy away from the truth, for Lu Liang is now the de facto master of this fortress. If this mission were to fail, it is likely that the Liyuan fortress would face complete dissolution. Everyone would be reduced to scavengers, eking out a meager existence in this desolate wasteland. A meager existence? That would be fortunate, should they encounter individuals from other fortresses. They would likely be captured and sold into slavery, living a fate worse than death. Lu Liang fully comprehended the grim plight of female scavengers. Chapter 4. Is this accessible without payment? So what must I do? Upon hearing Zhang Man's words, Lu Liang inquired, for he recognized that the people here would eventually become members of his legion, and he could not allow them to perish in this place. The deputy did not elaborate on this. Zhang Man offered an awkward smile, aware that the entire legion, from top to bottom, did not regard the newly arrived commander as a serious contender. "Very well, I shall tidy up briefly and then accompany you to view your armory." Lu Liang had no objections to this. After all, earning respect requires demonstrating capability. With that, he made his way toward the bedroom. "All right, I shall await you outside." Zhang Man did not follow him into the bedroom, but instead saluted Lu Liang and exited the office, standing at the door. Upon entering the bedroom, he found the furnishings as sparse as those outside. A simple double bed, a metal wardrobe, and a wooden desk, nothing more. Indeed, it was simplicity incarnate. Lu Liang sat on the bed, which was surprisingly soft. "First, I must ascertain the workings of this system." As he spoke, he closed his eyes. Name: Lu Liang. Reputation: 0, obscure. Physical ability: 11, ordinary soldier. 10. Inventory: 1 design blueprint for Rhino-class heavy power armor, 1 design blueprint for Gauss rifle. Regarding reputation, the system explained that Lu Liang could enhance his notoriety across the world through various actions, thereby accruing reputation points. These points would subsequently allow him to unlock additional engineering blueprints on the technology tree. Furthermore, upon expending a certain amount of reputation points, he could even access advanced technological systems. However, for now, these remained locked, preventing Lu Liang from viewing their contents. Nonetheless, he observed that even this level of the technology tree was quite impressive. This technology tree encompasses not only a comprehensive array of weapon systems, but also blueprints for large non-military machinery. However, due to Lu Liang's relative obscurity, he naturally lacked any significant prestige. After unwrapping the novice gift pack, which contained 2 design blueprints, Lu Liang meticulously began his study. As a distinguished graduate of the Imperial Capital Engineering Institute, he was well versed in the various weapon models currently utilized by the Empire. Nevertheless, even the most exceptional engineer cannot manufacture weapons without the necessary schematics. They are confined to basic maintenance and rudimentary repairs. The Gauss rifle, the Empire's latest development, is a high-precision firearm that excels in rate of fire, accuracy, and reliability, undoubtedly ranking among the finest on the Blue Star. More importantly, it is not merely a conventional rifle, but rather a laser rifle. This type of weapon is not yet widely deployed. Only the wealthiest legions equip their elite forces with such advanced armaments. The blueprint for the Rhino-class heavy power armor is of even greater significance. A brief examination of its design revealed to Liyuan, as an engineering graduate, that this was a level 3 power armor. Across the entire Blue Star, military equipment is classified into strictly defined levels. With each advancement in level, the technological sophistication of the equipment undergoes a remarkable transformation, significantly enhancing its combat capabilities. For instance, a level 2 power armor, when operated by a skilled pilot, can effortlessly defeat hundreds of level 1 armors, while a level 3 armor can vanquish hundreds of its level 2 counterparts. In the entirety of the Silver Empire, the most advanced power armors are only at level 3, and even then, they are predominantly light models. The blueprints for heavy level 3 power armor are exclusively held by the formidable organization known as the Knight Alliance. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the design blueprints for military equipment are strictly classified, particularly those pertaining to higher-tier weaponry, making them exceedingly valuable. Frequently, conflicts between conglomerates arise not from a quest for resources, but rather over the possession of high-level weapon design blueprints. Thus, despite being at the Imperial Capital Engineering Institute, Liyuan had only encountered blueprints for level 1 power armors. Nodding in satisfaction, he contemplated that if he were to sell this design on the black market, the proceeds could instantly elevate him to the status of a wealthy magnate. However, Liyuan considered himself indifferent to wealth and unmotivated by monetary gain. In the post-apocalyptic world, without sufficient strength, even an abundance of money cannot ensure one's safety. Currently, his foremost objective is to leverage the system to swiftly transform the female soldier corps at his disposal into a formidable force. After tidying up his room briefly, he departed. Zhang Man awaited him at the door, and upon hearing the hatch open, she turned and saluted Liyuan. "Let us proceed." Following in Zhang Man's footsteps, Liyuan surveyed the environment of the fortress. The Liyuan, as a level 1 fortress, may have limited resources, but it was evident that everyone cherished this hard-won space for survival. Every inch of the walls and floors was scrubbed to perfection, devoid of even a single strand of cobweb in the corners of the ceilings. In the school, Liyuan had visited other more advanced fortresses, yet none could match this level of cleanliness, save for those with an automatic cleaning function rated above level 5. Throughout the journey, Zhang Man elaborated on various details, but soon Liyuan's mind began to drift elsewhere. From behind, Zhang Man appeared to have shed some of her youthful innocence, exuding a newfound maturity and intellect, complemented by her curvaceous figure that sparked endless imagination. It seemed she sensed the intense gaze upon her, for she turned to cast a fleeting glance at Liyuan. Her face momentarily flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. However, she chose not to comment further and continued to lead the way. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the armory, which occupied the entire 3rd level of the fortress, an impressively vast space. At the entrance, 2 female soldiers obstructed Liyuan's path. "This is our newly appointed commander from the Empire, Commander Liyuan," Zhang Man announced. "Now, Commander Lu wishes to see our armory." The soldiers immediately saluted, but then exchanged peculiar looks with Liyuan, one of them hesitantly stating, "Sister Man, Heidi is currently inside conducting pre-battle maintenance." Zhang Man's expression noticeably shifted, and she quickly turned to Liyuan with a smile, saying, "Well, Commander, you haven't had lunch yet. Let me take you to the dining hall to sample our chef's culinary skills." "Why can't I go in?" Liyuan, unperturbed by matters of pride, directly pierced through Zhang Man's feeble excuse. Initially taken aback, Zhang Man soon deflated, explaining, "You see, Heidi is our only engineer, and her expertise is unparalleled. She even crafted the fortress's sole level 2 power armor from scratch, without any blueprints." "You actually possess level 2 power armor?" Liyuan inquired, intrigued, as this detail had not been mentioned in the documentation. That's merely a morale-boosting narrative within our legion. In reality, Heidi only modified a level 1 power armor slightly, equipping it with a hand cannon on its left arm, Zhang Man replied with a wry smile. "After all, without blueprints, no one can create a more advanced power armor." Liyuan nodded, reassured. If someone could forcibly upgrade a weapon by 1 tier without blueprints, it would transcend mere genius. In this apocalyptic era, all weapon blueprints were strictly controlled by powerful conglomerates, rendering nearly all weapons on the market as products acquired from these factions. In this world, weapon design blueprints were exceedingly valuable. They were not the result of a whimsical idea from an individual, but rather the culmination of collaborative efforts by the foremost engineers of Blue Star. Assisted by super artificial intelligence, taking years or even decades to complete. Even the most basic level 1 weapon blueprints held immense worth. Should others learn that Liyuan possessed blueprints for both level 3 power armor and a Gauss rifle, he mused. The conglomerates would undoubtedly go to great lengths to seize them. However, upon reflection, it is quite remarkable that this soldier named Heidi was able to upgrade the powered armor without any blueprints, indicating that she possesses a considerable talent for mechanical engineering. Yet, Heidi has a particular flaw, Zhang Man said somewhat bashfully. What flaw? Lu Liang inquired with curiosity, with a slight blush on her face. Zhang Man leaned closer to Lu Liang and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang's eyes sparkled with interest. Is this something I can witness without charge? Chapter 5. The heartwarming chocolate. What are you doing? All the men sent from above are useless. If he wants to watch, let him watch. 5 minutes later, the armory echoed with the complaints of a girl, followed by 2 female soldiers escorting a petite girl, barely 1.50 meters tall, out of the armory. The girl was clad in an oversized white coat that clearly did not belong to her, her face smeared with grease, yet her adorable fair complexion remained unmasked. Her expressive eyes glimmered with indignation, revealing her exposed, snow-white thighs to the air, while her chubby feet were also dusted with grime. Lu Liang curiously regarded the girl before him. Am I pretty? The girl's voice was as gentle as water, but she suddenly shouted, if you keep looking, I'll shoot you. Heidi, stop fooling around, Zhang Man interjected awkwardly. This is Commander Lu Liang. I know, the new commander of the Legion, Heidi huffed, sizing Lu Liang up and down. Let me tell you, from wherever you came, go back there. The Liyuan does not welcome men. Apologies, Commander. Zhang Man glanced at Lu Liang and continued, Heidi tends to chatter a lot in front of us. Please don't take offense. What do you mean, I chatter a lot? Heidi complained to Zhang Man. That useless fellow who came last time inspected the armory, couldn't help with anything, and even laid hands on me. I should have knocked him out with a wrench. Manjia, I simply cannot fathom how our Legion thinks. Why on earth did they allow those imperial scoundrels to meddle in our Liyuan's affairs? Heidi fumed, stamping her foot. And if they had to send someone, couldn't they have sent a competent woman? Are all the women in the Empire dead? Lu Liang was somewhat speechless. In less than 2 hours since entering the fortress, he had already acquired 2 rather elegant nicknames, Beast and Useless. Heidi, Zhang Man suddenly admonished sternly, do not speak carelessly. Zhang Man's abrupt severity was well-founded. Imperial law strictly prohibits civilians from insulting or discussing the decisions of the imperial hierarchy behind their backs. This matter could be trivial or serious. But if Lu Liang were to record this conversation and transmit it to the imperial security team, the consequences for Heidi would be dire. In fact, the entire fortress could be implicated. Typically, the fortress is comprised of familiar faces, and Heidi's unfiltered remarks go unnoticed. However, with an outsider present, the situation becomes precarious. Heidi sensed she had misspoken, snorted in discontent, and fell silent. Zhang Man looked at Lu Liang, her eyes pleading. Do not worry, I am not that malicious. Lu Liang replied calmly, reaching into his coat pocket. What are you going to do? Heidi believed that Lu Liang was about to draw his gun and hurriedly retreated. According to the laws of the Empire, a commander appointed from above had the authority to execute soldiers at will. This was the very confidence that had emboldened previous commanders to act with impunity aboard the Liyuan. Upon witnessing the scene, 2 female soldiers swiftly shielded Heidi. Recognizing that while they could sacrifice themselves, the loss of the engineer would spell the end of the fortress's combat capability. Commander Lu, please, Zhang Man exclaimed, her tone nearly pleading as she noticed Lu Liang's movement. Yet, in the next moment, a chocolate roughly the size of a thumb appeared in Lu Liang's hand, creating an awkward atmosphere as the 2 female soldiers discreetly stepped aside from Heidi. Would you like some? Lu Liang mused, feeling akin to a peddler tempting an unsuspecting girl with sweets. Despite Heidi's insistence on referring to herself as an adult, she was merely a child of 11 or 12. In contrast to sumptuous meals, such confections were likely to appeal more to youthful palates. Initially, Lu Liang had stowed away 2 pieces of chocolate in his pocket for unforeseen circumstances, never anticipating their timely relevance. Why you can't tempt me? Heidi retorted defiantly, though the drool pooling at the corners of her mouth betrayed her. If you don't want it, then I shall indulge, Lu Liang chuckled. tearing the wrapper and bringing it to his nose to savor the enticing aroma, causing the female soldiers to swallow in unison. All you need to do is admit that you were wrong to criticize Commander Lu, and it shall be yours, he continued with a smile. Heidi remained silent, her eyes slightly reddening. Observing her lack of response, Liyuan opened his mouth as if to take a bite himself. I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded Commander Lu. Please forgive me. Heidi murmured, on the verge of tears. What did you say? I didn't catch that. I said, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded Commander Lu. Please forgive me. Heidi shouted, tears streaming down her cheeks. With a smile, Liyuan approached her and handed the chocolate to the weeping girl. Expecting her to devour the treat eagerly, he was instead surprised when she bent down, picked up the discarded wrapper from the ground, and carefully wrapped the chocolate. Without a backward glance, she then walked away. Commander Lu, this is infuriating, Zhang Man exclaimed, feeling betrayed. Initially, she had believed Liyuan to be different from other men, but it now appeared he too was a scoundrel who exploited his resources to bully women. The fondness she had just begun to cultivate for him plummeted to zero. I know what you wish to express, Liyuan interjected, cutting off Zhang Man. I never intended to bully her. On the contrary, if she truly possesses the ability to modify the power armor without blueprints, she is undoubtedly a genius. I wish to cultivate her talents. Under my guidance, she could become an exceptional engineer. However, this hinges entirely upon her obedience to my commands. Zhang Man stared blankly at Liyuan. Although she disagreed with his approach, she found herself at a loss for words. Liyuan's intentions were straightforward. He needed a capable assistant, and with the system's support, he would soon produce numerous large-scale armaments. Although there were blueprints, such an undertaking could not be accomplished by a single individual. Given Heidi's remarkable talent, why not nurture her potential? After listening to Liyuan's words and gazing at Heidi's retreating figure, Zhang Man sighed and spoke slowly. Do you know why Heidi took the wrapping paper with her? Liyuan shook his head. Heidi was once a wealthy heiress, but for reasons unknown, her family was annihilated overnight. Only she and a maid, a year her junior, survived. However, due to the effects of radiation, Heidi remains perpetually youthful, appearing no older than 15, while in reality, she is 20. The maid, having sustained injuries during the battle, would likely only last until next week. The two of them shared a fondness for chocolate since childhood. Thus, it was understandable that she would set aside her so-called pride to apologize to you. Zhang Man's words surprised Liyuan. He hadn't imagined that a girl could endure such suffering. His heart ached for the girl who appeared far younger than her years. From this perspective, his earlier behavior did indeed seem rather beastly. He hurriedly approached Heidi and grasped her arm. What are you doing? I've already apologized. What more do you want? Heidi shrugged off Liyuan's hand, her flushed face still marked by unshed tears. Liyuan reached into his pocket again, producing an identical chocolate bar and presenting it to Heidi. Two people cannot share just one, he said with a smile, looking at the stunned Heidi. Take it, it's yours. Heidi stared blankly at the chocolate before meeting Liyuan's gaze. His deep, night sky eyes revealed no hint of ulterior motives, only boundless sincerity and compassion for the girl. Thank you, she stammered, her already rosy cheeks growing even redder as she accepted the candy and dashed down the stairs. Chapter 6. The Destitute Legion. Upon returning to the entrance of the armory, Zhang Man stared at Liyuan in astonishment. Is there something on my face? Liyuan asked, feeling uneasy under her gaze. And no, nothing. Zhang Man quickly averted her eyes. In her lifetime, she had never witnessed a man display such tenderness. Such men surely existed only in novels. So may we enter? Seeing Zhang Man lost in thought, Liyuan waved his hand before her, inquiring. Oh, of course, she replied, instructing two female soldiers to open the armory's large doors. A strong scent of machine oil wafted out as they entered. The armory was roughly the size of a football field, its lighting dim, likely to conserve energy. The overall cleanliness of the armory was more akin to emptiness. Liyuan and Zhang Man wandered inside, observing rows of bolt-action rifles hanging on the walls, dozens of light and heavy machine guns, and flamethrowers, along with several small-caliber rocket launchers set aside. Additionally, there were trucks, motorcycles, vintage mountain artillery, and several light armored vehicles. Most striking of all were the 10 black power suits standing against the wall, one of which had its hand cannon still activated, pointed towards the entrance. This is presumably the so-called Level 2 power armor. Surveying the entire armory, Liyuan shook his head. Such a scale of weaponry is utterly inadequate for a legion of over 1,000 personnel. Nowadays, most legions are equipped with armored vehicles for troop transport, while pickups are typically relegated to cargo hauling. However, observing the makeshift steel plates affixed to these pickups, Liyuan was convinced they served a purpose beyond mere freight transport. Casting his gaze downward, Liyuan noted that the entire Liyuan Legion possessed a mere 10 units of power armor. This situation could hardly be described as anything but dire. It is said that some affluent legions can even provide each soldier with one of these antiquated armors. Yet, the Liyuan Legion dares to consider them as their ultimate secret weapon. Liyuan noticed a few tools, likely wrenches, lying on the ground beside the power armor, suggesting that Heidi had recently been making adjustments. The remaining items consisted of ammunition, bulletproof vests, and repair tools on the shelves at the back. They were even poorer than he had imagined. Liyuan mused that with such equipment, on the front lines, apart from those 10 units of power armor, a mere volley could wipe out these troops entirely. Beside him, Zhang Man appeared somewhat embarrassed. Liyuan disregarded the other weapons and approached the 10 units of power armor directly. The dark green metal glimmered under the lights, although worn. It was evident that Heidi had diligently maintained these armors. As he caressed the metallic shell, he pondered that these units represented the lightweight basic model of level 1 power armor. While they sacrificed some defensive capabilities, they could achieve an astonishing speed of 80 kilometers per hour when fully operational. Moreover, Liyuan discovered that, aside from the unit facing him, the others lacked hand cannons, having instead been uniformly equipped with larger caliber assault rifles. This was likely another of Heidi's innovations, aimed at conserving ammunition. After all, compared to hand cannon shells, bullets are considerably less expensive. However, you get what you pay for. The cheap ammunition meant that these power armors could not engage effectively with any other model. The reason was straightforward. Ordinary bullets could not penetrate the thick armor of the power armor. It seemed that the Liyuan Legion was truly cornered. Approaching the unit equipped with a hand cannon, Liyuan opened the rear hatch, and a potent odor of sweat assailed him. Despite the users being female, the prolonged battles had resulted in sweat and grime permeating the entire armor. Zhang Man, evidently not a member of the assault team, seemed to be encountering such a pungent scent for the first time, nearly retching. Liyuan merely frowned. This was the nature of level 1 power armor, and unless the kinetic foam inside was replaced promptly, there was no method for deodorization. Clearly, given the economic state of the Liyuan Legion, they could not afford such replacements. Gently touching the kinetic foam now stained black with sweat, Liyuan felt no disdain. Instead, he climbed aboard and donned the power armor. The infrared goggles at the helmet illuminated as Liyuan paced back and forth, repeatedly testing them. Subsequently, he shook his head in resignation. Aside from a slightly quicker response time compared to other powered armors, there appeared to be little distinction. To label it as a Grade 2 powered armor would be an overstatement. He then closed his eyes, envisioning the blueprints of ironclad heavy-powered armor. If these Grade 1 armors could be upgraded to Grade 3, the transformation would yield maximum combat power at minimal cost. Although the models varied, alterations according to the designs would allow these armors, even if they couldn't reach the combat prowess of the Rhino class, to easily annihilate ordinary Grade 1 and Grade 2 armors. Liyuan muttered to himself, before removing the powered armor and donning another set. Zhang Man silently observed from the side, saying nothing. Liyuan experimented with each powered armor, ultimately discovering that, apart from the one upgraded by Heidi, the others had minor issues to varying degrees. After testing the last powered armor, Liyuan proceeded to the firearms section, casually picking up a gun to examine. Aside from a few hunters who might still utilize it for game, this antiquated bolt-action rifle had become obsolete. Moreover, due to prolonged use, the barrels had slightly warped, and the internal components had aged considerably. It was likely that after a few more uses, most of the weaponry in the armory would need to be decommissioned. Skillfully disassembling the rifle, Liyuan meticulously scrutinized the interior. Similar to the powered armors, the firearms, though aged, had been well maintained. With a sigh of resignation, Liyuan reflected on how the Liyuan Legion had relied on such weaponry to endure until now. In a sense, it could be considered remarkably resilient in combat. The design of the Gauss rifle flashed in his mind, prompting Liyuan to sit down on the ground and delve into his studies. The modification of the rifle was not as intricate as that of the powered armor, yet transforming all the rifles would indeed be a considerable undertaking. After reassembling the rifle, Liyuan stood up, brushing off the dust from his trousers. Although he could not convert all these vintage rifles into Gauss rifles in a short span, he had identified a component from the Gauss rifle's blueprints that would enable the gun to fire continuously. Unlike the traditional gas-operated mechanism, this component relied solely on a simple microbattery to achieve automatic firing. With the absence of a gas tube, the recoil during the firing process was virtually negligible. Consequently, this not only allowed the antiquated bolt-action rifles to become automatic, but also significantly enhanced their accuracy. "Sister Man, do you have a lathe here?" Liyuan inquired. "Yes, Commander," Zhang Man replied, gesturing towards a small room nearby. "It's in that room." By evening, Liyuan stood before a rudimentary lathe, wearing a welding helmet, as sparks danced continuously from his hands. This rudimentary lathe is typically found in the armory of military legions, allowing engineers to fabricate simple components and tools. Soon, the sparks subsided, and several glowing red metal pieces appeared in Liyuan's hands. At last, it is complete. Liyuan stretched, removed his welding helmet, and after a brief cooling process for the components, he picked up a bolt-action rifle nearby, disassembled it meticulously, and inserted the newly crafted parts into the firearm. After reassembling the bolt-action rifle, he loaded 3 rounds into the magazine and aimed at a wooden target not far away. With 3 consecutive shots echoing in the air, Liyuan nodded in satisfaction. Having set the parameters for the lathe, all that remained was to await the automatic production of a sufficient quantity of components. Exiting the room, he found Zhang Man waiting at the door. "Commander, what were you doing just now?" Zhang Man inquired tentatively. "Nothing much, just made a part," Liyuan yawned. Sipping the water Zhang Man had handed him. "Attention all personnel of the Liyuan, please cease your current tasks and gather at the lift platform within a minute. An important combat mission awaits." The voice of the radio broadcast resonated throughout the fortress just as Liyuan took a sip of water. 2 female soldiers rushed in, saluting Liyuan and Zhang Man. "Your Excellency, we need to assemble," one of them said, her voice trailing off. They understood that as the commander of the Liyuan Legion, Liyuan could go wherever he pleased. According to imperial law, even if he were to slip into a female soldier's quarters at midnight, it would be deemed reasonable. However, due to the prevailing anti-male sentiment throughout the Liyuan, the female soldiers hesitated to leave Liyuan alone in the armory for the assembly. If anything were to happen, Li Shiruo's complaints would be quite burdensome for them. Liyuan shrugged helplessly. The parameters for the components were already set, and production would take some time. Perfectly, he thought, as he was also curious to see how Li Shiruo and the other female officers planned the combat operations. Guided by Zhang Man, the 4 of them jogged to the location of the lift platform. At the front of the deck, on a platform several meters high, Li Shiruo stood commanding a group of female officers with an impressive presence. She donned a black leather military coat, her hands resting on a stunning long sword that reached her waist, its blade pointing straight to the ground, which accentuated her demeanor as a general. Liyuan had seen this sword in photographs. It appeared to be the ceremonial sword of the first Liyuan. Zhang Man and the 2 female soldiers had already sought out their respective units, leaving 1,000 female soldiers lined up on the lift platform, awaiting Li Shiruo's address. Noticing everyone had gathered, Li Shiruo narrowed her eyes slightly, casting a discreet glance towards Liyuan at the edge of the platform before quickly redirecting her attention back to the soldiers. Suddenly, the aide-de-camp stood with her legs together and saluted the troops on the deck. The other female officers followed suit. In unison, the soldiers returned the salute, lowering their hands in perfect synchronization 3 seconds later. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Liyuan Legion has received a new mission." Li Shiruo surveyed the crowd below and continued. "Delegated by the Black Tiger Lord, we are tasked to thwart the enemy's assault in Storm Valley for 12 hours. During this period, there will be no reinforcements and no additional supplies. Unless the entire Liyuan Legion is annihilated, not a single bird shall be allowed to pass. The specific operational arrangements have been dispatched to the commanders of each squad, and your direct superiors will assign you your duties shortly. I do not wish to say much, but I trust the sisters present understand that this could very well be the final battle for our Liyuan Legion. Victory will allow the Legion to persist. Defeat will lead to our utter obliteration." At this juncture, the resolute gaze of Li Shiruo softened momentarily before hardening again. After all, as the supreme commander of the Legion, she could not afford to reveal any semblance of vulnerability before her soldiers. "We are united as sisters by this damned apocalypse, yet without Liyuan, There is no future for us. I do not wish to conceal the truth. This battle will be exceedingly arduous, and many sisters will sacrifice themselves. I have no further words to add, but I wish to convey to all of you, may Liyuan endure, and may the Legion thrive. Liyuan endures. The Legion thrives. Liyuan endures. The Legion thrives. The resounding chorus of the female soldiers echoed throughout the fortress. As women, they had been forsaken by this apocalyptic world. Yet the Liyuan Legion had rescued them from their nightmares. Therefore, to ensure the continued existence of the Liyuan Legion, they would willingly lay down their lives without regret. Liyuan waved her hand, signaling for silence. Now, I command all personnel of the Liyuan Legion to enter a state of combat readiness. To arrive at the battlefield in 72 hours. Dismissed. The female soldiers saluted Liyuan in unison before swiftly departing the lift platform to prepare for battle. Liyuan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the daunting nature of the upcoming conflict. To hold off the enemy for 12 hours. Although Liyuan graduated from the engineering department, he had also studied some military theory. Defensive battles are among the most challenging, second only to siege warfare. As one can never ascertain the number of enemies, the direction from which they will come, or the form their reinforcements will take. Moreover, having just inspected the armory of the Liyuan Legion, Liyuan was compelled to conclude that the current Liyuan Legion lacked the capability for a defensive operation, especially one as protracted as this. Contemplating this, Liyuan narrowed his eyes, sensing something awry. To assign such a notoriously low-capacity legion of the entire empire to undertake a prolonged defensive mission could only suggest that the Black Tiger Lord was either deluded or harbored some ulterior motive. In the Silver Empire, most legions are beholden to a lord. However, legions like the Liyuan, deemed the least capable, are akin to abandoned children, unwanted. Thus, in order to survive, the Liyuan Legion must undertake thankless tasks from other lords to earn some commission. However, given the nature of these tasks, it is evident that they are the responsibilities that the Lord's legions are reluctant to undertake. The casualties are unbearably high, and the compensation is pitifully meager. Often, such remuneration barely suffices for the Legion to conduct post-battle maintenance. This has resulted in a vicious cycle of economic decline for the Liyuan Legion. To ensure the survival of the ladies in the Legion, Liyuan must intervene to prevent this situation from worsening. Subordinate officer. Just as Liyuan was preparing to lead a group of female officers back to the operations room to continue refining the battle plans, Liyuan approached and called out to her. Commander Lu, is there something you require? Liyuan's voice carried a hint of coldness. Although she had once received a minor favor from Liyuan, she could not allow such trivial matters to sway her now. Moreover, Liyuan had a premonition that Liyuan's approach at this moment signified an intention to interfere with the battle strategy. May I see the battle plan? Liyuan inquired, undeterred by Liyuan's icy demeanor. I'm afraid not. Commander Lu, Liyuan replied with a furrowed brow. This is the Liyuan Legion's battle plan, and I am not authorized to disclose it to you. I am the commander of the Liyuan Legion. Liyuan interjected, asserting his authority. While you may not have the right to share it with me, I possess the right to review the battle plans. Liyuan found herself momentarily speechless. Liyuan was correct. Although she and the other members of the Legion had long resisted this truth, if Liyuan were to take matters seriously, he indeed held that right. Do you wish to spy on our battle plans? Su Wanbing, standing nearby, shoved Liyuan aside and strode angrily towards Liyuan, baring her sharp teeth. You little rascal, I suspect you are a spy sent by the enemy, aiming to steal intelligence for the White Elephant Lord. Liyuan found Su Wanbing's baseless accusations amusing. As the commander of the Liyuan Legion, the entire Legion belonged to him. To betray his own faction would be akin to unfurling the banner of rebellion against the Qing dynasty. It seems you are unwilling to comply? Liyuan responded with a smile, observing Su Wanbing's flushed face. Very well, I shall report this to the imperial authorities, informing them of your defiance against the commander's orders and your attempt to slander him. If the higher-ups learn of this, regardless of what the female soldiers say, you officers will undoubtedly face a military tribunal. You scoundrel! Su Wanbing bit down hard, forcing a few words through clenched teeth. Liyuan smiled slightly, disregarding her insults. It was understandable that these female soldiers did not trust him, but even in the face of such hostility, he would not allow the nascent harem he envisioned to perish before it could even begin. Silence fell over the group, seemingly intimidated by Liyuan's earlier threat. Observing their reaction, Lu Liang seized the data terminal resembling a tablet from Li Shua's hands and began to peruse its contents. Minutes later, Lu Liang surveyed the gathered individuals and calmly remarked, "Do you all realize that this is tantamount to courting death?" Chapter 8. The Full Worth of Li Shua. The data terminal conveyed a clear message. The Lord of the Black Tigers was launching an assault on an oil mine named Sears, which was under the command of the Lord of the White Elephants. The frontal attack was the responsibility of the Blood Wolf 4th Legion, while the peripheral skirmishes were entrusted solely to the Liyuan Legion. Lu Liang found the situation increasingly perplexing. The Lord of the Black Tigers commanded over 20 legions. Why would he employ the seemingly inconsequential Liyuan Legion to oversee such a critical aspect of the operation? As officers of the Liyuan Legion, the female commanders present were seasoned veterans. Their physical prowess, strategic insight, and combat experience far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers. Years of continuous warfare had rendered their military acumen comparable to that of male officers from first-rate legions. Thus, they were keenly aware that there was something amiss in the operational strategy. However, while analyzing the combat plan, nearly all chose to overlook this troubling detail. The battle was unavoidable. As Zhang Man had articulated, failure to engage would spell economic ruin for the Liyuan Legion, leading to a fate worse than death for all the female soldiers. At that moment, Lu Liang appeared markedly less affable than before, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the female officers. The intelligence report indicated unequivocally that the reinforcements were from the Porcupine Legion, under the command of the Lord of the White Elephants. The Porcupine Legion ranked as an average combat force among the thousands in the Empire. Did you truly believe that the Liyuan Legion could withstand the Porcupine Legion's fierce assault for 12 hours? His calm words resonated like a drumbeat in the hearts of the female officers, as he articulated the harsh reality they had been reluctant to confront. "Commander Lu, this is not your concern," Li Shua murmured softly, her voice lacking conviction. "The commission offered by the Lord of the Black Tigers is quite generous. If we complete the mission, the Liyuan Legion can sustain itself for a while longer. But if we refuse, in half a month, the Liyuan Legion will find itself utterly destitute and forced to disband." Upon hearing Li Shua's words, the female officers behind her bowed their heads, fully aware of the truth. The risks of the mission were immense, yet who would willingly undertake such a perilous endeavor unless driven to desperation? "And if you fail?" Lu Liang pressed on. "The Liyuan Legion will face complete annihilation, and all will." "Enough," Su Wanbing interjected, cutting off Lu Liang. With a huff, she continued, "We are all aware of the consequences of failure. We are girls of humble beginnings, hailing from various corners of the land. Unlike you, esteemed commander, an elite graduate of the Imperial Capital University, you could easily find a suitable job with a decent salary. We lack your capabilities. In this apocalyptic world, the Liyuan Legion is our only home. If the Liyuan Legion falls, our lives will be a living hell. I trust that, living in the Imperial Capital, you have witnessed how the noble lords treat their female slaves." Indeed, Su Wanbing was not mistaken. Lu Liang recalled the sight of elegantly dressed nobles strolling down the streets of the capital, casually leading their female slaves as one would a pet. Noticing Lu Liang's silence, Li Shua gently patted Su Wanbing's shoulder, signaling her to step aside. "I apologize, Commander Lu," she said softly, not wishing to strain her relationship with him. Wanbing's words may be somewhat harsh, but they are indeed the truth. As she spoke, Li Shua clenched her fists. "Therefore, by all means, the Liyuan Legion must accomplish this mission. Securing the reward will be sufficient to sustain the entire Legion for another year." Lu Liang, upon hearing her words, was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the silent female officers surrounding him. "Thank you, Commander Lu." Li Shua forced a bittersweet smile. "I understand you are considering the well-being of the entire Liyuan Legion and do not wish for us to perish in vain. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot comply with your orders, for this is our only opportunity." With that, Li Shua retrieved a silver card from her pocket. "This is a bank card from the Imperial Bank, containing all my personal savings. Not much, roughly 1,000 units of exotic crystal." Exotic crystal served as the hard currency in this apocalyptic world, its value stability surpassing even that of gold in Lu Liang's previous life. Before Lu Liang could react, Li Shua grasped his hand and pressed the bank card into it. "To ensure that our operational plans remain undisclosed, you may take this money and leave the Liyuan Legion the day after tomorrow. It should suffice for your needs for a time. Manjia, please come over here." Li Shirua called into her communicator. Yes, came Zhang Man's voice from the other end. Within 2 minutes, Zhang Man arrived, and Li Shirua pointed at Lu Liang, instructing, Manjia, please take Commander Lu to dine, and afterward, keep an eye on him. Release him from the Liyuan on the morning of the day after tomorrow. With that, Li Shirua departed with the female officers, leaving no room for rebuttal from Li Shirua. The sound of military boots echoed sharply against the deck, indicating their hurried departure. Once they were gone, Zhang Man offered a wry smile as she saluted Lu Liang. I apologize, Commander Lu. Deputy Officer Shirua is not targeting you. Everything she does is solely to ensure the survival of the Liyuan Legion. Allow me to take you for a meal, and afterward, I kindly ask that you remain in your office and not venture out. Upon entering the dining area, a wave of discomfort washed over Lu Liang, compelling him to furrow his brow. The taste of synthetic vegetables filled the air. He recalled how, during his school days, the teacher had instructed on the production process of synthetic vegetables. While they were nutritionally adequate, their flavor left much to be desired. He remembered that when this topic was taught, the cafeteria was noticeably less crowded than usual. Now, that familiar and unappealing scent once again invaded his senses. Noticing Lu Liang's pallid complexion, Zhang Man offered an apologetic smile. I am sorry, Commander Lu. These are the only provisions available to our legion at present. As she spoke, Zhang Man served a bowl of what appeared to be a rather unappetizing concoction resembling vomit before Lu Liang. This was the result of the chef's processing of synthetic vegetables. Lu Liang cautiously inhaled the aroma and nearly retched. Glancing around at the female soldiers, he noticed they were all silently consuming the same dish before them, their expressions devoid of any discomfort. It seemed they had all grown accustomed to the flavor of this food. Wow, has the cafeteria gone mad today? They even added ham to the vegetable porridge, exclaimed one of the female soldiers, her eyes sparkling as she delicately picked up a piece of ham that was scarcely thicker than a strand of hair with her chopsticks. This is the last of our regiment's ham. A nearby soldier, while gulping down her food, mumbled. The lieutenant said that to replenish everyone's strength, the ham reserved for the wounded has been distributed to us so we can have the energy to fight. Upon hearing the soldier's words, Zhang Man stared blankly at the ham on her chopsticks, momentarily stunned. Yet, she said nothing, merely bringing the ham to her mouth in silence. Lu Liang quietly set down his chopsticks and rose to his feet. Commander Lu, Zhang Man inquired, lifting her head. I can't get used to this. I'm heading back to the office. Without waiting for Zhang Man to finish her question, Lu Liang strode directly toward the dining hall's exit. Wait for me. Seeing this, Zhang Man hastily finished the food in her bowl and followed after him. The other soldier glanced at Lu Liang's untouched meal, swallowing hard. Chapter 9. If you don't eat, it will be thrown away. As darkness descended, Lu Liang sat at his desk, idly toying with a silver bank card while using his command privileges to peruse the information on the Black Tiger Lord. In the dim light, the card shimmered. Remembering the resolute expressions of Li Shirua and the female officers, Lu Liang clenched his fists. He was determined to pull the Liyuan regiment back from the brink of annihilation. After a brief review of the Black Tiger Lord's background and strength, he discovered that this individual commanded over 20 regiments. Among them, the strongest had combat capabilities ranking within the top 100 of the empire. With such formidable power, it was evident why the Black Tiger Lord would employ the Liyuan regiment, which ranked at the bottom, for the task of interception. The strategy was clear. First, the Liyuan regiment would be tasked with stalling the main forces of the Porcupine regiment, thereby granting more time for his own Bloodwolf Fourth Army to launch their offensive. Subsequently, the Liyuan regiment would face total annihilation, at which point the Black Tiger Lord would dispatch his own forces to engage the Porcupine regiment. This approach not only weakened the Porcupine regiment, but also minimized the damage to his own troops. Furthermore, the Liyuan regiment, having either been obliterated or failing to complete their mission, would be unable to claim any payment from the Black Tiger Lord. In a more egregious scenario, even if the Liyuan regiment successfully held off the Porcupine regiment's assault, once the Bloodwolf Fourth Army captured the oil mining city, the Black Tiger Lord would undoubtedly send reinforcements to eliminate the already crumbling Liyuan regiment to avoid payment. In summary, it was a clear case of exploitation. Lu Liang scoffed softly. Truly, it was a cunning scheme. However, he vowed that he would not allow such a fate to unfold. With a slight turn of her head, Zhang Man cast a glance at the closed door, standing guard outside like a vigilant sentinel. Her mission was to keep a watchful eye on Lu Liang. ensuring he did not leave the Liyuan fortress before the battle commenced. Suddenly, an enticing aroma began to waft from the room. Zhang Man inhaled deeply. The scent was utterly irresistible. She turned her gaze back to the tightly shut door, suspecting that the commander was indulging in the delectable treats she had brought. Reflecting on the meager rations she had received earlier, a single apple and half a sausage, Zhang Man swallowed hard, realizing she had barely eaten, having shared most of her portion with her comrades. Abruptly, the door swung open, revealing Lu Liang's head peeking out. "Sister Man, come in for a moment," he beckoned. Taken aback for a moment, Zhang Man promptly obeyed his summons. Upon entering the room, she noticed 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles sitting on Lu Liang's desk, the source of the enticing fragrance. Her already unfulfilled stomach protested once more. Blushing slightly, Zhang Man lowered her gaze. Lu Liang lifted the lid of one bowl, and the appetizing aroma filled the entire space, causing her mouth to water profusely. Seating himself comfortably, Lu Liang gestured to the bowl across from him. "Sister Man, could you do me a favor?" "Yes," Zhang Man responded, standing at attention. "Please help me finish this bowl of noodles." "Huh?" Zhang Man was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Lu Liang's request. "You want me to eat that revolting stuff? Aren't you feeling nauseous?" Lu Liang chuckled. "I just happened to make too much, and I need your assistance in consuming it." "But, Commander, this is your food. I cannot." Despite initially presenting herself with the composure of a mature woman, Zhang Man hesitated. After all, it was Lu Liang's personal property, and with Li Shirua having issued an eviction order against him, she did not wish to owe him any favors. "What's wrong? Don't want to eat? If it gets cold, I will have to throw it away," Lu Liang remarked, lifting his own bowl and taking generous bites. Thank you, Commander Lu." Zhang Man, seeing his demeanor, no longer resisted. The aroma was simply too delightful to ignore. She took a seat across from him, her hands trembling as she lifted the steaming lid. The fragrant noodles lay invitingly in the bowl, making her feel as if she were in a dream. Without further hesitation, she disregarded any notion of decorum and, like Lu Liang, eagerly began to eat. The slurping of noodles echoed in the office, and soon, both bowls were nearly emptied simultaneously, their utensils set aside as they both let out satisfied sighs. Zhang Man even finished the broth, savoring every last drop. Wiping her lips, she finally came to her senses from the delightful experience. "Thank you, Commander Lu," she said, feeling a bit bashful. "It's my duty as a commander to care for my subordinates," Lu Liang replied, a smile gradually spreading across his face as he looked at Zhang Man. "Commander, what are you smiling about?" Zhang Man felt a creeping unease under Lu Liang's gaze and promptly inquired, perhaps due to the dim lighting. She suddenly perceived a double image of Lu Liang before her. Despite her resilient spirit, she sensed that something was amiss with the bowl of instant noodles she had consumed earlier. She abruptly stood up, only to feel the world spin around her. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Man braced herself against the table, struggling to steady her body. "You scoundrel, this is an officer's dormitory. I warn you, if you wish to do anything to me, the adjutant's room is right across." Zhang Man clenched her teeth, enduring the situation, yet her voice grew increasingly feeble. Eventually, she began to feel a tingling numbness in her limbs, and in order to prevent herself from collapsing, she had no choice but to sit back down in her chair. Suddenly, she recalled a commander who had previously used a similar method to forcibly take advantage of a female soldier. However, from the moment she first encountered Lu Liang, whether it was sharing food with her or giving chocolate to Heidi, or even distributing provisions to all the female officers of the Liyuan regiment, all his actions had gradually eased her wariness. She never anticipated that this young man, like others, would merely regard her as a plaything. A single crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye, and Zhang Man then shut her eyes, hearing the steady rhythm of the older sister's breathing before him. Lu Liang shrugged helplessly. He understood that Zhang Man had misinterpreted his intentions, but he had no time to clarify. He needed to act swiftly. Lifting Zhang Man's long legs, Lu Liang gently cradled her, only to discover she was heavier than he had imagined, likely a result of her years of training. Inhaling the faint fragrance of the beauty before him, Lu Liang felt an impulsive urge to indulge, but he reminded himself he had ample time. Yet, the urgency of the moment was pressing. He laid Zhang Man on the bed, removed her boots, tucked her under the covers, and then exited the office. The dosage of sleeping medication he had mixed into the noodles was rather substantial, and it seemed Zhang Man would be asleep for quite some time. Chapter 10. The price of the Liyuan female soldiers upon arriving at the armory. Liyuan found the main entrance already closed, devoid of any guards. Utilizing his authority as a commander, he easily opened the doors to the armory. The scene inside was identical to what it had been when he last left. It appeared Heidi had not returned since her departure. Entering the small room containing the lathe, Liyuan discovered that all the components had been completed. Using the mechanical lift on the wall, he transported all the rifles to the workshop, where he began to load the parts into the old bolt-action rifles. If assembled manually, it would likely take over 2 days to complete the assembly of more than 1,000 rifles. However, with the lathe, it would only require a few hours. Moreover, Liyuan did not have 2 days to squander. After setting the appropriate parameters for the lathe, he allowed the machines to assemble the firearms autonomously. Then, he turned his attention to the 10 power armor suits. Half an hour later, Liyuan donned the last power suit and leapt onto the cargo bed of a heavy truck. A resounding thud reverberated throughout the armory, yet Liyuan remained utterly unconcerned. After all, the armory was equipped with exceptional soundproofing to prevent the engineers from disturbing the soldiers outside during their tasks. Now, 10 power suits stood motionless atop the truck, and Liyuan intended to transport them all away. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a girl's voice pierced through the air from behind him, startling Liyuan. He turned around to find Heidi standing at the entrance of the armory, her eyes fixed intently upon him. Having savored the chocolate she had long yearned for, she found herself unable to sleep and decided to come and adjust the power suits late at night. To her dismay, she discovered that all 10 suits had been loaded onto the truck by Liyuan. Her immediate reaction was to suspect that Liyuan was attempting to steal the power suits. With no time for explanation, Liyuan leaped into the air, landing with a thunderous crash beside Heidi while still clad in his power suit. The glowing red eyes of the suit instilled a sense of fear in Heidi for the first time regarding the equipment she had meticulously calibrated countless times. With a resounding thud, Liyuan did not harm Heidi, but instead closed the armory doors securely. The following morning, in the command hall of the Liyuan, the atmosphere was tense. "Didn't they say 72 hours? Liyuan sat in the main seat, her demeanor grave as she focused on the massive screen before her. Opposite, a middle-aged man with golden hair regarded her with a mocking grin, his gaze lingering on the swell of her chest. This condescending demeanor irked Liyuan, a senior officer. Yet she refrained from engaging in a conflict over such trivialities. The man on the screen was none other than Colonel Gross, the commander of the Blood Wolf 4th Legion and the overall commander of this operation. "I sincerely apologize, beautiful adjutant," Gross remarked, a lewd smile gracing his features. Though his gaze remained fixed, our reconnaissance units were discovered by the garrison at the mine. To prevent them from having time to prepare, I have decided to launch the attack half a day earlier. That was a blunder on your Blood Wolf Legion's part, and it has nothing to do with the Liyuan Legion." Liyuan's voice was icy. "The Black Tiger Lord cannot allow the Liyuan Legion to bear the consequences of your mistakes." "I fully understand your sentiments, Miss Adjutant," Gross replied, raising a glass of red wine to his lips. "Thus, to compensate for my oversight, I have submitted a request to the Lord, proposing an increase of 50% on the original reward of 200,000 units of ether crystals. Therefore, upon the conclusion of the battle, you and your legion will receive a substantial commission amounting to 300,000 units of ether crystals." Gross's words echoed in Liyuan's ears like a devil's whisper. The prospect of an additional 100,000 units of ether crystals indeed stirred her interest. Such a commission would bolster the finances of the Liyuan Legion for a longer duration. "How about this? To demonstrate my sincerity, I will transfer 30,000 units of ether crystals into the account of your Liyuan Legion as a deposit. Would that be acceptable?" Sensing Liyuan's wavering resolve, Gross hastened to stoke the flames of temptation. Liyuan remained silent, and Gross, observing this, refrained from further coercion. "You have half an hour to contemplate. After this period, regardless of your decision, I implore you to provide me with a definitive response." With that, Gross terminated the communication. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, glaring at the empty screen. In a fit of rage, he smashed his wine glass onto the ground, shattering the fragile glass into a myriad of sparkling fragments. The adjutant nearby flinched at the sudden outburst. 30,000 units of the exotic crystal were lost due to that accursed scout's indiscretion. "I have suffered a loss of 30,000. Gross cursed vehemently. "Go! Eliminate that scout who exposed our position, along with his commander," he bellowed at the adjutant. "Yes, my lord, I shall arrange it immediately," the adjutant replied, hastily retrieving the communicator. After murmuring a few hushed words, he closed the device. "My lord, as per your instructions, I have made the necessary arrangements." However, the adjutant, sensing a need for clarification, cautiously ventured, "But my lord, I do not comprehend. We initially intended to use the Liyuan Legion merely as fodder. Given the emergence of this urgent situation, should we not hasten the deployment of our other legions to the front lines to confront the Hedgehog Legion? Even if your intention is to conserve the fighting strength of our legions, it seems illogical to squander 30,000 exotic crystals to summon them prematurely. For this siege, the Black Tiger Lord had dispatched not only the Blood Wolf 4th Legion, but also the relatively lower-ranked Lynx Legion. The rationale was simple. The Black Tiger Lord harbored doubts regarding the Liyuan Legion's capability to fulfill the task. While they could deplete a portion of the Hedgehog Legion's combatants, the Lynx Legion would ultimately need to withstand the pressure in the later stages. Upon hearing the adjutant's inquiry, Gross' expression softened slightly. "You all believe I merely wish to use the Liyuan Legion as cannon fodder," he remarked, picking up a knife and fork to slice into the steaming steak before him. "If that were the case, you would be gravely mistaken. The female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion are exceedingly rare beauties. I previously inquired with the owner of the slave market. Such women could command at least 1,000 exotic crystals each." Gross' face gleamed with avarice. With a total of 1,000 women in the Liyuan Legion, that amounts to a staggering 1 million units of exotic crystals. This does not even account for the female officers, whose prices, as the slave market owner informed me, exceed those of ordinary female soldiers by tenfold. Gross continued, engulfing a piece of the blood-soaked steak. "To sell them in the slave market, we must first convert them into our captives. To achieve this, we must deplete their combat capabilities in advance. Once they are entirely exhausted, we shall extend a modicum of assistance, seizing the opportunity to capture all the female soldiers of the Legion. Thus, the Liyuan Legion must engage directly with the Hedgehog Legion." As he spoke, Gross activated the screen before him, revealing a photograph of Lishiru. Furthermore, this woman had been specifically requested by a certain lord, who had offered an exorbitant price of 1 million exotic crystals. Gross spoke while licking the remnants of grease from his fingers. Chapter 11. The modification begins. Lu Liang drove the truck through the desert. This truck, adapted for sandy terrain, had transformed its wheels into tracks, allowing Lu Liang to navigate without discomfort. He activated the data terminal on the truck and examined the map. Prior to his departure, he had marked the location of the nearest industrial fortress. Note, in this world, fortresses are generally fixed structures, while strongholds can accommodate heavy mobile vehicles. A dark edifice gradually emerged on the horizon. The industrial fortress, typically constructed by affluent conglomerates, comprised an expansive complex. Within its confines, one could repair, manufacture, or even design any desired creation, as the fortress provided the requisite workshops and raw materials. It could be said that a significant portion of the world's weaponry and equipment was produced in such establishments. Lu Liang's purpose for visiting this fortress was to upgrade 10 sets of power armor. After all, the Liyuan lacked the necessary materials for upgrades, and its armory workshop was incapable of modifying such advanced weaponry. Arriving at the base of the fortress walls, Lu Liang honked the truck's horn, producing a piercing sound. Several cameras atop the walls turned towards him. Shortly thereafter, a thunderous rumble ensued as the massive mechanical gates slowly opened, revealing the Liyuan, which appeared minuscule in comparison to the grand entrance. A bald man, seemingly around 25 or 26 years old, rode a motorcycle through the gates and halted in front of Lu Liang's truck. "Welcome to the Lanster 16 Industrial Fortress. I am your consultant. You may call me Vic. How may I assist you today?" The bald man inquired, his tone reminiscent of a jewelry store salesman, sending shivers down Lu Liang's spine. During his school days, he had visited several industrial fortresses, and nearly every sales consultant shared this same tone. "I need to process a batch of power armor," Lu Liang stated directly. "Please arrange an appropriate workshop for me." At these words, Vic paused momentarily, as power armor is a sophisticated weapon not typically handled by ordinary engineers. Stealing a discreet glance at Lu Liang, Vic's expression remained unchanged as he nodded and retrieved a walkie-talkie, communicating something inside. "Very well, sir. Please follow me." After concluding the call, Vic turned the motorcycle towards the interior of the fortress, with Lu Liang silently trailing behind. Upon reaching a vast factory, the sales consultant dismounted, still sporting a professional smile. "Sir, please come in and assess whether this workshop suits your needs." Lu Liang entered the workshop, quickly surveying the space before nodding in satisfaction. This one will do. I need to rent it for 24 hours. Lu Liang calculated the time, subtracting the round trip, and estimated that he would have approximately 7 or 8 hours left for the female soldiers to acclimate to their new equipment. Certainly, sir. The rent here is 1,100 units of exotic crystals per day. Will you be paying by card or cash? A sycophantic smile appeared on the sales representative's face. Lu Liang's lips twitched slightly. Everything about this industrial fortress was commendable, yet the price felt akin to daylight robbery. Li Shirua's savings from a lifetime were merely sufficient to rent this place for just one day. Fortunately, the funds she brought should suffice. Card, Lu Liang replied, handing Li Shirua's silver bank card to the sales consultant. Additionally, I require some components and raw materials, and I need your assistance in procuring them. Lu Liang then produced another bank card, stating, the expenses will be deducted from this. Noticing Lu Liang's apparent affluence, the sales consultant's smile widened. Typically, even the wealthiest of military engineers engage in vigorous negotiations, for no one's money comes without effort. It was rare to encounter someone as extravagant as Lu Liang. Before long, Lu Liang presented a list of items to Vic. After a cursory glance, Vic's brow furrowed slightly. Although he was not an engineer, years of experience had rendered him quite knowledgeable about engineering. The items Lu Liang requested were challenging to source, particularly the small ion generator, which was a highly advanced piece of technology. Glancing at the power armor on Lu Liang's truck, Vic's expression shifted from concern to sudden realization, as if a light bulb had illuminated in his mind. Generally, level 3 power armor is equipped with an ion shield, powered by the ion generator. Could it be that this seemingly smaller man intended to upgrade these level 1 power armors to level 3 here? The thought left the sales consultant gasping in disbelief. Level 3 power armor was the pinnacle of technology in the Silver Empire. Despite his inner astonishment, the sales consultant's professionalism compelled him to keep such thoughts to himself. Dear sir, we have everything else in our fortress, but we may not be able to locate the ion generator within a short time frame. Vic spoke with respect. If this man could indeed fabricate level 3 power armor, he was certainly not someone to be trifled with. No matter, I never expected you to find it. Lu Liang replied nonchalantly. He was well aware that even across the entire blue planet, there were only a handful of manufacturers capable of producing ion generators, and their output was severely limited, all controlled by major conglomerates. However, Lu Liang firmly believed that even without the ion generator, he could enhance the defensive capabilities of these power armors to be among the finest on Blue Planet. They would undoubtedly suffice against the mid-tier forces of the Imperial Porcupine Legion. Very well, sir. Excluding the price of the ion generator, the total for the remaining materials amounts to 53,724 units of exotic crystals. To simplify, we shall round it to 53,000 units of exotic crystals. Vic stated. After processing the transaction, he respectfully returned the card to Lu Liang. The efficiency of this engineering fortress is remarkable. Half an hour later, a green military truck entered the workshop, and several robotic workers unloaded the goods required by Lu Liang. He briefly checked them and nodded in satisfaction. Although these items were somewhat expensive, acquiring them under normal circumstances would prove quite challenging. Only well-funded enterprises like the industrial fortress could manage it. Indeed, money can make even the most arduous tasks seem effortless. After signing the inventory list, Vic respectfully exited the workshop, leaving behind the robots responsible for transportation. Consequently, aside from operating the lathe, Lu Liang would not need to engage in any physical labor. Upon closing the workshop door, Lu Liang approached the lathe and instructed the robots to place the powered armor on the table, unveiling the design schematics of the Rhino-class heavy power armor. Compared to the Rhino, this contraption seemed like a primitive weapon. Lu Liang mused as he began to manipulate the mechanical arms at the control station to disassemble and reassemble the armor. The armor's thickness was inadequate, and its structure was quite outdated. Once upgraded, its defensive capabilities would increase by at least 7 or 8 times. Moreover, the kinetic converter was inefficient. Adopting the Rhino's design would enhance its conversion rate by at least 60%, as the school could only provide level 1 powered armor for instructional purposes. This was Lu Liang's first experience upgrading powered armor, and it was a significant leap in levels. However, due to the system's nature, the design schematics of the Rhino-class heavy combat armor seemed etched in Lu Liang's mind. In fact, his understanding of this powered armor was as profound as his self-awareness. Thus, What appeared to be a complicated modification became second nature to him. He skillfully opened the armor's exterior and replaced all the components that required upgrading. Yet, due to the outdated configuration of these powered armors, the modification took a considerable amount of time. Eventually, after completing the upgrades, a satisfied smile spread across Lu Liang's face. Externally, the armor bore no resemblance to its former self. Due to time constraints, he hadn't even wiped away the residual grease, giving it the appearance of a battle-worn version. After donning the armor, Lu Liang tested his arm movements, then leaped suddenly. The tremendous weight crashed onto the metallic floor, producing a heavy sound. Merely a gentle jump propelled him over 10 meters high, nearly shattering the ceiling. He lightly swung his arm, and within 2 seconds, the humanoid arm transformed into a cannon. This state-of-the-art large-caliber cannon boasted firepower comparable to some lightweight tank main guns. Under such firepower, Level 1 and Level 2 powered armors could not provide effective defense. This was merely an upgrade based on the old powered armor and did not yet qualify as true Level 3 powered armor. If he were to truly fabricate the Rhino-class armor, it would not be impossible for him to single-handedly annihilate an entire Porcupine Legion. Emerging from the powered armor, Lu Liang glanced at his watch and realized that 2 hours had already passed, even if one were to work tirelessly for a minute. The completion of these power armor modifications would still require no less than 20 hours. There is an urgent need to hasten our pace. Lu Liang must return to the Liyuan before the battle commences. Chapter 12. All stolen by Lu Liang. Meanwhile, within the command room of the Liyuan, Madam Officer, you and your legion have made an exceedingly wise decision. Thus, I entrust my back to you, hoping for a fruitful collaboration. In the operations room, Li Shirua gazed at the grotesque visage displayed on the large screen before decisively shutting off the communication. Prior to this, she had conducted a vote among all the female officers in the command hierarchy of the Liyuan regarding the matter. The result was rather surprising to her: unanimous approval. Everyone understood that, despite their skepticism towards the generous terms offered by the Blood Wolf Legion, the Liyuan had truly run out of options. In truth, Li Shirua had reservations before arriving at this decision. The fuel reserves aboard the Liyuan were already scant, and advancing at full speed would inevitably consume even more. Before casting her vote, she consulted with the female driver, who estimated that, apart from the fuel required for the combat vehicles, the remaining fuel would suffice for them to reach their mission coordinates. However, this also meant that once they arrived at the battlefield, the Liyuan fortress would become a stationary target, unable to maneuver. Should they emerge victorious, she could procure fuel from the mines recently seized from the Blood Wolf Legion. Yet, if they were to face defeat, Li Shirua took a deep breath, unwilling to delve further into her troubling thoughts. Having come this far, there was no turning back. Upon entering the command room, the busy female soldiers stood and saluted. Li Shirua waved her hand, signaling them to continue their work. She sat in the command chair, her head bowed in contemplation. Before the impending battle, she needed to calm her mind. Although the female soldiers of the Liyuan harbored a resolve to face death, as the commander, she bore the responsibility to ensure the survival of as many as possible. Yet, the longer she sat, the more discomfort she felt. Do you not realize this is a death sentence? Lu Liang's figure lingered in Li Shirua's mind, and she recalled the anger etched upon his face. Seemingly concerned for the lives of her comrades, it was the first time she had witnessed such an expression on a man's face, stirring within her a peculiar sentiment. What am I thinking? Shaking her head vigorously, Li Shirua cast aside her strange thoughts. The current predicament of the Liyuan allowed no room for such distractions. She must lead the Liyuan out of this life and death crisis. Deputy. Just as Li Shirua was lost in her reverie, a loud bang echoed as the command room door was flung open, and a female soldier rushed in, disregarding the guard's attempts to stop her. What is it? Li Shirua felt no anger at the soldier's recklessness. In the Liyuan, everyone was akin to sisters. Moreover, if there were not a matter of utmost urgency, the female soldiers would never breach the barriers so boldly. That man, he has escaped, the soldier exclaimed, breathless. Upon hearing this, Li Shirua abruptly rose from her chair. A few minutes later, within the commander's office, she gazed at Zhang Man, who could barely stand with the assistance of 2 female soldiers, her teeth grinding audibly. I am so sorry, Shirua. Zhang Man lowered her head, her face awash with guilt. I never anticipated that he would slip sleeping pills into the food. Li Shirua ignored Zhang Man, silently surveying her surroundings. 2 bowls, remnants of instant noodles, lay unwashed, and the computer screen remained illuminated. "System, please check Lu Liang's browsing history," Li Shirua commanded, stepping closer to the computer. "I apologize, Commander Li Shirua, but your access level is insufficient. You require a higher clearance to view the target's records," came the system's cold, mechanical voice. The aide, incensed, slammed his fist onto the table. Now, she was left in the dark about what Lu Liang had done on the computer. The worst-case scenario loomed. Lu Liang might have divulged her battle plans to the Hedgehog Legion in exchange for a significant reward. Although Li Shirua had previously deemed this possibility negligible, she had only allowed Lu Liang to leave before the conflict as a precaution. Yet now, doubts began to creep in. "Officer." Just as Li Shirua's thoughts spiraled into chaos, Su Wanbing rushed in, her face a mask of panic. "This is serious. Cut to the chase, speak quickly." Li Shirua shot her a glare, signaling for her to dispense with the suspense. Su Wanbing, sensing the gravity of Li Shirua's mood, hastened to explain. "That man stole all our powered armor." The moment those words left her lips, Li Shirua felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her legs buckling as she sank into Lu Liang's office chair. "Sister Shirua." Soon, Heidi was brought into the commander's office. Upon seeing Li Shirua, she wriggled free from the soldier's grasp and threw herself into Li Shirua's embrace. Though Li Shirua felt a tempest of emotions within her, as the leader of the Legion, she knew she had to comfort her subordinate. Furthermore, while Heidi was the engineer of the Liyuan Legion, she had always been cherished by the entire unit, never having faced any hardship. Yet just yesterday, she had been knocked unconscious by Lu Liang and bound in the armory for several hours. Had it not been for Su Wanbing's search, suspecting that Heidi might be calibrating weapons there, she might still remain undiscovered. As she gently stroked Heidi's head, Li Shirua offered her solace while contemplating their next course of action. The theft of all the powered armor signified that the entire assault team had lost its combat capability. The assault team was the cornerstone of the Liyuan Legion's military endeavors. The rationale was simple. Powered armor represented the pinnacle of the Legion's weaponry, unrivaled in its sophistication. The strategic deployment of the entire Legion had always revolved around the assault team. Without those 10 powered armors, the Liyuan Legion would struggle to even muster a third of its usual fighting strength. Already grappling with the Hedgehog Legion, the loss of the powered armor only compounded their difficulties. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Li Shirua blinked and muttered to herself, "Calm down, calm down. One must bear responsibility for the entire Legion, and in times like these, it is imperative to maintain a clear mind." All the female soldiers present stood silently in place, awaiting Li Shirua's command. Although the economic situation of the Liyuan Legion was on the brink of collapse, Li Shirua was no fool. Her prolonged military career had endowed her with an exceptional ability to assess the dynamics of the battlefield. In terms of military might, the Liyuan Legion was undeniably at a disadvantage compared to the Hedgehog Legion. However, this disadvantage was not insurmountable. Relying on favorable circumstances, Li Shirua remained optimistic about the possibility of victory in this battle. Despite her estimation that the Liyuan Legion would suffer significant losses in this conflict, she believed that the reputation of the Legion and a considerable portion of its living forces could still be preserved. At this moment, however, her trump card had been stealthily appropriated by Lu Liang, and engaging further with the Hedgehog Legion would be akin to courting death. Although this would necessitate paying a substantial breach of contract fee to the Black Tiger Lord, such concerns were far from Li Shirua's mind now. Fortunately, the Liyuan Legion's account still held a reserve of 100,000 units of crystal ore, supplemented by a deposit from Gross, totaling 130,000 units of crystal ore. This would allow her sisters to survive for a while longer. Though once these funds were exhausted, they would inevitably face the grim fate of becoming scavengers. It was still preferable to a direct demise. After a long pause, Li Shirua gently patted Heidi's small head, signaling that she needed to rise. "Wanbing, inform all the officers," Li Shirua said softly. "The combat plan is cancelled. Everyone is to remain on standby and continue with their duties." Upon hearing the adjutant's words, everyone present was visibly taken aback. Su Wanbing gazed blankly at Li Shirua, and just as she was about to speak, Li Shirua interrupted her. "Say nothing. Simply follow my instructions." Su Wanbing silently regarded Li Shirua, and after a prolonged moment, she nodded slightly and exited the room. Li Shirua turned her attention to Lu Liang's computer screen, extracting a slender cigarette from her pocket, lighting it, and placing it between her lips. This was one of the items included in Lu Liang's package. Since the Liyuan's financial deficit had emerged, Li Shiruo had refrained from purchasing cigarettes. The air was filled with the fragrant aroma of tobacco, reflecting on Lu Liang's face. Any flicker of hope she had harbored towards the male gender extinguished. She had once thought that even if Lu Liang lacked combat skills, he would at least care about the lives of her and her female soldiers. However, she never anticipated that this man, who had stirred a modicum of affection within her, would sever the Liyuan Legion's escape route. With this thought, a wry smile crept across Li Shiruo's lips. Adjutant. At that moment, another female soldier entered. What now? Li Shiruo glanced at the soldier with a mixture of resignation and calmness. She no longer believed there was anything that could plunge her into despair, as the Liyuan Legion had already reached its nadir. Yet, reality dealt a harsh blow to Li Shiruo's face. All the funds in our account have been transferred away by that man. Chapter 13. The woman in the shadows cough, cough, cough. Li Shiruo was choked by her own cigarette, trembling as she rose to her feet, glaring at the female soldier who stood a head shorter than her. Repeat that? The soldier, taken aback by Li Shiruo's demeanor, stammered, recalling how the adjutant had always been amiable and never questioned anyone in such a manner. With a quivering voice, she reiterated her statement. Upon hearing it, Li Shiruo clenched the still-burning cigarette in her hand. Damn it! Li Shiruo managed to squeeze out half a sentence before her vision darkened and she fainted. Adjutant! Adjutant! Shiruo! Shiruo! The crowd erupted into chaos upon witnessing Li Shiruo collapse. Half an hour later, in the adjutant's bedroom, Li Shiruo weakly opened her eyes to find Su Wanbing and several female officers standing by her bedside. Shiruo, you're finally awake, Su Wanbing exclaimed, her voice thick with emotion, nearly on the verge of tears, though she often appeared nonchalant. Su Wanbing understood all too well the immense burden that rested solely on Li Shiruo's shoulders. While the other officers could only assist during battles, the majority of the core affairs were managed directly by Li Shiruo. Stop crying. Li Shiruo offered a faint smile, mustering her strength to sit up. Su Wanbing hurriedly supported her. Wanbing, there's no time for this now. As Li Shiruo spoke, she accepted a glass of water from Zhang Man, saying calmly, the situation has changed. We must re-engage in battle. Re-engage in battle? Su Wanbing frowned slightly, fully aware, as the chief of staff of the Liyuan Corps, of how drastically the combat capability of the Liyuan Corps had diminished without their powered armor. I know what you're going to say. Li Shiruo took a sip of tea. But we have no retreat now. Inform all the female soldiers of our current status. Those who wish to leave the Corps may do so at once. They are free to depart from the Liyuan. Shiruo, Su Wanbing wanted to say something, but the words caught in her throat. She understood that this was the only viable option. The Corps would either disband on the spot or face total annihilation in combat against the Porcupine Corps. I understand. Su Wanbing nodded, entrusting Li Shiruo to Zhang Man's care before departing the room. Meanwhile, within the confines of the 16th Industrial Fortress, Vic knelt on one knee amidst a halo of white light. Opposite him, in the shadows, a graceful figure sat in a chair, toying with Lu Liang's procurement list. The lighting obscured the woman's face, yet her noble aura was undeniable, even in the darkness. So, you can produce level 3 powered armor? The woman's voice was like that of a piano, languid and enchanting, imbued with endless confidence and a captivating charm. That should be the case, my lady, Vic replied calmly. Though I have yet to see the modifications to the powered armor, he does not appear to be an ordinary individual. Indeed, the woman nodded. I understand. Deliver the only miniature ion generator in the fortress to him, and then observe the caliber of his creations. Huh, gift it. Vic was momentarily taken aback and raised an objection. Master, I believe selling it to him at cost would be a tremendous favor. Why must we engage in a loss-making transaction? A soft chuckle escaped the woman's lips upon hearing this, yet she chose to remain silent. Instead, lifting the teacup from the table and taking a delicate sip. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Vic's forehead. Master, I understand. I shall comply with your wishes, he declared, nearly fleeing the woman's office. Setting down her teacup, the woman's computer screen illuminated with a dossier, prominently displaying a photograph of Lu Liang alongside various fundamental details. How intriguing, she remarked with a smile from the shadows. At last, it's done. Lu Liang collapsed onto the floor, gnawing on a protein bar while gulping down tea. These refreshments were, of course, complimentary from the workshop. Over 20 continuous hours of labor had truly taken a toll on him. Glancing at his watch, he noted that less than 24 hours remained until the conflict commenced, and it would take him at least 13 hours to reach the target location by truck. In essence, this left the female assault team approximately 9 hours to acclimatize to the new powered armor. Time was still on his side. Looking up at the powered armor he had modified, he noted that although they donned the exterior of level 1 armor, they had effectively achieved the status of quasi-level 3 armor. Despite the considerable gap remaining to reach true level 3 armor, they would suffice to withstand the onslaught of the armored Porcupine Legion. With a distinctive sound from the hydraulic apparatus, the workshop's large doors swung open, and Vic rode in on a motorcycle. "What brings you here?" Lu Liang inquired, puzzled by the sales consultant's purpose. "Mr. Liu," Vic approached with a beaming smile. "We have procured what you requested earlier." Disembarking from his motorcycle, he retrieved a silver sphere the size of a basketball from the trunk. Lu Liang accepted it, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A miniature ion generator. Observing Vic's proud demeanor, Lu Liang understood that locating such an item must have been quite the challenge. "My apologies, Mr. Liu," Vic continued, still wearing a smile, "but we at Bastion 16 have exhausted all possible connections, and this is the sole unit we could secure." "That is more than sufficient," Lu Liang nodded, glancing at the powered armor previously modified by Heidi. Although he had upgraded these level 1 basic armors to quasi-level 3, without this ion generator, they would forever remain one tier short. After all, the ion shield was the true threshold for level 3 powered armor. Moreover, the ion generator not only enhanced the armor's defensive capabilities, but also improved energy efficiency, allowing for a more formidable burst of power. "Thank you," Lu Liang said, patting the sales consultant's shoulder. "What is the price of this item?" While he was genuinely pleased that Vic had managed to acquire this generator, he was acutely aware of the implications of its cost. The price of ion generators is quite exorbitant, particularly in the unscrupulous environment of the industrial fortress. "Ah, Mr. Liu, it is as such." With a chuckle, Vic remarked, "At our Lanster Industrial Fortress number 16, we hope to befriend someone of your caliber. Thus, this ion generator shall be considered a complimentary gift for you." As he spoke, Vic glanced at the 10 power armors modified by Lu Liang. Although he did not discern any visible differences in the armors, his extensive experience made him aware that many weapon upgrades remained imperceptible to the eye. He could only silently pray that Lu Liang would create something formidable, enabling him to satisfy his superior. He understood that should Lu Liang merely be posturing, the beautiful boss would undoubtedly shift the blame onto him. With that thought, Vic swallowed hard. However, should he indeed manage to produce a level 3 power armor, it would signify that his capabilities could rival those of the Empire's elite engineers. Cultivating a relationship with such an individual would be invaluable. Not only would the ion generator be worth its weight, but even a nuclear energy tower would seem trivial. If that were the case, not only would the boss be pleased, but Vic's future prospects would soar. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang was initially taken aback, but soon grasped the underlying intent. These fellows were indeed quite cunning. Recognizing his potential to create level 3 power armors, they extended such an olive branch. However, he believed in seizing free opportunities, especially since establishing a good rapport with an industrial fortress could significantly benefit his future endeavors. Moreover, the Lanster family is a colossal financial conglomerate renowned throughout the Empire. As the saying goes, one thrives in the shade of a great tree. For a modest military faction like his to align with such a formidable entity, the advantages far outweighed the disadvantages. Gazing at his watch, Lu Liang realized he needed to install the ion generator into the power armor and integrate it with the armor's energy systems. This undertaking was no less complex than upgrading an armor, potentially requiring even more time. Consequently, his remaining hours were indeed limited. This time, Vic did not depart but chose to remain in the workshop, observing Lu Liang's work. Lu Liang harbored no discontent. After all, Vic's apprehension was understandable. "I am immensely grateful for this ion generator," Lu Liang said while modifying the armor, "and I sincerely hope to cultivate friendships with you all. However, I currently have pressing matters to attend to." His words were earnest. In the presence of a titan like the Lanster family, deceit would be swiftly uncovered. "Once I have resolved these issues, I would be more than willing to meet your boss. Of course, as friends, we at Lanster Industrial Fortress know 16 would never compel our friends to undertake any tasks," Vic replied, observing Lu Liang's adept handling of the lathe with utmost respect. It was evident that this young engineer was not merely bluffing. "Given the circumstances, my task is to convey the goodwill of the Lanster family to Lu Liang. and it appears that this objective has been temporarily achieved. Consequently, the likelihood of my promotion and salary increase has significantly risen. Moreover, the fact that Liyuan completed the upgrade of the powered armor in just over 20 hours indicates that he indeed has pressing matters at hand. Furthermore, the high-ranking officials of the fortress do not seem eager to meet with Liyuan. Regarding his background, Vic is confident that the boss has already commenced an investigation. Chapter 14. What does he intend to do? Meanwhile, within the Liyuan Legion, atop the elevating platform, Li Shirua watched the neatly arranged female soldiers below, her eyes slightly moist. It has been nearly 10 hours since Su Wanbing issued her orders, and during this time, not a single female soldier has come to her seeking to leave the Liyuan Legion. Sisters, Li Shirua fought back tears, forcing a smile as she addressed the assembly. I, Li Shirua, am incompetent and have led the Liyuan Legion to its current state. None of you have enjoyed a single good day under my leadership. I feel deeply ashamed. Enough, enough, Su Wanbing interjected with a bright smile, interrupting Li Shirua's speech. The sisters of the Liyuan know that you are the one who has had the hardest time in the entire legion. Therefore, no one blames you. Since this is a pre-war mobilization, let us speak words of encouragement and refrain from weeping like a maiden. Su Wanbing's words elicited laughter from all the female soldiers present. Li Shirua's sorrowful mood was momentarily lifted by Su Wanbing's remark, but she soon realized the implication of her words. Hey, are you implying that I resemble a man? Fine. Fine. You may refer to me as a woman. The previously oppressive atmosphere was lightened by Su Wanbing's vivacity. Although Li Shirua retorted, her eyes brimmed with gratitude. With the impending battle, an excessively somber mood was indeed detrimental to morale. Taking a deep breath, Li Shirua's gaze grew resolute. Sisters, today may very well be the final battle for the Liyuan Legion. As she spoke, she drew the sword of the Liyuan and pointed it toward the sky. However, we shall stand united with the Liyuan Legion to the end. Long live the Liyuan. Long live the Legion. Long live the Liyuan. Long live the Legion. The female soldiers fervently shouted the slogan of the Liyuan Legion, their voices resonating throughout the fortress. These young women were unafraid of death, yet they feared for their homeland's existence before their demise. The Liyuan Legion was their last refuge. After the oath, Li Shirua continued, in light of this, I, Li Shirua, the adjutant of the Liyuan Legion, hereby declare the Legion to be in a state of readiness for battle. All personnel, proceed to the armory to collect your weapons. Following the conclusion of the pre-war mobilization, Li Shirua returned to the operations hall with the officers. In the absence of powered armor, they would need to revise their previous strategic approach. With approximately 2 to 3 hours remaining until they reach their target location, Li Shirua and her team must finalize a new combat plan within this time frame. 5 minutes later, within the armory. What is this contraption? A female soldier, who had come to collect her equipment, gazed at the sidearm in her hands. It appeared distinctly different from what she had previously encountered. Zhang Man also lowered her gaze to examine the firearm, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Her eyes drifted to the bolt-action rifle hanging on the wall, and in an instant, a thought seemed to cross her mind. On the very first day that Lu Liang arrived at the fortress, he had spent an entire afternoon in the Arms Depot workshop. She had wanted to join him in assisting, but he had firmly prevented her. It now seemed he had employed the lathe for the purpose of manufacturing this very item. After expending a significant portion of the day, what purpose could there be in installing such a component on the weapon? Zhang Man was puzzled and felt compelled to inform Heidi. Suddenly, a series of rapid gunshots erupted, yet the female soldiers around her displayed little reaction. It was likely just another soldier testing the machine gun. Within the entire Liyuan Corps, a single machine gun was allocated for every 3 squads, making it the only automatic firearm in the regiment. Just then, Heidi burst from the workshop, her excitement palpable as she brandished a bolt-action rifle, which was comically taller than her petite frame. What is the matter? Zhang Man inquired, perplexed. Although Heidi often exhibited a fiery temperament, she rarely resorted to profanity in Zhang Man's recollection. This thing has been transformed into an automatic, Heidi exclaimed, lifting the rifle and cycling the bolt before aiming at a straw target affixed to the wall. The gunfire resonated throughout the armory, causing the female soldiers, who were previously engaged in cleaning their gear, to halt their tasks. They watched in astonishment as the bolt-action rifle they had routinely used now fired in rapid succession like a submachine gun. Moments later, Li Shirua held her rifle, taking aimed shots at the target. Each bullet hit the mark, Despite her position within the command hierarchy, the female officers of the Liyuan Corps had never neglected their physical military training, and Li Shirua was no exception. Confident in her marksmanship, she was astonished to discover that the accuracy of her weapon had improved significantly compared to before. After relinquishing the rifle to a nearby soldier, she proceeded to test several other rifles, all yielding remarkably similar results. These vintage bolt-action rifles had seen substantial enhancements in terms of firepower, accuracy, and even recoil reduction. Just moments ago, Li Shirua had received Zhang Man's report regarding Lu Liang. This had sparked a sense of intrigue in her, who had previously harbored disdain for him. He had absconded with the regiment's powered armor and all their funds, yet had clandestinely upgraded their firearms. What could this man possibly be scheming? Was it a sense of remorse for stealing the regiment's resources? Li Shirua found herself perplexed, yet she recognized that the current situation had improved considerably. At the very least, the individual firepower of the Liyuan Corps had received an unprecedented enhancement. Furthermore, she noted that these modified firearms surpassed the performance of standard-issue automatic rifles from other ordinary regiments. This realization allowed her to breathe a slight sigh of relief. At least the Liyuan Corps no longer needs to embrace a mindset of certain death in battle. As for why Lu Liang chose this course of action, Li Shirua was unaware and indifferent. Clenching her fists, a glimmer of hope for the survival of the Liyuan Corps ignited within her heart. Chapter 15. That man has returned excellent, Miss Adjutant. Through the communication terminal, Gross's visage appeared on the large screen. You are remarkably punctual, which sets a promising tone for our collaboration. Thus, we shall commence preparations for the siege on our end, and I hope all proceeds smoothly on yours. Oh, and should you find yourselves in dire straits, please do not hesitate to contact me. The Bloodwolf 4th Corps shall certainly not abandon such exquisite beauties as you and your female soldiers. With that, Gross terminated the communication, leaving Li Shirua staring blankly at the screen. Shirua, all soldiers are ready. Suddenly, the command room door swung open, and Su Wanbing stood behind Li Shirua, her gaze fixed on the silhouette clad in a black leather trench coat, her voice tinged with excitement. At that moment, the confusion in Li Shirua's eyes had dissipated, replaced by unwavering determination. For the future of the Liyuan Corps, she must command this battle effectively. According to our prior arrangements, everyone take your positions and finalize the defensive fortifications. Rally your spirits and inform them that we still possess a glimmer of hope for survival. Yes, Su Wanbing responded, seizing her communicator to issue orders. All units, commence action immediately. The chief of staff had given the command, and the Liyuan's lift deck began to descend. In a mere 3 minutes, hundreds of trucks carrying female soldiers had landed on the ground, and soon the vehicles roared to life, racing off in various directions. Given that the Liyuan fortress was unarmed, it had to remain at the rear during combat, concealing itself in a safe location while directing operations from afar. Observing the radar fluctuations and the incoming visuals on the screen, Li Shirua tightened her fists. According to the estimated timeline, the Porcupine Corps would require at least 3 more hours to arrive. There should be ample time to establish the defensive works. Outside the command room, nearly 20 female soldiers, led by Han Bing, stood in formation, awaiting Li Shirua's orders. All were members of the assault team, the most elite armed forces of the Liyuan. However, lacking powered armor, everyone present had been reduced to ordinary female soldiers with slightly superior military capabilities. Nevertheless, Li Shirua allocated the finest equipment available to them. In her eyes, even without armor, these female soldiers remained the Liyuan Corps' most formidable strength, making them the optimal choice for a rapid response unit, even if it remained uncertain whether reinforcements would arrive in time. Boom. At that moment, a screen displayed a violent tremor, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The battle had commenced. Li Shirua's eyes widened in shock. How could the combat begin so much earlier than she had anticipated? West flank, what is happening over there? Su Wanbing shouted into the communicator upon witnessing the chaos. Wanbing, the Porcupine Legion seems to have arrived ahead of schedule. On the other end of the communicator, a female officer shouted urgently. Several female soldiers were in the midst of constructing defensive fortifications when they were struck by an artillery shell. Upon hearing this, Li Shirua clenched her teeth. She was all too aware of the grim fate that awaited those soldiers. Though the sacrifices of war are an inevitable reality, these women were akin to sisters in her eyes. Order the troops to engage immediately, following the pre-established combat plan, Li Shirua stated calmly. Su Wanbing nodded and relayed the command to the female officer. Once the communicator was disconnected, Su Wanbing turned her gaze to the large screen. How could the Porcupine Legion advance so early? I'm not certain, Liyuan replied in a composed tone. As the commander of the Legion, she forced herself to function as a cold military machine during combat, despite the myriad questions swirling in her mind. She recognized she lacked both the time and capacity to ponder them now. Notify all fronts. The enemy is advancing. Instruct our sisters to prepare for battle. Several advisors behind her nodded and began transmitting orders to their respective fronts. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, reports of combat erupted from all fronts and on the horizon. A multitude of modified vehicles charged towards the still incomplete defenses of the Liyuan Legion. True to their name, the Porcupine Legion's vehicles were adorned with an array of sharp spikes. The soldiers of the Legion wielded weapons, be it rifles or rocket launchers, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the defenses of the Liyuan Legion. In an instant, the female soldiers found themselves overwhelmed by the fierce firepower. In the command room, Liyuan furrowed her brows. Is this the might of the Porcupine Legion? In terms of numbers, firepower, and equipment, their superiority far surpassed her own forces. Liyuan's palms began to sweat, facing such a disparity in strength. Even the most fervent self-encouragement before the battle offered little solace now. Boom, boom, boom. The Liyuan Legion's long-range artillery opened fire, creating dozens of craters on the ground. Many enemy vehicles were overturned, and incendiary shells filled with white phosphorus incinerated the bodies of the soldiers. The female soldiers at the forefront of the defense could even smell the aroma of roasted meat. Yet, despite this, the Porcupine Legion showed no signs of slowing down. On the contrary, even more vehicles emerged on the horizon. In the Empire, each legion possessed its own distinct combat style. The defining characteristic of the Porcupine Legion was their lack of powered armor. Instead, they preferred to recruit terminally ill patients and death row inmates, offering them certain benefits before integrating them into the Legion as soldiers. After administering highly potent enhancers, they would be thrust into battle. The strength exhibited by these augmented individuals was not significantly inferior to that of low-tier powered armor. Moreover, these individuals were notorious for being desperate. In pursuit of limited life resources, they often fought with reckless abandon. Moreover, the replenishment of troops is exceedingly convenient. Thus, the Porcupine Legion is never short of individuals willing to sacrifice themselves. However, the situation is markedly different for the Liyuan Legion. Every member of this legion shares an unbreakable bond akin to sisterhood. If not for dire circumstances, Liyuan would never wish for any of them to lose their lives. In light of the stark contrast in combat capabilities, should the Porcupine Legion breach the defenses of the Liyuan Legion, it would amount to nothing less than a massacre. The defenses would collapse within a matter of hours. Biting her rosy lip, Liyuan's mind raced in a frenzy, desperately seeking a solution. Although she had prepared extensively prior to the conflict, such efforts seemed insubstantial compared to the sheer numbers of the Porcupine Legion. If only the power armor of the assault team were still operational, despite their outdated models. Such armor would undeniably be the most advantageous weapon against a tactic reliant on overwhelming numbers. Its remarkable speed would allow for swift maneuvering amidst the throngs of adversaries, and its defensive capabilities would suffice. While it might not change the tide of battle, it could at least delay the Porcupine Legion for a time. Sure, I must go to the front lines. Just as Liyuan pondered her options, Su Wanbing unsheathed her sidearm. No, Liyuan firmly refused. You are the chief of staff of the Liyuan Legion. Who will command if you go to the front? You made me this chief of staff, Su Wanbing huffed. Before this, I was the captain of the assault team. I said no, and that is final. Liyuan retorted sharply. You are the chief of staff. You absolutely cannot go to the front lines. Although she desperately used her title as an excuse, everyone present understood that Liyuan simply wished to prevent Su Wanbing from throwing her life away. Then I shall resign from my position as chief of staff. Su Wanbing countered in kind. You dare. Just then, a female soldier entered, interrupting their standoff. Speak, Su Wanbing replied curtly. The man named Liyuan has returned. Chapter 16. Is this the result of the modifications? Liyuan. At the mention of the soldier's words, both women froze in place. He chose to return at such a critical moment? Even with her calm demeanor, Liyuan's mind faltered. Shouldn't he be fleeing as far away as possible with the stolen power armor and money? This scoundrel actually dares to come back. Su Wanbing, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. In an instant, she drew her sidearm, determined to march out and confront him. I will take him down right now. Wait. Li Shirua called out to Su Wanbing. Bring him back. I wish to interrogate him personally. Why bring him back? Su Wanbing turned, yelling. A scoundrel like him should be shot on the spot to avoid wasting words. Obey the order. In contrast to their earlier quarrel, Li Shirua's voice was eerily calm, yet imbued with an unmatched authority. Su Wanbing swallowed hard, immediately regaining her composure. Once upon a time, Li Shirua, known as the Iron-Blooded Queen, held considerable prestige within the Imperial Legion. Numerous formidable legions had extended invitations to her, yet Li Shirua had steadfastly chosen to remain with the Liyuan Legion. As a soldier trained by Li Shiru, Su Wanbing was acutely aware that such a tone indicated Li Shiru's utmost anger. 5 minutes later, Lu Liang found himself escorted by 2 female soldiers before Li Shiru. Miss Adjutant, I've told you countless times, I was genuinely working on modifying the power armor. Lu Liang sighed in exasperation, yet his eyelids felt heavy with fatigue. It was impossible. He and T slept for 2 days and nights. Modifying power armor? Upon hearing this, Su Wanbing, standing beside Li Shiru, displayed a look of disdain, subsequently gesturing towards the open truck compartment where 10 power armors sat quietly, appearing as antiquated as ever. So tell me, what distinguishes these from the previous versions? Lu Liang was at a loss for words, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. He had indeed made no alterations to their appearance. He merely replaced the armor's materials to enhance its defensive capabilities, changes imperceptible to the naked eye. Should he spend several days imparting knowledge of engineering dynamics to these female soldiers, painstakingly explaining the modifications he had made? Even if he wished to. Time was a luxury he could not afford. With war raging, every second wasted resulted in more casualties. Noticing Lu Liang's silence, Su Wanbing was about to unleash her frustration, only to be halted by Li Shiru's sword hilt. Approaching Lu Liang, Li Shiru fixed her gaze upon him, observing his eyes, clear, anxious, weary, and tinged with resignation, yet seemingly devoid of deceit. What do you intend to do? Sensing the faint fragrance emanating from the adjutant as she leaned closer, Lu Liang instinctively recoiled. After a long moment, Li Shiru stepped back. She had no time to assign blame now. Furthermore, Lu Liang was a representative sent by the Empire's higher-ups, and she had no authority to execute him. Although she had previously caused the demise of several commanders, all had met their ends through various mishaps, and never had a soldier been executed within the confines of the Liyuan fortress, despite the general disdain for the newly appointed commander within the Liyuan Corps. If this man truly bore no ill will towards them, Li Shiru would not hastily condemn him. Moreover, with 10 intact power armors returned, her justification for execution diminished further. The presence of these armors significantly bolstered the survival odds of the Liyuan Corps. As for the funds he had siphoned from them, Li Shiru resolved to address that matter gradually in the future. With this in mind, Li Shiru waved her hand, summoning 2 female soldiers. Sister man, take him to his office. We will discuss everything after the battle. And do ensure that you do not consume anything he offers. Li Shiru commanded. Though she had no intention of executing Lu Liang, she still deemed it necessary to place him under house arrest. There could be no further slip-ups. Zhang Man, along with the 2 female soldiers, saluted Li Shiru before escorting Lu Liang away from the lift deck. Hey, you all don't even know how to use these new battle armors, Lu Liang protested, but the female soldiers would not afford him the opportunity. Their extensive combat experience rendered their physical prowess far superior to that of a reclusive individual like Lu Liang. Soon, Lu Liang's voice gradually faded away. Han Bing commanded the assault team to execute the established plan and provide support at the front lines. Once Lu Liang departed from the lift platform, Li Shirua continued to issue orders. Understood. Han Bing saluted Li Shirua and then instructed the assault team to don their powered armor. The crimson mechanical eyes glinted ominously as 10 suits of powered armor stood majestically on the deck. Beside Li Shirua, Su Wanbing furrowed her brow. As the former captain of the assault team, she was most familiar with these armored suits. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, just moments ago, when gazing into those scarlet eyes, Su Wanbing felt an unsettling chill creep over her. Was it merely an illusion? Su Wanbing muttered to herself. Hey, when did it become so fragrant in here? A female soldier clad in powered armor suddenly remarked, taking a deep inhale. Indeed, when did the air inside our powered suits become so fresh? Another female soldier responded. It even has a hint of lemon scent. Look, our energy foam seems to have been replaced. It's new, exclaimed one soldier in surprise. I can't believe we've actually upgraded to new energy foam. I thought I'd be stuck in that wretched environment forever. Isn't that foul smell just your own? What is there to complain about? Shut up. As several female soldiers bantered, their captain, Su Wanbing, remained silent. She attempted to move her body and discovered that the once heavy-powered armor felt astonishingly light, as if the cumbersome shell were non-existent, leaving her clad in nothing more than a simple garment. Recalling Lu Liang's earnest expression earlier, Su Wanbing felt a twinge of confusion. Was this truly the result of that man's modifications? Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the lift platform began to descend. The 10 suits of powered armor saluted Liyuan as Su Wanbing issued her command. Assault team, deploy. With the command given, the assault team leaped from the platform before it had even reached the ground. Once the team had departed, Liyuan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The recent tumultuous events had left her feeling somewhat fatigued, but she was reluctant to reveal her vulnerability to her subordinates. Furthermore, this was not the time for rest. The true battle was only just beginning. Chapter 17. On the way to the battlefield meanwhile, within the command fortress of the Porcupine Legion, a robust soldier entered the command hall. Commander, the frontline combat is impeded. Our warriors cannot breach the defenses of the Liyuan Legion in the short term. The commanding seat faced away from the soldier, obscuring the figure seated upon it. However, the sticky sound of chewing revealed that the occupant was indulging in a meal. Liyuan is still as formidable as ever. A gruff voice emanated from behind the chair, accompanied by the sounds of cutlery slicing through meat. Soon, the sounds of the knife ceased, and the individual on the chair swallowed their food before turning around. A corpulent figure, almost unrecognizable as human, trembled with each breath. As a man with a face full of excess wiped the blood from his lips with a napkin. The Imperial Legion's combat power rankings aren't so accurate after all. The corpulent man mused aloud, draining the contents of his cup in a single gulp. Indeed, Your Excellency, the soldier hastily explained. The situation at the site's oil mine is dire, and we cannot afford to delay on our journey. Thus, we hope to swiftly annihilate the Liyuan Legion. However, their artillery bombarded us during our charge. Moreover, as we approached the enemy's defenses, they deployed substandard flamethrowers. Despite our warriors' valor, they could not breach the wall of fire. It has been 3 hours since the onset of battle. The corpulent man, letting out a satisfied belch, inquired, "You have yet to penetrate the enemy's defenses?" "Yes, my lord." The soldier instinctively took 2 steps back, unable to tolerate the foul odor of the belch. "We have just received reports that the enemy's powered armor assault squad will soon reach the front lines and initiate a massive bombardment. That is of little concern." The corpulent man scoffed. "The Porcupine Legion has never lacked for troops. Yet if we continue to be bogged down like this, we may not arrive at the site's mine in a timely manner. Indeed, my lord, 2 hours ago, a distress signal was received from the site's oil mine, and the Bloodwolf 4th Legion has commenced a full-scale assault on the city." "Humph, that bastard Gross," the corpulent man sneered. "Not only does he seek to seize the oil mine, but he also aims to use us as pawns, letting the Liyuan Legion exhaust themselves while he incurs no costs for their demise. A most cunning stratagem. However, it does present us with an opportunity." Turning back, the corpulent man continued, "The flesh of those girls is indeed delectable." As he spoke, he picked up his knife and fork once more, lightly tapping on something with the back of the knife. "Wouldn't you agree?" At that moment, before him lay a plate containing a bound woman, who gazed in terror at the massive porcupine commander. Her mouth was gagged, rendering her utterly incapable of screaming. Her body bore the marks of mutilation, blood oozing incessantly. "How many in that assault squad?" the porcupine commander inquired. "Currently, we have identified 10 powered armors, though we cannot rule out the presence of ambushers," the soldier replied candidly. "Excellent. Inform the frontline commander to deploy all our augmented troops to launch a full assault on the Liyuan Legion squad," the porcupine commander declared, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his face. "After the battle, I shall personally savor the flesh of these female soldiers." With that, the porcupine commander signaled for the soldier to depart and picked up his carving knife again. The chilling sound of cutting flesh mingling with the woman's whimpers echoing in the command room. Moments later, 10 towering powered armors thundered across the desolate sands. "Aye, sister. Our defense line is too extensive. Should we not divide into several groups and act independently?" a female soldier inquired through the communicator. Amidst the crackling of radio waves, Han Bing's icy voice responded, "No. We have only 10 powered armors, which is already insufficient. If we further disperse our firepower, no line will withstand the assault." As she spoke, Han Bing connected all communicators. Assault squad, advance towards the center line at full speed. Remember, our mission is not to delay the enemy, but to annihilate their forces as efficiently as possible. Simultaneously, we must ascertain the precise locations of their supporting artillery and report immediately upon discovery. I will orchestrate the subsequent operational maneuvers. Through the communicator, Han Bing's voice resonated in the ears of every female soldier. As the squad leader, she was acutely aware that the purpose of the assault team was not to engage the enemy head-on on the battlefield. Rather, they were to leverage their agility to traverse the battlefield, systematically dismantling the enemy's rear firepower to alleviate the pressure on the frontline troops. Though she sensed alterations in the powered armor, Han Bing harbored reservations about Liyuan. Even if enhancements had indeed been made, how much impact could 10 suits of powered armor have against a multitude of adversaries? Thus, the female members of the assault squad remained resolute, embracing the notion of sacrifice to fulfill their mission, providing the Liyuan Legion with a fleeting respite and resources. As they drew closer to the front lines, Han Bing noticed the female soldiers at the rear laboring to transport ammunition forward. All members of the assault team instinctively accelerated to their maximum speed. The feedback mechanism of the powered armor activated, propelling them forward at full throttle. In an instant, their velocity surged, causing Han Bing to stumble momentarily, nearly losing her balance. Yet the armor's automatic stabilization system caught her, bringing her to a steady halt. "How has our powered armor become so swift?" Han Bing inquired with curiosity. Spitting out a mouthful of sand, she had always preferred to keep the visor of her armor raised during marches. At the current speed, it felt as though sand was being plastered onto her face. Observing her comrades, she noted they were experiencing similar reactions. Previously, their powered armor could only achieve a speed of 80 kilometers per hour at full throttle. However, the recent sprint had reached at least 120 kilometers per hour, with considerable potential for further acceleration. At such a velocity, maneuvering across the battlefield would be significantly more efficient, and crucially, a swifter pace could help them evade lethal weaponry. Is this the result of his modifications? Han Bing mused to herself. Yet, a shadow of concern loomed. What if Liyuan had sacrificed the armor's thickness to enhance speed, thereby compromising its defensive capabilities? Regardless, Han Bing could no longer afford to dwell on such thoughts. The assault squad represented the final hope for the Liyuan Legion. Even without powered armor, they would rush to the battlefield, prepared to stand alongside their sisters in the face of death. Everyone, advance at full speed. The defensive capabilities of the powered armor may have diminished, so be vigilant against enemy fire. Han Bing cautioned as she surged forward, followed closely by the remaining powered suits. Chapter 18. Automated Countermeasure System. Upon breaching the defenses of the Liyuan Legion, the assault team made no effort to pause, instead plunging directly into the fray, surpassing the frontline defenses established by the female soldiers. Han Bing raised her cannon, aiming at an armored vehicle equipped with a machine gun not far away. The cannon fired, flames engulfing the armored vehicle amidst a thick fog, while the dismembered limbs of several soldiers from the Porcupine Legion mingled with shattered metal shards raining down from the sky. Han Bing stood agape, seemingly incredulous that such a scene was wrought by her own actions. Glancing at the autocannon in her hands, she wondered when it had become so formidable. The sound of continuous explosions echoed, and following the noise, Han Bing saw several teammates firing as well, launching their shells into the fray. "When did you all equip autocannons?" As she observed the distant explosions, Han Bing activated her teammates' communication. The basic model of the power armor did not possess the autocannon feature. Had it not been for Heidi's modifications, the assault team would still be engaging with large-caliber machine guns. Yet, had Heidi only upgraded her own suit? "I don't know. Ice," a female soldier responded. Suddenly, the arms of my power armor transformed into 2 autocannons. If my gun hadn't malfunctioned, I would have likely shredded it to pieces just now. "Mine too." "The same for me." As Han Bing gazed at the black cannon barrels on the other power armors, she silently deduced that this had to be the work of that man. A flicker of gratitude towards Liyuan welled up within her, and a peculiar smile gradually appeared on her face. Whatever the case, as long as they could fight. With that thought, Han Bing fired another shot. Watching the distant flashes of light and recalling the scene of her fellow legionnaires being struck down, she felt a rush of exhilaration. If they were to perish, they might as well assist their legion in inflicting the most effective harm upon the enemy before their demise. Channeling her ammunition and fury, the members of the assault team targeted the area with the highest concentration of foes. The soldiers of the Porcupine Legion finally recognized the emergence of new adversaries. A multitude began to raise their rifles and unleash a barrage towards Wanbing's direction. Bullets rained upon the assault team's power armors. The female soldiers attempted to evade, but no armor could outpace a bullet. They had assumed that following the downgrade, their power armors would struggle even against rifle rounds, yet with the crackling sounds, they discovered that the bullets merely sparked upon impact, leaving not even a scratch. Wanbing, astonished, touched her body in disbelief. It was known that even undiminished power armors could not emerge unscathed after enduring such a hail of bullets. How formidable! A soldier couldn't help but exclaim. Just as she was lost in amazement, a rocket struck the power armor of that same soldier, the resultant explosion's shockwave catapulting her into the air. Lin Qian, Wanbing exclaimed, rushing to Lin Qian's side, anxiously calling her name. Struck directly by the rocket, even power armor could not provide effective defense against such an assault. Given the circumstances, Lin Qian and her suit were surely doomed. Even if the explosion and shrapnel couldn't penetrate the armor's defenses, the immense force was sufficient to crush the internal organs of the soldier inside. Lin Qian had recently been promoted to the position of vice captain of the assault team by Wanbing. The team had only just entered the battlefield, and losing a key member at this juncture would significantly impact their morale. Just as Wanbing intended to assess Lin Qian's injuries, she activated her powered armor, leaping gracefully into the air like a character from a martial arts novel. With her hand cannon raised, she barely comprehended the unfolding events before her eyes fell upon an enemy soldier frantically loading a rocket launcher nearby. In an instant, the soldier and his unlaunched missile erupted in a catastrophic explosion, taking down several unfortunate souls in proximity. As Lin Qian descended, Wanbing gazed up, bewildered by her landing. What had just transpired? Not only were Wanbing and the other assault team members baffled, but Lin Qian herself was equally perplexed. At the moment the missile struck, she had merely felt her body propelled forward without experiencing any discomfort. Upon landing, she was still trying to make sense of it when her powered armor autonomously struck the ground, executing a series of subsequent maneuvers. It was as if the armor, incensed by the missile, sought revenge on its own accord through its automated counterattack system. At that moment, Lu Liang's voice resonated in the ears of every female soldier in the assault team. Upon returning to the command office, Lu Liang remained concerned about whether the female soldiers could effectively operate the new powered armor. Thus, instead of resting immediately, he positioned himself before the computer and connected to the command center's large screen. "Is that you?" Wanbing exclaimed in surprise, recognizing Lu Liang's voice. Ignoring their astonishment, Lu Liang stood at the computer, drying his still damp hair. "I have installed an automatic counterattack device within your powered armor. It will autonomously engage nearby enemies when you are incapacitated or momentarily distracted. Furthermore, this device is programmed with the combat techniques of the most distinguished fighters in Blue Star's history, allowing the armor to replicate their movements." As Lu Liang spoke, he handed a towel back to Zhang Man, who accepted it respectfully, cradling it in her hands. The demeanor of Zhang Man and her companions had shifted. They now regarded Lu Liang with profound respect. While Lu Liang had been bathing, Zhang Man and the others had witnessed the combat prowess of the powered armor through his computer, leaving them utterly speechless. "So how exactly do we use this?" Wanbing inquired, her voice slightly hoarse through the communicator. "It's quite simple. Relax and entrust your consciousness to the management of the powered armor itself," Lu Liang replied, settling into a chair and sipping the tea that Zhang Man had brought him, while she stood behind him like a dutiful attendant. Hearing Lu Liang's words, Wanbing took a deep breath, striving to relax her body. At that moment, several modified soldiers noticed Wanbing cease her assault and charged toward her wielding massive axes. Unlike an ordinary axe, this colossal weapon is considered one of the marvels of technology in this world. Its blade is equipped with a thermoplastic edge, capable of cleaving through the main armor of light tanks with its searing heat. Should a standard powered armor be struck by such a weapon, it would be akin to a blow against flesh. Caution! Just as Lin Qian regained her footing, she noticed an enemy charging towards Wanbing, who astonishingly made no attempt to counter. Meanwhile, Lu Liang, observing from the screen, smiled knowingly, even without successfully engaging the automated defense system. The current defensive capabilities of the powered armor were more than sufficient to withstand the impending strike, although devoid of an ion shield. The modified powered armor boasted a terrifying level of defense. As the enormous axe was about to make contact with Han Bing's neck, the powered armor deftly tilted, narrowly evading the attack. In an instant, it retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at the abdomen of the augment, who merely scoffed, exuding confidence in his enhanced physique. This was not mere arrogance. The individual had undergone a sophisticated transformation, one of the more advanced types within the Porcupine Legion, significantly prolonging his life and augmenting his body to an extraordinary degree. With this enhanced form, he had previously dispatched numerous enemies clad in powered armor with his bare hands. However, just as the soldier reveled in his superiority, he felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he was horrified to see the fist of the powered armor had pierced through his skin, tearing through effortlessly. Dark crimson blood erupted, splattering across Han Bing's helmet, staining it a vivid red. The soldier's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the beautiful yet astonished face beneath the helmet, before he quietly collapsed. Gazing down at the fallen augment, Han Bing struggled to comprehend that this gruesome scene was wrought by his own hand. Meanwhile, in the office, Liyuan nodded in satisfaction. The rest is in your hands. I must now proceed to the command center. With that, he ended the communication, leaving Han Bing dazed on the battlefield. Chapter 19. The Liyuan Legion welcomes you. Commander, the first wave of ammunition had been expended, and the soldiers of the Porcupine Legion, staring at their empty magazines and the fallen augment comrades, hurriedly reloaded their weapons. Captain, when did you become so formidable? Lin Qian exclaimed as she rushed to Han Bing's side, taken aback by the bloody scene. Hearing her words, Han Bing finally snapped out of his shock, surveying the surrounding foes with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Raising his gun, he commanded, "Enough chatter. Let us deal with the enemies at hand. Assault team, open fire at will." Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of screams, enemy corpses soared through the air. Han Bing and his team adopted strategic angles, targeting the densest clusters of adversaries. In no time, a breach was torn in the middle defense line of the Porcupine Legion, granting the female soldiers huddled within the fortifications a much-needed reprieve. One female officer spat out the sand from her mouth, watching as powered armors descended like divine beings, harvesting the lives of their enemies. Her curiosity piqued. "Is this our assault team?" The female officer muttered to herself. When did they become so formidable? In the command room, Liyuan and her colleagues were intently focused on the screen. Although the powered armor had returned, everyone remained vigilant. After all, this was a battle that determined the life and death of the Liyuan Legion. When Lin Qian's powered armor was struck by artillery fire, everyone felt a wave of anxiety for the assault team. They were the last hope of the Liyuan Legion. However, as the smoke dissipated, they were astonished to discover that Lin Qian was not only unharmed, but had ascended into the air to retaliate against the enemy. Subsequently, Han Bing's performance left everyone in awe. "Incredible, truly incredible," Su Wanbing murmured as if entranced. The staff behind her paused their tasks, captivated by the sight of 10 powered armors harvesting the enemy's lives like the Grim Reaper. Moreover, during the battle, Han Bing was attempting to help the team members adapt to the automatic counterattack system. Soon, more soldiers began to opt for close combat to conserve ammunition. This scene, typically found only in novels, had become a reality. Anyone who has experienced the battlefield knows that while powered armor is practical, it is not invincible. Yet, in the face of high-destructive weapons like rockets, the powered armor remained unscathed. This was profoundly exhilarating. Witnessing Han Bing and the others traverse the battlefield, slaughtering foes with ease, a wave of cheers erupted in the command room. This was an unprecedented occurrence since the onset of battle. The tides had turned dramatically. Even though the warriors of the Hedgehog Legion were fervent about warfare, they would inevitably falter in morale when confronted with such overwhelming pressure. In the end, they even resorted to heavy artillery, yet could not inflict any damage upon the 10 powered armors. Ultimately, it resembled a scene from a video game. As the Hedgehog Legion retreated en masse, the midline battle was nearing its conclusion. Sitting in the main seat, Liyuan finally exhaled in relief. Although the victory of this battle was not largely attributed to her command, it was entirely due to the overwhelming power of the 10 powered armors. Reflecting on that man's deep-set dark circles, Li Shirua felt guilt over her previous suspicions of Lu Liang. Without Lu Liang, this battle would not have been won so easily. Regardless of whether the mission could be completed, the sisters of the Liyuan Legion would have surely suffered far greater casualties. Beside her, Su Wanbing lowered her head, feeling ashamed of her earlier actions. Just then, the command room door swung open, and Lu Liang, freshly bathed, stepped inside. Apologies, Shirua. Zhang Man followed closely behind Lu Liang. Commander Lu insisted on coming. The jubilant crowd instantly fell silent upon his entrance. As Lu Liang walked in, everyone instinctively stood at attention and saluted him in unison. Greetings, Commander. The respect the team held for Lu Liang was heartfelt. They all understood that without his modifications to the powered armor, their current victory would not have been possible. Even Li Shirua and Su Wanbing rose from their seats. Saluting Lu Liang, he was taken aback, as he had intended to observe the overall battle situation through the command room's footage, assessing areas for improvement in the powered armor. After all, the computer in his office could only display a single camera feed, unlike the command room, which offered a comprehensive view. He was prepared to be driven out by the female soldiers, yet unexpectedly, they all bowed in unison before him. What is the matter? Lu Liang inquired timidly. Uncertain of their intentions, with a clatter of her high-heeled boots, Li Shirua quickly approached Lu Liang, inhaling deeply as she gazed at him, and then suddenly knelt on one knee. The Liyuan Legion humbly greets your excellency, Commander, she proclaimed. I sincerely apologize for my previous discourtesy. Without your assistance, the Liyuan Legion could have faced total annihilation. Please forgive my prior offense. I am willing to accept any form of punishment, even resigning from my position as aide-de-camp to become an ordinary soldier, or to leave the Liyuan Legion altogether. I only hope, Commander Lu, that you will disregard past grievances and formally assume the role of commander of the Liyuan Legion. I assure you on my honor that all the female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion will resolutely obey your commands. All I ask is that you provide them with a place to call home and sustenance, treating them not as mere tools or playthings. Li Shirua understood that leading a group required not just carrots, but also the necessity of the stick. Now that Lu Liang had offered the carrot, she felt compelled to present the stick herself. She willingly accepted the punishment that Lu Liang might impose upon her, for she recognized that only someone like him could guide the Liyuan Legion toward a brighter future. Her own survival had become inconsequential. Upon hearing Li Shirua's words, the surrounding female soldiers were initially taken aback, then they all knelt before Lu Liang in unison, pleading for him to overlook past grievances and take on the role of commander of the Liyuan Legion. Within the ranks of the Imperial Legion, there existed an unspoken rule that upon the appointment of a new commander, all members must kneel in submission during their first meeting as a sign of fealty. The lack of such reverence before stemmed entirely from the Legion's refusal to recognize Lu Liang as their commander. However, everything had changed now. The images displayed on the large screen served as the finest testament to Lu Liang's capabilities. With him at the helm, the Liyuan Legion could indeed emerge from their current plight. Behind Li Shirua, Su Wanbing knelt on the ground, gritting her teeth as she raised her head to look at Lu Liang, her beautiful eyes filled with a pleading expression. Commander Lu, I implore you to forgive the previous offenses committed by Vice Aide Li and myself. The aide has truly sacrificed so much for the entire Legion, and her previous actions were solely for the sake of the Liyuan Legion, devoid of any selfish motives. Please, do not remove Vice Aide Li Shirua from her position. If you bear any resentment, let it be directed solely at me. With that, Su Wanbing shifted from one knee to both knees, gazing up at Lu Liang with a dazed expression. Wanbing, you cannot turn back to Li Shirua, who gazed at Su Wanbing, unsure of what words to utter. Su Wanbing, like herself, had spoken disrespectfully when Lu Liang presented his views on the battle. Now, she deeply regretted it, but it was of no avail. All that remained was to see how Lu Liang would decide. Stop, stop, stop! Lu Liang gestured for silence, signaling everyone to quiet down. Taking his seat at the command center's main position, he surveyed the large screen displaying the ongoing conflict between the two sides. I heard everything you just said. However, I must respectfully decline the request of the young aide. Upon hearing Lu Liang's words, a collective gasp echoed in the hearts of those present. Li Shirua, akin to a child chastised by a teacher, buried her head even lower. When Lu Liang first took office, she had dismissed him entirely, even contemplating his house arrest. Moreover, Lu Liang was from the imperial capital. Such an insult could not be easily rectified with mere apologies. Chapter 20. At least he still shows interest in me. Liyuan gazed at the female officers kneeling before him, suppressing a smile. He was not a petty man and fully understood their reactions. Clearing his throat, he began. Firstly, I am the commander of the Liyuan Corps, a position appointed by the imperial hierarchy that cannot be overturned by your mere words. His seemingly casual remarks struck the hearts of the listeners like a hammer. It dawned upon them that Lu Yang's appointment was not within their power to decide. Their previous oversight stemmed from the fact that this newly appointed commander bore no semblance of authority. Secondly, I do not agree with the young aide's earlier statement. At this proclamation, it felt as though everyone's hearts were struck with a heavy blow. Li Shirua lowered her head even further, nearly touching the ground. She understood that although she had not actively disrespected Lu Liang, she had tacitly allowed the disrespect shown by others. What was worse, she had nearly shot him. Under such circumstances, she would find it difficult to forgive another. Lu Liang continued, tapping his fingers on the table. If you leave, what a mess you would be leaving for me to handle, and I would not be pleased at all. Hearing this, Li Shirua abruptly lifted her head to meet Lu Liang's playful gaze, though delivered in a teasing manner. This man not only refrained from punishing her, but also provided her with an opportunity to redeem herself. This gesture deeply touched Li Shirua. The others, too, were overwhelmed with joy. Zhang Man even placed a hand on her chest, exclaiming, Commander, such jokes should not be made lightly. You nearly gave us all heart attacks. Seeing the smiles finally return to the faces of the female officers, Lu Liang continued, I have yet to finish. Thirdly, refrain from kneeling at every turn. I am not the emperor of the empire, and frankly, even the emperor does not merit such reverence from you. Indicating for everyone to rise. Lu Liang's expression grew serious. Now, please leave the command center. I require some time alone. With that, he turned his chair away, presenting his back to them. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered by Lu Liang's intentions. What? Do they wish to defy orders once more? Lu Liang, with a hint of authority in his tone, did not afford anyone the opportunity to ponder. Yes, Commander. Su Wanbing was the first to respond, rising to salute Lu Liang before leading the way out. The others followed her lead, yet Li Shirua remained kneeling behind Lu Liang. Observing this, Su Wanbing attempted to approach and urge her away, only to be halted by a glance from Li Shirua. As the last female officer exited, the command room's door closed automatically, rendering the already spacious room even more desolate. Lu Liang's attention was entirely captivated by the combat status of the powered armor displayed on the screen. Oblivious to the fact that a female officer still knelt beside him, he needed to swiftly compile the combat data of the powered armor, not only to refine its adaptation to battlefield conditions, but also to devise new training methods based on its performance. Although he possessed the blueprints for the Rhino-class powered armor, the manufacturing costs were presently exceeding the budget. From the recent footage, Lu Liang noted that the modified powered armor exhibited capabilities far beyond expectations. However, the female soldiers only grasped basic operations, rendering the armor's potential largely untapped. Particularly concerning was a soldier named Lin Xian, who had been struck by a rocket. Such an error was wholly unacceptable. Though the powered armor remained unscathed and its automatic countermeasure effectively retaliated, the inexperience of the pilot was evidently to blame. Had they adapted to the new powered armor's mechanisms, they could have easily evaded such a rocket. According to Lu Liang's expectations, the battle should have reached a temporary cessation, with the Porcupine Legion retreating to re-strategize before launching another assault. Yet, the Porcupine Legion continued to push forward relentlessly, seemingly exchanging lives for the ammunition of the Liyuan Legion. Lu Liang furrowed his brow. Matters were decidedly more complex than he had envisioned. As Lu Liang diligently worked, Li Shirua silently contemplated. Though reluctant to admit it, she understood that engineers like Lu Liang, who possessed advanced weapon designs, would be highly sought after anywhere, even by Legion commanders who would treat him as a revered figure. If the Liyuan Legion failed to offer him anything of value, he would undoubtedly leave for greener pastures, regardless of his current allegiance. With this thought, Li Shirua bit her lip and rose, reaching for her collar. After a moment, Lu Liang heard the sound of fabric rustling behind him, accompanied by a faint fragrance wafting through the air, prompting him to turn abruptly. To his astonishment, he found Li Shirua had removed her leather coat and was unbuttoning her shirt underneath. What are you doing? Lu Liang exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected sight. Commander, I just, Li Shirua faltered, pausing her actions, unsure of how to explain. Lu Liang's gaze unconsciously began to traverse the form of Li Shihua. It was undeniable that she possessed extraordinary beauty. Her years of rigorous training had sculpted her physique into a masterpiece. Complemented by her long legs encased in leather boots and the teardrop birthmark at the corner of her eye, she was utterly irresistible. Observing Lu Liang's gaze, Li Shihua felt a surge of delight in her heart. At the very least, he seemed interested in her physical presence. For the future of the Liyuan Corps, she resolved to accept this. Gritting her teeth, she inhaled deeply, deciding that she must take the initiative. Having caught sight of the black lining beneath her attire, Lu Liang presumed that Li Shihua believed he still harbored resentment towards her, despite her reinstatement as his aide. She seemed to be offering her body as a means to seek his forgiveness for her previous indiscretions. However, Lu Liang was not one to take advantage of vulnerability, and he found such a transaction repugnant. If Li Shihua truly wished to surrender herself, it could not stem from such a motive. "Commander, that is not my intention," Li Shihua quickly clarified, noticing Lu Liang's countenance had turned cold. "I merely wish for you to remain with the Liyuan Corps. I never expressed a desire to leave." Lu Liang was somewhat perplexed. After a succinct explanation, he grasped Li Shihua's sentiments. At that moment, she resembled a contrite young girl awaiting reprimand. "What are you preoccupied with in that mind of yours?" Lu Liang sighed, though his work did not cease. At his words, Li Shihua's face flushed, and she attempted to explain, only to be interrupted by Lu Liang. "I understand your perspective. You wish to bind me with your presence, to prevent me from abandoning the Liyuan Corps, correct?" Li Shihua nodded. Lu Liang exhaled deeply. Indeed, the earlier scene had been somewhat suggestive. "I cannot make any promises regarding that. Even if I were to declare my intent to remain here, you would not believe me. However, I must convey that I abhor the notion of bodily transactions, especially in this manner. Just as I provided you with food earlier, I did not expect anything in return. Likewise, I shall not accept your offering in exchange for what you deem security, even if I were to take you in. How could you ensure that I would not abandon you?" Li Shihua was momentarily taken aback by his words. Indeed, she had placed an exorbitant value on her own body. However, Lu Liang continued, "If you are earnestly willing to devote yourself, I might consider it." He suddenly adopted a nonchalant demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 21. So, is the commander formidable? Upon hearing Lu Liang's words, Li Shihua was visibly startled, but she quickly realized he was jesting, causing her to blush. "Hee. It seems you are not entirely willing, at least not at this moment." Lu Liang chuckled, swiftly donning a serious expression. "We can discuss matters of the heart later. But for now, I require you to convey several orders to the subordinates." "Oh yes." Li Shihua, taken aback by Lu Liang's abrupt change in demeanor, stammered, "Please, Commander. Assign the tasks." First, Lu Liang pointed to the coat on the chair, saying, "Please put on your clothes first, otherwise I cannot concentrate." Upon hearing this, Li Shihua abruptly lowered her head, noticing her disheveled appearance, and a blush crept across her cheeks. Lu Liang suppressed the urge to laugh as he observed Li Shihua donning her attire and taking a seat opposite him. "First, inform all the female soldiers along the entire front line that their task is solely to defend. Even if the position is compromised, there is no need to reclaim it. The objective is to preserve as much of our fighting force as possible." Li Shihua was momentarily taken aback by his words. "Commander, if that is the case, our obstruction mission should be assigned to the assault team." Lu Liang responded confidently. At this moment, the primary goal of the Liyuan Corps is to minimize casualties. Assigned to the assault team? Upon hearing this, Li Shihua felt a jolt of alarm. That was the entire Porcupine Corps. Even though the assault team, equipped with modified power armor, was incredibly brave, they consisted of merely 10 individuals. Meanwhile, the Porcupine Corps numbered around 5,000. A 1-to-500 battle ratio. Whether they could hold the line was uncertain. Even the battlefield width would be insufficient. "I understand your concerns, but I am not inclined to elaborate further. For now, obey the orders," Lu Liang stated, opening the communication device connected to the front line once more. "Hanbing, how is your situation?" "Lu Commander." At that moment, Hanbing was unaware of the events transpiring at the command center, yet he seemed to acknowledge Lu Liang's identity. "It's exhilarating." Through the satellite camera, Lu Liang observed Hanbing responding while kicking a modified soldier away. "I have never fought such an exhilarating battle." Unbeknownst to them, the advancing forces of the Porcupine Corps in the center had already been decimated by more than half. The 10 power-armored assault team members wreaked havoc upon the enemy, as if they were tigers unleashed in a sheepfold. "Well, that is good," Liyuan remarked, turning to the stunned Liyuan. "So, are you beginning to grasp the prowess of the power armor now?" Liyuan, still dazed, nodded and used the communication device to relay orders to all the commanders at the front lines. "Let the female officers outside come in to assist you," Liyuan suggested as he noticed Liyuan appearing flustered. Yes, at that moment, Liyuan wished she could slap herself, eager to shake off the shock she had just experienced. Summoning the group of female officers back to the command room, Su Wanbing curiously scrutinized Liyuan's face, making her feel somewhat uneasy. "Why are you staring at me?" Liyuan asked hastily, sensing the odd looks from her comrades. "I say, we are good sisters. You cannot conceal anything from me," Su Wanbing replied, blinking her enchanting eyes. "You've spent so long alone with the commander. He didn't he? You little rascal. What are you thinking?" Hearing this, Liyuan's cheeks flushed crimson once again, and she hurriedly clarified, "I was merely discussing the battle plan with the commander." Su Wanbing furrowed her brow. Through her keen observation, she noted that there were indeed no marks on Liyuan's face or neck. However, when she glanced downward, she discovered her attire was anything but orderly. "Oh, a battle plan, is it?" Su Wanbing wore an expression of understanding, her gaze drifting towards Liyuan, implying that the discussion was indeed profound. Following Su Wanbing's line of sight, Liyuan quickly became aware of her own predicament and hastily adjusted her collar. "Do not deceive me. You typically wear attire that allows not a single wrinkle," Su Wanbing remarked, nudging Liyuan with her waist as she glanced at Liyuan not far away. "Our commander appears rather dashing. By the way, is he formidable?" Liyuan wished to explain herself, but realizing that her efforts would only exacerbate the situation, she chose to remain silent. After all, one who stands upright need not fear shadows. Let them gossip as they please. Nevertheless, as she observed Liyuan's silhouette, an unprecedented warmth surged within her heart. Esteemed guests. At that moment, Liyuan had completed his data collection, closing his notebook and turning to face the group. Noticing that everyone had positioned themselves at a considerable distance from him, he sighed, "Please, take your seats." The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Su Wanbing who took the initiative, prompting everyone to settle down. However, due to Liyuan's occupation of Liyuan's seat, she found herself standing beside him. Yet, her expression betrayed no signs of discontent. Seeing this, Liyuan paid her no further heed and leisurely continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, my aide has already relayed my orders to the front lines. Your task is to monitor all battlefronts and report to me immediately should any situation arise." The female officers nodded in response, promptly commencing their duties. Meanwhile, Liyuan accessed Liyuan's data terminal, reconnecting with Wanbing. "Wanbing, I have instructed the frontline troops to remain within their defensive positions." Liyuan spoke softly into the communicator. "The remaining time will depend on your performance." On the battlefield, Wanbing observed that the combat along the central line was nearing its conclusion and responded, "Commander, shall we provide support to other defensive lines?" Given that the central line skirmish was essentially over, it was only fitting for the formidable forces of the Liyuan Legion to assist their comrades in alleviating pressure elsewhere. "No, you must not proceed to other lines," Liyuan replied decisively. "Why not?" Wanbing questioned, puzzled by Liyuan's directive. With Liyuan beside him furrowing her brow in confusion. "Your mission has now shifted. It is no longer a mere defense, but rather an offensive maneuver aimed at penetrating the heart of the Porcupine Legion." "An offensive?" Wanbing was taken aback by Liyuan's declaration. "But Commander, the enemy is currently on the offensive. The power armor you now wear is unmatched across the entirety of Blue Star," Liyuan said with a sinister grin. "My order is for you to advance into the Porcupine Legion's territory and disrupt their formation as much as possible. This will alleviate pressure on the other fronts." Upon hearing this, Wanbing grasped Liyuan's intent. "Understood, Commander," she replied, closing the communicator and calling out to her comrades, "Everyone, assemble. Do not linger in battle. Press forward into the enemy's heart to relieve pressure on the other fronts." With that, Wanbing seized a massive axe designed for enhanced soldiers from the ground and led the charge forward. Chapter 22. "Commander, I cannot do it." Within the confines of the Porcupine Fortress, the Porcupine commander violently hurled his wine cup at the head of the soldier who had come to report, causing blood to flow from the soldier's scalp, yet he dared not wipe it away. The The assault team of the Liyuan Legion consisted of a mere 10 individuals. The porcupine commander unleashed a furious roar akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "You have utterly obliterated my central front." With that, he seized a piece of meat from the table and began to gnaw on it ferociously. "Go and eliminate the commander of the central front. Let his deputy take his place, and inform that deputy that should such a situation arise again, he will meet the same fate." "But, Commander," the soldier responded, his voice trembling, "the commander of the central front, along with his deputy, has already perished under the fire of the Liyuan Legion's assault team." Upon hearing this, the porcupine commander nearly fell over in shock. "Did you not say that the Liyuan assault team only possesses the most basic level 1 power armor? How could such outdated equipment be equipped with cannons?" "Indeed, Commander." The soldier hastily explained the events at the front line. "The Liyuan Legion seems to have received assistance from some formidable entity. Their 10 power armors differ entirely from what was reported in our intelligence. They are practically invulnerable. Moreover, this type of power armor is exceptionally agile. Many of our soldiers have perished in close combat with the enemy." As he spoke, the soldier handed over a data terminal to the porcupine commander, which displayed footage of Wanbing delivering a fatal blow to a cyborg. "This is certainly not level 1 power armor." The porcupine commander fixated on the screen, then slowly remarked, "At the very least, it is top-tier level 2 power armor, and it may even have brushed against the threshold of level 3. Staring at the scene, the porcupine commander fell silent. How could the Liyuan Legion possess such advanced power armor? Witnessing his own soldiers being slaughtered like pigs, a cold sweat trickled down the porcupine commander's face. It seemed the Liyuan Legion had aligned itself with someone truly remarkable. Recalling Li Shirua's enchanting visage, the porcupine commander, with a sneer, assumed that Li Shirua must have traded her body for such resources, muttering to himself, "That damned harlot." Yet upon further reflection, one might consider that being intimate with a woman like Li Shirua was indeed worth the price. Though fear gripped his heart regarding the powerful entity backing the Liyuan Legion, the porcupine commander had no intention of halting his pursuit. Firstly, he did not believe that the Liyuan Legion could alter the course of the battle with merely 10 power armors. Secondly, if he truly could not defeat the Liyuan Legion, which was considered to have the lowest combat capability, then the entire Porcupine Legion would see its standing with the White Elephant Lord plummet drastically. Inform the troops on other fronts to charge the enemy with full force. Even if we cannot destroy those confounded power armors, I shall obliterate their defenses. In the command room, Lu Liang was languidly toying with his teacup, while Li Shirua sat beside him, feeling somewhat drowsy. It was excruciatingly dull. The battles transmitted from the front line had initially stirred cheers from the command room, but as time passed, everyone seemed to grow accustomed to the monotony. It was akin to playing a mowing game, where the characters appeared valiant, yet the player remained expressionless throughout. Due to the relentless and overwhelming assault led by Wanbing and her comrades, the central offensive of the Porcupine Legion was utterly dismantled, ultimately resulting in their complete retreat. Observing the fleeing enemy, Li Shirua exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed that victory was finally on the horizon. "Commander, should we initiate an attack on the central line now?" Su Wanbing inquired hastily, noticing the enemy's withdrawal. "Attack? After such a prolonged engagement, are the soldiers below not fatigued?" Lu Liang shot a glance at Su Wanbing, prompting her to quickly lower her head. "Inform the front lines that if the enemy does not advance, they are to rest in place," Lu Liang stated as he took a sip of tea. "Commander." At that moment, a female soldier stood to report. "The eastern and western fronts have received word that they are suddenly facing an even fiercer assault from the Porcupine Legion, and the pressure is immense. May we request reinforcements from the command?" "Oh, it seems they can no longer contain themselves." Lu Liang switched the display to the other two fronts. The Porcupine Legion's vehicles commenced a vigorous attack on the defenses of the Liyuan Legion, unleashing a torrent of heavy machine gun fire and rocket artillery upon the lines. Fortunately, the Liyuan Legion's fortifications had been completed, and aside from a few soldiers suffering minor injuries from shrapnel, there were no casualties. "Commander, should we dispatch a commando unit for support?" Li Shirua felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing her sisters wounded. "No, we shall adhere to the original plan." Lu Liang calmly regarded the screen. "As long as we penetrate the enemy's territory, we can alleviate the pressure on the eastern and western fronts." Upon hearing Lu Liang's words, Li Shirua and the others refrained from further dissent, understanding the validity of his strategy. "Convey to the other soldiers that the previous orders remain unchanged. we may concede ground. But we cannot afford to lose lives. After Lu Liang's directive, Su Wanbing and the others promptly began relaying the orders to the front lines. Hanbing. The pressure on the eastern and western fronts is substantial. Lu Liang again picked up the communicator. The harder you fight, the more you can relieve the burden on your sisters. Therefore, you must charge forward with abandon. I assure you, with the protection of powered armor. The Porcupine Legion will not harm you. Lu Liang emphasized the defensive capabilities of the powered armor to instill confidence in the commando unit. After all, sending 10 soldiers to assault an entire legion would be perceived as a suicidal tactic by any reasonable person. However, Lu Liang would not permit any sacrifice. Yes, Commander. I believe in you. Hanbing took a deep breath and solemnly addressed her team. Commando unit, advance at full speed. 1 hour later. In the Porcupine Legion's command room. Commander, our forces are in disarray. Commander, the steadfast defense of the Liyuan Legion is obstructing our assaults on the eastern and western fronts. Commander, we must flee. The Liyuan Legion's commando unit is nearing our stronghold. Several messengers rushed into the command room, while the Porcupine commander had long since lost his appetite, discarding the lifeless woman beside him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Porcupine commander bellowed at the soldiers, glaring at the report in his hand. They possess only 10 powered armors. How could they breach my central line and dare to invade our territory? Commander. As the Porcupine commander seethed with rage, another soldier burst in, exclaiming, the assault team from Liyuan is now less than 2 kilometers from our fortress. Upon hearing this, the previously furious Porcupine commander suddenly regained his composure, collapsing onto the sofa like a frostbitten eggplant. How could this be? He stared at the ceiling, contemplating that his legion, at least ranked among the top 2,000 in the empire, could be so thoroughly bested by the lowly Liyuan Legion. Now, he was forced to abandon his own troops and retreat in disgrace. Although the Porcupine commander himself was a modified human and had numerous loyal guards by his side, he understood deep down that against the power armor that treated entire legions as insignificant, they were utterly inadequate. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood, he consoled himself, issuing orders to the pilots to prepare for departure. Commander, it seems we have discovered something extraordinary. Just as the Porcupine commander was preparing to flee, Hanbing and her companions drew ever closer to the Porcupine Legion's fortress. Through the high-definition camera mounted on their power armor, Hanbing spotted the distant Porcupine fortress. The simultaneous video feed was transmitted to the command room, instantly invigorating Lu Liang. Currently, the Liyuan Legion was lacking in supplies. Even if they completed their mission and the Black Tiger Lord fulfilled his promised bounty, it would still be a mere drop in the ocean for the vast Liyuan Legion. However, if they could capture the Porcupine Legion's fortress, all the resources contained within would rightfully belong to them. Observing the fleeing Porcupine fortress, Lu Liang's lips curled into a cold smirk. The Porcupine Legion had previously inflicted harm upon the Liyuan Legion, and it was time to demand compensation for medical expenses. Hanbing, we are altering our mission. Pursue the Porcupine fortress and compel it to halt its retreat. What? Commander, I don't think I can manage that. Hanbing replied, somewhat perplexed. Our power armor is equipped only with hand cannons, which can hardly inflict any significant damage on the fortress. This was indeed the truth. While war fortresses typically lacked heavy firepower and posed no threat to Hanbing and her team, they were equally ineffective against the fortresses. The reason was straightforward. War fortresses were originally designed with a focus on transport and defense, devoid of heavy weaponry such as missiles or laser cannons that could inflict any harm, let alone incapacitate it and render it immobile. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang chuckled. Open the energy compartment of your power armor. Curiously, Hanbing complied, only to discover an object the size of a basketball nestled within. What is this? She inquired, bewildered. A miniature ion generator, Lu Liang replied with a smile. An ion generator? Even without a background in engineering, Hanbing understood the implications. Was that not advanced equipment meant only for level 3 power armor? Indeed, you are correct. What you are piloting now is a near level 3 power armor, Lu Liang calmly explained. Upon hearing this, Hanbing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She could scarcely believe that she had the opportunity to pilot a level 3 power armor in her lifetime. Upon further reflection, the prowess demonstrated by this weapon indeed necessitates a level 3 power armor. Installing the ion generator onto the tracks of the Porcupine Fortress is a strategic move. Lu Liang noticed that Han Bing appeared momentarily dazed and called out to her. Han Bing, initially taken aback, widened her eyes in surprise. Are you suggesting we use it as a bomb to destroy the fortress's tracks? While the ion generator is capable of generating formidable ion shields, it is inherently rather fragile. Moreover, should the ion generator be destroyed, it would unleash a catastrophic explosion. This represents the sole vulnerability of the level 3 power armor. However, since the ion generators are concealed within the armor, this weakness can be largely disregarded. Seeing Lu Liang's silence, Han Bing realized he had tacitly agreed to the plan. She stared blankly at the ion generator in her hands, then suddenly exclaimed, "Commander, no, that is not permissible. Such a valuable asset should not be used to obliterate tracks." As she spoke, she cradled it as if it were a treasured possession. The personnel in the command room could not suppress their laughter at Han Bing's endearing demeanor. The nickname Iron Hen she bore was not without reason. Would she ever relinquish such a precious item? "Sister, how much does an ion generator even cost?" Lu Liang rubbed his temples, explaining, "The fortune we could gain from destroying the Porcupine Fortress could purchase how many ion generators? 10, 20, 100? Lu Liang had calculated this clearly. Although ion generators are rare and costly, their value pales in comparison to the wealth of the entire fortress. Furthermore, Lu Liang had observed that in typical combat scenarios, power armor does not require the protection of ion shields, as their own armor can withstand considerable damage. While it is somewhat regrettable to destroy the unutilized ion generator, Lu Liang understood the importance of distinguishing between small and significant matters. "Very well." Han Bing reluctantly conceded after Lu Liang's calculations. "But Commander, you must promise me that you will provide me with another one afterward." "Hey, that ion generator was brought back by me as well. Even though it was funded by the Liyuan Legion," Lu Liang silently grumbled in his mind, yet reassured her verbally. "Rest assured, I will procure a genuine level 3 power armor for you." Upon hearing this, Han Bing, who had previously worn a despondent expression, suddenly brightened. "Commander, do you truly mean that?" Lu Liang found himself at a loss for words as she began to negotiate with him. Hearing Lu Liang's tone, akin to that used to comfort a child, Li Shuo could not help but smile. It was evident that Han Bing had genuinely come to regard Lu Liang as her comrade. It is worth noting that although Han Bing appeared lively, she typically showed little kindness to those she disliked. Especially with the previous commanders assigned to her, she would not even spare them a glance, let alone act playfully as she did with Lu Liang. Ultimately, after Lu Liang promised to upgrade her entire assault team to authentic level 3 power armor, Han Bing joyfully cradled the ion generator and sprinted towards the Porcupine Fortress. Within the confines of the Porcupine Fortress, the Porcupine commander gazed at the battlefield on the large screen, now receding into the distance, and exhaled a sigh of relief. The days ahead promised to be exceedingly arduous for him. Having abandoned his legion to flee, he understood that returning to the White Elephant Lord was no longer an option. Even if he did manage to return, the White Elephant Lord would surely execute him as a cautionary example. Contemplating this, he beckoned a soldier, who promptly departed and returned moments later with a tall woman. Upon beholding her exquisite form, the Porcupine commander grinned menacingly. The woman, terrified, turned pale and began to retreat. He still possessed ample supplies, not to mention a plethora of living reserves. It would suffice for him to indulge for quite some time. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the fortress, causing the structure to tilt precariously to one side, sending everyone tumbling. Outside, Han Bing had already vacated the blast zone. Staring in astonishment at the severed tracks and the billowing smoke, rendered speechless. The explosive power of the ion generator was astonishing. "Han Bing, you have performed admirably," Lu Liang remarked, springing up from his seat. "Now, issue orders for the assault team to enter the fortress. Eliminate any resistance without mercy." He then turned to Li Shuo. "Miss Adjutant, bring forth all the trucks and vehicles we have at our disposal." Taken aback, Li Shuo stammered, "Commander, what are you planning to do?" "What else is there to do?" Lu Liang replied with a greedy smile. "We shall retrieve everything we can from the Porcupine Legion." Chapter 24. The Merchant of Deceit. Hearing Lu Liang's words, Li Shuo was momentarily stunned. Then her expression shifted to one of alarm. "Commander, do you intend to go to the front lines personally?" At this, the other female officers immediately rose from their seats. "Commander, absolutely not." Su Wanbing was the first to voice her opposition. "You are the commander, the leader of the Liyuan Legion. Anyone else may face peril, but the Liyuan Legion cannot afford to lose you." As she spoke, Su Wanbing suddenly sensed her words were inadequate and added, "and the adjutant." Li Shiruo rolled her eyes, feeling like an accessory in the conversation. It had been but a short time, and already, the girl was prioritizing romance over camaraderie. Li Shiruo could not help but snort derisively, while Su Wanbing sheepishly stuck out her tongue. "In essence, what we're saying is that you absolutely cannot step onto the battlefield." As soon as she finished speaking, the other female officers nodded in agreement, as did the ordinary soldiers like Zhang Man. Lu Liang felt a surge of joy. It seemed the Liyuan Legion was beginning to regard him as one of their own. However, despite his inner happiness, he maintained a serious demeanor. "I have only just assumed the role of commander, and you are already defying my orders?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, refraining from further discussion. At that moment, the Porcupine Legion had completely lost its combat effectiveness, with both the eastern and western fronts in retreat. Lu Liang pointed at the images on the large screen, where the soldiers of the Porcupine Legion appeared to have received news of their commander's abandonment and were now fleeing in a frenzy. The female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion continued to execute Lu Liang's orders, remaining in the defensive fortifications without pursuing. By the time I reached the Porcupine Fortress, it is expected that Han Bing and her team will have already secured the area. We shall all be safe. As Lu Liang spoke, he made his way to the deck. The others exchanged glances, none daring to obstruct him, and they could only follow silently, leaving Su Wanbing to command the situation alone. Half an hour later, Your Excellency, Han Bing's assault team had successfully taken control of the Porcupine Fortress. While awaiting Lu Liang, she learned that Li Shiruo and the others had acknowledged Lu Liang's status as commander. Thus, when Lu Liang's truck arrived, Han Bing was the first to leap from the deck, kneeling on one knee before him. "Rise, rise. I have said no kneeling." Lu Liang gestured for Han Bing and the others to stand, and under her guidance, they entered the Porcupine Fortress. Throughout the journey, Lu Liang observed his surroundings. Although the Level 2 Porcupine Fortress was superior to the Liyuan in rank, its sanitation was appalling. Mountains of garbage, the stench of sweat mingled with rotting food, and an indescribable odor filled the air. Even the battle-hardened Li Shiruo could not help but frown, fighting the urge to retch. However, it must be conceded that in terms of facilities, the Porcupine Fortress surpassed the Liyuan significantly. Not only was it larger, but its internal design was also more logical. Lu Liang found himself regretting having destroyed the tracks of the Porcupine Fortress. He should have simply driven it away. Instead of rushing to meet the commander of the Porcupine, Lu Liang first headed to the armory for a thorough inspection. It was undeniable that this was the proper configuration befitting a genuine legion. The transportation vehicles, such as pickups, were merely the beginning. There was an array of assault rifles, machine guns, and even anti-aircraft artillery in various versions. Lu Liang shook his head at the thought of Li Shiruo daring to engage with such weaponry while wielding a bolt-action rifle. Was it madness or folly? In addition to these light weapons, there were rocket launchers, various mountain and mortar artillery in abundance. To his astonishment, Lu Liang even discovered a dozen brand-new tanks. They were likely deemed excessive for dealing with the Liyuan Legion, but by the time they realized they were outmatched, it would be too late. In this apocalyptic world, heavy weaponry like tanks was exceedingly rare. The sight of the Porcupine Legion's substantial arsenal left Li Shiruo and her companions gaping in astonishment. "Miss Adjutant, there is no need for inventory now. Simply dispatch people to take everything. Load what can be loaded, and drive away what cannot," Lu Liang ordered. "Also, send others to search other areas, warehouses, dining halls, including soldiers' quarters. Take everything that can be carried. Food, medicine, money, fuel, everything of use must be collected." Lu Liang's enthusiasm grew with each word, and by the end, a somewhat feral grin adorned his face. Indeed, the notion of acquiring items at zero cost was indeed a delightful one. Han Bing quickly called upon everyone to begin the transport, and as she envisioned how all of this would replenish the Liyuan Legion's supplies, a hint of a smile graced her delicate features. Beside him, Han Bing finally comprehended the extraordinary value of the ion generator, which had seemingly exchanged mere trinkets for treasures beyond imagination. It was nothing short of a masterstroke. While Li Shiruo and her companions busied themselves, under Han Bing's guidance, Lu Liang arrived at the command room of the Porcupine Fortress. At this moment, the command room was occupied by female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion, the foes either slain or bound tightly and cast upon the ground. As Lu Liang observed the soldiers still struggling, he felt no sympathy in his heart. This was the fate of the vanquished. Had the tables turned, Lu Liang was confident that the Porcupine Legion would show no mercy to him or his female subordinates. Upon Lu Liang's arrival, the female soldiers knelt on one knee in salute. He inhaled deeply, reluctant to reiterate his previous command against kneeling. Let them be. After all, kneeling wouldn't diminish their flesh. In the center of the command room, a massively corpulent man, nearly 3 meters tall, was also bound and kneeling on the ground. The commander. This was the leader of the Porcupine Legion. Wanbing had already removed the visor of his powered armor, his hair drenched in sweat, pointing at the Porcupine commander. The commander, gazing at the diminutive man before him, found it hard to believe his eyes. Wasn't the commander of the Liyuan Legion Li Shihua? Why did everyone show such reverence to this man? Though the soldiers of the Porcupine Legion were renowned for their fearlessness, the commander himself had always valued his life above all. This was precisely why, despite being a modified human, he rarely took to the battlefield personally. Lu Liang, with eyes sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the Porcupine commander, discerning the fear reflected in his gaze. He sneered coldly and stated bluntly, "Do you wish to die, or do you wish to live?" Taken aback by the question, the Porcupine commander hesitated. Under normal circumstances, capturing an enemy commander on the battlefield would lead to execution, both to bolster morale and to soothe the hearts of his soldiers. "I wish to live," the Porcupine commander responded in his gravelly voice. Lu Liang nodded, revealing a cunning smirk. "Then tell me, what is your life worth?" The Porcupine commander furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "Simply put," Lu Liang explained, "you pay for your life. It is a fair and reasonable transaction." Sensing a glimmer of hope for survival, the Porcupine commander's voice trembled with excitement. "I promise you, whatever I can afford, I shall give you." "Then it is settled." Lu Liang grinned as he produced a device from his pocket. "Shall we transact via card or cash?" 2 minutes later, the Porcupine commander was freed from his bindings, on the verge of tears. All his assets had been seized by Lu Liang. Initially, he had intended to keep some hidden, but he had not anticipated that this unassuming man possessed imperial access rights, fully aware of his own savings. Lu Liang, witnessing the balance of the Liyuan Legion's account swell by over 3 million units of crystal, wore a satisfied smile. This was, after all, the entirety of the Porcupine Legion's wealth. Logically speaking, when a legion is obliterated, the funds in its treasury should automatically revert to the account of the respective lord. However, Lu Liang has managed to seize the opportunity first. Although he has never encountered the Lord of the White Elephant, Lu Liang can easily envision the expression on that individual's face upon learning of this news. "Very well, you may leave now," carefully stowing away the machinery, Lu Liang remarked with a smile. Following the same procedure, Lu Liang plundered all the assets held by the captives, subsequently casting them out of the Porcupine Fortress. In doing so, his account swelled by over 600,000, leading his subordinates away from the Porcupine Fortress. The Porcupine commander slowly ventured into the desert under the watchful eyes of the female soldiers. He glanced back, contemplating his future, either perishing in the desert or becoming a scavenger, living a hand-to-mouth existence. Just then, a series of gunshots rang out, before the Porcupine commander could react. His men fell around him. Just as he attempted to utter a word, a bullet struck precisely at his forehead. Witnessing the massive body gradually descend, Lu Liang tossed the still-warm machine gun back to the nearby female soldier, then cracked his neck and strode toward the command room. Chapter 25, Elven Slave? After clearing the last captive of the Porcupine Legion from the fortress, Lu Liang prepared to depart. Since the fortress could not be entirely salvaged, he intended to check on how Li Shihua and the others had progressed with their relocation efforts. "Commander, please hold on." At that moment, Wanbing obstructed Lu Liang's path. "May I inquire how to deal with this individual?" Lu Liang was taken aback, only to notice 2 female soldiers escorting a woman towards him. In his preoccupation with the captives, he had overlooked this individual among the ranks of female soldiers. The woman was strikingly beautiful and taller than the average human, such that even Lu Liang, standing at 6 feet tall, could only manage to meet her gaze with difficulty. She wore a tattered white coat, which, judging by its material, appeared rather precious. Her sun-kissed skin glistened under the light, and her long legs trembled as if merely standing was a considerable effort. More notably, a pair of pointed ears were conspicuously visible amidst her thick golden hair. "You are an elf?" Lu Liang furrowed his brow. While elves indeed exist in this world, they are exceedingly rare. In the black market, female elven slaves are highly coveted. It is likely that this woman was some acquisition of the Porcupine Commander, the origins of which remained a mystery. Commander, when we entered, she was bound beside the Porcupine Commander, and we suspect she is not affiliated with the Porcupine Legion, perhaps due to her femininity. Wanbing sensed the elf's fear and quickly steadied her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. What is your name? Lu Liang inquired. My name is Lu Weiwei. The elf cautiously replied. I am the princess of the Moonscar elf clan. Leader? Lu Liang assessed this woman, noting that she indeed possessed a certain noble bearing. After a brief introduction, Lu Liang learned that Lu Weiwei and her kin belonged to an elven tribe that had long resided deep within the desert. Markedly different from humans and technologically primitive. Approximately half a month prior, the Porcupine Legion discovered their existence in the desert and dispatched troops to annihilate the entire tribe, slaughtering all male elves while enslaving the females for their own pleasure. However, before the commander of the Porcupine Legion could indulge in these beauties, Lu Liang intercepted them midway. Do you mean to say that you have other companions here? Lu Liang discerned from the elf's words. Yes, indeed, my lord. Lu Weiwei nodded, though her eyes remained devoid of light. To her, the defeat of the Porcupine Legion merely meant a change of masters for herself and her kin. Commander. Suddenly, Lu Liang heard the voice of Liyuan through his communicator. I believe you should come and see this. The group proceeded to the basement of the fortress, where Liyuan, with a grave expression, saluted Lu Liang and gestured behind her. Lu Liang leaned in to see a sight that made his eyes widen in disbelief. Behind Liyuan, within a vast prison cell, dozens of female elves were shackled by chains. Like Lu Weiwei, the elves exhibited expressions of fear, instinctively pressing towards the back of the room upon Lu Liang's arrival. Are these your kin? Lu Liang inquired softly, furrowing his brow. A flicker of pain crossed Lu Weiwei's face as she gazed at her imprisoned relatives, yearning to approach them, yet she hesitated, fearing Lu Liang's disapproval. Miss Adjutant. Lu Liang cast a fleeting glance at the captive elves. Have the supplies been organized? Yes, they have been mostly sorted, Liyuan replied, her spirits visibly lifting at the mention of the seized resources. Although we haven't conducted a precise inventory, these supplies should sustain the Liyuan Legion for several more years. The thought of the Liyuan Legion's continued survival relieved her, deepening her trust in Lu Liang, all due to the man standing before her. Very well, then. Let us gather the supplies and depart from here, Lu Liang declared, preparing to leave. Upon hearing this, the women present were taken aback. What about these female elves? In a world ravaged by catastrophe, women were often seen as the weaker sex. Despite their elven heritage, the sight of such suffering unsettled the female soldiers present. Without the Liyuan Legion, their fates would not have differed much from those of the captive elves. Commander, Wanbing called out as Lu Liang turned to leave. What about these people? They are of no concern to us, Lu Liang replied softly. He was no saint. He would not take them in simply because of their beauty. Hurry and gather the supplies to return to the Liyuan, for we do not know what may transpire if we delay. Lu Liang's concerns were not unfounded. They were on a battlefield. The Porcupine Legion had been vanquished, yet the possibility of the White Elephant Lord sending reinforcements could not be dismissed. Despite the enhancements of his powered armor, Lu Liang did not fear them, but he was acutely aware that such encounters would inevitably increase casualties among the fearless. With the newfound wealth, Lu Liang sought to swiftly locate a secure haven to thoroughly upgrade the Liyuan Legion. My lord, are you abandoning us? Lu Weiwei's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Lu Liang's words. While becoming someone else's slave was indeed a deeply despairing fate, it at least afforded them the chance to survive. If Lu Liang were to forsake them in this desert, they would soon perish from the lack of food and water. Lu Liang merely cast a sidelong glance at her, disregarding her plea as he continued forward. My lord. Seeing Lu Liang unmoved, Lu Weiwei fell to her knees, exclaiming, I beseech you, take us with you. Lu Liang shook his head, recognizing that bringing them along would serve no purpose. Firstly, he was not in want of personnel, and with the upgrade of their equipment, the Liyuan Legion could potentially achieve 0 casualties in the future. Secondly, Lu Liang did not fully trust Lu Weiwei's words. Having her by his side would always present an uncertain variable. Despite being a transmigrator, Lu Liang had lived in this world for 18 years and was acutely aware of its harsh realities. Thus, He would never allow his compassion to be swayed merely by the beauty of the elves. My lord. Lu Weiwei crawled closer, gripping the hem of his garment. Please, let my kin leave with us. We can accomplish much, whatever you desire. We are capable of fulfilling. As she spoke, a tear coursed down her delicate elven features. And in front of the assembled onlookers, she reached for the clasp of her coat. For the sake of her people, she was willing to make any sacrifice. Yet, Lu Liang's countenance remained impassive. While he could understand the elven princess's actions, he could not accept them. He was not a fool blinded by infatuation who would jeopardize his entire legion for the sake of one woman. Witnessing the elven princess's desperation stirred a sense of sympathy in those nearby, including Li Shira, who had recently found herself in a similar predicament as Lu Weiwei. Ultimately, it was all driven by the instinct for survival. Commander, Li Shira addressed him with a respectful tone. I believe we should consider taking them along. Lu Liang shot her a glance of disapproval, thinking it was an unnecessary complication at such a moment. However, this time, Li Shira was undeterred by his gaze. I think we should allow them to accompany the legion, even if they become the lowest-ranking servants. This proposition was clearly a ruse to placate Lu Liang, as her intention was straightforward. As long as the elves could enter the fortress, she could gradually persuade Lu Liang to accept them thereafter. The Liyuan Legion had never entertained the notion of having maids. All who entered were sisters. Upon hearing this, the other female soldiers chimed in, expressing their agreement. Yes, Commander, why not take them with us? Commander, look how pitiful they are. I trust you are not the type to be heartless, right? Indeed, Commander. The princess is ready to make a sacrifice, and you remain unmoved? Surely, you do not have issues in that regard. At these words, Lu Liang shot a glare at them, causing them to immediately fall silent. Especially the soldier who had insinuated that Lu Liang had issues, who wished she could shrink into her combat suit. Li Shira and her companions struggled to suppress their laughter, as the atmosphere within the Liyuan Legion was characterized by a certain irreverence towards their commander. Although this demeanor might seem disrespectful, it also signified their acknowledgement of Lu Liang's authority. Ultimately, Lu Liang let out a resigned sigh. Despite the female soldiers recognizing his status as their commander, he had only recently assumed this role and could not overtly dismiss the opinions of his subordinates. Commander, we have a situation. Just as Lu Liang was about to relax, he suddenly heard the anxious voice of Su Wanbing through his earpiece. What has happened? Lu Liang inquired calmly, not overly agitated. Our radar has detected that the Bloodwolf 4th Legion has dispatched a force advancing towards us at full speed. Su Wanbing reported with urgency. The Bloodwolf Legion? Upon hearing Su Wanbing's report, Li Shira was momentarily taken aback. Aren't they engaged in an assault on the Cyrus mine? Why would they divert troops our way? What do they want at this time? Do they think we are unable to withstand the pressure and have come to support us? I doubt that. One of the female officers interjected. Could the Bloodwolf Legion truly be so benevolent? A spirited discussion ensued among the officers, but Lu Liang narrowed his eyes, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Interesting. So they wish to play tricks on me, do they? At Lu Liang's words, the room fell silent. Li Shira's expression changed dramatically. Could it be that they are not here to support us, but rather to annihilate us? Support? What a joke, Lu Liang scoffed. They never expected us to win in the first place. Why would they offer assistance? I suspect that Gross believes we should have already been eliminated by the Porcupine Legion and is preparing to close the net. Li Shira remained silent for a long moment, and after some contemplation, she reluctantly nodded. She had suspected that the Black Tiger Lord had hired her merely to serve as cannon fodder. However, she had thought that as long as she fulfilled her mission, the Black Tiger Lord would not withhold the promised remuneration. But it now appeared she had overestimated the Black Tiger Lord's intentions. Commander, what should we do? Su Wanbing's voice was tense. The enemy's forces are only a little over 100 kilometers from the Liyuan. They will reach us in about an hour and a half. We cannot lose the Liyuan. Lu Liang's expression turned grave. Miss Adjutant, convey my orders. All frontline units are to return immediately and hold the Bloodwolf forces at least 10 kilometers from the Liyuan. But, Commander, due to our previous engagements with the Porcupine Legion, we have nearly depleted all our weapons and ammunition. Li Shira's voice was barely above a whisper. She had exhausted the reserves of the Liyuan Legion for this confrontation. Do we not just seize a considerable cache of supplies? Lu Liang smiled, gesturing towards the female soldiers nearby, who were still busy hauling equipment. Let us distribute these arms and allow our sisters to try out the new gear. At his words, Li Shiruo finally breathed a sigh of relief. With these supplies, the combat capability of the Liyuan Legion would experience an unprecedented enhancement. As for you, Lu Liang gazed upon the elven princess still kneeling at his feet. Lieutenant, send someone to escort them back to the fortress, providing them with sustenance and water. Afterward, find a secure place to confine them until this matter has passed. Li Shiruo nodded in response, though she was reluctant to treat these women with such harshness. She understood that Lu Liang had already made a concession. Please wait. As the female soldiers prepared to escort Lu Weiwei away, the elven princess spoke up. Might we also be allowed to join the fight? You? Lu Liang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lu Weiwei and the other elven women, failing to discern any semblance of combat prowess in them. Hearing this, a faint smile graced Lu Weiwei's face. Though our desert elves may lack the advanced technology of your kind, each of us is a brave and fearless warrior. If possible, please do not regard us as mere livestock. Grant us a firearm, and we shall prove our worth. Huh, give you a firearm? Lu Liang's gaze turned icy once more. Noble princess, do you take me for a fool? Handing you weapons could lead to a bullet farewell party at any moment, and I would be left with no one to mourn my demise. Lu Liang was exceedingly cautious when it came to prisoners of war. Allowing them any semblance of freedom was already a considerable concession on his part. To this, Lu Weiwei displayed no discontent, instead raising her slender left arm before Lu Liang. He frowned as he noted a device on her wrist that resembled a digital watch. As a graduate of the Imperial Capital Institute of Technology, he recognized it immediately. It was a small bomb capable of remote detonation, something he had overlooked moments before. This type of bomb is affixed to each of us, Lu Weiwei explained, gesturing toward her companions behind her. The command to detonate should be in the central control of this fortress. You can download it to your data terminal. Should you detect any signs of rebellion from us, you may activate them at any time. At her words, cold sweat broke out among those present. They had not anticipated that in seizing the Porcupine Fortress, they had unwittingly acquired such a perilous device. What do you mean? Lu Liang fixed his gaze upon Lu Weiwei. Are you threatening me? Certainly not. Lu Weiwei quickly averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. We merely desire an opportunity to be treated as individuals, not as beasts. An hour later, within Bloodwolf Fortress, Gross observed the large screen with a grave expression. The footage revealed the female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion had assembled and were now positioned approximately 10 kilometers behind the Liyuan, poised in confrontation with his forces. Gross was perplexed. Logically, even if the Liyuan Legion had not been entirely annihilated, they should have suffered significant losses by now. Yet, witnessing the female soldiers clad in orderly military attire, armed with formidable weaponry, he found the reality starkly different from his expectations. According to the prior strategy, Gross had refrained from deploying his elite troops, opting instead to send in the Lynx Legion to engage in battle. Although the combat capability of the Lynx Legion is lacking, it should suffice to deal with the already exhausted Raven Legion. Yet, why do they appear so formidable? Despite not having engaged the Raven Legion directly, who in the Empire is unaware of their notoriously outdated equipment? How could they possibly have surplus troops for defense? Has the Porcupine Legion been vanquished by them? Gross mused, finding amusement in such an unrealistic thought. What a joke. The Porcupine Legion's fighting strength is not vastly inferior to his own. How could the Raven Legion, low on arms and ammunition, possibly annihilate them? It is likely that Li Shiruo has diverted her main forces from the front lines to defend against him. Upon this realization, Gross could not help but admire her military acumen. To withstand the Porcupine Legion's assault while reallocating her main forces is indeed remarkable. Commander, a guard entered. The Raven Legion wishes to speak with you. Oh, Gross chuckled, realizing that this woman still dares not engage him in battle and has instead called to seek peace. However, Gross had no intention of letting the Raven Legion off the hook, for those girls could fetch a handsome price in the slave market. Moreover, even if he were to have a change of heart, he could not justify sparing them to Lord Black Tiger. Connect the call, Gross instructed. As the video call commenced, a facade of feigned benevolence returned to Gross's face. Beautiful adjutant, may I ask who you are? Chapter 27, The Mighty Elven Race. No need to be so excited, Colonel, Lu Liang remarked, sensing Gross's lewd demeanor and realizing he had ill intentions toward Li Shiruo. Who are you? Gross's expression darkened as he repeated the question. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Liang, he said with a smile, the current commander of the Raven Legion. At these words, Gross was evidently taken aback. When had the Raven Legion acquired a new commander, he had conducted thorough investigations into the Raven Legion's circumstances, discovering their deep-seated disdain for men and their poor relations with several previous commanders. There had even been malicious incidents involving the harm of a commander. Yet the Empire's upper echelons had been unable to find evidence, thus leaving the matter unresolved. It had been 2 years since they were last assigned a commander. Logically, a legion with such abysmal combat effectiveness should be left to fend for themselves. Yet now, the Empire's higher-ups had sent them a new commander, which certainly surprised Gross. Noticing Gross's silence, Liyuan chuckled lightly. "Colonel, I would like to inquire why your troops approached the Raven Legion's defenses without so much as a greeting. Fortunately, my adjutant recognized you as allies. Otherwise, a barrage of fire would have surely damaged the camaraderie between our forces." Gross detected an unmistakable hint of threat in Lu Liang's words and retorted with a cold snort. "So, Commander Lu, do you dare open fire on the Bloodwolf Legion?" "Spare me the platitudes," Lu Liang interrupted Gross directly. "We are not fools. You are a Bloodwolf, not a big bad wolf, desiring to take advantage of the chaos. I must unequivocally inform you that such aspirations are futile. The Porcupine Legion has been utterly annihilated by my forces. Do you wish to test your luck against me?" Upon hearing this, Gro's heart raced. The Porcupine Legion had indeed been vanquished by the Liyuan Legion, or was he merely bluffing? However, upon reflection, it was evident that even if the Liyuan Legion had indeed defeated the Porcupines, they must have suffered significant losses in the process. With this in mind, a sinister smile crept across Gro's face, and he ceased further discourse with Lu Liang, declaring, "Prepare to meet your demise." With that, he ended the call and contacted the commander of the Lynx Legion, commenced the assault. Boom. Before Gro could finish his command, a resounding explosion echoed through the communication device. Within the Liyuan vessel, Lu Liang observed the eruptions on the enemy's front lines, a smile gracing his lips. "It seems that Her Highness the Princess has not deceived me," he murmured, shifting the camera to capture the scene before Lu Weiwei. This battle had only been reluctantly agreed to by Lu Liang at the fervent entreaties of Lu Weiwei and her fellow female soldiers. Even as Gro's troops stood in confrontation with the Liyuan Legion, the elves had stealthily infiltrated the enemy's rear and planted explosives on their long-range artillery. In the footage, the elves deftly slit the throats of their adversaries with daggers. Even those soldiers who managed to detect their presence were powerless to retaliate. Though they were female, the elves' unique physiology granted them a physical prowess far superior to that of ordinary humans. Watching Lu Weiwei execute a flawless backflip, delivering a decisive kick that shattered an enemy's jaw, filled the hearts of all female soldiers in the Liyuan Legion with admiration. Even Li Shua couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement, realizing she lacked the confidence to best Lu Weiwei in hand-to-hand combat. Having had no prior interactions with the elves, Lu Liang was astonished by their formidable combat capabilities. As the enemy's long-range firepower lay nearly obliterated, Lu Liang issued the command to advance. Since the Bloodwolf Legion had no intention of sparing him, it was prudent to strike first. During the planning stages, many had expressed skepticism and opposition to this strategy. They believed that while the Liyuan Legion had gained a measure of strength, they still fell short compared to the Bloodwolf Legion. Additionally, it was deemed unwise to sever ties completely with the Black Tiger Lord at this juncture. On one hand, there was a lingering apprehension regarding the Black Tiger Lord's prowess. On the other hand, the female officers were preoccupied with thoughts of their meager commissions. However, once Lu Liang instructed Su Wanbing to retrieve the Liyuan Legion's deposits from the Imperial Bank, the plan was effectively shelved. 3 million, Su Wanbing gasped, repeatedly counting the long string of zeros. Upon hearing her exclamation, the others gathered around. "No way. Over 3 million units of crystal ore. I've never seen this much wealth in my life," exclaimed one female officer, her hands trembling with excitement. The enormity of 3 million units of crystal ore left Li Shua feeling dizzy, as far back as she could remember. Such a staggering sum had never appeared in the Liyuan Legion's account. "Commander," tears glistened in Su Wanbing's eyes as she forcefully sniffed, "you are not just my commander now. You are also my father." As she spoke, she lunged forward to embrace Lu Liang, only to be obstructed by Li Shua, who stood protectively in front of him. "Commissar Su, please maintain your decorum." Lu Liang cast a helpless glance at Li Shua, feeling a tinge of regret that such a splendid opportunity had been thwarted by his aide. Su Wanbing's emotional outburst stemmed from a straightforward reason. Although she held the esteemed position of Chief of Staff, responsible for combat command and the formulation of operational plans, there were few within the Liyuan Corps who possessed the acumen for financial matters, and Su Wanbing happened to be one of them. Thus, she was reluctantly burdened with the role of logistics minister as well. The Liyuan Corps was already grappling with a fiscal deficit, where every penny was stretched to its limits, placing immense psychological pressure on Su Wanbing, who, with her catgirl attributes, was experiencing significant hair loss. However, with the arrival of these funds, her burdens were considerably alleviated. Let us engage in battle. We have sufficient funds and are no longer concerned about the meager commission from the Black Tiger Lord, she thought, immediately aligning herself with Lu Liang's camp. The notion of severing ties with the Black Tiger Lord seemed trivial, as their relationship was hardly intimate. Returning to the present on the battlefield. Under the leadership of Han Bing's assault troops, the Liyuan Corps launched an offensive against the enemy, adhering to Lu Liang's principle of zero combat losses. The female soldiers did not directly follow the assault team, but remained concealed behind vehicles and rock formations, aiming and shooting. However, unlike before, the weaponry at their disposal had vastly improved. In addition to the modified semi-automatic rifles, each squad was now equipped with a heavy machine gun, and more mortars and mountain artillery units had been hastily assembled, all pilfered from the Porcupine Corps. Consequently, even without considering powered armor, the firepower of the Liyuan Corps was not significantly inferior to that of the Bloodwolf Corps, let alone the underperforming Lynx Corps. As the Liyuan Corps executed a pincer maneuver, the Lynx Corps was rapidly decimated, with many soldiers discarding their helmets and armor in a desperate retreat. Commander, the enemy has been repelled. Should we pursue? Su Wanbing received the frontline report and addressed Lu Liang earnestly. In response, Lu Liang smiled and shook his head. Order everyone to return to the Liyuan ship immediately. We are preparing to withdraw. Withdraw? The troops, initially buoyed by morale after such a resounding victory, felt their spirits dampened by Lu Liang's sudden declaration. The Bloodwolf Corps, unlike the Porcupine Corps, employed a more cunning combat style, and our men must not be sacrificed in vain. Noting the somber mood among the troops, Lu Liang explained with a smile. Even if we were to catch up with the remnants, the Bloodwolf Corps is not far from here. If we become entangled with them, even if we emerge victorious, our casualties would be substantial. Furthermore, what do we stand to gain from defeating the Lynx Corps? To my knowledge, the majority of the funds belonging to the Lynx Legion are retained by the Bloodwolf Legion, and we are utterly incapable of extracting any advantage from them. Yes, Commander. Upon hearing this, Su Wanbing nodded, realizing that she had acted impulsively. After disseminating Lu Liang's orders to the front lines, the female soldiers hastily boarded their vehicles and sped back to the Liyuan. Chapter 28. A long-awaited victory. Lu Liang, you are cursed. As he observed the remnants of the Legion fleeing towards him, Gross clenched his teeth, the sound echoing ominously, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had completely miscalculated this time. The Lynx Legion was utterly decimated, although it had always occupied the lowest rank under the Black Tiger Lord. The casual annihilation of a legion would certainly not be overlooked by him. The only recourse left was to annihilate the Liyuan Legion entirely. Gross could not fathom why the Liyuan Legion possessed such formidable combat prowess, able to vanquish the Porcupine Legion and subsequently obliterate the Lynx Legion. Particularly, the several suits of powered armor that resembled celestial beings descending from the heavens, along with the small squad hidden behind the Lynx Legion. This was a stark deviation from the intelligence he had gathered before the battle. However, he could not dwell on these discrepancies. Taking advantage of the fact that the Black Tiger Lord was still unaware of the events unfolding here, Gross needed to swiftly eliminate the Liyuan Legion to redeem himself. Your Excellency. At that moment, a messenger rushed in, a glimmer of joy on his face. We have received word from the front lines. The Salis mine has raised a white flag. They have surrendered. Taken aback for a moment, Gross's eyes then flashed with a fierce glint. Excellent. This is indeed splendid news. Order the troops to confiscate the weapons of the Salis mine's garrison and leave one battalion to guard the mine. The rest are not to rest. We shall immediately proceed to annihilate the Liyuan Legion. Understood, Commander. The messenger felt somewhat reluctant, as considerable effort had been expended to capture the mine. All the soldiers yearned to rest within its confines. Yet, Gross was not a compassionate commander. The consequences of defying his orders were exceedingly dire. Commander, at that moment, another messenger rushed in. We have just received news from the front. It appears the Liyuan Legion is attempting to flee. Gross sneered coldly. So they have finally succumbed to fear. Order the troops to replenish fuel nearby, then split into smaller units and pursue the Liyuan at full speed. They lack sufficient fuel and cannot escape far. Show no mercy to those female soldiers. Eliminate them all. At this juncture, Gross had abandoned thoughts of capturing female slaves. His sole objective was to completely annihilate the Liyuan Legion. On the deck of the Liyuan, Liyuan stood at the main position atop a high platform, with Li Shiruo and several female officers positioned behind him. As the deck continuously rose and fell, the female soldiers appeared one by one. Strangely, they showed no signs of fatigue from the battle. Rather, they were all jubilant and brimming with excitement. How many enemies did you take down? Hee 5. I'm quite impressive, aren't I? Buffed only 5? I took down 6, and 1 was with a shovel. You 6 still have the audacity to call out. While I single-handedly took down 12 foes. The female soldiers chattered animatedly, and as Li Shiruo and her companions observed the smiles on their faces, a wave of emotions washed over them. It had been far too long since a victory was celebrated. With the decline of the Liyuan Corps, the notion of triumph had become a distant memory for these women. They were merely girls struggling to survive in a world gone awry, for the sake of their existence. The Liyuan Corps had fled the battlefield more than once, earning the label of an unreliable unit from various lords, which led to a lack of substantial missions. Their only desire was to cling to the Liyuan for survival. Victory was but a far-off dream. Yet today, that dream inexplicably came to fruition. As the lights above illuminated the space, the female soldiers looked up to see the man standing on the platform. This was all due to him. Bathed in light, Liu Liang's impeccably tailored military uniform accentuated his solid physique, each piece of the imperial officer's attire crafted to perfection. Coupled with a handsome face that was only slightly less appealing than that of the most dashing of heroes, the female soldiers, unaccustomed to such allure, felt warmth bloom on their cheeks. He was far more striking than the delicate male stars they saw on television. Not only was he handsome, but the commanding authority in his eyes exuded a masculine dominance. Though not cold, his mere gaze ignited blushes and heartbeats among them. Some of the less composed soldiers instinctively swallowed hard. This reaction stemmed not solely from Liu Liang's impressive appearance, but also from the realization that, in their memories, this was the first time a man had genuinely considered their well-being. Despite the ongoing conflict, women possess an extraordinary talent for gossip. They had already heard tales of Liu Liang's deeds. For the future of the Corps, he had worked tirelessly through the night to modify all the weaponry and secretly transported the entire unit's powered armor for enhancements, risking execution by his subordinates to bring it back, before immediately taking command of the battle. Furthermore, according to somewhat dubious rumors, after resolving the misunderstandings surrounding Commander Liu, our lovely adjutant had voluntarily spent nearly half an hour alone with him in the command room, which only served to heighten the excitement among the female soldiers. Were they not on the battlefield, many of them would have likely swooned on the spot. Once everyone had gathered, Li Shiruo gently waved her hand to signal for silence. The previously noisy environment fell instantly quiet. Taking a deep breath, Li Shiruo stepped forward to stand beside Liu Liang. Uncertain of her intentions, Liu Liang graciously made room for her. However, all the other officers quickly followed suit, surrounding Liu Liang. Then, led by the adjutant, everyone knelt on one knee in homage to Liu Liang. The female soldiers on the deck immediately mirrored this gesture without hesitation. The Liyuan Corps humbly welcomes you, Commander. Li Shiruo's voice echoed within the fortress. In unison, all the female soldiers joined in, their voices resonating as one. The Legion of Liyuan welcomes you, Commander. Chapter 29. Her Highness the Princess. Welcome to the Legion of Liyuan. You should rise quickly. Although this is not my first experience with such a scene, Liu Liang still finds it quite unfamiliar. Li Shiruo did not stand up. Instead, she held her sword reverently in her hands. This Liyuan sword is a weapon only worthy of the commander of the Liyuan. Though her voice was melodious, it resonated with conviction. It has been carried by my subordinates for many years, and today we are immensely honored, for it has encountered its true master. As she spoke, Li Shiruo presented the sword before Liu Liang. Please, lead us forward. Please guide us onward. The female officers behind her echoed in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the fortress. Although the Legion of Liyuan had seen many commanders before, Liyuan had never entrusted the Liyuan sword to anyone. In her eyes, those individuals were unworthy. Upon hearing Liyuan's words, Liyuan took a deep breath and extended his hand to accept the Liyuan sword. At the moment the sword was relinquished, Liyuan exhaled, feeling a sudden lightness, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. She was utterly exhausted, handing over a tattered legion into her care. Despite her relentless efforts to sustain it, she could only delay its inevitable demise. However, with Liyuan, the Legion of Liyuan had truly found hope. Gently supporting Liyuan's seemingly delicate yet remarkably resilient shoulders, Liyuan helped her to her feet, softly saying, "Do not worry, I shall." Upon hearing these words, a spark ignited in the eyes of all present. A seemingly simple statement brushed against the dulled hearts of the female soldiers like a gentle breeze. In that moment, they felt they had finally found a home. A crystalline tear traced down Liyuan's cheek as she looked up at Liyuan, who towered over her. She smiled. Liyuan instinctively reached out to wipe away the tears from his aide's face. Yet this tender moment did not escape the notice of the entire legion of Liyuan. "Look, everyone look. Family, who understands? What a perfect match. What a beautiful scene. Is this an official announcement? Who claimed the matter in the command room was false? Step forward if you dare." The female soldiers erupted into laughter once more. And only then did Liyuan recall the current setting, her cheeks flushing as she quickly retreated to the side. Liyuan also felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing he had momentarily lost himself in the moment. "What? Are we no longer pretending?" Su Wanbing was the first to approach Liyuan, nudging her with her shoulder and whispering. Liyuan buried her head lower. "Ahem." Liyuan cleared his throat, prompting Su Wanbing to wink at him while mimicking a zipper gesture across her mouth. "Allow me to say a few words." Despite having lived through 2 lifetimes, Liyuan had never held a significant position, so he spoke from the heart. "First, I assure you that the Legion of Liyuan will prosper in the future." Upon hearing Liyuan's promise, the female soldiers erupted in cheers. "Secondly, this matter is even more crucial." As Liyuan paused deliberately, a smile spread across his face as he declared, "Due to everyone's commendable performance in battle, I have decided to provide an extra meal tonight." Upon hearing this, the female soldiers wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Was this truly the so-called more important matter? Furthermore, what could possibly be added to the repulsive synthetic vegetables stored in the fortress's warehouse? Suddenly, the eyes of some female soldiers tasked with logistics at the Porcupine Fortress widened in astonishment. Chief of Staff, Liyuan beamed at Su Wanbing. "Tonight, let us bring forth all the food we have seized from the Porcupine Legion. Let everyone enjoy a hearty feast." The female soldiers fell into silence once more at these words, only to be soon engulfed by jubilant cheers resonating throughout the fortress. "Hooray! We have food now. How wonderful! We shall no longer endure those dreadful synthetic vegetables. Oh my, I can almost smell the aroma of meat." Meanwhile, on the platform, Su Wanbing appeared momentarily stunned, clearly unaware that the warehouse had been completely filled with food. After a female officer explained the situation to her, stars of excitement sparkled in her eyes. After the crowd dispersed, Su Wanbing proceeded to organize the meal arrangements while Liyuan led the remaining female officers towards the command room. "Sir, please wait a moment." Suddenly, a melodious voice called out to Liyuan, prompting everyone to turn around. They beheld Lu Weiwei kneeling with her subordinates, a group of elves not far away. "How could I have forgotten about them?" Liyuan exclaimed, slapping his forehead and hurriedly approaching to assist them. "Sir, may I ask, can we now prove our worth?" Lu Weiwei remained kneeling, her head bowed, unwilling to meet Liyuan's gaze. "I understand our status and do not seek to join your legion. I merely wish for a bowl of rice to eat, to live as a human should. For this, my kin shall continue to serve you until our last breath." Lu Weiwei endeavored to make her voice sound as humble as possible, hoping for Liyuan to grant them refuge. After a moment of contemplation, Liyuan was indeed impressed by the combat prowess exhibited by the elves of the Huanyue clan. Although the strength of the Liyuan Legion had surpassed previous levels, he recognized a distinct lack of a unit skilled in stealth and assassination. Moreover, should he choose to take them in, it would be an act of kindness. As the saying goes, providing timely assistance is far better than merely adding embellishments. At such a moment, he could secure the elves' loyalty at minimal cost. Furthermore, elven women are known for their deep emotional ties. Once they choose to follow someone, they remain steadfast for life. With this in mind, Liyuan turned to Liyuan. Miss Deputy, I believe it would be prudent for the Liyuan Legion to form a special stealth team comprised of these lovely elven maidens. Upon hearing this, Li Shirua's eyes sparkled with delight, and she nodded vigorously. Of course, I shall attend to your request immediately. Without delay, Li Shirua dispatched a female officer to the command room, anxious that Lu Liang might change his mind. Sir, does this mean? Lu Weiwei's eyes widened as she listened to the conversation between Lu Liang and Li Shirua. Lu Liang chuckled softly and helped Lu Weiwei to her feet. Your Highness, welcome to the Liyuan Legion. From this moment forth, you shall be members of the Legion. Gazing at Lu Liang's smiling countenance, Lu Weiwei felt a sudden warmth in her eyes, nearly moved to tears. Thank you, my lord. Oh no, master, she exclaimed, leading her kin to kneel on one knee, signifying their submission. There is no need for such titles. Since you are now part of the Liyuan Legion, simply call me Commander, as the others do. Yes, Commander, Lu Weiwei responded. Lu Liang did not insist on correction, for the female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion had never heeded his commands in this regard. They could address him as they pleased. Taking the tablet from Li Shirua's hands, he manipulated it briefly. With a click, Lu Weiwei felt a sudden lightness in her wrist as the black bombs fell to the ground. Instantly, all the bombs attached to the elves tumbled down. And master, what is this? Lu Weiwei stammered, startled by the fallen explosives. The Liyuan Legion has no practice of recruiting slaves, Lu Liang stated, gesturing for the standing female soldiers to remove the bombs from the ground. Upon hearing this, Lu Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. Then her face lit up with excitement. Are you saying that you are now officially part of the Liyuan Legion? Lu Liang replied, amused by her reaction. Like them, you will become female soldiers of the Legion. Furthermore, you will serve as an officer within the command structure. Shortly, I will arrange appropriate accommodations and personal belongings for you. Lu Weiwei stood frozen in place, speechless for a long moment. Thank you, Commander, she cried, tears of joy streaming down her face. All right, rise. Lu Liang assisted her to her feet. Now, follow me to the command room. Chapter 30, The Copper Shield Heavy Armored Vehicle. Upon returning to the command room, Lu Liang seated himself in the primary chair, signaling for the other female officers to take their seats. Ladies, he began, adopting a serious expression. Though we have achieved a temporary victory, we must not let our guard down. At his words, the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They were no fools, and none believed that the Bloodwolf Legion would easily accept such a significant loss. If they were to capture the Saris oil field, they would undoubtedly return to eliminate us at the first opportunity. Commander, if my calculations are correct, the battle for the Saris oil field should be nearing its conclusion. Li Shirua shared her insight. Lu Liang nodded in response and promptly ordered the radar to be activated. Indeed, approximately 200 kilometers away, the vanguard of the Bloodwolf Legion was hastening toward them. Although the exact number of their forces remained uncertain, the data from the radar suggested that, due to their rapid approach, they likely did not possess a large contingent. It seemed they intended to delay the Liyuan Legion while awaiting their main forces. Commander, at this speed, we can expect to engage the Bloodwolf Legion in approximately 2 hours, a radar operator calculated after assessing the situation. Upon hearing these words, the officers exchanged glances, uncertain of their next course of action. Deep down, they harbored a strong desire to engage in battle with the Bloodwolf Legion, for they were warriors yearning to achieve glory on the battlefield. Moreover, equipped with formidable weaponry, they felt an irresistible itch to unleash their potential. However, they were acutely aware that the 4th Legion of the Bloodwolves differed significantly from the Porcupine Legion. Despite their comparable rankings, the Bloodwolf Legion was primarily a mobile unit, making it far more advantageous in combat on the plains of the desert. Furthermore, according to Lu Liang's principle of retreat, it was highly probable that a confrontation would not occur. Nevertheless, the mobility of the Liyuan fortress was considerably slower compared to the forward units of the Bloodwolf Legion. Even at full speed, a level 1 fortress could not be compared to vehicles like trucks. Thus, it was only a matter of time before they would be overtaken. Noticing the concerns among her comrades, Lu Liang stroked her chin in silence. Given the current strength of the Liyuan Legion, dealing with the likes of Gross and his gang should not be particularly challenging. Yet, warfare is indiscriminate, and once conflict ensued, casualties would be inevitable. Although death is an inherent aspect of battle, as the commander of the Legion, Lu Liang bore the responsibility of minimizing that probability. Suddenly, Liyuan's eyes brightened as she opened the system panel, discovering that her prestige value had increased. Name: Liyuan. Prestige value: 200. Obscure. Physical strength: 11. Average soldier: 10. Warehouse. Design blueprints for Rhino-class heavy power armor. Design blueprints for Gauss rifle. It seemed that her female soldiers had contributed to this increase. It appeared she had garnered a certain standing in their eyes. As she examined her technology tree, Liyuan felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. This 200 prestige could only unlock some of the most rudimentary weapon designs, astonishingly. The Rhino-type power armor from the novice package required 3,000 prestige points to unlock. As for the Gauss rifle, Liyuan could not even find it on the existing technology tree. It was indeed exorbitantly costly. Prestige points were notoriously difficult to earn. Despite having executed 2 nearly flawless battles, she had only managed to acquire such a meager amount of prestige from her soldiers. At this rate, unlocking such high-end items would necessitate at least a dozen more similar engagements. It appeared that she must expand her reputation across the entire Blue Star. While Liyuan lamented her situation, she began to browse through the items she could unlock. After an extensive search, her gaze landed upon a massive armored vehicle tucked away in the corner. Bronze Shield Class Heavy Armored Defense Vehicle. Level 1. Top Tier. Price: 200 prestige points. Reviewing the various parameters of the armored vehicle, Liyuan nodded slightly. Although it was merely a level 1 weapon, it was among the finest of its kind at that level, having nearly reached the threshold of level 2. Most importantly, the Bronze Shield Armored Vehicle offered the defensive attributes that she needed most at present. The armored vehicle in question is significantly larger than the average armored car, primarily due to its extensive armor plating, which enables it to withstand formidable firepower. It can endure direct hits from a tank's main cannon or even light missiles, ensuring the safety of its occupants. Moreover, how many tanks can a legion possess? For instance, the Porcupine Legion has only 10 tanks in total, and judging by their condition, they appear to have been newly issued, yet they have not been utilized. Therefore, aside from the top-ranking legions, most forces still rely on infantry armed with rifles charging into battle on the front lines. As for the armored vehicles designated for troop transport, their offensive capabilities are quite limited, serving primarily as makeshift cover. Yet even in that role, they are not particularly effective. After all, weapons such as rocket launchers and mountain artillery can easily destroy them. Additionally, the Copper Shield armored vehicle boasts another advantage. Despite requiring a significant amount of armor for construction, its manufacturing costs are relatively low. This factor has enabled the Liyuan Legion to equip itself extensively. While 3 million exotic crystals may seem substantial, they are insufficient for mass-producing weaponry. Consequently, most legions receive their heavy weaponry from their respective lords, which explains why the Liyuan Legion previously lacked heavy armaments. Furthermore, despite its thick armor, this armored vehicle does not compromise on speed, reaching a maximum velocity of 100 kilometers per hour, thanks to its powerful diesel engine. As a mainstay on the battlefield, such speed is quite adequate. However, this armored vehicle is unarmed. Instead, it features 2 rows of firing ports on the sides, allowing soldiers to shoot without any blind spots. In the absence of unforeseen circumstances, the driver could even charge directly into enemy lines, allowing the soldiers inside to simply aim and fire, negating the need for cover. To summarize succinctly, it is durable, resilient, and cost-effective. Aside from its relatively high fuel consumption, it has no significant drawbacks. Liyuan was thoroughly pleased and promptly clicked to purchase. Congratulations, Host has acquired the blueprint for the Copper Shield Heavy Armored Defense Vehicle. Bonus System 1. Congratulations, Host has redeemed a blueprint for the first time and received a reward: 2 vials of physical enhancement serum. Liyuan felt a slight ache throughout his body, which soon dissipated. Beside him, Lishi furrowed her brow, having sensed that the commander seemed somewhat more robust. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. Shortly thereafter, the blueprint for the Copper Shield armored vehicle was transmitted into Liyuan's mind. Now equipped with the blueprint, he could produce these vehicles and significantly reduce casualties among the female soldiers. Finally, Liyuan felt a weight in his pocket, where he grasped 2 syringes, each the width of a pinky finger. Physical enhancement injection. Quantity: 2. Effect description: a consumable item that, when injected into the body, unleashes an extraordinarily terrifying combat prowess. Various bodily functions will be amplified several to dozens of times, lasting for 30 minutes. After the effect wears off, The subject may succumb to a state of exhaustion and will require a substantial amount of energy to recover, with no other side effects. Based on the host's physique. Following the injection, the host could attain melee combat capabilities equivalent to that of a Rhino-class heavy power armor. Gasping upon reading the system's introduction, Liyuan was struck by awe. This substance was indeed formidable. Although his body had been enhanced by the system, it barely surpassed that of an average man. Yet, after the enhancement from this potion, he could potentially achieve the melee prowess of a Tier 3 heavy power armor. It was akin to transforming into a humanoid beast. Liyuan was uncertain about the exact combat capabilities of the Rhino-class heavy power armor. However, judging by the fearsome power exhibited by the modified Tier 1 power armor based on it, he could already fathom the terrifying strength it possessed. Conversely, the cost was equally daunting. While it could unleash a tremendous combat force, once the potion's duration expired, the body would face exhaustion. Without timely intervention, the risk of fatality was high. It seemed this item could only serve as a life-saving tool, and only in the presence of others. Otherwise, who would come to his aid if he fell unconscious? Moreover, the system had only provided him with 2 vials, and when he inquired about acquiring more, the system offered no answers. It appeared that either this was a piece of advanced technology from the system, or it resided within a higher tier of technology that he had yet to access. Commander? Noticing Liyuan lost in thought, Liyuan waved her hand in front of him. Oh, my apologies. I was momentarily distracted, Liyuan said with an apologetic smile, before shutting down the system. Seeing Liyuan in such a state, Liyuan felt a pang of sympathy, realizing he must be utterly exhausted. After all, since returning to the Liyuan, he had not rested for even a moment. This did not account for the overtime he had spent modifying equipment at the industrial fortress. If all this were considered, the commander had likely gone 2 days and nights without sleep. Thinking of this, Liyuan gently suggested, "Commander, perhaps you should return to your room and rest for a while. Even an Iron Man cannot withstand such prolonged wakefulness." At her words, Liyuan lifted his gaze to meet Liyuan's, finding boundless concern reflected in her phoenix-like eyes. A warmth flooded his heart, having grown up without parents. He had few who truly cared for him. Now, with a woman by his side showing such kindness, he found himself ensnared by this unfamiliar sensation, unable to extricate himself. After a long moment, Liyuan cleared his throat twice, casting a glance at the onlookers around them, before smiling and saying, "Miss Adjutant, are you not in the same boat as I? Since the battle commenced, you have not closed your eyes. Furthermore, you had previously devised a strategic plan for the Legion. Although that plan is rendered futile in the face of my magnificent creation, if sleep is concerned, you must have endured longer than I." Upon hearing Liyuan's seemingly teasing yet genuinely caring words, Liyuan paused, then smiled knowingly. Observing the playful banter between the two, some inquisitive female officers began crafting short narratives in the Legion's group chat. Shockingly, the male commander and his alluring deputy were publicly engaging in such antics within the command room. Noticing the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces, Liyuan hastily diverted the conversation. "By the way, could someone check how far we are from Industrial Fortress Lance 14? Rising from his seat, Liyuan approached the female soldier responsible for reconnaissance, resting one hand on the back of her chair while the other leaned on the console before her. Sensing Liyuan's presence, the soldier's face flushed, and she quickly began her search. The Industrial Fortress Lance 14 is approximately 420 kilometers away from us. A few seconds later, the soldier reported earnestly, "If the Liyuan is to proceed at full speed, it would take about 3 hours to arrive." "Excellent." Observing the data on the screen, Liyuan nodded. "Set course for Lance Industrial Fortress at full speed." At these words, people were momentarily taken aback. An industrial fortress? Why would the commander wish to go there? In the minds of the female soldiers, such fortresses were only utilized by exceptionally affluent legions. The items within were not only exorbitantly priced, but even the rental costs were steep. Liyuan had the fortunate opportunity to visit an industrial fortress once, and her assessment was that only considerably wealthy legions, possessing outstanding weapons engineers, would indulge in such expenditures. While the Liyuan Legion now boasted excellent engineers, it remained far from affluent. Although 3 million units of alien crystals appeared valuable, they were hardly a substantial sum for an industrial fortress that could demand exorbitant prices. "Commander, why are we heading there?" Liyuan posed the question that lingered in everyone's minds. "Quite simply, we require a sanctuary, Lu Liang replied with a smile. Combat is strictly prohibited within the industrial fortress. Any who dare to defy this rule would be opposing the financial conglomerates behind it. Should we enter the fortress, the Blood Wolf Legion would be left to fret outside. However, the rental costs for the fortress are quite high. Liyuan articulated her concerns. Once we exhaust our funds, the fortress will cease to provide us sanctuary and will expel us. In that case, we would still have to confront the Blood Wolf Legion head-on, would we not? The other female officers echoed her sentiments, acknowledging that while entering the industrial fortress could temporarily avert direct conflict with the Blood Wolf Legion, the expenses would be astronomical. Who said I was merely waiting idly within the fortress? A sinister smile crept across Lu Liang's lips. The moment we emerge from the fortress will mark the day of the Blood Wolf Legion's demise. Chapter 31. The fortress dock. It was already midnight when Vic, who had just fallen asleep, was awakened by his phone. He reluctantly answered the phone, his tone lacking warmth. "Hello, who is this?" "Vic, it's me," came the voice of Lu Liang from the other end. "Mr. Lu," Vic exclaimed, suddenly adopting a respectful tone, his demeanor turning obsequious. "I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour." Lu Liang continued. "However, the situation is urgent, and I require your assistance." "Ah, Mr. Lu, you are too kind. Please, convey your requests," Vic replied, adding, "I shall comply with whatever I am capable of." "Prepare a docking space for a fortress," Lu Liang stated calmly. "I will be bringing my legion to stay in your stronghold for a while." "A whole legion?" Vic gasped, astonished. He had never encountered such audacity. Did Lu Liang not know how exorbitant the rental fees were here? "What is the matter? I trust this won't pose a challenge for you," Lu Liang inquired. "My legion is not large. We possess merely a level 1 mobile fortress." "Ah, of course, that can be arranged. You need not worry about the finances. I will transfer a deposit of 500,000 units of exotic crystal to your account immediately. This should cover at least a month's rental, I presume?" Vic mused inwardly, recognizing that Lu Liang was indeed a person of considerable means. Even though those who frequented the industrial fortress were typically affluent, a deposit of 500,000 was a rarity indeed. "Certainly, no problem at all, Mr. Lu." Vic's voice remained composed, yet he sprang from his bed, proclaiming, "The gates of the Lanster Engineering Fortress will be wide open for your legion." "Excellent. We shall arrive in 3 hours, and I trust everything will be prepared by then," Lu Liang concluded before hanging up. Inside the fortress, Vic hastily dressed and rushed out of his room. Preparing a docking space for a fortress in 3 hours was feasible, but time was of the essence. "Commander, it seems we are running short on time," Li Shiruo remarked upon Lu Liang's disconnection. "It will take the enemy only 4 hours to catch up with us. They could easily intercept us before we reach our destination." Lu Liang smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to Li Shiruo, but instead picked up the communicator. "Wanbing, this is Lu Liang. Please come to the command room." Meanwhile, on the side of the Blood Wolf Legion, Gross sneered as he boarded his mobile fortress. Although he possessed 2 level 2 mobile fortresses, the aftermath of capturing the Sirius oil field required further arrangements, compelling him to dispatch maneuverable forces ahead to intercept the Liyuan Legion. Now that the subsequent tasks were nearly complete, he prepared to head to the battlefield. The female soldiers only had 1 level 1 mobile fortress, the Liyuan, which could not possibly match the speed of his vessels. Thus, in his estimation, catching up to the Liyuan Legion would be a mere formality. Glancing at his watch, he calculated that in about an hour, the advanced troops should engage in combat with the Liyuan Legion. Suddenly, the communicator buzzed, and Gross furrowed his brow as he activated it. A man clad in a resplendent robe, with dark skin and a robust physique, appeared on the large screen. "My lord." Gross nearly knocked over a nearby bottle, hastily rising from his seat to kneel on one knee. "Gross, can you elucidate this matter?" the Black Tiger Lord inquired, his voice devoid of any emotion. "I have just received word that the Lynx Legion, tasked with obliterating the Liyuan Legion, has suffered over 80% casualties in its combat strength. Pray tell, how can this be? Has your command ability deteriorated to such an extent that you cannot even handle a ragtag group like the Liyuan Legion?" Upon hearing this, Gross broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed the Lord was fully aware of the situation. "My lord, why yes, it is as such," Gross stammered in explanation. "For reasons unknown, the Liyuan Legion's combat prowess has surged unexpectedly. They repelled the Porcupine Legion that came to aid Cyrus, and my dispatched Lynx Legion has been decimated by them." As he spoke, Gross glanced up at the Black Tiger Lord on the screen, hastily continuing, Currently, I am pursuing them with all my might. What is the status of the Cyrus mines? The Black Tiger Lord appeared more concerned about that matter. Upon hearing this, Gross felt a surge of relief. Report, my lord. The Cyrus oil mines are now under our complete control, and we anticipate resuming production imminently. Excellent. A smile finally graced the Black Tiger Lord's face, though it bore a sinister edge. Now, I grant you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Annihilate the Liyuan Legion completely, and disseminate the message that they turned against their allies and raised arms against us. I wish for all to witness the fate of those who betray the Black Tiger Lord. With that, the Black Tiger Lord terminated the communication. Gross exhaled deeply. Full speed ahead. We must catch up to the Liyuan Legion in the shortest time possible. Commander. The adjutant rushed into the command room, a hint of panic on his face. Our vanguard has engaged the Liyuan Legion. Oh, Gross was momentarily taken aback, then his expression brightened. Have they caught up to the Liyuan Legion? Not quite. The situation is as follows, the adjutant stammered, surprised by Gross's leap in logic. The Liyuan Legion has dispatched a small unit to obstruct us. Upon hearing this, Gross frowned. They indeed did not dare confront him directly, opting instead to send a unit to impede the progress of the vanguard. What is their scale? There are only 10 powered armors. The adjutant hesitantly admitted after repeatedly confirming the frontline reports. 10 powered armors? Gross thought he misheard and confirmed with the adjutant once more. After pondering for a while, he could not comprehend the rationale behind such a move. Although he had nominally dispatched a vanguard, its numbers were not insignificant, and its combat strength was formidable. Armed with various heavy weaponry and composed of seasoned veterans, it was perplexing to use merely 10 powered armors for obstruction. Was this akin to ants challenging an elephant? What models of powered armors are they? Gross remained skeptical and continued to inquire. Judging by its appearance, it should be a basic model of level 1. The adjutant replied, however, that during their previous skirmish with the Lynx Legion, these 10 power armors had also participated and demonstrated significant effectiveness. As he spoke, the adjutant brought up the footage left by the Lynx Legion. In the video, Wanbing's assault team fought valiantly. Gross furrowed his brow. This did not resemble the combat capability expected from a level 1 power armor. Could it be a level 2 armor? Commander. At that moment, a messenger rushed in. Our vanguard forces have suffered heavy losses. Chapter 32. Without food, how can one have the strength to escape? On the battlefield, Wanbing was leading her assault team in a relentless barrage against the enemy. Enemy combatants were sent flying, many engulfed in the inferno ignited by the burning fuel of the vehicles. The firearms and artillery posed no threat to Wanbing and her comrades' armor. Even direct hits from shells proved ineffective. Liyuan watched the scenes on the screen with satisfaction, as the Bloodwolf Legion was swiftly rendered powerless. Many soldiers, realizing their weapons were utterly ineffective against the Liyuan assault team, began to flee in panic. Commander, this is rather dull, Wanbing remarked into the communicator. This battle does not showcase our assault team's true strength. In response, Liyuan smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. You will soon have the opportunity to demonstrate your capabilities. Commander, radar indicates that the main force of the Blood Wolves is approaching. The officer in charge of reconnaissance reported, her expression grave. The exact number is unclear, but it is certain that at least 2 mobile fortresses are advancing together. 2 mobile fortresses. Li Shi and the others were taken aback. It seemed the Bloodwolf Legion was indeed growing desperate, deploying their entire force. It is worth noting that mobile fortresses are akin to aircraft carriers. While they possess no combat capability themselves, they carry a substantial number of troops within. Commander, why don't we directly confront and eliminate those 2 fortresses as well? Wanbing suggested excitedly. Liyuan shook his head. The situation was not as simple as Wanbing envisioned. While the modified power armors boasted formidable defenses, they were not invulnerable. Advanced explosive weapons, such as missiles and laser cannons, could indeed inflict damage upon them. The Bloodwolf Legion, unlike the Porcupine Legion, wielded relatively advanced weaponry, and Liyuan was not yet certain whether they possessed such high-end armaments. Caution was prudent. Moreover, even if the power armors were impervious, if Gross had any sense, upon realizing he could not contend with the assault team, he would quickly deploy small units to delay them while continuing to pursue the Liyuan. At that point, the assault team would be unable to hinder their advance. Your mission is to delay them and buy as much time as possible for the Liyuan, Liyuan responded, his tone brooking no argument. Remember, The Blood Wolf Legion may possess heavy weapons capable of effectively damaging your power armors. Should you sense danger, retreat immediately. We cannot afford any casualties. Understood, Wanbing affirmed. Feeling warmth at Lu Liang's words, she immediately called to her team, assault team, disperse and harass the enemy as much as possible. The commander stated that, in the face of danger, life must take precedence. There must be no casualties. Upon shutting down the communicator, Lu Liang yawned and said to Li Shira, Miss Adjutant, please instruct the mess hall that it is time to prepare the meal. Prepare a meal? Li Shira thought she had misheard, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Lu Liang. After such a lengthy battle, are you not hungry? Lu Liang asked with a smile. I promised the ladies a feast tonight. Indeed, Lu Liang spoke the truth. Since returning to the Liyuan Legion, he had scarcely had a drop to drink. At that moment, the stomachs of those present betrayed them with audible growls, and even Li Shira was no exception. The female officers blushed in embarrassment. But Commander, we are currently in flight. Li Shira coughed lightly to alleviate the awkwardness, yet she still found it difficult to comprehend. Surely the commander was rather carefree. How can one escape without sustenance? Lu Liang replied cheerfully, rest assured, Wanbing and the others will be able to complete their tasks. Seeing Li Shira still hesitating, Lu Liang merely smiled and said nothing further. Meanwhile, Gro was leading his forces forward with great momentum, accompanied by 2 fortresses. Upon reaching the battlefield of the vanguard, he discovered that the Liyuan Legion had already retreated, leaving behind only the lifeless bodies of the Blood Wolf Legion soldiers. Gro's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the powered armor of the Liyuan Legion could create such a significant impact. It seemed that their ability to severely damage the Lynx Legion was not merely a stroke of luck. Gro had always believed that the Lynx commander's incessant boasting about the enemy's prowess was primarily a facade to mask his own incompetence. However, it now appeared that, at least in terms of powered armor, the Lynx commander had not been lying. The combat efficacy of this technology was indeed formidable. As he replayed the footage of the earlier battle, it became evident that the powered armor had played an essential role in the conflict against the Lynx Legion. Based on its displayed capabilities, it was likely a top-tier level 2 powered armor, its combat strength even approaching that of a level 3. Additionally, the assassin squad that had remained hidden behind the Lynx Legion left a profound impression on Gro. Almost all casualties had resulted from close combat, and there was little recorded footage of the fighting. Only one soldier, in his dying moments, managed to capture a blurry figure with the camera mounted on his chest. It was unmistakably the silhouette of a tall soldier, a near level 3 powered armor, an assassin lurking in the shadows. Gro suddenly felt a sense of confusion wash over him. What formidable power had the Liyuan Legion allied with to acquire such formidable weaponry in such a brief time? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Gro's mind, and he gripped the chair tightly. If he could seize these advancements and present them to the Black Tiger Lord, not only would the Lynx Legion be decimated, but even if it cost him the entirety of the Lynx Legion and the Blood Wolf Legion, he would receive considerable favor from the Black Tiger Lord. If only the Liyuan Legion possessed the design blueprints for such technologies. A slight smirk crept onto Gro's lips. If one were to possess such technology, whether to sell it to the powerful or to augment one's own army, it would undoubtedly elevate one's life to new heights. Indeed, there lies the potential to become a lord of the realm, contingent upon the complete annihilation of the Liyuan Legion. With this thought in mind, he steadied himself, dismissing the lamentations of the surviving soldiers of the vanguard. Soldiers are akin to mere commodities. When they perish, they are of little consequence. The foremost priority now is to pursue the Liyuan Legion. Chapter 33. The Howl of the Blood Wolf Commander. A reconnaissance soldier announced after surveying the radar, "We have pinpointed the location of the Liyuan fortress." Upon hearing this, a look of elation flickered across Gro's face. Unlike the Liyuan Legion, the Black Tiger Lord possesses his own satellite positioning system, enabling all his legions to conduct reconnaissance with ease. Thus, locating the Liyuan fortress was not a daunting task. "Advance at full speed. We must obliterate the Liyuan Legion," Gro ordered, urging the fortress to accelerate. Boom. At that moment, not far from the fortress, a fireball erupted into the sky. Gro's eyes widened as he witnessed an armored vehicle disintegrate into fragments, its tires soaring into the air. "Command post, we are under attack." The voice of the forward commander crackled through the communicator. Immediately, all troops disembarked, raising their weapons towards the encroaching enemy. To their astonishment, They spotted several powered suits sprinting swiftly up a nearby slope, approximately 300 meters away. Attack! Attack! Eliminate them, commanded the frontline officer, prompting the soldiers to unleash a barrage of gunfire, rockets, and mortars. As the smoke cleared, the silhouettes of the powered suits re-emerged. Aside from the mud and debris clinging to them from the explosions, they appeared almost unscathed. Witnessing this, a fervent gleam ignited in Gross's eyes. Such formidable defensive capabilities are indeed a remarkable asset. A sinister smile curled upon Gross's lips. Advance at full speed. We must locate the Liyuan Legion. The Bloodwolf Legion resumed its advance. Gross's thoughts were straightforward. He had methods to destroy these powered suits. Yet it would be a tremendous loss if such valuable assets were indeed obliterated. The immediate goal was simple: annihilate the Liyuan Legion and capture figures such as Lu Liang and Li Shura, compelling the female soldiers clad in powered suits to submit. Boom. Before long, Han Bing and her team returned, unleashing a series of cannon fire. This time, the results were more fruitful. Several trucks transporting artillery, along with their drivers, were obliterated. Ignore them. Advance at full speed. Gross recognized that Han Bing and her team aimed to delay him. However, this time, his orders proved ineffective. Upon hearing the cannon fire, the soldiers chose to disembark for defense. In the face of mortality, the commander's commands held little weight. After all, it was not their lives at stake. The entire legion came to a halt once again. After several back-and-forth movements, taking approximately 10 minutes, the army advanced less than a kilometer. Gross was nearly beside himself with rage. At this rate, he would only find himself further from the Liyuan Legion. He immediately commanded, "Forget those damned power armors. Advance at full speed. Anyone who dares to delay will be executed on the spot." Upon hearing Gross's words, the staff began to issue urgent orders to the front lines, yet many soldiers still disembarked to counterattack when faced with an assault. If this continued, upon returning, he would only face the wrath of the Black Tiger Lord. Suddenly, a squad of disembarked soldiers was about to open fire on Han Bing and her team when a thunderous explosion echoed. The entire convoy was engulfed in flames, incinerating even the soldiers who had just disembarked. This was not an attack from the Liyuan Legion. Soldiers in the vicinity turned to identify the source, only to discover that several of Gross's personal guards were lowering the rocket launchers they had just fired. Remarkably, these rockets had been launched under Gross's own orders. Anyone who dares to stop will face merciless execution. Gross's furious roar reached every soldier's ears, and discontent quickly brewed within them. "Gross, you act this way out of fear of the Black Tiger Lord, yet you treat our lives with such disregard?" Thinking this, some soldiers hiding within the armored vehicles began to cast cold glances towards Gross's mobile fortress. "Commander, the soldiers' dissatisfaction is rising," an aide reported. Just then, an elderly man with gray hair and a stooped posture hurried into the command room, addressing Gross in distress. Upon hearing this, Gross sneered. "They still wish to resist? Increase the dosage of the drugs in their brain chips," he instructed the old man softly. The elder nodded and proceeded to manipulate the datapad. Suddenly, every soldier of the Bloodwolf Legion felt a sharp pain in their heads, followed by uncontrollable shivers. This state lasted only a few seconds before their eyes turned bloodshot, and their previously discontent expressions transformed into fierce, warlike grins. Witnessing this scene, Gross's smile widened. He reopened the communication channel for all, softly proclaiming, "Advance at full speed. Annihilate the Liyuan Legion." Upon hearing these words, the soldiers of the Bloodwolf Legion erupted into deafening howls, resembling a pack of wolves gathering. This was precisely why Gross dared to treat his subordinates with such disdain. Unlike the Porcupine Legion, although the majority of Bloodwolf soldiers were not modified, each had a chip implanted in their brains. This chip served a singular purpose: to inject a concentrated stimulant when morale was low, thereby boosting soldier spirits and ensuring obedience to their commander. While these soldiers might lack the individual combat prowess of the modified warriors of the Porcupine Legion, with advanced equipment and elevated morale, their combat effectiveness surpassed that of the modified. This explains why the Porcupine Legion ranked slightly lower than the Bloodwolf Legion. In a nearby concealed corner, Han Bing and her team heard the terrifying howls of the Bloodwolf Legion and could not help but furrow their brows. "Captain, what are they doing?" Lin Qian whispered beside her. "Uncertain. It seems they were hurt by our strikes and are now crying out for their mothers." Han Bing jested with a smile. Upon hearing this, The female soldiers joined in laughter. Yet, beneath the humor, they all understood that such sounds could not merely be the result of pain. Rather, they resembled some form of fervent ritual. Continue to harass them. We must provide our commander the necessary time to retreat, Han Bing commanded. As she surveyed the surrounding flashes of explosions, gross fury reached its zenith. It was not the loss of his soldiers that incited his wrath, but rather the sheer indignity of the battle. He was acutely aware of the intentions of the Liyuan Legion, yet found himself being led by the nose. Liyuan. Gross teeth ground together audibly. You shall pay dearly for your actions. The Bloodwolf Legion was still on the move, and throughout this time, Han Bing and her team persistently harassed them. However, she gradually realized that simple disruptions held little efficacy against the Bloodwolf Legion. Reluctantly, Han Bing ultimately opted to deploy a strike team to confront them head-on, charging into the ranks of the Bloodwolf Legion and toppling several transport vehicles. Astonishingly, this was met with complete indifference from the Bloodwolf Legion, who, like madmen, recklessly charged forward, undeterred by losses or death. Commander, it appears we can no longer impede their advance. With no other option, Han Bing connected with Liyuan, her tone laced with regret. The Bloodwolf Legion has begun to disregard us, advancing directly despite our efforts to eliminate many of their forces. Although our powered armor is formidable, we possess only 10 units, which is insufficient to halt the oncoming army. Meanwhile, on the Liyuan, Liyuan observed the battlefield through Han Bing's powered armor's lens and chuckled lightly. It is quite all right. You have performed admirably. Moreover, the timing is just about right. He then glanced down at the map, noting that he was drawing ever closer to the industrial fortress. Now, Han Bing, follow the Bloodwolf Legion towards the industrial bastion. There is no need to bother them further. Simply report any unusual movements. This decision was made by Liyuan for safety's sake, ensuring he could adjust his tactics should the Bloodwolf Legion enact any peculiar maneuvers. He continued with a smile. Dinner is nearly ready at home. We shall feast upon your return. Commander, a soldier responsible for satellite surveillance suddenly addressed Gro. We have captured the precise signal of the Liyuan. Gro's heart surged with joy. Although he had been pursuing the Liyuan Legion, the distance had rendered his radar capable only of detecting their approximate location. However, the ability to pinpoint the Liyuan's exact position indicated that he was drawing closer. Where are they? It seems they are not fleeing aimlessly, but rather heading towards a specific destination. The soldier revealed, pulling up an electronic map. It is the Lanstert No. 14 Industrial Fortress. What? Gro stared at the position of the Liyuan. They were approaching the industrial fortress with alarming proximity. If Liyuan and his companions were to infiltrate the industrial fortress, then it would become impossible for me to launch an assault against them. Gro's eyes were bloodshot with fury. Once the Black Tiger Lord learned of this news, I would surely face dire consequences. However, if I were to directly storm the industrial fortress and eliminate Liyuan, it would be tantamount to declaring war against the Lanster family. Such a power is not even to be trifled with by the Black Tiger Lord. We must advance at full speed and eliminate them before they enter the industrial fortress. Gro bellowed at the pilot. Meanwhile, Han Bing and her team received orders to retreat, hastening to follow the Bloodwolf Legion towards Lanster's No. 14 Industrial Fortress. However, due to the enhanced speed of their modified powered armor, Han Bing and her team found themselves at the forefront of the Bloodwolf Legion. It felt akin to leading the charge. Yet, as Gro had issued a command to refrain from attacking, the Bloodwolf Legion did not initiate any aggression. This time, however, Gro could hardly bear it. To him, it felt like a provocation, a mockery, an affront to his dignity as a soldier, coupled with the fluctuating distance. It was as if they were taunting him to make a move. Gro felt his veins nearly bursting with frustration and could only force his gaze down to the map, noting that he was drawing closer to the Liyuan Legion, seeking solace. However, the map indicated that, based on the timing, Liyuan and his group would arrive at the industrial fortress ahead of him. If this were the case, all his efforts would be in vain. Commander, just as Gro contemplated whether to abandon this futile endeavor, his aide approached him and whispered, "Should we deploy that?" Hearing this, Gro paused, casting a glance at his aide, yet refraining from verbal response, instead calming himself and returning to his chair. "Do you realize that thing is still in the testing phase?" Gro spoke softly. "If anything were to go awry and the Lord found out, we'd both lose our heads." Upon hearing this, the aide recoiled slightly but quickly regained his composure. "Commander, let us gamble. If we cannot vanquish the Liyuan Legion, Our lives upon our return will certainly be unbearable. Besides, we've witnessed its power. It's the only thing capable of halting the Liyuan. If it performs well, it might even annihilate the Liyuan Legion before we arrive. If that happens, we can present Lu Liang and Li Shirua as heads and appease the Lord. Gro remained silent at this suggestion. The aide did not press further, merely standing by Gro, awaiting orders. After a long pause, Gro sighed. It seems we have no choice. Chapter 34. The werewolves attack Han Bing and her team continued trailing the Blood Wolf Legion. The sky had darkened, and a pale moon hung overhead. Han Bing stifled a yawn, finding the task exceedingly tedious. In the command room of the Liyuan, all the other female officers had departed, leaving only Lu Liang and Li Shirua. Lu Liang remained fixated on the screen, while Li Shirua sat beside him, massaging her slightly sore calves. Having stood for an entire afternoon, I found myself quite unaccustomed to it. At this moment, only one lamp remained lit in the room, casting light upon Lu Liang's sharply defined features. Li Shirua gazed into Lu Liang's eyes and offered a reassuring smile, even as others retired for rest. This man remained engrossed in his work, solely to ensure the safety of the female soldiers. Reflecting on the events of the day, Li Shirua felt a flush of warmth and a rapid heartbeat. When Lu Liang gently brushed away her tears with his warm yet powerful hand, her mind nearly faltered. If it were him, perhaps it would not be out of the question, she mused inwardly. Yet, in that moment, Lu Liang was far from indulging in such romantic thoughts. For the first time, uncertainty clouded his mind. Logically, Gro should have calculated by now that they could not catch up to him. Thus, what purpose did their relentless pursuit serve? Propping his chin in contemplation, Lu Liang pondered this. Unless the Blood Wolf Legion had some hidden card up their sleeve that he was unaware of. Suddenly, Gro's flagship fortress came to a halt, causing Lu Liang to furrow his brow. An ominous premonition began to rise within him. The lift deck began to descend, and illuminated by the moonlight. Lu Liang discerned two crimson figures emerging onto the platform. Due to the distance, he could not ascertain what they were. What on earth could that be? Li Shirua, regaining her composure, stared in astonishment at the screen. Han Bing and the others sensed something amiss, zooming in on the imagery until they could clearly discern the creatures' forms. They were two massive werewolf-like monsters. The two werewolves stood over 3 meters tall, their bodies a terrifying shade of blood red, particularly striking against the night. More alarming was the fact that these werewolves did not possess the frailness typical of ordinary wolves. On the contrary, they were enveloped in enormous, robust muscles. Their razor-sharp claws effortlessly tore into the steel-plated ground, leaving deep gouges without the slightest exertion. Saliva dripped from their mouths, and their sharp, enormous teeth were even more fearsome than their claws. Lu Liang's expression turned grave. Another batch of modified creatures. Previously, he had accessed information on the Blood Wolf Legion through his rank privileges, which indicated that they did not favor the use of modified beings. As for these two Blood Wolves, they were not even mentioned in the records. Did this require a higher clearance? Lu Liang was taken aback, realizing that the Blood Wolf 4th Legion, which was supposed to be of only moderate combat strength, concealed such a significant secret. A howl erupted from the two werewolves, resonating towards the moon, their voices long and penetrating, drawing the attention of other soldiers from the Blood Wolf Legion. Upon hearing this sound, Han Bing and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Then, in perfect unison, the two werewolves lunged forward, their powerful limbs propelling them across the soft sand, sending mud and debris flying. Lu Liang's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the scene unfold before him. The speed of this creature is astonishingly similar to that of Han Bing and her powered armor. Squad, intercept them. Upon seeing two werewolves charging towards her, Han Bing immediately issued the order to attack. Fear not, Captain, Lin Qian said lightly, brandishing the battle axe she had seized from the Porcupine Legion. I will take care of them. Lin Qian, wait. Follow orders. Han Bing shouted from the side, but Lin Qian paid her no heed, sprinting straight towards the werewolves. After several battles, Lin Qian had swiftly adapted to the performance of the powered armor. The exhilaration of combat felt akin to mowing grass, instilling her with immense confidence in its combat capabilities. Moreover, Lin Qian was inherently skilled in close-quarters combat, and the previous inadequacies of the powered armor had left her craving for a more engaging melee experience. Now, she sensed that opportunity was finally at hand. The prior skirmishes had been somewhat tedious, and she yearned to face a worthy adversary. In the midst of her thoughts, Lin Qian had already charged to the forefront of the werewolves. Upon noticing an approaching foe, the two werewolves emitted low growls, seemingly communicating. Suddenly, one of the werewolves altered its course and dashed away, while the other continued to advance. "Watch as I cleave you in twain." With one werewolf fleeing, Lin Qian dismissed it from her mind, confident that her fellow sisters would prevent its escape. She took a deep breath, focusing intently as she raised her axe, aiming a strike at the head of the remaining werewolf. The creature, seemingly unaware of Lin Qian's swiftness, barely managed to sidestep, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. However, a cold smirk crept onto Lin Qian's lips as she deftly pivoted the axe, now targeting the werewolf's shoulder. With a resounding crack, the werewolf's arm was severed, and it tumbled to the ground, blood gushing from the wound. "Humph, quite nimble, aren't you?" Lin Qian scoffed, realizing that had the werewolf not instinctively raised its shoulder, that blow would have been sufficient to rend its shoulder from its body. Without affording it a moment to react, Lin Qian surged forward, once again lifting her axe, aiming for the werewolf's head. Yet, the werewolf sprang up, evading her strike as if the loss of an arm had inflicted no pain whatsoever. Following this, the creature leaped into the air, effortlessly dodging Lin Qian's attack, and then swiped at her chest with its claw. With her agility, Lin Qian could have easily evaded the assault, but she reasoned that even if struck, the powered armor would shield her from harm. After all, the armor's defensive capabilities were well known, having withstood rocket hits without a scratch. What damage could a mere claw inflict? Come and try? With this thought, Lin Qian boldly adjusted her stance, bracing her chest armor to confront the oncoming attack. "No, get back!" Lu Liang's voice suddenly blared in her earpiece. Instinctively, Lin Qian recoiled. The sharp claws tore through the armor on her chest, revealing the black combat suit beneath. On board the Liyuan, Lu Liang clenched his fists. Had it not been for his earlier warning, Lin Qian would likely have been torn asunder by now. Lowering her head, Lin Qian was struck by a cold sweat as she beheld the torn breastplate. She had relied too heavily on the defensive capabilities of her powered armor, nearly allowing an attack that she could have easily evaded to connect. However, before Lin Qian could fully comprehend the situation, a massive claw descended upon her. With a resounding thud, she was flung into the air, blood spattering against her visor. In that fleeting moment, she noticed that the werewolf seemed to have struck her with its other claw. Astonishingly, the werewolf's wounds had healed. Chapter 35. Glucose and saline solution inside the Liyuan. Li Shira gaped at the scene on the screen, her disbelief palpable. Lu Liang squinted, observing the werewolf's arm, which appeared to be as good as new. If it weren't for the identical severed limb lying a short distance away, he might have doubted whether Lin Qian had even landed a blow. What a terrifying regenerative ability. Meanwhile, Gross, watching the scene from the command center, wore a sinister grin. "Commander, the blood werewolf's strength is indeed formidable." His aide flattered as he poured a glass of red wine for Gross. "Of course, this is a cutting-edge technology developed at great expense by our lord. Not only is its combat prowess terrifying, but it also possesses an extraordinarily powerful regenerative capability. As long as a single cell remains, it can reconstruct its body within mere seconds. To some extent, the blood werewolf is virtually impossible to kill." As he spoke, Gross took the glass of wine and drained it in one gulp, finally releasing his pent-up frustration. The dignity of his noble status had been severely trampled by the relentless assaults of the Liyuan strike team. Yet, with these two blood werewolves at his disposal, the annihilation of the Liyuan Legion was merely a matter of time. "Order the troops to advance. We must catch up to the Liyuan Legion." Lin Qian, Sister Qian. Upon seeing Lin Qian lying incapacitated, the female soldiers of the strike team rushed forward. If the werewolf were to strike her again in this vulnerable moment, it would spell her doom. Han Bing sprinted forward as swiftly as possible, but the distance was too great for her to reach in time. However, the werewolf did not pursue Lin Qian further. Instead, it resumed its four-legged sprint ahead. As it charged towards her, Han Bing raised her machine gun and fired. The explosion sent plumes of dust into the air, yet the blood werewolf effortlessly evaded the onslaught. As the creature drew nearer, Han Bing, left with no choice, unsheathed her battle axe in a hasty defense. In terms of close combat prowess, Han Bing was even slightly inferior to Lin Qian. If Lin Qian had been rendered defenseless, how could she possibly stand against the blood werewolf? Furthermore, the once proud defensive capabilities of their powered armor were now disregarded by the werewolf. Thus, The powered armor could only provide an advantage in mobility, rendering it nearly useless otherwise. At that moment, Wanbing understood that the strike team represented the pinnacle of the Liyuan Legion's combat strength. If she could not defeat the werewolf, the entire legion could very well be obliterated by it. At this moment, the whereabouts of another blood werewolf remained unknown. The consequences of allowing this one to escape were unimaginable. With this thought in mind, Wanbing tightened her grip on the battle axe. Wanbing, get out of the way. Let it pass. In the command room, Liyuan almost shouted into the communicator, "You cannot defeat it." Hearing the urgency in Liyuan's voice, Wanbing couldn't help but smile. This was the first time a man had shown concern for her life and safety. "Thank you, Commander. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot comply with your orders. For the sake of the Legion, I must stand my ground, even if it means delaying for just a second." As she spoke, the werewolf had already approached Wanbing. She raised her battle axe and swung it towards the blood werewolf, which suddenly leapt into the air, instantly appearing behind her. Wanbing instinctively bent down, hoping to evade the werewolf's attack, but she was acutely aware that this slight movement would likely be in vain. She had gauged the length of the werewolf's claws, and the distance created by her bending was negligible. Yet, the anticipated pain did not come. After a long moment, Wanbing opened her eyes. She turned around to inspect her back, finding no injuries whatsoever. Looking up, she saw the blood werewolf had already distanced itself, continuing its pursuit. Damn it! Wanbing's eyes widened, devoid of any relief at having escaped. She had failed her mission, and worse, the beast had disregarded her entirely, as if she were unworthy of even engaging in combat. As a warrior, her pride was severely wounded. However, there was no time to dwell on this. She immediately rose and rushed to Lin Qian's side. Pushing through the crowd, Wanbing noticed a trace of blood at the corner of Lin Qian's mouth, and her friend was in a state of unconsciousness. Yet, when she checked for Lin Qian's breath, she found it still present, which relieved her. "How is Lin Qian?" Liyuan asked anxiously from the other end of the communicator. "She is alive, Commander," Wanbing replied, her tone laced with guilt. "I'm sorry, Commander. I couldn't stop them." "It's all right. You have done your best." Despite the dire situation, Liyuan continued to reassure her. "Quickly take Lin Qian back. There's no need to concern yourself with the Blood Werewolf Legion any longer." At this moment, Liyuan's expression was grave. He understood the stakes more clearly than Wanbing. If the Liyuan were to allow these two blood werewolves to catch up, even if they could not annihilate the entire legion in a short time, being ensnared by them would lead to certain doom once the main forces of the Blood Werewolf Legion arrived. Gazing at the werewolves still sprinting on the radar, Liyuan felt a tinge of curiosity. What manner of creature was this, capable of effortlessly tearing through the steel plating of powered armor? Switching the focus to Lin Qian, Liyuan squinted at the torn breastplate. Suddenly, he noticed a flicker of unextinguished flame at the edge of Lin Qian's armor. Could it be that the armor was breached by intense heat? Liyuan furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Even if he were to intercept the werewolves, he needed to understand the true capabilities of this entity. "Commander, I shall gather my team to intercept them and ensure they remain behind the Liyuan Legion." Observing Liyuan lost in contemplation, Li Shirua immediately rose and drew her pistol, preparing to leave the command room. Her intentions were remarkably straightforward. With Liyuan commanding the Liyuan Legion, she felt no reservations about sacrificing herself. Indeed, one could argue that her desire to protect the Liyuan Legion was less about the Legion itself and more about safeguarding Liyuan. "Sit down." Liyuan suddenly barked as Li Shirua moved toward the exit, startling her profoundly. Since their acquaintance, she had never witnessed him genuinely enraged. Reluctantly, she hastened back to Liyuan's side and obediently took her seat, gazing at the disheveled figures of Wanbing and her team on the screen. Liyuan clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. The Blood Wolf Legion's forces swiftly caught up with them, yet they seemed equally uninterested, with all vehicles merely passing by, even the exposed machine guns remaining still. Gross' objective was unmistakably clear: to intercept the Liyuan Legion at any cost, keeping them beyond the industrial fortress. Wanbing's inability to defeat the two werewolves was not due to any shortcomings on their part. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient technological prowess. Had Wanbing and her comrades been equipped with proper Rhino-class power armor, they would not have found themselves in such a dire predicament. Wait, the Rhino-class power armor. Liyuan instinctively reached for the syringe in his pocket, realizing how easily he had forgotten about it. Once he injected this serum, his combat capability would rival that of genuine Rhino power armor, an exemplary model even among Tier 3 armors. Watching the two werewolves closing in on the Liyuan vessel on the radar, Liyuan couldn't help but chuckle wryly. The life-saving item he had just obtained was not even warmed up before he was compelled to use it. Noticing Liyuan sitting there with a foolish grin, Li Shiruo felt a surge of confusion. Had the commander resigned himself to despair? Surely not. Although the combat prowess exhibited by the two werewolves was formidable, if enough personnel and firepower were deployed, it would not be impossible to thwart them. Ultimately, Li Shiruo found Lu Liang's notion of zero casualties rather fanciful. Despite the fact that the female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion were her comrades, in warfare, fatalities were inevitable. As the two werewolves drew ever closer to the Liyuan vessel, Li Shiruo could no longer contain herself. If they did not act soon, it would truly be too late. Commander, perhaps I should lead a team to confront them? She gently suggested, noticing Lu Liang still lost in thought. Suddenly, Lu Liang sprang to his feet, startling Li Shiruo. Lieutenant, do we have glucose and saline in the medical room? Yes, quite a bit, Li Shiruo instinctively responded, knowing these essentials were vital for intravenous therapy. Although the Liyuan Legion had always been financially constrained, she had never been frugal when it came to procuring medical supplies. Excellent, Lu Liang replied with a smile, then clapped his hands on Li Shiruo's shoulders with enthusiasm. Commander, it appears that Li Shiruo was startled by Lu Liang's actions, quickly turning her face away. Now, I present you with a formidable task, Lu Liang said with a smile. 5 minutes later, Li Shiruo arrived at the landing deck of the Liyuan with 2 medical personnel. In accordance with Lu Liang's instructions, the medics brought along a box each of saline solution and glucose, along with an intravenous syringe. Commander, what is your intention? Upon reaching the elevated platform on the deck, Li Shiruo looked down and saw Lu Liang already seated on a motorcycle, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Do not concern yourself with the details, Lu Liang replied, revving the throttle, the motorcycle emitting a deep rumble. Remember what I told you, and do not forget. You must locate me within half an hour using the tracker. And do not forget, at that time the medics must administer a substantial amount of saline solution and glucose to me. Otherwise, I will perish. However, if I am unable to stop them, you need not worry about me. Simply proceed directly to the Lanster Industrial Fortress. Commander, you cannot go. Upon hearing this, Li Shiruo's eyes reddened, and she immediately attempted to rush down to stop him, but Lu Liang had already pressed the emergency button for the lift platform. With a thunderous roar, the lift began to descend slowly. Donning his wind goggles, Lu Liang accelerated, steering towards the approaching werewolves under the watchful eyes of Li Shiruo and the 2 female soldiers. Chapter 36. All female soldiers. Yes, save the commander. The desert night is considerably cooler than the day. In the vast expanse of the desert, a motorcycle raced at high speed. Lu Liang loosened his military uniform. Riding in such weather felt rather pleasant. Glancing at the radar information on his data panel, he noted that the 2 werewolves had now converged and were approximately 10 kilometers away. It seemed he could go no further. Lu Liang muttered to himself before halting the motorcycle. After dismounting, he removed his jacket and placed it on the motorcycle, striding into the depths of the desert. He was not the type to sacrifice his life for others, but after considering all options, he ultimately decided to face the battlefield himself. The reason was simple. He was uncertain about the efficacy of the potion, yet if any unforeseen circumstances arose, at least the system might provide some guidance. Additionally, due to the system's enhancements to his physical abilities, Lu Liang's strength now surpassed that of the vast majority of female soldiers, except for the group of elves led by Lu Weiwei. This was why he intended to inject the potion into his own body. According to the system, this potion exponentially increases physical strength. In other words, the stronger the body of the injector, the better the effects. As for why it was to be administered to the elves, the system clearly stated that the drug was meant for human use. Whether it would be effective for the elves remained uncertain, and he was unwilling to take that gamble. Thus, reluctantly, he concluded that he was the best candidate. However, upon further reflection, if he truly could not withstand the blood werewolves, then the entire Liyuan Legion would face annihilation. After all, a creature that could easily defeat even the modified powered armor would have no trouble obliterating the Liyuan Legion. The report indicated that the commander had exercised his authority to lock the hatch, which would remain secured for a duration of 15 minutes. Additionally, The navigation orders for the Liyuan had also been sealed by the commander, propelling the vessel at full speed toward the industrial fortress, with alterations not permitted until the same 15 minutes had elapsed. Within the command room of the Liyuan, a female soldier reluctantly relayed this information to Li Shirua. Upon hearing this, Li Shirua clenched her fists tightly. Indeed, he had foreseen everything, remembering the way Lu Liang had patted her shoulder. She couldn't help but bite her crimson lip. Following Lu Liang's departure, Li Shirua immediately commanded all personnel aboard the Liyuan to assemble. She understood that had the hatch not been locked, she would undoubtedly have led the entire Liyuan Legion to rescue him. The thought sent tremors through her body. Why would this man go to such lengths? Was it for the Liyuan Legion? Did he truly fear for his life? Not at all. Shirua, what should we do now? Noticing Li Shirua lost in thought, Su Wanbing approached her with concern. The other female officers had just grasped the situation, now standing beside Li Shirua, awaiting her command. With Lu Liang absent, Li Shirua was the de facto commander of the entire legion. I don't know. She looked up at Su Wanbing, shaking her head slightly, her eyes already tinged with red. She was utterly overwhelmed with panic. Seeing Li Shirua in such a state startled Su Wanbing. She had never witnessed her like this before. In Su Wanbing's memory, ever since joining the Liyuan Legion, Li Shirua had always embodied the perfect image of a leader. While she might occasionally display a playful side or engage in childish banter during times of war, Li Shirua would exude the aura of an iron-willed queen, rendering all matters seemingly trivial in her eyes. Even when faced with the life-and-death battle for the Liyuan Legion, she had remained steadfast, exhibiting not a trace of cowardice. To Su Wanbing, Li Shirua was the type of person who would never be overwhelmed by adversity, yet now, this remarkable woman was in tears, seemingly for a man she had known for less than a week. Taking a deep breath, Su Wanbing gently patted Li Shirua's shoulder. Shaw, I believe you need to regain your composure. Hearing Su Wanbing's words, Li Shirua fought to hold back her tears. Wanbing, do you think he will perish? Absolutely not. The commander would never abandon us. Su Wanbing quickly shook her head, though her voice trembled slightly. She had just watched the footage of Han Bing and her team, who were easily defeated even while clad in such advanced powered armor. What could Lu Liang, an untrained ordinary man, possibly achieve? Indeed, my dear aide, I believe the chief of staff is absolutely correct, noted Lu Weiwei, stepping forward to offer comfort. Though I have only recently joined the Legion, it seems to me that our master is certainly not one to act recklessly. If he has chosen to go alone, he must possess a means to secure victory. At this, Su Wanbing cast a grateful glance toward Lu Weiwei. Indeed, the elf's keen perception struck at the heart of the matter. Upon hearing Lu Weiwei's words, Li Shirua managed to regain a semblance of composure. Wipe your tears. This is not the demeanor of our iron-blooded queen, Su Wanbing remarked, handing a tissue to Li Shirua. In response, Li Shirua forced a smile, discreetly dabbing her tears, inhaling deeply, and adopting a resolute expression once more, leading her fellow female officers to the lift platform. She found that the entire battalion of women soldiers was already prepared for action. Ascending the high platform, Li Shirua addressed all her sisters below. Sisters, you are all aware of the circumstances. Our commander is in peril. Her declaration tightened the spirits of all present. They understood that Lu Liang was in danger to ensure their safety. Furthermore, the lift platform had been secured by the commander and would not unlock for another 15 minutes. Now, I command everyone to stand by here. Once the time is up, we shall descend immediately to rescue our commander. Yes, we will rescue the commander. The female soldiers chorused, their voices echoing throughout the fortress. In that moment, they fought not merely for the Liyuan Corps, but for their beloved commander. The thought of Lu Liang's gentle smile and calm voice filled their hearts, as no man had ever treated them so before. Their singular wish was to fight for Lu Liang, embracing the possibility of death without regret. Deputy, we have just established a signal with the commander's motorcycle. A soldier rushed over with the report. Fortunately, the motorcycle is equipped with a camera. I will transmit the footage to the big screen right away. With that, she began operating her data tablet. Wait. At that moment, Su Wanbing halted the soldier's actions. Shirua, perhaps we should refrain from displaying this footage to all our sisters just yet? If, heaven forbid, the commander faces any mishap, it would be an immense blow to the morale of the entire corps. Though Su Wanbing also held affection for Lu Liang as chief of staff, she felt the weight of this consideration. Just moments ago, She had observed the tactics of the two werewolves. And if Lu Liang were indeed to encounter misfortune while the footage was visible to the soldiers, the morale built upon his esteemed reputation could shatter in an instant. Should that occur, the subsequent battles would be rendered meaningless. Upon hearing this, Li Shirua paused for a moment, then shook her head resolutely. No, we must immediately display the footage on the big screen. Taking a deep breath, her expression grave, she asserted, as Lu Weiwei just mentioned, I trust our commander. He would never act recklessly. We must have faith in him. Chapter 37. System, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? In the arid expanse, not far behind Lu Liang, a pinhole camera capable of directional adjustment slowly emerged from the motorcycle, commencing a 360-degree scan of the surroundings, quickly locating Lu Liang's figure. The soldier operating the camera magnified the lens, but could only capture Lu Liang's back as he removed his shirt. Although the contours of his back were strikingly perfect, the focus of the crowd was not on this. The entire legion of Liyuan held their breath, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. Bathed in moonlight, Lu Liang discerned two blood-red figures racing towards him on the horizon. What? Was he the only one? Inside Bloodwolf Fortress, Gross widened his eyes as he gazed at the screen. Lu Liang stood in the desert, not far from the Bloodwolves, with nothing but a motorcycle in sight. The Liyuan vessel continued its course towards the industrial stronghold. Immediately commanding the old man to halt the Bloodwolves' advance, Gross fell into contemplation. Was this boy out of his mind? His aide approached, a look of bewilderment on his face. Did he intend to confront two Bloodwolves single-handedly? The Legion had witnessed the strength of the Bloodwolves, creatures capable of effortlessly tearing apart powered armor. Lu Liang was merely a mortal, unless he had lost his senses. How could he dare to intercept them alone? Activate infrared scanning to check for ambushes in the vicinity, Gross ordered. Given Lu Liang's peculiar behavior, Gross couldn't help but suspect it was a trap. Was Lu Liang using himself as bait to lure the Blood Wolves into the Legion's ambush? Although Gross deemed this desperate struggle futile, he chose to proceed with caution. Report. No ambushers detected within a 2-kilometer radius. No ambushers. Gross furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. Commander, could it be? The aide murmured softly. The Legion believes Lu Liang has led them to the brink of death, abandoning him as bait to buy time for the Legion? Upon hearing this, Gross paused, then nodded slightly. This was the most plausible explanation. Moreover, it wasn't the first time Li Shi had resorted to such tactics. Nearly all the commanders sent to her by the Empire's high command had met their demise through similar schemes. However, as Gross observed Lu Liang's expression through the lens, it seemed somewhat incongruous. Yet soon, he shook his head. There was no time for such thoughts. Having confirmed the absence of ambushers, he decided to let this oblivious fool become the first sacrifice to the Blood Wolves. Order the Blood Wolves to devour him, and then continue the pursuit of the Legion, Gross declared, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Even if he couldn't annihilate the entire Legion, killing their commander would suffice to achieve half of his goal. Furthermore, the true aim of the Black Tiger Lord was not the destruction of the Legion, but to demonstrate the fate of traitors to the world. Lu Liang was somewhat bewildered. He had prepared to inject the serum, and just as he had removed the cap from the syringe, the two wolves suddenly halted. What was going on? Lu Liang watched as the Blood Wolves sat in place like huskies, even extending their tongues and exhaling warm breaths. They appeared rather endearing. However, it wasn't long before the Blood Wolves' expressions turned menacing once more, charging towards Lu Liang. Here they came. Lu Liang wore a calm smile upon his face. Once the decision was made, there could be no turning back. He hesitated no longer, producing a syringe, removing the plastic cap, and inserting the needle into his own neck. The female soldiers gasped in shock at Lu Liang's audacious act. With a sharp intake of breath, he pushed the substance into his bloodstream, feeling a searing pain as he discarded the syringe aside. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though his blood surged violently, threatening to burst through his veins. The agony was excruciating, and Lu Liang fell to his knees, gritting his teeth to endure the torment. Witnessing this, the female soldiers' eyes brimmed with tears, as if they could feel his suffering themselves. In the Silver Empire, it was unheard of for a commander to go to such lengths for his soldiers. On the platform, the female troops were equally moved. Li Shiro bit her crimson lip, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. If only she could trade places with Lu Liang. Let him remain at the center, while she faced death on the front lines. Although she was uncertain of Lu Liang's intentions, she surmised that the injection was likely a form of enhancement serum. It was well known that such serums often came with severe side effects, some even life-threatening. If Liyuan were to perish or suffer debilitating consequences from this, Liyuan believed she would be forever haunted by guilt. Why would he go to such extremes? She pondered. Was it merely for the sake of their inconsequential battalion? After struggling for several seconds, the pain in Liyuan's veins began to subside. Soon after, he felt a profound ache in his muscles. Even his bones crackled ominously. Damn it, system. Who said there were no other side effects apart from exhaustion? Liyuan cursed inwardly, bewildered that the system had neglected to mention this agonizing sensation that felt like a swarm of insects devouring his bones. Yet, the pain dissipated swiftly. His body was now drenched in sweat. He opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. Lacking a towel, even his clothes were left on the motorcycle. Reluctantly, Liyuan ignored his perspiration and inspected his body. It seemed there were no significant changes. Aside from slightly more defined muscles and darker skin, he appeared largely the same. As the horrifying blood werewolves drew nearer, a sense of panic gripped Liyuan. System, you wouldn't deceive me with such a life-saving item, would you? Ding, please rest assured. The serum has officially taken effect. The reason your appearance shows little change is simply that you are too handsome. Altering your form would be a disservice to aesthetics. To emphasize its authenticity, the system kindly displayed a countdown before Liyuan's eyes. 3,000, 2959, 2958. When this countdown reached 0, the serum would lose its efficacy. Well then, Liyuan thought, feeling somewhat speechless. In a fight, who cares about looks? Surviving is what truly matters. However, since the system provided a reassuring response, Liyuan felt a sense of relief. Regardless of whether he could defeat the foes, at least he would not find himself utterly powerless in the face of danger. Gazing once more at the two bloodthirsty werewolves in the distance, Liyuan squinted, astonished to perceive that their speed seemed diminished compared to before. A smile crept across his lips. It appeared the system had indeed spoken truthfully. Chapter 38. The commander is truly dashing. As he pondered, the leading blood werewolf charged towards Liyuan. Upon realizing that its path was obstructed by an ordinary man, the werewolf bared its fangs, revealing sharp incisors, and lunged for Liyuan's throat with astonishing speed, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Commander, dodge! The female soldiers on the deck of the Black Phoenix cried out in unison, having completely forgotten that Liyuan could not hear their warnings. Liyuan shut her eyes tightly, unable to bear witnessing the unfolding scene. Yet, to Liyuan, the actions of the blood werewolf unfolded as if in slow motion. He deftly sidestepped the attack, skillfully avoiding the creature's assault, and seized the opportunity to deliver a resounding slap to the werewolf's neck. Boom! The tremendous force sent the werewolf flying, crashing onto a distant dune. Its neck snapped, and its tongue lay limply on the ground, twitching momentarily before falling still. Observing the werewolf's plight, Liyuan gazed in astonishment at his own palm. The surge of power he had just experienced was utterly staggering. He swallowed hard, realizing he had exerted minimal effort. Before Liyuan could contemplate further, another blood werewolf approached from behind, claw outstretched toward his waist. "How dare you touch my kidneys?" Liyuan exclaimed, spinning around with fervor and grasping the werewolf's claw, executing a deft shoulder throw that sent the creature sprawling through the air, flipping over a dozen times before it plunged headfirst into the desert. Witnessing this spectacle, silence enveloped the Black Phoenix. The female soldiers before the large screen gaped in disbelief, utterly captivated. What kind of maneuver is this? Is this something a human can accomplish? This is terrifying. Well done. Well done. Suddenly, one soldier shouted in exhilaration, prompting everyone to realize that their commander had triumphed. With this, the Legion would survive, and their commander would emerge unscathed. Cheers erupted throughout the fortress. As the female soldiers embraced one another, some even shedding tears of joy. Hearing the commotion around her, Liyuan cautiously opened her eyes, only to see Liyuan still standing resolute in the desert. His body bore no wounds, save for a light sheen of sweat. Seeing him unharmed, Liyuan felt a tremor coursing through her body. Almost immediately, her legs weakened, as if she had exhausted all her strength in that fleeting moment. Had it not been for Su Wanbing's timely support, she might have collapsed. The pale moonlight illuminated Liyuan, accentuating the contours of his physique. Liyuan's eyes reddened, and tears of joy cascaded down her cheeks. Beside them, Su Wanbing observed the scene with a resigned smile, allowing Liyuan to weep unabashedly. Overwhelmed with emotion, Li Shirua was terrified of losing Lu Liang. Despite any attempts at rationalization, Su Wanbing, with her acute feline intuition, recognized the truth. Her sister Shirua had genuinely fallen for this man. Casting her gaze towards the large screen, Su Wanbing couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, realizing she was in a similar predicament. However, upon noticing the faint blush on Li Shirua's cheeks, she clenched her teeth and resolved to conceal her own feelings deep within her heart. While revelry filled the Liyuan at Bloodwolf Fortress, Gross was taken aback by the sight of two utterly defeated blood wolves, rendered powerless. What was happening? This scenario diverged sharply from his expectations. Witnessing Lu Liang unharmed on the screen, Gross trembled with rage. How had this man suddenly become so formidable? Although he knew little about Lu Liang, Gross utilized his authority to dig up information. He discovered that Lu Liang was merely an ordinary student from the Imperial Capital University of Technology, distinguished only by commendable academic performance. Yet, judging by Lu Liang's display of prowess, it was evident that he was no ordinary graduate. There were surely facets of his background that were beyond Gross's reach. Nonetheless, given the sheer strength he exhibited, Gross was convinced that Lu Liang must have consumed some form of enhancement drug. Yet, even with such enhancements, the level of combat capability was astonishingly terrifying. He resembled a monstrous entity. With this realization, Gross began to regret having made an enemy of Lu Liang. However, the die had been cast. Retreat was not an option, for even if he wished to withdraw, the Black Tiger Lord would not spare him. There was no escape for Gross now. He had to eliminate Lu Liang, regardless of his background. At that moment, Lu Liang seemed to sense an unseen presence in the sky watching him. He lifted his gaze, inadvertently captured by Gross's satellite. His unremarkable expression resembled that of someone observing an inanimate object. As everyone beheld Lu Liang's eyes, a profound silence enveloped the Blood Wolf Command Center. Unbeknownst to them, a chill of primal fear crept over all present. It was as if, in his eyes, they were not even living beings, merely objects that could be shattered at will. Gross gritted his teeth, forcing himself to suppress the rising dread, and stood from his chair. Approaching the elder, he snatched the data board from him. After issuing orders to the two blood wolves to eliminate Lu Liang at all costs, Gross exhaled deeply and returned to his command seat. Stimulated by the chip in his mind, the blood wolves struggled for what felt like an eternity to extricate their heads from the sand. Their faces bore the marks of hardened sand-induced wounds, with one eye punctured by a sharp stone, creating a ghastly sight. However, the blood wolf paid no heed to its injuries. It violently removed the stone from its eye, blood gushing forth. Almost immediately, the wounds on its face began to heal at a visible rate, swiftly returning to its former state. Lu Liang displayed no further astonishment at this revelation. He had already experienced the regenerative prowess of the werewolves firsthand. A series of unsettling cracking noises echoed as the neck of another blood werewolf mended itself. Allowing it to rise once more, its gaze fixated intently on Lu Liang. He shook his head, pondering the dire situation. Even if his strength could overpower them, without a means to eliminate them, he would ultimately meet his demise once the effects of the potion wore off. Glancing at the clock, he noted that just over 20 minutes remained before the potion's potency faded. He needed to dispatch both werewolves within that time frame. Fortunately, under Gross command, the blood werewolves had shifted their focus from Liyuan to Lu Liang, alleviating some of his burdens. At least he no longer had to pursue them. The blood werewolf let out a low growl, seemingly communicating with its companion. Soon, the two werewolves began to flank him, encircling Lu Liang. It appeared they possessed a modicum of intelligence. Observing their movements, Lu Liang smiled, but his expression quickly hardened. With a sudden burst of energy, he surged toward one of the werewolves. Before it could react, he stood before it, delivering a powerful punch to its face. The sound of shattering bone echoed as blood erupted from the werewolf's mouth, sending it hurtling backward. Lu Liang did not relent. He followed up with a swift kick aimed at the werewolf's spine. Another crack resonated as his formidable strength pierced through to its ribcage, puncturing its chest. The werewolf collapsed, convulsing weakly, while Lu Liang raised his fist once more, delivering a series of devastating blows to its head. The immense force reverberated through the ground, resembling an explosion that sent soil flying. When Lu Liang finally stood back, the werewolf's head had been reduced to a gruesome pulp. The other werewolf, witnessing its companion's fate, rushed to its aid. Lu Liang shot at a glance, then leapt high into the air, propelling himself several meters away before executing a final maneuver. Crashing down onto its head with tremendous force, the werewolf's skull burst like a balloon under his weight, prompting Lu Liang to disdainfully wipe his foot in the sand. As the screen displayed Lu Liang's commanding actions and the definition of his muscular form illuminated by the moonlight, the female soldiers gazed in awe, their eyes sparkling with admiration. He was simply too handsome. Spending each day in the presence of such a striking commander filled them with hope. Commander Lu was truly captivating. They fantasized about marrying him. While the female soldiers were exhilarated, they spoke cautiously, wary of being overheard by Li Shiru on the platform above. However, Li Shiru's mind was far from their words. Her focus was fixed on the screen, her expression grave. Although Lu Liang maintained the upper hand for now, as time progressed, the moment the potion's effects faded, he would instantaneously transition from victory to defeat. The cost of failure would be to be torn to shreds by these monstrous creatures. Unless Lu Liang can discover a method to completely eradicate the werewolves and prevent their resurrection during this period, it seems futile. Indeed, the two werewolves rose once more. Chapter 39, Werewolves? This is clearly a husky. Observing the scene, Lu Liang furrowed his brow, realizing the dire situation. He had obliterated their brains. Yet they still managed to revive. What manner of creature are these? Inside the Bloodwolf fortress, Gross wore a smug smile as he witnessed Lu Liang's repeated assaults failing to inflict any substantial harm on the blood werewolves. Even though your strength is formidable, once the potion's duration expires, you shall inevitably become the werewolf's prey. Even if I cannot catch up to the Liyuan, obtaining your head, Lu Liang, would suffice to appease the Black Tiger Lord. Adjutant, the deck is ready to be lowered. On the Liyuan, a female soldier excitedly informed Li Shiru. Upon hearing this, Li Shiru took a deep breath. All personnel, heed my command. The female soldiers swiftly stood at attention on the deck, awaiting Li Shiru's orders. Everyone, mobilize immediately. At all costs, we must rescue the commander. We shall risk our lives to buy time for his retreat. Yes, the resounding voices of the female soldiers rang out, their faces devoid of fear. They were already condemned to death, having been repeatedly saved from the brink by Lu Liang. Now, if they could exchange their lives for Lu Liang's, they bore no regrets. Li Shiru was the first to board a truck, gripping the steering wheel tightly as she gazed at the descending deck. A glance at the large screen behind her revealed that, at this pace, Lu Liang's defeat was merely a matter of time. However, for the sake of the Liyuan Legion, Lu Liang must not perish. She was determined to lead her sisters, sacrificing their lives to secure the commander's escape. Casting her eyes upon the bag lying in the passenger seat, she recognized it contained the glucose and saline solution Lu Liang required. Suddenly, she comprehended that these were life-saving supplies. Lu Liang had employed the same tactics. Yet the blood werewolves consistently rose unscathed. There must be a method to this. With a swift kick, he shattered the jaw of a blood werewolf, inhaling deeply. The prolonged high-intensity combat had begun to wear on him. Nevertheless, the werewolves continued to rise time and again, their fighting spirit undiminished. Glancing at the time, he noted approximately 5 minutes remained. By now, Li Shiru and the others should have already set their plan into motion. If they encountered the blood werewolves, it would spell disaster. With this thought, Lu Liang struck again, aiming a kick at the werewolf's waist. Strangely, the blood werewolf desperately twisted its body, narrowly evading the blow. Lu Liang did not afford it a moment to counterattack, landing a punch squarely on its chest. The sound of cracking ribs echoed as the werewolf was sent sprawling. Observing the convulsing blood werewolf, Lu Liang's expression grew serious. Since their initial encounter, the two blood werewolves had recognized their inferiority in speed compared to Lu Liang. Fortunately, they had completely abandoned defense, seeking to inflict any damage they could upon him. Yet this time, they had managed to evade. After a moment of contemplation, a smile crept across Lu Liang's face. So that was it. Their weakness lay in the waist. Although the reason for the werewolf's vulnerability being its kidneys remains an enigma, Lu Liang could not afford to ponder such matters at this moment. With a disdainful grunt, he swiftly positioned himself before the werewolf. And before the bloodthirsty creature could regain its composure, he forcefully planted his foot upon its back. A resounding crack echoed as the werewolf's spine fractured once more. It let out a mournful howl, yet disregarding its agony, one clawed hand clutched its midsection while the other ferociously swiped at Lu Liang. However, Lu Liang's form was now as unyielding as steel. claws capable of rending armor merely left white imprints upon his skin. Indeed, it was here, Liyuan declared. Undeterred by the werewolf's assault, he aligned his fingers and thrust them sharply into the creature's lower back. The werewolf writhed in pain, kicking violently on the ground as Liyuan, guided by instinct, located its kidneys and seized them with fervor. A pungent scent surged into Liyuan's nostrils, causing him to grimace, yet a chilling sensation emanated from his palm. What is this? Curiously withdrawing his hand, Liyuan beheld a minuscule iron shard, smaller than a fingernail, stained with blood. More precisely, it appeared to be a chip. This is dire. Witnessing this scene, Gross abruptly rose from his seat. This fool has extracted the chip controlling the blood werewolf. Commander, we are unable to relay our commands to the blood werewolf's mind. The elderly man trembled as he shouted to Gross. Gazing at Liyuan, who was toying with the chip on the screen, Gross's legs weakened, and he sank back into his chair. It was over. Utterly finished. Once he lost control of the blood werewolf, every action it took would become unpredictable. The blood werewolf was no longer a mere weapon, but had transformed into a sentient being. Considering the possibility that it might abandon Liyuan after suffering such a defeat, Gross's expression contorted with dread. He now regretted his earlier decisions. Why did he choose to take shortcuts? Ordering the werewolves to subdue Liyuan first instead of pursuing the Liyuan? Now, not only had Liyuan evaded capture, but they had also lost the latest experimental product of the Black Tiger Lord. If he returned empty-handed, the Black Tiger Lord would surely impose severe punishment upon him. Hurry! Retrieve the other one. Gross bellowed at the old man, who flinched and promptly issued the command. Liyuan fiddled with the chip in his hand, uncertain of its potential effects. However, observing the bewildered gaze of the blood werewolf at his feet, he inferred that his method had indeed borne fruit. The other werewolf, witnessing its companion's plight, did not rush to assist as usual. Instead, it turned tail and fled. Attempting to escape, Liyuan scoffed and immediately pursued. He sidestepped to confront the werewolf, raising his knee to strike its chin, rendering it instantly incapacitated. Under the astonished gazes of the Blood Wolf Legion, Liyuan extracted the chip from the other werewolf and crushed both chips into powder. Noticing that the two blood werewolves had succumbed to unconsciousness, Liyuan furrowed his brow. Despite having removed the chips, their wounds appeared to still be healing. Initially, he believed that the chip was the reason behind the werewolf's wound recovery. However, it now appeared that he had underestimated the situation. Liyuan furrowed his brow, retreating to a corner. If this was indeed not the werewolf's weakness, then why were they so fiercely protective of it? There were 3 minutes left. If he fled now, there might still be a glimmer of hope. If he sprinted at full speed, the blood werewolves would surely be unable to catch him. Commander, run. On the truck, Liyuan remained focused on the data panel, observing Liyuan's silhouette. From the moment he departed the Liyuan, she had begun her countdown, anxious not to lose track of time. As Liyuan pondered, the two werewolves had already returned to their former state. He intended to press the attack, but the two suddenly embraced each other, nuzzling their noses together, their sounds indicating a surprising joy. This unexpected display caused Liyuan to retract his foot, nearly twisting his waist in the process. What on earth? In the midst of battle, they suddenly became affectionate? Standing frozen, Liyuan could hardly believe he was witnessing such a scene. Should he take this opportunity to flee? Just as he contemplated escape, the two werewolves abruptly turned their gaze toward him. It seemed a confrontation was still imminent. Liyuan repositioned himself for an attack, but as he prepared to strike again, the werewolves suddenly lowered their heads and rested their forelimbs on the ground, adopting a tail-wagging posture. This sight left Liyuan grow, and those on the truck, including Liyuan, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Liyuan stared in shock as the blood werewolves shifted into a well-behaved sitting position and began to inch closer to him. Their demeanor resembled that of a playful dog seeking approval from its owner. Then, before the astonished eyes of all, the nearly 3-meter-tall werewolves knelt before Liyuan, nuzzling against his pant leg. Reflecting on their earlier ferocity, Liyuan felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively began to retreat. However, he suddenly felt his body weaken, and before he could react, he collapsed to the ground. Damn it, distracted by the dogs, the effect of the medication has worn off. As he observed the system's prompt indicating 0 health, Liyuan cursed under his breath, struggling to rise, but feeling as though his limbs had lost all sensation. The two werewolves, puzzled by his condition, began to dart around him, gently nudging his head with their noses, seemingly very concerned. Feeling their breath, Lu Liang's hair stood on end. In his current state of utter vulnerability, he posed no threat. Even a mere dog could easily overpower him. Yet, the werewolves then extended their tongues and licked his face. Ugh! Lu Liang's face contorted in disgust. This was utterly revolting. Nevertheless, there was surprisingly no foul odor emanating from their mouths. Noticing Lu Liang's lack of response, one of the werewolves nudged him again with its head. Unable to endure any longer, Lu Liang softly uttered, "You can do whatever you wish. Just please, not like this." Having spoken, Lu Liang immediately felt a profound ache throughout his body. At this moment, even the act of speaking was a considerable effort. However, upon hearing Lu Liang's voice, the blood wolf instantly began to wag its tail joyously. The striking figure it had just displayed was now replaced by an utterly disheveled appearance. With his face pressed against the ground, Lu Liang could not behold their expressions. Nevertheless, it appeared that they harbored no ill intentions towards him. Although he could not fathom the reason, Lu Liang found solace in the fact that they were not inclined to sever his head from his shoulders. "I say, if you don't wish to end my life, could you perhaps flip me over?" Lu Liang's head was buried in the sand, and he felt as if he were on the brink of asphyxiation. Upon hearing this, the blood wolf raised its enormous paw and gently turned Lu Liang over with utmost care. Gasping for air, Lu Liang stared at the moon above, his expression gradually becoming dazed. The blood wolf gazed down at him, its eyes no longer reflecting the ferocity of moments prior, but rather a sense of submission and gratitude. "Heh, I think I've come to understand," Lu Liang chuckled softly, forcing himself to remain awake. That chip must be a means of controlling these two werewolves. The Blood Wolf Legion utilized chips to govern their soldiers, a fact that was no longer a secret. However, such chips were typically implanted in the brain. Once the head was obliterated, the individual perished, rendering the chip useless. Yet, the Blood Wolves were different. They possessed an extraordinarily robust vitality, capable of regenerating even after their heads were destroyed. Thus, implanting the chip within their brains was not a prudent choice. But now, as he had removed the chip from them, they had regained their consciousness. This was their way of expressing gratitude towards him. "Heh, that scoundrel Lord Black Tiger is truly cunning," Lu Liang mused to himself, when he faintly heard the distant sound of a convoy's horn. Li Shiruo and her companions must be nearing. "Hey, I say," Lu Liang summoned the last vestiges of his strength to look at the two blood wolves, who were likewise gazing at him, seemingly awaiting his command. "Those approaching are my people. Do not harm them." With that, Lu Liang's head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 40. We all have a bright future. Lu Liang detected a faint fragrance, reminiscent of flowers, more delicate than floral scents, yet infinitely more evocative. Moreover, this aroma was oddly familiar, as though he had encountered it before. Abruptly, he opened his eyes to find an intravenous drip hanging beside him. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lu Liang realized he was in an unfamiliar room. The decor suggested it was a young woman's chamber. Glancing down at the military blanket draped over him, he discerned that the scent originated from it. Noticing someone nearby, Lu Liang turned his head to find Li Shiruo at the foot of his bed. In stark contrast to her usual poised demeanor, she had shed her outerwear and military uniform, donning only a white shirt. Through the fabric, Lu Liang could distinctly see the black inner lining. Moreover, due to the angle, he observed that the top button of her shirt was astonishingly undone. Lu Liang swallowed hard, struggling to sit up, but even a slight movement of his fingers sent waves of pain coursing through him, causing him to grit his teeth. Hearing Lu Liang's groans, Li Shiruo suddenly opened her eyes wide and saw his face contorted in agony. "Commander, you are awake," she exclaimed, rushing forward to assist him. "Commander, the medic said you must not move yet." Gently laying Lu Liang back down, Li Shiruo let out a sigh of relief and returned to her small stool beside the bed. "Where am I?" Lu Liang, realizing his plan had faltered, swiftly shifted the topic. "This is my room," Li Shiruo explained. "When we found you, you were already in a coma. We immediately administered glucose and saline, which saved your life. We are now in the Lanster Industrial Fortress number 14. Han Bing and the others have returned as well, aside from Lin Qian being injured. Everyone else is safe. You have all worked hard," Lu Liang said with a faint smile. "But why am I in your room?" Well, Li Shiruo began to stammer. "I just thought it would be more convenient to take care of you." "Don't the female medics in the medical room take responsibility for the injured?" Lu Liang pressed. pondering whether the medical practices of the Liyuan Corps were truly so simplistic and crude. After a moment of silence, Liyuan seemed to search for an appropriate justification. The environment in the medical room is too poor, and besides, the female medics wouldn't want you, a grown man, to be among a group of injured women. Achoo! A female medic, busy preparing medication for the wounded, suddenly sneezed. After confirming that Liyuan was not seriously injured, she argued to keep him in the medical room. On one hand, she genuinely wished to care for this man who was willing to sacrifice his life for the Corps. On the other hand, having Liyuan around would significantly uplift the spirits of the other female soldiers. After all, a positive mood could hasten recovery. However, Liyuan vetoed her request. According to her reasoning, since the commander was no longer in danger and merely needed continued intravenous fluids, there was no need for him to occupy valuable medical resources. This decision left the entire medical room of female soldiers grumbling in discontent. "Oh, I'm sorry for the trouble," Liyuan said softly. Seeing that he remained oblivious to her subtle intentions, Liyuan smiled faintly. "By the way, how long have I been asleep?" Liyuan inquired. At this, Liyuan sighed. "Commander, you have been asleep for 2 days and 2 nights. What? Oh my." Upon hearing this, Liyuan instinctively attempted to sit up, only to cry out in pain. Witnessing his plight, Liyuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Do you know? To save you, all the female soldiers in the Corps were mobilized." Liyuan reported to Liyuan in a gentle tone. "All the female soldiers?" Liyuan's eyes widened in shock as he recalled the scene. And with a sense of urgency, he asked, "What about our casualties?" To him, facing those 2 formidable blood wolves, even if the female soldiers had saved him, the sacrifices would have been tremendous. It is quite possible that the Liyuan Legion no longer exists. Please remain calm. Upon witnessing the situation, Liyuan hastily interjected, stating, "Aside from a driver who recklessly overturned the vehicle, resulting in minor injuries to a number of female soldiers, there have been no fatalities." "No fatalities?" Upon hearing this, Liyuan furrowed his brow slightly. "Your 2 pets." Noticing Liyuan's confusion, Liyuan couldn't help but smile. "Those 2 werewolves, despite enduring our fierce onslaught, chose not to retaliate and allowed us to take you away." Subsequently, the 2 werewolves followed closely behind the Liyuan ship. Wanbing believed they posed no further threat and thus dispatched troops to confine them within the fortress, locking them in cages. You brought them onto the Liyuan ship," Liyuan exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. "Sister, have you lost your mind? Do you really think a cage can contain them?" "On this matter, I trust Wanbing," Liyuan continued to explain. "As a cat girl, she can comprehend the language of these modified beasts and communicate with them. By now, they have probably had their fill and are peacefully resting in their cages." All right. Liyuan replied softly, finally recalling that Su Wanbing was indeed a cat-eared girl. The 2 fell into silence once more. Just as Liyuan was about to drift back to sleep, he heard the sound of droplets falling onto the blanket. Turning his head, he was taken aback to see the once indomitable Iron-blood queen, Liyuan, with reddened eyes, tears glistening as they fell onto her blanket. "What's wrong?" Liyuan stammered, startled to witness Liyuan in tears for the first time. "Why did you have to take it this far?" Liyuan could no longer contain herself, gazing up at Liyuan as tears streamed down her cheeks. I apologize. I thought I could manage," Liyuan said awkwardly with a smile. "But I didn't anticipate that those 2 werewolves would be so formidable. Yet you cannot wager your life." Liyuan stood up, her voice slightly raised. Then realizing her rudeness, she angrily sat back down. "If you were in my position, would you choose to hide behind the other sisters, sending them to their deaths?" Liyuan inhaled deeply and spoke calmly. Liyuan was momentarily silenced by Liyuan's words. "See, our conclusions are the same," Liyuan remarked with a smile as he observed Liyuan's speechlessness. "As commanders, in moments such as these, we choose to protect our legion in this manner. So, what is there left to reproach? My death is inconsequential." Liyuan gazed into Liyuan's eyes, her beautiful orbs still shimmering with tears. "Even if I were to perish, you could still lead the Liyuan Legion onward. But if something were to happen to you, the Legion would swiftly revert to its former state." Liyuan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, calling her by name for the first time. "I assure you, as long as I serve as the commander of the Liyuan Legion, none of you shall perish. It is absolutely unacceptable for you." Liyuan spoke softly, startling Liyuan. "So, retract your previous statement." No one in the Liyuan Legion should face death. We all must live well to embrace a brighter future. Upon hearing Lu Liang's words, Li Shihua felt a surge of emotion, as if struck by a bolt of electricity. You absolutely must not. Lu Liang's voice echoed in her mind. Hey, what's wrong with you? Noticing Li Shihua's silence, Lu Liang wondered if his previous remarks had been too harsh. No, it's nothing. The commander is right. I shall refrain from such comments in the future, Li Shihua quickly replied. Seeing that Li Shihua seemed untroubled, Lu Liang then asked, could you assist me in turning over? I've been lying flat for a while, and my back is rather uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Li Shihua promptly stood up and supported Lu Liang's shoulder, assisting him in turning towards her. In a moment of inadvertent distraction, Lu Liang lowered his head slightly and caught a glimpse of the fair skin peeking from beneath Li Shihua's collar, causing him to swallow hard. Sensing something amiss, Li Shihua instinctively lowered her head, only to find Lu Liang staring wide-eyed at her. Commander. Li Shihua's face flushed crimson as she quickly turned Lu Liang back and returned to her seat. Ahem, I apologize. It was not my intention, Lu Liang murmured softly. Li Shihua, however, bore no anger. Rather, she felt a twinge of delight within. Previously, when she had been prepared to offer herself to Lu Liang for the sake of the Liyuan Legion, he had declined her. In retrospect, she believed he must not have been fond of her. Yet, it seemed that now he held some interest in her after all. A smile crept onto Li Shihua's lips. By the way, you mentioned earlier that a driver was speeding and caused an accident? Lu Liang swiftly diverted the conversation. In this desert, who could possibly overturn a vehicle in such a place? Hearing his words, Li Shihua's earlier excitement plummeted. She lowered her head and responded softly. Chapter 41. Everyone awaits your company for dinner 2 days later. Lu Liang returned to his room. After a period of recuperation, he was now able to attempt standing. Although he still required assistance to walk, he was largely self-sufficient. During these 2 days, Li Shihua had virtually remained in the room, attending to Lu Liang's needs, feeding him and providing water. While the experience of being cared for by a beautiful woman was pleasant, Lu Liang still felt somewhat uneasy, as if he were a mere invalid. Thus, despite the physician's advice to remain in bed for another 2 or 3 days, Lu Liang insisted on getting up. After all, being cared for by others could not compare to the comfort of moving one's own body. With Li Shihua's support, Lu Liang, clad in a patient gown, paced back and forth in the room. I say, Shihua as my aide. You ought to be in the command center rather than hovering around a patient like me all day. For the past 2 days, Li Shihua had scarcely visited the command center, choosing instead to remain by Lu Liang's side, leaving the daily affairs of the Legion to Su Wanbing and others. Moreover, since that day when he and Li Shihua had a conversation, at her request, Lu Liang had begun addressing her not as Miss Aide, but rather more affectionately as Shihua. It's quite all right, Commander. After all, the Legion is entirely secure within the industrial fortress at present. Hearing Lu Liang refer to her in such a manner, Li Shihua felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. Aside from the somewhat elevated land rent, there were no other issues to speak of. Vic has shown considerable attentiveness towards our Legion, often bringing supplies and water sources. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang nodded, realizing that these fellows were already aware of his remarkable feats. Given the strength of the Lanced family, uncovering such matters would be a trivial pursuit. Lu Liang even harbored doubts about whether all his actions were under the surveillance of the Lanced family. To have single-handedly obliterated both the Porcupine Legion and the Lynx Legion, alongside defeating and taming a creature as formidable as a blood werewolf, it seemed he had indeed garnered the attention of certain individuals within the Lanced family. The Lanced family? Lu Liang mused to himself. He found himself intrigued by this family, which, even on an imperial scale, ranked among the elite. However, he recognized that his current strength was still far too meager. He would require additional time to stand shoulder to shoulder with such a family. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Lu Liang settled back onto the sofa. By the way, Commander, Li Shihua said as she assisted Lu Liang into a seated position. Noticing his momentary distraction, she continued. After a discussion among the officers, we believe that since you are now able to rise from your bed, we would like to seek your permission to dine in the mess hall tonight, alongside the female soldiers. Dine together? Lu Liang replied, taken aback. Is that a custom of our Legion? Not quite, Li Shihua chuckled, clarifying, during your convalescence. The food we seized from the Porcupine Legion has remained untouched by the sisters of our Legion. We have all been waiting for you to rise, so that you may preside over the first meal of the Legion's continued existence. Liyuan blinked, processing the information conveyed by Li Shirua. Wait, are you saying that for the past 3 days, you all have not eaten the food obtained from the Porcupine Legion? Li Shirua smiled and nodded. Initially, I instructed the mess hall to serve that food, but not a single sister was willing to touch it. They all insisted on waiting for you to personally oversee the first meal. Commander, everyone is still holding on to your promise, eagerly anticipating your addition to their meal. Hold on, what about the food I consumed these past 2 days? Liyuan inquired, glancing at the unwashed dishes beside him. Remnants of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried celery with pork still clinging to them. Upon hearing this, a blissful smile spread across Li Shirua's face. Although we are still eating synthesized vegetables, you, as an injured party, have been granted a special exemption. Liyuan rubbed his temples, inwardly reflecting on their stubbornness. Previously, he had assumed that the meals Li Shirua brought him were indicative of the female soldiers already feasting. In hindsight, it seemed that Li Shirua had never eaten in his presence. Whenever he inquired, she always claimed to have dined in the mess hall. Seeing Liyuan's expression, Li Shirua chuckled as she settled next to him. Commander, you need not say anything further. This was entirely voluntary on everyone's part. The sisters genuinely regard you as our leader, which is why they have chosen to act this way. Upon hearing the term leader, Liyuan suddenly recalled something and hurriedly opened the system. After this incident, it appears that the admiration of these female soldiers for themselves has grown even more. Upon shutting down the system, Liyuan glanced at Li Shiru beside him, feeling a warmth bloom in his heart. He was not insensitive to the nuances of warmth and cold, and he would never regard the female soldiers merely as tools. In this apocalyptic era, they were the only ones who had shown him such devotion in over a decade. Thank you, he thought, gently grasping Li Shiru's delicate hand. Despite her years of handling firearms, Li Shiru's hands were remarkably well maintained, likely due to her habit of wearing gloves. Startled by Liyuan's sudden gesture, Li Shiru's face flushed with a hint of crimson. Liyuan was no Puritan, and naturally, he would not ignore the beauty before him. Commander, Li Shiru raised her gaze to meet Liyuan's, a smile playing on her lips. Liyuan, feeling bold, pinched her fair cheek playfully. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon her porcelain-like visage, enhancing the rosy hue on her cheeks. Coupled with her mature and commanding aura, any man would find himself utterly captivated. It was no wonder that those powerful, arrogant men were willing to spend lavishly to possess her. Liyuan recalled from his previous research. As Liyuan's chiseled features caught her attention, Li Shiru found herself momentarily entranced. Many men had pursued her in the past, including formidable military commanders and noble scions of the empire. Yet, in their eyes, she had only seen insatiable lust and possessiveness, which repulsed and terrified her. She had witnessed the fates of women claimed by such men, and it was a sight too horrific to bear. Thus, Li Shiru had chosen to remain virtuous, dutifully serving in the Liyuan Corps and diligently performing her responsibilities. However, in Liyuan's eyes, she perceived none of these negative traits. He was merely a man a few years her junior, with eyes that held no trace of depravity, only kindness and affection. A smile crept upon Li Shiru's lips. After all, she had initially wished to surrender herself, and there was no turning back now. Once a decision was made, there could be no regrets. Resolute in her thoughts, she no longer hesitated, wrapping her arms around Liyuan's neck and leaning in to press her lips against his. Ouch! Liyuan winced, baring his teeth in pain. Startling Li Shiru, who had just closed her eyes. Realizing that he was still recovering from his injuries, she felt a rush of concern. Due to the excessive strain on his body, lactic acid had built up within him, causing him intense pain even with the slightest pressure on his skin, let alone such a sudden and vigorous motion. Commander, Li Shiru's face turned a deep shade of red, and she quickly supported Liyuan, fearing he might collapse. Next time, could you please give me a heads up? Liyuan grimaced, groaning in discomfort. Upon seeing his comical expression, Li Shiru, who had initially felt guilty, couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Liyuan shot her a glare. Then, suppressing his pain, he tugged at her collar with determination. In a moment filled with astonishment and a hint of delight, Liyuan roughly pulled Li Shirua before him, firmly grasping the back of her head, and pressed his lips forcefully against her crimson ones. Chapter 42. May the Liyuan ever endure, the Legion commander persist. As Li Shirua beheld Liyuan's steel-like physique, Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she hurriedly picked up the freshly laundered military uniform to dress him. It was a formal occasion to meet all the female soldiers, and it was Lu Liang's own request to wear the military attire. However, given Lu Liang's temporary immobility and the fact that the entire Liyuan Legion was composed solely of women, such a task fell solely to her as his aide. After assisting Lu Liang into his military garb, Li Shihua adjusted his collar, her face still tinged with embarrassment. Although she had changed his clothes while he was unconscious, he had been in a state of oblivion then, completely unaware of her actions. Now, however, as she gazed up at Lu Liang's calm visage, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance that wafted from the woman before him, Lu Liang looked down at Li Shihua and offered a subtle smile. After all, their relationship had already been established, and in the entire legion, she was the only one fitting for such a role. Upon glancing at his reflection in the mirror, Lu Liang nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that the system had not deceived him. At this rate, he would fully recover in just a few days. Nonetheless, for the time being, he still required Li Shihua's support to walk. It was not that he was incapable of taking a step, but he feared that he might lose his balance and fall, exposing himself to the gaze of the female soldiers and tarnishing his formidable and heroic image. Initially, Li Shihua had considered finding a wheelchair for him, but Lu Liang had declined. "I only feel a bit sore. I am not disabled," he explained with a hint of exasperation as he observed the wheelchair that Li Shihua had brought from the infirmary. Thus, the two exited the room, with Li Shihua carefully aiding Lu Liang as they made their way toward the dining hall. Along the way, she tightly clasped his arm, and Lu Liang felt the soft sensation at his elbow, stealing a glance at her. Li Shihua seemed to sense this as well, but did not loosen her grip. Instead, she pulled his arm even closer to her. "Be careful, the female soldiers might see us," Lu Liang murmured softly. "Look around. Is there anyone here?" Li Shihua replied with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang surveyed his surroundings and was surprised to find no one in sight, not even a guard. After all, this was an engineering fortress, and safety was not a concern. Noticing Lu Liang's curiosity, Li Shihua explained, "Fortunately, I gave everyone a break and asked them to gather in the dining hall for this evening's banquet." Upon hearing this, Lu Liang nodded in relief. Suddenly, Li Shihua appeared to recall something, seizing Lu Liang's arm with a grip that made him wince. "Wait, are you truly afraid of publicly acknowledging our relationship? Do you still wish to flaunt your single status to flirt with other sisters?" Li Shihua said, narrowing her eyes and fixating intently on Lu Liang. Caught off guard, Lu Liang found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "It is not that I wish to keep this matter hidden from the public eye. Rather, it is that Lu Liang prefers not to become the subject of idle gossip. I have already witnessed the prowess of these individuals in the art of speculation." Under Li Shiru's watchful gaze, Lu Liang responded earnestly. "Well, Shiru, you surely do not wish to become the focal point of everyone's gossip, do you? Do you truly desire for us to share a romantic evening beneath the starlit sky, only to be followed by a throng of wide-eyed female soldiers lurking in the shadows? Moreover, those elves led by Lu Weiwei are quite adept at stealth." Upon hearing this, Li Shiru's expression softened slightly. She could relate to his sentiments. Ever since Lu Liang arrived at the fortress, the rumors surrounding them had been relentless. As they conversed, they ambled towards the dining hall. A journey that should have taken merely 5 minutes, but ended up stretching to over 10. By the time they arrived, the dining hall was already brimming with female soldiers. The hall had not been designed to accommodate the entire regiment dining together, leading to the hasty addition of numerous tables, which rendered the previously spacious area somewhat cramped. Nevertheless, joy radiated from everyone's faces. This exuberance reached its zenith upon Lu Liang's entrance. The moment he stepped into the hall, the lively chatter ceased abruptly. Without any command, the female soldiers rose spontaneously to honor Lu Liang's arrival. Cough, cough. There's no need for such formality, everyone. Please relax. This is a meal, not a meeting. Lu Liang chuckled, gesturing for them to ease up. Yet, no one took their seats. They stood rigidly in line. With no other choice, Lu Liang, supported by Li Shiru, made his way to the head of the grand dining table. Surveying his surroundings, he recognized familiar faces from the command room, including the newly joined Lu Weiwei. Once Lu Liang was seated, the female soldiers exchanged glances before finally taking their seats. Before long, an array of tantalizing dishes was presented, and as per Lu Liang's request, everyone was encouraged to eat freely tonight, even if it meant some food would go to waste. As they gazed at the fragrant offerings before them, their stomachs protested audibly. Commander, perhaps you could say a few words first? Su Wanbing swallowed hard, addressing Liyuan. What is there to say? Liyuan chuckled, amused by Su Wanbing nearly choking on her own saliva. In his view, with everyone so famished, the priority was to eat. What more was there to discuss? You should really say something, Li Shiru interjected, reminding him. As the commander of the regiment, you ought to deliver some words to uplift morale at such a formal banquet. Due to the limited food supply, the Liyuan regiment had not gathered for a meal like this in quite some time. In Li Shiru's memory, the last occasion of such camaraderie was during her childhood. On that occasion, her adoptive mother, who was also the last matriarch of the Liyuan clan, delivered a stirring speech before the feast. While the specifics of her words had faded from memory, the final phrase remained etched in her mind. May the Liyuan endure, and the commander prevail. Seeing Li Shiru suddenly lost in thought, Liyuan gently waved his hand and said, Hey, what is wrong with you? Huh? Oh, nothing. Li Shiru finally awakened from her reverie and returned to her seat. Observing her demeanor, Liyuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Since that is the case, I shall hasten my remarks to avoid delaying everyone's meal. His words elicited laughter from the crowd, lifting the atmosphere from its previous desolation. This banquet had been delayed for 3 days due to my circumstances, and I wish to extend my apologies to you all. With that, Liyuan stood, suppressing his physical discomfort, and offered a slight bow. Instantly, the female soldiers rose to their feet as well. As for the embellishments, I shall refrain from uttering them. Liyuan gestured for everyone to sit. I offer you 2 promises. First, as long as you follow me, no one shall perish again. Second, as long as you are with me, no one shall endure hunger. Henceforth, our standard of living will rapidly ascend. This food is merely the beginning. That is all. Now, I command everyone to prepare for the feast. And let us toast. May Liyuan endure, and may the commander thrive. Chapter 43, Beneath the Moon, Wine. And beauty Liyuan endure, and may the commander thrive. The female soldiers chanted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the hall. Upon hearing this, Li Shiru felt a jolt of energy surge within her. She gazed at Liyuan's smiling face, overwhelmed by shock. Why did he utter the same words? And in such a similar setting? Tears welled in her eyes as Liyuan's figure began to merge with that of her foster mother in her vision. Noticing that no one had yet picked up their chopsticks, Liyuan sighed in resignation, took his own chopsticks, and placed a piece of meat into his mouth. This should suffice, he mumbled through his chewing. Seeing him like this, the female soldiers erupted into laughter and soon joined in, eagerly picking up their chopsticks and devouring the food. The clattering of chopsticks against plates filled the air, bringing a smile of contentment to Li Shiru's face. As she surveyed her surroundings, she saw that each soldier wore a beaming expression, some even shedding tears of joy as they gazed at the food before them. Without Liyuan, it seemed they might have completely forgotten the taste of such delicacies. How did my tone just now strike you? Liyuan's words pulled Li Shiru from her daydream. She blinked and stammered. Why, you knew? Of course, I found it in the archives of the Liyuan Corps. Liyuan explained. As the commander, the Empire has provided me with all the information regarding the Liyuan Corps, including the origins of this slogan. Thank you. At Liyuan's explanation, Li Shiru could no longer hold back, and tears of gratitude streamed down her cheeks. She understood that Liyuan's intentions were solely to bring her joy. All right, with such delightful food at hand, why shed tears? Liyuan said, gently wiping her tears away. At his words, Li Shiru broke into a smile, took a deep breath to steady her emotions, and immediately joined the feast. Commander, your speech seems rather trivial, Su Wanbing remarked, casting a sideways glance at Liyuan, choosing to disregard the comment entirely. She seized a hefty piece of frozen fish and popped it into her mouth, a look of delight gracing her features. It was quite absurd for a cat girl like her to have been subsisting on synthetic vegetables for so long. Was it not better this way? Liyuan, sipping his red wine with a cheerful smile, replied, surely, it is more pleasant than listening to grandiose, empty promises of leading you to victory. Indeed. Su Wanbing appeared momentarily choked, hastily gulping down a couple of sips of wine before resuming her meal. It has been ages since we've had such a feast. As the wine flowed, the female soldiers' faces flushed, some even engaging in games like rock, paper, scissors. Commander, I raise a toast to you. Han Bing, her cheeks rosy, approached Liyuan. cautiously glancing at Li Shiru beside her. If not for your powered armor, our assault team would have faced utter annihilation. Liyuan nodded, rising to clink glasses with her, then downing the drink in one go. Observing this, Wanbing's blush deepened, and she mirrored his action. With Wanbing leading the charge, the others gradually grew bolder, swiftly gathering to toast with Liyuan, and eventually, some even dragged him into a selfie. Although it was somewhat awkward to impose on everyone, Liyuan turned to Li Shiru, who merely smiled silently, deliberately making space for the other female soldiers. It seems they truly admire you, Li Shiru mused to herself, observing the radiant smiles on their faces before quietly exiting the dining hall. Let them revel tonight. Upon returning to the command room, Li Shiru settled into her chair, resuming her tasks. Despite having delegated most of her workload to Su Wanbing these past days to care for Liyuan, some responsibilities could not be assumed by another. Thus, she typically waited until Liyuan had fallen asleep before discreetly utilizing his computer to work. Yet today, reflecting on the sight of Liyuan surrounded by the female soldiers, she found herself distracted from her duties. Of course, she did not wish to share Liyuan with anyone else. However, she understood that he was destined for greater horizons, and it was improbable for him to remain solely hers. Li Shiru was no fool. She could perceive the affections of Su Wanbing, and even the sentiments of Lu Weiwei and Zhang Man, recalling Lu Liang's somewhat forceful kiss earlier in the day. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. From the very beginning, she had never hoped to possess him entirely. She merely desired to stay by his side. What are you thinking about? A voice interrupted her reverie from behind. Startled, Li Shiru turned to see Liyuan smiling at her. What brings you here? Her face brightened at his presence, and she quickly inquired. I was worried someone might get a stomach ache from jealousy, so I brought some wine to help alleviate it. Liyuan smiled as he spoke, then retrieved 2 wine glasses and a bottle of red wine from behind him. Moreover, with the adjutant having left, it felt somewhat awkward for a commander like him to remain there. Recognizing the rare opportunity, he decided to let the ladies enjoy themselves. Just a few minutes after Li Shiru departed from the mess hall, Liyuan noticed her absence. However, the female soldiers were exceedingly enthusiastic, making it difficult for him to decline their advances. Ultimately, it was Su Wanbing, with her keen insight, who suggested that Liyuan feigned drunkenness to escort him out of the mess hall in Li Shiru's absence. Who was feeling jealous? Li Shiru's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly explained, I just wanted to return to work quickly. What work could be so urgent? Liyuan approached, only to find that Li Shiru hadn't even opened her data pad. At a loss for words, Li Shiru fell silent. Liyuan, choosing not to address it, smiled warmly and took her hand, saying, Come, let us go somewhere. Where to? Li Shiru inquired, puzzled. 5 minutes later, they found themselves on the rooftop of the Liyuan fortress. The night air was slightly cool, and Liyuan draped his coat over Li Shiru's shoulders. You're still a patient. If it gets too cold, we should go back for some clothes, he suggested. Feeling his concern, Li Shiru's heart warmed, though she worried about his well-being. In response, Liyuan chuckled, Have you not noticed? I can walk normally now. Oh, really? Li Shiru observed him closely, realizing that throughout their journey, Liyuan had not needed her support and now stood tall, no longer resembling a patient. What is the matter? Li Shiru asked curiously. I'm not sure. After having that wine, I felt a warmth throughout my body, and after moving around a bit, I discovered I had fully recovered, Liyuan explained, demonstrating by hopping in place. Li Shiru blinked in surprise. According to the medical officer, Liyuan should have needed at least another week to walk normally, and a complete recovery would take a month. Yet, reality contradicted this, as he seemed to have regained his health in the time it took to enjoy a drink. Her eyes sparkled with delight. How many more surprises could this man bring? Since that's the case, I won't hold back, Li Shiru remarked, tightening her coat. But I still don't understand why we're here. In response, Liyuan led her to the center of the rooftop and sat down. On such a beautiful moonlit night, of course, we have come to admire the moon, he stated, brushing off the dust from the ground and gazing at Li Shiru. Admire the moon. Li Shiru looked up at the sky. Although it was merely a waning crescent, the cloudless desert night rendered the sky exceptionally bright. Noticing that Liyuan had poured 2 glasses of red wine, Li Shiru felt a surge of joy and promptly joined him on the ground. As he handed her a glass, she accepted it with slightly flushed cheeks, saying, Thank you. Liyuan smiled and remarked, So, would you say this counts as a date? To which Li Shiru nodded slightly, Certainly. The glasses clinked gently, producing a melodious sound, and the two raised their glasses, drinking deeply from the wine within. Commander, I am profoundly grateful to you. I shall forever cherish this day. Likewise, replied Liyuan, as he poured another glass of red wine. And the two began to converse beneath the moonlight. Their discussion meandered from the history of the Silver Empire to their personal experiences, traversing a vast expanse of topics. However, Liyuan soon realized that the poised officer before him was quite different from his preconceived notions. You have no idea, Liyuan, now slightly inebriated, playfully patted Liyuan's back like a comrade. In my dormitory, the female soldiers, apart from myself, were none too fond of bathing. As girls, they would return to the dorm and completely let themselves go. I recall that scorching summer. Upon arriving back, they would shed all their clothing. Listening to her tales, Liyuan chuckled helplessly and poured another glass for Liyuan. But they are all gone now. After sharing a myriad of risque anecdotes about her roommates, tears welled up in Liyuan's eyes. Observing the girl leaning against him, Liyuan gently patted her back, allowing her tears to dampen his clothing. She was utterly exhausted. Do not worry, no female soldier shall perish again, Liyuan whispered. Upon hearing this, Liyuan let out a childlike hum, nuzzling against his chest. Hey, don't smear your snot on me, Liyuan remarked, exasperated. Hee, you caught me, Liyuan replied, her cheeks flushed as she tightly embraced him, inhaling his scent. Though she was half drunk, her awareness remained intact. Gazing up at Liyuan's chiseled features, she smiled, realizing that she was bound to this man for life. Chapter 44. It turns out they were two little she-wolves the following morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, causing Liyuan's closed eyelids to sting slightly, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. The aftermath of her hangover brought with it an incessant headache. Although Liyuan considered her drinking capacity to be commendable, her long-standing abstinence had indeed diminished her tolerance. Shaking her head lightly to regain some clarity, she then noticed a strong arm enveloping her. Turning her head, she beheld the man beside her, peacefully asleep, and instantly felt alert. Last night, she had indeed overindulged, yet she had not lost consciousness. The sensation was one she had never before experienced. Gradually, the scenes from the previous night became vivid in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, yet simultaneously filling her heart with immense joy. Resting her head gently against Liyuan's chest, she listened to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat and smiled knowingly, subsequently burying her head in the blanket. Still immersed in slumber, Liyuan sensed an unusual feeling and finally opened his eyes. Liyuan was no longer in his embrace. Looking down, he saw her blinking up at him. Half an hour later, Liyuan, resembling a devoted wife, was tidying Liyuan's clothes, her cheeks still slightly flushed. They both made their way to the cafeteria, intending to have breakfast, only to be greeted by a scene of utter disarray upon entering. The female soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber. A few, mindful of their appearance, leaned against chairs with their heads buried in their arms. The two exchanged a knowing smile. It seemed everyone had truly enjoyed themselves the previous night. Navigating through the throng, Liyuan finally located the table occupied by the female officers. Lu Weiwei appeared relatively composed, sitting upright with her head drooping, though drool slowly dripped down. The others had long since collapsed in disarray on the floor. Most notably, Su Wanbing lay sprawled across the dining table, a fishbone still lodged in her mouth, unceremoniously forgotten. Hey, Miss Chief of Staff, wake up, Liyuan gently shook Su Wanbing's shoulder. She merely opened her eyes slightly, calmly expelled the fishbone onto Liyuan's shoulder, and then tilted her head back, returning to her dreams. Let me handle this, Liyuan sighed in exasperation before flipping Su Wanbing over. A pure white cattail dangled down. Grasping the tail, Liyuan gave it a hearty tug. 5 minutes later, Su Wanbing, with tear-filled eyes, rubbed her backside and cast a resentful glance at Liyuan. So, her weakness lies in her tail, Liyuan pondered thoughtfully. Her tail has always been quite sensitive, Liyuan remarked, discarding a few strands of white fur onto the ground. What are you two up to? Su Wanbing, still inebriated and somewhat bewildered, gazed at them. What time is it? Liyuan raised her arm to point at her watch, completely oblivious to the fact that she had only just entered moments ago. Aren't we supposed to be working? Is the regiment not important anymore? But you said today was a holiday, Su Wanbing replied, her tone pitiful. That applies to them. But not to you, Liyuan said with a smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Wanbing. We still have matters to attend to. The three of them retrieved some food from the kitchen that had yet to be served and hastily consumed it before departing the cafeteria. Under Su Wanbing's guidance, they made their way to the lowest level of the fortress. This area was designated for confinement. However, due to the harmonious nature of the Liyuan regiment and the rarity of disobedience, the confinement cells had long been abandoned. Nevertheless, just 2 days prior, 2 new arrivals had appeared on this level. To be precise, they were new wolves. Although the previous night's revelry had been relaxing, Liyuan remained resolute in her determination to press forward. There were still duties to fulfill. Su Wanbing entered the code and opened the door to the confinement cell. Inside, 2 enormous werewolves lay sleeping in their cages. Upon hearing the door open, the wolves sprang to attention, baring their sharp teeth. However, upon recognizing Liyuan, they immediately became docile. Approaching the cage, Liyuan noticed the wolves emitting low growls that seemed to convey a message. What are they saying? She inquired curiously of Su Wanbing. They're saying, "Master, you have finally awakened, and we are so pleased," Su Wanbing translated with a smile. "When did I become their master?" Liyuan frowned, perplexed by their words. Sensing her confusion, the wolves appeared anxious, their growls intensifying slightly. They proclaimed that it was you who rescued them, restoring their self-awareness. Thus, you are their benefactor and their master. Regaining self-awareness? Liyuan pondered for a moment. Are you suggesting that my removal of the chips from their bodies was the cause? This time, there was no need for Su Wanbing to translate. The werewolf's enthusiastic nods spoke volumes. Yet, if you are now free, why do you choose to remain with me? Liyuan remained perplexed. With your abilities, you could easily find a place to thrive. In response, the werewolves shook their heads and continued to growl. They expressed that they were not ungrateful beings, desiring instead to stay by their master's side and serve him. Wait, sisters? Liyuan was taken aback. Indeed, they were the mother wolves, Su Wanbing explained, her eyes widening in surprise. No way, Commander. After fighting them for so long, you didn't even discern their gender? You even extracted their kidneys, for goodness sake. Liyuan glanced at Li, who was stifling her laughter nearby, and shook his head helplessly. At that moment, he had been too focused on fighting to consider such matters. However, he had not anticipated that the werewolves meant this. Indeed, with their prowess, if they could join the Liyuan Legion, it would significantly enhance the Legion's combat capabilities. Their raw power was undeniable, and their formidable regenerative abilities would surely cause any adversary considerable distress. Nevertheless, they had previously harmed his female soldiers, and Lin Qian was still confined to her hospital bed. Unable to move, he needed to approach this matter from the perspective of the unity of the Legion. Noticing Liyuan's silence, the werewolves blinked, emitting soft whines of supplication. Very well, since you have harmed my people in the past, I must consult with her regarding this matter. Liyuan conveyed his thoughts directly to the werewolves. If she agrees, you may stay, but if she does not, I'm afraid you must leave. Upon hearing this, the 2 werewolves exchanged glances and nodded pitifully. Chapter 45. If you agree, I wish to keep them in the Legion. Half an hour later, in the medical room, Lin Qian leaned against her bed, enjoying the fruits and pastries delivered from the cafeteria, all arranged in advance by Li. Although the injured female soldiers could not attend the banquet, everything else was provided, save for alcohol. After swallowing a piece of apple, Lin Qian revealed a satisfied smile. It had been ages since she had savored such delectable treats. Reflecting on Liyuan's anxious voice during her injury brought warmth to her heart. Regrettably, she was still unable to rise from her bed and meet the commander in person. Once she recovered, she would certainly express her gratitude to him properly. My goodness, they are enormous. It is terrifying. I didn't feel it while watching on the screen, but now, standing before them, my legs feel weak. The commander is truly remarkable, taming such fearsome creatures. I must admit, having these 2 beings shadowing the commander only enhances his imposing presence. Lin Qian heard a commotion outside the door and blinked in surprise. The medical room was typically serene. Even when someone watched videos, they would wear headphones. Such noise would only arise in times of war when there were numerous casualties. However, they were currently in an industrial fortress where safety was not a concern. Thus, the only plausible explanation for this disturbance was the arrival of the commander. With this thought, Lin Qian hurriedly swallowed the apple in her mouth, hastily wiped her lips, and sat up properly on the bed. Although she dared not hope that the commander had come specifically to see her, she nevertheless wished to present her best self to remain in Liyuan's memory. To her astonishment, just as she thought the commander would merely pass by. He turned around and approached her ward directly. Upon seeing this, Lin Qian felt a surge of nervousness and glanced at the overflowing trash bin beside her bed. Wishing desperately to rise and dispose of the garbage at that very moment, Lu Liang entered the room, surveying the surroundings with a satisfied nod. It was his first visit to the medical room, and the environment was quite agreeable. "See, Commander," Lin Qian stammered, her voice trembling slightly. Could it be that the commander truly came to see me? Just as Lin Qian's imagination began to wander, Li Shira and Su Wanbing entered the ward as well. The sight of them calmed Lin Qian somewhat, leaving her puzzled. Although she had sustained an injury, it was not severe. A mere internal bleeding caused by a blow from a werewolf. The medical staff had not performed any extraordinary treatments. She simply needed time to recuperate. Surely, there was no need for the 3 top leaders of the Legion to visit her. Seeing Lin Qian greet him, Lu Liang responded with a concerned smile. "How is your injury? Does it still hurt?" "And no, it doesn't hurt anymore," Lin Qian replied, stuttering as she felt herself almost melting under Lu Liang's sunny smile. The other female soldiers around her could not help but express their envy. Lu Liang nodded, pulling out a chair to sit beside Lin Qian. He noticed the trash bin brimming with fruit peels and chuckled softly. "It seems your injury will heal quite soon." Hearing Lu Liang tease her, Lin Qian shyly nodded. "The reason I came today was to check on your condition," Lu Liang said, picking up an apple from the table and peeling it with a knife. "Additionally, there is a matter I need to discuss with you." "You want to discuss something with me?" Lin Qian exclaimed, a bit taken aback. Though she served as the vice-captain of the strike team, she was still merely a junior officer. What significant matter could the commander possibly have to discuss with her? Noticing Lin Qian's silence, Lu Liang waved to someone outside. Lin Qian was still curious about the nature of the discussion, but her pupils widened in shock as 2 bloodthirsty werewolves, resembling nightmares, squeezed in through the door, their heads drooping as they stared at her. Instinctively, Lin Qian shifted back in her seat. She had been unconscious when Han Bing brought her back that day and was unaware of the existence of the blood werewolves. However, at present, I find myself merely a wounded individual, devoid of any powered armor. The intention of these 2 beings to eliminate me could not be more effortless. Ahem. Please do not be alarmed, Lu Liang hastily reassured upon noticing Lin Qian's trepidation. After a thorough explanation, Lin Qian came to understand that these 2 werewolves had attacked her under the influence of the Blood Wolf Legion, rather than from their own volition. "Lin Qian, I sought you out today to discuss this matter," Lu Liang continued, dividing an apple into 4 portions and distributing them among Lin Qian, Li Shira, and Su Wanbing, keeping 1 piece for himself. "If you can set aside past grievances, I wish to retain them within the Legion, integrating them as part of our ranks. However, should this cause you discomfort, I can arrange for their departure from the Legion at this very moment." Upon hearing the words "leave the Legion," the 2 werewolves bowed their heads even lower. "Commander, you came to see me for this?" Lin Qian felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Lu Liang's words. In truth, he could have disregarded her feelings entirely and allowed the blood werewolves to join the Legion without her consent, as she was merely a soldier without the authority to influence the Legion's decisions. Nevertheless, despite this, Lu Liang still sought her opinion, demonstrating his kindness and thoughtfulness. Who could not admire such a gentle and compassionate commander? "Commander, you need not say more." Lin Qian inhaled deeply, a gentle smile gracing her face. "Thank you for considering my sentiments. Given that they were devoid of self-awareness at the time, and since I am not significantly harmed, I choose to forgive them." At this, the 2 werewolves abruptly lifted their heads, revealing expressions akin to that of a husky's exuberant smile. "Really?" Lu Liang, concerned that Lin Qian might be succumbing to pressure, inquired. "Are you truly able to forgive them?" "Indeed, I have forgiven them," Lin Qian replied with a beaming smile directed at the 2 blood werewolves. "Welcome to the Liyuan Legion." The werewolves joyfully howled, ambling over to Lin Qian and gently licking her cheek with their tongues. "Stop that, it tickles." Lin Qian laughed. After departing the infirmary, Su Wanbing headed directly to the cafeteria to tidy up, while the 2 blood werewolves remained settled in their quarters on the lower level. However, unlike before, there were no cages now. Instead, they were replaced with cozy piles of straw and warm cushions. The door to the confinement chamber was permanently opened, granting them free access. Trailing behind Lu Liang, Li Shira quietly remarked, "In truth, to incorporate them into the Legion is a continuation of our tradition. The Liyuan Legion has always welcomed homeless women. Upon hearing this, Liyuan chuckled wryly, realizing he had not contemplated this aspect deeply. Upon returning to the command room, they found it still devoid of personnel. Given that it was a holiday, Liyuan and Li Shirua opted not to engage in lengthy discussions. Decisions that they could make directly did not necessitate the inconvenience of convening a meeting. Resuming his seat at the helm, Liyuan began to operate his computer with intent. Soon, the rudimentary blueprints of the Copper Shield-class heavy defense armored vehicle appeared on the screen. Given the advanced technology of this world, it did not take Liyuan long to sketch it out. Upon seeing the armored vehicle on the screen, Li Shirua was rendered speechless with astonishment. Although she lacked knowledge in weapon manufacturing, her extensive experience in warfare allowed her to discern that this design was exceptionally suitable for the current Liyuan Legion. The Copper Shield-class heavy armored vehicle, Liyuan remarked, enlarging the 3D render, is devoid of any armament, yet possesses formidable defensive capabilities. With this device, our Legion could truly achieve zero combat losses. The phrase zero combat losses felt surreal to Li Shirua, despite Liyuan's persistent emphasis. She had merely regarded it as a lofty aspiration, never anticipating that he was genuinely pursuing this direction. You had the Legion enter the industrial fortress not merely for refuge. Li Shirua's mind raced as she swiftly grasped Liyuan's intent. Previously, she had assumed that Liyuan had sent the Liyuan into the fortress simply to avoid direct confrontation with the Blood Wolf Legion. However, it now appeared that her thoughts had been overly simplistic. Later, you shall accompany me to find Vic and have him secure a larger workshop along with sufficient materials. Liyuan said, a cold smile gracing his lips. I have some accounts to settle with the esteemed Colonel Gross. Chapter 46. The Couple's Mockery. Are you referring to 5,000 tons of military-grade steel? Vic gasped at the staggering figure. Is there a problem? Liyuan was amused by Vic's expression. Not exactly a problem, Vic quickly clarified. Our Lanster No. 14 industrial fortress has a fairly complete supply of materials. While high-end equipment like micro-ion generators is scarce, we do have a sufficient reserve of basic materials such as steel. However, I wish to confirm that this is indeed the quantity you require. I would not want any minor issues to delay your progress. Vic was somewhat incredulous. Why would Liyuan need so much steel? The Liyuan Legion was merely a small group of 1,000 personnel. Even for tank production, such a quantity seemed excessive. Yes, that figure, along with a series of engines and various small components. Procure all of it for me, Liyuan replied nonchalantly. Additionally, I require a heavy industrial workshop, large enough to accommodate at least 5 lathes working simultaneously. Understood, sir. I will arrange it for you immediately, Vic nodded. I will ensure it is ready by tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Liyuan acknowledged that transporting such a quantity of materials was indeed no small feat. It seemed that the fort's laborers would be working overtime that night. Upon returning to the Liyuan fortress, it was already evening, and the female soldiers were gradually waking up. After a light meal, they returned to their dormitories to continue their rest. Only the female soldiers tasked with cleaning remained at work in the cafeteria. Liyuan and Li Shirua entered the cafeteria and ordered some food. One must admit, the supplies of the Porcupine Legion were indeed remarkably abundant. After conversing with the female soldier responsible for managing the mess hall, Liyuan discovered that, despite the order for everyone to eat freely, only a minuscule amount had been consumed. Generally, during combat operations, a legion typically replenishes supplies for half a month. However, the critical issue is that the Porcupine Legion comprises over 5,000 individuals. Furthermore, the majority of the Porcupine Legion are modified beings. Thus, their food requirements undoubtedly exceed those of ordinary humans. Based on these numbers, merely in terms of sustenance, the Liyuan Legion could easily last an additional 3 to 4 months. Indeed, the spoils of war are delectable, Liyuan mused while slurping his noodles. After their meal, the two proceeded to the armory. With the production of armored vehicles commencing the following day, Liyuan needed to verify the types of firearms available to the Liyuan Legion. After all, the current weapons were primarily seized from the Porcupine Legion, and he was not entirely clear on the specifics. Upon arriving at the armory, they were met with an unexpected sight. Unlike their previous visit, there were no guards present, likely having succumbed to slumber after indulging in drink. The armory, now replenished with the Porcupine Legion's arsenal, appeared markedly different from its earlier emptiness, brimming with an array of weaponry and equipment. To their astonishment, they found Heidi standing in front of a powered exoskeleton. seemingly entranced and oblivious to Liyuan and Lishirua's entrance. Heidi, how many times must I remind you not to consume so much chocolate? It's detrimental to your teeth, Lishua admonished, noticing the abundance of chocolate wrappers scattered about, reminiscent of a concerned mother. Ah, what are you doing here? Heidi exclaimed, startled by Lishirua's voice, turning to gaze at them in surprise. We're here to inspect the firearms, Liyuan explained. What are you doing here? Heidi hastily replied. I'm not doing anything. Her bashful demeanor caught Liyuan's attention, and he chuckled upon noticing the powered exoskeleton behind her. It became clear that she was intrigued by the apparatus. How about it? Would you like to learn? Liyuan asked directly, having intended to cultivate Heidi as his assistant, though he had yet to find the opportunity to do so. I'm not interested, Heidi retorted with a touch of pride, raising her chin defiantly. Liyuan and Lishirua couldn't help but laugh at Heidi's adorable reaction. I wonder, are you still brooding over being tied up here? Lishirua teased, easily piercing through Heidi's thoughts. I am not. Heidi quickly denied, though her fair cheeks flushed slightly, betraying her embarrassment. Observing her flustered state, Liyuan suppressed his laughter. I must sincerely apologize for that incident. However, the situation was urgent, and I had no alternative. Enough, Heidi interjected, unwilling to revisit that rather humiliating memory. I understand. Given the circumstances, your actions were indeed the best course. Besides, even if you had explained, I likely would not have believed you at the time, Heidi murmured. Her voice barely above a whisper, yet Liyuan could hear her. Liyuan was momentarily taken aback by Heidi's words, suddenly recalling that the adorable girl before him was, in fact, 2 years his senior. Had it not been for her recent statement, he might have instinctively forgotten this fact. Noticing Liyuan's silence, Heidi blinked her shimmering eyes and smiled at him, reassuringly saying, Don't worry, I'm no longer upset with you. Lishirua gently patted Liyuan on the shoulder and whispered, Are you feeling a bit out of place? I felt the same way at first. Hey, you two seem rather close, Heidi remarked, observing the interaction between them. But her expression abruptly shifted to one of surprise. Despite the numerous rumors circulating about the two of them, Heidi had never truly believed that her most respected sister could harbor feelings for this fellow. Lishirua, however, did not conceal her feelings. She merely raised an elegant eyebrow at Heidi. Then, are you willing to continue as the engineer for the Liyuan Legion? Liyuan sought to redirect the conversation towards more pressing matters, wishing to avoid lingering on this topic. Isn't it sufficient to have a genius like you in the Legion? Upon hearing this, Heidi's voice betrayed a sense of disappointment. What need is there for someone as insignificant as me? From now on, I shall simply return to being an ordinary soldier, charging into battle alongside everyone else. Indeed, Heidi had harbored a deep interest in mechanical engineering since childhood. As a noble, her father had initially intended to send her to school to study mechanics and pursue this path. However, an unforeseen family calamity had turned this into a lifelong regret for Heidi. Liyuan could easily discern her thoughts. He smiled and picked up a machine gun from the wall, tossing it directly in front of her. What are you doing? Lishirua questioned, confused by Liyuan's intentions. Pick it up and fire a couple of shots, Liyuan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Heidi, uncertain of his motives, bent down to retrieve the gun. With all her might, she struggled to lift the heavy weapon from the ground, but within moments, the weight nearly overwhelmed her. It was only Liyuan's swift approach that prevented her from toppling over. I can't lift it, Heidi exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment, both from exertion and shame. As a soldier, the thought of being incapable of wielding a gun was, to her, utterly humiliating. This was a machine gun used by the Porcupine Legion's modified soldiers, and its specifications far surpassed that of ordinary firearms. Lishirua stepped forward to clarify. It's not just you. Even typical female soldiers find it somewhat challenging to handle. Saying this, she effortlessly took the gun from Liyuan's hands and returned it to the rack with a single hand, appearing completely unfazed. Observing the couple's ease with the weapon left Heidi feeling humiliated. Chapter 47. My dear wife, the Legion will be in your hands for the next few days. Hey, what do you two mean by this? Heidi pouted in dissatisfaction. The meaning is quite straightforward, Liyuan responded while handing a wrench to both Heidi and Lishirua. Now, I shall teach you how to repair and maintain these powered armors. Upon hearing this, Heidi's eyes brightened instantly. This was precisely the reason she had been lingering in the armory. Previously, she had also reviewed the combat data of Wanbing and her team. As she observed the scenes of Han Bing and others fighting as if in an uninhabited realm, Heidi was left in awe, her mouth watering at the spectacle. She had utterly fallen in love with this technology. Thus, upon the return of the assault team, Heidi hurried to the armory, eager to examine the intricate structure of the powered armor in its entirety. However, her enthusiasm quickly turned to despair. Although the powered armor appeared unchanged externally, Heidi discovered that she was utterly clueless about how to disassemble even the outer armor, let alone inspect the internal mechanisms. Yet, Liyuan effortlessly grabbed a wrench and, with a few deft movements of a mechanical arm, removed the outer armor of the powered suit. Heidi blinked, mimicking Liyuan's technique, and soon succeeded in disassembling it as well. Meanwhile, Liyuan toiled away for an extended period, drenched in sweat, and nearly broke the wrench in her struggle. Liyuan cast a curious glance at Liyuan, shrugging his shoulders. See, this is what they call specialization. You may not be an exemplary soldier, but with diligent study, you could become an excellent weapons engineer in the future. Heidi nodded, finally grasping Liyuan's meaning. So, I think you should remain in the armory and continue your path as an engineer. Liyuan replied with a smile. Moreover, if you are willing, I can teach you some fundamental engineering principles, enabling you to repair and even create simple weapons on your own in the future. Really? Are you serious? Heidi looked up at Liyuan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, you are the only engineer in the entire corps, Liyuan stated. If I don't teach you, then who will? Master, I pay my respects to you, Heidi exclaimed, stepping back and preparing to bow. No need for that. You're actually 2 years older than me. I can't accept such a gesture, Liyuan said, catching her and lifting her up due to his overwhelming strength. Heidi's face flushed crimson, and she quickly wriggled free, darting to the side and casting a cautious glance at Liyuan. Liyuan chuckled softly, showing no signs of displeasure. Tomorrow morning, come directly to the command room to find me. I'll take you to create something remarkable. Upon hearing this, Heidi's face lit up with joy. Then, Master, I shall take my leave for now, so as not to intrude upon your private matters. With that, without waiting for a response from the two, Heidi dashed out of the armory. I wonder how Heidi's skills are. Liyuan approached, gently caressing Liyuan's arm. Liyuan winced, but did not withdraw his hand. Are you really jealous of a child? Hee, Heidi is not a child, Liyuan replied softly. In a month, she will turn 21. Liyuan nodded, realizing that he should not underestimate her. The key issue was that Heidi's appearance was quite deceptive, had it not been for Liyuan's long-standing acquaintance with her. He too might have overlooked her true age. Suddenly, Liyuan leaned closer to Liyuan and whispered, but it's all right, even if you have any thoughts about her. I wouldn't mind. Hey, I am a serious and upstanding young man. Liyuan, with a playful grin, remarked, aren't you tempting me to commit a crime? Oh, really? Liyuan replied, her sweet smile still adorning her face, though her grip tightened gradually. Tell me, are you truly incapable of dismantling this contraption? Liyuan winced in pain and swiftly diverted the conversation. Liyuan shot him a look, then resumed her task with the wrench, maneuvering the mechanical arm. With a couple of sharp clangs, the heavy steel plates of the powered armor crashed to the ground. Liyuan nodded. This was the Liyuan he was familiar with. From her background, Liyuan discovered that Liyuan was not only an exceptional commander, but had also been sent by her adoptive mother to a private engineering academy run by a fallen noble. Although its educational standards paled in comparison to the imperial capital Royal Engineering Academy, it was certainly superior to the makeshift training of someone like Heidi. If it weren't for his own brilliance overshadowing her, Liyuan would undoubtedly excel in any legion as a versatile talent. I wouldn't want that girl Heidi to feel disheartened, Liyuan responded with a smile. Hearing this, Liyuan chuckled. Though Liyuan appeared aloof, she was genuinely considerate of her female subordinate's feelings. This was indeed a quality worth emulating, likely beneficial in enhancing one's reputation. After the two had thoroughly inspected the armory, they found the weaponry of the Porcupine Legion to be quite chaotic. There were over a dozen models of standard-issue assault rifles for ordinary soldiers, and 4 types of light and heavy machine guns for augmenters. The assortment of heavy weapons like rocket launchers and grenade launchers was equally diverse. Once they completed the inventory, they glanced at their watches. It was already past 10 in the evening. Thus, Liyuan led Liyuan back to the cafeteria, which had already closed its doors. What now? Liyuan looked at Liyuan helplessly, as she never kept provisions in her room. The remnants in Liyuan's room had long been distributed. Liyuan smiled. I suppose we shall cook for ourselves. Half an hour later, Liyuan stared wide-eyed at the 4 delectable homemade dishes before her. Am I dreaming? You can actually cook, she exclaimed in astonishment. Why wouldn't I? Liyuan chuckled, pouring her a glass of red wine. During his school days, the cafeteria food was either utterly dreadful or exorbitantly priced. After lightly clinking glasses with Liyuan sipped his wine and remarked, fortunately, the facilities at the Imperial Capital University were quite adequate, with each person having a single dormitory. I grew weary of running to the cafeteria, so I gradually honed my cooking skills. Liyuan told a little fib. In his previous life, he was quite adept at cooking. Aren't you the one who survives on instant noodles every day? Liyuan inquired curiously. Who could endure eating instant noodles every day? He replied. Liyuan nodded in understanding, picking up her chopsticks to grasp a piece of chicken and popping it into her mouth. This is delicious, she exclaimed, her eyes squinting with delight. A stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. Liyuan also took a couple of bites, nodding slightly. Although it had been some time since he last cooked, thankfully, his skills had not deteriorated. Soon, Liyuan was reaching for a second and then a third piece, clearly famished. After a long day of relentless activity, my body could no longer endure the deprivation of sustenance. Given the profound bond that had developed between the two, Liyuan cast aside her inhibitions regarding her image and began to eat heartily. Hey, leave some for me. Liyuan, unreservedly, seized his chopsticks and joined her in the meal. Commander, aide-de-camp, it is indeed you two. Just as they were enjoying their feast, a voice called from behind. Turning around, they found a female soldier responsible for the mess hall. Her eyes widened in surprise as she observed them. Liyuan quickly swallowed his mouthful, while Liyuan, despite having undergone Liyuan's training, struggled momentarily due to her narrower throat. Almost choking, she hastily gulped down a couple of sips of wine to recover. Noting their predicament, the female soldier felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if she had stumbled upon a private moment. Commander, aide-de-camp, why are you still here so late? Haven't you eaten yet? She swiftly redirected the conversation. Upon hearing this, Liyuan nodded affirmatively. Yes. We noticed the mess hall was empty, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Why are you here? Liyuan asked, after clearing her throat. Reporting in. I just returned to the dormitory and noticed the mess hall lights were still on. I thought they had been left on by accident, so I came to check. The female soldier hurriedly explained, eager to avoid any misunderstandings. Oh, in that case, no worries. We'll turn off the lights when we leave. You can head back to rest now, Liyuan replied calmly. The soldier stood at attention and saluted before departing, allowing Liyuan to exhale with relief. Though their intention was indeed to find food, the sight of a solitary man and woman together in the mess hall at such an hour could easily arouse suspicion. See, this is all your brilliant idea, Liyuan playfully complained. Just wait. Tomorrow morning the entire regiment will be buzzing with news about our escapade today. Let them buzz, Liyuan said nonchalantly as he sipped his drink. After all, our affair will eventually come to light. Did you not express your distaste for being the center of gossip among the sisters? Liyuan recalled Liyuan's words from the previous day. Indeed, Liyuan replied, a sly smile curling at his lips. Coincidentally, I shall be heading to Vic tomorrow to commence production on armored vehicles, which will take a couple of weeks to complete. At this, Liyuan's expression shifted slightly. Thus, for the next few days, the management of the regiment will rest upon your capable shoulders, my dear wife, Liyuan proclaimed, raising his glass to her. How delightful. So you were waiting for me here. Chapter 48. What progress have you made? By the time they returned to Liyuan's dormitory, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. At this hour, everyone else had long since retired. Liyuan naturally followed Liyuan into his room, having not returned to her own since he had awakened. The following day, Liyuan and Liyuan emerged from the room together. With an air of calmness, they made their way to the command center, where some early arriving female officers had already begun their duties. Upon seeing the pair, knowing smiles spread across their faces. Liyuan chose to ignore them, while Liyuan, grappling with her shyness, stood discreetly behind him. However, soon everyone gathered in the command room. Despite the revelry of the previous evening, not a single individual was tardy. Liyuan, noticing that all were present, gently clapped his hands to signal for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, this marks my first meeting since my return, and thus I wish to discuss the future development of the Liyuan Corps. He proceeded to share the details he had deliberated with Liyuan the day before, subsequently unveiling a rudimentary 3D model he had crafted. The imposing iron behemoth captured the attention of the female officers present, their eyes widening in awe. "Behold, the Copper Shield-class armored vehicle," Liyuan continued. "I shall refrain from delving into specifics, but suffice it to say, this apparatus can withstand the majority of firepower we may encounter." He elaborated, "From now on, our female soldiers will take to the battlefield within this vehicle, rather than charging forward with mere firearms." As he displayed the side of the armored vehicle, it revealed numerous small apertures from which gun barrels could protrude. With these openings, our female soldiers would no longer need to expose themselves to enemy fire. Instead, they could remain sheltered within while engaging in combat. Additionally, to accommodate heavier weaponry and fortifications, Liyuan had thoughtfully incorporated larger gun ports on each side for the firing of rocket launchers and grenade launchers. Joy spread across the faces of the assembly. In every conflict, the foremost concern was not merely achieving victory, but rather minimizing casualties within the Liyuan Corps. With the advent of this armored vehicle, the potential for reduced losses was palpable. Perhaps even achieving zero casualties was within reach. It was then that the female officers recalled Liyuan's previous assertions. The commander truly intended to fulfill his promises. As the excitement simmered, Liyuan continued. "The second matter I wish to address is this. Aside from individual heavy weaponry such as rocket launchers, I have decided to sell all other firearms." Upon hearing his pronouncement, the initial elation on the faces of the officers swiftly transformed into disbelief. Liyuan, standing nearby, was taken aback. Liyuan had not mentioned this plan to her the previous night, leading her to believe it was a whim. She quickly interjected, "Surely you jest. If we sell them all, we shall be left wielding mere sticks in battle." Casting a sidelong glance at Liyuan chuckled softly. "What we shall possess in the future will be far more formidable than mere sticks." Despite having spent considerable time inventorying the arsenal with Liyuan ultimately resolved to replace all the firearms held by the female soldiers. He had yet to utilize the design for the Gauss rifle, which, despite its relatively high production cost, was now feasible given his newfound financial resources. Furthermore, in the grand scheme, the Gauss rifle represented a genuine leap forward, a laser weapon characterized by its immense power and rapid fire. Most importantly, it operated on batteries, alleviating the Liyuan Corps from the perennial worry of ammunition shortages. When ammunition ran low, one need only replace the battery, and once back at the fortress, they could recharge them collectively, essentially at no cost. Low operational expenses were indeed a significant advantage of the Gauss rifle. The specifics are not convenient to explain at the moment. But in summary, just watch. Once we depart from the industrial fortress, our light firepower may very well rank among the strongest in the entire Blue Star. Upon hearing this, the female officers present widened their eyes in astonishment. Could such a modest military faction truly aspire to this? However, it was not long before a thoughtful smile appeared on Lishi's face. She believed in this man, and the words he spoke would undoubtedly come to fruition. "Report. Armaments Specialist Heidi is here to report to the commander." At that moment, a slightly youthful voice echoed from outside the command room as Heidi entered. Dressed in somewhat loose military attire, standing at attention, she saluted the assembly. The female officers were momentarily taken aback in their minds. Heidi had always been chatty and never so formally composed. "You've arrived at the perfect time." Liyuan nodded slightly. "Ladies, in the coming days, I will be working with Heidi to produce these armored vehicles. During this period, each of you should diligently fulfill your respective duties. And remember, we must not neglect our training." Liyuan understood that although most of the Liyuan Corps were seasoned veterans, due to insufficient funding, their training had been limited to basic exercises like running, and it had been a long time since they practiced shooting. However, since he was preparing to sell all the firearms at his disposal, the ammunition would no longer serve any purpose. Thus, during this time, the female soldiers could freely produce bullets. He had already conveyed this to Lishi the previous day. She would handle the remaining matters. Liyuan stood up and addressed everyone. "Ladies, while we have achieved a preliminary victory, we have also irrevocably provoked the Black Tiger Lord. I believe he will act swiftly. Therefore, we must not become complacent. Yes, we shall adhere to the commander's orders." The female officers responded in unison, standing to attention. After this, Liyuan cast a glance at Lishi and nodded slightly, indicating that he was leaving matters in her capable hands. Lishi responded with a playful blink of her eye. Once Liyuan departed, The female officers finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Although Lu Liang was very approachable, they still harbored a deep respect for him. This was not solely due to his leadership in guiding the Liyuan corps out of dire straits, but also because of his formidable prowess. They had all witnessed his combat prowess firsthand and were still in awe of his ferocious fighting style. Furthermore, the fact that he managed to tame 2 ferocious werewolves without any combat power only heightened his imposing image in the eyes of the female soldiers. Currently, the battle video had gone viral among them. The sight of him standing bare-chested like a war god had almost become a nightly ritual before sleep. However, with Lu Liang gone, their curiosity began to stir. Shiruo, how far have you two progressed? I heard that you were secretly enjoying a romantic dinner in the cafeteria yesterday. Shiruo, is the food prepared by the commander delicious? What? The commander can cook? Hee. You might not be aware, but the commander is quite gentle. When he noticed that there was no food in the cafeteria, he personally cooked for Shiruo. Moreover, I have heard that the commander is rather romantic. He even prepared candles, red wine, and a whip. Shiruo, don't just blush, speak up quickly. Li Shiruo gazed in silence at Lu Liang, who was disappearing into the distance. This was utterly absurd. Chapter 49 Is this your daughter? Upon stepping into the industrial fortress for the second time, Lu Liang surveyed his surroundings. He could not deny that the industrial fortress truly resembled a bastion constructed from an abundance of wealth. The entire fortress was roughly the size of a town, with all buildings fashioned entirely from steel. Among them, there were hundreds of workshops, categorized according to the types of weapons produced. The workshop that Lu Liang required was a basic model designed for heavy engineering, typically utilized for the production of medium to large-sized level 1 or 2 weapons. After all, most legions lack the capability to manufacture level 3 weaponry, let alone possess the financial resources to equip them. Is this what an industrial fortress looks like? It is indeed immense. Along the way, Heidi marveled at the environment of the fortress. Clearly, for a girl who had lived in a mobile stronghold her entire life, everything here was astonishing. Every workshop was available for external leasing. Lu Liang explained to her that anyone with sufficient funds could come here to produce new weapons or repair and modify existing ones. Is that where your powered armor was modified? Heidi inquired with curiosity. Of course. Just then, the roar of an engine echoed from behind them. Lu Liang turned to see Vic sitting in a car, waving at them. They climbed into the vehicle, and Vic scrutinized Heidi, who was clad in military attire. Mr. Lu, is this your daughter? He asked, driven by a desire to satisfy his curiosity, for he had never encountered a female soldier so young. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang shot a glare at him, wondering about the implication of such a question. Did he really look that mature? It wasn't he that Lu Liang appeared aged, rather. He exuded a commanding presence and confidence that instinctively led others to forget he was merely an 18-year-old youth. Vic seemed to realize he had misspoken, clearing his throat. Apologies. Mr. Lu, I should not have made assumptions about your background. The journey continued in silence, with only Heidi peering out the window, intrigued by the surroundings. Since Vic had arranged for the workshop to be quite distant from the docking point of the Liyuan, even with the car ride, it took them over an hour to arrive. As they opened the workshop doors, Heidi's mouth fell agape. While it was referred to as a workshop, it was nearly the size of a football field. It could almost rival the armory of the Liyuan. One side of the workshop was stacked high with steel, all molded into 1-ton cubes. Within the premises, 10 massive lathes stood ready, accompanied by various platforms for operating instruments. Most notably, at the rear of the workshop, a colossal forging furnace that reaches towards the ceiling leaves a profound impression. The remaining space is occupied by engines, tires, and various other small components, all meticulously categorized and arranged in the corners. Additionally, Vic has assigned Mr. Lu with a dozen mechanical laborers of varying sizes to assist in transporting goods. Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with such arrangements? Vic takes great pride in his organization. Observing this scene, Mr. Lu nods in approval. Very well, we can now calculate the costs. He is reluctant to owe too many favors to the industrial bastion, for those involved are known to be merciless. What one receives today may very well require double repayment in the future. Vic, fully aware of Mr. Lu's sentiments, refrains from any further pleasantries and begins to tally the figures on his datapad. Before long, he presents the datapad to Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu scrutinizes the figures. The cost of steel combined with other components, in addition to 10 lathes and the rental of the furnace and workshop, culminates in a total of 100 units of crystal ore. Along with the deposit for the ship, the Liyuan, Mr. Lu finds himself expending nearly half of his available funds. Heidi, peering over, gasps at the sight of an extensive string of zeros. I say this is utterly outrageous. She exclaims indignantly, glaring at Vic. Although she recognizes the exorbitance of prices at the industrial bastion, she is taken aback by the sheer cost. My dear lady, this price is already quite reasonable, Vic responds with a courteous smile, sensing her intention to negotiate. $1 million is considered cheap? Heidi's eyes widen in disbelief as she regards Vic. Pray tell, what kickback are you pocketing? Vic, unfazed by her accusation, is about to elaborate when Mr. Lu gives him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You've worked hard. Heidi's eyes widen in astonishment. Hey, which side are you on? Why are you defending him? Mr. Lu merely smiles, disregarding her protest, and proceeds to swipe his card for payment. He is acutely aware of the industrial bastion's predatory pricing. Yet, one cannot deny that Vic has made considerable sacrifices to cultivate a favorable relationship, including gifting a micro-ion generator and providing a substantial quantity of military-grade steel and components at the lowest possible price. Upon seeing the figures earlier, Mr. Lu had nearly doubted his own vision. It is fair to say that, excluding the rental fees, the industrial bastion has made no profit from the materials alone. No wonder Vic was eager to hand over the datapad. Noticing Mr. Lu intercepting Heidi, Vic smiles, recognizing that Mr. Lu appreciates the favor granted by the bastion. Turning to Vic, Mr. Lu continues, I need you to assist me with another arrangement. Please, go ahead, Vic responds. Once I have utilized this workshop, I require you to arrange a light weapons workshop as well. I need to produce a batch of firearms. Vic nods in acknowledgement. This task is not particularly troublesome, as the light weapons workshop is typically the least frequented area within the industrial bastion, seldom used by anyone. The reason is quite simple. Firearms are typically distributed uniformly by the lords associated with the legions, and the routine maintenance and repairs usually take place in the rudimentary workshops within mobile fortresses. Consequently, the number of light weapon workshops within industrial fortresses is rather limited. However, Vic found himself perplexed. What exactly was this fellow planning? Having procured an abundance of steel, he now seeks a firearms workshop. Was he intending to completely overhaul his Legion S armament? Despite his doubts, Vic's mind raced swiftly. Of course, there was no issue. He gestured towards the limousine, and a woman clad in professional attire emerged from the driver's seat. At first, Liyuan did not pay her much attention, assuming she was merely the chauffeur. The woman was not particularly attractive. Her slightly plump, round face was dotted with freckles, and while the fragrance of her perfume was pleasant, it was rather overpowering, causing a slight twinge in the nose. Despite her numerous flaws, Liyuan had to concede that her figure was exquisite. The black uniform jacket struggled to contain her ample bosom, almost threatening to burst the confines of her white blouse. Her long, shapely legs, encased in flesh-toned stockings that extended from her form-fitting skirt, were utterly captivating. Complemented by her slender black high heels, she was a sight to behold. Liyuan regarded the woman before him, a bemused expression crossing his face. This embodiment of pure allure paired with her austere visage left him at a loss. Nonetheless, Liyuan prided himself on not being superficial. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "And who might this be?" "This is Miss Ireina, who has just arrived at our fortress today. She is, in a sense, my apprentice," Vic hastily introduced. Ireina regarded Liyuan with a slight nod. Liyuan chuckled softly. He had never encountered such an aloof salesperson before. In his experience, those in industrial fortresses always wore a smile. "Indeed, I have taken a month's leave from my employer due to some personal matters at home. So Miss Ireina will be taking over my responsibilities to serve you moving forward," Vic explained. "In the future, should you have any requests, you may directly approach Miss Ireina. She will do her utmost to assist you." Liyuan nodded, unconcerned, as it was merely a change of personnel. Upon seeing Liyuan's agreement, Vic performed a slight bow. "If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave for now." Chapter 50. The Master hopes to dine with you a day later. Liyuan surveyed Heidi, who stood beside the control panel, and nodded in satisfaction. Within just a day, she had thoroughly mastered the techniques for operating the forge. Due to her short stature, she stood atop a small stool, her unsteady posture adorably charming. Soon, neatly formed armor shells plopped into the water. At this rate, they would soon enter the production phase. Suddenly, the workshop door creaked open from the outside, and Liyuan curiously glanced towards the entrance, only to find the girl named Ireina striding in with her long legs. "Mr. Liu," she called out. Ireina approached Liyuan and offered a slight bow, expressing her intention to inquire if he needed anything. Liyuan was taken aback by Ireina's voice, which rang as sweetly as silver bells, enveloping him in a refreshing warmth. Clearly, beyond her enchanting visage, she possessed an alluring charm. Rising to greet her, Liyuan extended his hand, saying, "Miss Ireina, it is a pleasure to meet you. I sincerely appreciate your concern, but at the moment, I find myself in need of nothing." With that, he returned to his seat without waiting for Ireina's response. She attempted to articulate a reply, but Liyuan's abrupt action left her speechless. After a brief, awkward interlude, she retreated to her vehicle, and once the door was shut, frustration compelled her to kick the seat in front of her. As fate would have it, while Liyuan and Heidi were engrossed in their frenzied work, within the Bloodwolf fortress, Gross knelt on the ground, supporting his shoulder, his body trembling uncontrollably. Beside him lay a meticulously severed arm, a grim testament to the Black Tiger Lord's punishment. The screen flickered as the Black Tiger Lord let out a disdainful snort before severing the communication. "Quickly, summon the medics." The aide, emboldened only after the call ended, rushed into the command room to assist the kneeling Gross. Sweat drenched Gross as blood gushed from his shoulder. The pain was excruciating, but overshadowing it was an even greater animosity towards Liyuan. At that moment, the medic finally arrived and administered a painkiller. Seated in agony, Gross fixated on the severed arm on the floor, then roared, "Liyuan, you shall pay dearly for this." Days turned into weeks. Throughout this time, Liyuan and Heidi remained ensconced in the workshop, even foregoing meals and sleep. They scarcely found a moment to bathe, other than brief video calls with Liyuan during meals. They were devoid of any recreational activities. Yet, gazing at the 50 meticulously arranged bronze-shielded heavy armored vehicles nearby, all their sacrifices felt worthwhile. From this moment forth, the female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion would no longer face the battlefield under a hail of gunfire. As the final armored vehicle was assembled, Liyuan let out a long sigh and exchanged a glance with Heidi, both breaking into laughter. At this juncture, they were scarcely better off than beggars on the street. Their clothes tattered, dark circles encircling their eyes, faces smeared with grease, and even their hair, matted and oily, had become unruly. Liyuan's beard had grown long enough to warrant a trim. Suddenly, the creaking sound of the workshop door opening captured Heidi's attention, her gaze sharpening as she observed Ireina, who had taken to visiting nearly every day. Initially, Liyuan had been indifferent towards her, but as familiarity grew, they often engaged in conversation. Heidi couldn't help but feel a twinge of wariness regarding Liyuan, having seen too many tales of young military leaders entwined with captivating saleswomen in romantic novels. While Ireina may not possess striking beauty, one could not deny that her figure was rivaled only by Liyuan's own allure. However, today's visitor was not Ireina, but rather the elusive Vic. Mr. Liyuan?" Upon observing Lu Liang's current appearance, Vic found himself uncertain whether this was indeed the same person. What on earth had this fellow experienced these past few days? "It is I," Lu Liang nodded. "The treatment at your industrial fortress seems rather generous, allowing you such an extended leave." Detecting the sarcasm in Lu Liang's words, Vic discreetly glanced at the armored vehicle parked nearby and chuckled. "It is not as splendid as you imagine. My wages are being deducted during this holiday." Lu Liang nodded, displaying little interest in such matters. Noticing Lu Liang's silence, Vic retrieved a palm-sized box from his bag. "What is this?" Lu Liang inquired. "This is a small gift from our boss," Vic explained. "It is the latest unmanned reconnaissance drone developed by the Ranst family." Soon, the box began to morph, transforming into the shape of a helicopter. As the drone hovered in the air, Vic took out a remote control to operate it. Before the astonished onlookers, the drone gradually vanished from sight, only faint outlines discernible to those squinting closely. Heidi, standing nearby, was rendered speechless by the display. "This drone is coated with our newly developed stealth camouflage, allowing it to blend into any environment like a chameleon," Vic proclaimed with pride. "Unless one scrutinizes it under bright light, it is virtually undetectable." With that, Vic retrieved the drone, which reverted back to its original box form, and handed it to Lu Liang. Taking the drone, Lu Liang marveled at the impressive stealth technology. On the battlefield, this drone could confidently soar into enemy territory, revealing all hostile firepower to view. Such advanced technology would undoubtedly remain confidential within the Ranst family, not even available for external sale. The fact that they were willing to disclose such equipment to him clearly indicated the fortress owner's intent to win him over. I appreciate your boss's generosity, Liyuan remarked, passing the drone to Heidi, who eagerly handled it like a child with a cherished toy. Mr. Liu, I came here today not only to visit you, but also to request your assistance, Vic continued. Liyuan nodded, sensing that Vic had ulterior motives. A high-end drone given away for free felt too good to be true. Here's the thing. We hope you can assist us in producing 100 armored vehicles of the same model, Vic stated, gesturing toward the bronze-shielded armored vehicle nearby. Of course, we will provide all the materials and components. You only need to supply your expertise. Additionally, we will not leave you empty-handed. We are offering a remuneration of 300,000 units of crystal ore. What do you think? 300,000. Heidi, still toying with the drone, nearly dropped it in shock upon hearing the figure. Having taken over 10 days to produce 50 armored vehicles, the prospect of 100 would require just over 20 days. 20 days for a net profit of 300,000. Heidi felt her worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. After a lifetime of diligent effort, my sister managed to amass a modest fortune of 1,000 units of crystal ore. Such wealth seems remarkably easy to acquire. While Heidi expressed her delight, Liyuan wore a peculiar smile, refraining from giving a direct response. Certain matters had already been settled in his mind. Although the prospect of 300,000 units of crystal ore was undeniably tempting, he realized he could not afford to squander any more time on the production line. He yearned to create some immediate impact. Moreover, earning money through labor could never compare to the tangible gains of seizing opportunities. With this thought, Liyuan gazed at Heidi, who stood there in a daze. Despite his own time constraints, he considered it quite beneficial for her to practice with such uncomplicated weaponry. Very well, I agree, Liyuan murmured. Thank you so much. Upon hearing Liyuan's consent, Vic expressed his gratitude, relieved that he could report back favorably to his superior. Liyuan then retrieved a note from his pocket and handed it to Vic. Additionally, please arrange for the firearms workshop tomorrow. This contains the materials I require. Once this batch of firearms is completed, I will commence production of armored vehicles for you. Upon receiving the note, Vic's eyes widened in astonishment. A ruby launcher. Mr. Liu, what precisely do you intend to create? Vic had deduced Liyuan's intentions, but sought confirmation. After all, such a device could only be utilized in laser weaponry. Even within the entirety of Blue Star, only a handful of arms manufacturers could produce laser weapons, and all blueprints were meticulously safeguarded. There was a time when a powerful arms dealer discovered that their laser weapon blueprints had been leaked and, upon identifying the buyer, eradicated the entire organization. This underscores the immense value of laser weaponry. Yet here was this man, seemingly intent on manufacturing such weapons. Where had he acquired his blueprints? Were they stolen, seized, or purchased from some eminent figure? It appeared he would need to report this matter. Hearing Vic's inquiry, Liyuan cast an impatient glance in his direction. Realizing he had overstepped, Vic quickly rephrased, "Of course, sir. I shall send someone immediately." He then proceeded to make a phone call. "Oh, by the way," he added, hanging up. With a professional facade, Vic continued, "Mr. Liu, considering your numerous collaborations with the Lanster No. 14 Industrial Fortress, our fortress's master wishes to invite you to dinner amidst your busy schedule." Taken aback by this proposition, Liyuan initially hesitated before breaking into a strange smile. "Certainly. It would be my honor." After dismissing Vic, Liyuan stretched and yawned. "What's the matter? Did you find it dull when the visitor wasn't that little vixen?" Heidi remarked teasingly. "Master, though that woman may not be particularly attractive, her ample bosom and long legs are undeniably real." In response, Liyuan gently tapped Heidi on the head. "What on earth occupies your young mind?" "Hey, I'm clearly older than you," Heidi protested, rubbing her head while pouting. "Enough with the idle chatter. Get in the vehicle. I am eager to return home for a bath and some rest," Liyuan remarked as he took the driver's seat of an armored vehicle. "By the way, you shall accompany me to the banquet tonight." "Why must I come along?" Heidi questioned, perplexed, as she considered herself merely an ordinary soldier, seemingly unworthy of such an invitation. "Oh, it is simply to reward you for your hard work during this time," Liyuan replied with a light chuckle, swiftly lifting Heidi and placing her in the passenger seat. Chapter 51. She is no ordinary woman. Inside Liyuan's quarters aboard the Liyuan, Lishaw dipped her fair, delicate feet into the warm bath. a satisfied smile gracing her face as she tested the water's temperature. With her long legs submerged, she leaned against the edge of the tub, gently closing her eyes while humming a tune that seemed to echo from a distant memory. Immersing her entire body in the soothing warmth washed away the fatigue of the day. During this rare period of tranquility within the Legion, aside from the routine tasks of personnel lists and logistical supplies, there was little work to occupy one's time. This lull provided an unprecedented opportunity for the often-traveling Liyuan Legion to catch its breath, at least for others. However, a persistent sense of restlessness lingered within Liyuan, manifesting as impatience even towards the most mundane matters, causing her companions, such as Su Wanbing, to keep their distance. The reason was clear to all. Although Lu Liang frequently communicated with Liyuan, it was not the same as a genuine meeting. Despite their relative proximity, the chaotic environment of the industrial stronghold made Liyuan reluctant to burden Lu Liang or the entire Legion with her longing. In an effort to divert her thoughts from Lu Liang, Liyuan resolutely joined the ranks of female soldiers in training, embarking on an intense regimen to strengthen her physique. The training instructors for the Liyuan Legion had transitioned from Hanbing's commando unit to the group of female elves led by Lu Weiwei, a decision unanimously endorsed by all. The rationale was simple. Lu Weiwei and her companions had already proven their prowess on the battlefield. Their exceptional stealth skills and formidable hand-to-hand combat abilities left even Su Wanbing, a cat girl, feeling inadequate. Without reservation, Lu Weiwei and her team imparted their knowledge. While humans could not acquire the desert elf stealth capabilities under Lu Weiwei's guidance, the soldiers experienced a remarkable enhancement in their physical abilities. After several weeks of rigorous training, the female soldiers began to exude a distinct aura and physique. Though the process was not without its challenges, despite the hardships, not a single soldier within the Liyuan Legion complained of fatigue. Rather, they eagerly embraced the intensified training. There were instances where some soldiers fainted, prompting Lu Weiwei to appropriately reduce the training load. Acknowledging the limitations of the human body compared to that of elves, though some exceptions existed. In a fleeting moment, Lu Liang's stern visage appeared in Liyuan's mind. Recalling that iron-like physique and the sincere tenderness of the man under the moonlight, a smile graced the corners of the beauty's lips. Although Lu Liang had been absent from the fortress these past few days, Liyuan still refrained from returning to her own room for rest, instead lingering in Lu Liang's space. Even the comfort of wrapping herself in his blanket each night, inhaling the lingering scent, offered her a semblance of solace. Suddenly, as Liyuan's thoughts began to drift, the sound of a key turning in the lock from outside the bathroom jolted her back to reality. With a sense of vigilance, she peered towards the door. The password to Lu Liang's room was known only to her, and at this hour, everyone else was dining in the mess hall. Just then, a wave of realization washed over her, and a blissful smile illuminated her face. Lu Liang yawned, glancing at his watch. It was barely past noon. With an agreement to meet Vic at 7 in the evening, there was ample time for him to rest. Closing the door behind him, he entered the bathroom, only to be taken aback by the thick steam enveloping the room. What on earth? Blinking in surprise, he strode into the bathroom, feeling the water in the bathtub, which surprisingly remained warm. Had this fellow forgotten to drain the tub after bathing? Lu Liang mused to himself. Suddenly, a delicate hand emerged from the water, forcefully pulling Lu Liang in. An hour later, he lay back, gently caressing the beauty's silky hair. The mingling fragrance of shower gel and her subtle body scent filled his nostrils, leaving him momentarily weak. Liyuan lay quietly in his embrace, attuned to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Gazing up at Lu Liang, the burdens of recent days dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of happiness. "You've lost weight," Liyuan remarked, touching the slightly gaunt contours of Lu Liang's face with concern. "It must have been quite tough for you, hasn't it?" "Ah, it's not too bad," Lu Liang replied with a smile. "Though it has been a bit tiring, it has felt quite fulfilling. And how are things on your end?" "Everything is well." Liyuan spoke softly. "You needn't worry with me here in the rear." Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Liang continued, "Speaking of fulfillment, it must be quite pleasant there for you." Liyuan suddenly donned an inquisitive grin. "So, tell me, what about that girl?" Raising her chin, Lu Liang teased, "It seems Heidi has been quite the informant to you." Of course, Liyuan chuckled at his response. "Ever since she arrived in the Liyuan Corps, she has been by my side. Do you think a few pieces of chocolate could sway her allegiance?" Lu Liang nodded, realizing that the rapport between Liyuan and Heidi was indeed closer than that with others. In her presence, the usually spoiled Heidi behaved exceptionally well, as if in the presence of a strict mother. I'm not actually bothered by that. Liyuan gently squeezed Lu Liang's arm, adding, but at the very least, choose someone of higher quality. At her words, Lu Liang looked down at her, his eyes filled with confusion. So this is the crux of your concern? He laughed heartily. Liyuan's face instantly flushed with embarrassment, prompting her to hastily add, what is more significant is that the backgrounds of the individuals from the industrial fortress are exceedingly complex. Bringing them into the Legion is akin to binding a bomb to oneself. Noticing Lu Liang still smiling at her, Liyuan felt a twinge of anxiety. She did not wish for Lu Liang to become weary of her. She is no ordinary woman, she thought to herself. Lu Liang, with a smile, reassured her. Rest assured, our relationship is one of mutual utility, devoid of any personal sentiment. What do you mean? Liyuan inquired. You will find out tonight, Lu Liang teased, withholding further explanation. By the way, the master of the fortress has invited me to dinner. You and Heidi should join us. Taken aback, Liyuan's eyes widened. The master of the fortress? You mean a member of the Ranst family? Indeed, Lu Liang confirmed. Liyuan blinked, gazing at Lu Liang. But I am merely an aide. The Ranst family members are lofty nobles. Moreover, I have heard they are exceedingly haughty and typically disdain interactions with commoners. As her voice dwindled, she expressed her reluctance to seek discomfort. What of being an aide? Lu Liang countered. Does she possess an extra head or an additional leg compared to you? Besides, you are no ordinary aide. Leaning closer to Liyuan, Lu Liang whispered, you are still the commander's wife. Chapter 52. Why does this place resemble a vampire's castle? At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lu Liang and his companions stepped onto the fortress's lift platform. As the platform descended gradually, Lu Liang spotted Vic leaning against the car door, waving at them. During the ride, Vic scrutinized the trio through the rearview mirror, while Lu Liang reclined in his seat, resting his eyes, and Heidi remained curiously gazing out the window. However, when Vic and Liyuan's eyes met, he was met with her naturally alluring yet frostily piercing gaze. Seeing this, Lu Liang instinctively wrapped his arm around Liyuan's slender waist, which eased the beauty's expression considerably. Vic swallowed hard, not out of malicious intent, but rather due to the realization that his master was about to face 3 formidable individuals. Prior to their arrival, Lu Liang had provided Liyuan with ample psychological encouragement, assuring her that she was a warrior who had traversed through blood and fire thrice and should not be intimidated by such hypocritical nobility. This helped to alleviate Liyuan's initial nervousness. Of course, Liyuan had contemplated donning a formal gown, but upon opening her wardrobe, she discovered that her last clothing purchase had been quite some time ago. Not only were the styles outdated, but more crucially, those garments no longer fit her. With no other option, the trio had no choice but to don their military uniforms for the evening. As the car wound through the fortress, navigating countless turns, it finally came to a halt outside a grand estate. The 3 disembarked, greeted at the entrance by waiting maids. Mr. Lu, I wish you all an enjoyable evening, Vic remarked before starting the car and departing, clearly eager to leave the scene. Let us proceed. Lu Liang spoke as he grasped the hands of the 2 women, following the maid into the manor. As night had already fallen, the estate appeared somewhat dim, even with the lights on. Treading upon the soft red carpet, Lu Liang surveyed his surroundings, noting the unknown paintings framed in gold and the cold weapons adorning the walls, a quintessential display of aristocratic decor. With a disdainful snort, Lu Liang admitted to himself that he had never held any fondness for such individuals. However, the deeper they ventured inside, the darker the ambience became. Liyuan could not help but tighten her grip on Lu Liang's hand. Feeling the pressure of her grip, Lu Liang responded by squeezing her fingers in reassurance. Upon catching a glimpse of his chiseled features illuminated by the faint light, Liyuan's heart finally began to ease. Are you certain this is a place where nobles reside? Liyuan whispered into Lu Liang's ear. It feels reminiscent of a horror film. In response, Lu Liang nodded, acknowledging the peculiar decor. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, the maid finally halted before a grand wooden door and gently knocked. The door swung open from within, and the maid gestured for them to enter, prompting Lu Liang and the 2 women to step inside. Once the 3 had crossed the threshold, the door gradually closed with a creaking sound. That noise is rather unsettling, Heidi remarked, shivering slightly. She had been on the verge of commenting on the manor's resemblance to a vampire's castle. Just then, The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from the opposite side. "Such a manner of speaking is rather impolite, young lady," came a voice, crisp yet laced with a touch of allure. Liyuan seemed to exhale a sigh of relief in that instant. Soon, from the shadows emerged a statuesque woman, clad in an enticing suit, her freckled face beaming with a smile. "It's you," Heidi exclaimed immediately. "Do you know her?" Li Shirua inquired, curiosity piqued. "Shirua, this is the woman who intends to take our master away." Heidi pointed accusingly at Ireina, who stood across from them. Li Shirua then turned her gaze to Ireina, unable to deny that the woman possessed an extraordinary figure. Particularly striking was her ample bosom. While Li Shirua had always been confident in her own physique, she had to concede that Ireina's was slightly superior. However, upon seeing Ireina's face, Li Shirua's lips twitched as she turned to Liyuan. "Please, don't look at me." Liyuan chuckled awkwardly. "Rest assured, I am rather particular about appearances." "Humph," Li Shirua huffed softly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. "You are indeed no ordinary person," Liyuan remarked, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Ireina. "Or rather, you are the mistress of this fortress. You knew all along." Heidi gazed at Liyuan in astonishment, having previously assumed he was merely harboring inappropriate thoughts. Upon hearing Heidi's words, Li Shirua nodded slightly, feeling reassured. This was the Liyuan she recognized. "Of course," Liyuan replied without hesitation, pulling out a chair at the dining table and sitting down. "Otherwise, do you think Vic would have so readily arranged for us to acquire an armored vehicle?" Upon hearing these words, Heidi pondered for a moment, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Are you suggesting that this woman comes here daily merely to observe our production progress? It seems Commander Liu has already detected my predicament." Upon hearing this, Ireina displayed no signs of embarrassment. "Then I failed to comprehend why you wish for me to remain by your side." "Dear sister, did I request you to stay?" Liyuan's lips twitched. "Each time, I have subtly urged you to leave, yet you insist on witnessing every step to its conclusion." Hearing this, Ireina appeared somewhat flustered, her delicate fists clenching tightly behind her. "Well, I truly appreciate your efforts." Ireina maintained a smile, yet inwardly she condemned Liyuan's ancestors for generations. "However, one point you have misrepresented," Ireina continued. "I am not the mistress of this fortress, but its steward. Please, allow me a moment to summon the true owner." With that, Ireina turned and departed. As the sound of her high heels faded, Heidi rushed to Liyuan's side, seizing a handful of his hair. "Heidi, what are you doing?" Li Shirua quickly intervened. "I want to see what thoughts occupy my master's mind," Heidi replied fiercely, giving Liyuan's head a sharp tap. After a prolonged silence, Heidi, in a huff, took a seat beside Liyuan. "Why didn't you inform me of such a significant matter?" She glared at him, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "Was it that you feared I could not keep a secret and would expose it prematurely?" Liyuan rubbed his head, bemused by the strength of the young woman's grip. "Let it be exposed, then," Heidi retorted, feeling that Liyuan was merely deflecting her inquiry. "No one invited her to observe. Revealing the truth is better, preventing her from surreptitiously learning our techniques." Liyuan chuckled. "Do you truly believe that a family renowned throughout the entire Silver Empire would stoop to pilfering the technology of your mere level 1 armored vehicle? Is that your justification for bringing me here?" Li Shirua interjected. "Indeed, for facts speak louder than words, and I wish to spare you any peculiar notions in the future." Hearing Liyuan's words, Li Shirua felt a warmth blossom within her heart. He genuinely cared for her feelings. As she contemplated saying more, the lights across the dining table suddenly illuminated. The group then realized that a dark red veil lay before them. Behind the veil sat a woman, her figure slender yet perfectly proportioned. Though only her silhouette was visible, the mere presence of the woman exuded an elegant and noble aura that permeated the thin fabric, captivating the trio. With a resigned sigh, Liyuan mused, "What is the meaning of this?" Chapter 53. The true face of Ireina upon seeing the woman behind the veil. Li Shirua couldn't help but part her lips in awe. Is this the essence of high society? Merely sitting there inspires a sense of reverence. "Greetings to you, esteemed guests from afar. On behalf of the Lancer No. 14 Industrial Fortress, I extend a warm welcome to you." The woman spoke in a somewhat husky voice, akin to that of a stage actress, her arms outstretched to assert her role as the true proprietor of this domain. As Li Shirua and Heidi were momentarily taken aback by the woman's manipulative tactics, Liyuan sighed deeply and, with evident impatience, remarked, "Are you not finished yet?" The woman hesitated slightly before gracefully returning her hands to their original position. Sir, I failed to comprehend your meaning. Li Shiruo and Heidi turned their attention to Lu Liang, perplexed by his intentions. Rising to his feet, Lu Liang prepared to depart. Miss Ireina, it appears that you harbor no sincerity regarding our collaboration. While I understand your caution towards us, please do not treat us as fools. Or should I perhaps refer to you as Lady Lancetter? Heidi blinked in astonishment. Are you saying she is Ireina? Li Shiruo furrowed her brow as well, despite the screen in place. She could discern no resemblance between the woman behind it and Ireina in terms of temperament, physique, or voice. However, upon hearing Lu Liang's words, the woman's previously languid posture visibly stiffened. It seems we are not welcome here. Let us leave, Lu Liang stated, taking the two women by the arms as he prepared to exit. Wait. The woman's voice suddenly transformed back to its crystalline tone. Lu Liang paused, a triumphant smile gracing his face. The woman sighed, regretting her initial provocation of Lu Liang. From their first encounter until now, it seemed she had been ensnared in his schemes. Nevertheless, having reached this juncture, Ireina, as if relieved, softly instructed the maids flanking her, remove this. Yes, mistress. Once the maids had drawn back the sheer veil, Li Shiruo's eyes widened in astonishment. The woman was clad in a dark red evening gown, and beneath the slit, her legs, adorned in black stockings, were elegantly encased in red high heels, exuding an air of opulence. However, her freckled, round face marred the overall allure. This discomforting sight made Li Shiruo frown. Since you have unveiled the barrier, why not allow us a glimpse of your true self? Lu Liang, unwilling to gaze further at such an Ireina, deliberately turned his head aside as he resumed his seat. Ireina let out a sigh. I wish to inquire how you discovered my identity. If the disguise I have maintained these past few days was predicated on our tacit understanding, I believed I had executed it flawlessly this time. As she spoke, Ireina extracted a voice-altering device from her brooch and cast it aside. I have deliberately altered my demeanor, voice, and even my figure. How could you still recognize me? Ireina's curiosity compelled her to press further. Simply put, it was the scent, Lu Liang replied candidly, revealing the crux of the matter. The scent? Ireina furrowed her brow slightly. You have been using a heavy perfume to mask the fragrant aroma that emanates from you, haven't you? Lu Liang's observation prompted Heidi to nod vigorously, recalling how repulsed she had been by that very scent days prior. Even though you have bathed, changed your attire, and even switched to a different fragrance to obscure that aroma. However, I must apologize, for I possess an innate sensitivity to scents that surpasses that of the average individual. No matter how many fragrances you employ to mask it, I can still discern the underlying aroma, which must be your natural body scent. Of course, Lu Liang would not disclose that the enhancement of his senses was a result of the system augmenting his physique. He could only offer such a vague excuse. Upon hearing this, Ireina delicately sniffed her sleeve. Is it truly that noticeable? Noticing the silence of several maids nearby, Ireina recognized her own lapse in decorum and cleared her throat to regain her composure. Li Shiruo stifled a laugh. At that moment, Ireina appeared far less imposing than one might imagine. I have another question. How did you discern that this face is also a fade? Ireina curiously indicated her round visage. Lu Liang rolled his eyes. If you were merely a commoner, there would be nothing remarkable about your appearance. However, as a lady from a prestigious noble family, would you not consider undergoing cosmetic enhancement, even if you truly looked like this? Lu Liang smirked at Ireina. Moreover, your attire clearly reflects a profound confidence in your appearance. Upon hearing Lu Liang's extensive reasoning, Li Shiruo and Heidi were left astonished. It turned out this fellow's mind was not solely occupied with mechanics and technicalities. With a soft chuckle, Ireina could not contain her laughter, quickly covering her mouth to disguise her amusement. You are indeed extraordinary, she remarked, gracefully lifting her delicate hand to peel away the false face. Beneath the fade lay a visage capable of captivating countless souls. The woman's cheeks were as fair as jade, her willow-like brows elegantly elongated and slender, and her rosy lips adorned with a gentle smile, as if they could melt one's heart in an instant. Next, Ireina removed the wig atop her head, revealing a cascade of long, silver-like hair. Removing her colored contact lenses, even Lu Liang was taken aback. Her pupils were a striking crimson. Beautiful, simply stunning. Heidi exclaimed in awe, lost in her thoughts. Hee, thank you, dear girl, Ireina smiled, then rose to sit opposite Lu Liang. Adjusting her skirt, She fixed her blood-red gaze upon him. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Ireina Lanciter, the third daughter of the Lanciter family." Upon hearing Ireina declare her identity, Liyuan gasped in disbelief. She had initially assumed Ireina was merely a member of a collateral branch of the Lanciter family, for it was rare for direct descendants of such a vast lineage to oversee an industrial stronghold. While the power and scale of the industrial stronghold were indeed formidable in her eyes, it paled in comparison to the might wielded by the Lanciter family. The third miss of the Lanciter family could make the empire tremble with a mere stamp of her foot. Though Liyuan had never felt inferior due to her own heritage, at this moment, she could not shake the feeling of being overshadowed. Listening to Ireina's words, Liyuan furrowed his brow slightly. "I never anticipated that this woman possessed such immense power. It seems I may have truly struck a fortune by associating with a wealthy lady." Observing the astonishment on Liyuan's face, Ireina revealed a faint smile of pride. It appears that this individual is not omniscient after all. Subsequently, Ireina gently waved her hand, signaling the maids to serve the dishes. Soon, an array of exquisite delicacies adorned the dining table. Heidi gazed at the bountiful spread, swallowing hard. "My apologies for interrupting your meal." Ireina chuckled lightly as she accepted a glass of red wine from a maid. "Thus, let us dine and converse simultaneously." No sooner had she finished speaking than Liyuan and Heidi, unabashed, each grabbed a plate of steak, devouring it without even a moment to slice it. After weeks of consuming those repulsive energy bars, their taste buds had nearly atrophied. While it was somewhat understandable for the child Heidi to act thus, Ireina was taken aback to see Liyuan behave in a similar manner. Her delicate hand, poised to toast, now hung suspended in midair. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to act so unabashedly before her upon learning of her identity. Liyuan offered a sheepish smile to Ireina, then gently stepped on Liyuan's foot, signaling him to behave more decorously. At this moment, Liyuan had already devoured a piece of steak, pouring himself and Liyuan a glass from a nearby bottle. "I want a drink too," Heidi exclaimed as she attempted to snatch the bottle. "Minors are not permitted to drink," Liyuan replied, placing the bottle beside himself and pushing the milk towards Heidi. After their appetites were satisfied, Liyuan let out a contented burp and wiped his mouth with a napkin. "It seems we can now discuss more serious matters." Ireina's voice remained calm, her smile still in place as she regarded Liyuan, though that smile bore an intensity that could almost be lethal. "I believe it would be prudent for us to converse in a different location," Liyuan suggested with a grin. "Certainly," Ireina replied, her smile taking on a peculiar quality. She had not anticipated that Liyuan would arrive with two burdensome companions. With that, the woman rose and walked towards the door. Hearing this, Liyuan grasped Liyuan's sleeve, looking up at him. "It's all right, don't worry," Liyuan reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. "Once you've finished eating, have someone escort you back. Remember to leave the door open for me tonight." As he spoke, Liyuan gently pushed Liyuan's hand away and strode after Ireina. Navigating through the dimly lit corridor, the only sound accompanying them was the crisp clatter of Ireina's high heels against the floor. The surrounding lights dimmed progressively, until they were ultimately replaced by flickering torches. Following closely behind the woman, Liyuan inhaled the unique fragrance that enveloped her, deep in thought. After what felt like an eternity, just as Liyuan began to feel fatigued, Ireina suddenly halted. Before them stood a heavy iron door. "Please enter," Ireina softly instructed as she pushed the door open. Liyuan inspected the imposing door, noting how effortlessly she had opened it with a single hand, as if it were merely an ordinary bedroom door. Such a feat was beyond his capability. "This woman is indeed extraordinary," Liyuan mused to himself as he followed Ireina inside. With a creak, Ireina closed the door and locked it behind her. "What are you doing?" Liyuan inquired as Ireina, shrouded in darkness, glared at him with her blood-red eyes, fixated on him. Suddenly, her gaze became even more enchanting as she swiftly moved behind Liyuan, wrapping her arms around his waist while her other hand gently lifted his chin. A warm tongue caressed Liyuan's neck, causing him to shiver involuntarily. I've just discovered that you smell delightful," Ireina whispered, softly exhaling into Liyuan's ear. Inhaling that intoxicating fragrance, Liyuan frowned slightly, realizing that his enhanced body was rendered immobile in her grasp. Moreover, the scent was peculiar, seemingly imbued with a certain beguiling effect. However, Liyuan felt no fear. After all, with the power of the Lanced family, It would be as simple as a mere gesture to eliminate him and the Liyuan Legion. Since they had no intention of killing him, he saw no need to resist. "You are not afraid?" Ireina asked, retracting her tongue and curiously stepping before him. "Is fear of any use?" Liyuan replied with a smile, looking down at Ireina. "If Miss Lance wished for my demise, I would have no capacity to resist." "Then why did you act that way toward me before?" Ireina inquired, her gaze fixed on him. "Do you truly not fear my killing you?" "Haha, Miss Lance. I believe I still hold some value for you at present, so I should remain alive for the time being." Liyuan maintained his calm demeanor, gently pushing aside Ireina's delicate hand resting on him. "As for why I treated you that way, it's quite simple," he said softly. "I merely found your surveillance rather displeasing." Upon hearing this, Ireina immediately discarded her earlier frenzied expression, letting out a long sigh as she turned on the lights in the room. This man indeed harbors a vengeful spirit. When Liyuan allowed her to observe their production in the workshop, Ireina had thought he would quietly swallow that grievance. The lighting was dim, creating an ambience that felt somewhat intimate. As Liyuan surveyed the room, he noted its exquisite decor, which, while elegant, did not evoke a sense of extravagance, instead reflecting the owner's refined taste. However, the large, black coffin positioned prominently in the center of the bed was rather jarring. "Truly a vampire," Liyuan scoffed softly. "You are correct," Ireina said, suddenly appearing before him, deliberately revealing the four sharp canine teeth beneath her crimson lips. "I am one infected by radiation. My basic behavior resembles that of a bloodline creature. Now, are you afraid?" Ireina's tone was chilling. "Do you wish for me to fear you so much?" Liyuan asked helplessly. Upon hearing this, Ireina appeared to have her secret thoughts exposed, a slight blush gracing her fair cheeks, and she promptly fell silent, retreating to the side. "Miss Lance, I believe we should discuss matters of importance." Liyuan wished to avoid entangling himself further with Ireina on this matter. Having just finished a hearty meal, he longed only to return home and rest. Since his arrival at their industrial stronghold, she had been sending him equipment and offering him goods at discounted prices. Surely, he mused, it could not be that she was enamored with his looks and wished to take him as a consort. Upon hearing this, Ireina reverted to her commanding persona with a chuckle. "Of course not. However, if you are amenable, I might consider it. Since we are on the topic, let us speak plainly about cooperation and dispense with your vampiric theatrics," Liyuan declared, plopping himself into a chair as if he were the master of the domain. Not to be outdone, Ireina took a seat directly across from him. "To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall first share a piece of intelligence with you." Noticing Liyuan's silence, she added, "It's free, with no obligation for repayment in any form." At this, a smile broke across Liyuan's face, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, it seemed Ireina's earlier facade of confidence was beginning to wane. Chapter 55. The Deal. Achieve a ranking within the top 200 of the Empire within a year. Now, approximately 50 kilometers outside the fortress gates, the Bloodwolf 4th Legion awaited your appearance. Ireina rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Liyuan with a smile. Liyuan shook his head slightly. He had anticipated this development. Having inflicted a significant loss on the Bloodwolf Legion, Grosk would not let him off easily. Even if Grosk himself was intimidated, the Black Tiger Lord behind him would not relent either. However, this time it is not just them, Ireina continued, noting Liyuan's lack of interest. The Black Tiger Lord has invested heavily and has additionally summoned the Bloodwolf 3rd Legion and the Green Water Python Legion. At this revelation, Liyuan furrowed his brow. To eliminate the Liyuan Legion, the Black Tiger Lord had mobilized 3 legions. His reputation was indeed formidable. Yet, this aligned perfectly with his own intentions. Liyuan's primary objective was to create turmoil across the entire Blue Star, thereby enhancing his renown and allowing him to exchange for more powerful weapons within the system. Noticing Liyuan deep in thought, Ireina smirked. "Are you frightened?" she teased, pouring him a glass of wine. "You possess some knowledge of weapon engineering, and having seen the copper shield armored vehicle, it was sufficient to prompt Vic to order 100 units, was it not?" Liyuan accepted the glass with a smile. "Do you think I would fear those worthless legions?" His confidence in his strength was unwavering. As long as the legions were not ranked too highly, he could take them on one by one. Ireina merely smiled, parting her blood-red lips to sip the wine, allowing it to flow down her throat. A drop of crimson liquid inadvertently resting at the corner of her mouth, which she deftly retrieved with her tongue. Observing Ireina's enjoyment, Liyuan curiously brought his glass to his nose and inhaled deeply, only to frown upon detecting a faint metallic scent of blood within. Return it if you won't drink. This is a concoction I painstakingly crafted, using the essence of my devoted maidens. As Liyuan grimaced in distaste, Ireina shot him a glare, then seized the goblet from his hand and drained its contents in one swift motion. It suddenly dawned on Liyuan that the two maids who had served earlier were adorned with white cloths wrapped around their wrists. I certainly do not believe you would fear those legions, Ireina continued, pouring herself another glass. However, should you truly consume them, it would signify a complete declaration of war against the Black Tiger Lord. Though, in my estimation, the Black Tiger Lord possesses merely average strength. He is a bully who preys on the weak. Provoking him would bring considerable calamity upon your isolated and vulnerable legion. In response, Liyuan leisurely crossed his legs, seemingly unfazed, as he anticipated his machinations. Noticing his indifference, Ireina let out a satisfied hum and nodded approvingly. This was precisely the answer she sought. Since we have broached the subject, let us discuss a transaction. At this, Liyuan smiled, for after a prolonged exchange of pleasantries with this woman, they had finally reached the crux of the matter. I shall grant you a year. After 1 year, I expect to witness the Liyuan Legion ascend into the top 200 of the Empire's rankings. Huh, the top 200, Liyuan chuckled. Miss Lanster has quite the appetite. Do you even know where the Liyuan Legion currently stands in the Empire's hierarchy? 8,326, Ireina answered candidly, revealing her prior meticulous research on the Liyuan Legion, excluding those legions that have been vanquished but not yet removed from the records. Your ranking places you 52 spots from the very bottom. Although the Empire publicly claims to possess over 10,000 legions, the protracted internal conflicts among various lords have kept the actual number fluctuating between 8 and 9,000. This illustrates the abysmal combat prowess of the Liyuan Legion before Liyuan's arrival. However, Ireina asserted, that is now merely an illusion. Ever since you re-engineered those level 1 power armors, ordinary legions are no match for you. Not to mention, you now possess armored vehicles with formidable defenses. Ireina took a sip of her drink and added, oh, and don't forget the 2 little pets you just acquired. It is likely that your ranking will soon rise into the mid-tier. After a moment of contemplation, Liyuan surmised that this woman had set her sights on him from the very beginning. So, if I agree to your terms, what can you offer me? In an instant, a black card soared toward Liyuan's eyes. Quick as lightning, he caught it deftly. Examining it closely, he noticed the card was bordered in gold, and upon gently caressing it with his fingers, he discovered that it was indeed crafted from gold. The card bore no inscriptions, only an emblem of a majestic lion on both sides. This is the exclusive black gold card of the Lanster family, Ireina stated with utmost seriousness. Holding this card grants you permanent, complimentary access to all workshops within any industrial fortress under the Lanster family's purview. Furthermore, any components or materials you request will be diligently sought after by the Lanster family. More importantly, possessing this card allows one to directly seek assistance from the lords or legions affiliated with the Lance family. Of course, whether they respond depends solely on one's own capabilities. Liyuan nodded. Receiving this card indeed represented tremendous support. Currently, he had yet to unlock level 3, let alone higher-tier weapons, as the materials required for such armaments were prohibitively expensive and difficult to obtain. Take the miniature ion generator that Su Wanbing had destroyed, for instance. There was but a single one found within the formidable Lanced industrial fortress. Moving forward, he needed to mass-produce these advanced products, and this black gold card would undoubtedly facilitate that process immensely. Without the necessary materials and components, even an abundance of advanced blueprints would be utterly futile. This is merely one aspect. Ireina, noticing Liyuan lost in thought, assumed he was overwhelmed by the card's capabilities, and a hint of victorious delight graced her features. Moreover, for the entirety of this year, you may request anything from me that I am capable of fulfilling. Anything. Liyuan raised an eyebrow at her words. Ireina shot him a glare, aware of his thoughts. Even if I agreed, would you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Liyuan replied, rising to his feet. What do you intend to do? Ireina instinctively took a step back, but upon seeing Liyuan's playful grin as he sat back down, she realized he was merely teasing her. Irritated, Ireina ground her sharp canines together, realizing she had been outsmarted by this rascal time and again. Upon reflection, she recognized her own folly. From a position of power, she could easily crush the Liyuan Legion with a mere flick of her finger. Personally, as a vampire. Eliminating an ordinary human like Lu Liang would be child's play. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, despite usually manipulating others' emotions, she found herself ensnared in Lu Liang's rhythm, like a marionette dancing to his tune. Just moments ago, when Lu Liang stood, even the typically unflappable Ireina had to admit she felt a twinge of fear that this man might truly act against her. Her blood-red eyes met his inky black pupils, and she felt an overwhelming aura surging towards her. However, upon observing Lu Liang's teasing demeanor, it seemed as if everything that transpired was merely a figment of her imagination. Recognizing that she had frightened herself, Lu Liang deemed it wise to temper his antics. After all, provoking this vampire lady could potentially lead to unforeseen consequences. The offer you present is exceedingly tempting, Lu Liang mused after a lengthy conversation. Feeling a thirst arise within him, he poured himself a cup of tea and continued, "However, I must clarify one point. What is your true intention behind this? You mobilize your entire strength to elevate us to divine heights without making any demands of me." Lu Liang was no gambler, nor did he relish the thought of incurring an intangible debt of gratitude. Although Ireina's conditions were indeed alluring, he was acutely aware of the adage, "There is no such thing as a free lunch." Upon hearing this, Ireina smiled gently and said, "I apologize, but I am unable to answer your question at this moment. However, rest assured that I will not compel you to do anything. When you truly reach the top 200, should you be unwilling to comply with my requests, you are entirely free to refuse." Hearing this, Lu Liang shook his head. He had some understanding of families built on capital accumulation. Once indebted to them, it was an endless abyss. Thus, laying all matters on the table brought him peace of mind. "In that case, I can only express my apologies," he replied. In response to his words, Lu Liang placed the gold card back on the table. "Miss Lanster, I am rather timid and prefer not to engage in such precarious gambles without assurance. Since you claim that our relationship is transactional, I kindly ask for your sincerity. Otherwise, I shall consider this meeting as if it never happened." With that, Lu Liang stood to leave. Wait. This time, Ireina was genuinely anxious. Casting aside her poised demeanor, she swiftly positioned herself in front of Lu Liang, blocking his path. With both hands resting on his shoulders, she summoned her vampire strength to firmly press him back into his seat. Chapter 56. Ireina's passed very well, I shall tell you. Ireina sighed. Then in a flash, she appeared before Lu Liang. Before he could react, she grasped his hand, parted her crimson lips, and gently bit down on his finger. As he watched the blood trickle from his fingertip, Lu Liang furrowed his brow, but did not halt Ireina's actions. She remained silent, instead letting out a soft giggle as she extended her delicate tongue to lick the blood from his finger. After a considerable time, Ireina closed her mouth, having savored the taste, and returned to her seat. Looking down, Lu Liang noticed only a faint bite mark left on his finger. "What are you doing?" he inquired, glancing at Ireina. Were it not for the trace of blood lingering at her lips, he might have thought the entire encounter a mere illusion. Ireina smiled, drawing the blood back into her mouth, her blood-red eyes fixated on Lu Liang's. "This serves merely as a small warning. I wish to convey that this matter must remain between us. Otherwise, even if I do not take your life, the Lanster family will certainly not spare you." In response, Lu Liang shot a glance at the vampire. "If you desire my blood, just say so. There is no need for pretense." Ireina, caught in her intentions, felt a blush creep onto her porcelain face, yet she feigned nonchalance as she poured herself a glass of wine. Lu Liang continued to watch her, awaiting her words. "The reason I have gone to such lengths to elevate your legion into the top 200 is to ensure that you become a part of my strength." "Become a part of your strength?" Lu Liang queried with curiosity. "I aim to seize the position of the head of the Lanster family," Ireina whispered, taking a sip of her wine. Lu Liang rolled his eyes, finally grasping the implications of her earlier statement. With those few words, he realized he had fully committed himself to Ireina's ambitions. Should she refuse now, Ireina would undoubtedly ensure that she would not leave this room alive, dragging the entire Liyuan legion down with her. Contemplating this, Lu Liang helplessly shrugged. After all, it was his insatiable curiosity that led him here. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as he grasped the essence of the matter, he was confident he could overcome any obstacle. What truly frightened him was the thought of remaining blissfully ignorant, foolishly becoming a pawn for others. Observing Lu Liang's demeanor, Ireina recognized that he understood the stakes involved and promptly drained her cup before commencing her tale. As the third daughter of the Ranset family, Ireina had possessed an exceptional talent for commerce from a young age, having actively participated in the family business by the age of 10. Meanwhile, her siblings were still immersed in childish games. Over time, Ireina adeptly took over several enterprises under the family's banner, including industrial fortresses, auction houses, the black market, and various mining operations, all managed with remarkable efficiency. The elders of the family believed that under Ireina's leadership, the Ranset family would ascend to new heights. However, an unforeseen event transpired when Ireina turned 18. According to family tradition, only those who were married and had offspring could inherit the position of family head. Thus, Ireina hastily arranged a marriage with a reasonably presentable scion of a declining noble family. One day, her fiancé sent her a bracelet gleaming with a purple sheen. Although Ireina felt no affection for her betrothed and had shared no physical intimacy with him, this was nonetheless a gift from her future husband. Without much thought, she adorned herself with it. A year passed in this tranquil manner, until, at a family banquet, Ireina encountered a steak dripping with blood. Disregarding the decorum expected of a noble lady, she climbed onto the dining table and voraciously devoured the still raw steak before the astonished guests. The scene descended into chaos. Ireina's father, the head of the Ranset family, even suspected his daughter had lost her sanity and summoned the finest physicians in the empire to attend to her. Ultimately, it was revealed that Ireina had been afflicted by prolonged radiation exposure, transforming her into a creature imbued with vampiric blood. Due to the family's age-old regulations, those with unstable emotions resulting from mutation were deemed unfit to inherit the family headship. Thus, Ireina was irrevocably barred from this position. In the aftermath, she recalled the bracelet that had once sparkled with purple light, only to discover that it had been removed and vanished during her unconsciousness. Yet, Ireina was no ordinary individual. She swiftly confronted her fiancé. After enduring excruciating torment, the man divulged that her own brothers had conspired with him to betray Ireina in their quest for the family headship. Upon hearing this revelation, Ireina uttered little. Once she departed, all that remained was a lifeless corpse devoid of blood. Subsequently, Ireina was completely marginalized by her family, now overseeing only a handful of industrial fortresses in remote regions. After listening to the story, Liyuan nodded thoughtfully. This is also the reason why you ordered so many armored vehicles from me, isn't it? Ireina nodded in affirmation. Indeed. I intend to utilize these armored vehicles to bolster the other armies under my command. Such matters must be conducted in secrecy. Therefore, I cannot directly employ the resources of my family to manufacture weapons, as it would easily be uncovered by those individuals. Liyuan snorted dismissively, perceiving that she was treating him as a mere fade, laundering the illicit weaponry under her command to present it anew. Frankly, it is indeed a task most suitable for someone of my expertise as a weaponsmith. How many legions do we still have like ours? Liyuan inquired softly. Not many. Merely around 40, Ireina replied, her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. However, I hold the highest expectations for you, and I trust you shall not let me down. At these words, Liyuan offered an awkward smile. He had long grown weary of the lofty promises painted by leaders. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Even a fallen noble lady like her wielded considerable influence. Commanding over 40 legions was already a feat surpassing that of an ordinary lord. From what he knew, even the Black Tiger Lord commanded no more than 20 legions. This was what she referred to as not many. Just how vast was the power of the Lancer family. However, upon deeper reflection, if he could indeed support Ireina in ascending to the head of the Lancer family, it would undoubtedly be to his immense benefit. Establishing a solid connection with the Lancer family could potentially save the Liyuan Legion a decade's worth of detours. With the conversation reaching this point, Liyuan prepared to rise and depart. Ireina did not impede him, as she understood that he had already acquiesced to her request. However, as Liyuan reached the door, he suddenly turned and said, I must clarify beforehand, although you intend to sponsor my efforts to enhance the Liyuan Legion's strength, it does not imply that I will fully adhere to your commands once I enter the top 200 rankings. There's a chance I might even rebel at that time. Liyuan's expression turned serious, as if he might expose Ireina at any moment. Rest assured, I shall not coerce you. Rather, I will ensure that your efforts are duly rewarded, Ireina replied, raising her wine glass in a gesture of camaraderie. Gazing into Ireina's enchanting crimson eyes, Liyuan suddenly smiled. This was the assurance he sought. If Ireina dared to issue any threats, then even if Lu Liang agreed now, he would surely seek an opportunity to rebel later. He would never succumb to coercion. With that in mind, please prepare me some additional ruby launchers. Lu Liang pushed open the door, whispering, "Since your other legions require even basic copper shield armored vehicles, I am certain they would be quite pleased to be equipped with laser guns as well." Watching Lu Liang's retreating figure, Ireina initially wore a look of shock, but after a moment, a slight smile graced her lips as she downed her glass of red wine. "Thank you," Ireina murmured softly. Chapter 57. A mutual beneficence in Lu Liang's chamber. Li sat anxiously at the edge of the bed. Since her return, she had remained seated without moving. Her beautiful eyes, devoid of life, fixated on the door, yearning for the fleeting moment when she might glimpse Lu Liang's figure. She struggled to comprehend how Lu Liang could remain so composed in the presence of such a formidable individual, seemingly toying with the adversary. Li Shiru was acutely aware that within the estate, she could offer Lu Liang no assistance. In fact, if Ireina so desired, she could utilize Li Shiru as a hostage to compel Lu Liang's submission. The reason Lu Liang had brought her and Heidi along was merely to prevent any misunderstandings regarding his feelings towards that woman. Reflecting on this, Li Shiru felt an overwhelming sense of regret. In the afternoon, she should not have uttered those words in front of Lu Liang, inadvertently leading him to believe she was genuinely jealous. Although she and Heidi had safely returned to the Liyuan, Lu Liang remained behind. Just moments ago, while escorting Heidi back to her room, Li Shiru had distinctly noticed the dimming of Heidi's gaze as the door closed. She was not devoid of feelings. She too was concerned for Lu Liang's safety. However, she wished to shield herself from such negative emotions. If Lu Liang's so-called collaboration could be successfully negotiated, then all would be well. But if the negotiations faltered, Lu Liang might very well be left there indefinitely. Though she was unfamiliar with Ireina, she had heard of the Lanster family's ruthless reputation, decisive and merciless to any who dared oppose them. Yet, in Li Shiru's mind, Lu Liang was precisely the sort to refuse to yield, willing to risk his own safety against the blood wolves merely to afford the Liyuan core a chance to escape. Should anything unfortunate befall him, Li Shiru would never forgive herself. As Li Shiru wallowed in self-reproach, the door creaked open. Lu Liang strolled into the room, yawning, only to find Li Shiru quietly seated on the edge of the bed, her boots still on. "Why are you still awake?" Lu Liang inquired, casting a curious glance her way before checking his watch. It was already past 1 in the morning. Lu Liang. Upon seeing him return, Li Shiru rushed forward and embraced his waist. "You're finally back." As she spoke, 2 tears cascaded down her cheeks. "What's wrong?" "You're acting as if we've been separated for ages," Lu Liang remarked, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, puzzled by her demeanor. "I thought you might not return," she exclaimed, raising her delicate hand to gently caress Lu Liang's cheek. "She didn't do anything to you, did she?" "Which aspect are you referring to?" Only then did Lu Liang grasp that Li Shiru was concerned for him, and he looked at her with a teasing smile. Upon hearing this, Li Shiru was momentarily taken aback. Although Lu Liang had said nothing explicit, his demeanor reassured her significantly. She playfully retorted, "Nothing is permissible in any aspect." After a passionate interlude, Lu Liang lit a cigarette, gazing at the beauty in his arms under the moonlight, revealing everything while selectively omitting the more ambiguous details. "In other words, from now on, we will be working for Ireina?" Li Shiru inquired softly while toying with the black gold card in her hand. "It cannot be considered mere labor," Lu Liang replied quietly. "It can only be deemed a mutually beneficial collaboration. Given our current capabilities, it would take considerable time to make our mark in the Empire. However, with this woman's support behind us, elevating the Legion's strength within the top 200 of the rankings within a year is not beyond possibility." Upon hearing this, Li Shiru nodded. Lu Liang's ambitions certainly extend far beyond merely ensuring the Legion's sustenance. A man of such prowess undoubtedly harbors grander aspirations. All she needs to do is quietly stand behind him and observe. Women are naturally drawn to strength, and Li Shiru was no exception. Gazing into Lu Liang's ink-black eyes, she wished for this moment to linger a little longer. The following morning, Li Shiru did not awaken the slumbering Lu Liang, but quietly departed the room herself. He was utterly exhausted from the late nights spent working overtime. Upon arriving at the command center, Li Shiru instructed her team to bring 50 copper-shielded armored vehicles back to the Liyuan. As each imposing armored vehicle arrived, The female soldiers couldn't hide their delight. They all understood that these were crafted by Liyuan during his late-night efforts to minimize casualties, filling their hearts with warmth. By the time Liyuan awoke, Li had already stored all the armored vehicles in the armory. Wow, they look magnificent. As a speed enthusiast, Su Wanbing eagerly jumped into one of the armored vehicles and raced wildly across the open ground, executing a graceful drift before bringing the vehicle to a steady stop among the others. However, the scratches etched into the ground by the tracks made Li wince with concern. Liyuan surveyed the row of steel behemoths parked in the armory, nodding in satisfaction. From this moment forth, the combat capability of the Liyuan Legion would undergo a complete transformation. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. According to Ireina's intelligence, the Blood Wolf's 3rd and 4th Legions, along with the Green Water Python Legion, had been waiting outside the industrial fortress for quite some time. As soon as the Liyuan Legion makes its appearance, it would be besieged from all sides by these 3 legions. Although Liyuan was not intimidated by these legions, if he merely repelled them hastily, the Black Tiger Lord would certainly attempt to contain the situation and mask this defeat. In such a case, the prestige he sought would be considerably diminished. Therefore, he must strive to expand his victories as much as possible. This battle must be fought beautifully, making a resounding impact. If feasible, completely annihilating 1 or 2 of the legions would be even better. According to imperial law, once a legion is eradicated, the corresponding lord must immediately report the news to avoid affecting the rankings. Once this information spreads, Liyuan's prestige would receive an unprecedented boost. This was the fundamental purpose behind his desire to engage in this battle. Thus, to ensure success, Liyuan resolved to first produce laser guns before confronting them in battle. In the afternoon, Liyuan returned to the previous production workshop, observing Heidi diligently operating the control panel, nodding in satisfaction. Heidi, indeed a prodigy, has now mastered the operation of the production line entirely on her own. Consequently, I can now focus on the production of Gauss rifles with peace of mind. Chapter 58. Master, a kiss. Upon entering the firearms workshop, I noted that the space here was considerably smaller than that of the heavy industrial workshop. Vic was directing several heavy trucks to transport all the materials needed by Liyuan. Observing these trucks, their compartments brimming with ruby launchers, a twitch of discomfort crossed Liyuan's lips. I should never have extended my goodwill and volunteered to assist her in producing Gauss rifles. According to my initial plan, such high-end weaponry, even if entrusted to her, would not be casually utilized by Ireina. After all, members of the Lannister family would undoubtedly be watching her closely. Thus, I merely intended to do a small favor, producing a few hundred rifles to enhance her reputation. I never anticipated that this woman would go to such lengths to procure such a quantity of ruby launchers. This woman truly sees herself as a mere commodity to be exploited. With this thought, a bitter smile crept across Liyuan's face. But who could blame me for having agreed back then? Fortunately, the production of firearms differs from that of armored vehicles. Once the appropriate processes and parameters are set, the lathe can operate autonomously. By the way, do you accept firearms here? Liyuan suddenly inquired. Vic, taken aback, swiftly responded with excitement. Of course we do. According to the regulations of the industrial fortress, matters such as firearm collection do not require reporting. As long as the salesperson has a channel, all proceeds from the sale belong to them. This also serves as a gray income that Ireina tacitly allows her subordinates to obtain. Then, when you have the time, please collect all the firearms from the Liyuan. Discuss the specifics with my adjutant, Liyuan said casually, as he had already arranged matters with Li the previous night, entrusting her with the responsibility. Once the Gauss rifles are completed, the old conventional firearms in the warehouse will all become obsolete, merely taking up space. Currently, the once spacious armory aboard the Liyuan has nearly been filled by Liyuan. Moving forward, as he plans to create even more weaponry, the small armory will be utterly insufficient. It seems that the Liyuan Legion will need a new mobile fortress, Liyuan pondered. Vic left the workshop, brimming with enthusiasm, while Liyuan shook his head and prepared to commence work. Meanwhile, among the 3 legions under the Black Tiger Lord's command, one brawny man, gnawing on a beef leg, voiced his impatience. I say, it's been nearly a month. Why haven't they emerged yet? Didn't you say the Liyuan Legion had very little money, and that they would be driven out of the industrial fortress by the Lannister family in 3 or 4 days? The speaker was Cass, the commander of the Blood Wolf 3rd Legion. As the half-brother of Gross, Cass's relationship with him could best be described as lukewarm. This time, the Black Tiger Lord had dispatched his legion to assist Gross in eliminating the Liyuan Legion. However, should the mission fail, the blame would rest squarely on Gross's shoulders, allowing Cass the grim satisfaction of executing his own brother. Upon mentioning this matter, the disdain on Cass's face intensified. How weak must one be to be reduced to such a state by a low-ranking legion? Over 30 vehicles were lost, not to mention the casualties. Although Cass had heard rumors of the Lyra Legion annihilating the Porcupine Legion, he perceived it merely as Gross concocting an excuse for his own failure against the Lyra Legion. Most outsiders shared this perspective. "Calm yourself, Brother Cass," a tall yet slender figure interjected, his speech somewhat halting and concealed beneath a long hood, obscuring his features save for a glimpse of his parched lips. As the commander of the Green Water Python Legion, Monroe had little desire to wade into this murky situation. Each day spent in the harsh desert environment was a trial for him and his men. Following the initial directive from the Black Tiger Lord, he had come to seize the Sirius oil field, only to find himself unwittingly serving as Gross's enforcer, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. However, as he casually activated his data pad and muted the sound, Monroe watched the footage of the Lyra Legion's obliteration of the Lynx Legion, smiling quietly. This recording had been secretly extracted by his subordinates from Gross's database. The 10 power engines were vividly etched in his memory. If only he could claim this design for himself. A glint of intensity flashed in Monroe's eyes at this thought. "What are you watching?" Noticing something amiss with Monroe, Cass curiously leaned closer, only to be confronted with a lascivious scene of intertwining snake women. Cass looked at Monroe with contempt. "Are you lacking in women, or what?" "Thank you, Brother Monroe, for absolving me. Yet this was merely my commander's oversight, leading me into their trap," Gross said, downing his drink and requesting another from the servant. "Regardless, we have encircled this industrial stronghold so tightly that we can monitor his movements from any direction. When the time comes, my 4th Legion will take the lead. Once we ensnare the Lyra Legion, I hope for your esteemed assistance, my brothers. I am now a man burdened by guilt, not seeking glory, merely wishing to avoid missteps. As long as we eliminate the Lyra Legion, all credit shall belong to you both. I only ask that you speak favorably of me before our Lord, granting me a chance to survive." Though Gross spoke humbly, a cold smirk flickered across his face. In his eyes, aside from the assault team and the blood werewolves, the rest of the Lyra Legion posed no significant threat. When they emerged from the fortress, he would swiftly lead the assault team into the midst of these 2 legions, allowing them to engage the assault team while he directed his forces straight towards the Lyra, intending to annihilate Lu Liang's living forces. As for the blood werewolves, Gross had already obtained a venom bomb from the Black Tiger Lord capable of destroying their 2 cells. As long as this venom contaminates the werewolf's body, their regenerative abilities will temporarily fail. This is a precaution prepared by the Black Tiger Lord to prevent betrayal. The ideal outcome would be to eliminate the Liyuan Corps and personally capture Lu Liang and Li Shira. Meanwhile, the Bloodwolf 3rd Corps and the Green Water Python Corps would suffer significant losses in their battles against the assault team. This strategy not only serves to diminish the arrogance of these 2 individuals, but also allows for atonement for past mistakes. Upon hearing Gross' words, a smile finally graced Cass's face. Although the Liyuan Corps posed little threat, if they could be completely annihilated, they would undoubtedly earn considerable recognition from the Black Tiger Lord, especially since they aided in purging the traitors. However, it would be even better if they could monopolize this achievement. With this thought, Cass and Monroe exchanged glances, each revealing a facade of false smiles. Thus, the 3 of them, harboring ulterior motives, awaited in silence. Time flew by, and a few days later, Lu Liang picked up a half-meter-long laser gun. Testing its weight in his hand, it bore no significant difference from an ordinary assault rifle, yet in both feel and balance, it far surpassed the latter. The armory thoughtfully provided simple targets, and Lu Liang aimed at the moving target, firing with precision. Whoosh! 2 beams of laser shot forth, and Lu Liang discovered that the firearm exhibited no recoil, akin to a toy gun. Approaching the target, he was astonished to find that every shot hit the bullseye. Moreover, the alloy target had been completely burned through, with a faint residual red glow lingering at the edges. This was the scorching left by the laser. The school had once lectured that if struck by a laser weapon, one must not touch the area until the surrounding red light dissipated, lest one's hand be seared by the intense heat. However, Waiting for the heat to subside would mean missing the optimal time for treatment, consequently increasing the enemy's mortality rate. This is the terrifying nature of laser weapons. Once the red glow finally faded, Liyuan cautiously touched the scorched area. The moment his fingers made contact with the steel plate, the burnt sections crumbled into ash, scattering into the air. Liyuan swallowed hard. This device was utterly fearsome. However, upon further contemplation, the thought of wielding such a weapon against the enemy brought a cold smile to his lips. It was time to seek an explanation from Gro. Leaving the armory, Liyuan transported 1,000 laser guns back to the Liyuan ship in a truck and called Vic to retrieve the remainder from the workshop. Though he hadn't counted how many were left for Ireina, he estimated there must be at least 1,000. Such a quantity was more than sufficient for use as special weapons in the Corps. Naturally, while they were considered special weapons in other divisions, in the Liyuan Corps, each soldier would have one. Before departing, Liyuan also made a special trip to Heidi's heavy industry workshop, only to find the young girl thoroughly engrossed in her work. Although she wasn't as fast as Liyuan, Heidi had completely mastered the technology for producing armored vehicles. "Master, you're here." Heidi met Liyuan, her voice brimming with excitement. Yet she did not cease her tasks. Observing her ashen face, Liyuan couldn't help but chuckle internally. "Why don't you take a break? Allow me to assist you," he suggested, stepping forward to wipe her small face with a tissue. However, Heidi shook her head vigorously. "No need, Master, I can manage," she insisted, continuing to operate the console. Realizing how much she relished tinkering with these devices, Liyuan dismissed the thought of substituting her efforts. He placed a generous handful of chocolates on the nearby table, which Heidi merely glanced at, swallowing hard before resuming her work. "I need to take the Liyuan brigade out for a while," Liyuan explained, aware that outside, enemies lurked with malicious intent, and Heidi, not being a combat personnel, could not contribute on the battlefield. "Master, are you going to leave me here?" Upon hearing this, Heidi paused her work, a look of confusion crossing her face. Liyuan couldn't help but smile at her adorable expression. "It won't be long. By the time you finish this batch of weapons, we should be back." "Oh, all right." Heidi nodded, refraining from further comments as she unwrapped a piece of chocolate and tossed it into her mouth. Liyuan chuckled softly and prepared to depart. "Wait, Master!" Heidi suddenly called out, hastening to stand before him. "What?" she exclaimed, then leapt up, wrapping her arms around Liyuan's neck before running away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Tell Sister Shirua to stay safe." After distancing herself from Liyuan, she made a playful face and resumed her work. Chapter 59, To the Basement? "I might be scared." "That girl." Liyuan touched his face, still smeared with remnants of chocolate, utterly astonished. "What the hell? How could I have been kissed forcefully by a little girl?" He lamented internally, reflecting on his own enhanced physique and how he had failed to resist a mere 13 or 14-year-old girl. "System, come out. Come on. You secretly enjoyed it, right?" The system's mechanical voice echoed in Liyuan's mind, laced with a hint of disdain that he could discern despite its monotony. Returning to the Liyuan brigade, Liyuan drove the truck containing Gauss rifles into the armory. After a quick shower in his room, he felt invigorated. Unlike the manufacturing of armored vehicles, producing firearms did not require constant supervision at the operation console, rendering it significantly less strenuous. Thus, his routine had remained relatively regular over the past few days. Upon entering the command room, however, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The expressions of those present were grave, as if something troubling had transpired. "What is the matter?" Liyuan inquired with curiosity. "Commander." Upon his arrival, the female officers immediately saluted him. Li Shirua, delighted by Liyuan's return, hurriedly offered him a seat. Liyuan accepted without hesitation, taking his place at the head of the table, and gazed at the assembled officers. "What has happened?" As the silence lingered, Li Shirua explained, "Commander, this morning we received news that we have become a primary target of the Black Tiger Lord. He appears to be concerned that we might seek refuge with other lords, having sent out messages to all neighboring lords, declaring that anyone daring to harbor us will be considered to have declared war directly against the Black Tiger Lord. In other words, from this moment forth, we will be unable to pledge ourselves to any lord and must stand alone against the onslaught of the Black Tiger Lord." Upon hearing this, Liyuan shrugged, as he had never contemplated serving under any lord. After all, would that not merely reduce him to a mere laborer? However, upon further reflection, if there were a lord who consistently provided him with resources and equipment while allowing him freedom, That would indeed be quite appealing. With this thought, Liyuan unconsciously broke into a dreamy smile. Moreover, Ireina's intelligence was remarkably precise. Upon noticing Liyuan lost in thought again, Li Shirua projected the surveillance footage onto the large screen. The image revealed an armed force of nearly 20,000 troops, fully equipped, alongside countless vehicles and artillery. This footage had been specially retrieved by Ireina using her authority from the Rast family's specialized spy satellite, as Gross had installed jamming devices at their base, rendering ordinary satellites or radars incapable of detecting their presence. It is evident they intend to annihilate us, Liyuan scoffed. Preliminary estimates suggested that the Blood Wolf's 3rd and 4th legions, along with the Green Water Python Legion, totaled over 17,000 troops, 6 mobile fortresses, 80 tanks, and more than 400 various vehicles, not to mention a variety of individual heavy weaponry. As for their artillery, we have yet to ascertain its precise location, but it is tentatively believed to be concealed not far behind them in the weathered forest. However, due to vegetation cover, the satellite could not determine its specific configuration or number. This was the data Li Shirua and her cohort of female soldiers had compiled over the past 2 days. Hearing this, Liyuan chuckled softly, merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Once I crush these 3 legions, my name will gain swift renown, subsequently elevating my prestige. As for the Black Tiger Lord, I have thoroughly severed ties with him. Let him dispatch more legions for me to obliterate and enhance my notoriety. After all, who is it that initially sought to ensnare me? All personnel, heed my command. Liyuan's voice was soft, yet resonated with authority. Everyone rose to their feet. The Liyuan Legion officially entered a state of readiness. From this moment on, all female soldiers shall familiarize themselves with the operation of the copper shield armored vehicles and Gauss rifles. All personnel are to assemble on the deck at 6 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Our mission is simple: to annihilate the 3 legions and thereafter formally declare war on the Black Tiger Lord. Yes, the female officers saluted in unison, their eyes shimmering with excitement. It was the first time in many years that the Liyuan Legion had resolved to take the initiative to declare war. Excellent. Now, Wanbing, remain, the rest may disperse, Liyuan said with a smile upon witnessing their enthusiasm. The Liyuan Legion had shed its fear of battle. This was undoubtedly splendid news for the entire Legion. Once everyone had departed, only Wanbing and Liyuan remained in the command center. Commander, do you have any instructions? Although Wanbing had known Liyuan for quite some time, their conversations had been few, predominantly conducted through communication devices. Now, standing before this dashing man clad in military attire, Wanbing felt an unfamiliar sense of discomfort. Come with me to the basement, Liyuan instructed, rising to lead Wanbing away from the command room. The basement? Wanbing was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Was it possible that the commander had a penchant for such thrilling escapades? As they approached the staircase leading down, Liyuan strode ahead confidently, while Wanbing quietly trailed behind. Commander, what if we return to the dormitory instead? At this moment, Wanbing nearly buried her face in her clothing. The thought of such activities in the basement made her feel anxious. Return to the dormitory? Afraid? Liyuan turned back to gaze at Wanbing, whose once innocent face was now ablaze with embarrassment. Are you unwell? He asked, reaching out to touch her forehead. And no, Wanbing stammered, I'm just a little shy. Her heart raced with a cacophony of thoughts. How would the commander engage with her? Would he be gentle? How should she interact with Li Shirua moving forward? Should she address her as commander or sister? Countless questions flooded her mind. Shy. Liyuan let out a light chuckle, gazing at Wanbing with a teasing expression. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Wanbing possessed exceptional beauty. Unlike the frigid demeanor of Li Shirua, Wanbing radiated a sweet and endearing charm. Her large, luminous eyes sparkled like those of a sprite, and her chestnut hair was tied back into a neat ponytail, exuding an air of competence. Coupled with her combat uniform that hugged her delicate figure and elongated legs, she appeared both pure and striking. Liyuan recalled that Wanbing had just turned 18 this year. It was remarkable that such a young woman had already served as a squad leader for 2 years. Reflecting on her decisive demeanor in battle, Liyuan couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration. Suddenly, he was overcome with the impulse to tease her. Stepping closer, Liyuan gently lifted her chin with his finger. See, Commander. Wanbing looked up into his profound black eyes, feeling as though she might be drawn into their depths. Faced with such a man, Resistance seemed futile. In that moment, a quote from an ancient sage flashed through Han Bing's mind. If one cannot resist, then one might as well embrace. With that thought, she softly closed her eyes. What are you thinking about? Lu Liang suddenly released her chin, leaning against the railing. The basement is dark and cramped. One must lack taste to choose such a place. Startled, Han Bing opened her eyes wide to see Lu Liang's playful expression. Commander, why you? Overcome with shyness, she could only lightly punch his chest in protest. After a moment, Lu Liang gently ruffled her hair. Stop overthinking. We have important matters to attend to. Oh, Han Bing, having expressed her discontent, resigned herself to following Lu Liang. As she gazed at his retreating figure, his earlier words echoed in her mind. How tasteless it must be to choose such a place. With this thought, Han Bing's lips curled into a faint smile. It turned out that he was not unwilling. Chapter 60. The werewolf's name is Shauna. In the underground level, unlike the previous confinement room, it had now transformed into the lair of two female wolves. At that moment, the werewolves were voraciously devouring a pig's leg. Due to their formidable biting strength, the pig bones appeared no different from meat before them, each bite leaving a neat cut surface. How's that? Is it enough? Observing the werewolves relish their meal, Su Wanbing affectionately stroked their incredibly smooth fur with a maternal smile. Perhaps it was due to the peculiarities of their condition, but every time Su Wanbing encountered them, she felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Responding to her gentle touch, the werewolves nuzzled against Su Wanbing's fair cheek with their noses. Hee, that tickles. Su Wanbing giggled, suddenly hearing footsteps approaching from outside. The two werewolves also caught the sound simultaneously and immediately released Su Wanbing, racing towards the door. Commander, are you taking us to find those two? After the earlier commotion, Han Bing had already set aside his thoughts. However, upon learning of Lu Liang's intentions, a flicker of reluctance still shone in his eyes. Seeing this, Lu Liang continued to explain, their strength is evident to all. If we can incorporate them into the assault team, they will provide formidable combat power. In fact, Lu Liang had long harbored the idea of integrating the werewolf sisters into the assault team, but had never found the opportunity to implement it. Yet, Han Bing remained haunted by the events of the last encounter. Rest assured, they have officially become members of the Liyuan Legion now, Lu Liang said with a cheerful grin. Moreover, I believe their personalities have become quite gentle since losing the chip control. Before Lu Liang could finish his sentence, the werewolf sisters had already dashed in front of him, knocking him to the ground and lavishing him with enthusiastic licks. Although they had not seen him for over half a month, their affection for their benefactor had not waned in the slightest. All right, no more licking. Ha. Lu Liang laughed while attempting to evade their affections on the ground. Han Bing's eyes widened as she observed the scene. These are truly the two terrifying blood werewolves. Although she had already received word of their submission to Lu Liang, she had always assumed it was through force that he had tamed them, especially since she watched that video multiple times each night. However, witnessing the two now, there was no trace of the bloodthirsty monsters she had imagined. Shauna, Shajia, stop it. Su Wanbing ran out and helplessly urged them to cease. The two werewolves then retreated to the side, obediently sitting on the ground. What did you just call them? Lu Liang stood up, wiping the saliva from his face. Shauna, Shajia, Su Wanbing replied with a beaming smile. What do you think? Aren't the names lovely? Quite lovely, Lu Liang said, his lips twitching. He was certain that there were no such things as response mages in this world. One can only say, it's all a matter of fate. Commander, why does your expression seem so forced? Su Wanbing inquired curiously. If you have a better idea, please share it. No. Shauna and Shajia, how melodious, Lu Liang deflected, then resumed his serious demeanor. Han Bing, step forward. Upon hearing this, Han Bing nodded and approached with small steps. Though she still harbored some reservations about the werewolves, witnessing the earlier scene had indeed alleviated much of her apprehension. Despite donning powered armor at the time, the werewolves immediately recognized the beautiful girl before them as the second opponent they had faced that day. Shauna, Shajia. Lu Liang affectionately patted their heads, smiling as he inquired, would you like to accompany us into battle? At the mere mention of battle, the two werewolves perked up, nodding vigorously, while they feigned obedience in Lu Liang's presence. Deep down, they were not particularly fond of a life spent merely sleeping and eating. With their werewolf lineage, they yearned to gallop across the battlefield, vanquishing enemies for their master. Lu Liang nodded, turning to the still somewhat bashful Han Bing, and with a hint of exasperation, he pulled her closer. From now on, she will be your captain. With that, he pushed Wanbing forward. Wanbing blinked and looked up at the two werewolves, Shauna and Shajia. Shauna quickly grasped Lu Liang's intent, bending down to gently nuzzle Wanbing's cheek with her nose as a gesture of friendship. Wanbing, startled by Shauna's action, stumbled back a couple of steps and would have fallen had Lu Liang not caught her, preventing her from landing on the ground. Observing this, Shauna lowered her head in a semblance of disappointment. I apologize, Commander. Feeling the warmth of Lu Liang's embrace from behind, Wanbing looked up at him. Her cheeks slightly flushed. It's all right, Lu Liang replied with a nonchalant smile, surprised to discover that despite Wanbing's usual boisterousness, she was, in fact, somewhat timid. Gently taking Wanbing's delicate hand, he carefully placed it on Shauna's nose. Woof! Shauna joyfully wagged her tail. How does it feel? Quite pleasant, I presume, Lu Liang said, glancing down at Wanbing with a smile. Hearing his deep voice, Wanbing's face flushed, yet she felt considerably reassured. Subsequently, Lu Liang released her hand, helping her regain her footing. The sudden disappearance of the strong support behind her left Wanbing feeling somewhat forlorn. However, this feeling was swiftly replaced by the warmth of Shauna's tongue, which she cautiously extended to lick Wanbing's palm. Seeing this, Shajia also nudged Wanbing with her nose, joining in the friendly gesture. Gradually, the bond between the three deepened, and soon Wanbing found herself seated on the ground, with Shauna and Shajia resting their heads on her thighs. As she stroked the soft fur of the two wolves, Wanbing cast a grateful glance at Lu Liang. She understood that he could have easily assigned her the task and left her to manage alone. His actions were motivated by a desire to help her foster a good relationship with Shauna and Shajia, facilitating coordination during battle. The commander is truly kind, Wanbing mused silently, warmth blooming in her heart. Upon witnessing such a harmonious scene, both Lu Liang and Su Wanbing could not help but break into a maternal smile. We should summon the other members of the strike team to the basement shortly, Lu Liang whispered softly to Su Wanbing. Before the battle commences, the Sha sisters need to acclimate themselves with the entire strike team to facilitate seamless cooperation during combat. Although Lu Liang had his reservations, upon hearing his words, Su Wanbing gently nodded, and the two quietly departed the basement. Commander, since Lin Qian is still recuperating in her hospital bed, her powered armor has become available, Su Wanbing remarked as she followed Lu Liang. Therefore, I wish to join the strike team and engage directly in the frontline combat. Lu Liang was momentarily taken aback and turned to scrutinize Su Wanbing with curiosity. Commander, the command structure only requires you and Shi Ruo. My chief of staff holds merely a nominal title, Su Wanbing explained. I hope to be assigned a new position so that I may contribute meaningfully. Moreover, while the Sha sisters will soon integrate into the strike team, they will struggle to communicate effectively. If I remain with the team, I could serve as a translator. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang nodded slightly, realizing that he had not considered this aspect. After all, Su Wanbing had spent over 10 days with the two wolves, and having her lead the Sha sisters during combat would undoubtedly minimize communication barriers. I agree, but this is not the primary reason for your request for a transfer, Lu Liang said with a playful smile directed at Su Wanbing. In truth, you are reluctant to part from those two little she-wolves, aren't you? With a playful pout, Su Wanbing responded, Hee, so my little secret has been uncovered by the commander. Despite their brief time together, Su Wanbing gradually found herself increasingly fond of them. Although the sisters towered over her, she soon discovered that they were merely two immature children at heart. This realization stirred a maternal instinct within her, leading her to prioritize feeding the Sha sisters immediately after Lu Liang issued the command for everyone to head to the armory to familiarize themselves with the new weapons. Well then, you shall temporarily command the strike team and allow Wanbing to serve as your deputy, Lu Liang suggested, confident that Wanbing would not mind. Yes. Su Wanbing saluted Lu Liang and excitedly dashed back to the basement. Chapter 61. A visit from the enemy. 3 days passed swiftly, during which Lu Liang, much like the female soldiers, remained in the armory. He had completed the repairs on Lin Qian's powered armor, and now Su Wanbing was merrily donning the armor while playing with the Sha sisters. Over these days, Su Wanbing had intentionally brought the sisters out to help other female soldiers become acquainted with them. Thanks to the charming personalities of the Sha sisters, they quickly bonded with the Legion's female soldiers, who often found themselves eager to touch their thick, glossy manes. As for the two new types of weaponry, the copper-shielded armored vehicle required no instruction, as its operation was straightforward and akin to that of a regular truck. However, regarding the Gauss rifles, there was not a single individual in the entire legion, aside from Liyuan, who knew how to operate them. However, the complexity of operating this device is even less than that of an ordinary rifle. In less than an hour, Liyuan managed to teach all the female soldiers the intricacies of handling the Gauss rifle. Presently, they were enthusiastically engaged in shooting at a target that had nearly been reduced to ash. Observing the excited expressions on their faces, Liyuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, feeling that his efforts over the past 10 days had not been in vain. "Commander." Just as Liyuan was lost in thought, Li Shirua's voice echoed in his earpiece. "You need to come to the command room." Sensing a hint of urgency in her tone, Liyuan quickly made his way back to the command room. What could be the matter? Upon entering, he discovered that aside from a few female soldiers responsible for the basic operations of the Liyuan, only Li Shirua remained. The others had gone to the armory to experiment with the new equipment. Seeing Lu Liang's arrival, Li Shirua's worry eased somewhat. She approached him and whispered, "We have received an invitation on a secure channel. The commander of the Green Water Python Corps wishes to speak with you personally." "The Green Water Python Corps?" Liyuan furrowed his brow at the mention. With the impending battle, what could this mean? Could it be a final ultimatum from the Black Tiger Lord? Li Shirua pondered thoughtfully. Liyuan shook his head, utterly impossible. Firstly, a final ultimatum would not require a secure channel. Secondly, the three major legions were lying in wait outside. Once the signal was locked, they would risk exposing their targets. "Let them in," he said softly. Since he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to dwell on it. He then settled into a chair. At his words, Li Shirua instructed the other female soldiers to leave the command room, per the request of the other party. The number of individuals present for the video call must not exceed 2. Noticing Lu Liang's confusion, Li Shirua clarified, "Everyone, return to your posts." Lu Liang's command halted the female soldiers, who had already begun to rise, leaving them uncertain whether to sit or leave. "What is this?" Li Shirua questioned, not entirely grasping Lu Liang's actions. "If you dictate everything, wouldn't that make us seem rather unimportant?" Lu Liang replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Li Shirua chuckled softly, recognizing that her partner preferred a gentler approach. If the Green Water Python's tone were any softer, Lu Liang might have genuinely acquiesced to their demands. Signaling the soldiers to return to their stations, she connected the secure channel with the Green Water Python. Soon, a man dressed in military attire appeared on the screen. Seated on a sofa, Lu Liang observed his appearance with disdain. "What is this?" The man had an unnaturally pale complexion, which lacked the allure of beauty and instead bore a ghastly resemblance to a corpse. His serpentine eyes, with vertical pupils, exuded an icy demeanor, yet were adorned with pink eyeshadow around the sockets. His parched lips occasionally flicked out a snake-like tongue, further enhancing his repulsiveness. Li Shirua, too, frowned slightly. She had encountered many mutants before, but few had such a bizarre appearance. Monroe also glanced at the large screen, only to realize that the scene included not just the two of them, but also 5 or 6 other female soldiers, each attending to their respective duties. "You have failed to uphold your end of the agreement." Monroe furrowed his brow, his voice somewhat hoarse, as he occasionally flicked his tongue like a serpent, making his speech intermittent. "I apologize, but I am under no obligation to maintain your confidentiality." Noticing Monroe's displeasure, Lu Liang smiled and suggested, "Why don't you introduce yourself first?" With no choice but to abandon the previous topic, Monroe replied, "I am Monroe, the commander of the Green Water Python Legion." Then, "Mr. Monroe, what brings you to me?" Lu Liang asked coldly. Hearing this, a faint smirk appeared on Monroe's face as he said, "I merely wish to inform you that this industrial fortress has been surrounded by 3 legions of the Black Tiger Lord. The moment you exit the fortress, you will be caught in our encirclement." Lu Liang listened to this lengthy declaration while holding his breath, fearing that Monroe might inadvertently suffocate him. "What?" Upon hearing Monroe's words, Lu Liang's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of sheer terror as he gazed at the screen. Even Li Shirua beside him had to admire Lu Liang's acting skills. However, Lu Liang quickly forced himself to regain his composure and said with feigned nonchalance, "Huh, Mr. Monroe, do you take me for a fool? If your legions truly surrounded us, why would you come to inform me of this? I now suspect that your forces are not yet in position, and you are merely stalling for time. Once your troops have truly arrived, I shall be left with no avenue of retreat, correct?" Lu Liang sneered quietly, gazing intently at Monroe. Li Shiruo could not help but silently commend Lu Liang's quick thinking. This was indeed the typical response of a legion commander in such a situation. Upon hearing Lu Liang's words, Monroe immediately transmitted a document. This is the specific location and personnel configuration of our 3 legions. Monroe continued, stammering slightly. The Imperial satellite you possess is woefully outdated and cannot detect our presence. However, with this information, you may send someone to verify and confirm the truth of my claims. Monroe appealed to reason and emotion, hoping Lu Liang would recognize his sincerity. As Lu Liang examined the document in his hands, he nearly burst into laughter. This fellow had truly divulged the information of the Blood Wolf's 3rd and 4th legions. Moreover, it aligned perfectly with the intelligence received from Ireina. What was more crucial was that the document thoughtfully indicated the artillery positions of the 2 legions concealed within the forest, information that Ireina had failed to uncover. A cold smile crept onto Lu Liang's lips. This was intriguing. After a moment of silence, Lu Liang handed the document to Li Shiruo and whispered to her, "Make your act more convincing. Go take a stroll and return." Upon hearing this, Li Shiruo couldn't help but smile and promptly saluted, "Yes, Commander. I will arrange for someone to scout." With that, the aide, suppressing her laughter, swiftly exited the command room. Approximately 20 minutes later, Li Shiruo returned, her expression grave as she leaned close to Lu Liang and whispered, "I just went to the cafeteria and had our meals sent back to the dormitory." At this, Lu Liang immediately feigned a look of terror, staring in shock at Li Shiruo. After a long pause, Lu Liang took a deep breath, his expression grave as he gazed at the screen. "Mr. Monroe, your provision of such crucial intelligence to me cannot possibly stem from mere pity. Pray, share your terms." Sensing Lu Liang's composure, Monroe finally exhaled in relief. "I understand that defeating the Lynx Legion was never your intention. It was entirely due to that unreliable fellow, Gross." However, he was acutely aware that it was less about Gross's unreliability and more about the untrustworthiness of the Black Tiger Lord. Yet, one could not openly criticize their leader, particularly when said leader was a vain and petty individual. Monroe donned a self-satisfied smile, feigning amiability. "Thus, I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. But I must provide some explanation to the Black Tiger Lord, mustn't I? Therefore, you must hand over the design blueprints for that power armor," Monroe asserted directly. "Such power armor in the hands of your Liyuan Legion is nothing short of a waste. If you are willing to produce it, I will facilitate your departure and grant you a substantial commission." With the conversation laid bare, Monroe abandoned pretense, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Taken aback, Lu Liang thought, well, you truly live up to your title of the Green Water Python. Your appetite is indeed formidable. You actually seek the design blueprints for the Rhino power armor. It appears you intend to sever ties with your master and strike out on your own. They say human greed knows no bounds. Have you not considered whether you can truly handle such a design?" Lu Liang asked with a smile. "That is no concern of yours," Monroe retorted coldly. "You only need to relinquish the blueprints to me, and I shall ensure your safe passage. That is sufficient." Upon hearing this, Lu Liang fell silent, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He was resolute in not surrendering the Rhino power armor blueprints. However, could he possibly exploit this opportunity to extort more from this man? Noticing Lu Liang's lack of response, Monroe spoke earnestly. "You must understand that the Black Tiger Lord is an exceedingly vain scoundrel. Once you find yourselves on his blacklist, he will pursue you relentlessly, no matter the distance. While your power armor boasts formidable combat capabilities, I have no doubt it comes at a steep price. With merely this limited power armor, how can you contend against nearly 30 legions under the Black Tiger Lord? If you hand it over to me, I will provide you with a satisfactory reward. And you could even depart the Silver Empire with your lovely soldiers in search of a peaceful existence." At these words, Lu Liang's gaze shifted, as if he were quite intrigued by the prospect of such a reward. "How much can you offer me?" he inquired, a greedy smile gracing his face at the mention of money. Monroe chuckled inwardly, relieved that this fellow had taken the bait. 2 million units of exotic crystals. How does that sound? Upon hearing this figure, Lu Liang frowned. "Mr. Monroe, do you take me for a 3-year-old? This power armor is a near-grade 3 model. And you think to deceive me with such a meager sum? Once you possess this design blueprint, whether you choose to utilize it for yourself, bestow it upon the Black Tiger Lord, or sell it directly on the black market, its potential value undoubtedly exceeds 2 million. How substantial do you believe its profit could be? 100-fold? 1,000-fold? or perhaps 10,000-fold. Upon hearing this, Monroe's expression soured, as he indeed realized his initial offer was rather low. Then, what would you consider a satisfactory price? A flat sum of 10 million units of, replied Liyuan with a beaming smile. As soon as the words left his lips, even Liyuan, who stood nearby, was taken aback by the figure. 10 million. Upon hearing this, Monroe furrowed his brows and remarked, "If you call me a snake swallowing an elephant, I believe your appetite is even greater than mine. 10 million units of. Do you have any idea what the annual revenue of the entire Black Tiger territory amounts to?" "I am not interested in how much the Black Tiger Lord earns in a year," Liyuan interjected, cutting Monroe off. 10 million, not a single unit less. Monroe was left speechless by Liyuan's audacity. 10 million. This fellow truly knew how to make exorbitant demands. However, since he had never genuinely intended to engage in a transaction with Liyuan, acquiescing to his request was of little consequence. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. "Very well, I agree to your price." Monroe feigned a sense of financial loss, exhaling deeply. "However, I must receive this blueprint before transferring the funds to the account of the Liyuan Legion." "Monroe, this time." Liyuan dropped the formalities. "Do you truly think I would trust your word? If you genuinely wish to conduct this transaction, then demonstrate some sincerity and refrain from playing such transparent tricks." As he spoke, Liyuan transmitted a document into Monroe's hands. "This is the design blueprint for the powered armor," Liyuan said with a smile. "Do not rush to open it. It is password protected." "Password?" Monroe inquired, opening the document only to find he could view merely the first 5 pages. Indeed, the remainder required a password to unlock. A trace of disdain flickered in Monroe's eyes as he scoffed. "Do you think none of my subordinates can unlock a password? It seems our transaction can be terminated." Having obtained the blueprint, Monroe no longer wished to engage in idle chatter with Liyuan and was about to end the call. The rest, he thought, could be left to the technical department to unlock at their leisure. "Wait," Liyuan suddenly interjected, a smile gracing his face. "The Green Water Python Legion is substantial. I am certain they possess talent in this area. However, I have implemented some special encryption on this document. Should the password be entered incorrectly, the files will be immediately destroyed." At this, Monroe halted, his hand poised to input the password, staring intently at Liyuan on the screen. "What do you want?" "Quite simple," Liyuan replied with a cold smile. "First, transfer 5 million as a deposit. Second, once you gain access, the Liyuan Legion will provide you with the password before departing. These are my demands, which I find exceedingly reasonable. Both conditions must be met, or our cooperation will be nullified." After a moment of silence, Monroe contemplated. As long as the Liyuan Legion had not left, he believed he could seal the loophole. Nevertheless, the 5 million deposit indeed felt somewhat painful. In a single stroke, he had depleted a fortune accumulated over more than a decade. Nevertheless, as the old adage goes, one must risk the wolf to save the child. After considerable deliberation, Monroe gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well." He then commanded his adjutant to transfer 5 million units of exotic crystals to the account of the Liyuan Legion. Upon verifying the increase in the Liyuan Legion's account, Liyuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Shortly, I shall send you a dossier that delineates your escape route." As Monroe gazed at the 5 million exotic crystals that had been deducted from his account, it felt as though his heart was bleeding. "Then, let us rejoice in our collaboration," Liyuan stated, closing the communication. Staring at the now darkened screen before him, Liyuan exhaled deeply. He could not help but admire his own acting prowess. "Are you truly intent on conducting this transaction with the Green Water Python Legion?" Liyuan's expression was somewhat complex. While the prospect of acquiring 10 million units of exotic crystals was enticing, she was equally aware of what the Rhino-class power armor represented. Furthermore, even if they were genuinely prepared to transact, Liyuan's approach seemed rather audacious. The Green Water Python Legion was renowned for its exceptional ambush capabilities. Even if Monroe were to grant the Liyuan Legion a reprieve, Liyuan believed he would undoubtedly position ambushers outside. After all, even if they managed to obtain the blueprints, Monroe would hesitate to sever ties with the Black Tiger Lord in the immediate aftermath. The ideal scenario for him would be to eliminate the Liyuan Legion entirely after securing the blueprints. What transaction? Upon hearing Liyuan's words, Liyuan feigned innocence. The transaction regarding the sale of the Rhino-class power armor blueprints, of course. At this, Liyuan furrowed her brows. sensing that Lu Liang was pretending to be oblivious. When did I ever say I intended to sell the design? But you just mentioned Monroe. Monroe? Which one? I am not familiar. Lu Liang replied with a grin. I was merely resting here, doing nothing at all. Li Shirua was utterly bewildered, had it not been for Lu Liang's mischievous smile. She might have thought that everything that had transpired was merely a figment of her imagination. Observing her confusion, Lu Liang poured her a cup of tea. Oh, by the way, I checked earlier, and it seems we still have 5 million units of exotic crystals in our account that have gone untouched. You must have simply overlooked it. I must say, you all ought to be more meticulous in your work. If you had accessed such a substantial sum earlier, you would not have had to subsist on synthesized vegetables all this time. With that, Lu Liang rose from his chair. Come on, let's head back for a meal. I am famished. In the midst of Li Shirua's incredulous gaze, Lu Liang hummed a cheerful tune as he exited the command room. Chapter 63. The battle begins. Reclining on a plush sofa, Monroe wore a satisfied smile. Before him, several alluring serpent women undulated their forms, performing an enchanting dance. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. One of the serpent women opened it, and the adjutant promptly entered the room. Commander, we have verified that there are no issues with those design blueprints. The weapons engineer informed me that the technology embedded within the design group may encompass more than mere Tier 3 power armor. It is even possible that it is an authentic Level 3 power armor, and perhaps even one of the most elite models. The excitement in the officer's voice was palpable, as it was his first time holding such a valuable design blueprint. Upon hearing this, Monroe's eyes sparkled with delight. If that were indeed the case, it would imply that Lu Liang had not fully comprehended this design. What he possessed was merely a poorly crafted inferior product. Imagining the combat potential of the power armor, Monroe took a deep breath. If even an inferior product could exhibit such formidable combat prowess, how much more could he achieve if he were able to construct the complete version? Could the code be deciphered? Monroe remained hopeful about decoding it. The officer shook his head in resignation. I am sorry, Commander. The code expert has informed me that, just as Lu Liang stated, if the code is entered incorrectly even once, the entire file will be irrevocably destroyed. Our experts are too cautious to risk tampering. At this, Monroe nodded. He had not truly expected to decode it. Casting a glance at the officer, who, noticing his look, handed over a hard drive. Is there a copy? Monroe inquired softly as he received the hard drive. While the armament specialists were reviewing the materials, I was present the entire time. They certainly had no opportunity to make any copies. Furthermore, I have completely erased the receiving records. Now, apart from us and the Liyuan Legion, no one else will be able to trace the existence of this blueprint. Hearing this, Monroe nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The officer, witnessing Monroe's demeanor, seemed hesitant to speak. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. Monroe, in a good mood, gestured for the officer to sit on a nearby sofa and invited a serpent woman to sit beside him. Commander, you agreed to purchase this blueprint for 10 million units of crystal ore, but we simply do not possess such funds. The officer lamented. We have already sent 5 million to the Liyuan Legion, which is nearly all our resources. Currently, aside from some daily expenses, the entire Legion cannot spare a single penny. At this rate, we won't even be able to pay the soldiers' wages this month. In response, Monroe chuckled coldly, wrapping his arm around the slender waist of the serpent woman beside him. The serpent woman gasped and fell into Monroe's embrace. The Liyuan Legion will not receive a single cent, Monroe asserted, flicking his tongue like a serpent. Once I acquire the code, I will ensure they are repaid with interest. After the Liyuan Legion has been completely eradicated, I alone will hold the design blueprint on the entire Blue Star. In a moment, instruct the Chameleon Ambush Battalion to lie in wait beyond the exit we will create. As soon as I obtain the code, seal the exit immediately and eliminate the Liyuan Legion. Upon hearing this name, the officer seemed considerably reassured. The Chameleon Ambush Battalion was the most elite infiltration unit within the Greenwater Python Legion. Every member had undergone related modifications, enabling them to alter their colors according to the surrounding environment. Their capabilities were comparable to the newly developed optical camouflage by Lanster. Once upon a time, the Chameleon Ambush Battalion had executed numerous assassination missions with this extraordinary ability, achieving an impeccable record. Once the Liyuan Legion passes, the Chameleon Ambush unit will stealthily infiltrate the Liyuan ship and eliminate everyone inside. As the clock strikes 6 in the evening, the sun gradually descends beyond the horizon. leaving only a faint blush lingering in the sky. On the deck of the Liyuan ship, the female soldiers are fully prepared for action. Unlike their usual attire, their gear at this moment is remarkably simple. Each carries a military canteen, a bag of rations, and a few dried batteries, inserted at their waist like ammunition clips. Beside each squad stands a massive armored vehicle. The weapons in the hands of the female soldiers have also transformed. They now wield futuristic-looking Gauss rifles instead of the usual array of firearms. They exchanged glances, excitement radiating from their faces. In less than a month, their weapons have been upgraded twice. Over these past few days, the female soldiers have thoroughly witnessed the power of the Gauss rifles. The prospect of entering battle armed with such advanced weaponry exhilarates these once impoverished soldiers. Liyuan stands atop a platform, observing the enthusiastic expressions of her fellow officers, a smile spreading across her face. In this brief span of time, the joy on the faces of the female soldiers exceeds that which can be accumulated over an entire year. Since Liyuan joined the Liyuan Legion, he has brought forth an abundance of surprises. Suddenly, footsteps approach from behind Liyuan. Liyuan strides towards her, wielding the Liyuan sword. The female officers quickly part to make way for him. When Liyuan looks around, he realizes that the delightful cat-eared girl is absent, reminding him that he has assigned her as the assault team leader. Upon Liyuan's arrival, the previously noisy environment falls silent. Leaning the Liyuan sword before him, he surveys the gathered female soldiers. Wow, why does the commander seem even more handsome today? What do you mean again? The commander has always been the most handsome, you know? Hey, look, the commander has been spending time with Sister Shiro, and he seems more spirited than before. Shouldn't he look more fatigued instead? The female soldiers whisper among themselves. Yet their chatter is still audible atop the platform. Liyuan blushes deeply while the female officers smile silently. However, Liyuan merely chuckles. By now, you all should be familiar with your new partners. Hearing Liyuan's playful banter, the female soldiers respond with gleeful smiles. Excellent. Liyuan's expression shifts back to seriousness as he addresses the crowd. This time, we are taking the initiative to strike. Not only to allow everyone to experience the might of our new weapons, but more importantly, to convey to the Black Tiger Lord that the Liyuan Legion is not to be trifled with. Yes, the female soldiers echo in unison, sensing Liyuan's earnestness. Remember, our mission objective is not merely to break out, but to eliminate as many of the enemy's combatants as possible. With the Gauss rifles in our hands, we have an abundance of ammunition at our disposal. According to Liyuan's prior tests, even at maximum power, each battery is sufficient to fire 40 rounds. This level of power can even penetrate the main armor of a tank. If the power is adjusted for striking, firing a couple of hundred rounds poses no problem whatsoever. Noticing the excitement on everyone's faces, Liyuan began to pour cold water on their enthusiasm. However, I must emphasize one point. Although this is a battle of annihilation, everyone must remain inside the armored vehicles while engaging in combat. Absolutely no heroics by rushing out to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. Trust in the defensive capabilities of the bronze-shielded armored vehicles. They can undoubtedly withstand any firepower from this assault. Yes, we will resolutely obey the command of the commander. The female soldiers shouted in unison. Now, everyone, board the vehicle, and let us eliminate those who once bullied us. Long live Liyuan, and may the Legion endure. Accompanied by thunderous shouts, the female soldiers climbed aboard the armored vehicles, and the deck began to lower slowly. Due to the overwhelming number of armored vehicles, the deck of the Liyuan could no longer accommodate everyone at once. Thus, after several rounds of ascending and descending, all personnel were finally transported. Back in the command room, Liyuan gazed at the screen. The gates of the industrial fortress had swung open. To be prudent, he had previously communicated with Ireina, ensuring that the Liyuan would not depart from this location during the battle. Ordinarily, such a situation would be deemed unacceptable, as it would render the industrial fortress a makeshift headquarters for the stationed legion, with the enemy hesitant to launch an assault. It effectively embodied the principle of fight when victorious, retreat when not. In commercial dealings, such maneuvers would undoubtedly evoke discontent among other clients, thus establishing an unwritten rule across all industrial fortresses. Yet now, for Liyuan's sake, Ireina had no choice but to break this rule and allow him to act as he pleased. Chapter 64. The Bronze Shield displays its might. Absolute Defense Report. Our reconnaissance outpost has just relayed information that the gate of the Lanster Industrial Fortress has opened. and the Liyuan Legion has emerged," a somewhat flustered operations officer exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Gross paused. "Are you certain that is the Liyuan Legion?" "Absolutely certain," the operations officer responded, transmitting the footage to the large screen. Gazing at the surveillance image, Gross widened his eyes. 10 power armors emblazoned with the Liyuan insignia surged forth from the industrial fortress like swords, and even more alarming, those 2 damn blood werewolves were following closely behind. They finally emerged. Gross gritted his teeth, realizing that the secret weapon he had risked everything to unveil was now being utilized by others. At the thought, his shoulder, connected to the mechanical arm, throbbed with discomfort. "Commander, what should we do?" the operations officer inquired. "The outpost is awaiting orders. Inform the other 2 legions that the enemy has made an appearance. Additionally, command Armored Company 1 to engage, blocking the enemy's assault team at the defense lines of the Bloodwolf 3rd Legion and the Green Water Python Legion. Once they become entangled, execute a full-speed retreat." A glint of cold light flashed in Gross's eyes. "This time, I will ensure that all 3 legions are brought to ruin together." With Gross's orders, the armored units began to advance towards the assault team. "Aye, sister. The enemy has appeared," Wanbing shouted to Su Wanbing while running. "Ignore them. Our mission is to bypass all frontal enemies and charge straight towards their artillery positions." Su Wanbing let out a light laugh, as the enemy's forces had been thoroughly laid bare before her. Subsequently, the Green Water Python Legion kindly provided the specific artillery configurations, which even the high-level espionage satellites of the Landstet family could not detect. If they were to lose under such circumstances, then the entire female contingent of the Liyuan Legion might as well take their own lives. It seems that Gro and his brethren do not share a particularly strong bond either. Lu Liang observed the battlefield through the Landstet family satellite, a cold smile creeping across his face. Did Gro not realize that his cumbersome armored units could never catch up to the assault teams? If that were the case, the answer was glaringly obvious. Gro had no expectation of overtaking the assault teams. He merely aimed to drive them into the positions of the 2 legions, tossing the most formidable challenges their way, while he remained to deal with the entire Liyuan Legion. In doing so, Gro could redeem himself and perhaps even earn the favor of the Black Tiger Lord. Lu Liang clicked his tongue in rare admiration for such a scheme. However, there was one aspect in which this fellow had miscalculated. He commanded all troops to advance towards the Bloodwolf 4th Legion's positions. With the roar of engines, 50 bronze shield-class armored vehicles departed from the fortress, stirring up clouds of dust beneath the night sky. Report. The enemy's assault teams are being driven towards the Bloodwolf 3rd Legion and the Green Water Python Legion, and they are moving swiftly. They likely did not anticipate our continued presence here. Gro sneered at the screen, finding the situation beneficial, as it spared his own troops the need to pursue further. The Liyuan Legion had now received supplies from the Porcupine Legion, undoubtedly enhancing their combat capabilities. Therefore, he needed to concentrate his forces to annihilate the Liyuan Legion. Order Armored Company 1 to retain 1 platoon to continue the pursuit. The remainder shall withdraw immediately. Yes, the operations officer promptly issued the command, but hesitated when he heard the voice in his earpiece, his finger pausing mid-motion. "What is the matter?" Gro inquired, displeased. "Commander," the operations officer stammered. You should take a look at this." Upon hearing this, Gro turned his gaze to the large screen, his eyes widening in astonishment. Outside the industrial fortress, a multitude of large armored vehicles raced under the moonlight. In the pale glow, the crimson bird-like totem on the side of the vehicles was particularly striking. Is this truly the Liyuan Legion?" His aide beside him attempted to inquire, his expression grave. In less than a month's time, the Liyuan Legion had astonishingly transformed from an infantry-dominated force into a bona fide armored division. Moreover, Gro could almost name every active armored weapon model of the Silver Empire. What puzzled Gro even further was the fact that these vehicles bore no weapons. Apart from a few gun ports, the entire hull was merely an iron shell. Gazing at the armored vehicles on the screen, Gro was certain that the entire empire lacked such models. Could they be foreign products? With this thought, Gro's expression grew serious. Initially, it was that enigmatic power armor. And now it is this unfamiliar armored vehicle. Who exactly is behind this Lu Liang? "Commander, the Liyuan Legion does not seem to be in retreat." A battle strategist, visibly anxious, remarked, "Their trajectory appears to be charging directly towards our position." Upon hearing the strategist's words, Gross furrowed his brow, Are they truly planning to assault our armored forces with such contraptions, relying solely on those exposed gun ports? Gross found himself utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, recalling that smug grin from their earlier communication, unease settled in his heart. Liyuan had indeed brought forth an abundance of surprises. One might even say that since encountering Liyuan, Gross's life had been fraught with misfortune. He admitted that he had initially underestimated the Liyuan Legion. Yet, after facing their assault troops, he believed every command he issued was the optimal solution. Even so, Liyuan had repeatedly thwarted his plans. Commander, Commander? The adjutant called out twice as Gross fell into a daze. He shook his head to regain his focus, gazing at the multitude of armored vehicles on the screen. A fierce expression crossed Gross's face. He had never feared anyone more than armor. A handful of battered armored vehicles were nothing to dread. Order the artillery to switch to armor-piercing shells and obliterate those contraptions. Gross commanded coldly, then sank into his chair. Once the artillery has finished its barrage, immediately send the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions to charge in and claim their heads. Is this truly feasible? Liyuan watched the vehicles advancing at full speed on the screen, her heart filled with concern. With a standard squad configuration of 14 personnel, 50 armored vehicles could potentially hold 700 individuals. Apart from the artillery, nearly all the female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion capable of combat were inside. Can they truly remain so blatantly exposed to enemy fire? Haha, fret not. Noticing Liyuan's anxious demeanor, Liyuan chuckled with ease. As long as everyone stays put inside, I assure you I will bring all 900 of them back. Boom, boom, boom. Before Liyuan's words could fully resonate, a cacophony of cannon fire erupted, accompanied by the ominous whir of shells slicing through the air, as dozens of shells detonated amidst the convoy of vehicles. The immense explosions created craters in the surrounding sandy terrain, and smoke mingled with swirling dust engulfed the Liyuan Legion. More terrifyingly, within the surveillance footage, a shell struck the roof of a bronze shield armored vehicle, the violent explosion instantly consuming it in a cloud of smoke. Liyuan's heart tightened, her fists clenching instinctively. The female officers behind her held their breath, equally tense. Liyuan gently patted Liyuan's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. The barrage continued for over 2 minutes, indicating that Gross was indeed committed to this assault. As the smoke began to dissipate, the first armored vehicle continued to advance unscathed, maintaining its speed without a hint of hesitation. Following closely behind were the 2nd and 3rd vehicles. In the command room, every individual present stared wide-eyed in disbelief. As the camera zoomed in, the onlookers were astonished to discover that aside from the superficial scratches on the outer armor from shrapnel, the Copper Shield-class armored vehicles had sustained almost no damage whatsoever. Reporting to the commander, it was confirmed that all 50 armored vehicles emerged unscathed from the barrage. Except for one female soldier who had vomited from the shock of an explosion, there were no casualties. Several combat strategists, upon hearing the frontline report, excitedly called out to Liyuan. Upon receiving the news, everyone finally exhaled in relief and erupted into cheers. Incredible! Who would have thought the defense of this equipment was so formidable? The commander's creations are always the best. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Liyuan merely nodded slightly. Although the Copper Shield-class armored vehicles had not been tested in actual combat, he had already run countless simulations in his mind. The scale of the bombardment was evidently insufficient against the Copper Shield-class armored vehicles. Otherwise, he would not have ordered the female soldiers to charge heedlessly into the fray. However, Liyuan, sitting nearby, felt all her strength drain away the moment she heard the report, collapsing into her chair. Looking up at Liyuan beside her, she noted that his expression remained as calm as ever. While she too had forced herself to maintain an unwavering demeanor during the battle, it was merely an act. Yet Liyuan, she was certain, exhibited no pretense whatsoever. Lost in thought, Liyuan realized that despite their established relationship, she still knew far too little about this man. As the cluster of armored vehicles drew closer to the Bloodwolf 4th Legion's position, a glint of cold determination flashed in Liyuan's eyes as he quietly commanded. Deploy the artillery, advance at full speed, adjust the range to maximum, and aim for the enemy's front line. Chapter 65. Full offensive, not a single one destroyed. Gross' voice faltered as he listened to his subordinate's report. Casting another glance at the large screen, Gross began to doubt his understanding of the situation. What kind of armored vehicle could emerge unscathed from such a ferocious barrage? The artillerymen were firing genuine heavy armor-piercing shells. Not only armored vehicles, but even tanks could be rendered incapacitated. Could it be that the Black Tiger Lord had provided him with inferior armor-piercing rounds? Commander, the enemy is drawing ever closer to our position. At this, Gro trembled involuntarily, recalling the feeling he had experienced just days prior. The helplessness of being scrutinized by Lu Liang's terrifying gaze, the sensation of being observed by an overwhelming force. It felt as if all his plans and actions were mere child's play in comparison. Nonetheless, Gro was a seasoned veteran, not easily swayed by ephemeral thoughts. Request artillery support from the Blood Wolf 3rd Legion. By now, Cass had likely engaged with Liyuan's assault team. However, the artillery unit stationed in the weathered forest should still be inactive, although Gross had long desired to claim the fruits of victory for himself. The urgency of the situation had rendered the pursuit of glory irrelevant. Even with the front line entangled, the long-range firepower of the Blood Wolf 3rd Corps remained capable of exerting influence. Furthermore, the combat prowess of these two legions surpassed his own, their distant artillery far beyond his own capabilities. Gross aimed to deliver another bombardment before the Liyuan Legion could reach his position, even if he could not breach their armor. The shockwaves from the explosions could very well claim the lives of the female soldiers within. Commander, we have just received news that the Blood Wolf 3rd Corps and the Greenwater Python Corps are requesting our support. What? Gross exclaimed, nearly spitting in surprise. You mean to tell me that these two legions cannot even hold off 10 powered suits and 2 Blood Wolves, and they require my assistance? According to Gross's original plan, even if they could not completely annihilate Lu Liang's assault team, they should have been able to delay them without issue. After all, with a force of over 10,000, it would be akin to herding a multitude of swine. Lu Liang would be unable to capture them all in 3 days. No, it's not quite like that, the operations officer stammered. The Liyuan Legion's assault team did not advance towards their base. Instead, they circumvented them and have entered the weathered forest behind. At present, the enemy was mercilessly slaughtering the artillery hidden within, while the Greenwater Python Corps rushed to provide aid, and the Blood Wolf 3rd Corps, predominantly composed of armored units, was ill-suited for the jungle environment. Why isn't he the armored platoon tasked with the pursuit reported back? Gross roared upon hearing this news. He had left a platoon behind specifically to prevent such an occurrence. Well, our pursuing forces were completely shaken off by the enemy 10 minutes ago, and just now, they were still scouring the desert for traces of the foe. The operations officer's voice dwindled as he spoke. With a crash, Gross slammed his cup to the ground. Damn it! Within the command fortress of the Blood Wolf 3rd Corps, Cass angrily hurled the data board to the ground, exclaiming, that board contained nearly all of our artillery. If they are annihilated, our combat strength will be reduced by more than half. In contrast to Gross's philosophy of direct confrontation, Cass had always believed that frontal armored weapons were merely a means to entangle the enemy, while the real utility lay in the artillery concealed behind. This was why, despite all 3 legions being equipped with anti-reconnaissance jammers, Cass insisted that the artillery remain hidden within the weathered forest. However, this approach had resulted in the Blood Wolf 3rd Corps being heavily laden with super-heavy armored vehicles, leading to a rather sluggish advance. Moreover, the weathered forest was filled with ancient trees, some over 1,000 years old, and in a semi-fossilized state, rendering armored units ineffective even upon arrival. Yet, what puzzled Cass was how the enemy had discerned their deployment. All 3 legions were equipped with anti-reconnaissance jamming devices, rendering them undetectable by radar or spy satellites. A traitor. This was the only conclusion Cass could draw. But who could it be? Gross? Monroe? Or one of their subordinates? An abundance of questions filled Cass's mind. Yet the account would only be settled after the battle concluded. Commander, the Greenwater Python Legion is advancing towards the weathered forest for support, albeit at a sluggish pace. The aide swiftly reported the message received from Monroe. Upon hearing this, Cass narrowed his eyes, aware that Monroe was acting with intention. However, this did not necessarily imply that he was a traitor. After all, he himself would be reluctant to jeopardize his own troops for the sake of another's artillery. Inform Monroe to proceed at full speed. Suppressing his fury, Cass gasped for breath, stating, as long as my artillery is saved, I shall ensure that 1,000,000 units of otherworldly crystals are deposited into his private account afterward. Commander, this situation deviates from our expectations, the aide remarked. Compared to the atmosphere surrounding the Blood Wolf's 3rd and 4th Legions, The mood within the green water python was remarkably tranquil. Monroe leaned over the table, hands pressing against the miniature simulation map, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Noticing the commander's silence, the aide added, "The Liyuan Legion has not followed the escape route we provided. Instead, they are charging directly towards the Blood Wolf's position, displaying an attitude of unwavering determination to annihilate them." Monroe nodded slightly, sharing this sentiment. This was not a retreat under duress, but rather bore the hallmarks of a decisive battle. Nonetheless, Monroe's interest lay solely in the password held by Liyuan. Moments ago, the aide from the Blood Wolf's 3rd Legion had called for assistance again. The aide reminded him. He informed me that if we can help safeguard their artillery, Cass is willing to transfer $1 million as a reward afterward. He glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before whispering, "It would be directly deposited into your private account." At this revelation, Monroe lifted his gaze to the aide and let out a cold scoff. "Humph, that fellow has certainly profited handsomely in the past." Monroe murmured, "The private account differs from the Legion account. The funds in the latter belong to the Lord of the Legion and are generally reserved for routine expenditures and battle costs. However, the private account is one's own money. Naturally, Legion commanders often have ways to siphon off funds, provided they do not overstep their bounds, as lords tend to turn a blind eye." The promise of 1 million units of otherworldly crystals indicated Cass was truly desperate this time. "Should we hasten our pace?" the aide inquired quietly, observing Monroe's demeanor. "1 million and several billion are distinctly different in my eyes," Monroe retorted with a cold smile. "The Liyuan Legion's assault troops are formidable. Both the Lynx Legion and the Porcupine Legion fell to their might. I will not provoke this misfortune until I have secured the password. I shall not fire a single shot at the Liyuan Legion. Let Cass's artillery hold them at bay for now, allowing us to address the Liyuan Legion without distraction." However, the Liyuan Legion is not following the route we provided, the aide reminded him once more. "If we do not assist, we may not even encounter the Liyuan Legion, and we could be branded as negligent. Call Mr. Liyuan and inquire about the current situation. Is he still conducting business?" Monroe stretched languidly, confidently accepting the tea offered by the serpent woman, and playfully pinched her ample posterior, reminding her to reopen a channel as he wished to avoid any compromising situations. Chapter 66. How would I know which cesspool you are wriggling in? "Mr. Liyuan, what do you mean by that?" Monroe's pale visage appeared on the large screen, akin to a scene from a horror film. Liyuan furrowed her brow. This face was even more repugnant than gross. "Why has your unit not followed the previously established route?" Noticing Liyuan yawning, Monroe's expression darkened, a foreboding feeling washing over him. "Who are you?" Liyuan feigned ignorance. Monroe, clearly not grasping his meaning, instinctively responded, "Who do you think I am? How would I know which cesspool you are wriggling in?" Liyuan scoffed and promptly ended the communication, leaving Monroe staring blankly at the darkened screen. Upon the call's termination, Lu Weiwei couldn't contain her laughter, and soon, a chorus of giggles erupted among the female officers. It turned out the commander had such a roguish side. However, one could not deny that this audacious behavior was rather endearing. "So, you never intended to continue the transaction with Monroe from the very start?" Liyuan struggled to suppress her amusement as she looked at Liyuan. Of course, the elaborate charade was merely a ploy to extract some funds from that worm. Now that the matter was laid bare, Liyuan ceased his cryptic speech, although it felt somewhat wasteful. "The 5 million units of exotic crystals were worth a bit of my breath." Upon hearing this, Liyuan finally erupted into laughter, without deploying a single soldier, compelling the enemy to relinquish a substantial sum. Such a maneuver, while not entirely unprecedented across the Blue Star, was undoubtedly remarkable. "Order the troops to advance. Gro will surely deploy armored units to block us at the front lines." Liyuan grinned maliciously. "At that point, it will be their turn to take a bath in shells." 5 million. My 5 million. Within the ranks of the Green Water Python Corps, Monroe fiercely slapped his own face, the exposed teeth even cutting into his hand. The serpent woman, distressed, moved closer, licking his wrist. "Get away." Monroe struck her down with a resounding slap, leaving her on the ground, clutching her swollen face in silence. "Command the Chameleon Ambush Unit to rush to the weathered forest at full speed. Inform Cass that he must immediately transfer 1 million to me. I will assist him in fending off the enemy. Otherwise, without the need for the Liyuan Corps to act, I shall have the chameleons devour all his artillery." Though infuriated and vexed by Lu Liang's shamelessness, Monroe's instinctive cold-blooded composure quickly restored his calm. Every action he took now was aimed at desperately mitigating his losses. Additionally, order the entire regiment to launch an assault against the Liyuan Corps. Commander, the armored vehicles of the Liyuan Legion, whose models remain unclear, possess formidable defensive capabilities. There is no need for us to act recklessly, as Assistant Gross pointed out. Let Gross's armored units hold the front line while our forces maneuver to encircle the enemy and employ thermite weapons to breach their armor. Monroe gasped heavily, seeking to vent his pent-up rage. Upon hearing this, the assistant furrowed his brow. Thermite weapons are designed to penetrate enemy fortifications or gates with extreme heat. Although their thousands of degrees temperature can indeed melt steel, their short effective range means that by the time one can burn through the enemy's armor, they would have already been shot multiple times. Monroe's current command was undoubtedly a call for suicide among the soldiers. Noticing the assistant's hesitation, Monroe's expression turned icy. Hurry and issue the order. This is the only method we have to eliminate the Liyuan Legion. Despite this, Monroe still clung to a flicker of hope regarding the code. Defeating the Liyuan Legion and capturing Lu Liang would ensure that, under torture, he would have no choice but to speak. Bing, this is too easy, I assent it? Han Bing exclaimed after demolishing another artillery position, gazing at the debris scattered across the ground in disbelief. The assault team had been engaged in a firefight with the enemy artillery for nearly an hour, yet remarkably, the enemy had not dispatched a single reinforcement. This left the assault team, which had prepared for a fierce battle, momentarily bewildered. Who knows? Perhaps the commander is exerting too much pressure on the front lines to send assistance. Su Wanbing remarked, just as a crack echoed nearby. Not far off, the Shauna sisters were disassembling a cannon into disarray. The sturdy steel seemed as fragile as paper beneath their claws and fangs. After a few gunshots rang out, Shauna crumpled to the ground, blood gushing from her body. Yet, merely a second later, she sprang back to her feet, her wounds completely healed, even expelling the bullets lodged within. 100 meters away, an enemy soldier firing a mounted machine gun witnessed this scene, his legs trembling in fear. What sort of monster is this? But Shauna offered him no time to ponder further, swiftly closing the distance to zero in mere strides. Gazing at the lower half of his body still on the vehicle, the soldier died without ever understanding. Witnessing this, Su Wanbing couldn't help but smile. Such terrifying strength among her teammates was indeed a source of reassurance. Now, the artillery brigade of the Blood Wolf 3rd Legion had suffered significant losses. Wanbing. Suddenly, Su Wanbing's earpiece crackled to life with Li Shua's voice. The commander instructed me to inform you that an enemy unit is advancing towards your position. Finally, they have arrived. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Su Wanbing's face. Do not underestimate them. This group is not an ordinary unit. Li Shua cautioned. Their bodies are remarkably insensitive to light reflection. They were only detected by Lu Liang using thermal imaging. Realizing the implications, Su Wanbing's expression grew serious. Are you suggesting that? Yes, to the naked eye, they would appear essentially invisible. Li Shua continued. However, once they enter the weathered forest, even spy satellites will struggle to locate them. Everyone, prepare for battle immediately. Before Li Shua could finish her sentence, Su Wanbing swiftly connected all the assault team members' communications. Attention, we are about to face a wave of invisible enemies. Invisible enemies? Han Bing furrowed her brows. What does that mean? Can't we see them? According to the information relayed from the command center of the Liyuan, it appears so. Su Wanbing's expression grew grave. We do not know their equipment capabilities or whether they can breach our armor's defenses. Therefore, everyone must remain vigilant and exercise extreme caution. Understood. In response, the female soldiers showed no fear, raising their voices in unison. Suddenly, Shauna rushed to Su Wanbing's side, nuzzling her armor with her nose. What is it? Su Wanbing inquired curiously. Shauna let out a few more sounds, prompting Su Wanbing to chuckle lightly as she patted Shauna's head. I understand what you mean. Chapter 67, Chameleons. Annihilation. In contrast to the vast population of the Green Water Python Legion, the number of the Chameleon Stealth Battalion was relatively small, consistently ranging between 100 and 200 personnel. This scarcity was due to the limited number of mutants possessing chameleon blood. With the aid of moonlight, the chameleons advanced quietly through the shadows. Observing through thermal imaging, those in the command room watched as they entered the weathered forest. They have entered the forest, Lu Liang whispered. At this moment, Su Wanbing and the other assault team members had already ascended into the trees. As the hardness of the timber in the weathered forest was more than sufficient to support the weight of their powered armor. Below, only Shauna and her sister, Shajia, remained. Despite their sizable stature, their beastly instincts allowed them to conceal themselves effectively within the undergrowth. The two wolves breathed softly, attuned to the scents in the air. Suddenly, a pungent, metallic odor wafted into Shauna's nostrils. She lifted her head slightly, signaling to Su Wanbing that the enemy had arrived, accompanied by the whistling wind. The rustling sound of footsteps on the underbrush gradually grew louder. Yet, Su Wanbing did not issue the order to open fire. She continued to wait for the enemy to draw closer. As the soldiers of the Chameleon Stealth Battalion ventured deeper into the weathered forest, their hearts raced at the sight of scattered remnants and corpses strewn across the ground. Intelligence had reported that only 10 advanced powered armors were attacking the Blood Wolf 3rd Corps artillery position. Could such devastation be the work of merely 10 powered armors? Gazing at the bodies, which bore unmistakable gashes inflicted by sharp weapons, the Chameleon commander began to doubt the accuracy of the intelligence. To disable the powered armors, the commander had specifically instructed them to carry thermal melt weapons, capable of reaching thousands of degrees to breach their armor. However, employing thermal melt required soldiers to engage closely, and as chameleons, getting near the enemy was not a daunting task. Yet, the deeper they ventured into the forest, the more unease settled within the Chameleon commander's heart. It was pitch dark here. Where were the enemies? A cold breeze brushed against the Chameleon commander's neck, causing an involuntary shiver. At that moment, Shauna seized the opportunity, letting out a mighty roar as she lunged forward, tearing off the head of a chameleon. With the death of the chameleon, its cloaking mechanism ceased to function entirely. A completely nude, green-skinned humanoid creature materialized before everyone's eyes. Its eyes, resembling cannon barrels, left no doubt that it was a chameleon. At that very moment, Shajia lunged at another chameleon, mirroring her sister's movements almost perfectly. Viscous blood splattered across the faces of the Shauna sisters, and they disdainfully wiped it off on the ground, then cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, a beam of infrared light shot from the neck of the second wolf, moving back and forth in unison with their heads. Ultimately, the infrared beam settled on a vacant patch of ground, and without hesitation, Su Wanbing opened fire. With a resounding boom, several chameleon soldiers emerged from their cloaked state, collapsing to the ground. Gazing at the bodies of his fallen comrades, the chameleon captain felt a jolt of alarm. Since joining the regiment, he had never found himself in such a passive predicament. However, being a seasoned veteran, he would not be rendered helpless by a momentary setback. He immediately began orchestrating a counterattack. They had already understood that ordinary bullets posed no threat to powered armor. Fortunately, all their firepower was directed at the Shauna sisters. The chameleon captain had discerned that it was the keen sense of smell possessed by these two werewolves that led the powered armor to their location. If they could eliminate them, the powered armor of the Liyuan regiment would become blind once more, and the initiative on the battlefield would revert to their side. Before long, the two werewolves were riddled with bullets, turned into mere sieves. The female soldiers of the assault team, witnessing this, were filled with indignation. Although they were aware of the Shauna sisters' formidable regenerative abilities, such injuries could not claim their lives. However, being struck by bullets was undeniably painful. With a roar of vengeance for Shauna and Shajia, they unleashed a torrent of firepower, their machine guns spewing ammunition toward the illuminated areas. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, dozens of chameleons fell to the ground. The chameleon captain watched in agony as his warriors, each a rare breed of courage, perished not in the pursuit of assassinating key figures, but in such a trivial skirmish. Nevertheless, the silver lining was that the enemy's sight was lost, and the scales of victory began to tip back in their favor. Use the thermite to finish them, the chameleon captain commanded quietly. Upon hearing this, several chameleon soldiers withdrew thermite guns and hastened forward. Yet, after only a few steps, the terrifying infrared beam once again illuminated their chests. With the roar of machine guns, the chameleons, who had just begun to feel emboldened, were obliterated into a bloody mess. The chameleon captain, stunned, followed the path of the infrared light, only to discover that the two werewolves, who should have been dead long ago, were standing up, seemingly unscathed. What in the world was happening? The chameleon captain was aghast. He had received no intelligence regarding such foes before arriving. With a furious howl, the Shauna sisters, evidently incensed by the recent assault, charged skyward and immediately pounced upon the chameleon soldiers, tearing into them with ferocity. The chameleon captain wore a grave expression. If these two werewolves could not be eliminated in a short span of time, it would spell disaster. Contemplating this, he discreetly signaled a few soldiers nearby and stealthily retreated to the rear of the formation to preheat his thermite gun. With the assistance of the Shauna sisters, Su Wanbing and her companions systematically dispatched over a dozen chameleons. The gunfire from the opposing side noticeably diminished. Sisters, the enemy is on the verge of collapse. Let us hasten to eliminate them. There are still some artillery units in the forest that remain unscathed. Su Wanbing urged, suddenly noticing Shajia, who had been fighting moments ago, anxiously casting glances in her direction and emitting a low whimper. Upon hearing this, Su Wanbing's eyes widened in alarm, and she leaped forward, turning midair to fire behind her. With a thunderous explosion, the chameleon captain was obliterated by a shell, his body reduced to fragments. While the overloaded thermite gun clattered to the ground, its flames still flickering, she touched the armor on her back, discovering a burn mark left by the thermite. A glint of cold resolve sparkled in Su Wanbing's eyes. This weapon could inflict damage on powered armor. Had it not been for Shajia's warning, her armor might have been breached. Then not a single one shall remain, she declared. Sisters, descend from the trees and eradicate them. At her command, the entire assault team leaped down from the branches, commencing the hunt for the remaining chameleons. Meanwhile, in the command room, Liyuan observed this scene with a smile. It seemed merely a matter of time before the assault team would eliminate their foes. Chapter 68. In order to confront Liyuan, the three families unite. Grow. You will be held accountable for this failure, hissed Cass over the phone, his voice laced with malice. Responsible? Grow scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. You think you can lay the blame solely at my feet? So far, my troops have not suffered any substantive losses. In fact, your artillery units have taken heavy casualties. Moreover, Monroe sacrificed the entire chameleon ambush unit to save you. Those soldiers were all meticulously cultivated variants by our Lord. Now, they lie dead at the hands of the enemy. I cannot bear this burden on your behalf. Upon hearing Gross' nonchalant tone, veins bulged on Cass's forehead. But you never informed me that the Liyuan Legion possessed such formidable powered armor. Cass bellowed. Furthermore, you need to explain why the blood werewolves, so painstakingly researched by our Lord, are also in their ranks. There's nothing to explain, Grow replied with a cold smirk. It was the Lord's command to keep this confidential, which is why, despite my current disgrace, I am still appointed as the commander for this operation. At this, Cass's fury escalated. He realized that everything was orchestrated by this man. Commander, the Green Water Python Legion requests to be connected to the call, Cass's aide announced. And Grow on the other end could also hear. Let them through, Cass responded softly. You two seem to be enjoying a pleasant conversation, Monroe remarked, his demeanor decidedly sour and fatigued. After all, having just suffered a loss of 5 million units of anomalous crystals along with the entire chameleon infiltration unit, it is only natural for one's spirits to be low. What brings you here? Cass asked, his tone far from cordial. Although he understood that Monroe had sacrificed her elite forces to save him, it had not altered the outcome. Now, his artillery battalion had been almost entirely annihilated. I am here for vengeance, Monroe hissed coldly, her resolve unwavering. Let me be direct. Do not deny it. The three of us harbored our own ulterior motives before. But now all our plans have been thwarted by Liyuan. It is unfortunate. We do not know who supplied him with weapons. But the Liyuan Legion is no longer something we can confront head-on. I now propose 2 courses of action. First, we 3 should retreat immediately to minimize the losses to our Legion. This way, the Legion can be preserved. But we will have to return to our Lord to face punishment. Upon hearing this, the other 2 fell silent, clearly dissatisfied with such an outcome. Observing their reaction, Monroe snorted dismissively. Secondly, we unite our forces and confront the Liyuan Legion together. Their strongest assets are merely 10 power armors and 2 blood werewolves. And they are currently occupied with mopping up Cass's remnants in the withering forest, unable to assist in a short time. As for Lu Liang's armored units, I have arranged for my suicide squad to equip themselves with thermal melt guns. If you two can hold off the Liyuan Legion's advance, my men can maneuver around to their rear and breach the weakest points of their armored vehicles. Once Lu Liang's armored units are compromised, the female soldiers inside will become our live targets. If we eliminate the Liyuan Legion, We can present a satisfactory account to our lord. Upon hearing this, Cass and Gross exchanged contemplative glances before speaking in unison. Agreed. Monroe nodded and continued. Then Cass, relay to me that we are to proceed at full speed to Gross's position. When we unite our forces, we must eliminate the Liyuan Legion. Then capture Lu Liang and present him to our lord. At this juncture, Cass on the other end of the line widened his eyes in realization. Order all units to advance at full speed to the Blood Wolf 4th Legion's position to assist our allies. Monroe commanded, everyone, move forward at maximum speed. Once the Liyuan Legion engages with the Blood Wolf Legion, maneuver around them and use thermal melt guns to cut through the steel plates of the Liyuan's armored vehicles. Gross issued orders. All units of the 1st through 4th Armored Battalions, mobilize. Once we engage the enemy, hold them off and await support from our allies. Additionally, adjust the soldiers' hormone levels to maximum and deploy the Suicide Squad to inflict maximum casualties on the enemy using anti-tank weaponry. The 3 legions simultaneously commenced their advance, ready to collectively resist the Liyuan Legion. Commander, our armored units are nearing the front line of the Blood Wolf 4th Legion. While they united in their resolve, Lu Liang was calmly sipping tea. Upon hearing the report from a female soldier, he glanced calmly at the large screen. On the Blood Wolf 3rd Legion's position, a multitude of armored vehicles produced a deafening roar, their massive treads kicking up the sand in a spectacular display. The troops on the Grosna side have commenced their movements. Although their equipment may not boast the opulence of the 3rd Legion, the bloodthirsty ferocity gleams in the eyes of each soldier. In stark contrast, Monroe's forces advanced stealthily under the cover of night, their ranks predominantly comprised of foot soldiers, resulting in a considerably slower pace. Observing the thermal weapons slung across their backs, Lu Liang immediately deduced their intent, a lack of range necessitating a reliance on close combat. He let out a cold snort. However, even if they managed to incinerate the rear armor of the Copper Shield armored vehicles, they must first ensure their own survival to ignite the flames. Report. The enemy has launched 2 fierce artillery barges against us, but all have been withstood by the Copper Shield armored vehicles. A female soldier's voice quivered with excitement as she witnessed her comrades charging forward in scathe, igniting within her a fervent desire to join the fray. After all, who does not relish the prospect of collecting trophies from the battlefield? Inform the sisters at the front lines to set the power of the Gauss rifles to maximum. We must dismantle the enemy's armor, drive them out as best as we can. Yes, at the forefront of the Blood Wolf 4th Legion, a sentry gazed at the billowing clouds of dust rising in the distance, swallowing hard. He had witnessed the previous rounds of bombardment in their entirety. What manner of beast is this? He mused, having encountered numerous robust defensive vehicles in the past. Yet, even they exhibited some degree of damage when faced with artillery fire. Some bore dented side armor, others had exposed weaponry destroyed, and some lost tracks or wheels, rendering them immobile. However, the vehicles opposing them were unlike any he had ever seen. They maneuvered through a barrage of armor-piercing shells almost entirely unscathed. Not even a single track had been severed. Casting a glance around him, he observed countless tanks, armored vehicles, and even trucks poised for action at their side. Grosna had evidently committed all its resources to this endeavor. Staring at the blood-red wolf insignia emblazoned on the vehicles, he recalled how these formidable armored weapons had once been the pride of the Blood Wolf Legion. Yet now, the uncertainty of whether they could withstand the enemy weighed heavily on everyone's minds. All units, advance at full speed. Grosna's voice suddenly resonated in the ears of every soldier, and with it, an unprecedented exhilaration surged through their bodies. All pressed the gas pedal fervently, and every vehicle surged forth, appearing fearsome under the moonlight. In contrast, the Liyuan Legion, despite possessing slightly larger armored vehicles, faced a clear numerical disadvantage. Boom. A tank fired its initial round, the shell exploding in the sandy ground before the Copper Shield armored vehicle. However, as the dust settled, it became evident that the shell had inflicted no damage whatsoever on the vehicle, not even a scratch. Ugh, I've got sand in my mouth, exclaimed a female soldier within the armored vehicle, voicing her complaint. Uft, who told you to leave the gun port open? Laughed the soldier seated opposite her. This isn't my first time in an armored vehicle. I'm just a bit carsick, she responded sheepishly. Just wait, I'll make them pay for this. Enough chatter. The commander has ordered everyone to open their gun ports. The female squad leader adjusted her headset and commanded. Upon hearing this, the female soldiers departed. opening all their gun ports. Is this it? Gross observed the open gun ports of the Liyuan Legion, nearly bursting into laughter. Was Lu Liang truly foolish or merely feigning ignorance, believing he could annihilate armored vehicles with firearms? Although they possessed some anti-tank weaponry, could such devices even be utilized in the confined space of an armored vehicle? The dense smoke alone could suffocate everyone inside. It seemed that the Liyuan Legion was still inexperienced in the use of armored weaponry. The adjutant concurred. Command all units to encircle the Liyuan Legion, awaiting the reinforcements from the Green Water Python Legion. Let us use the thermite gun to open the can, Gross declared, his expression becoming ferocious. Once those female soldiers were dragged out, he intended to have his men torment them mercilessly, allowing Lu Liang, hiding in the fortress, to witness the madness. The mere thought of such a scene made Gross tremble with anticipation. Chapter 69. Preparing for the fireworks display indeed, under Gross's command. The 4th Bloodwolf Legion began encircling the Liyuan Legion from all sides. Witnessing this, Gross's smile widened. Everyone, fire at will. Just as Gross reveled in his triumph, a white barrel protruded from the gun port of the copper shield armored vehicle at Lu Liang's command. Following this, a faint pulsing sound resonated, and a brilliant red beam shot forth, striking the main armor of the leading tank of the Bloodwolf Legion. Contrary to expectations, there was no massive explosion. The moment the beam impacted the tank, the color of the main armor turned a vivid red, emitting smoke. Moments later, that section of armor began to peel away like the aged plaster of a wall, ultimately revealing the bewildered expression of the tank driver within. Subsequently, a flamethrower, still emitting a few flickering flames, extended from the adjacent gun port. Whoosh! A tremendous flame surged through the breach in the tank's armor, followed by the agonized screams of the crew members inside. Eventually, the tank remained stationary, seemingly unscathed except for the charred armor and the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. The Liyuan Legion's armored vehicles then began to disperse, navigating through the armored cluster of the Bloodwolf Legion. All gun ports were opened, and the laser beams from Gauss rifles pierced through steel plates, while the inferior flamethrowers unleashed their devastating power. Soon, the cries of the Bloodwolf Legion echoed through the skies. Witnessing this scene, the female officers of the Liyuan Legion widened their eyes in astonishment. Although Lu Liang had revealed the entire plan prior to the battle, witnessing such a spectacle was still profoundly shocking. Shortly thereafter, thunderous cheers erupted as everyone embraced one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces. This was a breath of fresh air, long held back. Ever since receiving their orders, they understood that Gross merely intended to use their sisters as cannon fodder. However, none had anticipated that after Lu Liang led them to accomplish their mission, Gross would attempt to annihilate the entire Liyuan Legion, simply because they were unwilling to pay that meager remuneration. Subsequently, although the Shanashajia sisters joined the Liyuan Legion, Gross did not suffer significant losses. Now, he has finally paid a greater price for his arrogance and betrayal. Li Shirua gazed at the flames on the screen, her heart brimming with excitement. Casting her eyes upon the composed Lu Liang, she chuckled softly. Throughout the entirety of Blue Star, no one had ever conducted tank warfare in such a manner. Simultaneously, within the stronghold of the Bloodwolf 4th Legion, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. Gazing at the inferno before him, Gross let his steel pen fall to the ground. Everyone in the command room paused their tasks, instinctively turning their attention to the screen. Laser weapons? The adjutant stammered. Upon hearing this term, a collective gasp echoed among those present. Laser weapons. Such an echelon was unattainable for an ordinary legion like theirs. How did the Liyuan Legion possess them? And in such abundance? The crowd cast doubtful glances at Gross, questioning whether he had indeed employed the Liyuan Legion from the outset, as it starkly contrasted with the rumors. Withdraw. Fall back immediately. Gross shouted into the intercom, bypassing the communications officer. Without needing his command, the frontline soldiers, upon witnessing the scene, found that no amount of adrenaline could bolster their morale. They swiftly engaged reverse gears and began to retreat, while the vehicles in the rear could escape at the forefront. The Bloodwolf Legion had already become entangled with the forces of the Liyuan Legion, making disengagement impossible in the short term. Laser weapons. Why do they possess laser weapons? Gross trembled uncontrollably, fear, helplessness, and despair flooding his mind in an instant. Commander, what should we do now? The adjutant inquired nervously. How should I know? Gross slapped him in frustration, What else can you do besides asking what to do? The adjutant, clutching his swollen face, dared not utter another word. Commander. The voice of the communications officer quivered, instinctively shielding his face as Gross turned to him. We have received word from the 3rd Legion. They are almost here. Upon hearing this news, Gross felt as though he had found a lifeline, his nearly shattered spirit momentarily easing. He shakily grasped a bottle of liquor from the table and drank deeply. Report the situation here accurately to Commander Cass, and inform him that I need his forces to assist in holding off the Liyuan Legion. Holding out until the Green Water Python Legion arrives is our victory. At the forefront of the Blood Wolf Legion, 50 bronze-shielded armored vehicles churned the battlefield into chaos. From the satellite surveillance, Liyuan could discern the numerous Blood Wolf Legion soldiers surrounding the female troops, yet the bronze-shielded armored vehicles moved with a ferocity that left devastation in their wake. Boom. Another round of artillery fire erupted, this time with a caliber significantly larger than before. Although Liyuan had provided everyone with noise-canceling earplugs, the female soldiers still felt their ears ringing from the tremors. Now, the soldiers of Gross have largely abandoned their vehicles, opting instead to launch attacks with anti-tank rocket launchers. Although the risk of being shot by laser rifles remains, it is certainly preferable to being incinerated alive inside a tank. Reports indicate that enemy reinforcements have arrived, as the female soldier monitoring the Blood Wolf 3rd Legion has informed. Liyuan nodded, anticipating their arrival. He commanded his troops to break through the encirclement and initiate an assault against the Blood Wolf 3rd Legion. With Liyuan's order, the female soldiers promptly stowed their weapons and sealed their gun ports. The drivers slammed the accelerator, propelling them forward at full speed. The enemy vehicles in their path were utterly incapable of halting the charge of the Copper Shield armored vehicles. In mere minutes, dozens of vehicles were overturned. Those who had already disembarked were fortunate, while those still inside found their doors crumpled and rendered inoperable. The soldiers trapped within would perish like canned goods, forever unopened. The armored vehicles swiftly breached Gross's defenses, leaving the soldiers bewildered. None dared to pursue in the armored vehicles, and fortunately, they all advanced on foot. When the Liyuan Legion clashed with the Blood Wolf 3rd Legion, their circumstances were hardly different from those of Gross. Although their armored weapons boasted greater defensive capabilities than those of the Blood Wolf 4th Legion, they were nonetheless rendered as fragile as tissue paper against the lasers emitted by Gauss rifles. Ultimately, both legions transitioned from armored units to infantry, wielding a variety of anti-armor weapons to fire upon the Copper Shield vehicles. Observing this, the Liyuan Legion revved their engines, weaving through the throngs and unknowingly tramping down countless enemies. Cass and Gross wore grave expressions as they witnessed their soldiers falling in droves, while the Liyuan Legion, whom they had deemed as mere trash, remained unscathed. Have your reinforcements not arrived yet? Cass inquired, glaring at Monroe on the video call with the other two. They're almost here. Monroe huffed, secretly wishing to avoid entanglement with those two fools if it weren't for the need to acquire the password. Commander, the artillery of the Blood Wolf Legion has been completely annihilated. On board the Liyuan, Liyuan received a message from Su Wanbing. Excellent. You may return now. Liyuan responded calmly, adding, by the way, make sure to circumvent the front lines and return via an unoccupied route. Commander, our assault team can continue fighting. Su Wanbing, believing Liyuan was concerned for their exhaustion, felt a warmth in her heart. The battle here is utterly mundane. Only those chameleons can be considered a marginally worthy adversary. Why don't we encircle them from the rear? It would alleviate some pressure on our sisters at the front. Don't, sister, please don't. Liyuan immediately interjected. I have painstakingly gathered so many troops. If you bring the assault team, everyone will flee. Obey and find an unoccupied path to return. Your mission will be considered complete. Oh, very well. Su Wanbing nodded, somewhat disheartened. It turned out the commander's instruction to reroute was not out of concern for them after all. Han Bing detected the despondency in Su Wanbing's tone and with a cheerful smile remarked, Sister Bing, it seems the commander has lost interest in you. Upon hearing Han Bing's words, the Shana sisters echoed their agreement with enthusiastic shouts. In response, Su Wanbing shot them a glare, and the three immediately fell silent. Commando team. Suddenly, Su Wanbing bellowed with great vigor, only for her voice to falter immediately afterward. Prepare to retreat. Let us return home for some rest. Report. The Green Water Python Corps has reached the perimeter of the battlefield. The female soldier assigned to monitor the Green Water Python Corps reported. They are currently maneuvering through the enemy's armored vehicles, advancing toward our troops. On the screen, everyone observed warriors cloaked in night camouflage stealthily navigating the battlefield with astonishing speed. Had they not been vigilant from the outset, their presence would have gone unnoticed. "You've all endured quite a wait," Liyuan remarked, turning to Li Shirua beside him. "Are the artillery units ready?" Li Shirua smiled and nodded. "They've been prepared for quite some time." "Excellent." Liyuan chuckled softly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Let the pyrotechnic display commence." Chapter 70, Achievements. Near total annihilation, Meng Luo narrowed his eyes, intently observing the battlefield. "We must not be discovered by the Liyuan Corps. Let us split up and take longer routes if necessary, but we must remain silent." Meng Luo grasped the walkie-talkie, speaking softly. This mission was under his direct command. Although these soldiers were not as adept at camouflage as the Chameleon Stealth Battalion, they remained experts in stealth among ordinary ranks. Moreover, in such a fierce battlefield, who would notice a solitary enemy? Seeing that the soldiers had reached an adequate distance, Meng Luo promptly connected with the two individuals. "Cass, Gross, unleash your firepower, and buy me half a minute." Upon hearing this, the two immediately issued commands. "Everyone, open fire and exhaust all ammunition." At the command of their leader, the retreating soldiers hastily retrieved their seemingly useless rifles and began firing furiously at the armored vehicles. In an instant, the female soldiers of the Liyuan Corps found themselves under heavy fire, struggling to keep their heads above water. During this time, the soldiers of the Green Water Python Corps had completed warming up their thermal guns and began to stealthily advance under the cover of their allies. "Charge! We must pierce through the armor," Meng Luo declared with a fierce expression. Only by utterly destroying the Liyuan Corps could he leverage the situation to compel Lu Liang to capitulate, thus gaining access to the code. However, all his maneuvers were under Lu Liang's watchful eye. "Order everyone to immediately close their gun ports and cover their ears," Lu Liang commanded through the communicator. Clack, clack, clack. Upon receiving the order, the female soldiers swiftly retracted their weapons and closed the gun ports. The enemy outside was bewildered by the Liyuan Corps' sudden actions. Yet, the soldiers of the Green Water Python Corps showed no hesitation. Witnessing the cessation of the Liyuan Corps assault, they hastened to the rear of the armored vehicles. Seeing this, Lu Liang's expression turned fierce as he quietly instructed, "Artillery, fire at will." The distant, thunderous sound of cannon fire reverberated through the air, causing the hearts of the soldiers on the battlefield to tighten with apprehension. They gazed upwards, and the barrage of shells obscured the moonlight above. Accompanied by the shrill whistle of the projectiles slicing through the air, countless shells detonated across the field like a torrential downpour. The soldiers had no time to succumb to fear. Many were caught off guard, reduced to mere fragments in the chaos. Moreover, to enhance the devastation, Lu Liang had specifically deployed incendiary shells. Within a minute, the entire battlefield transformed into a sea of flames. The soldiers struggled to extinguish the fire engulfing them, but the adhesive nature of the incendiary oil rendered it nearly impossible to remove once it clung to their skin. Meanwhile, the female soldiers sheltered within the armored vehicles remained unscathed, save for the heat they endured during this onslaught. Gradually, the wails of the wounded diminished, ultimately fading into silence. "Retreat! Retreat!" Gazing upon the hellish scene, Gross continued to shout into the communicator, yet all he received in return was the crackling sound of flames. "Commander!" No response from the front. The communicator stammered. With a thud, Gross collapsed onto the ground, his head hanging low, his gaze vacant. This time, he truly faced ruin. "Gross, you will bear full responsibility for this disaster." Cass's voice echoed ominously through the phone. "In 10 minutes, my guards will arrive to take you away. It is no longer a matter of execution. You shall return to face judgment. Get lost. What else can you do besides shifting blame?" Enraged, Gross slammed down the phone, trembling with fury. Indeed, at such a juncture, everyone was eager to cast blame upon him. Yet, Cass was correct. He had lost his entire legion. Furthermore, the casualties of the other 2 legions would also be attributed to him. Now, the Black Tiger Lord had no justification to spare him. However, should he disappear, the burden of blame would fall upon Cass and Monroe. Fortunately, there remained over 400,000 units of otherworldly crystals in the Legion's account. With this thought, a glint of cold light flashed in Gross's eyes. Monroe spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground, retching violently. "Commander, Seeing this, the adjutant and the serpent women who had been attending to him rushed forward to support Monroe. Why? Monroe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, muttering to himself. It was supposed to succeed. Just before the explosion, he had even witnessed a soldier pressing a thermite gun against the armor of the Liyuan Legion. As he recalled his current losses, Monroe's eyes suddenly widened. This had all been his meticulous scheme. He had never intended to flee from the very beginning. He had plotted to annihilate all 3 legions. The image of that smug grin flashed into Monroe's mind, and he was instantly engulfed in darkness, collapsing unconscious. Commander, frontline report. The enemy S3 legions have completely collapsed, and the remaining stragglers are fleeing in disarray. Is the command center requesting pursuit? Upon hearing this, Liyuan gently shook his head. He understood the adage that one should not pursue a desperate enemy. Moreover, even if he were to annihilate them entirely, there would be little reward for himself. Everyone had worked hard, and now that the mission was complete, it was time to return home. Liyuan softly issued the order, gazing at the 6 massive mobile fortresses on the screen, feeling a twinge of regret. Originally, he had hoped to operate in the same manner as before, seizing some interest from them. However, he found himself lacking the necessary firepower. Those capable of catching up to the fortresses lacked the means to halt them, while those who could stop them were unable to give chase. After issuing the command, Liyuan exhaled deeply, stretching and looking towards the horizon. A faint light began to emerge on the horizon, heralding the imminent rise of the sun. He had fought through the entire night. Reflecting on the outcome, it was remarkable that a mere 1,000-strong legion had managed to vanquish nearly 20,000 foes. He believed that it would not be long before his name became known to a wider audience. "Everyone, let us go," Liyuan said. Noticing that the others were still recovering from the battle's intensity, he was the first to rise from his chair. "We must welcome our sisters home." With that, he rubbed his stiff back and led the way out of the command room. The female officers behind him looked on with eyes full of admiration. This man would be their lifelong leader. Meanwhile, within the industrial fortress's estate, Ireina gazed at the scorched earth displayed on the surveillance screen. A gentle and sweet smile gracing her face. "Liyuan," she murmured to herself, draining her cup filled with blood. "It must taste rather delightful." Chapter 71. These female soldiers are kneeling before him. Inside the industrial fortress, Liyuan stood with the female officers on the deck of the Liyuan, which was slowly descending. This time, Liyuan did not remain on the deck. Instead, he stepped off the Liyuan to greet the returning female soldiers. Soon, the gates of the industrial fortress swung open, and 50 armored vehicles entered in an orderly fashion. Following closely behind were the artillery units and the Liyuan assault team. Such a grand display drew the attention of other clients and staff within the fortress. The cannon fire had echoed throughout the night, and word of the Liyuan Legion's exploits had spread. However, no one had anticipated that they would be able to decisively defeat 3 formidable legions in one fell swoop. Consequently, some had even initiated private betting pools on the outcome of the Liyuan Legion versus the 3 legions of the Black Tiger Lord. Most placed their bets on the Black Tiger Lord, while the few who wagered on the victory of the Liyuan Legion were rewarded handsomely. Though some had lost money, what lingered in everyone's minds was more confusion and disbelief. Was this truly the once derided, lowly legion? As the vehicles came to a halt before Liyuan, the female soldiers disembarked one after another. "Everyone, you have worked hard," Liyuan said softly, his voice exuding utmost gentleness as he looked at the dirt-covered soldiers. Before he could finish speaking, Su Wanbing stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Behind him, the female soldiers synchronously executed the same action. 1,000 strikingly beautiful women knelt simultaneously, a sight that stirred the hearts of those surrounding them. What manner of individual could command such reverence? Following the direction of their kneeling, a remarkably handsome young man wielding a longsword stood before the assembled female soldiers. Were they kneeling before him? The expressions on the faces of the onlookers varied. Some bore envy, others jealousy, yet many reflected admiration and astonishment. It soon became evident to all present that the identity of this young man was none other than Liyuan, the new commander of the Liyuan Legion. Among the crowd were formidable members of various legions and their leaders. When news had first emerged of the Liyuan Legion daring to engage the enemy, many had scoffed in disdain. Some even harbored ulterior motives, contemplating the capture of female prisoners following the Legion's defeat. However, they now felt immense relief that they had refrained from such actions. Within a single night, Lu Liang had annihilated the 3 main legions under the Black Tiger Lord. Did they truly possess the strength to provoke him? Observing the female soldiers reverently kneeling before Lu Liang, the spectators could not help but shake their heads in bemusement. This commander possesses quite the cunning, managing to win over this legion of women so swiftly. It seemed the Silver Empire was destined for further excitement. Not this again. Lu Liang quickly approached, intending to assist Su Wanbing to her feet. Su Wanbing lifted her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. Lu Liang was taken aback as she deftly wrapped her arms around his waist and, with all her might, hurled him upward. Instantly, all the female soldiers rushed beneath him, extending their delicate hands to catch him. Lu Liang, Lu Liang, they shouted as he was tossed into the air, their voices ringing out in unison. Li Shiruo and her fellow female officers exchanged amused glances before joining in the raucous cheer. Witnessing this spectacle, all eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you certain this fellow is their commander?" A middle-aged man muttered. "Could he possibly be a mascot procured by the Liyuan Legion? You may have a point. He could very well be a favored consort." "Nonsense. Have you ever seen anyone kneel before a male consort?" The crowd buzzed with whispers, speculating wildly. Yet one thing was certain. Lu Liang's name had etched itself deeply into their minds. After a considerable time, they finally lowered Lu Liang back to the ground. And gazing at the disheveled commander, their faces wore expressions of both curiosity and apology. "Are you satisfied?" Lu Liang asked, adjusting his attire and playfully tapping Su Wanbing on the head. She giggled, rubbing her head. "Commander, how does it feel to be surrounded by so many beautiful women?" "It feels quite nice," Lu Liang acknowledged without evasion. "Was this all your idea?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanbing promptly pulled Han Bing over. "If you must place blame directed at her, this was entirely her scheme." Sister Bing, you," Han Bing exclaimed, on the verge of tears. Indeed, she had shared this notion with Su Wanbing. But it was only with Su Wanbing's approval that they had dared to keep such a plan from Lu Liang. "Bing Jie is indeed the mastermind, and I am merely a strategist, nothing more." Lu Liang cast a sidelong glance at Han Bing, then smiled at her before pulling Su Wanbing close, nestling her graceful neck under his arm. "Let us not wrongfully accuse anyone. Little Bing is inherently kind-hearted. This must surely be the doing of you, you wretched cat." Lu Liang chuckled as he playfully pinched Su Wanbing's petite nose. "Shauna, Jiao, what do you both think?" The sisters Shauna nodded vigorously in agreement. "Oh, so you two betray me as well? Just wait, you won't have any food today. Fear not. If you deny them, I shall personally feed them." Lu Liang replied with a grin. "However, before that, we must have a serious discussion. What do you intend to do?" Su Wanbing's lips twitched slightly at Lu Liang's mischievous smile. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Lu Liang produced a cat toy from his pocket, causing Su Wanbing's eyes to widen in surprise. While everyone else reveled in merriment, Li Shiruo observed the dazed Han Bing, deep in thought. Ever since Lu Liang had referred to her as Little Bing, she had remained in this state. "What about our losses this time?" Upon returning to the command room, Lu Liang inquired cheerfully. Having just secured a victory, all the female soldiers had been granted leave. After lunch, everyone retreated to their quarters for a well-deserved rest, leaving only Lu Liang and Li Shiruo in the vast command room. "Well, I can only say that we suffered nearly no losses," Li Shiruo replied, having just finished tallying the battle results, lazily reclining in her chair with an amused expression. For the first time in her life, she found post-battle statistics to be so straightforward, primarily because there was hardly anything to report. 32 female soldiers sustained minor injuries, but there were no severe injuries or fatalities. Li Shiruo chuckled softly. Among them, 11 were grazed by bullets, and 1 sustained a mild concussion from a fall in the vehicle. Furthermore, Su Wanbing's power armor had a hole burned through it, and 4 headlights of the copper-shielded armored vehicle were destroyed. At this point, Li Shiruo let out a laugh. In typical post-battle reports, no one would pay attention to such trivial details. However, if she did not include them, she would merely hand Lu Liang a blank sheet of paper. Even so, she had only filled out a little more than half a page. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang nodded in satisfaction. "We must ensure the best treatment for the injured female soldiers." "Of course," Li Shiruo replied. "They are all my sisters. If they survive the battlefield, I certainly won't let them perish on a hospital bed." As the conversation reached this point, Li Shiruo still felt a tinge of disbelief. 0 casualties. Lu Liang had truly achieved this. Leaning gently against him, she inhaled his distinct masculine charm, her eyes fluttering shut. Feeling her soft breath, Liyuan smiled, affectionately stroking her head. You've worked hard these days, Li Shirao whispered, knowing that her time aboard the Liyuan had been relatively uneventful, filled only with training and some simple daily tasks, while Liyuan had been tirelessly working overtime in the workshop. What compensation do you intend to offer me? Upon hearing this, Liyuan responded with a smile, his hands becoming rather restless. Stop it. We are in the command room, Li Shirao retorted, her cheeks flushed, before looking at Liyuan with a hint of resignation. Moreover, you may be disappointed today. I have my monthly visitor. Li Shirao smiled apologetically. Ahem, well it's all right. I wasn't planning anything, Liyuan stammered, immediately feeling a wave of embarrassment. I merely wished to hold you. Observing Liyuan's demeanor, Li Shirao bore an expression of skepticism. You must be tired by now, she said, somewhat exasperated. Hurry back to rest. I still have numerous matters to attend to. The battle is over. What else is there for you to do? Liyuan inquired curiously. Oh, don't ask so many questions, Li Shirao replied as she rose from her chair, pushing Liyuan out of the command room. Go back and sleep. Once I finish my tasks, I will seek you out. Do you require my assistance? Liyuan felt that since the battle concluded, Li Shirao's reactions had become rather peculiar. No need. Just go back and sleep, she said, shutting the command room door with a decisive bang, leaving Liyuan in a state of bewilderment. What is going on? Is it that women are not happy these few days? Liyuan shrugged helplessly, suddenly feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Having stayed up all night, he was indeed quite fatigued. Through the glass of the door, as Liyuan's figure vanished around the corner, Li Shirao revealed a triumphant expression. She swiftly approached the communicator, showing no semblance of familial warmth. Grasping the phone, Li Shirao spoke with a serious demeanor. Wanbing, come to the command room immediately. There is an important mission. Chapter 72, New Equipment. Yet merely fabric. Upon returning to his room, Liyuan quickly washed up before lying down on the bed. With the battle now concluded, he found himself contemplating the next steps. Having wrapped up this affair, Liyuan believed that the Black Tiger Lord would refrain from provoking him in the near future. However, he would not let this woolly sheep's fleece slip through his fingers easily. He would require more prestige points to exchange for weapons. Speaking of prestige points, he realized he had not checked the system for days. Opening the system interface, Liyuan examined his attributes. Name, Liyuan. Prestige points, 7,000, obscure. Physique, 12, average male, 10. Inventory, 1 design blueprint for Rhino-class heavy power armor, 1 design blueprint for a Gauss rifle, 1 design blueprint for a Bronze Shield-class heavy armored defense vehicle, 1 physique enhancement potion. It seems that acquiring prestige points is indeed swift through significant battles, Liyuan mused. Yet, even with 7,000 prestige points, he remained obscure. Liyuan couldn't help but click his tongue. Although the system provided no hints, even a fool could discern that with an elevation in title, substantial rewards would surely follow. If all went well, a complimentary gift pack might also be a possibility. Liyuan chuckled to himself, recalling that the system had previously bestowed 2 free gift packs, both filled with valuable items. Nevertheless, he was not overly anxious about it. At present, the news that the Liyuan Legion has single-handedly defeated the 3 major legions has yet to spread widely. Once it does, it is certain that more prestige will be garnered. With the increase in prestige, Liyuan has discovered that the equipment levels he can access have risen as well. Previously, he could only view level 2 weapons, but now level 3 weapons have nearly been entirely unlocked. Liyuan eagerly opened the interface, thrilled to browse through level 3 weapons. Even if he could not purchase them, merely gazing upon them was exhilarating. However, the more he looked, the more disheartened he became. Although level 3 weapons are impressive, their prices are exorbitantly high. Frenzied type single weapon system, priced at 62,000 prestige. Silver shield grade heavy armor defense vehicle, priced at 84,000 prestige. Even the newly unlocked Rhino grade power armor requires 51,000 prestige. Although he had unlocked it, the sight of that number still filled Liyuan with trepidation. As he perused these weapons and their various parameters, he couldn't help but grimace. Is this truly a price that a mere mortal can afford? After achieving such a significant victory, he had only earned 7,000 prestige. To purchase these weapons, he would need to fight at least 7 times, and even more. System, could you possibly be any more ruthless? Liyuan gritted his teeth. Ding, buy or don't. Lu Liang was left speechless and could only adjust his browsing order, starting with the cheapest items. This brought to mind scenes from his past life when he shopped on a certain platform. However, what devastated Lu Liang was that among the entire level 3 series, he could only afford the cheapest item, which was the very first one. Shadow-type stealth camouflage fabric, level 3. Price, 200 prestige fabric. Upon seeing the name of this item, Lu Liang was momentarily taken aback. The system indeed sells everything. What kind of fabric could be classified as level 3? Driven by curiosity, Lu Liang opened the product interface. This material is crafted from a high-tech chemical fiber, presenting an overall blue-black hue. Upon closer inspection, the fabric displays some elusive dark patterns, which must be the so-called camouflage. According to the system's description, this fabric can conceal a person in darkness and shadows, making it exceedingly difficult for enemies to detect even when they are nearby. More importantly, this material can resist thermal imaging, infrared detection, scent tracking, and even radar monitoring, rendering it virtually flawless, and it possesses some bulletproof and fire-resistant properties, making it capable of withstanding ordinary rifle bullets with relative ease. Furthermore, to prevent teammates from failing to notice it during collective operations, the system thoughtfully included blueprints for glasses that allow visibility of the fabric in darkness. Upon reaching this point, a look of skepticism crossed Lu Liang's eyes. Could it truly be so miraculous? Sensing Lu Liang's reaction, the system promptly displayed a video demonstration. In broad daylight, beneath the shadow of a building, nothing was visible. Lu Liang furrowed his brow, pondering what the system was attempting to demonstrate. However, immediately thereafter, several mechanical laborers emerged from the edges of the screen, effortlessly unveiling a piece of fabric. A striking crimson motorcycle materialized before Lu Liang's eyes, the very fabric held in the hands of the mechanical workers. Goodness, this is astonishing. Lu Liang was left agape, recalling the passive predicament Su Wanbing and her companions faced while dealing with Monroe's chameleon infiltration unit. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Shauna sisters, Su Wanbing and the others could have suffered a significant setback. Moreover, the fabric provided by the system could even mask odors, rendering it nearly indistinguishable in the dark. Its only drawback was that exposure to light would reveal its presence, making it somewhat inferior in battlefield adaptability compared to those chameleons. Nevertheless, those creatures were augmented beings, while this fabric was accessible to anyone. Furthermore, it could not only be worn by individuals, but could also be draped over vehicles during nighttime maneuvers without attracting attention. More importantly, during the day, it appeared as a reasonably attractive material, ensuring that even if spotted, it would not raise suspicion. In this regard, it far surpassed ordinary cloaking garments, as most invisibility suits looked rather peculiar when not in stealth mode, making them unsuitable for casual wear in public. Lu Liang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although this product was not a conventional combat-ready piece of equipment, it undoubtedly served as a remarkable auxiliary tool. Moreover, after the conclusion of this battle, Lu Weiwei had approached him, hoping to arrange specific stealth operations for their elven team. After all, it was somewhat unfair for a nearly 2-meter-tall elven woman to be cramped alongside other female soldiers in a confined armored vehicle. This fabric would seamlessly align with the elves' areas of expertise. Additionally, the price of 6,200 prestige points for a level 3 piece of equipment was quite reasonable, especially since he could afford it. The thought of soon possessing a force even more formidable than Monroe's chameleons filled Lu Liang with delight. He couldn't help but reflect on the chameleons, who managed to injure Su Wanbing's powered armor despite being at a significant equipment disadvantage, showcasing their formidable combat prowess. Such stealth units were ill-suited for direct confrontations, especially considering there were 2 keen-scented blood werewolves in the assault team at the time. Without further hesitation, Lu Liang chose to make the purchase. In the command room, Li Shiru occupied the main seat, her gaze fixed on Han Bing, who had buried her head on the table, her long legs fidgeting restlessly. Sister Shiru, I can't, Han Bing stammered, on the verge of tears. Don't be anxious. I am not forcing you, Li Shiru gently reassured her. If you feel it's not the right time, just pretend I said nothing. Han Bing buried her head even lower, murmuring, It's not that it's not the right time. It's just that so many in the entire regiment admire the commander. Why would you choose me? Because you are the one who causes me the most worry. Li Shirua gently caressed Han Bing's small head and smiled, saying, Whether it is Wanbing, Sister Man, or even the newly arrived Lu Weiwei, each of them has their own methods. They simply feel that the timing is not yet ripe. However, previously, Liyuan had subtly hinted at you, but you indirectly rejected him, did you not? Li Shirua spoke calmly. How do you know? Han Bing's eyes widened in surprise, her voice tinged with nervousness. Indeed, how would I know? Li Shirua chuckled softly and winked at Han Bing. Is it the commander? Han Bing exclaimed in astonishment. He actually told you about this? In response, Li Shirua shook her head gently, smiling as she said, It is not that he told me, but rather that he acted under my suggestion. What? Han Bing's face flushed crimson. She realized that her little thoughts had long been seen through by Sister Shirua. After Liyuan had teased her, Han Bing had felt a secret delight in her heart, yet had refrained from accepting due to Li Shirua's presence. Unbeknownst to her, this entire situation had been a trap set by the officer and the commander. At this moment, Han Bing wished to find a crevice in the ground to hide. Seeing her in such a state, Li Shirua secretly smiled. After returning from Ireina's estate, aside from worrying about Liyuan's safety, she had been contemplating this matter. After all, Liyuan would not remain alone forever. Thus, why not ensure that her sisters also find a good home? Do not bear any psychological burden, Li Shirua said. Noticing that Han Bing's face was nearly crimson with embarrassment, she smiled encouragingly. Afterward, that fellow told me about this, and I felt you were considering my feelings. Therefore, I now make it clear to you. You are my sister, and I do not mind. Sister Shirua, upon hearing this, tears slowly welled up in Han Bing's eyes. As a woman herself, she understood the greatness of Li Shirua's actions. Chapter 73. Good things should be shared among sisters. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the crafting technique for shadow-type stealth camouflage fabric. Constitution 3. Ding. Optional task acquired. The host must wear the shadow-type stealth camouflage fabric and personally undertake a penetration mission at the front lines. Task reward. A random gift package. A task? The system has such a function? Liyuan muttered to himself. Ding. The host has a chance to receive optional tasks with each purchase of blueprints. Completing tasks will yield substantial rewards. All right, Liyuan nodded, though he was uncertain about what this random gift package might contain. It seemed likely to be of good value. Given this, to ensure safety, he needed to organize a highly secure penetration mission to guarantee his own protection. However, undertaking a penetration mission while wearing level 3 gear, though somewhat risky, should not pose significant issues. After completing the purchase, in an instant, the crafting technique for this camouflage fabric materialized in Liyuan's mind. He discovered that there was actually no difficulty involved. It merely required a few relatively rare silk, thread materials, and dyes. Although these items were not easy to find in daily life, who could argue when he now had a wealthy benefactor backing him? However, a new dilemma confronted Liyuan. This was an industrial stronghold, not a textile bastion. Where could he possibly procure so many seamstresses? Although he commanded thousands of female soldiers, he certainly could not assign them all to embroidery. Moreover, he realized that he needed to acquire a loom. With this thought in mind, Liyuan promptly called Ireina. What is it? Ireina's voice was somewhat languid, likely indicating she had just awakened. After all, the nocturnal habits of vampires differ significantly from those of humans. Please assist me in procuring some items. I have sent the specifics to your data terminal, Liyuan replied. Indeed, Ireina had just risen. She stretched, her delicate feet clad in black stockings making contact with the floor. After pouring herself a glass of sanguine wine, she activated her data terminal. Do you really need to involve me for such trivial matters? Ireina yawned, her crimson lips drinking deeply from the wine glass. Next time, just contact Vic. Don't disturb me for transactions under 1,000,000 ether crystals. Can Vic understand these matters? Liyuan inquired curiously, as he had refrained from calling Vic, doubting whether a man of his stature would grasp such intricacies. Typically, such knowledge was reserved for female workers, and before encountering camouflage fabric, Liyuan had scarcely heard of many related concepts. Just because he doesn't understand, does that mean I do? Ireina retorted sharply. Do you imagine that a noble lady such as myself would sew her own garments? Liyuan found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that Ireina was in a foul mood upon awakening. He resolved to limit his calls at such early hours. Wait a moment, why do you need these items? Ireina suddenly recognized the discrepancy. What? Are you not planning to be a mercenary anymore? Do you intend to turn your female soldiers into seamstresses? It's of great utility. Liyuan scoffed, unwilling to divulge the true nature of his request to Ireina, knowing it pertained to legitimate level 3 equipment, wary of her potential reactions. Give me a definite answer. I am awaiting its use, he added when he received no response from the other end. 2 or 3 days, Ireina replied coldly. And henceforth, when we converse, kindly employ a more polite tone, utilizing words such as pleasing you, lest you forget that I am your superior. With that, she hung up before Liyuan could respond. Is this woman on edge? Liyuan mused, staring at the phone with a furrowed brow. As he pondered his expression, Ireina wore a victorious smile. Although she was slightly curious about Liyuan's sudden interest in textiles, she did not dwell on it, and promptly instructed Vic to expedite the matter. Upon receiving the order, Vic scratched his head in confusion. Master, what are all these items? Textile products. To be honest, I'm not well versed in this matter either. You take charge of it and ensure it is delivered within 2 days, Ireina instructed before abruptly ending the call. Vic sighed in resignation. It seemed he would need to work overtime today. Lying in bed, Liyuan contemplated his next steps, suddenly aware of a slight ache in his body, likely a result of his physical enhancements. Placing the phone upon the table, Liyuan leaned against the headboard, awaiting the alleviation of his pain. Having previously endured the torment of a strengthening agent, this level of discomfort felt rather insignificant. Soon enough, the pain dissipated, prompting Liyuan to shed his shirt and approach the mirror, where he began to admire his physique, which could only be described as near perfection. The enhancement from his physique level 3 was indeed remarkable. Gazing at his reflection, Liyuan nodded in satisfaction. His physical prowess had surpassed that of ordinary men. With such strength, he envisioned a future where he could exchange for even more advanced equipment and directly engage in battle. Although it might be somewhat unbecoming for a Legion commander to personally wield a blade on the battlefield, one must ask, what man has not dreamed of glory in combat? Just as Liyuan reveled in his self-satisfaction, a knock resounded from the door. Is she back already? Did she not remember the password? Assuming it was Li Shiru returning, Liyuan approached and opened the door. A girl in uniform stood before him, her head bowed and cheeks flushed. "See, Commander," Su Wanbing stammered, lifting her gaze to find Liyuan bare-chested, unable to suppress a gasp. What are you doing here?" Startled, Liyuan instinctively stepped back, intending to retrieve his clothes, only to realize they lay discarded on the bed. The two remained frozen in place. Su Wanbing, what brings you here?" He abandoned the thought of fetching his shirt, deciding it was better to remain as he was, clad only in trousers. Upon hearing the term Little Bing, Su Wanbing seemed to muster her courage, stepping forward and shutting the door behind her with a motion that suggested an intent to assert herself. "It was Sister Shiru who called me." Su Wanbing took a deep breath, feigning calmness, though her voice trembled uncontrollably. "She asked you to come?" "Yes." Su Wanbing nodded vigorously. "Come in," Liyuan said, immediately grasping the situation. "You are quite perceptive." With a gentle sigh, he turned and moved further into the room, with Su Wanbing obediently following behind. As she beheld his broad back, her cheeks turned a brilliant shade of crimson. "Commander, you appear significantly stronger than before," she remarked, her voice a mere whisper. "What do you think of yourself?" Turning to face Su Wanbing's rosy visage, Liyuan poured her a cup of hot tea and lit a cigarette. Carefully receiving the tea, Su Wanbing cradled it in her hands, standing to the side. Despite her usual vivacity, she remained a child when it came to matters of the heart. Liyuan, understanding the delicacy of their relationship, refrained from exerting pressure, necessitating a clear response from Su Wanbing. Su Wanbing stood silently, hesitant to speak. After finishing his cigarette, Liyuan observed her quietly, offering a gentle smile before softly saying, "You may go now. I will explain everything to your sister Shiru shortly. Do not carry any burdens. Simply focus on your training." As he extinguished the cigarette and moved toward the door, Su Wanbing finally found her voice. "Wait, Commander. If you do not mind, I am willing." The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, startling Su Wanbing. Liyuan strode towards her, towering over the bashful girl. Su Wanbing felt engulfed by Liyuan's imposing shadow, her body trembling involuntarily. Gently lifting her chin, Liyuan chuckled softly. "I shall ask you one last time. What are your thoughts?" As she gazed into Liyuan's pitch-black eyes, her own reflection appeared within them. Gathering her courage, Su Wanbing gently pushed his hand away and met his gaze directly. "Commander, I have made my decision. I am willing." With that, she threw herself into Liyuan's strong embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Liyuan let out a soft grunt, caressing Su Wanbing's chestnut hair, inhaling the unique fragrance of youth. Lowering his head, he looked at the girl whose cheeks were now flushed crimson and leaned closer. "Please wait, Commander." Han Bing suddenly broke free from his embrace, breathing heavily. Before anything else, I need you to promise me something. Li Shiruo lay on her bed, still dressed, gazing quietly out at the starry sky with a faint smile. She had never imagined she would find herself in a man's embrace, thinking she would merely follow the Liyuan army until her demise. Yet now, she had done something she had never even dared to dream of, even sending her sisters along. Though a sense of reluctance lingered in her heart, Li Shiruo understood that this was the best choice for Lu Liang, Han Bing, and herself. Shaking her head vigorously, she tried to forget Lu Liang's visage, but the more she tried, the more vividly it appeared in her mind. As for the rest of you, do as you please. I shall never engage in such affairs again, she muttered angrily, burying her head in the blankets. A knock sounded from outside, and Li Shiruo impatiently called out, "Who is it?" "Sister Shiruo, it's me," came Han Bing's voice from the other side of the door. Upon hearing this, Li Shiruo's heart tightened. It had been less than 10 minutes since Han Bing entered, and she was acutely aware of Lu Liang's capabilities, which certainly could not be exhausted so quickly. Had she messed up? Li Shiruo sprang from her bed. If that were the case, she had much to attend to. First and foremost, she must not scold Han Bing. Mishandling such matters could ruin a child's life. Then there was Lu Liang, who would be easier to manage, if necessary. She could take charge herself. Quickly opening the door, Li Shiruo was taken aback by the scene before her. Han Bing stood at the threshold, her face flushed, and behind her was none other than Lu Liang. "What is going on between you two?" Li Shiruo was perplexed by their actions. "Little Bing insisted on seeing you," Lu Liang said with a playful smile. "She claimed you are her sister and that there are benefits to be shared." Although being compared to a benefit was somewhat displeasing, he understood the implication. Realizing Lu Liang's meaning, Li Shiruo felt her cheeks heat up and sighed lightly. "You two are truly incorrigible." "So, Sister Shiruo, what do you mean?" Han Bing asked nervously. "Let us go," was Li Shiruo's response. Li Shiruo shot a glance at Han Bing and said, "Go to the other side. My bed is too small." Chapter 74. Upon returning to the office, Lu Liang reclined on the sofa. His acquiescence to Han Bing's request stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, he was not one to easily grow weary of novelty, and secondly, a more significant motivation lay in the fact that his body had been further enhanced by the system, and he yearned to comprehend the extent of his transformation. "Shiruo, I have never experienced anything like this," Han Bing stammered. "It's all right. Just relax, I will guide you." Li Shiruo reassured her, sitting beside her with a comforting demeanor, and then playfully placed a cigar between her crimson lips. Lu Liang observed the two women. Li Shiruo was an excellent instructor, demonstrating immense patience as she taught Han Bing the necessary skills. Moreover, Han Bing did not disappoint Li Shiruo's expectations. After a few minutes of practice, she gradually mastered the technique. As Lu Liang caressed Han Bing's slightly flushed cheeks, his gaze became increasingly entranced. This is the acuity that young people should possess. 2.5 hours later, lying in Lu Liang's embrace, gazing at the luminous moon outside, Li Shiruo found herself wide awake. This experience was unprecedented for her, something she had never contemplated. Initially, Han Bing had been somewhat apprehensive, but with Lu Liang's and her own encouragement, she indeed made a commendable effort. At one point, Li Shiruo pondered whether she should assist Han Bing, considering it was her moment to shine, but ultimately realized it was entirely unnecessary. Yet, Lu Liang's vigor seemed inexhaustible, boundless in its fervor. Amused by this thought, Li Shiruo couldn't help but smile. "Why are you still awake?" Lu Liang's voice suddenly resonated in her ear, startling her as she turned to look. He was smiling warmly at her. On another occasion, Han Bing clung to Lu Liang's powerful arm like a child, eyes gently closed, a smile gracing her lips as if lost in a beautiful dream. "Aren't you the same?" Li Shiruo whispered, careful not to disturb Han Bing. Lu Liang chuckled softly and pulled her closer. "Don't think too much. We have tasks tomorrow." "Tasks? What tasks?" Li Shiruo inquired curiously, having just emerged from a battle 2 days prior. What kind of mischief was he planning now? "I will tell you tomorrow," Lu Liang replied, playfully tapping her forehead with his finger. The following morning, Lu Liang stood before the mirror while Li Shiruo diligently instructed Han Bing on how to arrange his military uniform. In the future, should he find himself pressed for time, these duties would fall to Han Bing. Watching Li Shiruo sway beside him, Lu Liang felt an urge to laugh. Soon after, the three of them entered the dining hall, where the female soldiers gawked at them momentarily before breaking into smiles that conveyed their admiration for the commander. It was likely that news about Lu Liang would soon circulate throughout the fortress. In response, Li Shiruo remained remarkably composed, while Han Bing appeared somewhat uneasy. "Why did you give me so many boiled eggs?" Lu Liang questioned, bemused at the nearly 10 eggs piled on his plate. I sincerely apologize, Commander." One of the female soldiers replied, her face alight with a motherly smile. "If you wish to have kidney dishes, they will be available at lunch. The breakfast hall did not prepare them. When did I understand?" Lu Liang exhaled deeply, expressing his gratitude for the concern. Thus, under the watchful eyes of many, he took his seat, carefully balancing a plate of boiled eggs. Li Shiruo, accompanied by Han Bing, ordered a simple meal, 2 buns and a cup of soybean milk, while also bringing a small dish of pickled vegetables for Lu Liang. Observing the increasing number of people in the cafeteria, Lu Liang pondered thoughtfully. Now, everyone could indulge in a variety of normal foods. Breakfast featured fried dough sticks and congee, while lunches and dinners offered a range of stir-fried dishes alongside staple foods like steamed buns and rice. Although the majority remained vegetarian, occasionally complemented by canned meat, the satisfied smiles on everyone's faces filled Lu Liang with a sense of accomplishment. The warehouse still held provisions acquired from the Porcupine Legion. However, given their location in the desert, procuring supplies was utterly impossible. Even if Ireina could allocate some resources from the fortress, Lu Liang deemed it unnecessary. He would soon lead his legion away from this arid land. After all, he still possessed a considerable amount of money, making it entirely feasible to enhance the rations for the female soldiers. After their meal, Lu Liang parted ways with Han Bing and returned to the command center with Li Shiruo. By this time, nearly everyone had assembled, and upon Lu Liang's arrival, they greeted him with peculiar smiles. It was evident that news of Han Bing's situation had spread. Nevertheless, Lu Liang and Li Shiruo had become accustomed to it. Confidently striding to the main seat, where Lu Liang settled into his chair. "Let us first report on the external situation," Lu Liang softly stated, as a day had passed. He found it hard to believe that his actions had created such a significant stir without eliciting any response from the outside world. In response, Li Shiruo nodded and stepped forward to speak. Currently, the remnants of the 3 legions under the Black Tiger Lord have retreated, and the specific casualty figures are no longer ascertainable. However, one fortress remains stationary on the battlefield. As she spoke, Li Shiruo projected the surveillance footage onto the screen. The battlefield, once a scene of chaos, had been largely buried beneath the relentless sand and wind over the past day and night, with only a massive mobile fortress still lingering in place. A prominent black wolf head insignia marked the fortress. "Is that Gross's flagship?" Lu Liang furrowed his brows, struggling to comprehend the intentions of this individual. The battle had concluded, yet this individual had not fled? Could it be that he was too afraid to abandon the fortress in search of escape? That seemed unlikely, as Lu Liang had never issued an order to assault their stronghold. "Commander, should we leave it be, or?" Li Shiruo inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang shook his head, uncertain himself. "Let us discuss other matters." Noticing Lu Liang's indecision, Li Shiruo continued, "Following yesterday's defeat, the Black Tiger Lord seeks to suppress this incident, yet the information has already spread widely. With the loss of 3 legions in one fell swoop, the Black Tiger Lord has been significantly weakened. Consequently, some factions that typically oppose him have begun to openly provoke him. It is likely that, for the time being, the Black Tiger Lord will refrain from interfering with us." Upon the utterance of these words, the female officers present displayed expressions of delight. To inflict such significant losses upon a lord is indeed a miracle unprecedented in the annals of the Liyuan Legion. In contrast, Lu Liang maintained an air of calm, having anticipated such an outcome. Nevertheless, the Black Tiger Lord commands a vast power, with nearly 30 legions under his command. Even if he could eliminate 3 legions in one fell swoop, thereby rendering the Black Tiger Lord vulnerable, once he recuperates, retribution would surely follow. Moreover, there was a final piece of news. With a smile, Li Shiruo remarked that several formidable lords had extended invitations for them to join their ranks. At this revelation, astonishment and joy illuminated the faces of all present, excluding Lu Liang. "Really? This is wonderful. Our legion is no longer a pariah. Wow. I recall that our legion has been without a lord for at least a decade. They are merely recognizing our newfound strength, which is why they are willing to extend invitations now. In the past, we had to plead for acceptance, and they would not have us." As the crowd engaged in animated discussion, Li Shirua directly presented the list of lords, inviting them to join to Lu Liang. Taking the list, Lu Liang skimmed through it, noting that over 30 lords had extended invitations, varying in strength. The female officers gathered around Lu Liang eagerly. "Commander, let me see. My goodness. Even Lord Hongya has requested our allegiance." "Lord Hongya? Who is that? You mean you are unaware?" Lord Hongya is a remarkably powerful lord, reportedly backed by the Lancer family, commanding 2 legions ranked among the top 300. Individuals like the Black Tiger Lord pale in comparison before him. Incredible. If we could serve under such a lord, our future would be exceedingly bright. At this juncture, the crowd turned to Lu Liang. "Commander, what do you think?" Gazing into the expectant faces of his comrades, Lu Liang stroked his chin and murmured, "I believe we should refrain from joining for now." The room fell silent, momentarily stunned by Lu Liang's words. Even Li Shirua gently nudged Lu Liang's shoulder, signaling him to reconsider. "I understand your thoughts," Lu Liang began contemplatively. "However, have you considered that all of this comes at a price? Joining a lord's command would afford our legion considerable benefits. Firstly, the lord would regularly supply our legion with weaponry and provisions, even providing foreign crystals as reserve funding. This would alleviate our constant struggle for survival, allowing the female soldiers to receive monthly wages. On the other hand, aligning with a lord signifies that our legion would be under their protection. Should anyone dare to attack us, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the lord who stands behind us." Lu Liang was well aware of these implications. Yet, one must remember, there is no free lunch. Accepting the protection of these lords would also entail corresponding obligations for our legion. For instance, once a lord engages in warfare with rival factions, their legions must unconditionally comply with the lord's directives. It is not uncommon for lords, in their pursuit of victory, to regard entire legions as mere cannon fodder. Although lords typically reward the valorous legions with some form of compensation after the battle, what use is a reward if it comes at the cost of one's life? To ensure that their legions willingly march to their demise, lords often resort to concealing pertinent information. Such practices are utterly intolerable to Lu Liang. Take Ireina, for example. Lu Liang would not consider collaboration until he understood her true intentions. Furthermore, to maintain control over their legions, most lords appoint advisors to oversee their troops. Gradually, they replaced the command structure with their own loyalists, ultimately reducing the legion commander to a mere puppet, manipulated by the lord's will. Upon laying these truths bare, silence enveloped the room. It became evident that there were numerous intricacies involved in serving a lord. If not for the position of commander, they might have unwittingly fallen prey to these machinations. Yet, why do the majority of legions still opt to align with lords? Lu Weiwei timidly posed a question. The wild elves, who have long lived in the desert in tribal or familial units, were even more bewildered regarding the dynamics between legions and lords. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of funds. At this moment, Li Shirua had an epiphany and picked up Lu Liang's thread of thought, continuing, "Since the legions lack territory, they cannot engage in trade or taxation. Therefore, our means of acquiring funds are twofold, through plunder or by relying on the lord for sustenance." Lu Liang nodded. "Let me ask you all, are we currently in need of money?" Upon hearing this, everyone immediately shook their heads. Holding nearly 7 million units of exotic crystals, even the total funds amassed by the Liyuan Legion since its inception would not reach such heights. Do we lack weaponry then? Again, the answer was a shake of the heads. Who among them, equipped with laser rifles, would dare claim they were short on arms? That settles it. Lu Liang chuckled softly. We lack neither money nor weapons. Why should we submit to a lord and act as mere pawns for another? At this proclamation, laughter filled the room. Years of hardship had ingrained a fixed mindset in them, leading them to believe that only by serving a lord could they hope for a better life. Chief of Staff, shortly, allocate 1 million from our treasury, and regardless of rank, distribute it evenly among all the sisters in the Legion. The room fell into stunned silence. 1 million? Su Wanbing's eyes widened in disbelief. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Lu Liang replied with a smile. We are now a respectable legion, albeit unable to afford monthly salaries just yet. We can only distribute bonuses when funds permit. Please bear with it for now. At this, the group lapsed into silence, still reeling from the shock. Even Li Shirua felt a wave of dizziness. 1 million units of exotic crystals, distributed among them, would amount to roughly 1,000 units each. The sum I initially provided to Liyuan as a departure fee constituted a significant portion of my life savings. Although the Liyuan Corps has always been in a state of poverty, Liyuan, as a deputy officer, managed to accumulate some wealth during her service under the previous lord. She vaguely recalls that her monthly salary was approximately 16 units of exotic crystals. After deducting daily living expenses, it took her 6 arduous years to amass such an amount. In contrast, the ordinary soldiers were offered a meager salary of 3 units of exotic crystals per month by the former lord. Now, however, Liyuan has generously granted each member of the entire corps 1,000 units, an amount that many female soldiers could never hope to earn in a lifetime. He then audaciously suggested that everyone endure a bit of hardship. At this thought, Liyuan felt her worldview nearly shatter. "Long live the commander!" exclaimed a female soldier responsible for communications, her excitement palpable. However, as the collective gaze of the others turned toward her, she playfully stuck out her tongue and obediently returned to her seat. "Long live the commander!" Soon after, the female officers echoed the sentiment, infusing the command room with a vibrant atmosphere. Though their daily expenditures were minimal, living and subsisting alongside the corps, the young women still harbored numerous desires to purchase various items. Unfortunately, the Liyuan Corps had perpetually faced financial deficits, forcing them to bury such hopes deep within their hearts. Yet now, Liyuan had fulfilled that wish. Observing the joy radiating from the crowd, Liyuan nodded with a smile. Despite having acquired superior equipment, the crux of victory in war ultimately lies with the people. Liyuan had already bestowed upon the female soldiers the hope of life. Now, it was his duty to enhance their living conditions. Chapter 75. The cat has yet to enter estrus, signaling for everyone to take their seats. Liyuan wiped away the kiss marks adorning his face. "Your enthusiasm is truly overwhelming," he remarked cautiously, glancing sideways at Liyuan, who merely smiled and focused on her data board. "Of course, Commander. You now have a harem of 1,000 beauties. Don't you agree, Shira?" Su Wanbing interjected gleefully. "Yes, indeed, he is quite fortunate." Liyuan retorted with a glare at Su Wanbing, her tone laced with irritation. "Since you mentioned a harem, why don't you come to my room tonight to serve me?" Liyuan suddenly adopted a lecherous expression, surveying Su Wanbing's graceful figure. This unexpected retort left Su Wanbing momentarily speechless, her face flushing a deep crimson. The air was thick with envy and jealousy as everyone wished they had been the one to utter such a bold remark. I, Su Wanbing stammered, her cat-like tail flicking nervously behind her. Anticipation sparkled in the eyes of those present, eager to hear her response. Even Liyuan found herself curious about how Su Wanbing would reply. "Commander, I apologize. I'm not yet in estrus." Su Wanbing's voice came out softer than a whisper. Several female officers nearly choked on their water at her words. "Estrus," Liyuan echoed, taken aback by her statement. After all, she was a cat person, and having an estrus cycle was entirely normal. Liyuan leaned closer to Liyuan and added, "Typically, it occurs in spring, but you'll have to endure for a while." Liyuan shot her a glance, pondering the implication of enduring. Am I truly so desperate? As the banter came to an end, Liyuan shrugged helplessly, his demeanor suddenly turning serious. "Ladies and gentlemen, the time for jesting is over. We must now address important matters." Upon hearing this, the female officers ceased their playful exchanges, adopting a solemn expression. "Firstly, we cannot allow the flagship of Gross to remain idle," Liyuan declared, a greedy smile spreading across his face. "I will send scouts to investigate. If all is in order, we will reclaim the Bloodwolf Fortress." The mention of reclaiming the Bloodwolf Fortress startled everyone. What did the commander intend? "The Liyuan cannot accommodate all of us any longer," Liyuan explained. "Thus, the Bloodwolf Fortress would serve as a suitable alternative." "Are you suggesting we use the Bloodwolf Fortress as our reserve base?" Liyuan inquired. Liyuan nodded, recognizing that as his arsenal of heavy weaponry continued to grow, so too would the number of personnel in his legion. One Liyuan would be woefully insufficient. Moreover, as a level 1 mobile fortress, the Liyuan could only provide living space for 500 individuals, which had resulted in pitifully cramped conditions for the female soldiers. As the commander, he enjoyed the privilege of a private chamber, while the ordinary soldiers were confined to overcrowded dormitories. Liyuan had previously visited the female soldiers' quarters, and the cramped conditions had been utterly overwhelming. What should have been a double room had been crudely converted into a space for 8, illustrating the harshness of their living situation. Even more egregious, the beds, constructed from wrought iron, were exceedingly short. Liyuan, with his height, could only curl up to fit. Moreover, Lu Weiwei and her elven subordinates were taller than he was. One could only imagine how they managed to rest. Regardless, Liyuan had always believed in extracting some interest from the enemy during warfare. Now that the adversary had vanished, it seemed reasonable to regard the mobile fortress as a form of interest as well. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was a viable strategy. Furthermore, we should not decline the Lord's invitations. With a scheming grin returning to his face, Liyuan continued, inform them to send envoys to the Liyuan. If they wish to recruit us, it must be done face to face. Upon hearing this, the female soldiers wore expressions of confusion. What was the commander up to now? Hadn't it been agreed that they would not align with any lords? A face-to-face meeting? What was his true intention? Liyuan furrowed her brows, unable to fathom his reasoning. Traditionally, lords would recruit legions by merely sending representatives for video calls to negotiate terms. If an agreement was reached, a contract would be signed, and if not, so be it. The idea of gathering envoys for an in-person discussion was unprecedented within the entire Silver Empire. Liyuan had already undertaken numerous actions that had never before occurred across the entirety of Blue Star. One more would hardly matter. However, Liyuan's sole concern was whether the lords would acquiesce to Liyuan's demands. After all, the lord is inherently superior in rank to the legion, and even those lords of lesser power cannot help but feel a sense of innate superiority when faced with the legion. Sending envoys to convene at the legion's stronghold is, for them, a source of humiliation. Just follow my instructions, Liyuan said, raising an eyebrow at Liyuan. You will understand in due time. Liyuan sighed deeply, realizing that everyone was silent, and she soon comprehended that all had unconditionally chosen to obey Liyuan's orders. When shall we schedule the negotiations? Let us say 5 days from now. We still have some matters to attend to during this time. Liyuan narrowed his eyes, fixating on the map before him. Ladies, what I am about to share is the crux of this meeting. Observing the puzzled expressions on the faces around him, Liyuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Unfolding the map, he circled a particular location with a red pen. Our next objective is here. Following Liyuan's finger, the female officers all gazed intently at the marked spot on the map. The Celis oil field? One of the female officers instinctively uttered its name, and all eyes widened in shock. Was this not the oil field recently conquered by the Black Tiger Lord? Su Wanbing muttered. We initially defended against the Hedgehog Legion to allow the Blood Wolf Legion the opportunity to attack this oil field. Precisely. Liyuan assessed Su Wanbing. Our considerable efforts against the Hedgehog Legion inadvertently facilitated the Black Tiger Lord's easy acquisition of this oil field. Now, having just annihilated 3 of his legions, the Black Tiger Lord's grip on this region has swiftly diminished. Should we seize the Celis oil field amidst the turmoil, it would become a perennial source of wealth, providing us with a steady influx of resources. In this post-apocalyptic world, where resources are scarce, the significance of an oil field cannot be overstated. Once we secure the oil field, the revenue from crude oil extraction alone would suffice to sustain the Legion's fundamental operations, alleviating any future monetary concerns. Moreover, the Celis oil field has been under development by the White Elephant Lord for less than 2 years, and the underground oil reserves are abundant. Extracting resources for another 10 to 20 years should pose no challenge. The more Liyuan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Who does not relish the idea of earning money effortlessly? Or rather, who does not enjoy counting wealth leisurely? However, according to intelligence reports, the White Elephant Lord is currently mobilizing a large army to reclaim the Celis oil field. Liyuan interjected. Rumor has it that several formidable lords are also keenly interested in this oil field. Hence, we must act swiftly, seizing the Celis before these lords can react. After all, I have irrevocably severed ties with the Black Tiger Lord. Rather than passively enduring assaults, it is better to take the initiative. The group fell silent, the enormity of the situation momentarily overwhelming their senses. Liyuan smiled, lighting a cigarette to allow those present a moment to digest this information. Greater shocks were yet to come. Yet, one question lingered. After a long pause, Su Wanbing spoke. Even if we manage to capture the Celis oil field, what then? Are we to remain ensnared here for the sake of a single oil field? Moreover, we are merely a legion, devoid of mining capabilities. Do you wish for all 1,000 of our female soldiers to abandon their posts and become miners? Upon uttering this remark, laughter erupted among the crowd. Do you truly believe I am such a cruel individual? Liyuan exhaled a plume of smoke and said nonchalantly, when have I ever suggested that we need to extract oil from the fields ourselves? Are you implying that after seizing the oil field, we would sell it? Li Shirua inquired tentatively. Precisely, and besides, we still hold a significant client in our grasp, Lu Liang remarked, revealing an expression that conveyed understanding. You mean? Li Shirua's eyes widened in astonishment, while Lu Liang gestured for silence. At present, aside from Li Shirua, no one within the Legion is aware that Lu Liang has already forged a partnership with Ireina. Lu Liang was acutely aware of his own capabilities. With only 1,000 members in the Liyuan Legion, it is utterly unrealistic to maintain a long-term occupation of a coveted oil field. Thus, from the outset, Lu Liang intended to hand over the management of the Saris oil field to Ireina immediately after its acquisition, with the Lancer family providing protection. He believed that no lord in the vicinity would dare to harbor any ambitions against them. Given that there are no further inquiries, I hereby officially announce, in 5 days, we shall launch an assault on the Saris oil field. As the crowd dispersed from the command room, Li Shirua finally settled into a chair. You scheduled the operation for 5 days from now? Isn't that precisely when we are meant to host the envoys sent by the lords? Indeed. It is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate that the Liyuan Legion is not to be trifled with, Lu Liang declared, as he produced a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between Li Shirua's lips. Observing this, Li Shirua playfully bit Lu Liang's fingers. Gazing at her endearing expression, Lu Liang smiled. This was merely a pretext for Li Shirua. Lu Liang's true intentions were straightforward. He aimed to disseminate the news of their conquest of the oil field through these envoys, thereby significantly elevating his reputation. With his current strength, self-preservation should pose no challenge. However, Lu Liang's ambitions extend beyond mere survival in this apocalyptic world. He seeks to carve out a realm of his own. But wouldn't this lead the lords to be even more eager for us to align with them? Li Shirua questioned, what if these fellows? We can impose rather stringent demands, compelling them to relinquish their ambitions willingly. Lu Liang held no interest in joining any lord. These envoys were merely tools for enhancing his prestige. In response, Li Shirua could only nod in agreement. Chapter 76. Purchasing the oil field at market price. What? Why has my account suddenly increased by 1,000 units of otherworldly crystals? What? 1,000 units? Are you certain you're not mistaken? Hey, my account has also gained 1,000 units of otherworldly crystals. Mine too. Goodness, 1,000 units of otherworldly crystals. I have never seen such a fortune in my life. As Lu Liang exited the command room, he overheard the discussions of the female soldiers around him. It seems Su Wanbing's efficiency is quite impressive. Commander, do you have any idea what is happening? A female soldier, mustering her courage, approached Lu Liang and, with her head bowed, inquired. This is a benefit bestowed upon us by the commander. At that moment, Su Wanbing also stepped out of the command room with feline grace, her face radiating excitement as she conveyed Lu Liang's decision to everyone present. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the female soldiers sparkled with delight. Long live the commander, they exclaimed, rushing towards him. Lu Liang's lips twitched in disbelief. Not again, really? As evening fell, he coughed lightly. Are you suggesting that the extraction rights to the Celis oil field be granted to me directly? In the vampire manner. Ireina was drinking when Lu Liang's words caused her to cough. It's not merely the extraction rights, but the outright sale of ownership of the oil field to you. On the other end of the line, Lu Liang sat on the bed, gently stroking Han Bing's silky hair. Han Bing knelt on the carpet, playfully winking at Lu Liang. Her cherry lips slightly parted, emitting a soft, low growl. Unlike the previous day, she had entirely let go now. Due to the need for pre-war preparations, Li Shirua and others planned to work through the night. Thus, tonight, only Han Bing returned to Lu Liang's room. Regarding Han Bing, Lu Liang no longer felt the need to conceal matters concerning Ireina, as she was already his woman, and there was nothing left to hide. How much do you need? On the other end, Ireina seemed to have heard the woman's soft call, and a faint blush swept across her cheeks as she guessed what Lu Liang was doing. You can decide the amount, but I must caution you to avoid any slip-ups. Lu Liang suddenly stiffened, gently pushing Han Bing away and lying back on the bed with a serious expression. I would prefer that our private dealings remain undetected, especially by others in your family. For safety's sake, Lu Liang offered a kind reminder. Should the Lancer family discover the transaction he made with Ireina, the consequences for her could be severe. and her brother's faction would undoubtedly strive to eliminate him entirely. Although the feasibility of their success was debatable, it would certainly put him at a disadvantage. You need not worry, Commander. I will pay you according to the market rate and ensure that no discrepancies arise, Ireina assured him. Oh, and by the way, even though I am selling the oil field to you, I still require a certain share of the profits annually. Liyuan chuckled. He would never engage in a losing venture. With that, he signaled Han Bing to come over and lie down, and the girl obediently complied. If not for the fear of attracting unwanted attention, Liyuan could have opted to hold an auction to sell the oil field to the prominent lords. At that juncture, various lords would surely bid exorbitant sums to gain control over the oil field. It is noteworthy that while the Empire has an official estimated value for the oil field, the market is essentially devoid of available transactions. Firstly, crude oil is a consumable, a necessity for war, and its price has long been inflated in the private sector to several times the official guide price. More importantly, possessing an oil field would prevent one from being constrained by other powers over oil supply issues, rendering its political value even more significant than its economic worth. Thus, it can be unequivocally stated that Liyuan selling to Ireina at market price is a tremendous loss. How much do you need? As she heard the increasing sound of heavy breathing from across the line, Ireina suppressed her shyness and replied curtly, not too much, just 30%. Liyuan said this while playfully pinching Han Bing's delicate face. Upon hearing this, Ireina pouted, knowing full well that this fellow would not allow her to benefit so greatly. Although the scale of the Celis oil field is not vast, it is nonetheless sufficiently rich in resources. In this tumultuous period, most legions are facing a critical shortage of oil. Under such circumstances, earning several tens of millions annually seems quite feasible. Calculating this way, it implies that I would be giving Liyuan over 10 million units of otherworldly crystals each year without compensation. Is there a problem? Noticing the silence from the other end, Liyuan gently squeezed Han Bing's soft form. Of course, there is no problem. Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Ireina wished fervently to conclude this conversation swiftly. Despite the vast power of the Lanstert family, Ireina had been marginalized and possessed very few assets. Moreover, industries such as the industrial fortress are not particularly lucrative. For instance, after deducting costs and various expenses, the 14th industrial fortress only yields a few million units of otherworldly crystals annually for Ireina. While this sum may seem astronomical to an ordinary person, it is clearly inadequate for a woman aspiring to overthrow the Lanstert family. That said, are you certain you can secure the Celis oil field? Ireina posed a crucial question. If it cannot be secured, then all that we have discussed is entirely futile. That is not something you need to concern yourself with. Upon hearing this, Liyuan scoffed, realizing that this woman was attempting to extract information from him. Certainly, if Miss Ireina could provide me with some assistance, I would be most grateful. Ireina was momentarily speechless. Her attempt to glean information had backfired. Not only had she failed to obtain any news, but now she also had to assist him. What do you require? All intelligence regarding the Celis oil field. The more detailed, the better. Liyuan sighed deeply and shifted his posture. I believe that despite the setbacks, the Black Tiger Lord will certainly prioritize the protection of the Celis oil field. If you can ascertain the situation within, it would greatly aid my offensive. After a brief silence on the other end, Ireina swiftly made her choice. Very well. I will provide you with the information in 2 days. Having said this, Ireina hung up the phone, imagining the frenzy on the other end. She bit her crimson lips and then shook her head. What on earth was she thinking? In Liyuan's room, Han Bing leaned against his sturdy chest, feeling the powerful heartbeat within, and peacefully closed her eyes. Commander, are we going to war again? As the battle was still in the preparatory phase, Liyuan had not disclosed this matter to the officers. However, in the face of Han Bing, Liyuan felt no need for concealment. Gently stroking Han Bing's enchanting hair, Liyuan looked down at the girl and asked, Are you afraid? Upon hearing this, the girl, whose cheeks were still slightly flushed, suddenly burst into laughter. Commander, I am a seasoned veteran who has fought for several years. Your experience in battle is hardly a fraction of mine. As soon as these words were uttered, Han Bing was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, including the most recent conflict, Liyuan had only engaged in 4 battles, 3 of which were from the rear. Yet, gazing into Liyuan's profound eyes, he often gave the impression of a man who had seen countless battles. His effortless command made one forget that he was merely a few months older than herself. Well then, Let me see how you fare in combat. Noticing Han being lost in thought, Liyuan narrowed his eyes and leaned down to kiss her. The next day, instead of heading to the command room, Liyuan took Han Bing directly to the armory. What are we doing here? Han Bing inquired, her curiosity piqued by the sight of the armory brimming with weapons. Come, put on your power armor, Liyuan instructed, giving her a playful slap on her delicate backside. Han Bing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glanced around furtively. Don't worry, there's no one here. Heidi is still at the industrial fortress working on our armored vehicles. Observing Han Bing's adorably timid demeanor, Liyuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Oh, Han Bing replied, feeling reassured as she approached her designated power armor. Liyuan casually found a suit for himself and climbed in. Commander, Han Bing's voice called out from the side, just as Liyuan had donned his armor, turning his imposing mechanical frame to face her. At that moment, Han Bing's cheeks were crimson as she stared down at her boots. What's wrong? Liyuan took a couple of steps towards her and inquired gently. I can't get in. Han Bing's voice was barely above a whisper, but Liyuan heard her. Can't get in? What do you mean? Han Bing remained silent, her face growing even redder. After being playfully teased by Liyuan the previous night, she felt a bit unsteady on her feet, let alone in power armor. Cough, cough. It's all right. I'll help you. Liyuan realized the situation and awkwardly cleared his throat. He then lifted Han Bing's petite form with the mechanical arm of his armor, assisting her in getting suited up. Commander, where are we headed now? Han Bing asked softly as she lifted her visor. Don't worry about the details, just follow me. Liyuan replied, picking up a half-man-high leather case from the side. The two exited the Liyuan and hurried towards the Bloodwolf fortress at a brisk pace. The morning sun was still somewhat blinding, prompting Liyuan to close his visor while shaking his head in mild exasperation at Han Bing, who was trailing closely behind. Your speed has diminished significantly compared to before, he teased through the communicator. That's all your fault, Commander, Han Bing retorted, her face flushing once again at the remark. Should I be gentler next time? No, actually, it was quite comfortable, Han Bing replied shyly. Thus, the two engaged in a playful exchange, transforming what had initially been a mundane journey into a delightful adventure. At long last, after nearly 20 minutes of running, the two arrived before the Bloodwolf fortress. Liyuan set down the leather suitcase in his hand and retrieved an object from within. This is the thermal melt gun that Monroe used against you, Liyuan responded, as Han Bing blinked with curiosity at the item he held. Afterward, I had someone return to the weathered forest to retrieve these tools for future contingencies. I never anticipated they would prove useful here. With that, Liyuan preheated the thermal melt gun and inserted it into the sandy ground. Within seconds, white smoke began to rise from the earth. With a satisfied nod, he withdrew the gun. Wait for me here, he instructed, striding purposefully toward the fortress. Be careful, Han Bing whispered, concerned. It was uncertain whether any enemies remained within the fortress, making Liyuan's actions rather perilous. Warmed by Han Bing's concern, Liyuan continued confidently toward the stronghold. Upon reaching the base of the fortress, it was evident that the Level 2 mobile stronghold was significantly larger than its Level 1 counterpart, though the external structure remained largely similar. Ascending the massive treads, Liyuan identified every object suitable for climbing, grasping and stepping on them as he ascended. After approximately another 20 minutes, he finally reached the underside of the fortress's deck. Based on the fortress's design, the deck was typically the weakest armored section, a common point of attack. Nevertheless, the thickness of the material was formidable. For instance, the deck of the Liyuan had a thickness of almost half a meter. It was easy to imagine the magnitude of effort required to breach it. Setting the thermal melt gun to maximum power, Liyuan pressed it against the lower edge of the deck, and soon white smoke began to billow from the nozzle. Gradually, the steel plate started to melt, and Liyuan managed to burn a semicircular indentation about an inch deep into the surface. Give me another one, he called out as the power of the thermal melt gun began to wane, rendering it ineffective. Han Bing, now in a flurry, hurriedly retrieved another from the suitcase and tossed it to Liyuan with the strength of her powered armor. Thus, Liyuan continued to methodically burn through the deck. After depleting 4 thermal melt guns in succession, a sudden crack echoed as a hefty circular steel plate fell from the deck, its immense weight sending sand flying several meters into the air. Releasing his grip, Liyuan descended back to the ground and retrieved a metallic square box from the suitcase. It was the reconnaissance drone gifted to him by Ireina. As he unfolded it, The drone vanished from sight under Han Bing's astonished gaze. Don't be alarmed. It's merely cloaked, Liyuan stated calmly. In the past, he would have been fascinated by such advanced stealth technology, but now, possessing shadow-like stealth fabric, his enthusiasm had waned. Maneuvering the drone through the hole he had cut in the deck, Liyuan activated its camera, meticulously scanning the surroundings. Han Bing leaned in, her curiosity piqued by the images displayed on the screen. The lights within the fortress remained illuminated, and aside from the absence of personnel, no apparent issues were discernible. The drone commenced its search from the first floor, yielding little in the way of discoveries. Subsequently, it ascended to the second and third floors. Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon had slipped away, and the drone finally reached the last level. Both individuals began to feel a sense of tedium, with Han Bing even stifling a yawn. At that moment, a bloodied handprint appeared on the glass within the camera's view. Their spirits lifted, the two directed the drone inward for a closer examination. Peering through the command room's window, Lu Yang's eyes widened in shock. In stark contrast to the tranquility outside, the command room of the Bloodwolf Fortress was a scene of horror, with numerous corpses strewn across the floor and bloodstains, most of which had congealed, marred the ground and walls. What had transpired here? Why were all the members of the Bloodwolf Legion dead? The gruesome sight startled Han Bing, who whispered in disbelief beside him. Liyuan pondered for a moment, equally perplexed. However, it seemed fortunate that, at least for now, there appeared to be no survivors within the fortress. Chapter 77. Capturing the Bloodwolf Fortress. Descending below the deck, Liyuan leapt swiftly, emerging through an opening. He then lowered the deck to allow Han Bing entry. Their eyes met, and without hesitation, they made their way directly to the command room. Upon pushing open the door and surveying the interior, Liyuan realized that, due to the drone's previous external filming, he had not grasped the full scope of the scene. Now, it became evident that the leadership of the Bloodwolf Legion had largely perished within these walls. Gently nudging a corpse at his feet, Han Bing removed her mask and dipped her finger in the blood, bringing it to her nose. They likely died about a day and a half ago, she remarked softly. Years of warfare had desensitized her to such scenes, allowing her to analyze the situation calmly. This must have occurred shortly after our recent battle. Liyuan, lacking any forensic knowledge, curiously approached Han Bing. Have you studied this field? He inquired. No, I merely enjoy reading detective novels, Han Bing replied with a smile. Plus, having witnessed numerous battles, I've picked up a thing or two. Liyuan nodded, realizing he had underestimated this seemingly sweet-faced girl. However, reminiscent of the issues Han Bing had previously raised, since their defeat, the fortresses of the other two legions had retreated. The Bloodwolf's 4th Legion possessed 2 fortresses. One had fled, leaving its flagship behind. Was it an insurrection? That seemed implausible, for even if the Bloodwolf Legion were to be vanquished, the Black Tiger Lord would only deal with Grow and would not extend repercussions to the entire legion. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Liyuan's eyes suddenly widened. Han Bing, quickly search for Grow's corpse. With that, Liyuan turned on all the lights in the command room, meticulously examining each face. Commander, I haven't found Grow's body. Han Bing responded after a long pause. Understood, Liyuan nodded, just as he attempted to rise, only to feel a hand gripping his ankle. Looking down, he saw that the hand belonged to Grow's aide, who had been closely following him. Please, please, save me. The aide whispered, blood continuing to pour from his mouth. With a disdainful kick, Liyuan sent the adjutant sprawling to the ground. Gritting his teeth, the adjutant struggled to crawl towards Liyuan, pleading, please, save me. I can offer you money. Anything you desire, I will provide. Upon hearing the mention of money, Liyuan's interest piqued, and he crouched down to observe the adjutant closely. They quickly performed a rudimentary bandaging, and the adjutant exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning against the wall. What on earth happened here? Liyuan inquired softly, leaning against Gross's chair. Gross betrayed us, the adjutant managed to utter, his spirit slightly revived as he spoke. He knew that after this defeat, the Black Tiger Lord would undoubtedly spare him no mercy, so he seized the opportunity to draw his weapon and kill everyone. The mention of this betrayal caused the adjutant to spit out another mouthful of blood in anger. Do you know the account password for your legion? Liyuan had already surmised this outcome. Otherwise, he would not have exerted such effort to search for Gross's corpse. With the adjutant now awake, Liyuan intended to transfer all the funds from the Bloodwolf Legion, just as before. There's nothing left. Gross transferred all the money to his personal account before he left, the adjutant replied, not a fool to Lu Liang's intentions. The Blood Wolf Legion's account is now devoid of funds. Hearing this, Lu Liang slammed the table in frustration. That was all my money. For a moment, both Han Bing and the Blood Wolf adjutant were taken aback by Lu Liang's audacious logic. However, Lu Liang soon turned to the Blood Wolf adjutant, asking, now that I have saved you, how much can you offer me? The adjutant let out a derisive laugh. Commander Lu, while I am indeed grateful, I also understand that if I were to transfer money to you now, you would abandon me the moment I do. Therefore, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Quickly fetch your medics to tend to my wounds, and once I am healed, I will repay you with the money. At this, Lu Liang almost burst into laughter. Do you honestly believe I am in dire need of your paltry sum? Ridiculous. I currently possess nearly 7 million units of otherworldly crystals. My motive for treating your wounds is merely to seize a chance to gain a little more. Then just execute me, the adjutant huffed, closing his eyes in resignation. Lu Liang shrugged. It seemed unreasonable to expend so much effort to save him without receiving anything in return. He called Han Bing over and whispered softly to him. Han Bing nodded and left the command room. 10 minutes later, Han Bing returned, tossing 2 first aid kits before the Blood Wolf adjutant. What is the meaning of this? The adjutant queried, perplexed. These were obtained from your medical room. Lu Liang replied coldly. I give you this first aid kit, and in return, you provide me with the money, as if I had never set foot in the Blood Wolf fortress. Your storeroom should still contain ample provisions to sustain you until you are well enough to leave. Lu Liang spoke calmly. If you can comply with this, I would have shown you sufficient mercy. Thus, do not attempt to challenge my limits. Should you refuse, I shall throw you from this fortress to let you perish in the wilderness. I recall that there are numerous wild hunting dogs in the vicinity. You would do well to pray that you bleed to death before they catch your scent. Hearing Lu Liang's words, the aide involuntarily shuddered, and even Han Bing, standing nearby, felt a chill run down her spine. Her partner had never been a benevolent soul. He merely reserved all his tenderness for the woman he loved. At this moment, Lu Liang's gaze was frigidly piercing. Noticing the aide's silence, he stepped forward and seized him by the collar. No, Commander Lu, let us speak civilly. The aide hurriedly stammered, surely we can negotiate. Observing the aide's feigned bravado, Lu Liang chose to disregard him entirely, dragging him toward the door. Wait. I surrender. I will give you all the money. Panic-stricken, the aide clung desperately to Lu Liang's arm, exerting such force that it caused his freshly bandaged wound to split anew. A faint smile crept across Lu Liang's concealed lips at the aide's words, and he unceremoniously tossed him back to the floor. Producing a card reader from his belongings, Lu Liang extended his hand. Hand over the card. Han Bing blinked in astonishment. Why do you carry such a device? She queried. Isn't it meant for individuals like him? Lu Liang chuckled, gesturing toward the aide. He had always suspected that if there were still living souls within this fortress, he might as well take advantage of the situation. The bank card is in the drawer of the next room, and the password is, the aide murmured, as if he had suddenly lost all strength. In no time, Han Bing retrieved an Imperial Bank gold card from the adjacent room, and Lu Liang inserted it into the card reader, entering the password. Goodness, it seems you have indulged in a fair amount of greed, Lu Liang remarked, gazing at the figures on the reader. Astonished that a mere aide's personal account held a staggering sum of 1 million units of exotic crystals, reflecting on the paltry 1,000 Li Shihua possessed. He mused on her integrity. The aide closed his eyes, unwilling to speak further. Enough, Lu Liang declared, withdrawing the bank card and discarding it to the ground. The thought of an additional million added to the account of the Liyuan Legion brought a broad smile to his face, an unexpected boon from this visit. Striding up to the aide, Lu Liang sneered, On behalf of the Liyuan Legion, I express my gratitude for your generosity. As a reward, you shall be liberated. What? The aide sensed the ominous tone in Lu Liang's voice and tried to protest, but before he could utter another word, Lu Liang grasped his neck and exerted a fierce pressure. With a crack, the surprise etched on the aide's face vanished as his neck was swiftly broken. Dispose of him, Lu Liang instructed Han Bing. We need to ensure this fortress is thoroughly cleansed upon our return. The stench of the blood wolf lingers in the air. Han Bing nodded, grimacing as she lifted the aide's lifeless body and unceremoniously hurled it out of the fortress. Pushing aside the corpse of the driver still slumped in the seat, Lu Liang settled into the chair, igniting the blood wolf fortress. As a plume of black smoke billowed from its summit, the enormous fortress began to move. gradually making its way toward the Lanster 14 industrial fortress. Chapter 78. Help me massage my legs. They are aching so. Is this the reason for your day-long disappearance? In the command room of the Liyuan, Li Shira paced back and forth, her hands clasped behind her back, addressing the two before her. It was already deep into the night, and only the three of them remained in the command room. Lu Liang and Han Bing lowered their heads, bracing themselves for yet another tempest to arrive. Why the term yet another? Because since their return to the Liyuan, they had been incessantly reprimanded by Li Shira. Lu Liang increasingly felt that the women around him were no innocents. Han Bing, usually lively and charming, exhibited a fervent enthusiasm while applauding, and surprisingly, possessed some knowledge of forensic science. As for Li Shira, her allure needs no elaboration, yet this was Lu Liang's first encounter with her eloquence. For nearly an hour, Li Shira had not uttered a single curse, yet managed to deliver a continuous stream of reproach. Do you have any idea how frantic the entire regiment has become without the two of you? Li Shira narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, fixating intently on the pair. If you do not return soon, I shall be compelled to seek Ireina's assistance in locating you. Shira, it's not my fault. I was completely unaware of the commander's intentions before he took me out, Han Bing weakly protested. Lu Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? You've already sold me out? Noticing Lu Liang's reaction, Han Bing playfully stuck out her tongue. Not my fault, is it? Li Shira coldly stepped closer to Han Bing, towering over the downcast girl. What did I tell you before? You said the commander is the most crucial person in the regiment, and he must never be placed in danger, even at the cost of one's own life. So you remember, Li Shira replied, her beautiful eyes seemingly igniting with fire. Everything may seem fine now, but what if? What if this entire situation is a trap meticulously laid by Gross, waiting for us to step into it? Shira, why are you so agitated? Don't frighten the child, Lu Liang gently interjected, only to receive a sharp glare from Li Shira as she stepped closer to him. Commander, my esteemed Commander Lu, Li Shira's tone suddenly softened, yet Lu Liang had learned from others that this demeanor indicated her utmost anger. Let me reiterate, you are the backbone of the Liyuan regiment, the most vital figure in need of protection. Typically, your stay within the fortress poses no issues. Yet now you venture out on such a perilous mission accompanied only by one person. As Li Shira spoke, her eyes began to redden. Do you realize that if anything were to happen to you, the entire regiment would crumble? Seeing her distress, Lu Liang couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out to wipe away the tears at the corners of Li Shira's eyes and enveloped her in his embrace. There, no need to be upset. I am fully aware of the risks and have made thorough preparations before departing. Han Bing nodded fervently in agreement. Moreover, let us not forget what kind of person your man is. The one capable of killing me has yet to be born, Lu Liang said with a smile, gently pinching Li Shira's soft waist. Li Shira's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully swatted him. You're incorrigible. Shira, Commander, if there's nothing more. I'll take my leave now. I'm quite exhausted after a long day, Han Bing said, attempting to make her exit, only to be seized by Li Shira. Where do you think you're going? Li Shira glared at Han Bing before pointing to Lu Liang. Go back to his room and wait there. As Han Bing departed, Li Shira let out a deep sigh and settled back into her chair. Lu Liang, on the other hand, casually perched himself on the tabletop beside her and lit 2 cigarettes. The pressure they both had been under during this period had been considerable, and finding a moment to share a smoke felt like a much-needed reprieve. I'm utterly exhausted, Li Shira remarked, accepting a cigarette as she removed her boots, her long legs clad in flesh-colored stockings gracefully resting on the table. After searching for Lu Liang all day, her feet were beginning to swell. I apologize for making you worry, she added. Lu Liang placed a cigarette between his lips and instinctively began to massage her calves, which had grown somewhat stiff. Feeling the pressure on her legs, Li Shira let out a gentle sigh. I'll forgive you this time. But can you promise me this will be the last time you take such risks? Don't you understand that if something were to happen to you, the regiment would not only lose its commander, but the morale of everyone would plummet into despair? Her words rang true. The admiration the female soldiers held for Lu Liang had reached a zenith, and even a simple interaction with him could brighten their day. Should anything unfortunate occur, the female soldiers would likely spiral into madness over his loss, leading to a state of despondency. I understand your concerns, but I'm afraid I cannot comply. Lu Liang replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Li Shira widened her eyes and gently kicked him in the chest with her delicate foot. Quick as a flash, Lu Liang seized her foot in his hand, playfully toying with it. "What on earth are you thinking?" she inquired, though she did not resist. Instead, she seemed to lose all her strength for a moment, slumping into her chair. She was acutely aware that if Liyuan truly desired to act, she would be powerless to stop him. The earlier incident was merely an outlet for Liyuan's pent-up frustration. "Please, do not be so agitated," Liyuan chuckled softly, increasing the pressure of his grip, prompting Liyuan to emit a few involuntary, contented hums. "I have my reasons for going to the front lines. Rest assured, I will take every precaution to ensure my safety. I will not engage in battle without absolute certainty." Seeing Liyuan's demeanor, Liyuan relented. Yet her heart remained heavy with worry. Bullets do not discriminate. Anything can happen on the battlefield. Noticing her silence, Liyuan gently caressed her fair toes and remarked with a smile, "I know you are concerned for me. In a couple of days, you will understand why I am so confident." Liyuan furrowed her brows at this, then gazed into Liyuan's eyes. "Are you concocting yet another new weapon?" To this, Liyuan merely smiled without replying. Did he really need to reveal that the new weapon he had developed was merely a type of fabric? Seeing Liyuan's tacit agreement, Liyuan felt a slight sense of relief. "As your aide, I trust your decisions implicitly. However, as your wife, I must remind you once more, please prioritize your safety." "Of course," Liyuan replied with a smile, preparing to assist her in donning her boots. "Is the massage over already?" Liyuan exclaimed, withdrawing her foot. Liyuan glanced at his watch and sighed. "It's already past midnight. Yet, I traversed the entire day to find you, and now I can hardly move." Liyuan pouted playfully. Upon witnessing Liyuan's demeanor, Liyuan couldn't help but smile. "What would you like then?" "If you wish to continue, I must admit, it is rather pleasant," he said. Liyuan chuckled cheerfully and placed her delicate foot back on the table, playfully swaying it before Liyuan. With a resigned sigh, Liyuan returned to his seat and gently began to massage her foot once more. Upon their return to the room, Wanbing was already fast asleep. The following morning, Liyuan and Wanbing were the first to awaken, noticing that Liyuan was still in slumber. The two exchanged knowing smiles and softly kissed Liyuan's cheek before departing together. Indeed, the previous day had been exhausting. Liyuan had spent an entire day with one hand suspended beneath the deck of the Bloodwolf Fortress. As noon approached, sunlight streamed through the window, finally rousing Liyuan from his slumber due to the incessant ringing of his phone. "Hello," he answered, stifling a yawn. "Mr. Liu, are you still asleep?" came the hesitant voice on the other end. "What is it?" Liyuan replied, somewhat irritable. "It's just that I have gathered the items you requested," Vic said, glancing at the fabrics and threads piled in the truck beside him, somewhat at a loss. Since embarking on this line of work, he had encountered many peculiar requests, from sourcing supplies and food to even procuring women. However, he had never been asked to gather threads before, aside from Liyuan. Furthermore, Vic had indeed expended considerable effort to procure these items, as they were luxuries typically sought after by the affluent. He simply could not fathom Liyuan's intentions. To add to the absurdity, Liyuan had also requested several textile machines and a lens polishing machine. Was he planning to make clothes for the female soldiers under his command? The thought made Vic's lips twitch in bemusement. They have arrived? Upon hearing this, Liyuan was instantly alert, sitting up in bed. "Have them transported to the Liyuan ship. I shall be there shortly." With that, Liyuan hurriedly donned his clothes and dashed out of the room. After hanging up, Vic savored the glass of red wine offered by his secretary. Thanks to Liyuan, Vic's status within the fortress had risen significantly. He now had a proper secretary, no longer merely a facade created by his master. Reflecting on past events, Vic felt a twinge of apprehension. Although his master was not one to harbor grudges, Vic still held him in great esteem. After all, while his master often appeared somewhat absent-minded, he could be quite formidable when he chose to be. Chapter 79. A crimson misunderstanding. Liyuan hastily descended the deck, where Vic awaited him at the base of the fortress. After receiving the supply list, Liyuan glanced it over briefly before turning his gaze to the few trucks parked behind Vic, his brow furrowing slightly. "Why is there so little?" Liyuan inquired. The list clearly indicated the various materials he required, yet the quantities fell far short of his expectations. Originally, Liyuan envisioned crafting capes for every female soldier in the regiment, transforming the Liyuan Corps into a specialized unit adept in infiltration and stealth. However, as he scrutinized the inventory list, he realized it contained enough materials for merely 50 or 60 individuals. "Mr. Liu, please allow me to explain," Vic hastily interjected, noticing Lu Liang's displeasure. You mustn't hold my words against me this time. The items you requested are exceedingly difficult to procure. Difficult? Lu Liang questioned incredulously. Isn't it merely a matter of acquiring some fabric? Surely the illustrious Lannister family cannot be incapable of finding even slightly rare materials? At this, Vic's expression twitched. My dear Mr. Lu, do you understand the lengths I have gone to in order to secure these items? I nearly attracted the attention of the Lannister family in the process. These materials are extraordinarily rare luxuries. The Empire produces only a meager quantity each year. Many of the affluent ladies from prominent families must also leverage their connections to acquire even a paltry amount. To purchase such a substantial quantity at once is inconceivable unless several high-ranking nobles intervene. To put it plainly, the challenge of gathering these items surpasses even that of sourcing additional microion emitters. Seeing Vic's near-tearful demeanor, Lu Liang finally cracked a smile. While a shortfall in materials was manageable, he would not tolerate any deceit from Ireina. Yet, judging by Vic's expression, it appeared that procuring these items had been quite arduous. Clearly, irrespective of the design's price, level 3 weapon components were perpetually elusive. You have my gratitude, Lu Liang said, patting Vic reassuringly on the shoulder. I shall speak favorably of you to your master. Vic's heart soared at this remark. Although uncertain of the exact nature of the relationship between his master and Lu Liang, he discerned that Lu Liang was indeed of significant importance to his master. If Lu Liang truly advocated for him, his standing within the fortress would undoubtedly elevate. Oh, it is my honor to serve you, Mr. Lu, Vic said, ushering a truck onto the deck with a sycophantic demeanor. By the way, amidst our conversation, I almost forgot to show you who I have brought back. As Vic called over his female secretary, she emerged from the vehicle, cradling something in her arms as she approached Lu Liang. Mr. Lu, the secretary said respectfully, bowing before handing over her precious burden. Lu Liang focused his gaze and saw that Heidi, the petite figure, was cocooned in a blanket, fast asleep. The girl's cherubic face was smudged with dirt, and her once lustrous hair was now matted with grime. Hey, Heidi, wake up, Lu Liang gently shook her, but she merely rolled over, nestling her small head against him. As her fair skin gradually emerged from the blanket, Lu Liang's eyes widened in surprise. He recalled that Zhang Man had once mentioned Heidi had a good habit. I have been preoccupied with sourcing materials for you these past few days, so my secretary has been caring for Miss Heidi. Victor seemed apprehensive that Lu Liang might misunderstand the situation, hastily offering an explanation. Miss Heidi had called me yesterday afternoon, informing me that the armored vehicles were completed and requesting my presence for inspection. As I arrived, I noticed her secretary speaking, her cheeks slightly flushed. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang awkwardly cleared his throat. After the inspection was concluded, Miss Heidi fainted. We had summoned a doctor who confirmed it was due to low blood sugar from overexertion. After receiving an 4 drip, she was now fine. Hearing the secretary's explanation, Lu Liang finally felt a sense of relief. He gazed affectionately at Heidi in his arms, whose lips were gently curved, seemingly lost in a beautiful dream. By the way, there is something I need your assistance with, Lu Liang suddenly recalled, gesturing towards the Bloodwolf fortress beside the Liyuan. When you have the time, please arrange for someone to replace the Bloodwolf insignia with that of the Liyuan, as I find it rather bothersome. After speaking, Lu Liang returned to the deck, which began to rise slowly. After bidding farewell to Victor, he brought Heidi and 2 large trucks of equipment back to the Liyuan, only to be startled by the sight before him. Dozens of female soldiers stood on either side of the deck, casting curious glances at Lu Liang. As they noticed Heidi in Lu Liang's arms and were about to inquire, he gestured for silence. The crowd quickly fell silent, their curiosity shifting towards the trucks behind him. Summoning a female soldier over, Lu Liang whispered, "Please arrange for these items to be transported to the armory." The soldier nodded quietly, casting a glance at Heidi in Lu Liang's arms, revealing a peculiar smile before affirmatively nodding. Lu Liang shrugged helplessly, realizing that this group might be drawing the wrong conclusions again. The afternoon sunlight was somewhat blinding, causing Heidi to furrow her brows as she slowly opened her eyes. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she yawned and gradually sat up. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. "Where am I?" Heidi muttered to herself, recalling only that she had completed her tasks and was preparing for the delivery with Victor's secretary, but shortly after encountering the secretary, everything had gone blank. Surveying her surroundings, Heidi soon realized she was in a bedroom. Glancing at the large blanket covering her, She brought it to her nose and inhaled gently. The scent was somewhat familiar, as if she had encountered it before. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes widened in alarm. Hastily lifting the blanket, she noticed a hint of crimson in the corner. "Oh, you're awake." Liyuan pushed open the door, his face lighting up as he saw Heidi sitting up. You. Heidi's voice trembled uncontrollably. "How did you end up here?" "Oh, I forgot you hadn't been here before. This is my room," Liyuan said with a smile as he sat down in a nearby chair. "Why your room?" Heidi's voice reached a shrill pitch as she quickly checked her attire. At that moment, she realized she was wearing her own clothes, having previously been in military uniform. What did you do to me?" Heidi stared at Liyuan with wide eyes, scrutinizing him intensely. "Are you all right?" Seeing Heidi's reaction, Liyuan quickly assisted her in lying back down, assuming it was merely a matter of her needing to recover. "You scoundrel, rogue beast." Heidi desperately shoved Liyuan away, exclaiming, "How could I have ever regarded you as a mentor and placed my trust in you?" Upon hearing this, Liyuan was momentarily taken aback. "What have I done?" "Well, you, a grown man, refused to admit it." Heidi turned her head in anger, tears welling in her eyes. At this, Liyuan was left speechless. After carrying Heidi back to the room, he busied himself with sorting the fabrics sent by Vic. The remaining tasks were handled by Liyuan. "I didn't do anything." Knowing the girl had misunderstood, Liyuan hurried to explain. Heidi gazed intently into Liyuan's profound eyes, then suddenly lifted the covers and pointed at a corner of the bed sheet. "How do you explain this?" Liyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. That was from a couple of days ago when Wanbing was around. They had been so occupied lately that they hadn't even changed the sheets. "If I say it's not yours, would you believe me?" After a long pause, Liyuan spoke softly. "No." Heidi immediately retorted in fury, tugging at Liyuan's collar. "Don't think I'm oblivious. Shirua has been with you, and after all this time, it's impossible that you haven't changed the sheets." Liyuan held his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that Heidi had been holed up in the workshop and was unaware of the happenings aboard the Liyuan. Observing Liyuan's bewildered expression, Heidi felt a twinge of compassion. Upon reflection, Liyuan wasn't so bad. He was strong, gentle, and had selflessly taught her many things. To be by the side of such a man in this apocalyptic world was indeed a stroke of luck. Moreover, she had always harbored peculiar feelings for Liyuan, although she had been reluctant to acknowledge them. Now that the die had been cast, she could only resign herself to fate. With this thought, Heidi released Liyuan and sat on the bed, her head bowed. After a long while, seeming to have made up her mind, she threw off the covers and lay down, tears glistening in her eyes, appearing quite pitiful. "You may come, but you must promise to take responsibility for me." "Huh?" Liyuan's eyes widened in shock. Just moments ago, she was in tears, and now she was ready to embrace this new reality? "What, are you unwilling?" Seeing Liyuan's reaction, Heidi shot him a glare, her voice turning icy. With a swift motion, Liyuan playfully flicked Heidi on the forehead, causing her to rub her head in pain. "What are you doing? You're still so young, and yet you're preoccupied with such strange thoughts." Before Liyuan could finish his sentence, the door swung open from the outside. "Liyuan, is she awake?" Liyuan entered, carrying a cup of freshly heated milk. Upon seeing Liyuan, Heidi immediately fell silent, turning her head to the side like a child caught in wrongdoing, unable to meet her gaze. "She's going a bit mad," Liyuan said, wearing a smug smile. "Mad? Isn't she just experiencing low blood sugar?" Liyuan replied, puzzled. "Who knows? I just walked in, and she was crying and demanding I take responsibility," Liyuan explained. Upon hearing this, Liyuan immediately understood the situation and burst into laughter, almost spilling the milk she was holding. Heidi, upon hearing a soft voice, slowly knelt beside her bed and said, "Sister Shira, I apologize. However, I was in a state of unconsciousness at that time." "What on earth are you thinking, you silly girl?" Liyuan retorted, playfully tapping Heidi on the head, causing her to wince and nearly shed tears. "After I carried you into the room, he left immediately, and I was the one who handled everything, from changing your clothes to helping you bathe." Liyuan burst into laughter, her eyes glistening with tears. "Moreover, after all the time we've spent together, do you truly believe Liyuan is that kind of person?" Yet, Heidi remained skeptical about the bed sheets, questioning whether Shira was merely protecting her husband's dignity with her words. "Well," Liyuan coughed lightly, her cheeks slightly flushed. "This is Wanbing's." "Little Bing?" Heidi's eyes widened in surprise as she glanced at Liyuan, who feigned ignorance while preparing warm milk for her. Chapter 80. Am I such a quick-tempered person? Master. I truly apologize. Heidi held the warm milk, sweetened with sugar by Liyuan. Standing beside Liyuan, she sipped through a straw while playfully shaking his arm. Sister Liyuan has stated that this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Liyuan scoffed. If it weren't for Liyuan's timely return, this room would have likely been torn apart by you. Master, please don't be angry. I was wrong. Heidi pouted, playfully thrusting the milk towards Liyuan's face. Master, have some milk to calm down. From now on, I will obey your every command. If you tell me to go east, I shall not go west. If you instruct me to chase dogs, I will not pursue chickens. Sister Liyuan, please assist me in persuading Master. Noticing that Liyuan remained silent, Heidi looked at Liyuan with pleading eyes. Seeing that their playful banter had reached its peak, Liyuan gently nudged Liyuan's shoulder. Hey, she has expressed her feelings. You should respond. Am I angry because of that? Liyuan glanced at Liyuan, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. It has only been less than half an hour since I brought her here. Does she not understand? Do you not understand? Am I such a hasty individual? At his words, Heidi nearly spat out her milk. Liyuan, exasperated, patted Liyuan's shoulder. Yes, you are the most formidable. Indeed, Master, you are the most. Most formidable, Heidi echoed, her voice gradually diminishing, realizing how inappropriate her words sounded. Both Liyuan and Liyuan stared at her in astonishment. Master, I shall take my leave now. Sister Liyuan, thank you for the milk. With that, Heidi attempted to flee. Stop. At the sound of Liyuan's voice behind her, Heidi gulped nervously and turned around with a forced smile. Is there something else, Master? At 8 o'clock this evening, you need to change into your work attire. There is still some work you must assist me with. Hearing this, Heidi's expression fell instantly. Master, I have been working diligently for nearly 20 consecutive days. She blinked innocently, trying to charm him. Could you grant me a day off? We can resume our work tomorrow. At this, Liyuan turned to Liyuan, inquiring. Have the invitations been sent out to the lords? Liyuan was taken aback by Liyuan's sudden inquiry, but she nodded in response. The message has already been dispatched, and the lords have nearly all agreed to send envoys. This unexpected turn of events truly surprised Liyuan. Given the lords' temperaments, one would anticipate vehement reproaches directed at the Liyuan Legion. After all, in their eyes, regardless of the formidable strength of the Legion, it remained merely a singular military faction. Dispatching envoys in an effort to recruit a legion would undoubtedly be a source of great embarrassment. However, upon receiving the Lord's remarkably courteous replies, Liyuan could only reflect that everything ultimately hinges on strength. When one possesses sufficient power, even the Lords must bow in deference. Hearing this, Liyuan smiled and said to Heidi, you should hurry back to rest. Meet me at the armory at 8 this evening. All right, Heidi replied, feeling dejected as her attempts at persuasion had been in vain, and she trudged back to her room. What do you need those fabrics and threads for? Liyuan inquired, knowing that Liyuan had sent Heidi to the armory in the afternoon for those very items. To make clothes, Liyuan replied with a grin, stretching his arms. We need to gather some of our sisters. We must utilize this time to clear out the armory. Do you intend to start working directly in the armory? Liyuan asked, surprised. Indeed, and time is of the essence. We must complete everything before the envoys from the lords arrive, Liyuan explained, intent on securing the Celis oil field in the presence of those envoys. After carrying Heidi back to her room, Liyuan began to tinker with the 3 machines in the armory. He soon discovered that operating these machines was not as complex as he had anticipated. To his astonishment, he mastered their functions in merely 10 minutes, despite having no prior knowledge of textiles. Moreover, the 2 machines that Vic had sent him were the latest models, capable of producing even the most intricate garments. However, they required 2 operators to function effectively. Initially, he had considered enlisting Wanbing's assistance, but now that Heidi was back, it seemed unnecessary. Instead, it would be best for her to lead the assault team in their training. Liyuan nodded. What about the weapons we clear out? We can't just leave them piled outside the Liyuan. Don't we already have a second fortress? Liyuan replied with a smile, pointing behind him. I have instructed Vic to bring people to clear the insignia outside the fortress. Soon, it will be adorned with the totem of our Liyuan Legion. Additionally, we need to find someone to clean up Bloodwolf Fortress so that everyone can relocate there. The conditions are significantly better than here. As he spoke, Liyuan retrieved his communication terminal and sent Liyuan a screenshot of the transaction record from Monroe. In the name of the Liyuan Legion. Send this to Lord Black Tiger, he said with a mischievous grin. I believe this will prompt him to engage in a deeper conversation with Monroe. Upon hearing this, Li Shiru chuckled softly. That's rather underhanded of you. At 8 o'clock that evening, Lu Liang and Heidi arrived at the armory almost simultaneously. By this time, the armory had been completely cleared, leaving only the materials Lu Liang had brought and the two machines that had already been disassembled. Heidi curiously surveyed her surroundings. It had been quite some time since the space felt so expansive. Lu Liang nodded in satisfaction, contemplating the possibility of transforming this armory into a makeshift workshop under favorable conditions. Master, what are we doing here? Heidi inquired, gazing at the two unfamiliar machines positioned at the center of the venue. We are making clothes, Lu Liang replied with a light chuckle, moving towards the machines to begin operating them. Vic, true to his reputation as a top-tier salesman, had been meticulous in his preparations, not only delivering everything Lu Liang required, but also providing two mechanical laborers to assist with transporting the fabric. Observing closely, Heidi soon realized that she, too, could manage the task. It's really not difficult at all, she remarked. You give it a try? Seeing her eagerness, Lu Liang stepped aside to allow Heidi to take her turn. Within mere minutes, Heidi had mastered the operational process. Subsequently, Lu Liang instructed the mechanical laborers to pour various basic dyes into the dyeing machine to prepare the final dye solution. Compared to silk thread, these basic dyes were exceedingly rare, with many extracted from the juices of rare flora and fauna, making them exceptionally precious. Lu Liang estimated that even 1,000,000 units of would scarcely suffice to procure them. 2 days later, in the armory, the air was infused with a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of the freshness following a spring rain, yet tinged with a hint of youthful allure. Lu Liang continued to refine the dye, while Heidi curled up in a corner, fast asleep. Glancing at the fabric piled beside the loom, which had already been spun, Lu Liang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Heidi's task had concluded earlier that morning, and seeing her dark circles, he felt a pang of sympathy, wishing she would return to her room to rest after nearly 20 days of continuous work. He felt more remiss than the unscrupulous bosses from his previous life. However, upon hearing his words, Heidi shook her head. I will wait for you here. She then obediently retrieved a blanket from the corner and lay down. At last, the dye was ready, and Lu Liang directed the mechanical laborers to bring the fabric to the dyeing machine for treatment. The dyeing process was remarkably swift. The dye had transformed into a semi-solid gel state, and the machine quickly applied it to the fabric before placing it on a rack to dry. Observing the deep blue fabric under the light, Lu Liang nodded in satisfaction. Once the dye dried, he would set the parameters for the garment machine, and all that remained was to await the machine's completion. Then, Lu Liang began polishing the lenses. The process of lens manufacturing was not overly complex. Yet without the data provided by blueprints, no one could accomplish it. Soon, the lenses were polished, and Lu Liang inserted them into the frame and donned them. It seems there's no noticeable change, he mused, surveying his surroundings without observing any alterations. He surmised that he would have to wait until the fabric was finished to truly assess the outcome. With a resigned sigh, he stretched, approached Heidi, gently lifted her, and quietly exited the armory. As the clock struck midnight, Heidi's roommates had likely retired for the night, and Lu Liang found himself reluctant to disturb the tranquility. With no other option, he gently carried her back to his room. It seemed that Li Shiru and Han Bing would be working late into the night, leaving only himself and Heidi in the entire space. Under the moonlight, as he gazed upon the girl's adorable sleeping visage, a smile of contentment graced Lu Liang's face. Chapter 81. The exposed transfer records. Meanwhile, in the Black Tiger Fortress, a stronghold ruled by a powerful lord amidst the desolate expanse of the desert. The fortress was characterized by its heavy industrial aesthetic. From the outside, it bore little distinction from other industrial fortresses, save for its larger footprint and wilder design. Dominating the center of this fortress was a towering structure, crowned with a blood-red tiger's head that seemed to glare menacingly, as if eternally surveying its realm. Within a chamber of this colossal edifice, Cass, the commander of the Blood Wolf 3rd Legion, and Monroe, the commander of the Green Water Python Legion, knelt upon the ground. Their upper bodies were bare, marred with wounds and blood. Behind them, 2 soldiers wielded bloodied whips, mercilessly lashing at their flesh. Cass, robust and resilient, bore the blows with little more than superficial cuts. In stark contrast, Monroe, whose physique was already quite slender, trembled with each strike. Before them, A pair of elegantly crossed legs adorned in high-heeled sandals swayed with the rhythm of the whip. The purple stockings accentuated the graceful contours, while delicate, well-formed toes curled in delight, seemingly savoring the moment. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, possessed a lithe figure and a visage that radiated a playful, mocking charm. Seated upon a chair, her icy gaze fixed upon the two men before her. A mere glance prompted a nearby maid to present a platter of fresh fruit. The crimson strawberries, reminiscent of blood, were devoured whole by her slightly parted lips. Instantly, the sweetness of the strawberries enveloped her senses, compelling her to gently close her eyes in indulgence. Suddenly, Monroe could endure no longer. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. The atmosphere of culinary enjoyment shattered. The woman cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Monroe, delivering a sharp kick that struck his face. A crack echoed as his nose shattered, revealing several snake-like fangs from his mouth. "Remove him and summon the finest physician for his treatment," she ordered coldly. Another soldier attempted to continue striking Cass, but was halted by her command. "That was the 90th lash," she remarked, yawning as she turned her attention to the kneeling Cass. "Do you have nothing to say for yourself?" On the brink of unconsciousness, Cass struggled to lift his head, meeting the gaze of the woman before him. Exuding an air of regality, he spoke softly, "Lady Kesha, please, I implore you to believe me. The blame for this failure rests entirely with Gross. Both Monroe and I were deceived by him." Upon hearing this, Kesha lowered her foot and propped up the other leg. "Commander Cass, do not presume that just because Gross has fled, you can shift the entirety of the blame onto him. Your artillery battalion has been nearly annihilated, and your frontline armored forces have suffered losses close to 90%. Had it not been for a detachment experiencing communication disruptions, the Blood Wolf 3rd Legion would have already faced total obliteration. This responsibility cannot be borne by another." Cass fell silent. Miss Kesha's words rang true. Although Gross had escaped in the aftermath, from his perspective, the operational plan devised by the three of them prior to the battle had been nearly flawless. The sole miscalculation was their underestimation of the combat capabilities of the Liyuan Legion. Neither the powered armor nor the Blood Wolves had been known to Cass beforehand. Suddenly, an idea struck Cass, and he struggled to crawl to the woman's feet. She disdainfully leaned back. "Keep your distance. If you have something to say, stand up." She gestured for the soldiers to pull him aside and free him from his bindings. Only then did Cass lean on a nearby soldier to rise, exclaiming with fervor, "Ms. Kesha, there is a traitor within our 3 legions." "A traitor?" Kesha scoffed, clearly skeptical. "Commander Cass, you are not attempting to deceive the Lord with such a trivial ruse, are you?" "No, Miss Kesha, please believe me," Cass insisted earnestly. "At the onset of the battle, the assault team of the Liyuan Legion circumvented our main forces and charged directly towards the artillery positions. The Lord has equipped us with counter-surveillance devices. Given the capabilities of the Liyuan Legion, they could not have detected our presence, let alone pinpoint the artillery's exact location. Thus, the only possibility is that a traitor has disclosed information to the Liyuan Legion. Monroe and I were just recently reassigned by the Lord to assist. Prior to that, we had no interactions with either the Liyuan Legion or Lu Liang. Only Gross and his subordinates have engaged with the Liyuan Legion. And let us not forget that previously, the Liyuan Legion was under his command." At these words, a grave expression first crossed Kesha's face. This possibility indeed warranted consideration. However, she could not take Cass's word at face value, even if Gross had previous dealings with the enemy. It was not out of the question that these two might harbor ulterior motives. "Lady Kesha." Just then, a maid approached, presenting a data slate to Kesha. "This is a message just received from the Liyuan Legion." "The Liyuan Legion?" Kesha furrowed her brows. "Why would they send us a message?" Upon receiving the data slate, Kesha's expression changed drastically. A screenshot of a transaction appeared before her eyes. "Imperial Bank record. The Green Water Python Legion has transferred 5 million units of foreign crystals to the Liyuan Legion." "Monroe." Kesha gritted her teeth, and the data slate was instantly crushed in her grip. "Our informants have just received this news. Due to the magnitude of the situation, we have yet to report it to the Lord." The maid spoke softly from the side. "Do you think this matter can remain concealed?" Kesha shot the maid a glare. "Immediately report this to the Lord and issue an arrest warrant for Gross. He alone knows the full extent of this situation. Furthermore, it is imperative that we keep a close watch on Monroe. We must not allow him to take his own life. Once he awakens, inform me immediately." With that said, Kasha cast a sidelong glance at Cass and sneered. "As for him, Simply find any legion to shove him into. Let him serve as a mere foot soldier. As dawn broke, the sun peeked over the horizon, casting a milky glow into the room. Heidi felt as though she were sprawled upon a surface that was neither soft nor hard. This surface was pleasantly smooth to the touch, and most importantly, she could hear a steady, heavy heartbeat. Slowly opening her eyes, she rubbed them and sat up, only to discover that beneath her lay a body with muscles as firm as steel. At that moment, Heidi's eyes widened in disbelief. She had apparently spent the entire night resting on Liyuan. Wasn't I asleep in the armory? Heidi pondered, bewildered as to how she ended up here. But at this moment, nothing else mattered. She had to quickly slip away before Liyuan awoke, to avoid unnecessary complications. Repositioning herself back onto Liyuan's chest, Heidi slithered off to the side of the bed with the grace of a nimble eel. Her movements were so delicate that it seemed as though she was born to execute such a maneuver. Perhaps it was her gentle actions that made Liyuan feel a slight itch. Though still in slumber, he rolled over, instinctively pulling the girl closer into his embrace. Heidi instantly felt her face flush with warmth, her body stiffening in response, yet she dared not move. Moreover, she could distinctly sense that perhaps due to the morning, Liyuan's presence was even more pronounced. Thus, the two remained in this frozen tableau. After an indeterminate amount of time, as the redness on Heidi's cheeks began to subside, she heard Liyuan's somewhat heavy breathing from behind her and felt a surge of secret delight. She gently turned to face him. In the days prior, Liyuan had not even had the chance to shave, and his hair appeared slightly unkempt, yet it did nothing to conceal his strikingly handsome, chiseled features. As Liyuan's breath brushed lightly against her cheek, carrying a faint aroma of tobacco, it was intoxicatingly pleasant. A smile crept onto Heidi's lips. Though her physical form was that of a mere teenager, her soul was that of a fully matured 20-year-old woman, indeed 2 years older than Wanbing. She was well aware of her desires, but had previously refrained from crossing any lines due to Li Shiru's presence. However, the events concerning Wanbing made her realize that Sister Shiru did not mind these matters. With this thought, she inched closer to Liyuan, pressing her flushed cheek against his chest once more. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she gently poked at his robust muscles. "What are you doing?" Liyuan suddenly felt a tickle and slowly opened his eyes, only to find Heidi playfully prodding his abdomen. Her eyes widened in surprise, akin to a thief caught in the act. She looked up into his deep gaze, her face turning the color of a ripe apple. "Master, you are awake. With you poking me like that, how could I possibly remain asleep?" Liyuan yawned, and, noticing that the sun had fully risen, he gradually sat up. It was then that Heidi realized he was still clad in his military uniform from the waist down. For reasons unknown, a sense of melancholy lingered within. "We returned quite late yesterday, and I thought it best not to disturb your roommate, so I took you back," Liyuan explained softly while donning his boots. Heidi, kneeling on the bed, gazed at Liyuan's relaxed form, momentarily lost in thought. Liyuan smiled faintly, aware of her musings, and tossed her clothes before her. "Hurry and get dressed. After we eat, we have matters to attend to." Heidi nodded and quickly donned her attire, following Liyuan out of the room. Chapter 82. The insecure elf. After their meal, they ventured to the armory. At that moment, all the garments had been meticulously completed, neatly folded on the shelves. Liyuan casually picked up a piece. The dark blue cloak appeared exceptionally striking under the light. Crafted from exquisite silk and dye, the fabric felt remarkably soft to the touch. Liyuan nodded in satisfaction, igniting the cloak with his lighter. "Hey, what are you doing?" Heidi rushed forward to intervene, snatching the cloak and attempting to extinguish the flames with her hands. To her astonishment, the fabric remained unscathed, merely warm to the touch. This garment can withstand fire?" Heidi marveled as she caressed the cloak, its supple texture defying her expectations of fireproof clothing, which she had always associated with roughness, rigidity, and considerable weight. Typically, one would wear regular attire underneath and don fireproof gear externally. However, this cloak seemed so comfortable that Heidi felt she could use it as a blanket without issue. Without further ado, Liyuan draped the cloak over his shoulders. The deep blue military uniform of the Liyuan Legion complemented the cloak splendidly, and Liyuan felt immensely at ease wearing it. As he elegantly shook the cloak, Heidi's eyes sparkled with admiration. How incredibly handsome! With the cloak enhancing his presence, Liyuan exuded a newfound gravitas, shedding a trace of recklessness. He too found the cloak's fit to be delightful, both in comfort and aesthetics. Yet, these were not the focal points. As a level 3 piece of equipment, its invisibility feature was its most remarkable attribute. Thus, Liyuan pulled up the hood and confidently strode toward the shadowy corner of the armory. The moment his foot crossed into the shadow, Heidi exclaimed, "Where has your leg gone?" In her eyes, Liyuan appeared in a peculiar state, as if one of his legs had been snipped away like a piece of paper, utterly vanished. In a flurry, she rushed to his side, frantically sifting through the air before soon feeling the solid length of his leg. It hasn't disappeared?" Heidi stammered. Liyuan chuckled, stepping fully into the shadows. Right before Heidi's eyes, he vanished completely. "Where are you?" she cried, hastily entering the shadow only to collide directly with Liyuan's embrace. "Don't be silly," he said with a sigh, lifting the hood just enough to reveal his face. Heidi looked up at Liyuan, only to see his head smilingly floating in midair. "Oh, a ghost," she screamed, attempting to flee, but Liyuan swiftly pulled her back. "I told you not to cause a fuss." With a hint of exasperation, Liyuan removed his cloak, prompting Heidi to cease her cries and curiously gaze at him. This garment can render one invisible? Even the most naive could discern the reality of the situation. Ignoring her astonishment, Liyuan donned the cloak once more and said, "Take a closer look. Can you discern any outlines?" Upon hearing this, Heidi stepped back, squinting her eyes for a better view. After approximately half a minute, she nodded slightly. "I think I can see a faint outline." Subsequently, she circled around Liyuan for a closer inspection, ultimately drawing near enough to see the portion of his face not concealed by the hood. At that moment, Liyuan seemed to exist in an entirely different dimension, with only half of his face exposed. Yet, when viewed from another angle, that half of his face also vanished. After relaying her observations to Liyuan, he nodded slightly. As this had long been anticipated, only the areas obscured by the cloak would remain unseen. "What about this?" Liyuan said, tossing a pair of glasses to Heidi. After putting them on, Heidi nodded in understanding. "Now I can see clearly. It's no different from ordinary clothing." "Excellent," Liyuan responded with satisfaction, activating his communicator to connect with Weiwei. "Weiwei, gather your kin and come to the armory immediately." Taken aback, Weiwei realized that since joining the Liyuan Legion, her conversations with Liyuan had not exceeded 50 words. "Yes, Commander, I shall bring them at once." A glimmer of joy filled her heart. This was the first time Liyuan had summoned her. 10 minutes later, nearly 50 tall elven female soldiers stood before Liyuan. "Commander, the Huanwe elves have assembled." Weiwei led the elves, kneeling on one knee, their heads bowed towards Liyuan's boots. "Rise," he instructed, gesturing towards the shadow cloaks on the rack behind him. "I have prepared some garments for you. Try them on." Upon hearing this, Weiwei and the others looked towards the neatly arranged cloaks on the rack, clearly identical to Liyuan's. "Are these for us?" Weiwei's voice trembled with excitement, as the soft material reflecting the sunlight hinted at their considerable value. "Go on, try them on," Liyuan said with a smile. "Thank you, master." Weiwei's cheeks flushed slightly, exhilarated to accept such a favor from him for the first time. As the elves donned the cloaks, Liyuan's eyes sparkled with delight. The Huanwe elves were already poised and capable, and the addition of these cloaks bestowed upon them an air of elegance and intellect. The elves exchanged glances, caressing the soft fabric, their faces alight with joy. Clearly, they had never worn such fine garments before. Moreover, each cloak fit them perfectly, as if tailored specifically for them. "So, are you all satisfied?" Liyuan inquired as he approached them. "Thank you ever so much for your generous gift, master," exclaimed Lu Weiwei, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "We truly appreciate it." "Ah, I'm glad to hear that," Liyuan replied, amused by Lu Weiwei's reaction. He had not anticipated that the usually composed and mature Lu Weiwei could exhibit such an adorable side. However, she suddenly inquired with a hint of apprehension, "Master, is this all there is to the cloaks?" Nodding slightly, Liyuan replied, "There is nothing to conceal. I initially intended to provide each sister in the entire regiment with one, but regrettably, due to limited materials, this is all I can offer at this time." Upon hearing this, Lu Weiwei's expression dimmed slightly, and she promptly removed the cloak she was wearing, folding it neatly before kneeling before Liyuan. "What are you doing?" Liyuan asked, intrigued, as he noticed the other elves sharing similar reactions. "Master, thank you for your generosity," Lu Weiwei said, her voice tinged with fervor. "However, we are merely your servants and do not deserve such fine garments." Moreover, Vice Officer Li and the other female soldiers have yet to receive such a grand gift from you, so we must not overstep our bounds. Lu Liang found himself at a loss for words. While Lu Weiwei possessed many admirable qualities, she exhibited a troubling sense of inferiority. She had always believed her kin were captured slaves, and despite her assertions that they were no longer slaves, but rather members of the Liyuan Legion, they still felt inferior. This was evident in her tone when conversing with Li Shira and others. To Lu Weiwei, any kindness bestowed upon them by Lu Liang seemed undeserved, particularly if it was granted to them individually. As Lu Liang gazed at Lu Weiwei kneeling before him, she kept her head bowed, holding the cloak above her head. He slowly crouched down and gently lifted her chin, locking eyes with her. The elven princess was startled by this unexpected gesture and shyly averted her gaze. I offer you these garments not as a reward, Lu Liang spoke softly. This cloak is intended for the upcoming mission. Feeling the depth of Lu Liang's breath, Lu Weiwei's face flushed crimson. After assisting her to her feet, the other elves gradually rose as well. I shall reiterate one final time. Lu Liang addressed all the elves present. You are no longer slaves, and your status is not inferior to that of the other female soldiers in the regiment. The Liyuan Legion has never had female slaves, and it shall not in the future. Therefore, stand tall and interact sincerely with everyone. Now, please don your cloaks properly. I will guide you in familiarizing yourselves with their functions. Upon hearing Lu Liang's words, the elves felt their eyes welling with tears. He had never referred to them as slaves, nor had anyone in the Legion ever looked down upon them. Instead, they had been concerned about their ability to integrate into the environment and had taken great care of them. Their struggles stemmed from their own feelings of inferiority, or perhaps from witnessing their comrades endure the inhumane treatment inflicted by the Porcupine Legion, leading them to lose hope for genuine human connection. Master, thank you, Lu Weiwei whispered, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She no longer uttered any words of gratitude. Seizing the moment while Lu Liang was still taken aback, she abruptly lowered her head and pressed her delicate lips against his. How bold of you to act so swiftly. Observing Lu Weiwei's audacity, Lu Liang merely chuckled softly. He had grown accustomed to such scenarios. Lu Weiwei smiled sweetly. Now that the commander had acknowledged her identity, she felt emboldened to engage in some unconventional actions. Subsequently, the others donned their attire once more, and Lu Liang retreated into the shadows under the watchful gaze of all. Is he invisible? Lu Weiwei's eyes widened in astonishment, but she quickly murmured, no. It's stealth. It's a high-level stealth technique. Hearing her words, Lu Liang couldn't help but smile. Truly, she was an expert in stealth, capable of discerning the nuances at a glance. Just now, you could see me, couldn't you? He inquired as he stepped out from the shadows. Lu Weiwei nodded. I could perceive a slight deviation from the surrounding environment. If I were to entrust you with such garments, would you be able to infiltrate a heavily fortified stronghold? At this, Lu Weiwei's eyes sparkled. Master, of course, it's entirely feasible. After all, I have been trained in stealth since childhood, and I am thoroughly proficient in it. It is precisely because of this training that I was able to detect your presence, and that was only because I was aware of your existence. To my knowledge, no one in the entire empire has mastered stealth to such an extent. Lu Liang nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. In that case, take the garments back and familiarize yourselves with them. Tomorrow, there will be an important mission. Understood, Master. With that, Lu Weiwei departed the armory with the elves. Lu Liang then removed his cloak, preparing to command the mechanical laborers to tidy up the battlefield. After more than 2 days of relentless combat, the armory had been left in utter disarray. Master, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Heidi remarked as she started to exit. I wish to see what the armory of Bloodwolf Fortress is truly like. Wait, Lu Liang suddenly called out, retrieving the last cloak from the rack and tossing it to Heidi. She nearly fumbled the catch, only managing to grasp one corner of the cloak. As it unfurled, Heidi realized that this particular cloak was shorter than the others. This one is for you, Lu Liang said with a warm smile. Although you won't be on the front lines, this cloak is woven from precious silk and would undoubtedly look lovely on you. Consider it a reward for your hard work during this time. Approaching her, Lu Liang bent down to drape it over her shoulders personally. Heidi stiffened, allowing him to fasten the buttons. Very good. I was previously concerned it might be a tad short, he remarked with satisfaction upon seeing her charming appearance. You're beginning to exhibit a touch of noble elegance. With that, Heidi dashed out of the armory. Lu Liang stood frozen, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, reflecting. Is my face now devoid of value? Chapter 83. Information on the lords. By the time they returned to the command room, it was already noon. Liyuan was enjoying his meal while briefly recounting the events to Liyuan. She nodded, having long suspected that his extensive purchase of silk thread was intended for warfare. Yet she was astonished to learn he had fashioned an invisibility cloak. This significantly bolstered their chances of successfully attacking the Celis oil field. In response, Liyuan chuckled and shook his head. It's not merely a matter of increased odds. It's about enhanced reputation. What do you mean? Liyuan inquired, puzzled. Oh, you'll understand in due time, Liyuan replied, settling into a chair. The envoy should be arriving today. Liyuan, taking on a serious demeanor, stated. Most will arrive in the afternoon, though a few from farther away will come by evening. However, she hesitated, her words trailing off. If there's a problem, just say it. We've known each other long enough to discuss anything, Liyuan said with a smile. Who are you calling old married couple? Liyuan shot him a glare, reflecting on how little time had passed since their acquaintance. Less than a month. Liyuan chuckled softly, pulling her onto his lap. Stop it. What if someone walks in and sees us? Liyuan's cheeks flushed as she nervously glanced towards the doorway. It's midday. Everyone is napping after lunch. Who would come in? Liyuan remarked, gently lifting her onto the conference table instead. After a while, Liyuan leaned against Liyuan, caressing his cheek. I've put you through quite a bit during this time, Liyuan said with a grin. Huh, you still remember me? Liyuan retorted, dissatisfied. First it was Wanbing, then Heidi, and this morning you called Wei to the armory. Who knows what you two were up to in there? You've wronged me there, Liyuan replied, playfully squeezing her soft thigh. What could I possibly do in public? Although, she did sneak a kiss when I wasn't paying attention. Wei? Sneaking a kiss from you? Liyuan scoffed. Come on, such a good girl wouldn't he dare? Liyuan shook his head in resignation, bemused that she would doubt his honesty. By the way, what were you hesitating to say earlier? He redirected the conversation. Transitioning to the matter at hand, Liyuan adopted a serious tone. The envoys will be gathered this evening, but we lack sufficient provisions to properly host them. Upon hearing this, Liyuan furrowed his brow slightly. Host? What do we need to host them with? All we have left are the supplies seized from the Porcupine Legion. Can those accustomed to a life of luxury even stomach such fare? Liyuan questioned. Is this truly what troubles you? Liyuan nodded. Liyuan chuckled softly. We can eat it. Why can't they? Besides, we have no obligation to pamper them. They're merely here to witness a performance. He continued nonchalantly. The purpose of inviting them is to elevate our own fame and garner greater renown. Their enjoyment is of no concern to us. Liyuan let out a resigned sigh, having understood Liyuan's stance from the moment he began to speak. Although unaware of the sudden high profile of her man, Liyuan did not intend to inquire further, as he surely had his own reasons. Nevertheless, she took out a data board, opened a document, and handed it to Liyuan. This contains all the information regarding the lords that I accessed using your privileges. Meticulously organized. With her delicate fingers gliding across the board, she remarked, I know you likely disdain the idea of us handling such tasks. However, given your recent actions, it's probable that you have offended these lords. I believe it would be prudent to familiarize ourselves with their information beforehand, lest we remain oblivious to the reasons behind any potential enmity. Liyuan nodded and offered Liyuan a faint smile. She always put in considerable effort in areas she deemed trivial, striving to prepare logistical support for him. Liyuan gently squeezed Liyuan's shoulder, saying, Take your time to review it. I shall brew you a cup of tea. After she left, Liyuan began to examine the document with great care. He had to admit that Liyuan's work was exceptionally thorough. The dossier contained information on over 30 lords, from which Liyuan had extracted the most crucial details and recorded them in a straightforward manner, subsequently organizing them into a document with her annotations highlighting key points. After a cursory glance, Liyuan identified several lords that warranted his attention. Foremost among them was Lord White Elephant, from whom he had just annihilated a hedgehog battalion, placing them in a state of hostility. Yet, this individual had the audacity to lower himself to recruit him, indicating a person capable of flexibility. Moreover, in terms of overall strength, although Lord White Elephant was slightly weaker than Lord Black Tiger, his territory boasted an abundance of mineral resources. Such vast riches would undoubtedly incite envy among others. However, as of now, no reports had surfaced of any lord managing to gain significant advantage within his domain. Even if they occasionally seized his territory, it would swiftly be reclaimed. Of course, smaller oil fields, like the Saris oil field, were of little concern to Lord White Elephant, which explained his lack of urgency in launching an offensive. However, once Liyuan sold this oil field to Ireina, the situation would shift dramatically. Once the banner of the Lannister family waved over the Saris oil field, no lord would dare to provoke them. Speaking of the Lannister family, Liyuan deemed that her second point of concern should be Lord Redleaf. Among the lords invited to send envoys, Lord Redleaf was undoubtedly the most prominent. He commanded nearly 60 legions, all of considerable strength, with the most formidable legion ranking among the top 300. From this perspective, his might even surpassed that of Ireina. Regarding Ireina, it was rumored that Lord Redleaf was supported by members of the Lannister family, and there were whispers that he might actually be a distant relative of theirs. From this alone, he could already be considered an adversary, especially since her employer was vying to usurp the position of the Lannister patriarch. Moreover, the enigmatic Lord of the Crimson Leaves rarely graces social gatherings, and when she does make an appearance, it is often veiled behind a mask. To outsiders, she is merely known to be a woman, presumably in her 30s to 40s. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that this is merely a fade. In this regard, she bears a certain resemblance to Ireina. Nevertheless, according to intelligence reports, the Lord of the Crimson Leaves is not one to wield her power to oppress the weak indiscriminately. On the contrary, she takes great pleasure in mediating conflicts among neighboring lords and extends economic assistance to feeble factions. Liyuan smiled and shook his head, finding her to be quite the peculiar individual. Chapter 84. It's nothing, just a brawl in the afternoon, while awaiting the arrival of the envoys. Liyuan convened a meeting with the command staff. The agenda was rather straightforward. Firstly, to issue orders for an assault on the Saris oil field the following day. Secondly, to finalize the operational plan. Ireina had already relayed the intelligence to Liyuan, who perused it with a sense of astonishment. One could not deny that even in her marginalized position, Ireina's prowess was unmatched by the Liyuan Legion. The methods she employed to gather intelligence were truly commendable. Within just a few days, she had acquired an almost comprehensive understanding of the internal structure and armament allocation of the Saris oil field. Liyuan even mused that, if necessary, Ireina could likely uncover the number of moles on the wife of the oil field's manager. Had it been her undertaking, even a decade would not suffice to achieve such meticulousness. Distributing the documents to everyone, they briefly skimmed through the materials before setting down their data pads. All eyes turning to Liyuan. What are you all staring at me for? Liyuan felt a bit unnerved under their scrutiny. Waiting for your orders. Lu Weiwei replied with a cheerful smile. It doesn't really matter whether we look at it or not. Even if we had suggestions, you'd probably disregard them. After that kiss, Lu Weiwei had noticeably relaxed around Liyuan. Indeed, Weiwei is correct, Su Wanbing chimed in. Our opinions hold little weight. You might as well issue your commands directly. Upon hearing this, Liyuan turned to Liyuan. Am I really that domineering? Without a moment's hesitation, Liyuan nodded emphatically. Although Liyuan was generally amiable towards everyone in the Legion, once he had made a decision, it was as if not even a herd of oxen could sway him. More importantly, after all their experiences, the team gradually recognized that Liyuan's decisions were not mere acts of stubbornness. Rather, his arrangements on the battlefield were invariably optimal. As time passed, they ceased to challenge Liyuan's resolutions, focusing instead on obedience. With a resigned shrug, Liyuan acknowledged that he needed to exercise greater caution. The data indicated that the current defense of the Saris oil field was jointly managed by the Black Bear Legion and the Spotted Hyena Legion. Neither of the two legions boasted considerable strength, yet both possessed distinct styles. The Hyena Legion possesses no remarkable characteristics. Its soldiers are merely ordinary humans, unenhanced and unmodified, equipped with relatively outdated weaponry. The sole distinction of the Hyena Legion lies in its sheer numbers, an astonishing force of 20,000. Much like the hyenas on the savannah, they compensate for their lack of strength with overwhelming quantity. Once they form a substantial group, even the mighty lions must retreat. Consequently, the Hyena Legion ranks impressively, sitting at over 6,000 on the leaderboard. As for the Black Bear Legion, its combat style bears a close resemblance to that of the Porcupine Legion. However, their enhancers are somewhat inferior in strength, and their weaponry is notably subpar. The reason the Black Tiger Lord dares to deploy these two relatively weak legions to safeguard the fortress is twofold. Firstly, he finds himself somewhat overwhelmed, and secondly, the Celis oil field is inherently a robust stronghold. Its walls are constructed entirely of reinforced concrete, enveloped in thick steel plating. Even cannon fire would merely create a small crater at most. Moreover, the White Elephant Lord previously excavated a deep trench around the walls to enhance security. Unless the gates are wide open, it is virtually impossible for a large army to gain entry. The only reason Gross was able to conquer it was due to the Black Tiger Lord's placement of a traitor within, facilitating the opening of the gates. In light of this, Liyuan intends to emulate the Black Tiger Lord's earlier strategy. While inserting a traitor at this juncture is impractical, if he and Lu Weiwei, along with the others, don shadow cloaks and infiltrate, they should be able to open the gates from within without significant difficulty. This approach allows him to command the battlefield from behind enemy lines, greatly enhancing control, while also accomplishing the optional task assigned by the system. Perfect. As for the frontal battlefield, with Copper Shield-class armored vehicles stationed, dealing with the two legions poses no challenge. Once he can open the gates and allow them entry, it would essentially be a slaughter for those inside. After succinctly outlining his thoughts, a profound silence enveloped the room. Liyuan glanced at Li Shiru, who appeared equally pale. "If there are any differing opinions, please share," he said, reclining in his chair with a leisurely demeanor. The others remained taciturn, reluctant to voice their concerns for Lu Liang's safety, yet hesitant to oppose him outright, though they often jested and played with Lu Liang in casual moments. His words carried weight in serious matters. Ultimately, it was Li Shiru who mustered the courage to softly inquire, "Is there any way you could refrain from going?" Lu Liang looked up at Li Shiru, his gaze devoid of reproach. He understood that everyone present was genuinely worried for his safety. Nonetheless, the potential rewards from the system warranted the risk. It seems I have been underestimated." Lu Liang chuckled at the anxious expressions of the female soldiers. "Surely, you do not believe your commander is merely a reclusive figure, holed up in his room, capable only of crafting weapons?" Upon hearing these words, Li Shiru instinctively shook her head. She was acutely aware of Lu Liang's physical prowess. Nevertheless, this did not justify any reckless endeavors. After witnessing the crowd's reaction multiple times, Lu Liang let out a helpless chuckle and called out, "Lu Weiwei, your servant is here." Lu Weiwei exclaimed, surprised that Lu Liang had summoned her, immediately kneeling on one knee. "Select a few of your kin with exceptional skills for me," Lu Liang instructed, rising and twisting his neck, producing a series of creaks. "I need to stretch a bit." At this, Lu Weiwei was taken aback. "Master, are you intending to?" "Nothing much, just a little sparring," Lu Liang replied with a smile. Chapter 85. The Commanderess Might Have You Heard? The commander is set to challenge the elves under Sister Weiwei in the armory. What? Impossible. The commander is human. How could he possibly match up against them? Trust me, my sources are reliable. It appears the commander insists on leading from the front, despite some resistance from the command hierarchy. Thus, he has staged this contest to prove his capabilities. Is that so? But even so, there is no need to fight the elves. I have witnessed their combat prowess. It is simply beyond human reach. Who knows? Regardless of the outcome, to me, the commander will always be the most dashing. Indeed, to see the commander in action again means my little film archive can once more be updated. Film archive? Don't forget to share a copy with me later. Sure. But you'll need to trade me 2 boxes of luncheon meat for it. Stop chatting, or we'll lose our good spots. The moment the female soldiers heard that their commander was to engage in combat, they could no longer contain their excitement, abandoning their tasks to rush towards the armory. In no time, the armory was swarmed with onlookers. Li Shiru glanced around helplessly. Had it not been for the intervention of her fellow female officers in the command, the armory would likely have been overflowing. It was uncertain who had leaked the news. Under Li Shiru's orders, aside from a handful of commanding officers, only Lu Weiwei's cadre of female elves remained in the armory. Soon, the doors swung open, and all others were left outside to spectate. The female soldiers' admiration for Lu Liang bordered on fanaticism. She would not overly impede their enthusiasm, as long as they did not disrupt the fight. Of course, the armory's entrance could only accommodate so many at once, making it impossible for 1,000 female soldiers to observe simultaneously. Consequently, those positioned at the front eagerly pulled out their phones, hoping to capture this rare moment. As many of their comrades still awaited their turn to glimpse the action, "Make sure to send me a copy tonight," Su Wanbing murmured to a nearby soldier who was recording. "Don't worry, Sister Bing, it'll be high definition," the soldier replied with a grin. Within the armory, the elven soldiers had assembled in formation. Liyuan removed his military jacket and shirt, revealing only a gray tank top underneath. His well-defined muscles were exposed to the air, causing the female officers present to gulp audibly. Has it only been a few days? The commander's physique has improved significantly. I've never seen him train before. Commander, you are truly dashing. Commander, may I touch your muscles? I promise to strive in battle next time. Upon hearing the calls from the female soldiers outside, Liyuan smiled faintly and walked toward the center of the field. The elven maidens immediately knelt on one knee in respectful acknowledgement. Master, gesturing for them to rise. Liyuan gazed at the crowd, his eyes glinting with determination. Lu Weiwei has already informed you, I presume. Now, you may send forth 3 of your number to launch an attack against me. As he spoke, Liyuan turned to the bewildered Lu Weiwei, adding, if they can withstand my prowess for 10 minutes, I shall refrain from insisting on personally entering the battlefield. At this moment, Liyuan was uncertain of his true abilities and did not wish to overestimate himself. It would indeed be embarrassing to be defeated by these elven maidens. Upon hearing his words, the elven maidens exchanged glances, none daring to make a move. Stepping quietly beside Liyuan, Lu Weiwei whispered, Commander, I believe it would be prudent for you to take them on one at a time. I fear you may be overwhelmed if they all attack simultaneously. Liyuan waved dismissively. Nonsense. This will provide them with a splendid opportunity to witness the might of their master. With a resigned sigh, Lu Weiwei retreated to the side and signaled 3 elven maidens to step forward. What is their level of strength within your ranks? Liyuan inquired softly, seizing the opportunity to gauge his own capabilities. Having undergone numerous enhancements through the system, Liyuan felt a profound confidence in his strength. Moreover, he had discovered that the system's concept of physical prowess encompassed not only muscle mass, but also reflexes, bodily resilience, learning capacity, and even recovery speed after injury. In the days spent crafting weapons, he had also utilized his meal times to seek out martial arts tutorials online. Thanks to his enhanced learning ability, he could master many techniques after just a single viewing. Thus, even without physical augmentation, Liyuan's grasp of martial arts was formidable enough to deter most adversaries. They all possess roughly equal strength, Lu Weiwei replied, lacking confidence. I wish to hear the truth, Liyuan replied, casting a sidelong glance at her. Yes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Weiwei divulged. All 3 of them are relatively young and have undergone only a short period of training. However, even so, their close combat skills far exceed. Understood, Liyuan interjected, shifting his gaze to the 3 elven girls. It appeared he had indeed underestimated them. The girls, embodying a sweet and charming demeanor, bore little distinction from ordinary high school girls apart from their somewhat taller statures, combined with a hint of youthful innocence and purity. Yet their graceful figures were beyond what typical high school girls could compare. Upon encountering Liyuan, the girls visibly trembled, their heads bowed in silence. Hee. No need to be so tense. Relax. Liyuan approached them gently, patting their bare shoulders in a gesture of comfort. Feeling the strength of his reassuring touch, the elven maiden's apprehension began to dissipate, their youthful cheeks flushing with a hint of color. After all, they couldn't bear to strike Liyuan. You may assail me at will. Should you succeed in bringing me down, I shall reward you generously. As Liyuan spoke, he raised an eyebrow slightly at the few individuals before him. Likewise, I shall show no mercy, and if any of you are wounded, do not shed tears. The girls found amusement in Liyuan's words, their spirits instantly lifting. Having said that, Liyuan retreated to a distance, his previous gentleness replaced by a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Now, let the contest commence. Lu Weiwei, acting as the referee, declared loudly, then moved beside the girls. Be cautious, and ensure you do not harm your master. Although these 3 girls were the youngest and relatively the weakest in their team, the structure of an elf's body differed entirely from that of a human. In terms of speed, strength, and reflexes, they were undeniably superior to humans. Moreover, the Twilight Elves dedicated their lives to mastering close combat assassination and stealth techniques, rendering their combat prowess significantly greater than that of other elves. During Liyuan's time in the workshop producing weapons, the girls had engaged in relevant experiments during their leisure. Among the female officers, aside from Liyuan and Su Wanbing, who was a cat girl, none could withstand more than a few exchanges under Lu Weiwei's command, while the others were almost instantly defeated. As for the ordinary female soldiers, They could not even graze Lu Weiwei, even when attacking in groups of over a dozen. It was precisely due to such formidable strength that Lu Weiwei and her companions could undertake infiltration missions in perilous battlefields. Furthermore, Lu Weiwei had heard gossip from others and was aware of Lu Liang's background. As a reclusive, tech-savvy individual, even though Lu Liang's physical capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary people, she believed he could not contend with the powerful Twilight Elves. Additionally, given that the Twilight Elves devoted their lives to learning close combat techniques, they could easily overpower Lu Liang. This is why Lu Weiwei cautioned the three girls to be gentle. If they inadvertently harmed Lu Liang, her standing in the regiment would be jeopardized. The girls nodded, for their master was the one they trusted and admired most, and they were determined to ensure he suffered no harm whatsoever. Their mission was simply to defeat Lu Liang, thus preventing him from heading to the front lines. Soon, the elves encircled Lu Liang, and the leading girl suddenly launched an attack, kicking toward Lu Liang's face. Commander, be careful. Lu Liang remained calm, standing still without flinching. The booted foot halted merely a centimeter from his face, allowing Lu Liang to catch a whiff of the leather. The force of the kick even sent a gentle breeze his way. The observing female soldiers finally exhaled in relief, maintaining her kicking stance. The elven girl gazed up at Lu Liang. Why do you not evade? The girl curiously inquired. Lu Liang chuckled softly, gently pinching her ankle with 2 fingers and pushing her away. Because there is no intent to kill. You never truly intended to strike me, so it makes no difference whether I evade or not. The girl lowered her leg, her cheeks slightly flushed, as if her thoughts had been read. Yes, I apologize, master. Do not heed your princess's words. Unleash your full strength against me, Lu Liang continued. If the elves cannot attack with their utmost power, they will never gauge their true capabilities. You do not wish for me to advance to the front lines, do you? Then demonstrate your full strength to impede me. If you can defeat me, I shall promise not to go to the front, but I find that rather improbable. Lu Liang's voice was remarkably relaxed, yet his tone exuded the authority of a superior, his pitch-black eyes devoid of any light. The girls felt a jolt of alarm, akin to timid rabbits ensnared in the gaze of a lion, and dared not meet Lu Liang's piercing stare. After uttering this, Lu Liang beckoned with his finger, signaling the girls to commence their assault. The 3 elven maidens exchanged glances, determination gradually dawning in their eyes. They then spread out slowly, encircling Lu Liang. Now, this is more like it. Lu Liang nodded, pleased to see the desired effect. The girl from before suddenly soared into the air, delivering a kick aimed squarely at Lu Liang's head, devoid of any hesitation. As the tip of her shoe approached his nose, Lu Liang remained unfazed, merely shifting to the side. The shoe brushed against his nose before crashing heavily onto the ground, producing a dull thud that left the onlookers in awe. What immense strength! They marveled. Despite her sweet and charming appearance, the girl, often seen as the neighborhood sister among her peers, possessed such formidable prowess. Li Shi and Su Wanbing exchanged wry smiles. They had initially felt a sense of pride, believing they could hold their own against Lu Weiwei. However, it now appeared that during their previous encounter, Lu Weiwei had barely exerted 30% of her strength. This exemplified the terrifying physical prowess of the elves. The female soldiers, witnessing this, swallowed hard, realizing they could no longer toy with these elven maidens. Undeterred, the elves clapped their hands to the ground, propelling their long legs upward to deliver a kick aimed at Lu Liang's chin. Lu Liang smirked, slightly turning his face to evade the strike, but deftly grasped the delicate ankle of the elf, yanking her backward with force. Caught off guard, the elf was propelled through the air, and had it not been for her companions catching her, she would have surely suffered a harsh fall. Tossing the boot he had retained back to her, Lu Liang's expression remained unruffled. To him, the elf's movements appeared as if played in slow motion, rendering it impossible to ascertain his true limits. All 3 of you, come at me together, he declared. Upon hearing this, the girls promptly donned their boots again and exchanged glances filled with resolve. In an instant, they launched their coordinated attack. One leaped to deliver a kick to Lu Liang's chest, while the other 2 targeted his lower body from the sides. Clearly, this was a tactic reserved for combat against formidable foes. Lu Liang smiled faintly and jumped in place, executing a simultaneous kick that landed perfectly on the shoulders of the 2 girls. They were sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. He had restrained his strength during this strike. Otherwise, it would have been enough to keep them incapacitated for weeks. gazing up at his own silhouette soaring through the air. Liyuan twisted his waist and forcefully rotated his body, pushing aside the girl's long legs and gently patting her backhand. With a sharp clap, the girl landed gracefully. Her pretty face immediately flushed with a rosy hue. The female soldiers stared at the pair in astonishment, their eyes reflecting envy. Liyuan chuckled, shaking his fingers, pleased with the sensation. The girl, rubbing her sore backside, looked at him with a hint of allure. "Master, you are quite wicked," she said coyly. In response, Liyuan merely smiled and hurried to check on the two fallen sprites. "Are you both all right?" he asked with concern. "And no, we're fine. Thank you for your concern, Master." The sprite girls replied, a bit taken aback by his attentiveness. Aside from a slight pain in their posteriors from the fall, they had indeed sustained no injuries. This was partly due to their inherently robust physical constitution, but more importantly, Liyuan had only lightly kicked their shoulders, essentially just sending them flying. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in a deafening cheer. "The commander is so handsome. The commander is so gentle. The commander is so powerful." Amidst the clamor, Liyuan helped the two girls to their feet, beaming at Lu Weiwei. "So, do I now qualify to join the battle?" Lu Weiwei stood frozen, while Liyuan gently nudged her. The two whispered for a moment, and a hint of helplessness crossed Lu Weiwei's face. Master, I believe," Lu Weiwei gathered her courage, "that the three of them are still young and shouldn't count. How about you spar with someone else?" Hearing this, Liyuan shot a glance at Liyuan. "Is this the poor advice you've given her?" Liyuan simply stuck out her tongue playfully, showcasing her cuteness, while Su Wanbing directly advised Liyuan to concede. As his wife, creating a few minor obstacles was acceptable. Liyuan sighed and shrugged. Since he had yet to ascertain his own limits, he decided to indulge her request. Chapter 86. Ancient Martial Arts, A Lifelong Dream? Lu Weiwei stepped forward, gazing at Liyuan, then knelt on one knee. "Master, to save time, I shall serve as your opponent. Please do not hold back. Defeat me with your full strength." Likewise, she vowed to exert all her powers solely to protect him from danger. Lu Weiwei did not conceal her true feelings, openly expressing her thoughts. In her view, striking her master was an unforgivable sin. However, for his safety, she was willing to bear any blame. Even if it meant injuring Liyuan and being expelled from the Liyuan Legion, she would accept the consequences without hesitation. Liyuan nodded, his expression growing serious. Having witnessed Lu Weiwei in battle, he recognized her as the strongest among the leaders of the Wild Moon Sprites. Indeed, within the entire Liyuan Legion, aside from the Sha sisters, no one else could match her prowess. As for whether he could defeat her, Liyuan felt uncertain. Nevertheless, it was such a formidable opponent that would allow him to tap into his full potential. "Sister Liyuan, could you please serve as the judge for this moment?" Lu Weiwei's enchanting gaze fixed intently on Liyuan, her voice slightly cold. This was indicative of her readiness for combat. Sensing the killing intent emanating from Lu Weiwei, Liyuan furrowed her brows. "Take it easy. This is merely a sparring session within the Legion." In response, Lu Weiwei flashed a sweet smile. "Rest assured. Commence." As soon as Liyuan finished, she stepped back. At that moment, Lu Weiwei swiftly appeared before Liyuan, her slender, jade-like hands clenched into fists, striking fiercely toward his abdomen. Liyuan's expression darkened as he abruptly retreated, narrowly evading the blow. Before he could fully react, Lu Weiwei executed a backflip, her long legs aimed directly at his chin. Recalling that fateful scene from before, Liyuan gasped. That individual had had their jaw shattered. With that thought, Liyuan positioned his hands against his chest, leveraging Lu Weiwei's leg strength to propel himself into the air, performing a graceful backflip and landing steadily. Witnessing this spectacle, the female soldiers erupted into cheers. Both Liyuan and Lu Weiwei's performances were nothing short of cinematic. In the eyes of the female soldiers, they had transcended the limits of human capability. In less than 2 seconds, Lu Weiwei launched 2 seamless attacks, and it was evident that she was holding nothing back this time. Liyuan's performance astounded everyone, managing to evade such ferocious assaults with style, landing in a backflip. Liyuan and her companions were equally astonished. This level of combat was indeed beyond what mere mortals like themselves could compare to. Yet, a peculiar question arose in their minds. While it was understandable for Lu Weiwei, being a princess of the elf race, to possess such close combat prowess, how could the commander, a fellow human without any enhancement surgeries, achieve such feats? Master, are you unharmed? Lu Weiwei approached with concern, fearing that her earlier actions might have injured Lu Liang. She had initially thought there was no way he could evade her strike, intending to halt at the last moment, only to be surprised when he utilized her strength to escape. Shaking off her slightly numb arms, Lu Liang felt a surge of fighting spirit and cheerfully replied, I'm fine. I'm fine. Let us continue. This was precisely the kind of opponent he desired. However, Lu Liang understood that this was not Lu Weiwei's limit, nor his own. Although astonished by her speed, the enhanced nerve endings granted by the system afforded him adequate reaction time. Seeing that Lu Liang was unharmed, Lu Weiwei stepped back, raised one leg, and began to squat slowly into a peculiar stance. Master, I shall now become serious. Observing Lu Weiwei's posture, the onlookers were left perplexed. While the movement appeared somewhat graceful, it lacked any sense of coordination. None present were novices in combat, even if their skills fell far short of Lu Weiwei's level. Who among them had not engaged in close quarters fighting on the battlefield? However, this peculiar martial art is indeed something that has never been witnessed before. Ancient martial arts? A smile crept upon Lu Liang's face. Through his elevated privileges, he had acquired a wealth of clandestine martial knowledge that belonged to the imperial domain, delving into various related subjects as well. Much like in his previous life, ancient martial arts had nearly faded into obscurity in this world, leaving behind merely some documentation and rudimentary sketches. When compared to other combat styles, the potency of ancient martial arts undoubtedly surpassed the former, exuding a fiercer intensity. Nevertheless, mastering ancient martial arts necessitated an extraordinarily robust physique, coupled with years of diligent practice to truly grasp its essence. Due to this challenge, ancient martial arts gradually succumbed to the more accessible and easier-to-learn combat techniques, ultimately leading to its decline. However, after undergoing systematic enhancement, Lu Liang's physical prowess and learning capacity had reached the zenith of human potential, rendering the pursuit of ancient martial arts a trivial endeavor. Thus, from the outset, Lu Liang's focus had been on ancient martial arts. What he did not anticipate was that he would not be the last inheritor of these arts. The Huangyue elven clan had remarkably preserved the tradition of practicing ancient martial arts. Upon hearing Lu Liang's words, Lu Weiwei was taken aback and soon exclaimed, Master, you know ancient martial arts? To Lu Weiwei, Lu Liang was merely a weapons engineer, an absolute master in weaponry, yet a novice in combat. The term ancient martial arts had not graced the internet in a considerable time. Lu Liang merely smiled, then inhaled deeply, lifting one leg to assume the same stance as Lu Weiwei. Lu Weiwei's mouth fell slightly agape. Astonished by Lu Liang's fluidity in executing such a precise ancient martial arts posture, even surpassing her own. Could it be that the master is indeed a martial genius? Lu Weiwei mused to herself. Let us begin, Lu Liang declared, his expression sharpening as he initiated his strike, propelling himself toward Lu Weiwei. Startled, Lu Weiwei quickly rolled to evade, but Lu Liang countered with a swift punch aimed at her chest. Lu Weiwei raised her arm to block. But the moment her arm met his fist, she felt as though she had been struck by a truck, hurtling backward. With a forceful twist of her waist, Lu Weiwei spun in the air before gently landing. Yet, Lu Liang was almost simultaneously upon her. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their movements so rapid that they seemed to blur into indistinct shadows. Onlookers were transfixed, forgetting even to cheer. It was their first encounter with such a display of combat. Suddenly, Lu Liang raised his knee to intercept Lu Weiwei's incoming kick, then thrust his palm forward. A glimmer of amusement flashed across Lu Weiwei's face. This was her master's opening. Intentionally exposing her back to Lu Liang, she swiftly twisted her waist and delivered a backward kick. She did not exert full force. As long as she grazed Lu Liang's face, she would consider it a victory. In this manner, her master would no longer need to confront danger on the battlefield directly. At that moment, an identical smile emerged on Lu Liang's face. The palm he had just thrust was, in fact, a feigned opening as well. Just when Lu Liwei thought she had gained the upper hand, Lu Liang suddenly altered the trajectory of his palm, striking towards the long leg that she had kicked at him. Due to the moderate force exerted, Lu Liang merely redirected the path of Lu Liwei's foot, causing her heel to brush past his ear as it flew by. With a swift descent of his body, he executed a graceful sweeping leg kick that struck the foot upon which Lu Liwei was balancing. Suddenly deprived of support, Lu Liwei's figure faltered, and she promptly fell. However, Lu Liang was quick-witted and caught her in his embrace before standing upright. Master, I. Lu Liwei found herself cradled in Lu Liang's arms, her mind momentarily blank. Feeling the warmth of his broad chest, the elven princess's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly averted her gaze. My apologies, did I hurt you? Lu Liang inquired with genuine concern, gently squeezing her ankle with one hand. And no, it's fine, master. Lu Liwei stammered in response, her voice imbued with an overwhelming sense of happiness and timidity. Such a minor injury was inconsequential to her. Being nestled in Lu Liang's embrace was a lifelong dream for Lu Liwei, and she never anticipated it would be realized in such a manner. For a long time, Lu Liwei had refrained from expressing any feelings towards Lu Liang due to her status as a captive. Yet, earlier that day, Lu Liang had explicitly reassured her that she and her kin were not slaves. It was then that Lu Liwei mustered the courage to steal a kiss from him. Subsequently, she resolved to make a bold advance towards her master, but time had been too short to find an opportunity. Unexpectedly, what began as a plan to prevent Lu Liang from heading to the battlefield transformed into a significant step forward in her romantic endeavors. The sound of countless cameras snapping echoed around them as they turned to see the female soldiers outside, all wearing expressions of admiration and envy. How beautiful they are together. Indeed, they're such a perfect match. TSK. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Truly a match made in heaven. I say, this photograph should be sold separately, not bundled with the previous videos. Upon hearing the discussions, Lu Liwei's face turned beet red, and she softly murmured, Master, could you possibly set me down? Sensing the delicate fragrance emanating from the elven princess, Lu Liang found it difficult to part with her, surreptitiously giving her soft, shapely form a gentle squeeze. Lu Liwei stiffened momentarily but remained silent, allowing him to indulge in his playful touch. Ahem, well then, the competition is over, and the commander has emerged victorious. Li Shiruo, appearing behind Lu Liang at an unknown moment, said softly, there are so many people here. You too should be mindful. Save it for your room tonight. At Li Shiruo's words, Lu Liwei cast a grateful glance in her direction. This could be seen as a tacit acknowledgement of her identity. Chapter 87. Publicly slaying the envoy now. Is there anyone left to oppose? Returning to the command room, Lu Liang gazed triumphantly at the assembled female officers. They exchanged glances before fervently nodding in agreement. No one had anticipated that their commander not only excelled in weaponry, but also possessed remarkable military prowess. With such capabilities leading their infiltration team, the likelihood of success would undoubtedly soar. Given this, let us adjourn. Everyone, hasten to arrange the tasks for your subordinates. Lu Liang proclaimed. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, the Liyuan Legion shall promptly depart from Fortress 14 of Lanster, launching an assault on the Celis oil fields. Once the crowd dispersed, Li Shiruo and Lu Weiwei took their seats beside Lu Liang, their expressions markedly different. Lu Weiwei appeared to be savoring the sensation of having collapsed into Lu Liang's embrace, her gaze toward him somewhat dazed. Conversely, Li Shiruo seemed rather anxious, glancing at her watch as the envoys dispatched by the lords were soon to arrive. Although she served as the vice officer of the Liyuan Legion, she had seldom entertained visitors. As the saying goes, in poverty, one finds oneself unnoticed amidst the bustling crowd. In wealth, distant relatives emerge from the mountains. Given the previous state of the Liyuan Legion, others tended to steer clear, let alone visit. However, now, under Lu Liang's leadership, the Legion's strength was burgeoning, yet she struggled to acclimatize to such transformation. Shiruo, relax, Lu Liang observed her demeanor and gently patted her shoulder in reassurance. These individuals are here seeking our favor. You must exhibit the poise befitting the vice officer of the Liyuan Legion. I recall you were once dubbed the Iron-Blooded Queen, am I correct? Stand tall, he continued. Moreover, they are merely sycophants surrounding the lords, flaunting their authority. In my view, there is no need to extend them any courtesy, should they defy us. We shall teach them a lesson, and if they persist, we can certainly deal with their lords as well. After his words of encouragement, Li Shiruo could no longer suppress a chuckle, her tension gradually dissipating. Report. Suddenly, a female soldier entered the command room, saluting the group. Commander, the first batch of envoys has entered the fortress and is making their way here. Upon hearing this, Li Shiruo rose to greet them, but Lu Liang swiftly restrained her. What are you doing? He inquired softly. Of course, I am going to welcome the envoys, Li Shiruo replied with curiosity, believing such gestures were fundamental etiquette, something Lu Liang, having grown up in the imperial capital, would certainly understand. Lu Liang, with a hint of exasperation, cast her a sidelong glance. Did my previous words fall on deaf ears? Instruct them to proceed directly to the reception room and inform them that both the commander and the vice officer are preoccupied. Have them wait there. The female soldier was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, saluting before departing. Hearing this, Li Shirua could only resign herself to sit back down. In the reception room, a man clad in opulent attire glared aggressively at the female soldier responsible for the reception. Busy? What could he possibly be occupied with in this industrial fortress? Perhaps entertaining you women? The soldier, casting him a disdainful glance, retorted, "This is the message from the commander. The details elude me." Since Lu Liang's arrival at the Liyuan Legion, the female soldier's disdain for men had dissipated entirely, but this sentiment was exclusively directed towards Lu Liang. Upon encountering other men, especially those who were so brazen in her presence, their aversion began to resurface. The mere commander of the Liyuan Legion dares to put on airs, scoffed the burly man as he plopped down onto a chair. Were it not for the Lord's directive to persuade the Liyuan Legion to join us, I would have already stormed out. As an envoy, the man had frequented numerous military strongholds, and it was evident that regardless of the ranking of the opposing legion, they treated him with utmost courtesy. No matter how formidable one's legion might be, in essence, they were merely vassals of the Lord, while he, as the Lord's envoy, enjoyed an exalted status. This was the root of his arrogance. However, upon hearing someone dare to insult her commander, a female soldier fixed her beautiful gaze upon him. "What are you staring at?" she challenged, causing the man to pause, scrutinizing her impressive figure, his tone dripping with arrogance. "You're not bad looking. Otherwise, I wouldn't even consider you. Come with me instead. I can guarantee you an escape from this desolate legion and a cleansing in the sacred light to absolve your sins." At his words, a glint of cold fury flashed in the female soldier's eyes. The man's remarks had simultaneously insulted her most revered commander, her cherished home, and her profound sense of pride. As for the last statement, she did not fully comprehend its meaning, but it certainly did not bode well. In an instant, the man was caught off guard, feeling a sharp sting on his cheek. "You filthy wench, how dare you strike me?" he shouted, rising in anger, his fingers splayed, intending to retaliate. Unfortunately for him, he was not a combatant, and his actions appeared to the female soldier as nothing more than child's play. She deftly caught his hand, applying a gentle grip that forced it down onto the table. "Ah, let go, you wretched harlot," he cried, struggling to rise, yet she held him firmly in place. "Release me at once." Only then did the man's guards react, drawing their weapons and pressing them against the female soldier's forehead. The expressions of the other envoys nearby began to darken as well. Having not even met with her yet, they were already subjected to a display of dominance from her. Although they were not as boisterous as this man, their thoughts echoed his sentiments. Upon encountering the legion commander, they expected decorum and respect. It was merely an independent legion. How much trouble could they possibly cause? When they received this mission, they had harbored a sense of excitement, believing that the Liyuan Legion would go to great lengths to please them, and perhaps even allow for some dalliance with a few beautiful female soldiers. However, reality had diverged sharply from their expectations, leaving them momentarily stunned. Despite having a gun pointed at her head, the female soldier exhibited no trace of fear. She merely cast a glance at them and tightened her grip further. The man yelped in pain, his life of luxury having rendered him utterly defenseless against her. Hearing his cry, the guards hesitated to pull the trigger. After all, this was their domain, and should they truly kill Lu Liang's envoy, their own return would be jeopardized. As expected, upon witnessing this, other female soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at the man and his guards. The other envoys, sent by various lords, were struck with shock. They had never encountered soldiers of any legion bold enough to point their guns at them. Some envoys displayed evident anger, clearly feeling their dignity had been insulted. The atmosphere became tense and stagnant. Suddenly, applause echoed from outside the door. Lu Liang entered the reception room accompanied by Li Shiru and Lu Weiwei, a smile gracing his face as he surveyed the assembly. "Who are you?" A man, displaying an aggressive demeanor, inquired upon Lu Liang's arrival. The female soldier, witnessing the man's audacity towards Lu Liang, tightened her grip further. The man, beads of sweat forming on his brow from the pain, refrained from voicing his discomfort this time. "I am Lu Liang, commander of the Liyuan Legion, he replied with a cheerful demeanor, stepping forward to gently pat the female soldier's shoulder, signaling her to release her hold. Complying, she stepped back. The man swiftly sat down, clutching his injured arm, glaring intently at Lu Liang. Meanwhile, Lu Liang settled comfortably into the main seat, motioning for the others to lower their weapons. "Commander Lu," the man exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. "Your subordinate dares to assault an envoy sent by the Supreme Lord. I demand a reasonable explanation, otherwise I shall regard this as an act of hostility from the Liyuan Legion towards the Tianshi Lord. In that case, the Lord will dispatch troops to annihilate you." A proud expression adorned the man's face at the mention of the Tianshi Lord, as if he expected Lu Liang to tremble in fear and kneel to beg for forgiveness upon hearing the name. The other envoys, who had remained silent until now, exchanged amused glances, anticipating how this farce would unfold. An envoy being assaulted was an absolute affront to any lord. Should Lu Liang apologize, the Liyuan Legion would be humiliated in front of all. Conversely, if he stood his ground, the Tianshi Lord would be utterly disgraced before other lords. Initially taken aback, Lu Liang then turned to Li Shiru, asking, "The Tianshi Lord? Who is that?" Having developed an impeccable memory, Lu Liang had already committed to memory the information Li Shiru had provided. To his recollection, the name of the Tianshi Lord had not appeared in the materials he reviewed. Li Shiru shrugged apologetically. "I'm afraid the documents I compiled only contain details on relatively significant lords. I have a vague impression of the Tianshi Lord, but my memory on him is rather faint." Her voice was sufficiently loud, drawing stifled laughter from the envoys. Was this not a direct indication to all present that the man's prideful Tianshi Lord was of little consequence in the eyes of the Liyuan Legion? The man's expression darkened further upon hearing this. The envoys understood well that the Tianshi Lord was not regarded as a particularly formidable leader within the Silver Empire. Yet he had his commendable attributes. Notably, he exercised religious control over his territory. The subjects of the Tianshi Lord held him in deep reverence, believing him to be a divine being come to save their souls. This was precisely why the man spoke of the Tianshi Lord with such pride. Consequently, the envoys dispatched by the Tianshi Lord often carried an innate arrogance, as though all who encountered them should humbly kneel at their feet, offering their gratitude. Thus, the legions of the Lion Lord typically established themselves solely within their own territories, rarely able to draw forces from external sources. However, in recent years, the Lion Lord has endeavored to alter this situation, seizing the opportunity to incorporate the Liyuan Legion into his ranks. Nevertheless, the man's arrogance was now cast aside by Lu Liang, who deliberately trampled upon it. "Lu Liang, is it?" The man seethed through gritted teeth. "You shall bear the consequences for your disrespectful remarks." Lu Liang merely shrugged in resignation. Whether in this life or the last, he had always loathed religious zealots. Aside from their fervent devotion to their faith, which could be deemed commendable, they served little purpose. Upon observing Lu Liang's demeanor, the man mistakenly believed he had instilled fear, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "However, I am not one to harbor a grudge. If you exhibit sincere contrition, the exalted Lord may grant you a second chance." As he spoke, the man's gaze drifted towards the two women behind Lu Liang, his eyes aflame with desire. He had never encountered such exquisite beauty, and certainly not two such stunning women. They ought not to be sullied by the hands of a sinner like Lu Liang, but instead should be enjoyed by a saint like himself, a mere envoy of the exalted Lord. Thus, the man continued, "The exalted Lord is benevolent. As his envoy, I can reluctantly allow these two women to take your place in enduring punishment. Now, hand them over to me, and the exalted Lord shall pardon you." Before he could utter another word, a sudden heat washed over his face, and he was propelled backward. Lu Liang did not relent. He advanced with determined strides, forcefully driving the man into the ground. The other lords were taken aback by Lu Liang's sudden action, hastily retreating to the sidelines. No one had anticipated that a commander stationed at the rear could exhibit such swiftness. The man wished to speak further, but Lu Liang offered him no opportunity, delivering blow after blow. After merely 2 punches, the man's breath had entirely fled. Yet, Lu Liang persisted, relentlessly striking the man's head. Gradually, the man's visage became a grotesque mash of flesh, his eyes even dislodged from their sockets. Witnessing this scene, the envoys turned pale, some even retching at the sight. Chapter 88. Composite vegetables are still food and should not be wasted. The man's guards, realizing the gravity of the situation, finally attempted to draw their weapons, only to be met by a sudden rush of fragrance. With a swift motion, Lu Weiwei appeared before several guards, disarming them in less than 2 seconds. The guards fell to their knees, shrieking in agony as Lu Weiwei's cold expression turned fierce, delivering a kick to one guard's head. Another disconcerting crack echoed as the guard's neck was shattered by her strike. Daring to point weapons at her master was an affront Lu Weiwei would not tolerate. Subsequently, the elven princess replicated her method, and soon, several lifeless bodies adorned the reception room. Wiping the blood from her feet with disdain, Lu Weiwei cast a frigid glance over the assembled company. The privileged envoys, unaccustomed to such brutality, trembled in fear, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. No one anticipated that a charming elven girl could be so ruthless. Lu Liang continued to strike the man's head until he felt the skull shatter beneath his blows, at which point he ceased his assault. He then rose, shaking the blood from his hands. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time he had unleashed such fury. Every word spoken by that man seemed to provoke his nerves. Anyone who dared to harm his woman deserved no mercy. Death was their only fate. As the anger in Lu Liang's eyes gradually dissipated, a wave of warmth washed over the two women. "Throw them all out," Lu Liang commanded, returning to his seat and surveying the crowd. The envoys feigned interest in other matters, unwilling to meet Lu Liang's gaze. Everyone believed he was merely asserting his authority, yet they willingly accepted this intimidation. It was utterly terrifying. Some of the more timid envoys considered leaving the Liyuan Legion as soon as possible to distance themselves from this harbinger of doom. Though none dared to voice their thoughts, Li Shirua stepped forward, producing a tissue to carefully assist Lu Liang in wiping the blood from his hands. The ferocity on Lu Liang's face gradually faded. "Ladies and gentlemen, please do not be alarmed. I am not targeting anyone in particular. It is simply that the envoy sent by the Lord of the Celestial Lion was excessively overbearing, and I had no choice but to teach him a lesson." Upon hearing this, the crowd glanced at the bloodied corpse, acknowledging that the lesson was indeed profound. They believed that this fellow would certainly be more cautious in his next life. Yes, Commander Lu was absolutely right. They exclaimed, "I have long found that fellow displeasing. The Lord of the Celestial Lion is a fool, and his subordinates are hardly any better. His demise is for the best." The envoys hastily echoed their agreement, fearful that any displeasure from Lu Liang might turn against them as well. Seeing that he had sufficiently subdued the atmosphere, Lu Liang continued, "Firstly, you have all traveled a great distance and are our esteemed guests. We have arranged accommodations for you, so please set down your luggage, and we shall discuss the matter of recruitment afterward." At this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as long as they kept their distance from Lu Liang. They did not mind what he had planned for them. "My apologies, master. I momentarily lost my composure," Lu Weiwei expressed, her face reflecting guilt. Earlier, when the envoy's guard had drawn his weapon, she had instinctively resorted to lethal force. Lu Liang looked at her, smiling as he pinched her delicate cheek. "No, you did wonderfully." He then turned to the female soldiers. "As for these fellows, you need not show them any courtesy. If they dare to speak disrespectfully to you, there is no need to consult me. Just strike them down. Oh, and do not kill them. Merely leave them enough breath to return." "Understood," the female soldiers replied in unison. Lu Liang was not particularly concerned about the fate of these envoys. His aim was merely to present a spectacle and ensure that news of his victory spread far and wide. "By the way, how shall we arrange their meals tonight?" Li Shirua suddenly inquired. "Will they dine on the same food as us, or will we prepare something separate for them?" "Of course, we shall prepare something separate," Lu Liang replied with a sidelong glance at Li Shirua. "They are esteemed guests, and we must not neglect them." Li Shirua nodded slightly. "Then I will arrange for the cafeteria. I recall there are quite a few synthetic vegetables left in the storage from before, right?" Half an hour later, within a private room of the cafeteria, the envoys stared at the synthetic vegetables before them, which resembled something akin to vomit, lost in contemplation. "This is too much," one envoy exclaimed, angrily tossing the plate into the trash bin. "How can someone like Lu Liang treat us this way? We are all emissaries sent by our respective lords. How could a mere brigade commander dare to treat us so disrespectfully? Keep your voice down. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Just don't attract his attention." Another envoy reprimanded quietly. "We are at Lu Liang's mercy. If we offend this king of hell, we might really end up being eliminated, and we would have no means to defend ourselves. I can't stand it anymore." Another envoy declared, "I want to leave this wretched place right now. Whoever wants to stay can." Upon hearing this, the envoys nodded in agreement. All present were trusted aides of their respective lords. It was better to return home and face a reprimand than to suffer here. Huh, so you all wish to leave? A somewhat playful voice suddenly resonated from outside the room, startling everyone and causing them to glance toward the entrance. Liyuan walked in with a smile, and the envoys sprang to their feet as if facing a great threat. Don't be afraid. I merely came to see how you all are faring, Liyuan said, glancing at the plate in the trash bin, his expression darkening. Who threw this away? The envoys exchanged looks, and under Liyuan's piercing gaze, they all pointed to one person. Instantly, that envoy's face turned ashen, stammering a forced smile. Lu Commander. Liyuan walked up to the envoy, smiling. Do you have any grievances with me? And no, not at all, the envoy quickly denied. It's just that I'm not very fond of eating. If you dislike it, you need not eat, Liyuan replied pleasantly, but you should not have discarded my plate. Upon hearing this, the envoy hastily retrieved the plate from the trash, holding it respectfully in his hands. Liyuan then turned to the others. I just overheard someone mention wanting to leave the Liyuan brigade. Are you all considering departing so soon? Is it because I, Liyuan, have not taken good care of you? The hearts of the envoys raced. Lu Commander, that's not the case at all. One envoy managed to maintain a forced smile. We came here hoping that the Liyuan brigade would join us. How could we possibly wish to leave early? In that case, please remain calm, Liyuan said, not wishing to waste time conversing with them. Were it not for their potential usefulness, he would have expelled them immediately. Tomorrow night, the Liyuan brigade will conduct a military operation. I would appreciate your invaluable insights at that time. Afterward, whether you choose to stay or leave is entirely up to you. Oh, and there is one more thing, Liyuan continued. As you all know, the combat capability of the Liyuan brigade has always been at the tail end of the empire, and we cannot provide much in terms of hospitality. Therefore, I must ask you to bear with us in the coming days and subsist on synthetic vegetables for your daily meals. Liyuan's intention was purely to extract every ounce of usefulness from these individuals. In my perspective, these individuals, aside from enhancing their own prestige, merely assist in clearing out the synthetic vegetables. After all, these items occupy considerable space in the warehouse, and discarding them feels somewhat wasteful. Whether they speak ill of me upon their return is inconsequential. I have never contemplated aligning myself with any lord. Moreover, if they truly manage to portray me as a villain of unspeakable deeds, it could also serve as a means to augment my renown. For notoriety is still a form of fame. Upon hearing Liyuan's words, the envoy's expressions gradually soured. If you genuinely do not wish to partake, I shall not impose, Liyuan continued. Food will be presented to you daily. Whether you choose to consume it is entirely up to you. However, the Liyuan Legion can no longer provide any additional sustenance. At this, the assembly let out a collective sigh of relief. As long as they were not coerced into eating those repulsive synthetic vegetables, they could manage with the provisions they carried for a few days. Noticing the silence among the group, Liyuan nodded and exited the private room. As they listened to his footsteps receding, the envoys finally relaxed. One envoy, who had been holding a plate, disdainfully tossed it onto the table. Did you hear that? It seems this fellow intends to go out and engage in combat, he remarked. And it appears he wants us to observe. What is that all about? Another envoy, slightly older, replied, I suppose it's a display of strength. A way to showcase the prowess of the Liyuan Legion, perhaps to negotiate better terms later. Whatever his intentions, it is of no concern to us. I must return to my quarters. Merely looking at this food makes me feel ill. Upon hearing this, the envoys all rose and departed from the private room, leaving only one envoy behind. Cloaked and silent since boarding the Liyuan, she waited until the others had left, ensuring no one was around. With a delicate hand emerging from her cloak, she lifted the plate and sniffed it. Ugh, she nearly retched, but persevered, grabbing a spoon and desperately shoving the synthetic vegetables into her mouth. Chapter 89, Live Broadcast. The envoys were stunned the following afternoon. Liyuan issued the command for the Liyuan Legion to launch a full-scale offensive. Soon, the two mobile fortresses emitted a thunderous roar as they drove into the desert. The gates of the industrial fortress swinging open. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 3 in the afternoon, with the Carey's oil field approximately 600 kilometers away. Given the speed of the Liyuan Legion, they would not reach the periphery of the oil field until around 7 or 8 in the evening, just in time for him to stealthily accompany Lu Weiwei and the others. Since Liyuan aimed to infiltrate the enemy's rear, He entrusted the command of the front line to Li Shiru. The responsibility of briefing the envoys on the unfolding battle was assigned to Su Wanbing. Initially, Su Wanbing was somewhat reluctant, as no one wished to engage with this group of lords, but ultimately, Liyuan managed to persuade her with 2 enticing cat treats. In order to procure cat treats, Liyuan specifically had Vic bring them back from outside. In Liyuan's room, Li Shiru was assisting him in donning a specially tailored battle suit, finally draping a shadow cloak around his shoulders. Meanwhile, Han Bing was diligently helping Liyuan conduct a final inspection of his weaponry. The two remained silent, striving to prepare Liyuan as thoroughly as possible. Although Liyuan had already demonstrated his prowess, the nature of warfare inherently involves peril. No wife would willingly accept her husband facing danger. As Liyuan inhaled the intoxicating fragrance emanating from the 2 women, his heart stirred. Even though it was not their first encounter, their presence brought him a sense of tranquility. Clenching his fists slightly, Liyuan's resolve to complete his system mission solidified. For their sake, he must become even stronger. All right, Li Shiru softly remarked as she polished his leather boots, standing to gaze at him. I'm ready here as well, Han Bing announced, arranging all the weapons on the table. I have adjusted every weapon to its optimal state. There will be no issues. Thank you, Liyuan replied, suddenly enveloping both women in his embrace. Commander. Han Bing could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed from her beautiful eyes. Can you please not go? In response, Liyuan gently brushed away the tears from the corner of Han Bing's eye, shaking his head slightly. Han Bing closed her eyes, understanding that Liyuan's insistence on going to the front lines was driven by compelling reasons. Meanwhile, Li Shiru trembled slightly, yet she held back her own tears, caressing Liyuan's cheek. Be careful, we will await your return. Liyuan smiled, softly kissing the delicate lips of both women before grabbing his weapons and departing the room. At 8 in the evening, the Liyuan Legion finally arrived at the desolate expanse, 60 kilometers from the Celis oil field. At that moment, in the reception room, the expressions of the envoys varied, as they had only just learned of Liyuan's purpose for deploying troops to seize the Celis oil field. One might ponder, among all present, which lord was not interested in the Celis oil field. However, due to the mutual scrutiny among them, no one dared to act prematurely. Ironically, this very situation allowed the Liyuan Legion to take the initiative. Some astute envoys had already prepared to make clandestine phone calls to report the matter. Ladies and gentlemen, spare yourselves the effort, Su Wanbing interjected, a cat treat nestled in her mouth as she entered the reception room. The signals here have been jammed. What? The envoys gasped in astonishment. They had hoped to seize this opportunity to urge their lords to dispatch troops swiftly and capture the Celis oil field, only to discover that Liyuan had anticipated this move. However, upon further reflection, even without the ability to make phone calls, it mattered little, as the gathered individuals did not fully believe that the Liyuan Legion could conquer the Celis oil field. After all, such a level of combat was far beyond the capabilities of a mere 1,000-man army. Although Liyuan had successfully vanquished 3 legions of the Black Tiger Lord, the challenge of assaulting the Celis oil field was significantly more complex than obliterating 3 legions. Seeing the disdain on the faces of the crowd, Su Wanbing merely smiled and activated the large screen. On display were 50 armored vehicles of the Copper Shield class, fully equipped and ready for deployment, with female soldiers meticulously attired, standing quietly on the fortress deck. The envoys had already heard of these armored vehicles. It was through them that the Liyuan Legion had decisively annihilated the 3 main legions of the Black Tiger Lord. However, upon noticing the firearms in the hands of the female soldiers, the envoys widened their eyes in astonishment. The slightly slanted gun muzzles unmistakably resembled those of laser weapons, Gauss rifles. One envoy suddenly gasped in horror. As an engineer by training, he had seen images of such weaponry at the Imperial Engineering Institute during a visit to the capital about 6 months prior. He vividly recalled the somewhat peculiar design. His words rendered the entire reception room silent. What did you just say? Inquired another envoy softly. Gauss rifles? Are you certain? Don't jest. That is one of the most advanced firearms in Blue Star. How could the Liyuan Legion possibly have the means to equip their entire force with such technology? The crowd began to murmur, with even those familiar with the Gauss rifle starting to question their own recollections. However, one thing was certain. The Liyuan Legion had indeed equipped themselves with laser weapons in significant quantities. This fact would undoubtedly need to be reported to the Lord. The value of the Liyuan Legion extended far beyond mere combat prowess. If they could incorporate the Liyuan Legion and subsequently procure laser weaponry through their channels, the power of the lords themselves would see a substantial enhancement. In fact, this channel might even be more valuable than the Liyuan Legion itself. After all, the worth of laser weaponry was well understood by those in the know. As for whether Lu Liang possessed blueprints for laser weapons, no one even considered that angle. It was absurd. How could an ordinary legion possibly hold such advanced weapon schematics? Moreover, even if Lu Liang did have the blueprints, he would never dare to showcase them. Deliberately revealing laser weapons in front of the crowd was a demonstration that he had no such blueprints in his possession. After all, once the blueprints for laser weapons were exposed, they would surely incite envy from all. Such is the nature of the post-apocalyptic world. Without strength, one cannot even safeguard the wealth held in their hands. One thing is certain. The Liyuan Legion must have aligned themselves with some significant figure, or else they could not have elevated their combat capability to such heights in such a short span of time. The Blood Wolf 3rd and 4th Legions, along with the Green Water Python Legion, these three forces, while not the most formidable under the Black Tiger Lord, were nonetheless among the elite. Even disregarding the Black Tiger Lord's other armed forces, the lords behind these envoys would have to weigh their options when facing three legions simultaneously. The capacity to annihilate such a vast force speaks volumes of the current strength of the Liyuan Legion. Just as the envoys were lost in contemplation, the female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion began to board the armored vehicles, and the deck commenced its slow descent. Beneath the moonlight, the armored vehicle of Copper Shield roared mightily, charging through the desert like an enraged beast. While the envoys were taken aback by the scene, Su Wanbing smiled gently and shifted the camera to another view. The image displayed a miniature camera worn by Lu Liang, who was leisurely dozing in the passenger seat of a truck. Through the windshield, one could see the truck traversing the desert, cloaked in a shadowy mantle. Lu Liang remained undetectable even to the high surveillance satellites of the Lancer family, leaving him no choice but to bring a miniature camera to the battlefield so the envoys could witness the unfolding events. However, since he deliberately left the audio function off, the envoys were met only with silent imagery. Please remain calm. The crux of this operation lies in the enemy's rear, Su Wanbing explained, observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd. As you may understand, the reason the Ceres oil field is so defensible is due to the massive trench, over 100 meters wide, that encircles its walls. With such a barrier in place, unless the drawbridge is lowered, nearly no one can breach the city. Moreover, the city houses numerous large fuel depots, which, if struck by artillery, could ignite the entire oil field. To this end, our Liyuan Legion plans to dispatch a small team to infiltrate the rear of the Ceres oil field. Subsequently, we will open the city gates and allow our frontline forces to enter, aiming to conclude the battle before dawn. Su Wanbing disclosed Lu Liang's battle plan without reservation to the envoys, an indication of Lu Liang's intent. After all, they could not contact the outside world at present, alleviating any fears of strategic leaks. Only by allowing these individuals to fully grasp the situation could they better publicize their achievements. Soon, the Liyuan Legion would rise to prominence. Infiltration? Upon hearing this, one envoy scoffed. That seems improbable. As you mentioned, there exists a trench 100 meters deep outside the oil field's walls. How could your forces cross that area without being detected by the guards? Please remain patient, sir, Su Wanbing replied with a smile. Everything will be substantiated by facts. Chapter 90, Stealthy Infiltration Master. We are nearing our destination. Lu Weiwei glanced at the electronic map on her data terminal, noting that their position was approximately 50 kilometers from the oil field. At this, Lu Liang abruptly opened his eyes, gazing up at the pallid moon. In the depths of his dark eyes, it seemed as though the moon was on the verge of being devoured. Stop the vehicle, Lu Liang spoke softly. The elves swiftly leapt from the truck's cargo area. Wearing glasses, they appeared to Lu Liang as if they were simply adorned in beautiful cloaks, indistinguishable from their usual selves. However, in the reception room, the envoys could only watch in awe as dozens of stunningly beautiful girls' heads floated in midair, evoking an eerie ambience reminiscent of a horror film. Invisibility. Invisibility cloaks. An engineer envoy exclaimed. How could the Liyuan Legion possibly possess such advanced equipment? Upon hearing this, the others gaped in astonishment. Across the vast empire, the cloak of invisibility, a marvel of technology, remains elusive even to many first-rate forces. After all, The design schematics for such garments have never been made available for public sale. Not even the black market can procure them. On the battlefield, a proficient stealth unit undoubtedly possesses immense strategic value. However, Liyuan was oblivious to this. He had acquired the equipment solely because it was inexpensive. This explains why the Green Water Python Legion, despite having almost no direct combat capability, still holds a position under the Black Tiger Lord. Of course, his troops lack cloaks of invisibility and consist merely of pitifully mutated creatures. Nevertheless, even the finest cloak cannot remain entirely undetected at such close quarters. Yet, the model in Liyuan's possession has truly achieved this feat. The engineer envoy instinctively leaned closer to the screen, hoping to discern even the slightest clue. However, under the scrutiny of the high-definition camera, the envoy saw nothing. "Where did you acquire this?" the envoy inquired, eyes wide with astonishment. Su Wanbing merely smiled and shook her head. She genuinely had no idea where her commander had procured such items. Even if she did, she would not divulge a word. "Apologies, I should not have asked that." The envoy realized the impropriety of their question and hastily returned to their seat. Unbeknownst to them, the envoy had set aside their haughty demeanor, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, filled with curiosity about the Liyuan Legion. The other envoys shared a similar sentiment. The woman clad in a black robe clenched her fists, biting her lip in silence. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are already familiar with the general layout of the Celis oil field." Liyuan spoke softly, the intricate design of the oil field vividly playing in his mind. All thanks to Ireina's exceptional intelligence work. Given the oil field's comprehensive radar detection systems, to avoid exposure, we shall transition to foot movement from this point onward. Liyuan smiled. "Now follow my orders. Run forward and reach the base of the city wall within an hour." "Yes," the elves chorused, promptly donning their hoods. As a result, even their heads became invisible on the reception room screen. "Let us go." With that, Liyuan took the lead, his speed akin to that of a cheetah. Lavivi and the others followed closely behind. Under the moonlight, dozens of cloaked soldiers sprinted across the desert, occasionally passing near various creatures, including carnivorous beasts. However, like the envoys in the reception room, the beasts appeared bewildered, merely observing the sand being kicked up around them, leaving a trail of footprints. How can they move so swiftly? One envoy pondered aloud. Could their boots be some strange black technology? In response, Su Wanbing simply smiled and remained silent. Should she reveal that such speed was merely due to the commanderess running? Even if she did, it was likely that these individuals would not believe her. An hour passed swiftly, and Liyuan and his companions arrived at the moat outside the city wall. The ominous clouds gradually obscured the moon, signaling an impending downpour. This, however, was fortuitous for Liyuan. A group of several dozen individuals stood boldly outside the city, while the guards atop the walls, though glancing in their direction, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. "Master, there are only two of us," Lu Weiwei quietly inquired after counting the numbers. "What shall we do now?" "This shouldn't be the case," Liyuan frowned. Responding in hushed tones, the intelligence indicated there should be 20 guards in this vicinity. "They are likely concealed from our view." According to Liyuan's plan, they were to traverse the moat and create a hole beneath the city wall using heat-melting techniques before infiltrating. The challenge, however, was that the moat, spanning 100 meters, was insurmountable for anyone besides Lu Weiwei and himself. To cross, they would require climbing tools such as grappling hooks or claws, which would undoubtedly alert the guards on the wall. "We shall climb the wall and eliminate them," Lu Weiwei declared. Indeed, upon hearing this, she nodded and gestured for the others to retreat. Liyuan then held his breath, focused intently, and with a running leap, vaulted over the 100-meter-wide moat, landing gracefully on the other side. His military boots sank silently into the soft sand, making not a sound. Lu Weiwei soon followed suit, her movements even more graceful. In the reception room, the envoys witnessed the screens soaring through the air, crossing the 100 meters with ease. This further convinced them that the Liyuan Legion possessed advanced technology. Not only them, but even those in the command room, including Li Shuruo, watched in astonishment. After all, they knew that Liyuan and Lu Weiwei had crossed that distance solely through their physical prowess. "It seems I underestimated him," Li Shuruo remarked with a wry smile. Looking up at the dark wall, Liyuan signaled to Lu Weiwei. She nodded and reached out to touch the wall. The wall's bricks were entirely composed of granite, demonstrating remarkable hardness. Clearly, The lord responsible for constructing these walls had invested considerable effort, as the gaps between the bricks were minuscule, barely the width of a toothpick. This effectively thwarted any attempts to climb the wall from below, as even the most physically capable individuals would need a support point large enough to accommodate their fingers. Yet, this posed no challenge to Lu Weiwei. From her pocket, she produced a thumb-sized electric drill and began boring into the hard granite. This was one of the few advanced technologies of the Huangyue clan, utilizing a special material for the drill bit that rendered the process utterly silent. Within a minute, a small hole, sufficient for a finger to fit, was completed. Lu Weiwei inserted her slender finger into the hole and effortlessly hoisted her entire body upward. She then prepared to drill a second hole. "Never mind. Come down," Lu Yang's voice suddenly called from below. Lu Weiwei looked down at him, perplexed, but ultimately released her grip and descended. "What is it, master?" she asked softly. Lu Liang gazed up at the shadowy wall and glanced at his watch. It was already past 10 o'clock, and judging by Lu Weiwei's pace, it would likely take another hour before they could ascend the city wall. Seemingly aware of Lu Liang's thoughts, Lu Weiwei could only shrug helplessly. This was, in her understanding, the most effective method to reach the top. Lu Liang cast a glance at her, then gently closed his eyes. Suddenly, to Lu Weiwei's astonishment, Lu Liang opened his eyes and, with a swift motion, extended two fingers and forcefully thrust them into the wall. A faint cracking sound echoed as his fingers embedded themselves firmly into the city wall. "Master!" Lu Weiwei gasped in surprise, hurriedly checking Lu Liang's fingers. In the moonlight, she was astonished to find that his fingers were unscathed, with only the tips slightly reddened. "It's merely ancient martial arts, albeit from a different school than yours," Lu Liang chuckled, then mimicked Lu Weiwei's earlier motion, using one hand to grip the small hole and hoisting his entire body upwards. Following that, he struck again, creating another hole at a higher elevation. Lu Weiwei swallowed hard. This was genuine granite masonry. While she could climb with her bare hands, navigating the crevices between the walls for leverage, she had never witnessed such a brute force approach as Lu Liang's. Recalling the scene from their duel yesterday sent a chill down her spine. If struck by that finger, it would be no different than being hit by a bullet. Could it be that her masteress body had become this resilient? Lu Weiwei blinked, suddenly envisioning a strange image that caused her cheeks to flush slightly. She quickly shook her head, dispelling such frivolous thoughts. "Follow me closely and climb up through the hole," Lu Liang instructed, oblivious to her fleeting expression as he drove his other hand into the wall. Thus, they began their slow ascent up the city wall. Minutes later, they reached the very top. Finding an unoccupied spot, Lu Liang flipped over the wall and reached out to pull Lu Weiwei up as well. The wind atop the wall was quite strong, prompting them to lower their hoods and observe the guards nearby, who were scanning the area with their rifles. Despite being merely 20 meters away, the guards remained completely unaware of their presence. "I must say it's rather chilly tonight," one guard remarked, tightening his coat. The Imperial Meteorological Station didn't forecast any changes in the weather. "Ah, who put us on this duty?" Another guard replied, rubbing his hands together. "You're new and don't understand. There is a significant temperature difference between day and night in the desert. Plus, being up on the wall, it's a bit windier. Just make sure to wear thicker clothing next time. Hey, do you have any cigarettes? Can I have one? Here, just this one. Let us share a puff." As the guard produced a cigarette and prepared to light it, Lu Liang swiftly moved behind him, gently squeezing his throat. The guard, still clutching the cigarette, turned pale and found himself unable to move a muscle. "Why you?" The other guard, just catching a glimpse of a grim face lurking in the shadows, instinctively raised his gun, but suddenly felt a chill at his neck. Lu Weiwei wore a sweet smile as she sheathed her dagger back at her waist. Before the guard could fully appreciate the ethereal beauty of the elven princess, she kicked him off the city wall, sending him plummeting into the moat below. He yearned to scream, but with his throat slashed, he could produce no sound. Lu Liang snatched a cigarette from the guard, placing it directly between his lips. Chapter 91. Has the intelligence leaked? To live or to die? With the cigarette held in his mouth, Lu Liang's voice came out somewhat muffled. He loosened his grip just enough for the guard to speak. "I want to live." The guard's face turned pale, yet his voice was tinged with a sharpness, likely due to the restricted space left for his throat to produce sound. "What about the other guards in this area?" "They are all hiding in their rooms," the guard replied, pointing toward a distant building. "It's simply too cold outside. No one wants to come out, which is why we sent out 2 people to patrol." "How long until the next shift change?" About 5 minutes. At this, Lu Liang felt a wave of unease wash over him. The oil field guards clearly did not believe anyone could silently traverse the moat that stretched over 100 meters, which had led to a relaxation of their vigilance. However, the smaller number of guards meant that shifts were changing more frequently, which was not advantageous for waiting for others to arrive. If some fool were to peer over the city wall, though everyone was cloaked and thus concealed, the flying claws hanging from the wall would not be so easily hidden. Having thought this through, Lu Liang gritted his teeth. It seemed there was no other option but to eliminate all 20 guards silently. He whispered a few words to Liyuan, who then connected with the other elves. Come up. The elves below received the command and launched their flying claws, which accurately latched onto the edge of the city wall. For ordinary humans, it would be impossible to throw the heavy flying claws over 100 meters, but in the hands of the Wild Moon elves, this was far from their limit. The guard, hearing the sound of the flying claws, widened his eyes in alarm. You. Enough chatter, Lu Liang interjected, retrieving a grenade from the guard's belt. He attached a thin string to the pin and held it in his hand before stuffing the grenade into the guard's pocket. Take us to your break room. You may also try to scream or throw the grenade. Just ensure that I do not react and pull the pin before you do. I wouldn't dare. The guard was drenched in cold sweat, sensing the round, terrifying object in his pocket. Following the guard, they approached the exterior of a nearby room. Due to the biting cold, all the windows and doors were tightly shut, obscuring the interior layout. Pressing his ear against the wall, Lu Liang could hear the anguished screams of women struggling and the lewd laughter of men. It seemed they were having quite the revelry. Lu Liang smirked, while Liyuan's expression darkened. Had it not been for Lu Liang, her fate and that of her kin would undoubtedly have been far worse than that of the women inside. Who were the women in there? Lu Liang asked softly. At this moment, it was imperative to ascertain the situation within. Indeed, she is a slave in the oil fields. The guard stammered. The commander Black Bear's orders. The weather is too cold. We need to find a few female slaves each day to reward the brothers. Huh. Your commander truly shows concern for his subordinates, Lu Weiwei coldly remarked. Although the guard did not comprehend why this beautiful assassin was so furious, he deemed it wise not to provoke her. After all, in his view, in this apocalyptic world, the survival of the fittest rendered his indulgence in a few female slaves entirely unproblematic. Enter the room and do as I instructed. Remember, do not attempt to sever the rope with the door. I will pull the ring before you can, Lu Liang insisted, his gaze fixed intently on the guard. I dare not, the guard stuttered. Sir, afterward, could you spare my life? Of course, Lu Liang replied with a smile, placing the cigarette back into the guard's mouth, which he had intended to keep for himself. To those willing to cooperate, I shall bestow the greatest mercy. Thank you, thank you. The guard inhaled deeply and exhaled a cloud of smoke. He vigorously slapped his head and abruptly pushed open the door. What the hell are you doing, Laolu? As the door swung open, Lu Liang could clearly discern the scene within. The room was not particularly spacious, yet nearly 20 individuals crowded inside, creating a noticeably cramped atmosphere. However, this did not hinder the soldiers from indulging their primal desires. In the center of the room lay a middle-aged woman, battered and foaming at the mouth, while beside her knelt a relatively well-dressed young girl. The man who had spoken earlier was gripping the woman's voluptuous thigh. Quickly shut the door. I'm not dressed. I'll freeze to death. The man snapped impatiently. Laolu hesitated for a moment before making his choice. This is bad, squad leader. Xiao Zhao just accidentally fell down the stairs from the 3rd floor. Laolu exclaimed in a panic. Damn it. The man's interest waned immediately, and he hastily tossed the woman aside. What the hell have you done? He exclaimed while dressing. That kid is the squad leader's nephew. How could such a thing happen on his first day? I don't know. I just looked down to grab a cigarette, and then I heard a scream. Xiao Zhao fell directly down the stairs. I think he landed on his head. I don't know if he is dead or alive. Damn it, useless. The man glared fiercely. If the squad leader comes looking for trouble, I'll be the first to throw you under the bus. Everyone, come with me. You stay here to watch over the two of them. He pointed at a soldier to remain behind, and the rest, without even grabbing their weapons, hastily donned their clothes and exited the room. Lao Lu was the last to leave, deliberately closing the door to demonstrate his loyalty to Lu Liang, ensuring the guard left behind could not see the outside situation. Following Lao Lu, a dozen or so individuals moved about 50 meters away from the room. At that moment, Lu Liang and Lu Weiwei simultaneously drew their daggers from their waists, emerging from the shadows. With a swift motion, The pair glided through the crowd, their speed so remarkable it seemed as though they had left afterimages in their wake. As the two ceased their movements, the guards clutched their gushing throats. Slowly collapsing to the ground, old Lu widened his eyes, lying on the floor, fixated on Lu Liang, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Lu Liang, however, did not cast a glance in his direction. He merely awaited the demise of all present. There is still one left, he murmured softly. Wei Wei, dispose of them all outside. Ensure the bodies are not seen. Understood, master, replied Lu Wei Wei, as she effortlessly lifted one and hurled it into the trench beyond the city wall. Within the room, a girl wriggled against her bindings, desperately trying to reach her mother. The middle-aged woman gazed vacantly at the ceiling, ultimately succumbing, her convulsions ceasing, clearly devoid of life. Upon witnessing this, tears streamed down the girl's cheeks. Mom. The guard tasked with watching them remained emotionally unperturbed. Such occurrences were a daily reality at the sealess oil field. Conversely, he now found himself more intrigued by the girl who lay on the ground. Once assured that everyone had departed, he approached and gently kicked the middle-aged woman's face. TCH, she's dead already, he lamented, realizing that he would be next. Yet, he surmised that the squad leader and his men would not return anytime soon, and he saw no harm in taking advantage of the moment to toy with the young girl. With that thought, a lascivious grin spread across the guard's face as he leered at the bound maiden. Fear flickered in her eyes, and she squirmed, attempting to retreat. Yet this only served to heighten the guard's excitement. Cornering the girl, he sneered and prepared to unfasten his clothing. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a gust of cold wind shocked the guard, who had already shed half his attire. Damn it, that useless old Lu can't even close a door properly. He cursed, hastily moving to shut it. In an instant, a shadow darted before him, and before the guard could react, he heard a sickening crack. Lu Liang had swiftly snapped his neck and cast him aside. Scanning the room, he noted that apart from himself, only the girl remained alive. Without hesitation, Lu Liang strode forward to eliminate her. The girl, clearly taken aback, only comprehended her fate when Lu Liang's formidable shadow loomed over her. Please, please don't kill me. She mustered all her courage to plead softly. Lu Liang paused momentarily but did not hesitate for long. He felt no compassion for women outside the ranks of his comrades. Moreover, allowing her to live would undoubtedly pose a threat. Grasping her neck, Lu Liang's expression remained impassive as his fingers began to tighten gradually. The girl's face turned pale, her fair legs flailing futilely in the air. It was then that Lu Liang noticed her diminutive stature, barely exceeding 1.5 meters in height. As her consciousness began to fade, the girl clung to the hope of survival. Having spent her life in the lower echelons, she understood that to gain something from others, one must first discern their desires. You are here to attack the sealess oil field, aren't you? She uttered with her last ounce of strength. At her words, a jolt of surprise coursed through Lu Liang. How did she know? Did you just kill a guard on your own? Or has the intelligence been leaked in advance? If that is the case, then the Carrie's oil field is nothing more than a vast pocket, awaiting the arrival of the Legion of Liyuan. Releasing the girl's neck, she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Despite her agony, a fleeting smile of victory graced her lips. She had made the right gamble. Chapter 92. The Selfishness of Yao Grass. How do you know? Lu Liang's tone was frigid as he loomed over the girl. I guessed, she admitted, knowing that in the presence of such a man, she could not afford to lie. Guessed? Lu Liang was unconvinced, a glint of murderous intent resurfacing in his eyes. While he was not a sadist, the prospect of employing torture to extract information was not beyond him. It's fine if you don't believe me, the girl replied. Having regained her composure, I can prove that I mean no harm. Mean no harm, coming from you? Lu Liang found amusement in her words. Let me tell you something, she continued, disregarding his sarcasm. In a moment, 2 more guards will arrive. They just went to the restroom and were not tricked into being killed by you. At this, Lu Liang furrowed his brows. How astute this girl was. The decision to lure those guards away and kill them had been spontaneous, not something he had discussed with anyone prior to the battle. She had merely witnessed him dispatching one guard and was able to piece together the preceding events in such a short span of time. This also indirectly substantiated her claim that she had surmised his intent to attack the Carrie's oil field. Given this, perhaps it was time to trust her, at least for now. With that thought, Lu Liang concealed the body of the guard he had just slain beneath the bed and stealthily nestled into the shadows of the room. Upon seeing Lu Liang vanish, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, Lu Weiwei's voice crackled through the earpiece. Master, 2 individuals are making their way towards you. I know. You needn't worry. Let them in, Lu Liang instructed. The elves were still scaling the ropes, and he wished to mitigate any risk of exposure. It was far more convenient to eliminate the guards inside the room. With a creak, the door swung open once more, and 2 guards, shivering from the cold, stepped inside. Where is everyone? One guard asked, noticing his companion's absence. They all went out, the girl said, casting a glance towards Lu Liang's hidden shadow. Feigning a tone of servility. Went out. To do what? The guard pressed. Why do you care? Another guard kicked him playfully. Since no one else is around, let us indulge ourselves for a moment. Upon hearing this, the man ceased his questioning, nodding as he moved toward the girl. What? What are you going to do? She feigned panic, shrinking back against the wall. I've told you, please don't touch me. That won't do. The guard approached with a smile. As long as you comply. With a swift motion, Lu Liang crushed the guard's throat, leaving him with the same lewd grin on his face as he was discarded to the side. His companion had already fled. Well, my lord, I did not deceive you. Did I? The girl, unable to look at the guard's corpse, knelt as best as she could. Master, are you unharmed? Lu Weiwei's voice broke in from behind as she pushed open the door and hurried in. Has everyone arrived? Lu Liang inquired. Yes, Lu Weiwei nodded. No one has noticed. Excellent. Let everyone conceal themselves until I give the command, Lu Liang instructed, then turned back to the girl. Who are you, and what is your purpose in this? Now, Lu Liang hesitated to kill the girl outright, at least until he had a clearer understanding of the situation. Hearing this, the girl's heart soared. It seemed this man was beginning to take an interest in her. I am Yao Chao, a labor slave from the series oil field. She gestured towards the middle-aged woman lying on the ground, her eyes dimming. This is my mother, the overseer of the second oil well. Because she wished for our masters to shorten the working hours of the slaves, we were sent here. Tears welled up in Yao Chao's eyes again. My mother, in a desperate attempt to protect me, forced herself to comply. Lu Liang nodded slightly, deducing the unfolding narrative. Her mother, striving to shield her daughter from vile men, had sacrificed herself in service to these beasts, ultimately leading to her demise. Though aware that these individuals would not honor their promises and would torment her daughter after her death, the mother clung to a flicker of hope, willing to gamble everything. Little did she know that this meager hope was merely bait dangled by the enemy. Contemplating this, Lu Liang let out a cold laugh. It was truly foolish, reminiscent of the choices made by the Liyuan Legion in the past. Lu Weiwei, listening nearby, felt a pang of emotion. Once, her own mother had made similar sacrifices. But that damned scoundrel had long been eliminated by their master. Untying the ropes binding Yao Chao, Lu Weiwei helped her to her feet. Master, what should we do now? She ventured to ask, her heart not wishing for Lu Liang to kill Yao Chao. Yet, she understood that keeping her could jeopardize the Legion's plans. Thus, she refrained from offering any suggestions or requests, leaving all decisions to her master. Yao Chao is it? After a long pause, Lu Liang spoke. You may live, but you must prove your worth. With your intellect, I trust you comprehend this. If you hold no value for my mission, then keeping you would only pose a risk. My lord, I understand. Yao Chao exclaimed, kneeling before him. I am grateful for your mercy. I can demonstrate my worth immediately. Lu Liang nodded, finding it convenient to converse with an intelligent individual. You infiltrated the oil field, undoubtedly with the intent to penetrate its defenses and ultimately open the drawbridge to allow the frontline troops to enter, correct? The words of Yao Chao caused Lu Weiwei, who stood nearby, to widen her eyes in astonishment. Could it be that this girl truly possessed the gift of foresight? However, given that the city gate was the sole point of access to the oil field, the guards there were exceedingly vigilant. To divert their attention, some disruption must be orchestrated within the city. As Yao Chao spoke, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Igniting the fuel depot was certainly out of the question. Should the flames escalate, the entire oil field could be at risk. Yao Chao continued. However, the Cyrus oil field not only produces crude oil, but also refines and extracts it, ultimately yielding gasoline and other fuels. The remaining asphalt will be stored in a temporary warehouse located at the farthest end of the city, where security is relatively lax and far removed from the fuel depot. Even if it were set ablaze, it would not affect the depot. Moreover, influenced by my mother, many of the enslaved workers have long harbored a desire to resist the oppression of the militia. If we can incite them, we could create considerable chaos within the city. Lu Liang nodded, recognizing that creating disorder while preventing its rampant spread would indeed make igniting the asphalt pools a viable strategy. If an uprising among the enslaved workers could be provoked, it would afford him more time to lower the drawbridge. Nevertheless, Lu Liang remained somewhat skeptical of this girl named Yao Chao. Her intelligence was disconcerting. With this thought, he sneered and stepped out of the room, retrieving the grenade from old Lu's pocket. Fashioning a rudimentary iron chain loop, Lu Liang prepared to hang the grenade around Yao Chao's neck. "Sir, you really needn't go to such lengths," Yao Chao remarked, approaching the corpse of the guard wedged beneath the bed. She procured a palm-sized remote control from the guard's pocket and handed it to Lu Liang. "Just press the button on top," she instructed, biting her lip and closing her eyes tightly. Lu Liang exchanged a puzzled glance with Lu Weiwei. The moment he pressed the button, Yao Chao convulsed violently before collapsing to the ground, groaning incessantly. Alarmed, Lu Liang hastily turned it off. Coughing, Yao Chao spat out foam from her mouth and wiped it away. "That was the electric shock switch for the shackles on my feet. If the shock lasts for more than 10 seconds, my heart will cease to beat entirely. This is one of the methods the guards use to keep us compliant." At this revelation, Lu Liang nodded, feeling a surge of admiration for the girl. To trust someone enough to relinquish such a vulnerability was a mark of wisdom in this apocalyptic world. "Your assistance to me cannot be solely for the sake of survival, can it?" Lu Liang remarked, pocketing the remote. "Even if I conquer this fortress, you and your people will remain unchanged. The enslaved will still be enslaved, merely under a different master. Perhaps I might be slightly more lenient than the Black Tiger Lord, though I may also prove to be even more ruthless. So tell me, what are your conditions?" In response, Yao Chao took a deep breath, gazing into Lu Liang's eyes, and slowly began, "My conditions are quite simple. Take me away from here. Just me alone. Allow me to follow by your side. Even as the most menial of servants, I would do so willingly. As for the others, whether they remain enslaved or are granted their freedom, it matters not to me. Initially, I had hoped to request that you take my mother as well, but now..." Yao Chao glanced at the woman's still open eyes, her expression somewhat dazed. Upon hearing these words, Lu Weiwei's mouth fell slightly agape. Such words from a young girl. Judging by her age, she appeared to be merely 15 or 16. How could she be so heartless, as if those laborers were merely pawns for her own betterment? "I agree to your request." Lu Liang's face lit up with excitement. This girl truly piqued his interest. After all, he was surrounded by women. One more or one less made no difference. However, Lu Liang knew he could not guarantee her safety in battle. If she were to perish in this conflict, he would harbor no guilt. Keeping her close was solely a matter of personal desire, especially since she had yet to step onto the deck of the Liyuan. "Do you not find me cruel and heartless?" Yao Chao was taken aback by Lu Liang's swift acquiescence, unable to fully believe it. "Are they not the truly cruel ones?" Lu Liang remarked, kicking aside a fallen corpse. "You merely abandoned your companions to secure your own survival. Yet these individuals, unable to control their baser instincts, would kill at will. In comparison, I find you rather endearing." As he spoke, the darkness in his eyes deepened. "Thank you, my master," Yao Chao exclaimed, kneeling once more at Lu Liang's feet. "Inform Shi Ruo that she may commence her actions." Lu Liang instructed Lu Weiwei, then turned to Yao Chao. "As for you, I regret to inform you that we do not have an extra invisibility cloak." "That is of no concern," Yao Chao replied with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. "Everyone in this oil field knows me, so it matters not whether I disguise myself. Weiwei, take a few people and head to the asphalt warehouse immediately. Await my command and set fire to it at once." Lu Liang continued issuing orders. "Master, what about you?" Upon hearing that Lu Liang intended to separate, Lu Weiwei expressed concern for his safety. "I am going to incite a riot," Lu Liang responded with a cold smile. Chapter 93. Do you dare use me as a shield? After parting ways with Lu Weiwei, Lu Liang, accompanied by a dozen elves, followed her to the No. 2 oil well. The sky had begun to drizzle, making it easier for Lu Liang and his companions to blend into the night. The oil field was not heavily guarded, relying instead on a few makeshift watchtowers with searchlights to identify any suspicious individuals. These searchlights patrolled in a highly regular pattern, and with Lu Liang's skills, even without the aid of a shadow cloak, they could easily evade detection. Hiding beneath Lu Liang's cloak, Yao Chao peeked out, occasionally pointing the way for him. Soon, they arrived at a cluster of tents adjacent to the mining area. "Wait for me here," Yao Chao instructed, lifting the flap of a relatively clean tent. I will go and summon the others. Liyuan exchanged a knowing glance with a female elf, who nodded and followed suit. The others dispersed to remain vigilant. Soon, several disheveled individuals gradually entered the tent, their expressions shifting to surprise upon encountering Liyuan and his companions. No one anticipated that the operative responsible for infiltration would be a dapper gentleman adorned in splendid attire. Their gaze upon Liyuan even led them to question whether he was a combatant. At last, just as the tent was reaching its capacity, Yao Chao returned. "Is it just these few?" Liyuan inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. "They are the foremen from various teams," Yao Chao replied, appearing somewhat breathless as she gulped down water. "Having evidently covered considerable distance. When my mother was alive, they were developing the resistance under her guidance. My lord, may I inquire your name?" A middle-aged man with slightly graying hair interrupted Yao Chao, his vacant eyes fixated on Liyuan. Prior to their arrival, Yao Chao had already apprised them of the situation. "You need not concern yourself with that," Liyuan replied with a smile, discreetly glancing at Yao Chao, who stood frozen, seemingly taken aback by the man's interruption. Indeed, this assembly of coerced laborers proved unreliable. Liyuan mused to himself, noting how swiftly power struggles commenced among them. It was no wonder the girl was desperate to escape. She understood that with her mother's passing, those who coveted leadership would soon make their moves. As for individuals like this man, Liyuan could not fathom the nature of their thoughts. Even if he were to ascend to their leader, he would still be perceived as a mere slave in the eyes of others. The man's expression darkened upon hearing Liyuan's words. He had assumed that, having just become a foreman, he could converse with Liyuan on equal footing. However, he was unprepared for Liyuan's dismissive regard. "Now that Yao Chao's mother is gone, you are the leader of this group, correct?" Liyuan remarked, observing the man's silence with a cold smirk. "Yes, I am now the foreman here," the man proclaimed, casting a somewhat smug glance at Yao Chao. Yet, such provocation was evidently ignored by her. She knew that who became the foreman was of no consequence to her now. For Yao Chao, the paramount concern was freedom. Or rather, as long as she could escape this place, the notion of freedom was secondary. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. I ask you directly, if a rebellion were to be instigated, how many would you be able to rally?" Liyuan cut to the chase, fully aware that they understood his intentions. "All of them," the foreman responded confidently. "In the Ceres oil field, no slave wishes to remain here." Liyuan scoffed, recognizing that the man was entirely deluded. Indeed, no one desired to remain in servitude, but how many would dare risk their lives to shed that identity? The enslaved population of the Ceres oil field numbered in the thousands. If they were truly unafraid of death, they would have long since overthrown the Lord's rule and seized control of the oil field. Ultimately, this was merely the foreman's bluster and attempt to assert his worth. 524. Yao Chao finally spoke. These individuals had all signed a guarantee. If we instigate a rebellion and they do not respond, this list will swiftly find its way onto the desks of Commander Black Bear and Commander Spotted Hyena. Upon hearing this, the foreman shot a glare at Yao Chao, clearly unwilling to divulge details about the list to Liyuan. Liyuan raised an eyebrow, astonished that Yao Chao's mother could orchestrate such a clever maneuver. With the list as a guarantee, these rebellious slaves would unwaveringly follow Yao Chao's mother. Should anyone falter, the list could be promptly handed over to the oil field management. Those individuals would not concern themselves with whether one truly wished to return to being a compliant subject. Once they sensed any hint of dissent, they would not hesitate to execute without mercy. While Liyuan pondered these developments, Yao Chao retrieved the list from a filthy bag and presented it to him. Accepting the list meant that the lives of over 500 individuals rested in Liyuan's hands. "Yao Chao, you cannot do this." The foreman, taken aback, reached out to snatch it away, but Liyuan had already grasped it first. "My lord," the foreman exclaimed hastily, "I beg your pardon for my impertinence. But this list concerns the life and death of everyone present. It cannot be entrusted to you." "Your words are excessive," Liyuan retorted, casting a glance at the foreman, contemplating whether this man had become utterly consumed by ambition or still believed they shared a cooperative relationship. Turning to Yao Chao, he realized that she had deliberately handed the list to him in front of everyone, using him as a shield. Even if she had not given it to him, she could not keep it securely in her possession. The laborers would certainly not allow a mere child to hold such significant evidence. It was better to give it to him, not only to extinguish their intentions, but also to secure a favor for himself. It seemed he would need to properly educate this girl upon returning, lest she be bullied by those well-meaning individuals. Upon hearing this, the foreman's expression darkened. "My lord, return it to me." As he spoke, he attempted to seize it back. Lu Liang's gaze sharpened, extending 2 fingers to grip the foreman's wrist, applying gentle pressure. The foreman immediately fell to his knees, beads of sweat cascading down his face. "Are you speaking to me?" Lu Liang raised his foot and pressed it against the foreman's chest. The man was propelled backward, crashing into the leg of a nearby wooden table. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present felt a surge of terror. How could this man, seemingly smaller than the foreman, possess such formidable strength? Even the hulking transformed beings of the Black Bear Legion could not achieve such prowess. In the minds of these laborers, those transformed beings represented the pinnacle of human combat ability. Yet this man's power seemed even more terrifying. "Do you think I am negotiating with you?" Lu Liang scoffed, stepping closer to the foreman and placing his foot atop the man's head. "Let me make this clear. You are not worthy." As he spoke, he pressed down slightly, causing the man's head to sink into the filthy earth. The man's nostrils and mouth were instantly clogged with muck, rendering him incapable of breathing. He struggled desperately, yet his efforts were utterly in vain. Soon, the foreman's resistance diminished, and ultimately, he breathed his last. To trample a man to death in the muck conveyed the most contemptible form of demise, signifying to all that in my eyes, "Lu Liang, you are but mere ants. Now, the list rests in my hands, and your lives are likewise in my grasp." Lu Liang gazed upon the crowd, waving the list. "Is there anyone who opposes?" The laborers bowed their heads, too intimidated to meet Lu Liang's gaze. Only Yao Chao secretly reveled in her heart. Lu Liang shot her a glance, intending to teach her a lesson later. "Now, gather all those you can summon, and immediately instigate the rebellion. I can promise you little, suffice it to say. If you help me open the city gates, I shall grant you your freedom." Lu Liang's words ignited a flicker of hope in the eyes of the crowd. "Freedom?" exclaimed a scruffy man, incredulous. "Do I have any reason to deceive you?" Lu Liang replied, gesturing with the list in his hand. "After all, your lives are entirely within my control." The crowd exchanged glances, until finally, an elder looked up at Lu Liang and sighed. "My lord, do we have any choice left?" Lu Liang remained silent. "We are willing to follow you. However, there is one matter that requires your assistance first," the elder continued, shaking his shackles. These chains were equipped with electric shock devices, and as long as they remained, the guards could subdue them at any moment. The keys were universal, found in the rooms of some guards, but those were guarded round the clock by soldiers armed with firearms. Hearing this, Lu Liang nodded. These matters were manageable. Although the armed soldiers were sufficient to handle the laborers, they were wholly inadequate against Lu Liang and his allies. "Return and await my arrival. In half an hour, I shall deliver the keys to you." Half an hour. Upon hearing Lu Liang's assurance, the crowd gasped in disbelief. They understood that the guards' quarters served purposes beyond mere rest. Their weapons, food, and even the enslaved women were stored within, making security exceedingly tight. Despite having witnessed Lu Liang's prowess, they remained skeptical of the time frame he had proposed. However, they said nothing further. If Lu Liang failed to procure the keys, it would not be a loss for them. They could simply dismiss the endeavor. With this in mind, the elder rose. "We shall return and begin contacting our people." Awaiting the call to action, Lu Liang nodded, signaling that they could depart. As they exited the tent, they cast one last glare at Yao Chao, for it was she who had handed the list to Lu Liang. Yet she remained oblivious to their disdain. Once the crowd had left, Yao Chao rushed to Lu Liang, clinging tightly to his arm, and sweetly inquired, "Master, how did I perform?" She had staked everything on Lu Liang. Should he waver or the assault fail, Yao Chao's fate would undoubtedly be dire. Not only will she be scorned by other laborers, but she may also be cast aside as a traitor to be delivered to the management of the oil fields. Thus, her only recourse is to ingratiate herself with Lu Liang as much as possible. This truth is clear to Yao Chao, and Lu Liang certainly understands it even better. However, being treated as a mere pawn is undeniably disheartening. To ensure her compliance in the future, Lu Liang intends to establish some rules. With this thought, his gaze turned icy as he cast Yao Chao aside. "Have I ever claimed to be your master?" "What?" Yao Chao was startled by Lu Liang's sudden reaction and felt a wave of panic wash over her. It seemed that he was contemplating a change of heart. If Lu Liang truly intended to discard her after using her, it would be prudent for her to find a firearm and end her own life. Master, please, I implore you, do not abandon me. Liyuan chuckled inwardly, though his visage remained one of impenetrable indifference as he lifted his leg, preparing to cast her away. No, Master, please. Yao Chao knew the extent of Liyuan's strength. If he exerted himself, he could easily send her flying several meters. She quickly released her grip, falling to the ground with a thud. Ignoring the pain, she knelt before Liyuan, kissing the dirted surface of his boot in the most abject manner. Liyuan was taken aback by her actions and stepped back, realizing her genuine fear. Yet, Yao Chao crawled after him. With a sigh of resignation, Liyuan sank into a nearby chair. Yao Chao crawled closer, prepared to continue her supplication. Stop, Liyuan said coldly. At his command, Yao Chao halted, burying her forehead into the ground. You have always believed that I am no different from those laborers, Liyuan sneered. In your eyes, I am merely another piece on your chessboard. Now that you have forsaken them for my sake, you would abandon me for a better opportunity. No, that is not true. Master, Yao Chao hastily protested. I merely, suddenly, an idea struck her, and she reached for Liyuan's belt. Master, it is all my fault. I shall make amends. She sought to seize her future with her own hands. Seeing this, Liyuan abruptly tightened his grip around Yao Cao's neck, lifting her as he had done upon their first encounter. Cough. Yao Chao grasped at his iron-like wrist with her small hands, but dared not struggle further, knowing it would only provoke his disdain. Do you understand where you have erred? Liyuan leaned closer, his voice a whisper. I hope you provide the answer I wish to hear. You have but this one chance. Master, yes, I am sorry. Yao Chao gasped, her eyes rolling back slightly from the pressure. I should not have presented that list to you publicly. At her admission, Liyuan snorted coldly and finally released her, allowing Yao Chao to collapse onto the ground, coughing. Do not presume that you are the most astute in the world. Remember, you are merely a pawn, a slave. Never entertain thoughts that overstep your bounds, or else I shall be very displeased. Liyuan knelt down, gently grasping Yao Cao's delicate face. In the dim light, he realized that this girl had blossomed into a beguiling enchantress capable of wreaking havoc upon the world. Thus, he resolved to take her under his wing, to alleviate the suffering she could cause. Yes, Master, Yao Chao acknowledges her mistakes, she replied, lowering her head, unable to meet Liyuan's gaze. It was only now that Yao Chao understood that the one truly orchestrating events all along was the man before her. Chapter 94. Terrified to the core, Liyuan traversed the night with the sprites, guided by Yao Chao as they raided room after room filled with guards. Occasionally, faint noises emerged from within the chambers, but they were swiftly drowned out by the wild gusts of wind outside. Unbeknownst to the sentinels stationed outside, they were all silently dispatched, their bodies hidden away within the rooms. Is this it? Liyuan inquired, tossing the key to Yao Chao. She caught it, examined it, and then inserted it into her shackles. With a click, the restraints on her feet were released, and joy sparkled in her eyes. Though she respectfully returned the key to Liyuan, he chuckled inwardly, sensing that the girl had begun to grasp her predicament. Take this and seek your fellow laborers. Freeing them from their chains, Liyuan instructed, pushing the key back toward her. Yes, master. Yao Chao nodded obediently before dashing out of the room. Without needing Liyuan's prompting, a sprite soldier quietly followed to ensure her safety. Indeed, mere minutes later, alarms blared, accompanied by the sound of gunfire, and Yao Chao returned, her face alight with excitement. Liyuan knew that she had succeeded in her task. Vivi, you may commence, he spoke into his communicator. Understood, master. Vivi had already eliminated all the guards around the asphalt pit, and had Liyuan delayed any longer in sending word, she would have begun to suspect something was amiss on his end. Meanwhile, within the grandest castle of the Celis oil field, Commander Black Bear licked his lips, tossing aside a massive cow's leg bone. The two women kneeling nearby scrambled to gnaw at the remnants of meat left upon it, for it was their sole source of sustenance in recent days. Opposite them, two slender men, adorned with light-colored spots, leered at a trembling woman on the sofa. They were the twin commanders of the Hyena Legion. Life had been bountiful for them of late. Originally, both the Black Bear Legion and the Hyena Legion were considered lower-tier forces under the Black Tiger Lord, often relegated to the roles of meat shields and cannon fodder in battles. When it came to rewards, they were overlooked, always the first to charge into the fray. Yet now, they found themselves ensconced within a fortified stronghold, indulging in all the luxuries it offered, be it food, resources, or women. Furthermore, Both legions had been clandestinely exporting oil to fatten their coffers. Upon reflection, if this situation could be sustained long-term, it would undoubtedly be a boon for them. From this perspective, the trio ought to express their gratitude to Liyuan and the Liyuan Legion. Commander Blackbear chuckled softly as he grasped the chains beside him. A woman, still gnawing on a bone, winced in pain and hurriedly crawled over, trembling as she knelt beside him. A sinister smile crept across Blackbear's face as he observed the quivering figure and seized her. "Report, Commander." At that moment, a soldier burst through the door, exclaiming, "The slave workers have initiated a rebellion." Blackbear paused, slowly rising while still holding the unfortunate woman. She dangled in the courtyard, her intense pain causing her to emit faint whimpers. "What is the garrison doing? Why haven't they quelled the uprising?" He cast a glance at the woman before discarding her onto the carpet. "The specifics remain unclear," the soldier replied. "However, the surviving guards claim that the electric shackles on the slaves have been removed, rendering the shocks ineffective. It appears to be an organized revolt." Meanwhile, on the other side, the hyena commander exhaled deeply, glancing at the woman unconscious on the sofa. He sneered. "It seems not all the slave workers are mere fools who can only toil. Some of them possess a degree of intelligence." Upon hearing this, Blackbear exhaled and returned to the sofa, pulling the female slave closer. "Send a battalion to suppress them. Inform them to eliminate a few ringleaders, but ensure they do not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. We still rely on these workers for our profits." "Understood, Commander." The soldier acknowledged before retreating. Blackbear yawned, unconcerned about the slave uprising. After all, his soldiers were all enhanced individuals. One could easily take on 2 or 3 robust men without issue. This rebellion should be quelled swiftly. Turning his gaze to the trembling female slave on the ground, a lascivious grin spread across Blackbear's face as he loosened his wide belt, tugging at her hair. "Report, Commander." Just as Blackbear prepared to indulge in his desires, yet another soldier rushed in. "What now?" Blackbear asked impatiently, releasing his grip. "The asphalt warehouse is on fire." "What?" At this, Blackbear had yet to fully comprehend the situation when the hyena commander abruptly stood up. "The slave workers' rebellion is of little concern. But if there's a fire in the oil field, it could lead to catastrophic safety incidents. The entire oil field could be engulfed in flames. If that happens, Lord Black Tiger will flay us alive. Old dog, what shall we do now?" Lord Black Tiger, evidently losing interest in the woman, tossed her aside and prepared to dress. The woman let out a relieved sigh. "Was it the slaves who set the fire?" The hyena commander inquired calmly, remaining still. "That seems unlikely. The site of the revolt is quite distant from the asphalt pit, closer to the city gate," the soldier replied. Upon hearing this, the hyena commander nodded. "Brother Bear, no need to panic. I will investigate the situation while you continue your activities. I shall summon you should anything arise." It was evident that during this time, the 4 of them had developed a certain camaraderie. Upon hearing these words, Commander Blackbear's face broke into a smile as he approached and patted the hyena's shoulder. "It's leaked, brother." Upon hearing this, the woman who had just been relieved suddenly turned pale. The hyena nodded and ordered his soldiers, "Send the city defense troops to assist in extinguishing the fire." "Second brother, are we done? Let us go take a look together." At this, the hyena's younger brother, grinning foolishly, slammed the woman's head against the sofa. Once the 2 had departed, Commander Blackbear took a moment to gather his thoughts before turning back to the woman. "Have you been waiting long?" "A minute," she replied. Just as Commander Blackbear was about to assert his dominance, another soldier burst in. Blackbear's expression darkened further, nearly causing him to lose his composure as the soldier raised a white flag in surrender. Without a second thought, Blackbear charged forward and slapped the soldier. Had the soldier not been a modified human, that slap would have been sufficient to take his head clean off. "Speak." The soldier, unperturbed by the blow, nervously reported. "Outside the city, we have discovered a large number of enemies." Chapter 95. A big fish has arrived in the command room of the Liyuan. The large screen displayed footage of a convoy of bronze shield armored vehicles advancing at full speed, with all the female officers busily attending to their respective tasks. Liyuan sat at the main seat, her gaze fixed intently on the data board in her hands, seemingly indifferent to the scenes unfolding on the big screen. The data board displayed footage from a miniature camera mounted on Lu Liang's chest. At that moment, the laborers had engaged in combat with the guards, and it was evident that the laborers were no match for the guards. They lacked both the strength and weaponry to rival their foes, and, compounded by their disorganization, They were in a state of continuous retreat. However, Liyuan did not head directly towards the city gate, but instead sought to assist the rioters in turning the tide. First, Liyuan distributed all the firearms he had found in the guards' break rooms to the rioters and helped them eliminate several modified soldiers from the Black Bear Legion. As he had anticipated, while these modified soldiers were fierce, they were childishly weak compared to himself and the female elves under his command. In terms of both strength and speed, they vastly outmatched the enemy. Moreover, under the protection of the Shadow Cloak, most of the adversaries had met their demise without even glimpsing their assailant. Thus far, neither the Black Bear Legion nor the Hyena Legion had discovered his presence. "Master, a considerable number of soldiers have arrived to assist with the fire," spoke Lu Weiwei softly through the communicator. "I also see the 2 commanders of the Hyena Legion here directing operations." Prior to this, Liyuan had ensured that they were well acquainted with the profiles and appearances of Commander Black Bear and the Hyena brothers. "Oh, a big fish has indeed come." Liyuan was astounded that the Hyena commander had personally come to extinguish the fire. This was an unexpected delight. "Can you confirm it is them?" "Absolutely," Lu Weiwei replied earnestly, having memorized their features over the past few days. Hearing this, Liyuan chuckled coldly. "What is the situation by the city gate?" "My lord, many have passed this way, yet a considerable number still remains." The female elven captain interjected through the communicator. "Moreover, it seems they are already aware of the enemy outside the city." Liyuan nodded. Such a vast legion was indeed impossible to conceal. However, even if they had discovered it, it mattered not. Find their new foreman and instruct him to lead the rabble toward the asphalt pit. It would be best to encircle it. As Liyuan spoke of the old man, a female elf slightly nodded, lifting the medicinal herbs and tucking them into her cloak before vanishing into the darkness. Given the elf's tall stature, accommodating a girl within the cloak was hardly a challenge. "My lord, what shall we do next?" Lu Weiwei inquired. "Should we eliminate the Hyena brothers?" "Elimination is inevitable," Liyuan replied with a cold smirk. "But we must ensure the enemy remains oblivious to our presence." He then connected with the command room. "Shiruo, how long until you reach the city outskirts?" Li Shiruo, intently observing Lu Liang's screen, was startled by his sudden query. "It will take approximately another hour to arrive," she responded, glancing at the large screen where the battle strategist had recorded data in the corner. Upon hearing this, Liyuan nodded. "Weiwei, leave 2 sisters to keep an eye on those 2 dogs, and bring the others to support me." "Support? My lord, is something amiss?" Lu Weiwei asked with concern. In her understanding, Liyuan was not one to call for assistance. A request for help indicated dire circumstances. Liyuan chuckled, aware that Weiwei had misunderstood. The reason for her support was primarily to assist the rabble in clearing obstacles. He needed to swiftly guide the mob towards the asphalt pit, waiting for them to engage the enemy in a full-scale confrontation, allowing him the opportunity to silently eliminate the 2. Once the Hyena commander fell, the enemy would undoubtedly perceive the rabble's strength as formidable, promptly dispatching more troops to suppress them at the city gates. With the city's moats providing a formidable defense, the enemy would not worry about the potential threat posed by the Liyuan Legion entering the city. However, with fewer defenders, he would have the chance to open the gates and let his legion in. After explaining everything to Lu Weiwei, the elven princess awkwardly smiled. "My lord, I shall bring my people there at once." The fierce battle raged on for over half an hour. Despite heavy casualties, with Lu Liang's covert assistance, the rabble grew increasingly emboldened, ultimately breaching the defensive line and beginning their advance toward the asphalt pit. Lu Weiwei wiped the bloody dagger, watching as a massive bear-like cyborg collapsed slowly. Just 10 meters away, another bear was desperately attempting to pry open Lu Liang's arm, which was as unyielding as steel. With a sharp crack, the cyborg's neck was broken, and Liyuan hurled it a dozen meters away, casting a glance at Lu Weiwei before vanishing once more into invisibility. At the asphalt pit, the Hyena commander observed his soldiers extinguishing the flames, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Clearly, this blaze had only just begun, otherwise, the situation would have been truly dire. "Commander, the rioters are already upon us," a soldier exclaimed, rushing in a state of panic. The Hyena commander paused, momentarily taken aback. Logically, the guards at the oil field comprised soldiers from 2 legions. While their combat prowess was not particularly formidable, they should have been more than capable of handling the rabble. Although he had dispatched only a single company from each legion, it seemed implausible that the laborers could overpower them. Yet, As he beheld the distant flicker of flames, confusion enveloped him completely. However, there was little time for contemplation. Thankfully, he had brought another company with him to assist in quelling the flames. "Brothers, let us go and eradicate these laborers," he commanded. "But take care, my younger brother. Do not slay them all," he added, casting a glance at his sibling. "Haha, brother, there's meat. It's delicious." His younger brother grinned foolishly, bloodlust glistening in his eyes. The hyena commander began issuing orders for the troops to advance towards the rioters, unaware that a figure lurked in the shadows, watching him with a cold smile. Chapter 96. I will return for you. The hyena brothers, leading their troops, clashed with the rebel forces composed of laborers. Clearly, the combat effectiveness of the duo far surpassed that of the ordinary troops, and their presence immediately tilted the balance of the battle. Have they arrived? Lu Weiwei danced gracefully, slicing through the air, and several enemy soldiers immediately clutched their throats and fell to the ground. "Send your men to charge directly into the enemy's rear. Encircle them completely. The more chaos, the better," she sneered, crushing the skull of a soldier beneath her boot. I understand." Yao Chao trembled at the sight of such brutality. Although she had steeled herself mentally, she was taken aback by the merciless ferocity displayed by the seemingly gentle and beautiful older sister in combat. Recalling the fighting styles of other elven warriors, Yao Chao swallowed hard. She had initially believed that only Lu Liang was formidable within this group, yet it appeared that the others were equally fierce. Amidst such a company, Yao Chao felt an overwhelming sense of dread for her future. She hurried to find the elder from earlier, now the foreman of the laborers, to relay Lu Weiwei's instructions. Soon, under the elder's command, the rioters found renewed courage and, leveraging their numerical advantage, surrounded the reinforcements brought by the hyena commander. Soldiers fell one after another, yet more continued to surge forward. The laborers displayed an unprecedented bravery, for they knew that someone was aiding them from the shadows. This was the very reason Lu Liang had chosen to stay and assist them in battle. Had he not orchestrated the elves to reveal themselves intentionally and strike down foes before the laborers' eyes, their morale would have collapsed countless times. "Commander, the enemy numbers are overwhelming. We are encircled," a soldier reported, anxiety creeping into his voice. Upon hearing this, the hyena commander furrowed his brow. How can these laborers possess such formidable combat capabilities? To comprehend, the hyena legion consists of over 2,000 soldiers, all armed to the teeth. Although their combat prowess may leave much to be desired, they are undeniably superior to these unfortunate laborers who have spent their lives in squalor. On the other hand, the company dispatched by Commander Blackbear, though fewer in number, is predominantly composed of enhanced individuals, possessing formidable fighting capabilities. How could such a force be pushed back by the enemy? The hyena commander found this perplexing. Yet now was not the time for contemplation. Fortunately, he had brought another company with him. Aside from the guard squad, everyone else should engage and eliminate these rioters. There was no time to rely on these laborers to extract oil anymore. If Lord Black Tiger were to discover that he could not even quell a slave uprising, there would be no reason for him to continue living. In the worst-case scenario, he could always procure more slaves from the market later, as he had earned a considerable profit from oil trading lately. "It's your turn now, brother," the hyena commander whispered. Upon hearing this, his younger brother smiled, retrieving a small pill from his pocket and swallowing it. Suddenly, the hyena brother trembled, his skin turning a vivid red. Almost immediately, his form began to swell, his clothing tearing as he transformed into a creature resembling a werewolf, nearly 3 meters tall. The soldiers around him instinctively took a step back, fully aware that the ultimate weapon of the hyena legion was none other than the commander's brother himself. This peculiar enhancement serum had been specifically designed by the hyena commander to unleash his brother's latent combat potential. However, the drawbacks of this substance were glaringly evident. Prolonged use would gradually lead to dementia. With a thunderous howl, the hyena brother completed his transformation and charged toward the mob. The rioters were taken aback, yet the hyena brother granted them no time to react, plunging into the crowd and unleashing a brutal onslaught. Witnessing this, the rioters raised their newly acquired firearms, unleashing a hail of bullets at the hyena brother. Despite his massive size, his speed was not to be underestimated. With each leap, he covered 10 meters. Bullets whizzing past him and sparking as they missed their mark. Lu Liang shook his head helplessly, lamenting the lack of marksmanship among these laborers. Had it been his female soldiers, The hyena would likely have been riddled with bullets by now. While both were werewolves, the hyena's strength was significantly inferior to that of the Shauna sisters, lacking their extraordinary regenerative abilities. Ireina's dossier had clearly outlined the capabilities of the hyena brother. His vitality had evidently surged, and his speed and strength had markedly increased. Yet at the cost of diminished intellect and potentially a shortened lifespan. Lu Liang's assessment was simply that these two truly embodied the essence of brotherly camaraderie. The hyena brother continued his rampage, slaughtering several laborers before licking the blood from his claws, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The rioters, unable to withstand such ferocity, began to retreat quietly. They incited the riot not with the intent to vanquish their foes, but rather to escape the oil fields and attain freedom. Confronted with an insurmountable adversary, they possessed no notion of noble sacrifice for the sake of others. Master, shall I take action? At an unknown moment, Lu Weiwei, accompanied by Yao Chao, stealthily approached Lu Liang and whispered her query. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang surveyed the tumultuous scene. The mob had already become entangled with the enemy, and the arrival of the spotted hyena only exacerbated the chaos on the battlefield. With merely a dozen loyal guards surrounding the hyena commander, if the opportunity to strike did not present itself now, when would it? Exercise caution. This fellow possesses formidable combat abilities, Lu Liang murmured. Do not sustain any injuries. Warmth spread through Lu Weiwei's heart. Noticing the absence of onlookers, she secretly kissed Lu Liang's lips, then mischievously winked before vanishing into the shadows. Yao Chao was momentarily rendered speechless by the surprise. You, a mere slave, dare to kiss your master so freely? Lu Liang merely cast a fleeting glance her way, disregarding her entirely. In truth, he was indifferent to her thoughts. He had taken her in, partly because she could rally others to incite rebellion, and partly due to personal inclination. The female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion were commendable in many respects, yet they were excessively submissive to him. With the influence he wielded, Lu Liang could rotate through them daily without eliciting dissent. Conversely, Yao Chao remained a mere pawn in her own eyes. What Lu Liang aspired to accomplish was to utterly dismantle the profoundly selfish core of this girl, which would bring him immense gratification. Of course, this was contingent upon his capacity to take her away. If necessary, using her as a shield to deflect a bullet would pose no issue. Master, what shall we do now? Yao Chao approached Lu Liang, her tone ingratiating. Clearly, she coveted the same status as Lu Weiwei. It was not merely about kissing Lu Liang. The crux lay in obtaining his permission to do so. Stay here, Lu Liang replied coldly, altering the gentle demeanor he had exhibited towards Lu Weiwei. Yao Chao's little scheme was certainly not lost on Lu Liang. He regarded her as nothing more than a toy, requiring no consideration for her feelings. Stay here? Yao Chao gasped, glancing at the bloody scene around them. Gripping Lu Liang's garment tightly, her eyes brimmed with tears. Master, I am afraid. This statement rang true. Although Yao Chao could sell out her companions without hesitation, she had never witnessed such a horrific spectacle. Moreover, as a defenseless girl, she knew that if discovered by the enemy, her fate would be sealed. Fear proved futile. Lu Liang swatted away her delicate hand. His current objective was to eliminate the hyena commander. The others were engaged in combat on the battlefield, leaving no one available to tend to her. Master. Yao Chao's voice was nearly a plea. She regretted bringing Lu Liang out as a shield. Lu Liang merely shot her a glare, causing her to shudder and obediently retreat to the side. If she wished to survive, she must find a secure place to remain. Lu Liang retreated into the shadows, declaring, After the battle concludes, I shall return to seek you. Chapter 97. Lu Weiwei's lethal strike. The hyena troop continued their frenzied massacre of the enslaved workers. As this contingent belonged to the hyena's elite guard, their combat prowess surpassed that of other units. Under the leadership of the hyena's younger brother, the tide of battle quickly turned overwhelmingly in their favor. The enslaved workers, in desperation, discarded their weapons and scattered in all directions, transforming the conflict into a mere haunt. Amidst the distant corpses that fell like autumn leaves, the commander of the hyenas wore a bloodthirsty grin. These laborers ought to remain submissively ensconced in the dark. Oppressive oil wells, expending their wretched lives to extract oil for their lord. How foolish to entertain thoughts of rebellion. On the battlefield, the hyena's younger brother swallowed a 19-year-old girl whole, her agonized screams lingering in its throat. The sight of this creature sent the workers into a frenzied flight or rendered them paralyzed by fear, stripped of the strength to escape. Although the labor force at the Sirius oil field numbered around 10,000, barely half were capable of engaging in direct combat. The remainder comprised the elderly, the infirm, and women and children, utterly incapable of mounting any significant resistance. The soldiers appeared to revel in the ecstasy of slaughter. Their gazes fixated on the women lying on the ground, still alive, as they prepared to pounce. Just as one soldier contemplated his next move against a girl spewing blood, a glimmering blade flashed before him. With a sickening thud, the soldier's head rolled away, his face still wearing an expression of exhilaration. His comrades, frozen in terror at the grotesque scene, hastily raised their weapons, eyes wide with dread, yet found nothing amiss. Another sharp word pierced the air, and one soldier fell, clutching his wound as he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. The sound soon drew the attention of others, and the soldiers finally realized that amidst the enslaved workers lurked a different enemy. Nevertheless, more of them continued to fall. Witnessing this, the hyena's younger brother discarded the half-eaten corpse of a woman and sniffed the air cautiously, yet detected no scent. The effectiveness of the shadow cloak had obscured even the aroma of its presence. The engaged laborers also sensed that something was amiss and began to halt their actions. After a prolonged silence, a tall woman emerged from the shadows, toying with a glimmering dagger in her hand. Without hesitation, a soldier raised his weapon to fire. But a flash of cold light in the woman's eyes signaled his demise as a sharp dagger plunged into his throat. Blood gushed forth, and as the soldier knelt, clutching his neck, the woman swiftly sidestepped, withdrawing her dagger to avoid the grotesque spray of blood. Taking out a handkerchief, Lu Weiwei meticulously cleaned the dagger. Her eyes filled with disdain, as if the blood were the filthiest substance in existence. Observing her actions, the soldiers prepared to fire, only to be halted by a commanding voice. "Everyone, stand down." The spotted hyena sibling leapt suddenly, crashing down a mere 10 meters away from Lu Weiwei with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing this, the soldiers finally retracted their weapons. Despite the second commander's usual foolishness, it seemed that during his transformation, his intellect had returned. While his intelligence was still rather modest, it was sufficient for coherent communication. He would never show mercy to subordinates who defied orders. Meanwhile, the elder spotted hyena caught sight of Lu Weiwei in the distance, and a jolt of alarm surged through him. Was this uprising not a spontaneous act by the laborers, but rather orchestrated by external forces? The mere thought sent a chill of sweat down his spine. In his understanding, seizing the Celis oil field necessitated an internal approach. The Lord had done precisely that in the past, employing undercover agents rather than infiltration. Having just assumed control of the oil field, he was surrounded solely by his own loyalists, both guards and commanders, making betrayal utterly inconceivable. Thus, the appearance of this woman implied that he could not eliminate her. She must be captured alive. The commander of the spotted hyenas declared, "Capture me alive." At this, Lu Weiwei nearly burst into laughter. If not for the need to bolster the morale of the laborers, she would have dispatched this beast countless times already. Hearing this, the younger hyena gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, momentarily entranced. Beneath the glow of the battle's flames, her exquisite visage seemed to dance with the flickering light, while her long legs, partially concealed beneath her cloak, sparked the imagination. Even more striking was her towering stature. He had never encountered a woman so breathtaking. "You must possess a delightful aroma," he mused, and without hesitation, he lunged forward. Lu Weiwei, sensing his approach, sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at the hyena's face. The creature sneered, dismissing the force of a woman's flying kick. After all, his body had been forged through trials of life and death. Not even the transformed soldiers of the Black Bear Legion could match him. Yet, he was abruptly met with an overwhelming force, as if struck by a truck, sending him hurtling backward. His massive body collided with a two-story building, creating a wolf-shaped indentation in the solid concrete wall. The younger hyena's head had sunk in, and he convulsed on the ground, retracting her long leg back beneath her cloak. Lu Weiwei cast a cold glance around her. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, their hands trembling uncontrollably around their firearms. Such immense power, and it belonged to a woman? The commander of the hyenas was still reeling from shock. Could this woman also be a transformed being? With a howl, the younger hyena struggled to rise from the ground and charged at Lu Weiwei once more. Truly, she was formidable. capable of continuing to fight even after sustaining such damage to her head. Lu Weiwei scoffed. Her previous kick had merely been a test, and this time she would not hold back. "No, brother," the second commander shouted, fully aware of the disparity between his sibling and this woman. However, it was too late. The spotted hyena charged forward, and Lu Weiwei deftly positioned herself before it, her sharp dagger gliding effortlessly across its flesh. The hyena's brother halted abruptly, and Lu Weiwei flicked the blood from her blade before sheathed the dagger at her waist. With a resounding thud, the enormous head rolled to the ground, its face still bearing a fierce expression, yet lifeless. The onlookers, both soldiers and enslaved workers alike, stood in stunned silence. This was no longer a matter of strength. The prowess of this woman seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. In a corner, Yao Chao's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lu Weiwei. "So powerful," she murmured to herself, her astonishment not solely directed at Lu Weiwei's abilities, but also at Lu Liang's. How could such a formidable woman be utterly devoted to him? What sort of enchantment did he possess? "Now, you may proceed," Lu Weiwei coldly directed a head slave, casting a glance at Yao Chao hidden in the shadows before vanishing into the darkness. At her words, the enslaved workers were momentarily taken aback. Yet a renewed fervor surged within them. The enemy's strongest had been effortlessly dispatched. What was there to fear? "Kill them! Charge out!" The cries of the enslaved resounded throughout the oil field as they hastily retrieved their discarded weapons and surged toward the gates. "Brother! Brother!" The commander of the hyenas, with bloodshot eyes, rushed to his sibling's side. The once mighty eyes now void of life, he cradled his brother's head, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had brought his brother along solely to quell the rebellion of the enslaved. How could he have perished here? "Commander!" Before he could mourn, a soldier rushed over in a panic, exclaiming, "Commander Heixiong sent me to inform you to quell the rebellion immediately. A large enemy force has appeared outside the city." "Enemies?" The commander of the hyenas paused, his mind racing with thoughts. It was now evident that the organization to which that woman belonged had incited this uprising, aiming to create chaos within the city while they conspired to seize the Celis oil field. However, the fighting capability of the rabble was severely limited. Even with that woman's assistance, it would not significantly hinder his forces. It must be noted that the entire Hyena Legion consisted of over 20,000 men, and with the support of the Heixiong Legion, quelling the rebellion was merely a matter of time. Unless, upon this realization, the commander comprehended Lu Liang's intentions. The purpose of inciting the rioters was to summon the station's soldiers to assist, thus leaving the city gates vulnerable, allowing him to infiltrate and unleash his forces. Forget the rabble, return. But before the hyena commander could finish his command, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Glancing down, he saw a blade embedded in his torso. "You." The hyena commander struggled to turn around, his gaze meeting a sharply defined face beneath a cloak. Lu Liang smirked, clearly amused that the hyena commander was still capable of reasoning. Yet, even with this understanding, he remained perplexed. With a swift motion, Lu Liang withdrew the bayonet and casually flicked off the blood. Seizing the moment while others were still in shock, he darted in front of each soldier, delivering a lethal cut to their throats. The soldiers clutched their necks as they collapsed, while a few distant ones, witnessing the chaos, immediately raised their guns to fire. Yet, Lu Liang merely tilted his body slightly and vanished from sight once more. Chapter 98. I thought you had forgotten me, Commander. The commander is dead. Only after Lu Liang had disappeared did the soldiers dare to shout aloud. Upon hearing this news, the soldiers still engaged in combat with the rioters lost all confidence. With the demise of two commanders, they reasoned it prudent to preserve their own strength for a hasty retreat. Thus, they began to flee in disarray. Before long, the asphalt pit was overtaken by the enslaved workers, who erupted in jubilant cheers, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. They had never imagined that they, so weak and powerless, could triumph over fully armed soldiers. This victory was entirely attributed to that man and his female subordinates, though they did not know his name. In the hearts of every laborer, Lu Liang had become a deity of rebirth. However, one person's mood was far from jubilant. Yao Chao remained hidden in a corner, her heart heavy with unease. She had longed to share this joy with her mother, but now her mother was gone. In a moment of disorientation, Yao Chao recalled Lu Liang. Had he not promised to return to her once the battle was over? Why had he not come back yet? Did he truly intend to abandon her? The thought sent her heart racing to her throat. Trembling, she emerged from her hiding place, trying her best to remain concealed in the shadows to avoid detection. The news of her betrayal had spread among the enslaved workers, and if they found her alone, her fate would likely be no better than that of the guards. "Hey, it's Yao Chao." At that moment, a woman suddenly glanced in Yao Chao's direction, pointing and shouting. Upon hearing this, several nearby individuals turned to look, their expressions betraying a myriad of emotions: anger, disappointment, disdain, and, for some, a glimmer of lust. "Capture her." A tall man rushed forward, prompting others to follow suit. Panic engulfed Yao Chao. She had no idea what they would do to her, but she was certain it would not end well. She turned to flee, but her frail frame could not outpace the adult men pursuing her. Within mere seconds, she slipped and fell to the ground with a thud. Several men quickly surrounded her. "Yao Chao, it's you. Long time no see," one man leered, rubbing his hands together. "I heard you handed over the list to that person." "Impressive." "Humph, just like her mother. A fickle traitor," another scoffed. "If it weren't for her mother's coercion, how could we have been manipulated by her?" In light of this situation, as the burden of maternal debts falls upon the daughter, a lascivious grin spread across the face of the sordid man, his hand reaching toward the already pale countenance of Yao Chao, who was paralyzed by fear. Despair led her to close her eyes, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she reflected on her own foolishness. How could she have harbored hopes that he would return to rescue her? She had exploited him, and now she found herself devoid of any value to him. What could he possibly care for? Was it her beauty? As she contemplated the likes of Lu Weiwei and those enchanting female spirits surrounding him, she realized he had no shortage of exquisite women. Ultimately, she was merely a piece of spoiled flesh marooned in an oil field. From the moment of her birth, she had been oblivious to her father's identity. Although her mother had always treated her with kindness, Yao Chao had witnessed her mother with various men whom she did not recognize, only for those men to offer protection to both her and her mother for a fleeting time. Thus, Yao Chao grew up, gradually coming to understand the complexities of her existence. Her mother, with her unique allure, ultimately became a pivotal figure among the enslaved workers. Everything her mother did was solely to ensure a better life for Yao Chao. Having read a few books, Yao Chao had often dreamt of the beautiful worlds they depicted. Hence, she harbored a fervent wish to escape the confines of the Celis oil field and explore the world beyond. Even if it meant facing death afterward, she would embrace it willingly. A tear of unfulfilled longing traced her cheek, signaling that such aspirations might only be realized in a future life. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierced the air, and contrary to her expectations of that repulsive hand, she instead heard a pained wail. As she cautiously opened her eyes, she beheld a man clad in a deep blue cloak standing beside her. Astonishingly, the middle-aged man's hand, which had reached for her, was brutally torn away by another force. "How audacious!" Liyuan scoffed, discarding the severed limb aside. "Who dares to touch my own?" Upon seeing Liyuan, the faces of all present turned ashen. No one had anticipated his timely arrival. Some among them had witnessed Liyuan in battle and recognized him as the leader of the female spirits. The middle-aged man lay on the ground, wailing incessantly, his blood mingling with the rain-soaked earth. "You are far too noisy," Liyuan declared, delivering a swift kick to the man's neck, resulting in a sickening crack as the life drained from him. "Master." At the sight of this brutality, the remaining onlookers collapsed to their knees, their foreheads pressed against the ground in submission. Not a soul dared to utter a word. They trembled uncontrollably, and a few even lost control of their bladders. "Begone." Liyuan, initially poised to say more, stepped back in disgust at the scene before him, urging them to leave. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." Upon hearing this, the enslaved workers hurriedly bowed, using all limbs to hastily withdraw. "Did I not instruct you to wait for me at the place where we parted ways?" "What brings you here?" Liyuan inquired, having returned to the spot after eliminating the hyena commander, only to find that Yao Chao had not yet arrived despite waiting for approximately 5 minutes. He had presumed she might attempt to seize an opportunity to escape while he opened the city gates, only to discover that she had been encircled by several enslaved workers, one of whom harbored ill intentions toward her. With a soft thud, Yao Chao had yet to finish her words when she enveloped her slender waist with her arms, resting her small head against her abdomen, her gentle sobs escaping her lips. "I thought you no longer wanted me." In the command room, Li Shirua and a group of female officers were incensed, snapping their pens in two. It was one thing to share Liyuan with their own sisters. How dare this little servant girl intrude upon their moment? Unlike the silent videos of the emissaries, they could hear Yao Chao's words with crystal clarity. Enough. Do not soil my clothing, Lu Liang exclaimed, attempting to push Yao Chao away. Yet, she clung to him like an octopus, refusing to let go. Not only that, but her little head had the audacity to lean down further. Li Shirua's gaze was lethal, brimming with fury. For reasons unknown, Lu Liang suddenly felt a chill wash over him, an unsettling sensation creeping up his spine. You stop right now. We are in the midst of a battle. Despite the distraction caused by the girl, Lu Liang's mind remained lucid, aware of what was permissible and what was not. Finally, after much effort, he managed to pry Yao Chao off him, just as Li Shirua's voice reached his ears. We have arrived at the city gates. Why haven't you opened them yet? Li Shirua spoke coldly. Realizing what had caused her earlier concern, Lu Liang breathed a sigh of relief. We're almost there, he quickly explained. And don't be jealous. At most, I can have her serve you as a maid. I'm not interested, Li Shirua scoffed. Are you truly planning to bring her back? Lu Liang remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. Very well, Li Shirua sighed. I shall send someone to prepare her room. Thank you, my dear, Lu Liang replied. Closing the communicator, Li Shirua was left in a state of shock, for everyone present had heard his words. Master, what should we do next? Yao Chao inquired cautiously. Just moments ago, witnessing Lu Liang's handsome figure had stirred feelings within her that she had never experienced before. A man capable of rescuing her in a time of crisis. At that moment, Yao Chao felt that her connection to Lu Liang transcended mere self-interest. She realized she was beginning to depend on him. This sensation was foreign to her, one her mother had never taught her. Come with me, Lu Liang said, wrapping his arm around Yao Chao's slender waist, drawing her close. The sudden warmth enveloping her waist left her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In the Black Bear Fortress command room, Commander Heixiong had returned to his stronghold, for it was far more convenient to direct the battle from there. Is it the Liyuan Corps? Lu Liang. Upon receiving the frontline report, Commander Heixiong gazed in astonishment at the enormous crimson bird emblem displayed on the screen. Commander, the Liyuan Corps is just outside our city. But it appears their forces are not particularly numerous, his aide analyzed, noting that the Liyuan Corps consisted of merely 50 bronze shield-class armored vehicles. Is this their advanced unit? The Black Bear commander pondered silently, having heard of the remarkable feat of the Liyuan Legion, which single-handedly vanquished 3 other legions. However, the specifics of the battle remained unclear, leading him to presume that the forces outside the city were merely the vanguard. Commander, I suspect that the rebellion of the slave workers within the city has been incited by Lu Liang, remarked the aide. They aim to create chaos among the laborers and take advantage of the situation to open the city gates, allowing the enemy outside to enter. The Black Bear commander nodded in agreement, as this aligned with his own thoughts. Commander. Suddenly, a communications soldier rushed in, flustered. The hyena commander and his brother have both perished. What? The old dog is dead? The Black Bear commander was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. How could that be? Weren't they dispatched to suppress the slave workers? How could they have been slain by those laborers? The soldier, trembling, replied. According to reports from the front lines, there was a man and a woman among the laborers, both exceptionally formidable. The woman killed the second commander in just 2 moves, and the man was even more ferocious, dispatching dozens of guards in mere seconds, before the Grand Commander could react. Upon hearing this, the Black Bear commander sank heavily into his chair, cold sweat trickling down his back. Commander, what shall we do? Should we request reinforcements from Lord Black Tiger? Queried the aide. Immediately send a message to the Lord, reporting the situation here, and request that he dispatch reinforcements at once, commanded the Black Bear commander. Furthermore, deploy all city defense troops to quell the rebellion. The battle must be resolved within 2 hours. All of them. The aide's eyes widened in shock. Commander, the enemy may take this opportunity to rush to the city gates and open them. Gather the Black Bear Brigade and station them at the gate mechanisms. No one is to approach. They must be dealt with ruthlessly. The Black Bear commander replied coldly. Their infiltration team will not be numerous. The Black Bear Brigade can hold the line. Additionally, let the artillery bombard the enemy outside the city. They are already at our doorstep. And we must strike while we can. As long as the gates remain closed, the forces outside the Liyuan Legion will be rendered ineffective. Once we quell the rebellion within the city, the Liyuan Legion will crumble without resistance. Chapter 99. Main forces enter the city thus. Lu Liang carried her companion and met with Lu Weiwei. Master, the enemy is approaching. Lu Weiwei cast a quick glance at Yao Chao, but said nothing further. Although she disapproved of many of the girl's actions, now was not the time for such considerations. The priority was to open the city gates swiftly and allow the Legion to enter. With the death of the hyena commander, the enemy would surely perceive immense pressure from the mob, opting to address the rebellion before turning their attention back to the Liyuan Legion. Indeed, the female soldier monitoring the city gates reported that a significant number of the defending troops were hastening towards the asphalt pit, leaving only a 100-strong unit composed entirely of modified individuals to guard the gates. Lu Liang chuckled coldly, recognizing that the Black Bear commander underestimated her infiltration team, mistakenly believing that the presence of modified soldiers would deter the lowering of the drawbridge. Notify everyone to assemble and head towards the city gates. We must activate the mechanisms to let our sisters in, Lu Liang whispered, then connected to Li Shiruo's channel. Shiruo, the troops are ready to enter the city. Understood, came Li Shiruo's voice through the earpiece. Having evaded the enemies heading for reinforcement, Lu Liang led Lu Weiwei and the others into the shadows beneath the city gate. Soon, everyone had gathered, unharmed. Lu Liang felt a surge of joy. The combat prowess of the Wild Moon Elves was indeed remarkable. My lord, esteemed princess, we have gathered intelligence on the situation inside. A slightly shorter female elf stepped forward, handing Lu Liang a freshly drawn sketch. Lu Liang nodded, casting an approving glance at Lu Weiwei. They had anticipated his desires even before he issued a command. Lu Weiwei playfully winked at Lu Liang and, unfolding the blueprint under the moonlight, presented it before him. The internal structure of the city gate tower was not complex, aside from a few small warehouses for storing weaponry. The rest comprised staircases and spacious walkways. The sole massive mechanism responsible for controlling the drawbridge and city gate was heavily guarded by the modifications of the Black Bear Legion, making it impossible to access without neutralizing them first. However, the force of nearly 50 elven warriors at his disposal was more than sufficient. At that moment, a thunderous cannonade echoed from afar, as dozens of shells arced through the sky, detonating upon the position of the Liyuan Legion outside the city. The explosive force caused the copper-shielded armored vehicles to tremble slightly, but had no further effect. Even the artillery of the Blood Wolf 4th Legion could not dismantle the copper-shielded vehicles, let alone the Black Bear Legion. Nonetheless, the booming cannon fire startled the recently invigorated laborers. There was no time for hesitation. Lu Liang understood that it would take little time for the two legions to quell the rebellion. Replacing his hood, Lu Liang's gaze sharpened. Onward, eliminate them all. With Lu Liang's command, dozens of shadows darted towards the city tower. Brothers, as per the commander's orders, we must remain vigilant against enemy ambushes for the next 2 hours. Ambush. Squad leader, do you truly believe those laborers can breach our two legions' defenses? A dark-skinned modifier remarked. Even if they could break through, I refuse to believe our Black Bear Company cannot handle them. We must not be complacent. The Black Bear Company commander replied solemnly. Intelligence indicates that within the enemy ranks, there are a man and a woman who are exceptionally formidable. The hyena commander's brothers fell by their hands. At this revelation, all present were taken aback. The hyena commander is dead? The modifier's voice trembled slightly. Indeed, the Black Bear Company commander continued. It is said that the second in command was decapitated by that woman while in transformation, and the commander himself was slain even while under the protection of his guards. Moreover, dozens of his guards met their end at his hands, and critically, those who survived could not clearly identify his appearance. What? Dozens? Everyone gasped in astonishment. It was well known that A Squad in the Hyena Legion was not merely a handful of individuals. Due to their large numbers, their organizational structure was quite exaggerated. A squad comprised over 200 individuals. Under the protection of over 200 men, to slay the commander of the spotted hyenas is no small feat. Moreover, to eliminate dozens right before their very eyes. What kind of terrifying combat prowess is this? Observing the stunned silence of the crowd, Captain Black Bear attempted to rally their spirits, saying, however, do not be too concerned. At the end of the day, it is merely the weakness of the Spotted Hyena Regiment. Apart from their second-in-command, the regiment possesses hardly any enhanced soldiers, their military discipline is subpar, and their weaponry is outdated. Had those two dared to appear before our Black Bear Company, they would have been swiftly devoured. Before Captain Black Bear could finish his words, he abruptly fell silent. The crowd exchanged glances, puzzled by the captain's sudden change. Moments later, a torrent of blood gushed from his neck, and before long, his massive head tumbled to the ground. The enhanced soldiers were momentarily paralyzed by the gruesome sight, but an overwhelming force propelled Captain Blackbear's body towards them. They hastily dodged as the corpse crashed heavily to the ground. At that moment, the exquisite visage of Lu Weiwei emerged before their eyes. The soldiers gazed at the still dripping curved dagger, as if it were revealing her identity. "It is the woman the captain spoke of," one soldier exclaimed. Instantly, their hearts raced with trepidation. Who among them could stand against her? After all, they had struggled against the second-in-command of the hyenas. Nevertheless, soldiers are soldiers. They would not scatter in fear at the sight of a formidable foe. After all, there was merely one woman before them. If they all charged together, they could certainly overpower her. "Brothers, let us avenge the captain." A rallying cry echoed, and the black bears surged forward towards Lu Weiwei. The elven princess sneered coldly, uttering softly, "Make your move." In an instant, a flurry of shadows darted forward, and many soldiers barely had time to react before their throats were slit. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, Lu Weiwei kicked a nearby enhanced soldier away, her powerful strike shattering his ribs. Then, she leaped into action, her dagger dancing through the air like a brush on canvas. Surrounding enemies were swiftly drenched in blood, falling lifeless to the earth. The enhanced soldiers of the Black Bear Company were unarmed. Their only weapons were their robust paws and sharp teeth. Yet, these were no match for Lu Weiwei and her elven kin. The battle concluded with remarkable swiftness, from the moment Lu Weiwei struck until the last enemy fell. Less than 3 minutes had elapsed. Lu Liang pushed open the door, leading Yao Chao inside. The room had transformed into a gruesome sight, littered with severed heads and limbs. The blood of enhanced soldiers far exceeded that of ordinary men, and with over 100 fallen black bears, the floor was awash in crimson. Upon witnessing this macabre scene, Yao Chao felt her stomach churn and could not suppress her retching. Lu Liang chuckled lightly, disregarding Yao Chao's distress, and strode purposefully into the room. "Master." Lu Weiwei and her companions quickly knelt on one knee. Lu Liang gestured for them to rise and approached the mechanisms controlling the drawbridge and city gate. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Liang pushed the massive mechanism wall, and the enormous gears behind it began to turn, emitting a creaking sound. Through the window, Lu Liang observed the drawbridge starting to descend, while the city gates began to open automatically. "Shi Ruo, we can enter the city now," Lu Liang remarked with a smile into the communicator. Chapter 100. They are all capable laborers understood. Watching the drawbridge lower gradually, Li Shi Ruo's expression turned serious. Liyuan Legion. Advance into the city. The front line received Li Shi Ruo's command, and the bronze-shielded armors commenced their march forward. Meanwhile, Han Bing led the assault team, hastening to enter the city and join Lu Liang and the others, aiming to prevent the enemy from reacting in time to reclaim the mechanism at the gates. "Commander, are you uninjured?" Han Bing inquired with concern as she removed her protective mask. In truth, she had been eagerly anticipating returning to Lu Liang's side. During Lu Liang's absence, Han Bing's heart had been anxious, fearing that something might happen to him. "Do I appear injured?" Lu Liang replied with a smile, playfully pinching Han Bing's fair cheek. Her face immediately flushed, and she cautiously glanced around, for Lu Liang had never displayed such intimate gestures in public before. Luo Weiwei merely smiled at the playful banter between the two, not particularly anxious, for she understood that she would eventually belong to Lu Liang. However, the other elven maidens gazed at Lu Liang with expressions of envy, their eyes fixed upon him. Yet, amidst them, a seemingly dirty girl caught Han Bing's attention. "Who is this?" Han Bing, having remained on the front lines, had not seen the interior of the city. "Hello, sister, my name is Yao Chao." Yao Chao immediately adopted a demure demeanor. "I am a slave worker from the oil field." As she spoke of her identity, her voice grew increasingly faint. She had expected Lu Liang to be surrounded solely by the stunning Luo Weiwei, only to discover another beauty equally captivating. One was an ice-cold beauty with formidable combat prowess, while the other was a sunny girl clad in powered armor. Given her current status and abilities, it would be even more challenging for her to win Lu Liang's favor in the future. She will be joining our Liyuan Legion. Sensing Yao Chao's slight despondency, Lu Liang discerned the girl's thoughts, but merely smiled without revealing anything. Han Bing immediately understood Lu Liang's intentions, nodding appreciatively while extending her mechanical arm. "You are welcome. I am Han Bing, From now on, we shall be sisters." The girl did not expect Han Bing to be so approachable, so different from the icy Luo Weiwei, and quickly extended her hand. "Yes, thank you, Sister Bing." Yao Chao's appearance was utterly charming, enhanced by her outstanding beauty, which endeared her to Han Bing. "You will have ample time to bond upon our return." Lu Liang interrupted their exchange, handing Yao Chao over to an elven maiden. "Please take her back and arrange for her with Li Shirua." "Master, are you leaving me behind?" Upon hearing that she would be separated from Lu Liang, Yao Chao panicked, tugging at the hem of his garment with a pitiful expression. "What do you mean by leaving you behind?" "I'm merely asking you to go ahead and wait for us in the rear." Lu Liang gently removed Yao Cao's hand, stating, "This is a battlefield after all. It is far too perilous to leave you here." He did not wish for the newfound treasure he had just acquired to meet an untimely demise. Thus, sending her back to safety was the wisest course of action. Noticing Yao Cao's silence, Lu Liang immediately discerned her concerns. He bent down, leaning close to her ear, and whispered, "I understand your thoughts. Fear not, I shall not easily let you go. Li Shiru, being a very amiable sister, would not trouble you as long as you obeyed her." Lu Liang spoke no falsehood. Amongst the female soldiers under his command, aside from Lu Weiwei, only his first wife could manage Yao Chao with such finesse. He felt assured in trusting Yao Chao to Li Shiru. Upon hearing his words, a flush of embarrassment crossed Yao Cao's face. Despite her insistence on wagering her body, the mere gaze of a man still elicited an unusual sensation within her. With Yao Chao no longer opposing, Lu Liang handed her over to the female elf, who saluted him before leading the young girl away. "What shall we do now?" Lu Weiwei inquired as she approached after Yao Cao's departure. Peering out the window, she observed that the Liyuan Legion had fully entered the city, rendering the defense of the mechanism unnecessary. "Let our armored division engage the enemy," Lu Liang suggested, stretching lazily. "As per usual, we shall seek their commander, demand a ransom, execute them, and leave no survivors." Commander Black Bear was thoroughly alarmed. Just moments ago, he was astonished by the artillery's ineffectiveness against the armored vehicles. Suddenly, the city gates swung open. He hurriedly attempted to contact the Black Bear squad, but received no response. Could it be that his elite squad had been annihilated? Shaking his head, Commander Black Bear pondered that although his transformed soldiers were not of a rare breed, each had undergone rigorous training, capable of escaping even from monstrous foes like the spotted hyena. Yet, this battalion had been silently obliterated. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Just how formidable was the combat prowess of the Liyuan Legion? Bang! The sound of a door crashing open startled Commander Black Bear, only to witness a blood-soaked cyborg soldier burst into the room. "Commander, outside, outside!" he exclaimed. "What is happening outside?" Commander Black Bear, alarmed, quickly rose to inquire. Just as the soldier prepared to speak, a sharp dagger plunged into his throat, causing him to convulse before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The personnel in the command room, witnessing this scene, were thrown into a panic. Even a fool could discern that the enemy had infiltrated. They scrambled from their seats, attempting to flee. However, Lu Liang appeared in the command room like a specter. The crowd, taken aback, instinctively reached for their concealed firearms, only to feel a sudden pain in their wrists. In an instant, all hands poised to draw weapons fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. The onlookers cried out in agony, collapsing to their knees in despair, when suddenly, dozens of figures emerged, standing behind them. The female elves, their expressions impassive, held knives still dripping with blood. Upon witnessing the scene, Commander Black Bear realized the tide had turned and offered no resistance, obediently raising his paws above his head. Lu Liang nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that this individual was quite astute in discerning the shifting circumstances. Had it not been for his possession of a thermal gun, breaching this stronghold would have posed a significant challenge. "May I inquire your name, esteemed sir?" Commander Black Bear ventured first. "Lu Liang, commander of the Liyuan Legion," came the reply. The Black Bear commander was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the formidable Lu Liang, who had single-handedly vanquished 3 major legions, would be such a youthful man. "Order your men to cease all resistance immediately. There remains an opportunity for survival. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy," Lu Liang stated coldly. Although annihilating this band of miscreants would pose no difficulty with his current strength, it would nonetheless require some effort. Since he had already subdued Commander Black Bear, there was no need for unnecessary casualties. Moreover, the captives could serve as laborers, which was a rather advantageous prospect. Lu Liang gazed at the balance in the Liyuan Legion S account, feeling quite pleased. Commander Black Bear had transferred all his assets, amounting to just under 1 million. Not an extravagant sum. However, Lu Liang chose not to execute him. Given Black Bear's robust physique, he would undoubtedly be worth several ordinary individuals as a laborer. Returning to the asphalt pit, Lu Liang found that the situation had been secured by the Liyuan Legion, with all captives kneeling on the ground, hands on their heads, under the watchful eyes of the female soldiers. The laborers, although not subjected to the same treatment as the captives, were also encircled. Seeing the armed female soldiers, the laborers displayed no inclination to resist. After all, a few had attempted to seize the opportunity to flee moments earlier and had been swiftly reduced to mere remnants by the soldiers' laser guns. Some audaciously demanded their freedom from Lu Liang, only to be swiftly subdued by the soldiers, who soon restored order. Observing this scene, Lu Liang nodded approvingly and gazed skyward. "You have been watching all along, haven't you?" His words caught both Lu Weiwei and Han Bing off guard. Well, one cannot truly call it spying. It is merely an understanding of a partner's methods of operation, came the voice from the communicator, where Ireina sipped her wine, appearing quite content. Soon, the Ceres oil field would become her enterprise, alleviating her financial constraints, as she had over 40 legions to sustain, and merely a handful of industrial fortresses would not suffice. "These individuals will be your responsibility from now on," Lu Liang remarked, gesturing towards the captives in the distance. "Given that the number of laborers at the Ceres oil field is already insufficient, integrating them will significantly enhance your production capacity." Upon hearing this, the captives' expressions darkened. "And what of the previous laborers? Did you not promise them their freedom?" Ireina inquired. "I stated that if they could assist me in opening the city gates, I would grant them their freedom," Lu Liang replied, casting a glance at the downcast laborers. He felt no empathy for them. Moreover, most were aware of the shadow cloak, and releasing them would pose a potential threat to his interests. "However, they have indeed contributed to my endeavors, and I hope that you refrain from exploiting them as the Black Tiger Lord does." Lu Liang spoke softly. "Considering this his final act of compassion, I suggest promoting them to positions such as squad leaders to manage the captives. Given their animosity towards those prisoners, they will undoubtedly devote themselves to your service." "Heh, I understand." Ireina chuckled lightly. This was the Lu Liang she knew. "You can discuss the specifics of the handover with Vic. I have already transferred 30 million units of exotic crystals into the account of the Liyuan Legion." Ireina paused momentarily. "You are about to leave here, am I correct?" "Yes." Upon hearing this, Lu Liang nodded. "Having taken such an advantage, how could I remain at ease? If I do not depart, the Black Tiger Lord will undoubtedly seek vengeance once he is free to do so. It is not that I cannot confront him head-on now. Even if I were to defeat him, the losses would be catastrophic." "I understand." Ireina's voice was exceedingly calm. "I have sent Vic along with the technician responsible for the totem designs. I trust you would not want to be seen running around with the totem of the Blood Wolf 4th Legion." "Thank you." Lu Liang smiled. Accepting Ireina's kindness, the Spotted Hyena Fortress and the Black Bear Fortress are yours. They are both level 1 fortresses and are of no use to me now. Upon hearing this, Ireina felt a warmth in her heart. Although both fortresses were level 1, selling them would yield at least over 10 million units of exotic crystals. This means I have effectively acquired the Celis oil field for less than 20 million. While the oil field will provide a steady income, it will take time to realize. Having given Lu Liang 30 million has considerably drained my finances. However, now with this over 10 million, I can at least weather this difficult period. "Thank you, Lu Liang," Ireina said softly. To have this ironclad miser part with such a sum is indeed a monumental favor. After ending the communication, Ireina felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if she had suddenly lost something she cherished dearly. Regarding her feelings, she would not shy away. She understood precisely what this sensation entailed. What astonished her was that she had only met Lu Liang a few times, and their exchanges had been minimal. Why was she drawn to him? Just as the vampire lady was mired in her melancholy, a maid entered the room and handed her a letter sealed with wax. Receiving the letter, Ireina delicately opened it with an exquisite dagger, and as she read the words within, her gloom dissipated, replaced by a playful smile. "It seems that before long, we shall meet again." Chapter 101. The Liyuan Legion is plundered. After shutting down the communicator, the Liyuan Fortress and the Bloodwolf Fortress had already entered the city, and Lu Liang and his companions quickly returned to the fortress. Li Shira had been waiting on the deck, and upon seeing Lu Liang return, she rushed over, unceremoniously inspecting his well-being. Enough, enough, I am perfectly fine, Lu Liang chuckled, drawing Li Shira into his embrace before the onlookers. Startled by his gesture, Li Shira did not resist but shyly nestled her head against him. Yao Chao, who stood nearby, was utterly astonished. Gazing at the man before her, she realized she had underestimated him. Li Shira surpassed even the rare beauties, Lu Weiwei and Han Bing. Moreover, Yao Chao could discern that Lu Liang harbored genuine affection for this woman. What was even more daunting was the fact that the entire regiment, without exception, consisted solely of female soldiers, each equally captivating. In contrast, Yao Chao, who had always held herself in high regard, found her confidence waning. Even if Lu Liang occasionally favored her, it was likely a fleeting whim, lacking any lasting foundation. Furthermore, prior to Lu Liang's return, Li Shira had already informed Yao Chao that apart from herself, all the other members of the regiment had shared battles alongside Lu Liang, fostering bonds of camaraderie and attachment that she would never possess. Contemplating this, the girl gently bit her lip, feeling a sense of unwillingness. Fortunately, the current demeanor of the regiment's female soldiers toward her was not hostile. On the contrary, Li Shira showed her considerable care, not only arranging a separate room for her, but also taking the time to engage in conversation. According to Li Shira, the entire regiment belonged to Lu Liang, and they were willing participants. If Lu Liang were to accept Yao Chao into their fold, she would be most welcome. However, Yao Chao discerned an underlying implication. If Lu Liang did not accept her, then there would be no place for her in the Liyuan regiment. Indeed, Lu Liang gently released Li Shira, not even casting a glance at Yao Chao as he led Lu Weiwei and the others back to the command room. Yao Chao immediately felt isolated, retreating to her own quarters in dejection. Upon returning to the command room, Lu Liang stretched languidly and addressed Lu Weiwei and the others. Thank you all for your hard work. Everyone is free for the next 2 days. Go rest. Once they had departed, Lu Liang leaned back in his chair. Stifling a yawn, Li Shira signaled to Lu Weiwei with her eyes, inviting her to assist in gently massaging Lu Liang's temples. A surge of joy filled Lu Weiwei's heart as she gratefully glanced at Li Shira. Li Shira vacated her spot, creating space for Lu Weiwei. Lu Liang made no objections, lifting his gaze to the two women for a fleeting moment before gently closing his eyes. The elven princess extended her delicate hand, softly pressing against Lu Liang's forehead. The temperature of the moonlight elves was slightly cooler than that of humans, and as Lu Weiwei's fair hand made contact with Lu Liang's skin, a refreshing chill gradually seeped into his mind. Lu Liang felt immensely comfortable, the fatigue from a night of toil dissipating significantly. Who taught you this technique? He inquired softly, eyes still closed. Upon witnessing the subtle smile gracing Lu Liang's lips, Lu Weiwei discerned his profound satisfaction with her technique. She softly elucidated. This is a unique massage technique of our Moonlight Elf clan. I have merely acquired a rudimentary understanding. As she spoke, her expression darkened momentarily, as if haunted by some painful recollection. What troubles you? Lu Liang inquired gently. It's nothing, Lu Weiwei responded with a serene smile, yet did not conceal the truth. I learned these techniques from my mother. I apologize for reminding you of your sorrow, Lu Liang thought, mistakenly believing that her mother had perished at the hands of the porcupine commander. Lu Weiwei shook her head. No, my mother died many years ago during a hunt for ferocious beasts, and her body was never recovered. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang merely nodded, choosing not to delve further into the matter. Commander, just as they were enjoying a moment of tranquility, a loud bang echoed as the command room door was thrust open from the outside. Su Wanbing strode in, her demeanor immediately incensed upon witnessing the scene. You three truly have too much time on your hands, she scoffed. Meanwhile, I am left to contend with those insufferable envoys, forced to wear a smile. At her words, the expressions of the three stiffened. In their preoccupation with the delight of victory, they had forgotten about these troublesome dignitaries. Incensed, Su Wanbing continued. Having reviewed the footage sent from the front lines, it appears everyone has gone mad, clamoring to join our Liyuan Legion. 2 envoys even resorted to fighting in the reception room over it. If I hadn't intervened, we might have seen gunfire by now. Lu Liang chuckled softly at her remark. Gunfire? Even artillery would be futile. He had no intention of aligning himself with any lord. However, such sentiments could not be expressed openly. Should those lords learn that he merely sought amusement at their expense, he would undoubtedly offend all 30 of them at once. Liyuan was not reckless enough to take such a risk. Therefore, his strategy was to inflate his demands to an absurd level, compelling them to retreat. This could at most be deemed a failed negotiation, allowing him to preserve the dignity of those lords, albeit in a comical manner. Humph. As if the white elephant lord holds any significance, a young man with fiery red hair stared, bewildered, at a plump, fair-skinned individual across from him. Are you implying that your lord wishes to provoke a war with the Red Leaf Lord? Kid, cease your bluster, the plump man retorted coolly, leisurely trimming his nails with a sharp pair of scissors. The Red Leaf Lord is indeed formidable, but you are far from deserving her attention for your arrogance here. Is that so? The young man sneered, drawing a handgun from his waist and aiming it at the plump man. Let us test that theory. The plump man's movements faltered slightly as he sensed the threat, but remained composed, replying coolly, "Kill me? Do you truly believe you could leave here alive?" Before his words had fully dissipated, 2 guards behind the plump man swiftly produced needles from their waists, plunging them into their own necks without hesitation. Within moments, 2 massive elephantine beings manifested before the assembly, their heads nearly grazing the ceiling had they not kept their gazes lowered. Seeing this, the female soldiers of the Liyuan Corps began to retreat. They did not wish to become collateral damage, preferring to endure a little extra labor in cleaning up after the battle, something they were accustomed to. Halt! Just as tensions escalated, a clear female voice resonated from outside the door. Li Shiruo was the first to enter the reception room, surveying the crowd before gradually stepping aside. Lu Liang entered with a cold smile, followed closely by Lu Weiwei, whose expression was grave, should anyone dare to cause trouble. She was prepared to take action to uphold the dignity of the Liyuan Corps and its leader. Upon seeing Lu Liang, all the envoys rose in salute. The representatives from the White Elephant and Red Leaf factions immediately appeared dejected. Initially, everyone was quite displeased with Lu Liang's actions, not only for committing murder before their eyes, but also for serving them that repulsive synthetic vegetable, all while communicating with a threatening demeanor. However, after enduring the shock of the previous night, their grievances dissipated entirely. If one were to summarize the current strength of the Liyuan Corps in 3 words, all would resound in unison: incredibly powerful. No one anticipated that merely a month would elapse before the Liyuan Corps could reach such heights. Even the strongest legion under the Red Leaf Lord would need to think twice before confronting the current Liyuan Corps head-on. The individuals present were not foolish. They all understood that this transformation was closely tied to the youthful commander before them. Nevertheless, they did not attribute the core strength solely to Lu Liang. As records indicated, he was merely a recent university graduate. Moreover, the advanced weaponry could not have been crafted by a mere adolescent. He undoubtedly had formidable allies behind him. Leaving aside the armored vehicles that remained unscathed despite bombardment and the elusive cloaking suits, the Gauss rifles alone were worthy of their utmost effort to secure an alliance with the Liyuan Corps. Aligning with the Liyuan Corps could potentially forge a connection with the powerful figures backing Lu Liang. After the battle concluded, Su Wanbing had already instructed the disabling of the jamming devices, and the envoys, disregarding whether their lord was still slumbering, all began to contact headquarters. The responses they received were consistent: spare no effort to bring the Liyuan Corps under their banner. Chapter 102. If you don't agree, then get lost, Commander Lu. Last night was truly an exhilarating battle. An elder approached with excitement, extending a handshake. We never anticipated such a profound transformation in the Liyuan Corps under your command. Should you choose to join the Demon Lord, it would be our utmost honor. Li Shiruo's dossier had mentioned that among the lords seeking to recruit them, aside from the Red Leaf Lord, the second most powerful was this Demon Lord. This elder was the uncle of the Demon Lord, having raised his nephew as a son after being unable to have children due to injuries sustained in his youth. He had always assisted from the sidelines, playing the role of a military strategist within the organization. The fact that such a person had come to negotiate was a testament to the sincerity of the Demon Legion. The realm of the Celestial Demon is situated in the northern domain, a considerable distance from this desolate desert, leaving one to ponder how the old man managed to traverse such a journey. Although he was the first to extend a hand, none of the other envoys uttered a word, for this elderly gentleman was the second in command of the Celestial Demon Lord, the highest-ranking individual among the dispatched representatives. Lu Liang, with a beaming smile, addressed the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have all witnessed the current prowess of the Liyuan Legion. As the saying goes, Fine goods deserve a fair price. I am eager to hear what offers you can present for the Liyuan Legion. Lu Liang's spirits were remarkably high. After all, his objectives had already been met, and he merely needed to feign interest in these individuals. Each year, 100,000 units of exotic crystals would be deposited into the Liyuan Legion's account, with soldiers' wages calculated separately. One man was the first to speak. Furthermore, in addition to the standard equipment provided annually, maintenance and repairs will be the responsibility of the Lord. Injured soldiers can also be transported to the rear for specialized treatment. Moreover, we shall supply an additional 10 Arctic Wolf main battle tanks to the Liyuan Legion each year. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang merely smiled and shook his head. 100,000 units of exotic crystals were entirely sufficient for a legion under a lord's banner. Before aligning with the Liyuan Legion, the troops had to fend for themselves. Without supplies or regular provisions of weaponry and medical supplies, relying solely on their own purchases. Thus, 100,000 units of exotic crystals were far from adequate for their sustenance throughout the year. However, by aligning with the Lord, this sum became virtually free. As beyond daily necessities, the Legion would not incur any expenses, with everything covered by the Lord. This was precisely why Li Shira and her companions were so eager to affiliate themselves with the Lord. Yet now, Lu Liang found himself in possession of over 30 million. Merely the interest alone exceeded 100,000. Therefore, he held no interest in such an offer. You are being rather petty. Given the current combat capabilities of the Liyuan Legion, how could we possibly concern ourselves with a mere 100,000? Another envoy scoffed. Very well, Commander Lu. Finally spoke the envoy from the White Elephant Lord, the very plump individual who had earlier seemed ready to act. Although you were once our adversary, we are now willing to set aside past grievances and move forward. Thus, we propose an annual offer of 800,000 units of exotic crystals, with soldiers' wages increased twofold. Furthermore, we are prepared to provide biological enhancements for your soldiers, elevating the combat effectiveness of the Liyuan Legion to new heights. At this, Lu Liang's lips twitched. To transform his delightful female soldiers into monsters. Was it he who had lost his mind, or was it the envoy who had? The assembly continued to bicker. The envoys now stripped of their previous haughty demeanor, resembling vendors haggling in a bustling marketplace. As Lu Liang remained silent, the envoy of Lord Hongya took the lead and inquired, "Well then, Commander Lu, please state your conditions. We shall endeavor to fulfill them as long as they are within our means." Upon hearing this, the assembly of envoys fixated their gazes on Lu Liang, seemingly willing to procure rockets to shoot down the moon for him if he requested it. Lu Liang smiled gently and replied, "My demands are rather simple. First, I shall forego my soldiers' salary and request instead 3 million units of alien crystals annually. Moreover, and most importantly, the Lord shall have no authority to command my Liyuan Legion. You may assign me tasks, but whether I choose to undertake them will be entirely at my discretion." At this declaration, everyone present was taken aback. 3 million. One envoy exclaimed in astonishment. This sum was, in their estimation, utterly preposterous. In this desolate land, the annual income of most lords barely reached the million mark, and Lu Liang's mere statement had effectively disqualified nearly half of the lords in attendance. After all, even if they could afford such a price, the lords would never surrender their entire income to sustain Lu Liang. Furthermore, the 3 million was merely a promissory note. What did it mean that the Lord had no authority? It implied that I would receive 3 million annually to be kept, and should any trouble arise, I could simply walk away. The individuals present were not fools. They would never agree to such an exploitative arrangement. Even the envoys of several prominent lords frowned at this demand. Harold, too, could only manage a bitter smile, remaining silent. "Commander Lu, do you not think your demands are rather excessive?" An envoy asked, his expression darkening. "Setting aside whether 3 million is reasonable, the notion that the Lord has no authority to command you is something I believe no one here would accept. Throughout history, has there ever been a lord without the power to direct their subordinates? To put it bluntly, why do we seek to recruit you? Is it merely to pay you 3 million annually and have you serve as a mere mascot?" Lu Liang merely smiled, remaining silent, as he had already articulated his requirements. Although he had never considered aligning with any lord, if some unsuspecting benefactor were willing to support him in such a manner, he would not entirely dismiss the idea. Most importantly, the Liyuan Legion would never serve as cannon fodder for anyone. 3 million? We can provide that. A young envoy gritted his teeth and finally spoke up. Moreover, we will additionally furnish you with 50 Hongfeng main battle tanks each year. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a stunned silence. Truly, the Lord Hongye was extravagantly wealthy. 3 million, plus 50 main battle tanks. Calculating this, the Lord Hongye would be investing nearly 7 million annually into Liyuan. Insanity, it was sheer madness. Initially excited by this proposition, Liyuan soon realized that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Such generosity surely came with hidden stipulations. However, you must still heed the commands of Lord Hongye. We are aware of Commander Lu's concerns, but rest assured, Lord Hongye would never employ the formidable Liyuan Legion as mere cannon fodder. On the contrary, should you perform admirably, bountiful rewards shall be bestowed upon you. Lu, inwardly scoffing, reflected on how he had feasted on such grand promises in his previous life. Once a contract was signed, it would signify surrendering the entire Liyuan Legion to Lord Hongye. The Lord's agreement with the Legion would be sheltered under imperial protection. Any breach of contract would render him a rebel in the eyes of the Empire, subject to pursuit. As the saying goes, an unsigned paper is as worthless as refuse, and Lu was convinced that Lord Hongye would not incorporate the young man's earlier remarks into the contract. My demands are non-negotiable. Lu replied coldly. Since we all face difficulties, I shall refrain from further discourse. Aide, see our guests out. With that, Lu turned to leave the reception room. Lu. Suddenly, an envoy slammed the table and bellowed, pointing at Lu, do not underestimate our intelligence. We understand your intentions. Staging a battle to reveal all your cards is merely a ploy to negotiate a favorable price, is it not? If you wish to bargain, then show some sincerity and refrain from making such outrageous demands. At this, the other envoys remained silent, yet their thoughts echoed the sentiments of the speaker. Lu chuckled inwardly. He had no sincere intentions, orchestrating this spectacle purely for the sake of appearances. Ideally, after the battle, he would have preferred to kick this group of envoys out of the fortress, letting them proclaim the prowess of the Liyuan Legion far and wide. My demands will remain unchanged. Without turning his head, Lu stated, if you can comply, then let us sign the contract. If not, you may leave. The envoy felt a twinge of embarrassment, wanting to retaliate but hesitating. After all, Lu had indeed killed in front of them all. Chapter 103. The Golden Sign of the Lannister Family. Commander Lu, do you truly fear offending us lords with such actions? The elder from the Demon Lord's faction inquired softly, his tone laced with subtle threats. You must consider carefully, given your current strength. Securing the Celis oil field is no simple task. All the nearby lords are eyeing this oil field. And if you do not hastily seek the protection of a powerful lord, I believe it will not be long before. Humph, secure it? Why should I bother? Lu interrupted the elder. I am under no obligation to inform you, but since you have asked, I shall divulge. I have already sold the Celis oil field to Lady Ireina of the Lannister family, and her people will be arriving shortly to take over the field. Should you wish to oppose the Lannister family, feel free to attack the Celis oil field. It is of no concern to me. The Lannister family, Ireina. Just the mention of these two names sent a chill down the spines of the envoys. The reputation of the Lannister family was well known, and they had long heard of Ireina's fearsome renown. Though this female vampire had been marginalized by the Lannister family, she managed to thrive in the desolate expanse over the past 2 years, thriving solely on a handful of industrial fortresses, while effortlessly vanquishing several formidable lords. To everyone's astonishment, Liyuan had sold the industrial fortresses to her. Upon reflection, the mere appearance of the Lannister banner above the oil fields would unequivocally extinguish any ambitions harbored by the lords. Although the profits were not as substantial as those garnered from years of extraction, for the Liyuan Legion, this was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Who would have thought that Liyuan could be so cunning? The envoys mused, fortunate that the old demon had raised this question. Otherwise, who could have imagined that Liyuan would sell the oil fields he had painstakingly acquired at such an astonishing speed? Yet, a question lingered in everyone's mind. How had Liyuan forged a connection with Ireina? Many present had interacted with Ireina, although they had never seen her visage. They had exchanged words through a curtain. Elegant, proud, aloof, and mercenary. This was the consensus among those who had encountered her. How could such a haughty woman be entangled with an ordinary legion commander like Liyuan? Contemplating this, all eyes turned towards the envoy from the Red Leaf Lord. The youth was taken aback, thinking, do not look at me. The Red Leaf Lord is merely affiliated with a distant branch of the Lannister family, and someone of Ireina's stature would hardly regard them as worthy of attention, even though she had lost her claim to the head of the family. Indeed, before the thought could fully form, a female soldier entered, stating, "Commander, someone has already been dispatched from the industrial fortress." With that, she stepped aside, and a grinning Vic entered. "Mr. Liu, it is our utmost honor to collaborate with you." Vic cast a fleeting glance at the envoys, theatrically grasping Lu Liang's hand, causing an unpleasant shiver to run down Lu Liang's spine. "The funds have been transferred to the Liyuan Legion's account. If there are no issues, we can now proceed with the transfer of ownership of the Celis oil field." "Mr. Vic, how unexpected to see you." The youthful envoy from the Red Leaf Lord hurried forward, exclaiming with excitement, "You may not remember me, but we met at the Lannister family's banquet." Although Vic was merely a salesman, as Ireina's confidant, he held a certain esteem in this territory. Moreover, the Lannister family placed great importance on lineage, even though Ireina had been sidelined. She was not someone that the Red Leaf Lord's distant kin could afford to offend. Thus, the youth approached with such courtesy. Vic merely smiled and shook the youth's hand, then disregarded them entirely, departing the reception room with Lu Liang, seemingly to handle the transfer, leaving the envoys in a state of bewilderment. What should we do now? Upon witnessing Lu Liang's departure, the youth inquired of the old demon beside him. "There's no choice. Lingering here serves no purpose. Let us withdraw," the old man murmured, casting a glance at Li Shao and others, sighing, "I hope that in the future, we shall not find ourselves adversaries of the Liyuan Legion." "Let us hope so." Li Shao replied with a smile. "I will see you esteemed lords off. I had thought you wouldn't arrive until the afternoon." Stepping out of the reception room, Lu Liang exhaled a sigh of relief. Dealing with those individuals was utterly exhausting. "As soon as the master apprised me of the situation here, I hurried over without delay." Vic chuckled and remarked, "Just in time. I can reiterate the matter of payment, which will also convey to them that you have not formed any alliance with the master. It is merely a transactional relationship." Upon hearing this, Lu Liang nodded, realizing he had not considered that aspect. Given the strength of the Lannister family, uncovering transaction records would be a trivial task. Thus, no one would suspect. "How many people did you bring?" "A total of 1,000, which is not excessive, considering the limited military resources at the master's disposal." Vic replied somewhat awkwardly, "But that is not an issue. Once the Lannister family is dealt with, even those lords will refrain from acting recklessly." "That's true." Lu Liang chuckled lightly. "Let us proceed. From now on, this oil field will belong to your master." The handover was remarkably straightforward. Lu Liang merely handed over the captured laborers to Vic and allowed him to make the necessary arrangements. Upon returning to his room, Lu Liang yawned and felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After leading a night of fierce battles and engaging with those envoys throughout the day, how could he not feel weary? Removing his military uniform, Lu Liang collapsed onto the bed, gazing at the ceiling with a hint of a smile. He would be leading the Liyuan Legion away from this desolate desert. Where to go next remained uncertain. But one thing was clear. He would not seek a tranquil place to spend the remainder of his life with the female soldiers. In this apocalyptic era, no one could afford to remain complacent. To survive and thrive, one must become stronger than others. Now that he possessed wealth, a system, and over 1,000 female soldiers, he was determined to carve out his own path in this world. Lost in thought, Lu Liang gradually closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Yao Chao gazed at the dish before her, feeling a flutter of anxiety. From birth until now, she had never tasted such exquisite food. Not only was there meat and eggs, but even milk. Had it been any other time, she would have devoured it ravenously. Yet now, her appetite eluded her. The reason was simple. It was nearing evening, and there had been no word from Lu Liang. It felt as though he had forgotten her after bringing her to the fortress. In the past at the Celis oil field, Yao Chao had witnessed numerous women meet grim fates in similar situations. She could not allow such a fate to befall her. Resolving this, Yao Chao left her room. When Lu Liang finally awoke, it was already night. He sensed a delicate hand gently massaging his head. As he slightly opened his eyes, he discovered Lu Weiwei sitting by the bed, tenderly attending to him. "Master, you are awake," Lu Weiwei said, her cheeks flushing slightly upon seeing Lu Liang's eyes open. This was her first time entering Lu Liang's room. Lu Liang nodded, not surprised by Lu Weiwei's presence. "What time is it?" "It is nearly 7 o'clock. As Lu Weiwei spoke, she gestured towards the lunchbox on the table, saying, "Sister Shirua has already brought your meal back." At this point, her voice lowered significantly. Moreover, "It is enough for two." Understanding her implication, Lu Liang chuckled softly, gently squeezing Lu Weiwei's fair hand, and sat up from the bed. "Let us dine together." After their meal, Lu Liang no longer hesitated. He abruptly embraced the slender waist of the elven princess and tossed her onto the bed. Master. Lu Weiwei was startled by Lu Liang's sudden movement, but quickly grasped his intention, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, as she delicately caressed Lu Weiwei's porcelain skin. It was evident that, due to her elven heritage, years of training had not left any coarse blemishes. Instead, her skin was remarkably soft and supple. The elven princess's gaze gradually became dreamy, yet she summoned her last ounce of rationality to push Lu Liang down. Lu Liang offered no resistance, awaiting Lu Weiwei's next move. Lu Weiwei's complexion turned rosy as she gazed at Lu Liang with a lingering affection, her head beginning to lower. Prior to this moment, she had already heard from Li Shirua that this was Lu Liang's preferred manner. Consequently, she felt it was her duty to serve her master in this way. Lu Liang did not object. He merely stroked Lu Weiwei's head gently, as a gesture of encouragement. Suddenly, both of their expressions shifted simultaneously. Their remarkable physical prowess enabled them to sense the presence of others nearby. They could distinctly feel that someone was outside the door. At this hour, who could it be? Lu Liang mused to himself. Li Shirua would not be so inconsiderate. Could it be Wanbing? "Master, I shall go answer the door," Lu Weiwei said. Noticing Lu Liang's slight displeasure, she tidied her attire and stood up to open the door, although she too wished to avoid interruption. If it were indeed Li Shirua or Wanbing, Lu Weiwei would obediently yield her position. However, upon opening the door, an unexpected girl appeared before her. "It's you?" Lu Weiwei exclaimed in surprise. "Sister Weiwei." Yao Chao, upon seeing Lu Weiwei, displayed no signs of astonishment. After all, there was no shortage of women around Lu Liang. She greeted her cautiously, her voice imbued with respect. Seeing Yao Chao, a fleeting sense of confusion crossed Lu Weiwei's mind, but she refrained from saying much further, instead allowing her to pass. As Yao Chao entered Lu Liang's room, she found him leaning against the bed, and a wave of self-doubt and jealousy surged within her. Through her exceptional diplomatic skills, she had gathered stories about Lu Liang from other female soldiers, which only deepened her curiosity about him. Not only was he formidable in combat, but he also possessed remarkable battlefield command skills, alongside being an outstanding military engineer. Such a man could easily be described as perfect. At the same time, Yao Chao realized the challenges she would face in striving for prominence within the Liyuan Legion. While she aspired to rise in status, she understood the vast chasm that lay between her and Lu Liang. As Yao Chao entered, Lu Liang paid her no heed, merely gesturing for Lu Weiwei to return and continue. The elven princess displayed a visage of embarrassment, yet under Lu Liang's gaze, she dared not show any reluctance. Obediently returning to his side, Yao Chao stood quietly nearby, observing the intimate interactions between Lu Liang and Lu Weiwei, her heart laden with anguish and helplessness. She understood that she could not intrude upon their bond, nor could she alter her own fate. All she could do was silently witness it all, her heart brimming with trepidation and unease about the future. Lu Liang seemed to sense Yao Chao's distress, yet he paid it little mind, continuing to bask in the warmth shared with Lu Weiwei. Ultimately, Yao Chao could no longer contain herself. She turned and exited the room, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon hearing the door close, Lu Weiwei felt a pang of sympathy, gazing down at Lu Liang, whose eyes were half closed, and softly inquired, "Master, why must you act in this manner?" In response, Lu Liang smiled gently, caressing the elven princess's porcelain-like skin, chuckling softly but offering no further explanation. Let it be. Lu Weiwei could only shrug in resignation, refraining from pressing him for answers he was unwilling to provide. Yao Chao returned to her room in tears, crouching in a corner and weeping quietly. The self-respect that had remained dormant for so long finally emerged. Once, in the struggle for survival, she had witnessed her mother trembling as she knelt before those soldiers, seeking to appease those brutes. At first, the girl felt humiliated. Yet each time she saw her mother exchanging her body for sustenance, she gradually came to believe that leveraging her own body for gain was quite acceptable. However, whenever she voiced such thoughts, her mother would unhesitatingly strike her. Over time, Yao Chao realized that her mother's actions were merely protective instincts aimed at safeguarding her daughter. Now, With her mother gone, Yao Chao believed that selling her body was her only avenue to a better life. Yet, the events of that night suddenly revealed to her that her body was not as valuable as she had once thought. Men of high status could completely disregard her existence, even engaging with other women right before her eyes. Yao Chao's heart was engulfed in conflict and sorrow. She found herself at a loss. She recognized that she could no longer persist in this manner, yet she was uncertain how to reshape her destiny. She felt ensnared in a quagmire from which she could not escape, no matter how valiantly she struggled against the chains of her fate. She understood that she could never win Lu Liang's heart, even if her life remained intertwined with his. The following day, Lu Liang awoke to find the girl beside him still in slumber. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating her face and accentuating her gentle features. Her eyelashes fluttered softly, resembling a butterfly dancing gracefully. Lu Weiwei's sleeping posture was enchanting. She lay on her side, one hand resting on the pillow, while the other lay atop her body. Her lips parted slightly, as though whispering sweet dreams. Her hair sprawled across the pillow like a blooming flower, exuding a delicate fragrance. Lu Liang quietly admired this beautiful scene, his heart filled with warmth and tranquility. Recalling the clouds and rain of the previous night, a wave of sentiment surged within my heart. My current abilities seem somewhat frenzied, for even the formidable elven warrior, Lu Weiwei, has been utterly overwhelmed by my prowess. Upon inspecting my current reputation, I found it had increased by a mere 3,000 points. It appears the envoys have yet to disseminate news of my achievements. As for the task assigned by the system, the screen now displays the word completed. A gift box icon lay quietly in the corner. Upon clicking to open it, a display of seemingly cheap fireworks erupted, and the gift box was revealed. Skill, Ordinary Punch. Effect, concentrates electromagnetic pulses in the fist to strike the target, inducing a state of dizziness on a single target for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Is this all? Lu Liang furrowed his brow, astonished that the system would bestow such a reward. Wasn't he a substantial reward promised? Reviewing the description, I mused, what is so special about this skill? It merely serves as a melee stunning ability. In a world ravaged by technological apocalypse, when faced with genuinely formidable foes, one would typically resort to artillery rather than engage in hand-to-hand combat. Note, this skill does not inflict any additional damage on the target, but is effective against any single target, regardless of their vitality, including various vehicles, mechanized units, and even mobile fortresses, all susceptible to a 10-second paralysis. Seemingly attuned to Lu Liang's discontent, the system provided an explanation. Goodness! Lu Liang was taken aback by this revelation. While the skill appeared to be an ordinary stunning ability, the annotation was indeed alarming. Henceforth, if confronted with oversized vehicles, such as mechs or mobile fortresses, could a single punch render them incapacitated? 10 seconds may seem brief, yet on the battlefield, that duration could indeed alter the course of events. This truly is an extraordinary skill, Lu Liang mused to himself, turning to glance at the still, slumbering Lu Weiwei. He quietly lowered the long leg resting upon him, stretched languidly upon rising, and exited the room. Along the way, the female soldiers greeted Lu Liang with smiles, their eyes brimming with envy and good wishes. Clearly, they were already aware of the previous night's occurrences. Lu Weiwei was an exceptional warrior. Although she had only recently joined the brigade, her bravery, intelligence, and kindness endeared her to all, never once looking down upon any female soldier due to her strength. Lu Liang, an esteemed officer, was handsome, clever, and courageous, earning the respect of many. Together, they formed an impeccable pair. The female soldiers rejoiced for Lu Weiwei, recognizing that her service to Lu Liang was a testament to her worth. A sense of awkwardness washed over Lu Liang, as he felt as though he were in a palace drama, acutely aware that any romantic entanglement would soon become common knowledge. Chapter 105. In a word, pathetic. Upon returning to the command room, everyone had already begun to fulfill their respective duties. Li Shiruo approached, casting a resigned glance at Lu Liang, and spoke in a measured tone. There is a matter that requires your attention. What is it? Lu Liang inquired with curiosity. The two made their way to the reception room, and Lu Liang gently inhaled, noting the faint fragrance of perfume in the air. It appears that after the envoys departed yesterday, the female soldiers have thoroughly tidied the entire room. After all, they are averse to any male scent aside from that of Lu Liang. However, the crux of the matter lies elsewhere. Lu Liang discovered two individuals still seated in the reception area. One of them was Zhang Man, who had not made an appearance in quite some time. Since being drugged by Lu Liang, she had encountered him on a few occasions, yet each time she merely greeted him respectfully before hastily departing. Zhang Man considered herself an ordinary female soldier, unworthy of receiving Lu Liang's attention. The other individual was a girl cloaked in black. Her face was obscured by the hood, preventing Lu Liang from seeing her features. He had a vague recollection of her, seemingly a member of the envoy. But he could not recall which lord she served, indicating she was likely not of significant importance. At that moment, Zhang Man was pouring tea for the girl, who remained silent, devouring the food laid out on the table. Upon seeing Lu Liang enter, Zhang Man hurriedly rose, offering him a warm smile. Today, she was not clad in military attire, but rather in a black combat bodysuit. Lu Liang then noticed that in the span of a month, Zhang Man's physique appeared noticeably more toned. She stood tall and slender, her lines smooth and graceful, and beneath her combat suit, the outline of her abdominal muscles could be faintly discerned. Her waist had become more slender, while her back stood upright, exuding immense confidence. Coupled with her toned legs, Zhang Man now radiated an unparalleled charm that was utterly captivating. It was evident that she had endured considerable hardship in her quest to grow stronger over the past month. Noticing Lu Liang lost in thought, Li Shihua gently nudged him, urging him to maintain his composure in the presence of others. Awkwardly, Lu Liang cleared his throat and turned his attention to the cloaked girl, inquiring, "What is the situation?" The girl then lifted her gaze to him, hastily wiping her mouth with a napkin, and respectfully stood to address him. "Commander Lu, this is Miss Bai Tang, the envoy of Lord White Rose." Upon hearing this name, Li Shihua struggled to suppress a laugh, as it seemed somewhat impolite. Lu Liang, too, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was, how shall one say, rather abstract. "Feel free to laugh. It is a name given by her parents and cannot be changed," the girl huffed, visibly annoyed. "My apologies, I meant no offense," Lu Liang remarked, recognizing the girl's straightforward nature. At this, Bai Tang pulled back her hood, revealing a cascade of snow-white hair and a pair of pearl-like eyes that curiously scrutinized Lu Liang. "Miss Bai Tang seeks my attention. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lu Liang asked, glancing at the pile of snack wrappers on the table, feeling a twinge of displeasure. He had issued orders restricting the envoys to synthetic vegetables. There was no alternative. Zhang Man had found her collapsed in a corner of the fortress and was compelled to bring her to him. Li Shihua added resignedly. Her package contained no food, so she must have consumed it all long ago. When she awoke, she cried out for chocolate and other sweet delights, despite the late hour. Concerned about disturbing everyone's rest, I was taken aback as she continued to indulge from the depths of night until now. Lu Liang exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Man nodded in response, revealing that she had already tidied up several bags of wrappers. Indeed, her name suited her well. Lu Liang observed the innocent girl before him, appearing merely around 15 or 16 years old, only slightly older than that girl, Heidi. How could the White Rose Lord bear to send such a young maiden as an envoy? Yet, this was of little concern to him. What he truly wished to discern was the purpose of her presence. "My purpose is quite simple," Bai Tang declared, unwrapping another piece of candy to pop into her mouth. "I hope Commander Lu will join the ranks of the White Rose Lord." Lu Liang furrowed his brow. His stance from the previous day had been abundantly clear. "Can you agree to the conditions I proposed?" Upon hearing such a cliché inquiry, Lu Liang replied coldly, feeling a twinge of pity for her excessive consumption of snacks. "No," Bai Tang answered candidly. "However, the conditions set forth by our Lord are sure to pique your interest." "Do tell," Lu Liang said, settling into a chair and accepting the cup of red tea that Zhang Man offered. "You shall take command of all the territories under the White Rose Lord." Lu Liang sputtered, spitting out his tea, coughing for a considerable time before wiping his mouth. "What do you mean? Take over the Lord's territory? Is it possible to exploit such an opportunity?" Observing Lu Liang's expression, Bai Tang could hardly contain her amusement. "Please, do not be so agitated. Allow me to explain slowly. First, I wish to clarify my identity," Bai Tang stated, rising from her seat. It was then that Lu Liang noticed her diminutive stature. She stood at approximately 1.5 meters tall, her feet barely reaching the ground while seated. Bai Tang offered a slight bow. "I am Bai Tang, the envoy of the White Rose Lord, and also her daughter." Lu Liang was somewhat taken aback. Typically, lords would not appoint their close kin as envoys. as the life of constant travel is fraught with discomfort, and maneuvering between various military factions is hardly safe, especially when one's power is still developing. The only reason for entrusting one's daughter with such a role would be if the White Rose Lord had no trustworthy subordinates left. Liyuan had never heard of the White Rose Lord before. The White Rose Lord is stationed in the Eastern Domain, with her stronghold relatively close to us. Liyuan whispered, having utilized Lu Liang's rank to thoroughly research the White Rose Lord, discovering that the information accessed was astonishingly equivalent to her own rank. This indicated that the White Rose Lord harbored no secrets whatsoever. However, as the information unraveled, Liyuan gradually comprehended the rationale behind the White Rose Lord's predicament. To summarize, it boiled down to one word: inept. The Lord of the White Rose commands a mere 12 legions, all of which rank near the bottom of the Empire's hierarchy. Notably, one of these legions is even positioned behind the Liyuan Legion, indicating its diminished strength. The resources at the White Jasmine Lord's stronghold are woefully inadequate. Apart from the cultivation of resilient and high-yield crops, there are virtually no other sources of income. In this apocalyptic world, the significance of sustenance is self-evident. Consequently, to maintain stability, the Lord of the White Rose is compelled to annually offer a substantial tribute of resources to neighboring lords in exchange for security, a cost that consumes over 70% of her revenue. The lords, in turn, willingly accept this arrangement, inadvertently ensuring the safety of the White Rose Lord. Although life is relatively arduous, the existence within her domain has remained somewhat tranquil. However, a year ago, for reasons unknown, the Black Tiger Lord commenced an aggressive campaign against surrounding powers, and among those affected was the Lord of the White Rose. The Black Tiger Lord, dismissive of the White Rose, dispatched inferior legions to suppress her. Yet, despite this, the White Rose Lord found herself utterly defenseless. Successive conflicts inflicted severe losses on her legions, culminating in the near annihilation of her most formidable unit, the Spiked Legion, which was not particularly strong to begin with. Were it not for the significant turmoil created by Lu Liang, inciting other lords to unite against the Black Tiger Lord, it is likely that the White Rose Lord would have already fallen into captivity. Chapter 106. The Great Filial Daughter. Upon concluding Liyuan's introduction, Lu Liang's gaze fixed upon the slightly flushed face of Bai Tang. For reasons unknown, he suddenly experienced a pang of empathy. Was this not akin to his own arrival at the Liyuan Legion? After a brief contemplation, Lu Liang, though feeling a degree of sympathy for the White Rose Lord's plight, resolved not to intervene. There are far too many deserving of compassion in this world. A burden too great even for the divine, let alone himself. Moreover, Bai Tang was offering him the entirety of the White Rose territory. Surely there must be some ulterior motive. I understand what Commander Lu is concerned about, Bai Tang said, noticing his silence as she returned to her seat and popped another candy into her mouth. Please believe in our sincerity. The transfer of territory to you is not without conditions. Speak, Lu Liang replied coolly, acknowledging that since conditions had been proposed, there was merit in continuing the conversation. Bai Tang hesitated, her lips parting as if to speak, yet she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Sensing her reluctance, Lu Liang furrowed his brow, anticipating that her request would be quite outlandish. After consuming several pieces of chocolate, she finally summoned the courage to voice her demand. You must marry my mother. The girl's words plunged the reception room into an icy silence. Liyuan instantly reacted with indignation, while Zhang Man shot a frosty glare at Bai Tang. Why are you all looking at me like that? Bai Tang stammered, intimidated by their expressions. My mother is very beautiful. Although she is of a certain age, she has always taken great care of herself and many nobles. Is that the crux of the matter? Lu Liang interjected, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He even began to doubt whether this sugar was truly the daughter of the Lord of the White Roses. You sold your mother out so easily? What a devoted daughter. Although Lu Liang was utterly astonished by Sugar's remarks, he nonetheless identified the logical inconsistencies in her words. Putting aside whether I will agree or not, I have a question first. Lu Liang replied nonchalantly. As you mentioned, many noble lords covet your mother's beauty. So why doesn't she simply marry a powerful lord or even a noble patriarch? If all else fails, being a mistress wouldn't be unacceptable, would it? Why come to my humble abode to seek a marriage proposal? Upon hearing this, Sugar's face flushed with anger. Those scoundrels only wish to bed my mother. They would never truly consider marrying her. Moreover, Even if someone genuinely wanted to marry my mother, the White Rose Lord would ultimately become someone else's possession, making it utterly impossible for the White Rose family to continue its legacy. So even if I were to marry your mother, the White Rose lineage would still have to bear the loose surname, wouldn't it? Liyuan chuckled lightly, feeling somewhat awkward discussing such topics with Sugar. Thus, you must take the initiative. In the astonished gaze of the three, Sugar retrieved a piece of parchment from her bosom and slid it across to Liyuan. He took the parchment and discovered it was a marriage contract. This marriage contract is a document devised by the nobility of the Silver Empire for the purpose of union, directly regulated by the highest court of the empire. Once signed, the terms must be adhered to, or severe penalties will ensue. Liyuan glanced over it. Aside from some standard clauses, the most critical point was that once he signed, any offspring born from the union with the Lord of the White Roses must bear the surname White. Liyuan began to grasp the implications behind the Lord of the White Roses series of maneuvers. First and foremost, the Lord found herself in a precarious situation, with the Lord of the Black Tigers eyeing her warily, and her strongest legion recently annihilated, likely causing considerable internal strife. Consequently, she now urgently required a protector. This protector came with stringent requirements. They must be capable of withstanding the assaults from the Lord of the Black Tigers, safeguarding the entire territory from external threats. Additionally, they must be able to intimidate her discontented subordinates, preventing them from harboring treacherous thoughts. However, more importantly, this protector must not be overly powerful or take the opportunity to annex her territory. Ideally, they would be able to bring her under their wing. In plain terms, she sought a potential asset. Thus, defeating the Black Tiger Lord's army became the White Rose Lord's objective. This force had consistently caused the Black Tiger Lord distress and had recently gained some notoriety in the desolate regions. Most crucially, this faction was merely a 1,000-strong army, posing little threat to the White Rose Lord's dominion. If they could be persuaded to ally with her, she could elevate her status to that of nobility. For an ordinary army commander, this was a tantalizing prospect. Moreover, from a legal standpoint, having her future son bear the White surname would also ensure the continuity of the White Rose family's bloodline. Liyuan shook his head with a bitter smile, reflecting on the fact that he was indeed the most suitable candidate. However, he was no ordinary commander of a legion. His ambitions far exceeded what the White Rose Lord could possibly imagine. Yet, upon further contemplation, he realized that this could be a remarkable opportunity for him. Merely relying on the Liyuan Legion to make a name for himself in the Silver Empire would prove somewhat challenging. If he could truly seize control of a territory, it would lay a solid foundation for his aspirations of dominating the entire Blue Star, while also providing a sense of belonging for the Liyuan Legion. After all, he could not allow everyone to perpetually endure a life of conflict and strife. As a member of the harem, one must accept the role, patiently awaiting his favor from behind the scenes. As for the White Rose Lord, Liyuan held her in little regard. With his current strength, as long as he could establish a foothold in the White Rose territory, annexing it would be a trivial matter. However, he was not inclined to sign the contract at this moment. The actual state of the White Rose Lord's strength remained to be seen. He wouldn't want to find himself burdened with a troublesome base if the conditions were dire. If the situation in the White Rose territory proved to be too dismal, he would prefer to err on the side of caution. Returning the contract to Bai Tang, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face. To her, this was tantamount to a rejection. I can agree to accompany you to the White Rose territory, Liyuan replied with a smile. To be honest, I do not completely trust your words, so I need to have a thorough discussion with your mother. At his words, Li Shihua and Zhang Man were momentarily taken aback. You are willing to return to the White Rose territory with me? Bai Tang exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Of course. I must first see what the land I am to govern is like. Liyuan feigned a keen interest in controlling the territory. Thank you. This was the first time Bai Tang had used polite language, standing to give a slight bow. Sister man, please prepare a dormitory for her. She will stay aboard the Liyuan for the next few days, Liyuan said, casting a cheerful glance at Zhang Man. Yes, though Zhang Man had something to say. She understood her place and merely nodded before leading Bai Tang away from the reception room. Are you truly planning to marry that White Rose Lord? Li Shihua huffed as she sat down on a nearby chair. Calm down, Liyuan responded, picking up a piece of chocolate from the table, unwrapping it, and holding it to Li Shihua's lips. She shot him a glare, but eventually took a bite of the chocolate, playfully nibbling on his fingers in defiance. Who was it that said they wouldn't join any lord? Li Shihua asked, chewing on the chocolate. What? Have you found a beauty and now cannot resist? Come now. We are like an old married couple. Do you truly think I am that kind of person? Liyuan replied with a smile, drawing Liyuan into his embrace. Humph. Your gaze at Sister Man just now betrayed you, she retorted. Sister Man is different. She is like family. Hearing this, Liyuan looked up at Liyuan. You understand my point. I have never opposed you seeking companionship, but this time is different. You are truly destined to become a son-in-law, sighed Liyuan. Feeling a sense of helplessness, her only wish was to spare Liyuan from any grievances. Who told you I intend to become a son-in-law? Liyuan replied softly. Chapter 107. What does it mean to become a son-in-law? Liyuan inquired. Upon sharing his thoughts with her, Liyuan observed as the aide nodded in understanding. Especially when he expressed his desire to provide a home for the Liyuan Legion, she tenderly caressed Liyuan's face, realizing that her man was contemplating the future of his comrades. Are you suggesting we first settle in the White Rose territory and then take things slowly? She asked. Precisely, Liyuan affirmed, gently pinching her cheek. After all, the White Rose territory is currently beset by both internal and external troubles. It is likely that we will have to rely on ourselves moving forward. As long as the marriage contract is not formally established, we can gradually build our authority in the White Rose territory, and ultimately, it would pose no issue to overshadow the current lord. At that point, the matter of becoming a son-in-law would be inconsequential. Liyuan chuckled. You truly are incorrigible. What? Do you not like it? Liyuan replied, lifting her chin and kissing her passionately. In the afternoon, news arrived from Vic that the insignia of the Blood Wolf Fortress had been replaced with the emblem of the Liyuan Legion. Liyuan nodded in approval and promptly made his way to the Blood Wolf Fortress. Indeed, the Black Wolf head insignia had vanished, replaced by the vibrant red bird of the Liyuan Legion. Vic did not appear, as he was preoccupied with the aftermath of taking over the Celis oil fields. Thus, Liyuan entered the Blood Wolf Fortress, having not thoroughly explored it since reclaiming it. The holes he had drilled into the deck with a hot melt gun had been completely repaired. As he ascended the deck, he observed the female soldiers bustling about. The Blood Wolf Fortress was now transformed. It had undergone a comprehensive cleaning, with all traces of blood meticulously erased, as if nothing had ever transpired. Initially, when Liyuan instructed everyone to relocate, many female soldiers were reluctant, for the Liyuan was a home they had inhabited for a considerable time. Even if it was somewhat dilapidated and lacking in amenities, they had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, the narcissistic Grow had inscribed the Blood Wolf Legion's insignia on nearly every door within the fortress, which marred the soldiers' spirits each morning as they awoke to the sight of that Black Wolf head. However, under Liyuan's insistence, the female soldiers ultimately had no choice but to comply. In the end, they found themselves pleasantly surprised. The upgraded fortress was significantly more spacious and comfortable than before. Each room was equipped with central air conditioning, resolving the issue of winter cold and summer heat. More importantly, 2 female soldiers could now share a room, eliminating the need to crowd into the cramped quarters of the Liyuan. As for the personal belongings of the soldiers of the Blood Wolf Legion, they have all been discarded as refused by the female soldiers. Now, the female soldiers have relocated their dormitories to the Blood Wolf Fortress, transforming the Liyuan into a veritable ghost town. It was only then that Liyuan realized the meticulousness of Vic's work. Not only had the large external signs been replaced, but many of the smaller insignias within the fortress had also been substituted with the totem of the Liyuan Legion. Liyuan felt quite pleased with this development, and even contemplated moving his own quarters over as well. Commander, you've arrived, exclaimed a female soldier upon spotting Liyuan, quickly coming to attention. Liyuan nodded. How are you all finding your stay here? Are you adjusting well? Absolutely, we've become quite accustomed. The female soldier replied excitedly. Now we each have our own beds and desks, and we can bring our plants from home back to our dormitory instead of keeping them collectively. Very well, please take me to see your dormitory. Liyuan expressed his desire to personally inspect the living conditions of the female soldiers. Ah, you wish to visit our dormitory? The female soldier's face flushed crimson. If it's inconvenient, then it's quite all right. Liyuan chuckled, recognizing that as a man, it might indeed be somewhat inappropriate to intrude unexpectedly into the female barracks. No, it is our honor that you wish to visit, the female soldier stammered, her voice trembling with excitement. Inside the dormitory, another female soldier was lost in thought as she gazed at a photograph on her desk. It was a picture of her childhood with her parents. the only image they had left behind in this world. Mom, Dad, come see how well your daughter is doing now. She had just moved in today and had only recently unpacked her personal belongings. Now, with her own desk, she was able to retrieve the photograph that had been hidden away in a box. Gently, she wiped the photo clean, holding it close as she circled the room before finally returning to her desk. Now, as the daughter of the commander, life is so much better than before, she said, tears welling in her eyes. Mom, Dad, I have something to tell you. I'm in love, and my partner is none other than the commander himself. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she confessed, although he has never truly acknowledged me, I have come to view him as my pillar of support. Who says I've never acknowledged you? Liyuan's gentle voice came from behind her, startling the female soldier as she turned to see him entering with her roommate. See, Commander. Her face turned beet red as she quickly stood to salute. Nurse from the second class of the medical department. I remember you from my visit to the medical room to see Lin Qian, Liyuan noted, marveling at his extraordinary memory. As if he could effortlessly summon any moment from his past, even the most trivial details he had previously overlooked. Commander, you actually remember me. The female soldier was taken aback, her head bowing shyly. Of course, not only you. I remember every female soldier in the entire regiment, Liyuan replied with a smile. Commander, what about me? Another female soldier, slightly anxious, asked. The vice squad leader of the 4th class in the 2nd platoon of the 1st company. Liyuan effortlessly stated the duties of the female soldiers. Upon hearing his words, the soldiers widened their eyes in disbelief. How impressive! Noticing the silence from the two women, Liyuan glanced down at the photograph in one soldier's hand. Is this your parents? He inquired. The soldier nodded in response. May I take a look? Of course, she replied, handing the photograph to Liyuan. In the image, a girl of merely 3 or 4 years wore an innocent smile, while her parents, evidently laborers from a mine, appeared somewhat frail, yet equally joyful alongside their daughter. Wherever family is, there lies home. And what about them now? Liyuan softly asked. They've long since passed. The soldier forced a smile, though a few tears escaped from the corners of her eyes. The female soldiers who joined the Liyuan Corps were largely those without family or who had long lost contact with their loved ones. The atmosphere affected another soldier nearby, causing her eyes to redden slightly. I apologize. I should not have asked, Liyuan murmured, lowering his head and gently wiping away the tears from the soldier's face. Commander, your actions have left the soldier somewhat flustered. Her cheeks flushed instantly. He gently pulled both soldiers into an embrace, leaving them momentarily dazed. Such a scene had appeared in their dreams on several occasions. The Liyuan Corps will always be your home. Liyuan's voice resonated deeply, imbued with a comforting magic. The tension within the soldiers lessened significantly. They exchanged glances and simultaneously smiled, gradually bowing their heads. After leaving the female soldiers' dormitory, Liyuan felt a refreshing lightness. The two soldiers wiped the remnants of tears from their faces and exchanged knowing smiles. So, this is the essence of the commander. Chapter 108, Liyuan Fortress No. 2. After wandering around Bloodwolf Fortress for a considerable time, Liyuan reluctantly returned to Liyuan Fortress. Prior to his departure, he had instructed Li Shiru to summon the female officers of the command team to the command room. Ladies, we are about to leave this desert, Liyuan announced, seated at the main position and surveying the assembly. Upon hearing they were leaving, joy radiated from their expressions. They had long wished to escape this desolate place. Commander, where are we headed? Han Bing raised her hand to ask. To the White Rose territory, Liyuan responded, opening the map of the Silver Empire and pointing to the eastern region. The room fell silent. None had ever heard of such a place. Observing their reactions, Liyuan nodded in satisfaction, pleased that Zhang Man had not indiscriminately shared her experiences within the command room. Although Zhang Man appeared gentle and harmless, she understood well what should and should not be disclosed. Exchanging glances with Li Shiru, who smiled knowingly, she took a few minutes to explain further to everyone, without revealing that Liyuan was going as a prospective son-in-law, but rather stating that the commander had made arrangements with Lady White Rose for the future development of the Liyuan Corps in that territory. After Li Shiru's explanation, the crowd nodded in agreement, their spirits lifted with excitement. In the eastern domain of the Silver Empire, few have ventured forth. Yet, it is said that although this region is not the most opulent, it boasts the finest environment. Many areas are adorned with lush vegetation and forests, with some locales even transformed into luxurious tourist destinations for the enjoyment of the nobility. Even if one cannot enter these resorts, appreciating the scenery is certainly delightful. Moreover, the White Rose territory is primarily a hub for grain trade, which suggests that the quality of life there is quite commendable. Furthermore, I have decided to rename the Liyuan fortress to Liyuan No. 1, while the Bloodwolf fortress we have captured shall henceforth be known as Liyuan No. 2. Lu Liang remarked, placing a cigarette between her lips, that Vic has already emblazoned our Liyuan Legion's emblem upon it, making it inappropriate to continue calling it the Bloodwolf fortress. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded enthusiastically, with many even choosing to relinquish their accommodations in Liyuan No. 1 to crowd together with the female soldiers in Bloodwolf fortress. After all, who wouldn't prefer a place with heating? As the weather gradually turns colder, the female soldiers often find their hands and feet frozen during winter nights, necessitating them to wrap themselves tightly in blankets, only to be awakened by the chill. This discomfort can lead to menstrual irregularities and irritability. As a level 1 fortress, Liyuan No. 1, aside from the command room and the commander's office, which are equipped with air conditioning, remains almost as frigid as the outside temperature throughout the year. Although many have contemplated spending the night in the command room, Liyuan has consistently emphasized resource conservation, resulting in the air conditioning units being seldom utilized in recent years. However, with Liyuan No. 2's basic heating facilities powered by diesel rather than coal, all issues are set to be resolved. After all, no matter how grand a fortress may be, there is little space for a boiler and coal storage. Being situated in an oil field, both fortresses are fully stocked with fuel, with even the reserve tanks brimming. At the very least, this winter, everyone can enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Regarding the use of heating, Liyuan once inquired of Lu Liang, who simply replied that it should run continuously, day and night. With over 37 million units of otherworldly crystals in her possession, could she really be reluctant to spend a little? The gratitude towards Lu Liang's orders has always been accompanied by complaints regarding the vexing emblem of the Bloodwolf Legion. Now, even this issue has been rectified. Observing the joy among the female officers, Lu Liang nodded and continued, declaring that with the Liyuan Legion now in possession of 2 fortresses, she has decided to appoint a commander for Liyuan No. 2 to facilitate command, encouraging everyone to apply enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with resignation. In truth, given the current configuration of the Liyuan Legion, most personnel, supplies, and equipment are concentrated in Liyuan No. 2, rendering Liyuan No. 1 little more than a shell. Aside from the command room and the offices of Lu Liang and her associates, the remaining spaces are either vacant or utilized as storage. Rather than characterizing the Liyuan No. 1 as the flagship of the Liyuan Corps, it would be more fitting to regard her as a talisman. On this foundation, whoever assumes the role of fortress commander for Liyuan No. 2 would undoubtedly soar to great heights, achieving a status that could rival esteemed figures like Liyuan and Su Wanbing. Correspondingly, the weight of responsibility would be substantial. The hierarchy within the Liyuan Corps has never been overtly manifested. Apart from operational duties, members typically refer to one another as sisters. Thus, the sole concern of the female officers lies in their ability to fulfill the role of fortress commander. After a lengthy silence, Lu Liang observed that no one had spoken and lit a cigarette. As for potential candidates, Lu Liang was not entirely at a loss. First and foremost, the most suitable choice would undoubtedly be Liyuan. In terms of both talent and sense of responsibility, she stands as the prime candidate. However, the dilemma arises from the necessity of having this aide by his side. Prior to joining the Liyuan Corps, Lu Liang had perceived the position of Corps aide as merely a leisurely role. Yet, since becoming acquainted with Liyuan, he gradually recognized the pivotal importance of this position within the Corps, truly indispensable. As the aide of the Liyuan Corps, Liyuan is tasked not only with conveying the commands of the Corps leader, but also with coordinating the work among various departments, ensuring that all affairs of the Corps proceed smoothly. She operates like a finely tuned machine, tirelessly contributing her efforts to the development of the organization. In Liyuan, Lu Liang perceives the essential qualities of an exceptional aide. She consistently executes every task assigned to her to the utmost perfection, often anticipating even the minutest details. To the female soldiers of the Corps, Lu Liang embodies a slightly aloof elder brother figure. Although the soldiers are aware of his genuine care for them, they hold a degree of reverence towards him. As the Corps commander, Lu Liang has repeatedly salvaged the core from the brink of collapse. His capabilities are evident to all. This strength elicits both admiration and respect from the female soldiers. They admire his wisdom and courage while respecting his authority and power. Yet, simultaneously, this formidable presence creates an insurmountable chasm between him and them, fostering a sense of distance that is difficult to bridge. However, Li Shira adeptly compensates for Lu Liang's shortcomings in this regard, embodying the role of a caring older sister who attends to the lives and work of every soldier, alleviating their troubles. Her presence fosters greater unity and order within the corps. Therefore, from any perspective, Lu Liang could not permit Li Shira to assume the position of fortress commander for Liyuan No. 2. As for Su Wanbing, Lu Liang's reluctance to consider her stems from reasons that are quite the opposite of those pertaining to Li Shira. In terms of combat prowess, Su Wanbing, as a catgirl, is indeed a formidable fighter. It can be asserted that, aside from himself and the group of Wild Moon spirits led by Lu Weiwei, no one within the corps possesses the ability to surpass Su Wanbing in close-quarters combat. Moreover, her expertise in piloting powered armor surpasses even that of Han Bing. Although she has only participated in a single battle, her ability to decimate the chameleon ambush unit under near-blind conditions could be considered the pinnacle of human capability. However, although Su Wanbing is a valiant warrior, she may not necessarily be an effective leader. Lu Liang once reviewed Su Wanbing's work reports and described them in 4 words: complete chaos. Initially, when Li Shira assigned her to manage logistics, the catgirl, who had little formal education, found herself overwhelmed by numbers, to the point where she could not even manage the finances of the already impoverished Liyuan corps. Furthermore, the Liyuan No. 2 fortress contained all of her possessions. If entrusted to Su Wanbing, she would be utterly incapable of managing it, regardless of how much pressure it placed upon her. As for Lu Weiwei and Han Bing, they also seemed unsuitable. It goes without saying that Lu Weiwei would need to focus on her responsibilities for the upcoming combat and could not afford to be distracted by internal matters of the corps. Similarly, Han Bing, as the assault team leader, would be perpetually engaged on the front lines. Additionally, her youth posed another concern. Lu Liang did not wish to burden her with such immense pressure. After much contemplation, a vision of a gentle older sister with pink hair appeared in Lu Liang's mind. Since no one else had volunteered, I propose a candidate. Lu Liang declared, activating Zhang Man's communicator. Sister Man, please come to the command room. Right now? Zhang Man, who had just finished tidying up by Tang's bed and was leisurely chatting with the girl enjoying candy, felt a mix of surprise and delight hearing Lu Liang's voice over the communicator. You mean, you want Sister Man to be the fortress commander? Li Shira inquired, genuinely surprised that Lu Liang would appoint Zhang Man. I believe Sister Man is quite suitable, Lu Liang replied, gazing at the astonished faces of those present. Although Zhang Man's performance in combat was not exceptional, it is important to note that the position of fortress commander essentially serves as a logistics officer. Frontline combat would still rely on Lu Liang and Li Shira and others. Furthermore, Zhang Man, being among the older members of the corps, possessed a calm demeanor, a quality that many female soldiers lacked. Most importantly, Zhang Man has always been regarded as a universally beloved figure within the corps, adept at mediating conflicts among her peers. Although she is merely an ordinary female soldier, she has consistently embodied the role of a caring older sister to everyone. With someone like her in charge of the fortress, all would support her endeavors. After listening to Lu Liang's rationale, the group fell into a brief silence before nodding in agreement. In this light, Zhang Man indeed seemed the most fitting candidate. Private Zhang Man, reporting for duty. Just then, Zhang Man, donned in military attire, entered the command room and saluted Lu Liang. The others rose in response, smiling at her. Commander, is there something you need from me? Zhang Man asked, startled by the atmosphere. Upon sharing his thoughts with Zhang Man, the older sister's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment. You want me to be the fortress commander? She appeared somewhat incredulous at Lu Liang's words. How could I possibly deceive you with such a matter? Lu Liang smiled reassuringly. I believe, with your capabilities, you will undoubtedly excel in this role. At his words, Zhang Man's face slowly paled. Commander, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it well. You need not worry about that. Certainly, Lu Liang would not casually assign such a significant position to Zhang Man. During this period, I shall have Shirua guide you, allowing you to become acquainted with the fundamental principles of managing a fortress. But why me? Zhang Man stammered. Commander, I am merely an ordinary soldier. There are numerous officers within the Legion. Because I have faith in you, it is as simple as that. Lu Liang's expression suddenly turned serious. Sister Man, I trust you will not disappoint me. Feeling the weight of his words, Zhang Man swallowed hard and, after a lengthy silence, her eyes gradually filled with determination. Yes, I will certainly do well. Excellent. A smile returned to Lu Liang's face. Shiruo, during this time, you are to assist Sister Man, ensuring she quickly acclimatizes to her duties. Upon hearing this, Li Shiruo beamed at Lu Liang. I have no issues with that at all. Now, Sister Man, you are officially part of the command structure of the Liyuan Legion and will also attend meetings in the command room. Lu Liang gestured for an aide to bring a chair over. Zhang Man sat down, feeling as though she were in a dream. Additionally, Sister Man, your rank must be elevated. For the time being, let us promote you to Major, similar to Su Wanbing. A Major? Zhang Man immediately protested. Commander, that is out of the question. The highest rank in our legion is merely captain, held by Shiruo. How could I, a subordinate fortress commander, possibly hold a rank superior to that of the legion's adjutant? Zhang Man's assertion was valid. The ranks bestowed by the Empire were contingent upon combat capability, size, and even the lords affiliated with the legion. In a legion like Liyuan, which lacked familial connections or support, even Li Shiruo, who had served as adjutant for several years, had only attained the rank of captain. As for Lu Liang, he would need to serve for at least a year in the Legion to receive a rank. Then let us send a message to the imperial capital, requesting an elevation of 3 ranks for all female officers in the Liyuan Legion. Lu Liang smiled at Li Shiruo. After all, we do not require them to disburse military salaries. I believe they will acquiesce. Given the recent turmoil within the Liyuan Legion, this would likely serve as an opportune moment for the Empire to agree. An elevation of 3 ranks? Excitement spread across the faces of all present. Historically, the ranks in the Liyuan Legion had consistently lagged several tiers behind those of other legions. For instance, legion adjutants were typically appointed as majors, at the very least. Yet, Li Shiruo currently held only the rank of captain, which often made their standing appear diminished compared to other legions. Understood. Li Shiruo was momentarily taken aback before eagerly commencing her report to the imperial capital. Thank you, Commander. Zhang Man also displayed her excitement, quickly regaining composure. Lu Liang nodded. Such a humble yet assertive disposition was precisely why he had chosen Zhang Man. With that settled, let us all return to our respective posts. The Liyuan Legion is to depart from the sealess oil field and head towards the eastern domain. Yes, once everyone had departed, Lu Liang accessed the system panel to review his reputation points. Reputation points, 34,000. It seemed that the news had already spread. Observing the significant increase in reputation points, Lu Liang felt a sense of satisfaction. It has only been 2 days since I dispatched those emissaries, and most of them have yet to return to their respective territories. Thus, the current increase in prestige is merely the beginning, with more accolades destined to flow into Lu Liang's coffers. Following this, he plans to exchange for high-level weapon schematics. With ample funds at his disposal, coupled with Ireina's assistance, there is no doubt that he can amass a substantial arsenal of advanced weaponry. This led Lu Liang to entertain some rather irrational thoughts. Why not simply eliminate the entire army of the White Rose Lord and assume control? The notion startled him. To eradicate a lord without just cause is a grave offense. After all, it is these lords who contribute significantly to the Empire's annual tax revenue. Although the Liyuan Legion possesses formidable strength, it has yet to reach a level capable of directly confronting the Empire. For now, Lu Liang does not wish to convert his prestige into schematics. His current power is sufficient, and he prefers to reserve it for future needs. Since the acquisition of the Shadow Cloak, he has realized that it is not always necessary to exchange for conventional combat weaponry. Sometimes, seemingly obscure items can prove invaluable. Take the assault on the Celis oil field, for instance. Even if he were to invest heavily in more advanced weapons, facing a 100-meter trench would still pose a significant challenge. Looking up at the time, he noted it was already past 5 o'clock, and he found himself alone in the vast command room. Li Shiruo had gone to teach Zhang Man how to manage the fortress, while Lu Weiwei and Han Bing had likely been preoccupied with maintaining their powered armor. Suddenly, a violent tremor accompanied by a deep rumble resonated as the 2 massive fortresses began to move. The Liyuan Legion had departed from the Celis oil field. Lu Liang stretched lazily, intending to head to the mess hall for a bite to eat. However, upon arriving, he was dismayed to find it completely deserted. The female soldiers had already relocated to Liyuan No. 2, taking the mess hall with them. With the fortress in motion, Liyuan could not halt its progress for his own sake, and after some searching, he finally unearthed a few ingredients that had yet to be transported. Reluctantly, he resolved to cook for himself. Shrugging helplessly, he turned on the gas and began his culinary endeavor. 10 minutes later, he placed 2 plates of stir-fried dishes on the stove, ready to feast, unaware that a frail figure had pushed open the mess hall door and entered. Chapter 110. The beast attack. Yao Chao rubbed her growling stomach, surveying the empty mess hall with despair. Since returning to her room last night, she had eaten nothing. On one hand, she was anxious about her future, and on the other, the humiliation she had endured left her unable to eat. It was not until evening that the girl finally managed to compose herself, only to discover that her stomach had long been protesting. Yao Chao had never encountered anything like a fortress before. Dragging her weary body, she searched for quite a while before finally locating the dining hall. To her dismay, upon excitedly pushing the door open, she found it completely empty. Since the arrival of the Liyuan Legion, apart from the initial provisions that Li Shirua had generously provided, no one had paid her any heed. She had always been too timid to venture out in search of food, feeling herself merely the most wretched of slaves, vulnerable to anyone's cruelty. At least, that was how Yao Chao perceived her plight. Now that the fortress was operational, not a single soul could be found within its confines. It seemed to be a deliberate ploy to starve her. Just as she was about to close the door and leave, a tantalizing aroma wafted into her nostrils. What is that delightful scent? She mused, her mouth watering as her stomach protested more fervently. Following the enticing fragrance, Yao Chao made her way toward the control room. The sound of chopsticks clinking against dishes was utterly alluring, and upon realizing it emanated from the control room, curiosity compelled her to push the door open. There, she witnessed Lu Liang lifting a piece of chicken to his mouth. Gurgle. At this sight, Yao Chao's stomach voiced its discontent once again. Hungry? Lu Liang inquired, glancing at her with mild interest. Yes, Yao Chao admitted, her cheeks flushing as she nodded. Then go ahead and eat this portion. I will prepare another dish. Lu Liang replied, setting down his chopsticks and retrieving 2 potatoes from beneath the stove. You're going to cook? Yao Chao stammered. Ignoring her, Lu Liang promptly grasped a kitchen knife. In less than half a minute, he had expertly peeled the potatoes. Yao Chao remained still, silently observing his deft movements. Lu Liang tossed the potatoes into the air, twirling the knife in his hand. In an instant, the potatoes were sliced into fine shreds, neatly arranged on the cutting board. Subsequently, he sliced a piece of ham and tossed both ingredients into the pan to stir-fry over high heat. 2 minutes later, a plate of fragrant and visually enticing potato shreds was presented on the table. What are you staring at? Eat, Lu Liang urged, handing Yao Chao a pair of chopsticks. Master, may I eat? Yao Chao queried hesitantly. This was a dish prepared by her master. How could she possibly presume to dine alongside him? Without uttering a word, Lu Liang waved a piece of ham enticingly before her. Startled, Yao Chao instinctively recoiled but was instantaneously ensnared by the mouth-watering aroma. Meeting Lu Liang's dark gaze, she swallowed hard and gradually leaned closer, slightly parting her lips. In an instant, the savory scent of chicken flooded her mouth. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Yao Chao seized the chopsticks and began to eat. Hey, that's what I've already used, Lu Liang sighed in resignation. Passing her a steamed bun, Yao Chao, unceremonious, accepted the bun and devoured it eagerly. Observing that the dishes were being consumed rapidly, Lu Liang too joined in the feast without further hesitation. Soon, all 3 dishes were devoured entirely. The girl set down her chopsticks and couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp, instantly blushing deeply. How was it? The flavor was rather delightful, wasn't it? Lu Liang remarked, grinning at the adorable expression of Yao Chao. Upon hearing his words, Yao Chao hastily approached him and knelt down with a soft thud. What are you doing? Lu Liang inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice, yet he made no move to assist her. As a servant, I should be punished for consuming my master's food. Yao Chao's voice trembled, seemingly bracing herself for the impending storm. Lu Liang lit a cigarette, casting a glance at the girl kneeling before him. You simply ate. It's just a meal. The Liyuan Corps has no such stringent rules. Yao Chao remained with her head bowed, hesitant to speak. None of the people you see around are my slaves, Lu Liang replied softly. We are all merely ordinary individuals striving to survive in this apocalyptic world, brought together by fate. Then, what about last night? Yao Chao recalled the scene involving Lu Weiwei and timidly asked. That was a mutual affair. Lu Liang leaned back in his chair, the surroundings enveloped in silence, with only the faint aroma of tobacco wafting through the smoky air. Mutual? Yao Chao found it hard to believe, as she had distinctly heard Lu Weiwei refer to Lu Liang as her master on several occasions. Looking up at Lu Liang, the smoke swirling in the air obscured his handsome visage, creating a dreamy scene that prompted deep contemplation. When have you ever seen me shouting at the female soldiers? Lu Liang chuckled. Apart from issuing combat orders, I have never compelled them to do anything against their will. Though they may call me master, in reality, we are all family. The mention of family stirred something within the girl, reminding her of her mother, who had passed without peace. Thus, you should never aspire to positions of superiority. There have never been any hierarchies within the Liyuan Corps. You can never be above others. His words struck the girl's heart like a heavy hammer, revealing that he was aware of all her thoughts. Noticing her deep in contemplation, Lu Liang gently lifted her chin, intrigued by her delicate features. So, can I also choose voluntarily? Yao Chao, perceptive as she was, quickly grasped Lu Liang's implication. Of course, he replied tenderly, stroking her silky hair. At his words, a blush finally appeared on Yao Chao's face. Lu Liang could see that it was not fear or shyness before her master, but rather excitement and anticipation for her future. Observing the girl's slightly parted crimson lips, Lu Liang turned off the lights in the operational room and smiled as he gazed out the window. In the darkness, only the faint glow of the cigarette end and Yao Chao's gentle murmurs remained. The desolate desert under the moonlight appeared bleak and silent. Yet not everyone was in the frame of mind to appreciate such stark beauty. The roar of engines echoed across the desert as a dozen dilapidated motorcycles sped through the moonlit landscape. Not far behind the convoy, the sand trembled slightly, as if something was pursuing them from beneath the earth. At the forefront were two motorcycles, their tires adorned with sharp treads, occupied by a man and a woman, both clad in helmets. What should we do now? The man asked anxiously. The Desert Scorpion is too fast. At this rate, it will catch up with us in no time. In response, the woman remained silent, her gaze fixed on the data terminal mounted on the motorcycle's front. On the screen, a blood-red avian emblem was rapidly approaching. Inform the others to accelerate. We are nearly there. Just as the woman finished speaking, a jeep at the rear of the convoy suddenly soared into the air, crashing heavily back to the ground. Through the rearview mirror, the woman witnessed a colossal claw emerging from the desert, crushing the jeep into two pieces. The occupants within struggled to escape, but they were swiftly dragged underground along with the vehicle. Hearing the metallic crunch and her companion's anguished cries, the woman tightened her grip on the handlebars, gritting her teeth. The Desert Scorpion was immense, possessing formidable swallowing and digestive abilities, even capable of consuming steel. The earlier sounds were a result of the scorpion devouring the motorcycle. Fortunately, during this moment of feeding, the convoy was granted a brief respite. Meanwhile, the two mobile fortresses of the Liyuan Legion continued their slow advance. As everyone was resting, the drivers maintained a relatively leisurely pace. Thankfully, although the desert terrain was challenging, it was relatively soft, with the female soldiers gently swaying in their beds. Reminiscent of infants in cradles, the soldier on night watch began to doze off when suddenly, the radar alarm jolted her awake. Skillfully, she activated the spy satellite, and the visuals quickly streamed in. This was a dire situation. Upon witnessing the enormous black scorpion consuming the motorcycle, the soldier's expression turned grave. Chapter 111. The visitor from the White Rose territory. A waning crescent moon hung in the night sky, its silvery light filtering through the clouds and casting a gentle glow on Yao Chao's face. She slightly raised her head, gazing at the man sleeping before her, whose expression betrayed no emotion, as if nothing in this world could stir him. This left Yao Chao feeling a twinge of disappointment. Once, she believed that having never seen a pig run, she could still effortlessly navigate such matters. Yet, when the moment arrived, she realized she was utterly unprepared. Had it not been for Lu Liang's indifference, Yao Chao might have felt she was on the verge of losing this opportunity entirely. Contemplating this, a faint smile crept onto her lips. Although Lu Liang possessed a robust physique, he exhibited great patience and treated her with utmost gentleness. She quietly extended her hand, intending to gently poke Lu Liang's chiseled cheek, only to be startled by the sound emanating from his communication terminal on the table. Lu Liang abruptly opened his eyes, and their gazes locked, causing Yao Chao's cheeks to flush crimson. Ignoring her shyness, Lu Liang swiftly rose to grasp the data terminal, where the words Command Center were displayed. At this hour, barring any emergencies, the command room would undoubtedly remain undisturbed. What has transpired? Upon connecting the call, Lu Liang inquired with a hint of urgency. Commander, armed personnel have been spotted 100 kilometers from our location. The female soldier's voice trembled slightly, as if fearful of displeasing Lu Liang. Moreover, trailing behind them is a formidable beast, the desert scorpion. Understood. Noticing the female soldier's anxiety, Lu Liang compelled his voice to steady. I will head over immediately. Inform Liyuan No. 2 to halt their advance, and have Li Shira and Lu Weiwei rendezvous at the command room. Commander, there is no need to awaken the others for the time being, Lu Liang added, already donning his uniform. It can wait until we ascertain the situation. Yes. Receiving Lu Liang's orders, the female soldier's tone transformed into one of resolute determination. What is happening? Yao Chao, seated on the bed, inquired with concern. Nothing to worry about. Lu Liang had fully adorned his military attire, even draping his shadow cloak over his shoulders. Stay inside and remain calm. Get some rest. Without waiting for Yao Chao's response, he swiftly departed for the command room. Commander, please take a look, the female soldier urged, as she projected the visuals onto the large screen. At that moment, the desert scorpion had consumed a jeep entirely, its body trembling as it burrowed back underground, advancing towards the convoy. Turning the camera towards the convoy, Lu Liang's expression grew solemn. The sole truck in the convoy bore a familiar insignia on its roof. Enlarge the image. As the screen magnified, Lu Liang squinted upon recognizing the emblem, a white rose, one he had previously encountered on by Tang's cloak. What is the situation? At that moment, Li Shira and Lu Weiwei entered the command room together. It is the people of the White Rose Lord, Lu Liang explained. They are being pursued by a formidable beast. A formidable beast. Both women gasped in astonishment. In this world plagued by ferocious beasts, humanity has classified them into tiers based on their combat prowess, ranging from lower to legendary levels. These beasts typically possess colossal sizes, fierce temperaments, and formidable strength, capable of easily obliterating human cities and armies. To them, humans are merely sustenance. Though various powerful factions among humans wield advanced weaponry and technology to contend with these beasts, the overall outcome is often one of defeat. A formidable beast stands as a formidable entity within the beast realm, capable of challenging even weaker military groups. However, the higher the tier of the beast, the scarcer they become, with most humans encountering only lower-tier beasts. Encountering a formidable beast is regarded as an unfortunate stroke of luck. I cannot fathom the misfortune of these individuals to face a creature as daunting as the desert scorpion, Lu Liang remarked with a wry smile, though his visage bore no trace of fear. The desert scorpion, while relatively lower in rank among formidable beasts, still possessed considerable power that should not be underestimated. Firstly, while the desert scorpion is of considerable size, it possesses remarkable speed, enabling it to move swiftly within a brief span of time. Coupled with its ability to burrow underground, it becomes exceedingly difficult for adversaries to detect its presence. Its exoskeleton is incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding the majority of assaults, leaving foes at a loss for how to counter it. Even more alarming, the barbed stinger of the desert scorpion can secrete a copious amount of corrosive venom, potent enough to erode certain lightweight armors. The motorcycle that was devoured within mere minutes serves as testament to this terrifying capability. Upon witnessing this, Lu Liang addressed Lu Weiwei, instructing her to summon Bai Tang and inquire if she recognizes these individuals. At this moment, the presence of the White Rose Lord's followers here is certainly not coincidental. They are likely in search of Bai Tang. Given their urgency, it seems the White Rose domain must be in turmoil. Commander, the opposing convoy has connected to our channel and requests communication. A communications officer suddenly reported to Lu Liang. Put them through. After a crackling of static, a woman's voice emerged. We are from the White Rose Lord's faction, and we wish to speak with your commander. The wind howled ferociously on the other end. And even though the woman's intercom was concealed within her helmet, Lu Liang could discern the roar of motorcycle engines amidst the tempest. I am Lu Liang, commander of the Liyuan Legion, he replied softly. It's you. The woman on the other end was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing his voice. Do you know me? Lu Liang inquired with curiosity, as he had no recollection of any prior encounter with individuals from the White Rose domain, nor had he ever ventured into the Eastern Territories. "I heard about you from my master," the woman responded, "but let us not dwell on that. We have encountered a minor mishap and kindly request that you open the lift deck to allow us entry." "Open the lift deck?" Liyuan frowned, glancing at the approaching desert scorpion, which could hardly be classified as a minor incident. "Madam, please provide me with a compelling reason." Liyuan replied with a cold smile. "Since our conversation commenced, all I have gathered is that you are associated with the White Rose Lord, and that is solely your word. Even if you are indeed from the White Rose domain, why should I assist you, especially with a formidable beast at your back?" Upon hearing Lu Liang's words, the woman fell silent. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. "We are here in search of Miss Bai Tang. Our master informed us that she is currently with the Liyuan Legion." Just then, Lu Weiwei opened the command room door, and Bai Tang appeared, adorning a large pink fuzzy robe and bunny slippers, exuding an air of adorableness. "Is it true that you received a signal from the White Rose domain?" Bai Tang's voice bore a hint of urgency, as if she sensed the gravity of the situation. "Miss." Before Lu Liang could utter a word, the voice on the communicator recognized Bai Tang's tone and called out eagerly, "Sister Linyu." Bai Tang responded promptly, her relief palpable. "Thank heavens. It is truly wonderful that you are safe." Lin Yu's spirit relaxed considerably, yet her grip on the accelerator remained firm. "The master currently dares not contact you. We are all uncertain about your condition within the Liyuan Legion. What has transpired with my mother?" Bai Tang detected the unease in Lin Yu's tone, her voice tinged with anxiety. "The situation is rather intricate. Could we possibly request Commander Lu to permit us entry? With the Legion's stronghold's defensive capabilities, it shouldn't be difficult to fend off the desert scorpion." Upon hearing this, Bai Tang gazed at the encroaching desert scorpion on the screen, her voice filled with pleading urgency. "Could we implore you to allow them in? Otherwise, Lin Yu and the others will perish." Lu Liang furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Although the intentions of Lin Yu and her companions were unclear, their recent conversation hinted that something significant had occurred in the White Rose territory. Should the White Rose Lord encounter any misfortune, it would jeopardize his own plans. While it appeared that this group might not be of great assistance, they certainly possessed relevant knowledge about the current situation in the White Rose territory. Keeping them close would likely benefit the stability of the realm. In Lu Liang's eyes, White Rose was already a possession of his own. "Let them in," he softly instructed Li Shihua. "However, they are to remain confined to the deck. Should they dare to step outside, they shall be dealt with mercilessly." This precaution was taken to ensure safety, as the trustworthiness of these individuals could not be fully relied upon in the event of an unforeseen incident involving the White Rose Lord. "Understood," Li Shihua nodded. "Should we put the entire legion on high alert?" "No need." Lu Liang chuckled lightly, then turned to Lu Weiwei. "Weiwei, just have your people keep an eye on them." The combat prowess of the elves had already been recognized, making them the ideal guardians for this peculiar group. "What do you intend to do?" Bai Tang's nerves tightened at the mention of mercilessness. "Nothing much. It's always prudent to exercise caution," Lu Liang replied softly. Although he harbored ambitions of seizing the White Rose Lord, this was merely an idealized plan for the moment. In Lu Liang's eyes, the White Rose Lord was not yet distinguishable from other lords. If they wished to enter his stronghold, he would have to tread with utmost care. "By the way, what about the desert scorpion?" Li Shihua suddenly posed a crucial question. "Surely, we cannot allow it to follow us indefinitely?" Indeed, while the desert scorpion lacked the capability to breach the moving stronghold's defenses, its persistent presence, incessantly battering the exterior armor, would likely drive the Legion's female soldiers to a state of nervous exhaustion. "Perfect timing. I am feeling rather restless. Allow me to confront it," Lu Liang declared, stretching languidly. At this, both Li Shihua and Lu Weiwei exchanged exasperated glances. "You intend to go out and fight again? What else? Should I unleash all this energy upon the two of you?" Lu Liang chuckled. Li Shihua shook her head in response. "At the very least, I must summon Wanbing." "I should be included as well," Lu Weiwei chimed in. "Hey, be mindful of your language. I am still underage," Bai Tang exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. Chapter 112. A single punch to the head. Half an hour later, on the deck of the Liyuan No. 1. "Are you truly going to confront the desert scorpion in your bare essentials?" Bai Tang initially assumed that Lu Liang would don some advanced technology she had never witnessed before. After all, in her understanding, Lu Liang must have utilized some peculiar equipment during the previous encounter at the Celis oil field. Upon hearing Bai Tang's remark, Lu Liang chuckled. Given his current prowess, the powered armor worn by Han Bing and the others no longer provided substantial assistance. As for other individual equipment, he deemed it unnecessary. Before Bai Tang could finish her sentence, Li Shirua had already pressed the button to lower the deck. Just after descending a mere 3 meters, Lu Liang leaped off the deck. Hey, that's over 20 meters. Bai Tang was startled by Lu Liang's action. She instinctively wanted to intervene, only to witness Lu Liang perform a somersault in midair, landing deftly on the edge of the deck, before propelling himself forward with tremendous force. In astonishment, Bai Tang watched as Lu Liang shot away like a cannonball. As she gazed at his receding figure, her mouth fell slightly agape. It dawned on her that the image she had observed a couple of days prior was indeed Lu Liang accomplishing it with sheer physical prowess. Turning her gaze to Li Shua and Lu Weiwei, she noted their remarkably calm expressions, as if they were entirely accustomed to such displays. Am I the only one here who finds this extraordinary? Bai Tang exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Well, it is not surprising that you feel that way. Li Shirua replied with a smile. However, for us, no matter how exaggerated his abilities may appear, we remain unfazed. Indeed, Lu Weiwei chimed in. Having already experienced Lu Liang's remarkable strength, Bai Tang shook her head, perplexed by their reactions. Had they grown so accustomed to witnessing Lu Liang's formidable combat abilities? Lu Liang sped through the desert, his velocity rivaling that of an automobile. Boss, we are approximately 50 kilometers from the Liyuan fortress, a man remarked, glancing into the rearview mirror, where the sand churned ominously behind them. The desert scorpion was drawing ever closer to the convoy. If this continues, we will inevitably lose another vehicle to delay it, allowing the others to reach the Liyuan fortress. Lin Yu suggested softly, you all go ahead. I will hold it off. Boss, are you joking? The man shouted in response. Our team cannot navigate this desert without your guidance. I must stay behind. Enough. Lin Yu retorted fiercely, you are the strongest warrior among us, and you must ensure the young lady's safe return to the White Rose territory. Li Wei, remember this. Not only the young lady, but also our master, sacrificing your life. You must protect their safety. Otherwise, I will haunt you as a ghost. With that, Lin Yu sharply turned her motorcycle, maneuvering around the entire convoy, and halted in the center of the road. Boss, Li Wei cried out, yet did not slow down, continuing to lead the convoy forward. Beneath his helmet, however, a chilling smile crept across the man's face. As Li Wei turned around, he was startled by the fleeting shadow that darted past him. A sense of unease crept over him, prompting him to scan his surroundings, yet he found nothing amiss. Was it merely an illusion? He pondered silently. Observing the convoy in the rearview mirror receding further away, Lin Yu removed her helmet, revealing an exquisite visage. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, slightly upturned at the corners, exuding a playful vivacity. Her long, gently arched eyebrows framed her face, bestowing upon her an air of elegance and confidence. Her porcelain skin glowed softly, reminiscent of translucent beauty. The rose-tinted petals of her lips curled slightly, betraying a naturally enchanting smile that was utterly captivating. Most striking were her long, alluring legs, slender and straight, reminiscent of a graceful melody that outlined perfect curves. Under the moonlight, her silk-like skin shimmered with an enticing luminescence, each step imbued with lightness and grace. Lin Yu's beauty and form radiated an innate charm, making her the most breathtaking sight in the landscape. However, at that moment, her expression turned grave as she observed the undulating desert drawing ever closer. Grasping the rifle hung at the rear of the vehicle, she resolved not to succumb to fate, even if the weapon might prove ineffective against the monstrous beast. At the very least, she could delay the desert scorpion, if only for a fleeting second. Just as Lin Yu raised her gun, the desert scorpion had already arrived. A massive fissure split the sand dunes, sending debris flying. As the crack widened, the colossal creature gradually revealed itself. Its immense form towered over her, standing at least 10 meters tall, even while crouching. Its black exoskeleton gleamed with a cruel glint. The scorpion's pincers were as unyielding as steel, while its enormous antennae swayed ominously in the air. It fixated on the diminutive woman before it, seemingly mocking her insignificance. Yet, despite the looming threat of the monstrous scorpion, she maintained a resolute gaze. Courage and determination flickered in her eyes, as if declaring to the world that she would never yield, even amidst adversity. Sensing her unwavering spirit, The scorpion felt its authority challenged. It opened its grotesque maw, dark green saliva dripping onto the sand, the corrosive substance hissing as it made contact. Yet, this display of menace failed to intimidate Liyuan. Without hesitation, she fired her weapon. The bullets struck the scorpion's hardened shell, producing a cacophony of sound, yet leaving not a single scratch. Soon, the magazine was emptied, and the desert scorpion remained unscathed. Indeed, this formidable beast was unlike any other. With a self-deprecating smile, she realized how foolish it was to think a mere mortal could contend with such a powerful creature. Throughout human history, aside from a few exceptionally enhanced beings, it was known that no human had triumphed over a beast in single combat. The scorpion opened its mouth wide, unleashing a malicious laugh. Immediately, the scorpion raised its colossal pincers and lunged fiercely towards Liyuan's slender waist. Having witnessed the ferocity of such a creature, Liyuan knew that even a jeep could be reduced to ruins by its might. If she were struck, she would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. As the enormous pincers drew ever closer, Liyuan seized the moment, twisting the motorcycle's handlebar with determination. The motorcycle roared to life, surging forward like an arrow released from a bow. The monstrous pincers of the desert scorpion grazed the rear tire of the motorcycle before plunging deep into the sand. A cold smile graced Liyuan's lips as she pressed down hard on the throttle, propelling herself forward. Simultaneously, she retrieved a grenade from her waist, deftly biting off the safety pin. In a swift motion, she wedged it into the gap of the handlebars, securing it in place while ensuring the motorcycle's direction remained intact. Then, she leapt sideways, landing heavily on the sandy ground. The desert scorpion lowered its gaze towards the approaching motorcycle, its eyes widening in realization of the impending danger. With a thunderous impact, the motorcycle collided with the scorpion's abdomen, coinciding with the explosion of the grenade. The tremendous force, coupled with the ignition of gasoline from the tank, caused the scorpion to stagger back 2 steps. Despite being a formidable beast, the innate fear of fire inherent to insects compelled the desert scorpion to recoil. However, it swiftly retaliated, sweeping its massive tail across the ground, scattering a cloud of yellow sand that buried the remnants of the explosion. Coughing violently, Liyuan lay on the ground, her complexion pale, and felt a sharp pain in her heart, causing her to spit blood. Although the terrain was sandy, the velocity of her flight had inflicted internal injuries, rendering her incapable of rising for the moment. The desert scorpion, witnessing her state, unleashed a tremendous roar, clearly infuriated by her earlier defiance. Cough, cough, it seems I am truly done for, Liyuan thought, forcing herself to lie flat on the ground while gazing at the pale crescent moon in the sky. This brief moment was the utmost she could achieve to buy time for her companions. Master, young miss, I am truly sorry. A faint smile emerged at the corner of her mouth. The path ahead will have to be tread by you on your own. As the desert scorpion slowly brought its head closer, its enormous mandibles gaping wide, it appeared poised to devour Liyuan whole. Witnessing the corrosive saliva dripping nearby, she turned her head away in disgust, tightly shutting her eyes. If only I had saved a bullet for myself, Liyuan mused, having always held confidence in her appearance. She absolutely did not wish to witness her own flesh being crushed in her final moments. Ordinary punch. Just as Liyuan resigned herself to her fate, a deep male voice resonated near her ear. Boom. In an instant, a tremendous impact echoed, compelling Liyuan to open her eyes. Whereupon she beheld a man clad in deep blue military attire standing before her. His fist was firmly pressed against the scorpion's mandibles, right next to its teeth. The desert scorpion rolled its eyes back and collapsed heavily to the ground, instantly rendered unconscious. Chapter 113. The beast's demon core shaking off the saliva that had adhered to his hand. Liyuan was astonished to discover that the highly corrosive substance had not even broken his skin. Indeed, the enhancement of his physique was truly comprehensive, he mused. You are. Liyuan was clearly taken aback by Liyuan's display of strength. To knock out a desert scorpion with a single punch, could this truly be within the realm of human capability? Liyuan cast a sidelong glance at her and coolly inquired, "Can you still move?" Attempting to support her body, Liyuan collapsed once more onto the ground, shaking her head apologetically. Liyuan shrugged in exasperation. Facing the desert scorpion alone was more than manageable. Yet, with such a burden to carry, the situation had turned precarious. Turning his attention back to the desert scorpion, he noticed that it was still emitting deep, steady breaths. It seemed less like it had been knocked unconscious and more as if it had been sedated. The duration of his skill was only 10 seconds. Once that time elapsed, Liyuan would become a living target for the scorpion. Most critically, Liyuan was evidently the leader of this group, and he could not simply abandon her to her fate. What significance would there be in saving the entire convoy if he failed to rescue the most vital person? With no other choice, Liyuan bent down and reached out to touch Liyuan's pale face. Startled, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? I know I'm attractive, and being a servant, I wouldn't mind being of service to you. But this is the battlefield. The monster behind you could awaken at any moment and devour us both. I do not wish to be pinned down by a man only to be crushed by the desert scorpion. Apologies, but I must inconvenience you," Liyuan replied, gripping the collar at the back of Liyuan's neck. "What are you doing?" she protested. With a firm hold on her collar, Liyuan executed a swift 360-degree spin, launching Liyuan through the air as if she were a hammer throw. Screaming, Liyuan watched as she soared farther from both Liyuan and the desert scorpion, while simultaneously descending toward the ground. At this speed and height, she would surely meet a fatal end. She tightly closed her eyes, though she was not afraid of heights. She had never experienced freefall in her bare state. Yet, before long, Liyuan found herself gently landing on the ground like a leaf. Unfortunately, she hit the ground face first. With a silent groan, she spat out a mouthful of sand, brushed the grains from her face, and looked back. Liyuan's figure was now barely discernible. Only the immense dark silhouette of the desert scorpion remained visible in the moonlight. To her astonishment, she realized that he had thrown her several hundred meters away, and he had done so without causing her any harm. Although Liyuan was meticulous about her physique, she still weighed at least 100 pounds. To throw such a weight over such a distance, was that even possible for a human? Reflecting on this, Liyuan couldn't help but think that perhaps he truly could defeat the desert scorpion after all. With a rustling sound, the desert scorpion sluggishly regained consciousness, its 6 massive limbs trembling as they supported its heavy body, shaking its massive head. The desert scorpion felt as though someone had struck it on the back of its skull, plunging it into oblivion. When it glanced back at the spot where the woman had fallen, it was astonished to find her absence, replaced instead by the man who had earlier landed a punch on its teeth. The fierce creature had regained some awareness, enabling it to perform rudimentary analysis in the face of adversity. Thus, the desert scorpion comprehended that its recent unconsciousness was the doing of this man. Unlike its eagerness to devour the woman, it took a step back, visibly unsettled. Clearly, the beast could sense the murderous intent emanating from Liyuan. "Oh, it dares to know fear," Liyuan chuckled, stepping forward. This time, he was determined to confront the desert scorpion personally, still grappling with the lingering question of the true extent of his power. Previously, at the Celis oil field, he had scarcely unleashed a fraction of his abilities. In his duel with Lu Weiwei, the battle style of the elven princess had proved rather peculiar, and he feared that without exerting his full strength, he might indeed face defeat. Yet, the notion of inadvertently striking down the precious elven maiden he had painstakingly gathered was a daunting thought. However, when confronting a beast of the desert scorpion's caliber, such hesitations dissipated. As the desert scorpion continued to retreat, Liyuan advanced step by step. On the ship, the crew watched in astonishment. Could a mere human instill fear in a creature of such ferocity? At last, the desert scorpion could no longer contain itself. Even though its adversary appeared exceedingly perilous, as a noble beast, it resolutely refused to succumb to fear. With a fierce screech, the desert scorpion raised its massive pincers and swung them towards Liyuan. For an ordinary human, this strike would be sufficient to reduce them to mere pulp. The force of the blow sent countless grains of sand flying, and the desert scorpion emitted a triumphant cackle, convinced it had struck its target. What formidable strength! Even before the dust settled, Liyuan's voice resonated in the desert scorpion's ears. Startled, the creature fixated its compound eyes on the direction of the pincers. As the dust cleared, Liyuan was half buried in the earth, yet the giant pincers had not inflicted a scratch upon him. Instead, he had firmly grasped one claw. Spitting out the dirt from his mouth, Liyuan fixed a cold gaze upon the desert scorpion, tightening his grip. With a resounding crunch, reminiscent of the sound of crunching chips, the desert scorpion's pincer was crushed in his hand. In agony, the desert scorpion quickly withdrew its claw, pale yellow blood oozing from the wound. Though the creature's massive form rendered the injury seemingly trivial, its fear magnified the pain manifold. For the desert scorpion understood that apart from its tail stinger, its pincers were the toughest part of its entire body. However, this man effortlessly crushed his prideful giant pincers, revealing the terrifying extent of his strength. The desert scorpion had consumed humans before, even a fair share of enhanced individuals, yet never had anyone achieved such a feat. The desert scorpion began to suspect whether this individual was truly human or perhaps some advanced humanoid beast. "You are only at this level," Liyuan lamented, shaking his head. He initially believed this creature to be formidable, but it seemed he had overestimated the prowess of beast-level entities. Upon reflection, it made sense. His fingers could pierce granite. So it was no wonder that the fragile exoskeleton of the desert scorpion was no match for him. "Given this, you are of no use," Liyuan scoffed, leaping into the air. As the desert scorpion gazed in astonishment, Liyuan's figure seemed to grow larger. Following closely, his fist expanded in size. With a thunderous impact, he knocked the desert scorpion to the ground. The scorpion struggled to rise, immediately wielding its massive pincers to dig downwards. It understood well that it stood no chance against this man. However, if it could burrow underground, it believed the man would be powerless against it. The desert scorpion's digging speed was astonishing. Within mere seconds, half of its body had already plunged into the earth. Trying to escape, Liyuan bellowed, swiftly jumping to the scorpion's tail and seizing its formidable venomous stinger. The scorpion sensed the force behind it and began wildly thrashing its tail. Yet, Liyuan held his breath, channeling the strength bestowed upon him by ancient martial arts, instantly acquiring the might of several tons. The scorpion's thrashing had no effect on him whatsoever. In a state of sheer panic, the desert scorpion began to dig even more frantically. Liyuan let out a cold laugh and yanked back with great force. With the sound of a swift pull, the scorpion abruptly halted its excavation. Liyuan continued to tug on the stinger, soon peeling the scorpion from its shell as one might extract a lobster from its carapace. The massive exoskeleton collapsed with a resounding crash, yet retained the motion of digging. However, the tender, pale flesh of the desert scorpion was now exposed to the air. The scorpion let out a wail. Its flesh had been safeguarded by its shell all its life, and the skin that had never seen the light felt agonizingly sensitive to the breeze, let alone the rough sand beneath. Liyuan was momentarily taken aback by the scene. He had merely intended to pull it back, not expecting such stubbornness from the creature. With a disdainful leap, he distanced himself several meters. The desert scorpion struggled for a while longer before succumbing painfully to its fate. Liyuan shrugged, acknowledging that it was never his intention for the creature to meet such a grim end. However, he recalled what he had learned in school. Any beast above a certain level was likely to possess a magical core, and the higher the creature's rank, the greater the chances of such a core forming. For beast-level entities, the probability was nearly 50%. The core of the ferocious beast harbors immense energy, and numerous high-grade weaponry relies on the magical nucleus of such beasts to function properly. Standing atop the immense body of the desert scorpion, Liyuan ascended to its crown and, with fingers poised, pierced through its cranium. The unprotected head was exceedingly soft, allowing Liyuan to delve within with little effort. The viscous texture elicited a sense of revulsion, yet he persevered, meticulously searching through the brain. At long last, he grasped a spherical object, slightly cooler than the surrounding tissue. Extracting it, he examined it under the moonlight. The pale yellow crystalline sphere gleamed subtly, its surface remarkably smooth. Despite its origin from the scorpion's brain, it remained unsullied, exuding an aura of purity amidst filth. As Liyuan toyed with the crystal, he marveled at witnessing a true magical core for the first time. Though uncertain of its purpose, it was evident that it could fetch a considerable price at an auction in the imperial capital. With a stroke of luck, perhaps he could barter for materials essential for crafting advanced weaponry in the future. Elated, he tucked the core into his pocket, only then recalling the purpose of his visit. He needed to hasten and escort that woman back, to glean the current circumstances of the White Rose Lord from her. Chapter 114. The sequence of events struggling to prop herself up, Liyuan gazed at the motionless corpse of the desert scorpion in the distance. Moments prior, she had faintly witnessed Liyuan vaulting several meters into the air, subsequently striking the scorpion down with a single punch. More terrifying was the fact that he had dismantled the beast's exoskeleton with ease. Liyuan furrowed her brows, possessing such formidable strength. It was clear that the man could indeed lead the laggard Liyuan Legion to sweep across the entire northern desert within a month. a notion that was no mere fantasy. In contrast, being hurled hundreds of meters away by the scorpion seemed trivial. Lin Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood. The scorpion's previous strike had evidently injured her internal organs. Just then, Lu Liang's figure appeared beside her like a specter. Startled, Lin Yu looked up at the tall young man before her. I'm fine, thank you. Although anxiety gnawed at her, she remembered to express her gratitude, for he had just pulled her back from the brink of death. Moreover, in the presence of such a powerful man, it was prudent for her, as a weaker individual, to adopt a respectful demeanor. In response, Lu Liang maintained his stoic expression and directly bent down to lift Lin Yu into his arms. You are injured badly. We must return to the Liyuan for treatment, he stated, his legs propelling him into a swift run. The howling winds whistled past Lin Yu's ears, a cacophony unmatched even by the roaring of her motorcycle at full throttle. This merely underscored the astonishing speed at which Lu Liang was dashing. As she gazed up at Lu Liang's chiseled features, a glimmer of admiration flickered in her eyes. It was hard to believe that the commander of the Liyuan Legion, who had swept through the three principal forces of the Black Tiger Lord, was so remarkably youthful. Moreover, the young man possessed quite an appealing visage. A smile crept upon Lin Yu's lips. It seemed her master had not suffered a loss this time. As the surroundings began to fade into darkness, Lin Yu sensed she was on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet, curiously, she felt no fear. Instead, a sense of tranquility enveloped her. She knew that after she succumbed to slumber, this man would steadfastly protect her. Gradually, her eyelids grew heavy, and her pulse slowed. The only sound resonating in her ears was Lu Liang's robust heartbeat, akin to that of a powerful engine. Time passed, though she could not discern how long, until Lin Yu slowly opened her eyes, her blurry vision sharpening into clarity. She realized she lay upon a hospital bed, surrounded by the scent of medication and the faint hum of medical apparatus. Where am I? She murmured to herself, suddenly aware of a discomfort on her nose. Lifting her hand, she discovered she was still wearing an oxygen mask. Following the path of the intravenous line, she noticed a drip attached to her wrist, from which a pale yellow liquid was gradually entering her body. Lin Yu, sister, you're finally awake. At that moment, a girl's voice reached Lin Yu's ears. Turning her head, she saw Bai Tang, her white-haired companion, gazing at her with tear-filled eyes. Miss. Lin Yu removed the mask, attempting to rise and bow, but felt a wave of weakness wash over her, rendering her unable to sit upright. Do not move. The medic said your internal organs have sustained considerable damage and require rest, Bai Tang urged, gently guiding Lin Yu back down and replacing the oxygen mask. The medic? Lin Yu's words were barely spoken before she grasped the answer. Yes, you are in the medical room of the Liyuan 1, Bai Tang replied, popping a piece of chocolate into her mouth. You've been unconscious for 3 days. 3 days? Lin Yu gasped in shock. It felt to her as if only a few minutes had passed since she had lost consciousness. Meanwhile, in the command center of Liyuan 1, Lu Liang observed the man kneeling before him with cold eyes. So, the White Rose Lord is currently under house arrest, he stated icily. How did you manage to escape? We were released by our master using the Lord's insignia, Li Wei stammered, reaching into his bosom. In an instant, a dozen handguns were drawn and aimed at his head, causing Li Wei to break into a cold sweat, paralyzed with fear. He hadn't anticipated the elite training of the female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion to be so formidable. Lu Liang glanced at the standing Lu Wei and waved his hand lightly. Only then did she command the elves to lower their weapons. Li Wei retrieved a jade token from his clothing, which bore no inscriptions, only a delicate carving of a rose and white jade on both sides. With utmost respect, the item was handed over to Lu Liang, who toyed with the waist token, lost in thought. According to the man's earlier statements, the Lady of the White Rose had suffered disastrous defeats in her external campaigns. Seizing the opportunity, her chancellor, Cecil Delris, had staged a coup, placing the Lady of the White Rose under house arrest in her palace. However, the Lady of the White Rose was known for her benevolence. Despite the nation's weakness and the people's poverty, she commanded a loyal band of devoted warriors. This loyalty made Cecil hesitant to act against her, despite his desire to swiftly eliminate her. Furthermore, the unilateral assassination of a lord would incur severe penalties from the upper echelons of the empire. The only viable path to usurp her position lay in compelling the Lady of the White Rose to relinquish her title willingly. Yet, due to the unwavering loyalty of her warriors, Cecil could not resort to torture. Thus, His only option was to intercept the diplomatic envoy, Bai Tang, before her return, using her as a hostage to coerce the Lady of the White Rose into submission. To this end, Cecil had closed the city gates to prevent any messages from escaping. Meanwhile, Li Wei, following Lin Yu, had used the Lady of the White Rose's waste token to pacify the city guards and force their way out. Subsequently, Cecil's pursuers relentlessly chased them, leaving Lin Yu with no choice but to enter the territory of the Desert Scorpions, compelling the pursuers to halt their chase. Lu Liang was well aware of all that transpired thereafter. Chapter 115. The Traitor? My lord, that woman has awakened. While Lu Liang was deep in contemplation, Lu Weiwei received a message from the medical department and whispered to him. At this, Lu Liang nodded and turned his gaze to the man before him. Take him away. Imprison him in the basement, just like his companions. Lu Liang stated coldly. Ensure that Shana and Shajia keep watch over them. Inform the sisters that should they exhibit any signs of attempting to escape, they are to be executed on the spot. Understood. Lu Weiwei slightly bowed in response, signaling 2 elven soldiers to escort the man away. Once Li Wei had departed, Lu Weiwei approached Lu Liang from behind, gently caressing his temples. Lu Liang smiled faintly, closing his eyes to savor the moment. My lord, do you truly believe this man's words? Lu Weiwei inquired cautiously. At present, she had found no flaws in the logic of his statements. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt that this man had concealed the most crucial aspect from her. I do not entirely trust him, Lu Liang replied softly, but at the very least, the part about the Lady of the White Rose being under house arrest should hold some truth. We shall seek out that woman later to verify the authenticity of these claims. By the way, my lord, what do you think of that woman named Lin Yu? Lu Weiwei's question caused Lu Liang to slightly open his eyes. You have become increasingly audacious of late, Lu Liang chuckled lightly. Hearing this, Lu Weiwei smiled sweetly, leaning closer to his ear and whispering, Do you not find her appealing, my lord? What do you think? Lu Liang replied, turning his chair. Lu Weiwei, blushing at his response, took a step forward. After a while, they arrived at the medical department, where Bai Tang was seated beside Lin Yu. Upon seeing Lu Liang approach, she hurriedly stood up. What is the matter? Lu Liang observed that Bai Tang's eyes were red, as if she had been crying recently. It's nothing. You two continue your conversation, Bai Tang said, turning to leave. Commander Lu, I am grateful for your life-saving grace. Lin Yu responded to Bai Tang's reaction with a calm demeanor, offering a slight nod as a gesture of respect towards Lu Liang. There is no need for formalities, Lu Liang replied, retrieving the badge of the White Rose Lord from his waist. Please, elaborate on the current events in the White Rose territory and your purpose for seeking me. Of course, even if you did not inquire, I would still share everything about the happenings in the White Rose territory. Lin Yu responded, accepting the Lord's badge and placing it upon her chest. First, allow me to introduce myself. Lin Yu sat as upright as she could, her voice somewhat feeble. My name is Lin Yu, and I am the military chief of the White Rose Lord. Oh, Lu Liang expressed surprise, not expecting that this girl, who appeared to be only slightly older than himself, held such a significant position as the military chief of a territory. This role was only half a rank below the chancellor, signifying a status that was second only to the lord, commanding thousands beneath her. Initially, Lu Liang had assumed Lin Yu was merely a maid or personal guard to the White Rose Lord. Lin Yu then began recounting the events, which closely matched the account given by the man, save for a few details unknown to him. My master instructed me that if the young lady could persuade you to return to the White Rose territory together, everything would be manageable. However, if she could not convince you, I was to escort her away from the Liyuan army and find a safe place to conclude our lives. After all, as long as the bloodline of the White Rose Lord endures, the position seized by Cecil will remain precarious. Yet, Lu Liang harbored doubts about the necessity of such a large entourage merely to deliver a message. It is indeed so. I initially believed my actions were swift enough, but I was a step too late. The city gates were closed, and I could not leave. At that moment, Li Wei arrived with the Master's badge, and after much insistence, the guards finally cleared a path for us. The entire convoy consists of Li Wei's subordinates. Upon hearing this, both Lu Liang and Lu Weiwei furrowed their brows in unison. Are you implying that you did not witness your master personally hand the badge to Li Wei, but rather encountered him on the way? I understand your concern, but Li Wei is an absolutely trustworthy comrade, Lin Yu asserted firmly. Since he enlisted, I have been his squad leader. As I advanced in rank, he remained by my side. To this day, He has risen to become the commander of the Spiked Brigade. Though that brigade has been annihilated by the Black Tiger Lord, Liyuan added, her expression growing somber. Nevertheless, Liyuan did not ease his vigilance due to Liyuan's words. When Li Wei had recounted the events to him, his description of this segment had been rather vague. Noticing Liyuan's silence, Liyuan forced a smile upon her pale cheeks. If Commander Liu does not believe us, you may simply expel us from the Liyuan army. Our mission has already been accomplished, and staying here would only waste your resources. Seeing that Liyuan remained unconvinced, Liyuan attempted to rise. But the abrupt motion caused her to cough up a mouthful of blood. The alarm of the monitoring device echoed through the room, prompting the medical officer to rush over for an assessment. At that moment, Liyuan wished to move, yet she lacked even the strength to lift a finger. Her character is truly resolute, Liyuan remarked, turning to the medical officer. She should be all right in this condition, shouldn't she? The medical officer replied with utmost respect. While the damage to her internal organs is neither trivial nor severe, such injuries are quite sensitive to emotional fluctuations. Liyuan patted the medical officer on the shoulder. You've worked hard during this time. You must ensure her recovery. Yes, Commander. The medical officer responded, her cheeks flushing as she saluted Liyuan. I place my trust in you, Liyuan said, gazing at Liyuan, who lay in bed, her eyes fixed intently upon him. With a gentle smile, he added, I have faith in you and your team. They are steadfast servants of the White Rose Lord. Thus, take your time to heal. Should your master learn of your non-compliance with the treatment, it would surely sadden her. At Liyuan's words, a flicker of excitement shone in Liyuan's eyes before she closed them, ready to cooperate with the treatment. Arrange for those individuals to stay in the Liyuan No. 1 dormitory. There is no need for special supervision. Liyuan quietly instructed Lu Weiwei on their way out of the medical room. Master, do you truly trust them? Lu Weiwei inquired with curiosity. Of course not, Liyuan replied, casting a sidelong glance at the elfin princess. But it is beneficial for them to believe that I do. Presently, it appeared that Liyuan had no significant issues, but as for Li Wei, Liyuan scoffed. If we keep him imprisoned, he will certainly remain inactive. But once we grant him freedom, I am convinced he will take action. Though uncertain of Li Wei's intentions, Liyuan had formed a general hypothesis. Ultimately, the objective of that Chancellor Cecil was to seize control of the white sugar and compel the White Rose Lord to abdicate. Weiwei, you must endure for a while. Have your people protect the white sugar in secrecy around the clock. Should you detect any movements from Li Wei and his associates, immediately restrain them. Understood. Lu Weiwei nodded before departing. Chapter 116. A misunderstanding unfolds. Time passed swiftly, and a week later, Li Shuo returned to Liyuan No. 1 fortress with Zhang Man. Eager to report the week's achievements to Liyuan, Zhang Man displayed a remarkable capacity for learning, quickly grasping concepts, and applying them effectively. Within just a week, she had proven herself capable of fulfilling the role of fortress commander. Meanwhile, Li Shuo was eager to return to Liyuan's side and resume her duties as his aide. Liyuan posed a few questions to Zhang Man, expressing satisfaction with her responses. Sister Man, although you now hold the position of fortress commander, your responsibilities extend beyond merely managing Liyuan No. 2. Liyuan observed Zhang Man kneeling before him and smiled. Often, you will need to engage in other aspects of the Legion's operations. Having promoted Zhang Man to fortress commander, she had become part of the leadership echelon. Thus, Liyuan decided to impart more knowledge to her regarding the management of the Legion, which would enable him and Li Shuo to share some responsibilities in the future. Liyuan held Zhang Man in high regard. If she could indeed manage the operations of the Liyuan No. 2 with proficiency, it would be plausible for her to co-manage the Liyuan Legion alongside Li Shuo. As for Liyuan, he had little fondness for the mundane affairs of Legion management. Consequently, apart from times of conflict, the entire Liyuan Legion was largely left to its own devices under his guidance. This burden had primarily fallen upon Li Shuo. Although she had been responsible for these matters even before Liyuan's arrival at the Liyuan Legion, the scale of the Legion was undoubtedly destined to expand. Indeed, when he fully mastered the White Rose territory, these seemingly trivial matters would only proliferate. Li Shuo was a capable leader, and Liyuan did not wish for his esteemed wife to squander her time on such trivialities. Therefore, he needed to cultivate a new cadre of talent within the Liyuan Legion to assist the command structure with future tasks. Zhang Man was the first in this initiative. Upon hearing Liyuan's words, Zhang Man nodded affirmatively. Deputy Shirua has already informed me, as one favored by the commander, I shall not only be responsible for the daily affairs of Liyuan No. 2, but also ensure your well-being. Commander, she said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lu Liang, who had been contemplating future plans, found his mind momentarily incapacitated upon hearing this. What did she mean? What had he just said? How had she discerned an innuendo from his words? He turned to Li Shirua, who wore a knowing smile. I understand, Commander. Zhang Man looked up at Lu Liang, her gaze resolute. Shirua has already briefed me on many of your preferences, so please trust that I will be capable. After saying this, she smiled and deliberately pressed her lips together. Preferences? What preferences do I have? Lu Liang shot a glare at Li Shirua. Are you not aware of your own preferences? Li Shirua retorted with a light scoff. Lu Liang was momentarily speechless, inwardly lamenting whether his minor quirks had become common knowledge among the entire legion. How could he maintain his composure in the future? Clearing his throat, he quickly redirected the conversation, fearing the two women might deviate further. What I meant to say is, Sister Man, you will not only manage No. 2 Fortress, but also engage in the work of the Legion's command structure. He reiterated his thoughts, at which point both women grasped his intent. Li Shirua, of course, felt relieved. She knew well what kind of person Sister Man was, and placing her work in her capable hands was a source of great comfort. Previously, Li Shirua had considered enlisting Su Wanbing's assistance, but regrettably, the cat-eared lady was not suited for such responsibilities. Moreover, Su Wanbing had consistently expressed her discontent at being pressured into the role of Chief of Staff. As she yearned to make her contributions on the battlefield for the Legion, Zhang Man was immensely grateful for Lu Liang's actions as an ordinary female soldier. Her promotion to the position of fortress commander under Lu Liang was already a remarkable achievement. However, she was taken aback to discover that Lu Liang intended to further cultivate her capabilities and share the burdens of work with Li Shiru. Once Zhang Man departed, Lu Liang's expression gradually turned serious. After all, a ticking time bomb lay beside him. Shiru, inform all the sisters that we shall soon arrive at the eastern domain, and ensure they are prepared for battle at any moment. Lu Liang spoke softly. Furthermore, aside from those tasked with maintaining the fortress's advancement and reconnaissance, no one should approach Fortress Liyuan No. 1 without reason. Upon hearing this, Li Shiru nodded. Is it still because of that Li Wei? Indeed, Lu Liang confirmed. Lin Yu's health was steadily improving, and Lu Weiwei had been quietly safeguarding Bai Tang's safety. Nonetheless, Li Wei had remained cooped up in his chamber for over a week, only emerging for meals. Their sole encounter was when Bai Tang, under Lu Weiwei's protection, sought him out, for he was considered one of the trusted confidants of the White Rose Lord. Yet, his demeanor was excessively deliberate. According to Lin Yu, Bai Tang and Li Wei shared a close bond, having grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Moreover, Lin Yu had inadvertently revealed that Li Wei harbored feelings for Bai Tang. After narrowly escaping death, how could he refrain from approaching the woman he admired? Either he harbored ulterior motives or had lost interest in women altogether. As evening descended, Lu Liang emerged from the kitchen with 2 steaming plates of food. The tension among everyone had been palpable in recent days, and aside from Lu Weiwei and her female elf subordinates, the others had remained at Fortress Liyuan No. 2. Currently, only Yao Chao was free to assist. Additionally, Lu Liang had taken on a new role as the chef for Fortress Liyuan No. 1. This was not due to Yao Chao's request, for she dared not impose on him. Rather, Lu Liang had been dining in the army's mess hall. Although the food there was satisfactory, it paled in comparison to his own culinary creations. With nothing else to occupy his time, finding solace in the kitchen was a welcome reprieve. In the past, before he could finish cooking, Yao Chao would have already set the table, eagerly awaiting the meal. However, today, she had not appeared even after a lengthy wait. A sense of unease gripped Lu Liang. What if something had happened? Li Wei and his companions were still in the fortress. Moreover, given the camaraderie between Bai Tang and Yao Chao, if Li Wei were to act against Bai Tang, Yao Chao would be the first to be affected. While the likelihood of harm befalling Bai Tang was slim with Lu Weiwei's watchful protection, Lin Yu had introduced Li Wei as a modified individual, and unexpected events could always arise. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lu Liang set down the plates and hastened towards Yao Chao's room. Chapter 117. Communication and Learning. So that is how it is. Within the confines of Yao Chao's room, Bai Tang grasped a notebook, nodding repeatedly as if she were a primary school student engrossed in class. Indeed, the actions require a bit more force. And yes, the mouth must be agape. And one must shout, lest one suffocates. Opposite her, Yao Chao held a piece of chalk, sketching something on the blackboard. Between them, Lu Weiwei sat on Yao Chao's bed, observing the two girls with a look of helplessness. Bang! At that moment, the door to Yao Chao's room swung open, and Lu Liang darted in with a swift motion. What brings you here? The two girls, startled by Lu Liang's sudden appearance, exchanged anxious glances. They had never witnessed Lu Liang in such a state of tension before. Phew. You're all right. Lu Liang quickly masked his unease, transforming back to his usual composed demeanor in less than half a second. What could possibly be wrong with me? Yao Chao inquired with a puzzled expression, but suddenly recollected something, hastily erasing the words from the blackboard. What are you all up to? Noticing Yao Chao's flustered demeanor, Lu Liang asked curiously. Much like Yao Chao, this was the first time he had seen her display such an expression, reminiscent of a child caught misbehaving by a parent. And nothing, Yao Chao stammered. I was just chatting with a newly made friend about the hardships of being a slave laborer. Discussing the life of a slave laborer? Lu Liang cast a sidelong glance at Bai Tang, who bashfully concealed her notebook behind her back. What is she jotting down? Is she gathering invaluable experience for her future life as a slave laborer? The two girls were at a loss for words. Lu Liang turned his gaze towards Lu Weiwei. Weiwei, perhaps you could clarify? Master, you should ask them instead, Lu Weiwei murmured, lowering her already crimson face. Lu Liang, perplexed, contemplated why they would be embarrassed about something that could be written on a blackboard. Was it possible that the three of them gathered to share risque anecdotes? Hand it over. Upon mentioning this, Lu Liang's interest was piqued. With the swiftness of a thief, he reached out and seized Bai Tang's notebook. Oh, give it back to me, Bai Tang exclaimed, attempting to retrieve it, but her petite stature rendered her efforts futile even as she leaped. Gently pushing Bai Tang aside, Lu Liang opened the notebook to examine its contents, his expression contorting in disbelief. Why on earth are you, at such a tender age, writing about these things? Yet, he did not scold her. Instead, he approached with curiosity. Do you harbor some peculiar thoughts about me? And no, don't misunderstand. Bai Tang stuttered, retreating in fear as Lu Liang approached. I was simply trying to communicate with Sister Yao Chao on behalf of my mother, to learn a bit in advance. Make sure you impart something beneficial, Lu Liang admonished, shooting a glare at Yao Chao. The girl shrugged her shoulders helplessly and stuck out her tongue. From now on, we are all family. What is there that cannot be taught? Who says she is family? Lu Liang found Yao Chao's assertions increasingly absurd. If you marry Bai Tang's mother in the future, won't that make her family? Yao Chao retorted defiantly, regardless of whether she is a sister or a stepmother. I have already recognized this bond with Bai Tang. Lu Liang truly wished to avoid excessive entanglement over this matter. Casting a helpless and furious glance at Lu Weiwei, you could at least intervene. Master, I did intervene, Lu Weiwei replied with a smile. But Yao Chao mentioned that this is to assist Bai Tang's mother, which in turn benefits you, so. All right, enough of this, Lu Liang interrupted, hastily dismissing the topic while pulling out a lighter and incinerating the notebook before the three of them. From now on, should you dare to teach Bai Tang any of these peculiar things, you shall never again savor the meals I prepare, Lu Liang declared vehemently, hearing the mention of food. The stomachs of the three women protested in unison, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and they all lowered their heads in silence. Taking a deep breath, Lu Liang endeavored to calm his emotions. You all, come with me for a meal. In this chaotic yet resigned atmosphere, nearly a week passed, and the Liyuan Corps finally reached the territory of the eastern domain of the empire. During this time, Levi and his crew remained inactive. Aside from visiting the medical department to check on Linyu twice and seeking out Bai Tang once, they spent the remainder of their time secluded in their dormitory. Although Lu Liang harbored doubts, he chose not to confront them directly. After all, with Lu Weiwei and others watching over Bai Tang and Yao Chao, he had no cause for concern regarding their safety. As for himself, he believed that after witnessing his solitary defeat of the Desert Scorpion, Levi and his group would surely steer clear of him. As the morning sun streamed through the window, Lu Liang awoke to find Li Shuruo resting beside him and quietly rose from the bed. These past few days, Li Shuruo had been preoccupied with daily affairs, only managing to return to his side last night. It was evident that the aide had been thoroughly exhausted. Although Zhang Man had taken over most of the responsibilities for the Liyuan No. 2, she was still somewhat inexperienced and often required guidance from Li Shuruo. Coupled with last night's exertions, the aide was utterly fatigued. Typically, upon awakening, Liyuan would have already begun her morning routine and assisted him in dressing. Silently exiting the room, Liyuan prepared breakfast in the dining hall for everyone, then took Liyuan's portion and placed it back in their room. After stretching, he made his way to the fortress rooftop. Winter had set in, and the morning mist obscured visibility, necessitating the use of large vehicle lights for the two fortresses of the Liyuan Corps to proceed. However, thanks to the enhancement from his system, Liyuan's vision was far superior to that of ordinary people. Even surrounded by fog, he could clearly discern his surroundings. The scenery of the eastern domain was indeed deserving of its reputation. Even in early winter, many plants retained their verdant hues, and some unknown fruit trees were adorned with delicate blossoms. Yet, these plants were now being crushed beneath the weight of the two massive fortresses. Nonetheless, due to the soil conditions, the flora in the eastern domain possessed remarkable vitality. As long as their roots remained intact, they could gradually recover even after being subjected to great force. Thus, in the eastern domain, no one championed the notion that environmental protection was a collective responsibility. Conversely, the lords of various factions must annually expend significant financial resources to clear a path for their own official roads through the lush vegetation, thereby ensuring the smooth flow of trade within their territories. Upon accessing the data terminal and analyzing the coordinates provided by Baitang, it becomes evident that I am approximately 300 kilometers from the White Rose territory. At the current speed of our journey, it is estimated that the Liyuan Legion will reach the walls of the White Rose territory by around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Since yesterday, Liyuan has instructed Baitang to contact the Lord of the White Rose territory. However, all responses received have been from subordinates, indicating that the Lord is indisposed due to a mild illness and cannot personally take calls, entrusting all affairs to the Chancellor, Cecil Deleuze. Liyuan regards this response with a cold smile. Even if the Lord were genuinely unwell, it would hardly prevent him from answering a call from his own daughter. Baitang was on the verge of erupting, but was restrained by Liyuan. Presently, Cecil is aware of Baitang's affiliation with the Liyuan Legion, and Liyuan has deliberately portrayed a close relationship with Baitang during their communications, which will undoubtedly make Cecil more wary of the Lord. This is also one of the purposes of this call. The immediate goal is to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. With Liyuan still resting, Liyuan does not intend to awaken her. Instead, he wishes to assess Zhang Man's progress during this period. Sister Man, inform all the members of the regiment to enter a state of combat readiness, prepared to engage at any moment. Liyuan softly instructed as he connected with Zhang Man. Initially taken aback, she recognized that this was typically the duty of the adjutant, but without further hesitation, she promptly responded, "Yes, I will take care of it." Although the other party has yet to display any hostility, this is, after all, their stronghold, and caution is paramount. It is prudent to have everyone prepared in advance. Upon returning to the command room of Liyuan No. 1, Lu Weiwei was already waiting there, her expression serious. "What has happened?" Liyuan inquired. "Master, the Lord of the White Rose territory has requested to join our channel for a discussion," Lu Weiwei replied, "and has explicitly demanded that Baitang and the others remain unaware." At these words, Liyuan paused for a moment, swiftly comprehending the intentions of the other side. They seek to enlist my allegiance. Cecil is aware of Baitang's presence with the Liyuan Legion, and he must also know about my previous ambiguous communication with Baitang. Given the current strength of the Liyuan Legion, Cecil would certainly prefer not to confront us directly. Thus, the only recourse is to bring me over to his side. If I were to surrender Baitang, everything would come to an end. Previously, Liyuan had contemplated whether to abandon the Lord of the White Rose territory and instead place his bets on Cecil Deleuze. However, upon reflection, Cecil's coup is aimed at usurping the lordship, meaning that even if I were to align with him, I would merely be a pawn in his game. That old fool Cecil likely believes I am merely seeking a protector, unaware that our objectives are fundamentally aligned. However, I cannot entirely dismiss Cecil. I must provide him with a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, he might become overly cautious and abandon the plan to abduct Baitang altogether. Let us connect. Yes. Lu Liwei nodded, understanding from Lu Liang's resolute gaze that everything was under the Master's control. Chapter 118. A grudge must be avenged. Are you Commander Lu? On the screen, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant inquired with curiosity, clearly surprised that the commander of the esteemed Liyuan Legion was so youthful. "I am Lu Liang, yet I am certain you are not Cecil." Lu Liang had heard of Cecil from Baitang, an elderly man nearing his 70s. And the individual on the screen was evidently not him. I sincerely apologize, Commander Lu. My master cannot meet you in person, but he can see you now. I am merely a vessel to convey his words. The man wore a friendly smile, but Liyuan found it increasingly displeasing. Moreover, what a pretentious old fool. Unlike Ireina. You need not hide your face. Bai Tang had informed me of your notorious antics. You relish attending public events and flirting with the daughters of other ministers. Ultimately, Cecil believes he is seeking an alliance with me, attempting to assert dominance. In light of this, Lu Liang decided to return the gesture. Then, farewell, Lu Liang declared, abruptly ending the communication. Master, is this appropriate? Lu Liwei was taken aback, as the other party was the second in command of a significant territory. If Li Shuruo were present, she would likely perceive Lu Liang as considerably more benevolent than before. In the past, he would have first extorted several million alien crystals from the old man. Take my seat. Lu Liang gestured for her to occupy his position. Why? Lu Liwei exclaimed, startled. That was Lu Liang's primary seat, which had never been occupied by anyone else besides him and Li Shuruo. Please, sit down. I will explain shortly. Lu Liang insisted, gently pressing her into the chair. Lu Liwei complied, albeit somewhat uneasily. Opening Lu Liwei's communicator, Lu Liang smiled and instructed, soon, that old fool Cecil will undoubtedly reconnect with us. Simply repeat what I say. All right. Lu Liwei gulped, realizing this was her first time undertaking such an unusual task. As anticipated, 5 minutes later, a communication request arrived again. Upon connecting, a sprightly old man with graying hair appeared on the large screen. Dressed in a black suit and sporting a meticulously groomed beard, he sat upright, gazing at the screen. Commander Lu, your behavior is rather unfriendly. Before the screen had fully illuminated, Cecil blurted out, only to be momentarily captivated by the beauty before him. Being a notorious lecher, he was instantly smitten by Lu Liwei's stunning appearance. No man could remain unaffected upon seeing her. What, may I ask, is the name of this beautiful young lady? The old man immediately donned a smile, yet his eyes began to scan the elven princess incessantly. I am but a subordinate of Commander Lu of the Liyuan Legion. Outside the frame, Lu Liang whispered into his earpiece. I sincerely apologize, Lord Cecil, my master cannot meet with you in person. However, he can see you now. And I am merely a conduit relaying his words. As Lu Liang conveyed his message, Lu Weiwei nearly burst into laughter. The principle of tit for tat was indeed Lu Liang's modus operandi. Upon hearing this, Cecil paused, a flicker of anger momentarily crossing his brow. The previously displayed amiability vanishing. What exactly does your Liyuan Legion intend? My lord, I believe it is unnecessary for us to linger on such matters, Lu Weiwei cheerfully relayed. Rather than quibbling over time, I surmise your decision to contact us now, while insisting on avoiding Bai Tang and others, must stem from some undisclosed motives. A glimmer of frost passed through Cecil's eyes but quickly dissipated. His facade of insincerity resurfaced. Commander Lu speaks truthfully. Since we are all astute individuals, I shall speak plainly. Hand over Bai Tang to me, and the Liyuan Legion will smoothly integrate under the rule of the White Rose Lord. Subsequently, I shall bestow upon Commander Lu wealth and prosperity, ensuring a life of luxury and comfort. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang shook his head in resignation. The old man was indeed very pragmatic. Yet, was it truly wise to reveal one's hand so early? May I inquire why? Lu Weiwei responded with a smile. Why? Commander Lu, you ask questions you already know the answers to, Cecil retorted coldly. While Bai Tang may be oblivious, Lin Yu has likely divulged the circumstances here. Let us speak plainly. The White Rose Lord is now under my control. However, as you are aware, to usurp the lordship, it is imperative that the White Rose Lord herself submits a petition to the Empire to cede her position to another family. Cecil continued, thus, I require Bai Tang as leverage to compel the Lord to submit this petition to the Empire. Commander Lu, although I am unaware of the means by which Bai Tang persuaded your legion to align with the White Rose Lord, I must clarify that the White Rose Lord is but a solitary figure, her influence waning. If you genuinely wish to join the White Rose, the sole path forward is to ally with me. I have also heard tales of your exploits. I hold you and your legion in high regard. Hence, I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join my ranks. Cecil's words held sincerity. Throughout the Silver Empire, whispers of the Liyuan Legion's feats were quietly spreading. It was said that since this young man, Lu Liang, assumed command, What once was a lesser troop of female soldiers had swiftly transformed into a formidable force. Although the particulars remained unclear, it was widely acknowledged that Liyuan possessed remarkably advanced techniques. Within just over a month of joining the Liyuan Legion, he had dramatically elevated the entire unit's combat capabilities to an astonishing level. It is said that this individual possesses numerous weapon blueprints, some of which are not even recorded within the Empire, and he produces them at an astonishing speed, able to unveil new weapons tailored to the battlefield environment in nearly every skirmish. Various legends circulate regarding Liyuan's origins. Some assert that he is the illegitimate son of a prominent family within the Empire, while others claim he is the son of the Empire's most distinguished weapons engineer, relegated to grassroots training. The most outrageous speculation suggests a questionable connection between Liyuan and the Empress, given her lineage from a military-industrial family. In any case, Cecil holds a significant admiration for Liyuan, and to express his sincerity, he revealed his true intentions without hesitation. However, one must consider that for a clever person like Liyuan, even if Cecil refrained from disclosing his genuine objectives, it would not be long before he deduced them. At the same time, Cecil harbors considerable trepidation towards Liyuan. When the Liyuan Legion summoned envoys from various lords for negotiations, the White Rose Lord, upon receiving the news, inexplicably dispatched his daughter as an envoy to the desolate Moon's End Desert without so much as a greeting. Moreover, despite the exorbitant offers made by numerous powerful lords, Liyuan rejected them, ultimately opting for this impoverished region. This left Cecil in a state of unease, pondering how Bai Tang, a girl of notable intelligence since childhood, managed to sway Liyuan with her conditions. Could it be her own allure? Cecil remained perplexed, even if Bai Tang were exceptionally beautiful. The Liyuan Legion was not lacking in stunning women. Their deputy officer, Li Shirua, is renowned throughout the Empire for her exquisite beauty. The woman conversing with him at that moment was equally captivating. Given the presence of such women, Bai Tang's still maturing charm could hardly be enough to persuade Liyuan. This was no trivial matter. There was a genuine risk that the Liyuan Legion might become adversaries to his rule over the White Rose territory. Who would dare take such a monumental risk for a woman? Cecil even contemplated whether Liyuan harbored some peculiar inclinations. Mr. Cecil, as a usurper, do you truly believe I can place my trust in you? Liyuan, perceiving the other's straightforwardness, ceased to feign and strode confidently into view. Chapter 119. Mastering the situation. Lu Weiwei quickly rose to make way for Liyuan, who settled comfortably into the chair. Commander Lu, how could you bear to reveal yourself? Cecil remarked with a tone laced with mockery. I had no choice. Had you not orchestrated that scene earlier, I wouldn't have felt compelled to stand at a distance controlling my subordinates. Liyuan retorted with a cold smirk, resting his chin on his hand. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and discuss terms directly. I might consider handing Bai Tang over to you, but I wish to know what I stand to gain in return. Do not attempt to placate me with the pretense of allowing me to join the White Rose territory. My presence here is a concession, not a request for you to kneel and beg for my deference. Upon hearing this, Cecil did not react with anger. Rather, he felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Such youthful arrogance could be an asset, if he could manage this trait. Securing the Liyuan Legion's allegiance for his own purposes might not be out of reach. I understand perfectly. Cecil nodded slightly, acknowledging. The name of Commander Lu has spread throughout the entire Empire. It is indeed an immense honor for our humble White Rose territory to collaborate with a powerhouse like you. Liyuan raised an eyebrow, sensing that this old fox had already fallen into the trap. From the initial petulance and pettiness to the current arrogance, it was all a ploy to lower the guard of this cunning man. With this revelation, Liyuan donned a smug smile, realizing that this lad was not as formidable as he appeared. Cecil, harboring a cold laugh within, maintained an increasingly respectful facade. In that case, before we discuss any terms, I would like to inquire what conditions White Sugar promised you that led you to choose to join the Lord of the White Rose? Whatever she has offered, I shall double it. At this, Liyuan chuckled inwardly, thinking, White Sugar has promised to hand over the entire White Rose territory to me. Can you match that? I want her mother. Is that too much to ask? Liyuan replied softly. Cecil was momentarily taken aback by Liyuan's outrageous response. He had not expected such a ludicrous reason. What woman can't you have? Are you truly fixated on a woman in her 40s? Although the Lord of the White Rose was indeed stunningly beautiful, had she been a few years younger, she would stand shoulder to shoulder with the breathtaking beauties surrounding Liyuan. However, in Cecil's eyes, Liyuan was certainly not the type to act recklessly for the sake of a woman. Such remarks were merely a means to mock him. Suppressing his inner fury, Cecil regained his composure, though his smile had become somewhat strained. "Commander Lu, your jest is quite amusing." "You know I am jesting," Liyuan replied, his face as cold as ice. Yet inwardly he found the absurdity of the world amusing. How was it that his honesty was met with disbelief? In a sense, his earlier statement was not entirely untruthful. "What do you mean? Please clarify," Cecil inquired. "You seek to extract my secrets the moment you speak. Do you truly believe I would divulge them to you?" Liyuan retorted, accepting the cigarette offered by Lu Weiwei. "As of now, I have not agreed to collaborate with you. I merely harbor an interest. Hence, put away your clever tricks. They may work on those mindless commanders, but employing them against me is akin to playing with fire." Upon hearing this, Cecil was taken aback, realizing that beneath Lu Yang's seemingly arrogant demeanor lay a meticulous caution. He had assumed that his previous flattery had made Liyuan comfortable enough to extract some information. Now, it appeared that he had underestimated the situation. "Commander Lu, you've misunderstood. I meant no offense." The old man waved his hand in explanation. "I merely sought to understand the terms offered by the Lord of the White Rose, so that I might formulate a counteroffer." "If you wish to make an offer, you may as well guess," Liyuan coldly replied, setting aside that little girl white sugar. "I would like to see your sincerity, esteemed sir." 1,000,000, Cecil declared gravely. 1,000,000 units of anomalous crystal deposited into your private account. And then you shall hand over white sugar to me. At this, Liyuan nearly burst into laughter, and even Lu Weiwei beside him struggled to contain her amusement. With over 30 million units of anomalous crystal at his disposal, that mere 1,000,000 seemed utterly insignificant. Unbeknownst to him, Liyuan's appetite had grown insatiable. Initially, he was elated to acquire 3,000,000 foreign crystals from the Porcupine Lord. Now, a mere million held little value in his eyes. 1,000,000, Mr. Delris. "Your jest surpasses even my own," Liyuan remarked coldly. "I trust you have heard that my legion seized the Celis oil field in a single night, subsequently selling it to the Lannister family. Do you truly believe I would covet that million from you?" His words struck Cecil's heart like a hammer. Indeed, he had heard of the Liyuan Legion sale of the recently acquired oil field, yet he had not anticipated it being sold to the Lannister family. To establish ties with the Lannister family underscored Liyuan's formidable background. Then, what of 2,000,000? Cecil gritted his teeth. "This is the highest price I can offer. I have no more to give." "Surely, Commander Lu, you are aware of our situation in the White Rose territory. We genuinely cannot produce any additional funds." Liyuan nodded, recognizing that Cecil was indeed cornered. While 2,000,000 meant little to him, it represented a significant sacrifice for the White Rose territory. Bai Tang had informed him that the annual income of the White Rose territory was approximately 1,000,000. In these tumultuous times, compelling Cecil to part with 2 years' worth of income was no small feat. However, Liyuan had no intention of acquiescing, or rather, he would not agree to any conditions put forth by Cecil, except, of course, for the direct transfer of the lordship. Nevertheless, Liyuan could not extinguish Cecil's hopes outright. He had to propose a promise that was currently unattainable, one that would require time to fulfill. As Liyuan remained silent, Cecil began to fidget. Negotiation demanded patience. Yet few could truly embody this virtue, particularly when one was vulnerable to leverage. "Commander Lu, consider this condition," Cecil began, but then sighed. "Forget it. I am asking for more money than you can provide." Liyuan replied coldly. "However, Mr. Delris, I have perceived your sincerity, thus I shall forego the 2,000,000. At these words, the old man was taken aback. Refusing money indicated that Liyuan sought something of greater value. "Then, does Commander Lu imply that you wish for a portion of our land? Approximately 100,000 acres would suffice?" Liyuan's eyes shimmered with greed. "Moreover, I demand the finest pastures. Do not think to deceive me with dry lands." 100,000 acres. Cecil nearly fainted upon hearing the figure. That equated to over 60 square kilometers, an area comparable to that of a town. Internally, Cecil cursed Liyuan 100 times over. Such avarice was audacious indeed, and he feared he might burst from the sheer audacity of it. "And the best pastures. Do you comprehend how much pastureland exists within the entire White Rose territory? Moreover," Liyuan pressed on, observing Cecil's silence, "I require not merely the rights to the land, but for you to transfer ownership directly into my name. From this moment forth, that parcel of land shall have no connection to you, the White Rose territory. I shall hire my own laborers for its cultivation and will not pay a single tax to you." Cecil clenched his fists beneath the table, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the silence. The marshlands, when combined, could easily fetch 8 to 9 million units of otherworldly crystals. "This was indeed your true ambition." Cecil ground his teeth and remarked, "Commander Lu, do you not think your appetite is rather excessive?" Seeing Cecil's dissent, Liyuan feigned a look of resignation and shook his head. "In that case, I shall have no choice but to collaborate with the White Sugar mother and daughter. They are even offering a pair of beauties for free. It's a win-win for me." Liyuan immediately made a move to terminate the communication. "Wait," Cecil exclaimed, hastily interjecting. Liyuan's hand paused mid-air, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at the screen. "Please, grant me a moment to consider, just a few minutes," Cecil implored, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he began to ponder. He realized that Liyuan's purpose for negotiating with him was quite straightforward. He sought a stronghold, one that bore official recognition. The very nature of such a demand indicated that the price the White Rose mother and daughter offered was likely comparable, albeit slightly less favorable than what Liyuan had presented to him. After all, what reason would they have to ally with him otherwise? However, whether he seized power or was eliminated by the White Rose Lord, the victorious party would still need to relinquish that land, ensuring his unending profit. Yet, Cecil had to concede that, in the grand scheme of the White Rose territory, such a piece of land was utterly trivial. This was precisely why the White Rose mother and daughter had proposed such terms. When it came to choosing between sesame and watermelon, Cecil could discern the difference. If Liyuan could deliver white sugar to him, then he might as well concede that land. Moreover, he could use it to bind Liyuan to his service, ensuring that his legion of Liyuan would remain steadfastly loyal to him. In doing so, the surrounding lords would undoubtedly harbor some trepidation towards him, alleviating his burdensome tribute payments. Perfect. Having reached this conclusion, Cecil resolved firmly. "Commander Lu, I accept your terms." He exhaled deeply, as if having made a momentous decision. Liyuan smiled subtly. This old man had finally taken the bait. "Once you arrive in the White Rose territory, I shall send someone to retrieve white sugar," Cecil continued. "Upon my ascendance as the new lord, I shall promptly sign the transfer agreement." Liyuan's expression darkened, and he retorted sharply, "Do not feign innocence with me. Once I hand over white sugar, what guarantee do I have that you will not deny it later? Should I create a scene within your territory and decimate a few of your legions? If word of this spreads, how will our legion of Liyuan continue to thrive within the empire?" Cecil found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He was indeed sincere in his intent to transfer the land. Thus he had not considered such ramifications. "Let me propose a stipulation for your review," Liyuan remarked. "The white sugar remains with me. Once we enter the city, you shall accompany us to meet with Lady White Rose, where we will compel her to draft an application in her presence, after which you must sign the agreement with me on the spot." "Agreed." Cecil nodded. Liyuan's proposition was the most secure for both parties. If he were to sign the transfer contract right there, everything would proceed smoothly. However, should he choose to retract his decision at that moment, Liyuan could easily turn against him, even resorting to eliminating those he had brought along. Liyuan nodded. "In that case, I must demonstrate our sincerity to you, my lord." He then directed his gaze toward Lu Weiwei. "Bring that girl, white sugar, to me." Lu Weiwei paused momentarily, but quickly comprehended the task at hand. "Yes," she responded before turning to leave the command room. Before long, Lu Weiwei returned, holding white sugar captive. The girl appeared utterly pitiable. Her once snowy hair was now covered in dust, and one of her adorable little boots was missing, revealing her long, delicate legs clad in white stockings. To make matters worse, Lu Weiwei had gagged her with none other than white sugar's own towel. The girl was ensnared at Lu Weiwei's waist, resembling a doll, her legs flailing helplessly in the air, unable to make any progress. White sugar. Cecil was taken aback by Liyuan's ploy, having just been curious about the sincerity Liyuan had mentioned. "Now, before white sugar," he declared, "I hereby announce the alliance between the Liyuan Legion and Mr. Cecil Delris, aimed at overthrowing the rule of Lady White Rose." Liyuan turned his gaze to white sugar, his eyes gleaming with malice. Upon hearing this, white sugar's eyes widened in shock, fixating on Liyuan as she began to struggle with all her might. However, her efforts were utterly futile against Lu Weiwei's grip, akin to a playful cat at play, casting white sugar at Lu Liang's feet. He swiftly removed the towel from her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. White sugar sputtered. You Lu Liang, why? Why betray me? Betrayal? Lu Liang chuckled softly. When did I ever agree to join you? He crouched down, lifting White Sugar's flushed face with his hand. I have always been weighing the stakes, but it seems I now prefer to side with the stronger faction. Pointing towards the screen, he continued, Miss, I trust you are well. On the screen, Cecil smiled at White Sugar. It is not my intention to chastise you, but you truly lack understanding. Venturing out while your mother is unwell? It is fortunate that Commander Lu brought you back. Otherwise, how would your mother have submitted an application to the capital? Old fool, you scoundrel. White Sugar seethed, ready to retort. But Lu Liang pinched her cheek to silence her. Mr. Delris, I now wish to add another condition to our previous agreement. Lu Liang spoke softly. What? Cecil was taken aback, wondering if this fellow intended to change his stance at such a moment. I suddenly realized that this girl is quite beautiful. My legion lacks someone of her type. As Lu Liang spoke, a sly smile crept across his face. Moreover, her mother is quite beautiful as well. Therefore, I hope that afterward, you can hand both her and her mother over to me. His sinister laughter echoed, and Cecil felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Indeed, youth is characterized by such fervor and playfulness. Of course, Cecil promptly assented. Once the plan succeeds, you may take the White Rose mother and daughter at your convenience. As for what happens next, as long as you are pleased. A knowing smile, understood by all men, graced Cecil's face. You cannot treat us this way. White Sugar seemed on the verge of tears, delicate droplets cascading down her finely sculpted visage. In that case, Commander Lu, I shall await the arrival of the Liyuan Legion in the White Rose territory. With that, Cecil concluded the communication. Gazing at the dark screen before him, he lifted his glass and savored its contents, feeling a surge of elation, as if he had already become the new lord of the White Rose territory. Father. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man entered the room. How did the conversation with that fellow go? Indeed, this individual should not be underestimated, Cecil remarked. In terms of both wisdom and strategy, he stands at parity with me. The only advantage he possesses over me is a touch of maturity born from time. Is he truly as formidable as you say? The man appeared somewhat astonished. He had never before witnessed his father so generously praise a young man, even disregarding his background. Given time, he will undoubtedly emerge as a leader. Cecil's eyes glinted with avarice as he continued. Perhaps he will become a further instrument for the Deleuze family. Chapter 121. Consideration and apprehension. Sister Lu Weiwei, your bindings are far too tight. In the command room of the Liyuan 1, White Sugar complained while rubbing her slightly numb wrists. Look at my wrists, they are swelling. My apologies, Lu Weiwei replied with a hint of regret. But if I didn't bind you tightly, that old man might catch on. However, your reaction was rather genuine. You actually cried. Lu Weiwei couldn't help but admire White Sugar's acting. When the tears streamed down White Sugar's face, she momentarily felt as though their master had truly betrayed them. Preparing to use White Sugar as a bargaining chip. Those tears were merely the result of my struggle to suppress a yawn, White Sugar quietly retorted. I usually rise only after the sun has reached its zenith. Enough of the jesting. This is not the time for it. Lu Liang's expression turned serious as he connected with Li Shiruo. Shiruo, assemble the command echelon of the Legion in the command room in half an hour. We have an important military task ahead. At that moment, Li Shiruo had just risen, enjoying breakfast prepared by Lu Liang himself. Upon hearing his command, she hastily set aside her meal, donned her attire, and made her way to the command room. Half an hour later, the entire command echelon was present. Lu Liang briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Then, without allowing time for discussion, he spoke directly. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon we shall enter the White Rose territory, a land about which we know nothing. Initially, I had contemplated allowing events to unfold gradually upon our arrival. However, the adversary has already taken the initiative, necessitating a modification of our plans. Lu Liang had previously envisioned penetrating the domain of the White Rose, methodically eroding the territory. Given the current strength and reputation of the Liyuan Legion, achieving this should not pose a considerable challenge. Yet, Cecil, unable to restrain himself, has audaciously sought to engage in clandestine dealings to procure sugar, thereby compelling the Lord of the White Rose to acquiesce. In light of this, I must also take action prematurely. The objective of this mission is unequivocal, to reclaim the Lord of the White Rose from the clutches of that old codger, Cecil. With a serious demeanor, Liyuan declared, "If necessary, we may even eliminate that old fool outright." The assembly nodded in agreement. This was indeed the most direct and effective approach. Therefore, Vivi, upon our arrival at the destination, Shura and I will engage Cecil to buy you time. Seize the opportunity to dispatch your people and gather as much intelligence as possible regarding the White Rose. Understood, my lady. Vivi responded solemnly, saluting Liyuan. Furthermore, Wanbing and Hanbing, your assault teams must remain on standby. Your support for Vivi may be required at any moment. Yes, both Su Wanbing and Hanbing saluted in unison. Having spent their days in rigorous training, their hands itching for action. Although the assault teams led the charge against the Sarasoil field, the two legions stationed there were woefully weak, failing to harness the full potential of the assault teams. Liyuan, concerned for the safety of Vivi and her companions, had arranged for their involvement. While the elves possessed formidable combat prowess, they remained flesh and blood. Should the enemy employ heavy firepower, they would undoubtedly suffer. With that, Liyuan rose, addressing the assembly with gravity. Now, the Liyuan Legion is to fully enter combat readiness. Weapons are to be distributed to each individual. Standing by for my command. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Liyuan Legion finally arrived beneath the walls of the White Rose territory. Like other lords, the entire domain was encircled by fortifications. However, unlike most lords who opted for steel or reinforced concrete for their walls, the Lord of the White Rose had constructed theirs with bricks, merely coated with a layer of crumbling cement. Gazing through the tempered glass of the command room, Liyuan's lips twitched at the sight. Yet, despite the lackluster defense, the Lord of the White Rose was not foolish. A wide moat nearly 50 meters across had been excavated outside the walls, somewhat compensating for the defensive shortcomings. With a creaking sound, the gates swung open, accompanied by the heavy thud of the drawbridge being lowered. After a confirmation of identities between the communication officer and their counterpart, 2 vehicles designated to lead the way slowly emerged from within. Thereafter, Liyuan issued the command to enter the city. The colossal mobile fortresses emitted a thunderous roar as they gradually advanced into the city, led by the vehicles. A refreshing whiff of pastoral air enveloped them. The stone walls flanking the city gates were adorned with moss and vines, exuding a quaint and enchanting charm. Unlike the typical layout of a Lord's War style, within the city, apart from the main thoroughfare paved with concrete, the remaining areas are predominantly muddy paths. As Liyuan traversed the streets, he discovered that from the moment he entered the city, fields of crops lined both sides of the road. It is no surprise that the White Rose territory is a land of abundance. Liyuan mused to himself, in pursuit of production. Even the land at the city gates has been utilized. However, a question arose in Liyuan's mind. With such a configuration, could they effectively resist external invasions? After approximately an hour of travel in the guiding vehicle, a colossal fortress loomed before him, its summit adorned with the imposing emblem of the White Rose, signifying its identity. The vehicle halted about a kilometer from the fortress, and Liyuan understood that he must proceed on foot from the stronghold. Although he was reluctant, he had been trained in the etiquette of imperial nobility. Despite his position as the leader of a regiment, he ultimately belonged to the common class. In the presence of nobility, he had no choice but to walk. Let us begin the performance. Liyuan sighed softly, leading Li Shirua down from Fort Liyuan No. 1. As the second in command of the Legion, Li Shirua was the only one qualified to accompany him in an audience with the Lord. Naturally, she was quite pleased, not necessarily out of a keen interest in meeting the White Rose Lord, but rather due to the excitement of attending a formal social occasion alongside Liyuan. Feeling her slender arms entwined around his, Liyuan glanced at Li Shirua, whose cheeks flushed slightly but tightened her grip on his arm. Descending from the elevated platform, 2 squads of fully armed soldiers emerged from the vehicle ahead. Liyuan noted that these soldiers were ordinary humans, having undergone neither genetic enhancement nor physical mutation. Yet, each bore mechanical augmentations replacing certain body parts. The replacement of mechanical prosthetics after injury is one of the Empire's methods to enable disabled warriors to return to the front lines. Compared to biological modifications, mechanical prosthetics have minimal side effects on the human body and do not induce mental instability. Furthermore, craftsmen can equip these prosthetics with weapons or tools that ordinary individuals could not wield alone, significantly enhancing the capabilities of the wearer. However, the cost of implanting mechanical prosthetics is relatively high, and outfitting them with weaponry escalates the price even further. It is not merely the White Rose territory. Even the Black Tiger Lord could not equip all injured soldiers with mechanical prosthetics. Thus, an unwritten theory emerged. Those equipped with mechanical limbs are typically seasoned veterans of formidable strength or vital members of influential figures' retinues. In recent days, Liyuan had not been idle. He utilized his authority and the insights provided by Bai Tang to thoroughly investigate the White Rose territory. These soldiers were referred to as the Imperial Guard by the people of the White Rose territory, a name that sounds quite formidable. Yet, they represent the most elite force under the Lord of the White Rose and are indeed the only unit that possesses a semblance of combat capability. These warriors were originally the most formidable forces within Levi's Spear Corps. After the Corps was annihilated by the Black Tiger Lord, the surviving mechanical soldiers were reorganized into a new battalion. Although their numbers are scant, totaling perhaps fewer than 100, their combat prowess should not be underestimated. If tactics are employed judiciously, they ought to be capable of contending with the Black Bear Legion's Black Bear Squad. However, in Lu Liang's eyes, such strength is utterly inconsequential. Not only could he easily handle these so-called elite forces single-handedly, but even the female elves under Lu Weiwei would suffice against them. Yet, the presence of so many warriors with transplanted mechanical limbs to greet him indicates Cecil's regard, or perhaps apprehension, towards him. Chapter 122, General Norton. Commander Lu, please follow me. A robust woman, whose head was largely replaced by machinery, approached and respectfully bowed slightly to Lu Liang before turning to lead the way towards the fortress. Lu Liang could only follow her with Li Shiruo in tow. Other soldiers flanked Lu Liang on either side, forming a circle with a radius of approximately 5 meters around him. Observing this, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Lu Liang's mouth. Indeed, Cecil de Luths harbored some trepidation towards him. This was a display of power directed at him. Scanning the group, he noted that each individual was larger than himself. Yet he knew that toppling them would require minimal effort on his part. If he could defeat the Desert Scorpion, these mechanically enhanced individuals were hardly a concern. After several minutes, they finally arrived beneath the fortress. At this moment, a multitude awaited him in the open space before the fortress gates. With his keen eyesight, Lu Liang discerned the expressions on their faces. Most displayed joy at his arrival, yet a notable number harbored resentment. Some of them do not seem too welcoming. Li Shiruo murmured beside Lu Liang. Outwardly, we are here as special envoys dispatched by the White Rose Lord. In secret, we have also struck a deal with Cecil. Surely, no one in the White Rose territory should have any objections to us. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang narrowed his eyes. The considerable hostility directed towards him was likely the handiwork of Cecil. The old fox certainly understood the strength of the Liyuan Legion. Once they established their reputation within the White Rose territory, controlling him would become exceedingly difficult. It was likely that after their conversation, Cecil began spreading rumors about him and the Liyuan Legion throughout the territory. Only if everyone despised the Liyuan Legion could he firmly align himself with Cecil. That old rascal plays his games rather cunningly, Lu Liang muttered to himself. Though Li Shiruo was puzzled, she refrained from asking further questions. She simply needed to place her trust in Lu Liang. Commander Lu, I have long admired your reputation. As they approached within approximately 10 meters of the crowd, the people suddenly parted to create a path. Dressed in his signature black suit, Cecil emerged from the throng, his face adorned with a broad smile, leaning on his cane, followed closely by a middle-aged man. Lu Liang also donned a smile and approached to shake hands with Cecil. Mr. de Luce, I have heard much about your esteemed reputation, Lu Liang said with a beaming expression. Your exceptional management of the White Rose territory is indeed commendable, and you, as the Chancellor, have played an indispensable role. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise gleamed in Cecil's eyes. To be credited for the orderly governance of the White Rose territory was indeed a testament to his prowess as Chancellor. This fellow had audaciously overlooked the Lord of the White Rose. While Cecil was not easily swayed by flattery, Lu Liang's words served as a reassuring signal, granting him a measure of dignity in front of the assembly. It seemed this Lu Liang was quite astute. Though he pondered this internally, Cecil maintained a polished demeanor. Commander Lu, you flatter me. The prosperity of the White Rose territory is entirely due to the leadership of our esteemed Lord. However, he continued, I regret to inform you that our Lord has been overburdened lately and is not in the best of health. Consequently, I have been entrusted to welcome you on his behalf. I hope you can understand. Cecil spoke these words in a loud voice, clearly intended for those around them to hear. As anticipated, the expressions of the onlookers became more animated. Liyuan remained composed, yet his mind was racing with calculations. It appeared Lin Yu's earlier words held truth. Cecil had not fully secured control over the White Rose territory, and there were still many who either openly or covertly opposed him or still supported the Lord. Cecil sought to bind himself to the Deleuze family's chariot in front of them, thereby eliminating any possibility of his defection. Liyuan smirked inwardly, thinking that Cecil lacked the strength to forcibly tie him down. Nevertheless, Liyuan would not lower his guard, for Cecil was one of the few adversaries possessing a modicum of intelligence, and he had to tread carefully. Fortunately, the strength of the White Rose territory was relatively weak, and Cecil did not possess full command of the military forces. Liyuan needed to leverage his advantages and seize the opportunity to overpower him decisively. Noticing Liyuan's silence, Cecil did not dwell on it, shifting slightly to clear his line of sight. These are the esteemed officials of the White Rose territory. Allow me to introduce them one by one. With that, Cecil waved his hand gently, and a tall, middle-aged man who had been standing behind him stepped forward. This is my son, Charles Deleuze, who is also the military supervisor of the White Rose territory. Commander Liu, it is a pleasure to meet you, Charles said, bowing respectfully. Military supervisor? Liyuan furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by the rapidity of Cecil's actions. It had only been 2 weeks since Lin Yu's departure, and he had already appointed his son to such a pivotal role. Commander Liu need not be surprised, Cecil proclaimed loudly. The former military supervisor, Lin Yu, conspired against our lord, intending to assassinate him during his illness. He was thwarted by the guards and fled the White Rose territory. As Cecil spoke, he cast a glance at the assembled crowd. At the behest of our lord, I conferred with the ministers and have decided to revoke Lin Yu's citizenship and report him to the imperial capital for a bounty on his head. As Cecil observed the increasingly grim expressions of many faces in the crowd, he lowered his voice and said, Commander Liu, I am aware that Lin Yu is in your custody. I urge you to hand her over to me. It would be beneficial for you, for me, and for the entirety of the White Rose domain. My dear Lord Cecil, what are you saying? Commander Liyuan replied with a smile. Once you provide me with what I desire, sugar, Lin Yu, and the captives who accompanied her, I shall gladly deliver them all to you. At these words, Cecil felt a surge of joy and ceased further discussion, leading Liyuan into the throng to continue the introductions. The crowd extended their hands to Liyuan, clearly displaying their respect. Moreover, Liyuan discerned that all those Cecil introduced were his own people, while those with sour expressions were conspicuously ignored. Cecil's associates held Liyuan in high regard, and some ministers even began to contemplate marrying their daughters to him as concubines. After a round of introductions, Cecil intended to escort Liyuan towards the fortress, as this was not an appropriate venue for conversation. Suddenly, an unusual voice emerged from the crowd. An elderly man, significantly larger than Charles, pushed through the throng and approached. Commander Norton, if you have matters to discuss, please do so with me and refrain from interrupting the assembly of dignitaries. The woman who had previously led the way stepped forward to obstruct him, only to be rudely pushed aside by the man. Upon witnessing this, she immediately commanded the other guards to intervene, but Cecil raised his hand to halt them. Wait, Cecil said coldly, clearly wary of the elder named Norton. Do not be disrespectful to the old general. Presently, in front of Lu Lang and such esteemed ministers, he could not be overly obstructive, especially since Norton, a veteran of 2 reigns, was not much younger than himself. Furthermore, as the former military supervisor, he held considerable authority in the White Rose domain. Should he be provoked, it could lead to significant complications. Upon hearing this, the mechanical-headed woman instructed her subordinates to step aside, allowing Norton to stride confidently toward Liyuan. So, you are Liyuan, Norton declared, his voice resonant and commanding. Even at over 70 years of age, the muscles beneath his military attire were still prominently defined. Liyuan looked up at the elder, having acquired some knowledge about him. In his youth, Norton had served in a legion that had since been disbanded by the Empire, rising through the ranks from a lowly soldier to the position of chief of staff due to his remarkable achievements in battle. Notably, the deputy of the legion at that time was none other than the maternal grandfather of Bai Tang, the previous lord of the White Rose domain. Subsequently, upon the grandfather's return to inherit the lordship, Norton's service had concluded, and he was rewarded handsomely with the position of military supervisor. He diligently assisted Bai Tang's grandfather throughout his tenure, never contemplating departure despite the domain's persistent struggles. After the latter's passing, Bai Tang's mother ascended to the lordship, and Norton continued to provide his counsel for a decade, retiring only 3 years ago and passing the mantle of military supervisor to his adopted daughter, Liyuan. Had General Norton still held his position, Cecil would have needed to exert considerable effort to subdue the Lord of the White Rose. Is there something the matter, General Norton? Liyuan took a small step back, as he was not accustomed to looking up at people. However, he had no choice. Norton was over 2 meters tall, his robust physique leading one to ponder whether he had undergone genetic modification. Nevertheless, Liyuan held a deep respect for this loyal old general. Should he find himself on Liyuan's side, he would undoubtedly prove to be a valuable ally in the future. Nothing much. Merely wishing to greet the illustrious Commander Liu upon hearing of your arrival, said Norton, a benevolent smile adorning his face as he extended his right hand. Liyuan chuckled lightly. In his military days, Norton had earned the moniker Iron Fist. The man's hand appeared no different from that of an average person, yet it was equipped with a mechanical prosthetic, cloaked beneath a layer of synthetic skin. Furthermore, Norton's mechanical limb differed from standard prosthetics, as it housed a miniature, high-efficiency hydraulic system within. If he exerted his full strength, he could even crush iron. Such power, if wielded on the battlefield, could leave one either dead or severely maimed. With this prosthetic, Norton had once enjoyed great renown within the military. At this moment, as he shook hands with Liyuan, his intentions were evidently insidious. Nonetheless, Liyuan remained unfazed. After all, he was publicly aligned with Cecil, and Norton's hostility only confirmed his allegiance to the Lord of the White Rose. Those opposing Cecil observed the encounter with keen interest, believing that Liyuan was unaware of Norton's true nature. Even if he were aware, would he dare to embarrass the old general in front of everyone? Mr. Norton, you cannot. Cecil was well aware of Norton's capabilities and was about to intervene when Liyuan grasped the hand extended to him. Norton smirked inwardly and immediately tightened his grip. He was fully cognizant of Cecil's rebellion, and moreover, his beloved adopted daughter was currently being pursued by Cecil. Hence, he would show no mercy to his adversary. Had he not feared that Cecil might act out of desperation, he would have seized Liyuan by the throat. However, the anticipated cries of agony did not materialize. Instead, Liyuan's expression remained entirely unchanged as he allowed Norton to apply pressure. A look of astonishment crossed Norton's face. He distinctly sensed that he was not gripping a hand, but rather a solid steel plate. Liyuan narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the strength of the mechanical hydraulic arm was formidable, and he had not felt true pain in quite some time. Yet, the level of discomfort he experienced was only marginally more intense than that of an intravenous drip. Norton continued to exert force, and the faint electrical signals relayed from his arms and nerves to his brain indicated that the mechanism was beginning to operate beyond its limits. Liyuan sighed. He did not have the luxury of time to engage in this contest of strength. Thus, he slightly increased the pressure in his grip. A series of crisp sounds echoed as he did not exert his full strength, merely causing Norton's mechanical arm to bend slightly, resulting in a bearing responsible for the thumb's joint dropping to the ground. The power capable of piercing even granite is more than sufficient to contend with Norton. Witnessing such a scene, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. Could it be that General Norton's mechanical arm had malfunctioned? Yet, upon observing Norton's expression, the pain transmitted from the arm to his brain caused him to furrow his brow slightly. The tactile sensation of the mechanical arm was significantly inferior to that of a real human limb. Otherwise, Norton would likely have cried out in agony. This was akin to the excruciating sensation of having one's own bones crushed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, those present were not foolish. They collectively gasped in astonishment. This Liyuan had actually shattered Norton's mechanical arm with the sheer strength of his palm. What terrifying force was this? Gazing at the young man, the crowd held their breath in rapt attention. He maintained a subtle smile, yet an unmistakable chill emanated from him, felt by all. Some young women, accompanying their influential parents, blushed and felt their hearts race at the sight. Who wouldn't he be enamored by a man who was both handsome and powerful? As hydraulic oil dripped from his fingertips, the shock on Norton's face was palpable. Could it be that this youth was a cyborg? Norton pondered, yet even a cyborg should not surpass him in wrist strength. Looking down at Liyuan's smiling face, Norton discerned no signs of modification. Typically, cyborgs exhibit some degree of alteration in appearance or demeanor. However, this young man seemed only slightly more attractive than the average person. There appeared to be no other differences. Unless it was a form of exceedingly advanced modification technology, Norton found himself utterly perplexed. General Norton, I concede, Liyuan stated, turning to the still-dazed Cecil. Lord Cecil, let us depart. With that, Liyuan took the lead alongside Li Shura toward the fortress gates. Oh, yes, of course, Commander Liu, this way please. Cecil quickly regained his composure, forcibly suppressing his shock, and followed with a contingent of officials. Outside the fortress, only a handful of ministers loyal to the White Rose Lord remained. Once the adversaries had departed, Norton could no longer restrain his trembling. Part of it stemmed from the pain in his arm, yet a greater part was due to the imposing aura that Liyuan radiated. Only then did the others approach, eager to assess Norton's injuries. General, are you all right? A servant stepped forward to support Norton's shoulder, his astonishment evident upon seeing the beads of sweat on Norton's brow. He had been by Norton's side since his youth, and had scarcely witnessed him in such a state, not even when he had lost an arm. This was not merely discomfort from pain, but a profound fear rising from within. This young man, Norton murmured softly, with him around. Rescuing our lord will be an insurmountable task. General, if all else fails, we should charge in now and eliminate Cecil and this Liyuan. A man of similar age to Norton remarked, everyone present here is a warrior. It would be quite easy to eliminate those bureaucrats and their families surrounding Cecil. Indeed, let us charge together. Even if we perish, we must ensure that both Cecil and Liyuan meet their end, thus reclaiming power for our lord. That is true. We hardly ever encounter that old fellow Cecil. This may be our only opportunity. The crowd echoed in agreement, eagerly anticipating Norton's command. However, Norton sighed and waved his hand. What you can conceive, that old fellow Cecil can surely anticipate as well. Moreover, given the prowess he just displayed, do you truly believe you can vanquish him? If we fail to slay Cecil, and instead fall into his grasp, we might be branded as traitors. Who then would genuinely strive to rescue our lord? Upon hearing this, the man fell silent. The extraordinary strength capable of crushing Norton's mechanical arm with bare hands was certainly not something mere mortals could contend with. Chapter 124. First encounter with the Lord of the White Rose. As Liyuan followed Cecil into the fortress, he discovered that it was, astonishingly, the court of the Lord of the White Rose. The fortress's entrance was merely an external structure resembling a city wall, while within lay a courtyard that was no smaller than the exterior square. Behind the courtyard stood the grand entrance to the palace. What greeted his eyes was an expansive courtyard, shaded by verdant trees and suffused with floral fragrance. Massive stone steps led up to the main hall of the palace, flanked by grand arches supported by intricately carved stone columns. The palace doors stood wide open, and as the assembly entered the main hall, the magnificent sight left them in awe. The entire hall was dominated by silver elements. A splendid crystal chandelier hung from the lofty vaulted ceiling, casting a radiant light that illuminated the entire space. The walls were adorned with exquisite murals and reliefs, depicting ancient legends and courtly festivities. It seemed that the White Rose family once basked in glory. Liyuan gazed at the murals and murmured, at their zenith. They even ascended to the rank of Marquis in the Empire. That was nearly 2 centuries ago. Cecil interjected, at that time, the White Rose family was indeed a formidable power within the Empire, but as the ages progressed, we have gradually declined, and in our generation, the Lord of the White Rose holds merely the title of Baron. By the way, the White Rose territory has historical ties with your Liyuan Legion. Oh, Liyuan inquired, intrigued, as he had no recollection of this connection. Back then, your Liyuan Legion was under the auspices of my White Rose territory. According to historical records, the commander of the Liyuan Legion at that time was one Liyuan III. Cecil smiled broadly. Who would have thought that a century later, you would bring the Liyuan Legion back, thus returning home? Upon hearing this, Liyuan nodded, beginning to recall that the Liyuan Legion was indeed abandoned during the era of Liyuan III, subsequently leading a life akin to that of a nomadic army. Yet, he had never imagined that it was the Lord of the White Rose who had forsaken the Liyuan Legion. Liyuan chuckled wryly, pondering whether he was returning to his old master or merely encountering an old foe on a narrow path. Upon entering the grand hall, the opulent carpet laid upon the floor, though not exceedingly soft, offered a delightful comfort underfoot. The intricate patterns and rich hues seem to narrate the illustrious history of the White Rose family. At this moment, the court officials, trailing behind, stood in solemn formation beside the modest seating, their demeanor grave. At the pinnacle of the hall stood a magnificent chair crafted from the most exquisite timber, undoubtedly the Lord's seat. This palace also featured a special area for distinguished guests, elevated enough to provide a sweeping view of the entire hall. The ambience within the palace was steeped in regal splendor, every detail radiating the authority and grandeur of the sovereign, while simultaneously reflecting the resplendence and magnificence of courtly culture. Yet, to Liyuan, all of this appeared as mere posturing, akin to the mechanical soldiers known as the Imperial Guard. The current state of the White Rose territory was well understood by all, no matter how illustrious one's ancestors. To others, it merely represented the fading glow of a setting sun. Cecil, clearly unwilling to squander time on such trivialities, seemed to harbor a distaste for the very essence portrayed within these palace walls. He would be satisfied only when the emblem of the Deleuze family replaced that of the White Rose overhead. "Commander Lu, please take a seat." Cecil gestured with an inviting hand. This treatment was reserved for distinguished guests, typically granted only to other lords or emissaries dispatched from the imperial capital. Although Liyuan was merely a corps commander, formidable in strength, he had joined the White Rose territory through subservience. Thus, being accorded such high regard could be seen as a significant courtesy. Without hesitation, Liyuan settled himself into the chair, while Li Shirua stood behind him like a devoted attendant. "Commander Lu, the Lord will arrive shortly." Cecil lowered his voice as he sat in the chair opposite. "This is a necessary formality. Without it, Norton and his ilk would seize the opportunity to cause trouble." Liyuan silently chuckled. Aside from his own legion, it appeared Cecil's control over the court officials was rather limited. If he were truly able to command the entire court, he would not be so meticulously cautious. "Understood," Liyuan replied with a smile, adding, "Coincidentally, I too wish to behold the legendary beauty of the White Rose Lord, who has captivated so many high-ranking officials from the capital." At this remark, Cecil's expression faltered momentarily, though he quickly masked it. Deep down, he was reluctant to arrange a meeting between Liyuan and the White Rose Lord, especially given the current precarious state of affairs and the undeniable allure of the lady in question. Should Liyuan become enamored by her, the potential for discord between them, albeit slim, could not be entirely dismissed. "Lord Cecil, Commander Lu." At that moment, a servant entered from outside, kneeling before the two men and announcing, "The Lord has arrived." The crisp sound of high heels striking the floor echoed throughout the grand hall, the melody reminiscent of a graceful composition, weaving a unique rhythm that stirred the senses. With each step, there emanates an air of confidence and grace. Even before encountering her, one can sense the undeniable charm and presence of the owner of those boots. Surrounded by several maidservants, a woman with flowing white hair strides elegantly into the main hall, dressed in a white leather skirt that accentuates her exquisite figure. Her long legs are exposed to the air, glistening enticingly, especially enhanced by her short white high-heeled boots, which render her allure even more captivating. Even for someone as experienced with women as Liyuan, he couldn't help but marvel. The White Rose Lord is indeed a remarkably unique presence. The assembled guests rise in reverence, including Cecil. The woman pays no heed to anyone, scanning the room before her gaze settles on Liyuan, and she approaches him. "You must be Commander Lu," the White Rose Lord states, extending her hand. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Mu, the 13th leader of the White Rose, and you may simply call me by my name henceforth." Her skin, as fair as snow, is complemented by delicately sculpted features. Her elongated eyes are deep and expressive, seemingly capable of seeing into one's soul. With a nose gracefully arched and lips resembling rose petals, she exudes an air of noble allure that is utterly intoxicating. "Hello." Liyuan exhales deeply, feeling the weight of the presence before him for the first time. After a brief moment to compose himself, he takes her hand. Bai Mu's hand is exquisitely soft, slightly cooler than his own. As they draw nearer, Liyuan catches a faint, enchanting fragrance reminiscent of roses emanating from her. Bai Mu offers a gentle smile, subsequently releasing his hand and gracefully settling into her throne. "My lord," Cecil interjects, noticing Liyuan's momentary daze, perhaps believing he has been ensnared by her charm. "Given your frail condition, it would be prudent to delegate these trivial matters to your servants. You should focus on your recovery." With this, Cecil glances at Charles, who signals a few guards to step forward. Charles, what are you attempting to do? One of the ministers rises indignantly, reprimanding. The Lord has only just taken her seat, and you wish to have her escorted away. What is the meaning of this? Please, calm down. Charles responds with a remarkably composed demeanor. I merely believe that the Lord has been unwell lately and should retire to her chambers for rest. Rest. The minister scoffs derisively. Is it not more akin to house arrest? Charles remains silent, his lack of denial speaking volumes. Tensions rise as some ministers loyal to Bai Mu attempt to seize the moment to voice their grievances, igniting a quarrel with Cecil's faction. Enough, Bai Mu interjects softly. Her voice remarkably calm, yet resonating throughout the hall. The room gradually quiets, and she turns her smile towards Lu Liang. I apologize for the disturbance, Commander Lu. Seeing this, Cecil gently gestures, and the soldiers kneel in unison. Please, my lord, allow us to escort you. Lu Liang internally chuckles at the theatrical maneuvering. Yet his intrigue towards Bai Mu deepens. After all, though she appears to be under Cecil's control, she maintains an astonishing composure. Wherever, my lord, you are too modest, Lu Liang remarked as he stood up. From now on, the Liyuan Legion shall serve under your command. And I hope our arrival will contribute to the White Rose territory. Of course, Bai Mu replied, rising to her feet and stepping before Lu Liang, gazing intently into his eyes. And I trust you will protect me, won't you, my knight? Upon hearing these words, Lu Liang seemed to witness a glimmer of pearlescent light flicker in Bai Mu's eyes. Once the radiance faded, he felt as though his heart had been struck by lightning. The woman before him retained her enchanting smile, yet inexplicably, Lu Liang was overcome by an impulse to kneel and submit. He quickly retreated 2 steps, forcing himself to regain composure, taking a considerable amount of time to steady his mind. In that brief moment, his brain had been racing, and he barely managed to suppress this strange sensation. Had it not been for the enhancement of his physique, he might have found himself on one knee by now. For the first time, a look of panic appeared in Bai Mu's eyes, and she instinctively took a step back. You actually resisted. Bai Mu's voice was barely a whisper, but Lu Liang's enhanced hearing caught every word. What is wrong? Noticing Lu Liang's unusual reaction, Li Shirua hurried forward to check on him. Seeing his pale complexion, her heart sank. Since she had known Lu Liang, this was the first time she had witnessed such an expression on his face, as if he had just escaped from the jaws of a ferocious beast. Looking up at the astonished Bai Mu, Li Shirua instinctively reached for her gun, ready to confront her. Despite not knowing what had transpired with Lu Liang, she declared, "Don't move." At that moment, Lu Liang sharply grasped Li Shirua's arm as she reached for her holster, gently shaking his head. Let her go. Chapter 125. The terrifying control of the mind by Mu was almost supported away by her servants, while Lu Liang observed her retreating figure, lost in thought. Everything had unfolded too rapidly. He had barely comprehended the situation before finding himself ensnared in by Mu's profound gaze. Her smile radiated like the sun in spring, enveloping Lu Liang in an overwhelming warmth. Her eyes brimmed with boundless tenderness, akin to a lover, a mother, and more so, a mistress. With just a single utterance, Lu Liang felt utterly powerless to resist. This sense of submission was not born from external pressure. After all, Bai Mu possessed no means to threaten him. In that fleeting moment, Lu Liang sensed that he was destined to submit to her, as if it were a theorem, a rule he had been meant to abide by since birth. He was meant to obey this woman, to kneel at her feet, to protect her for eternity, even at the cost of his own life. However, just as Bai Mu was on the verge of completely dominating him, Lu Liang's formidable willpower liberated him from that terrifying prison. That was the very reason for Bai Mu's alarm. It turned out that the purpose of bringing him to the White Rose territory was something entirely different. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lu Liang's eyes. From the very beginning, Bai Mu's intentions had been unequivocally clear. Upon encountering him, she would feign weakness, subsequently seizing the opportunity to manipulate him with her peculiar mind control abilities, turning the entire Liyuan Legion into her puppets. He had nearly fallen prey to her machinations. Lu Liang had heard tales of such mental manipulation before. It was said that certain exceptionally powerful individuals, after undergoing peculiar mutations, might awaken as psychics. The strength of psychics was often formidable, with some individuals acquiring superhuman abilities akin to those found in mythological narratives, even possessing the capacity to govern the transformations of their surroundings. Historically, A relatively powerful lord of the empire had been utterly annihilated by a formidable psychic in a single night, leaving no survivors. However, the cost of becoming a psychic was typically exorbitant. One might either descend into profound mental instability or gradually deplete their life force with each use of their abilities. Observing Bai Mu's expression as she departed, it seemed she had exerted considerable effort to maintain control over him. "Commander Lu, what troubles you?" At this moment, Cecil finally sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly approached with concern. Much like Liyuan, Cecil was utterly baffled by the unfolding events. Unable to comprehend why Liyuan had been so intimidated by merely exchanging a glance with Bai Mu, Cecil prided himself on his understanding of Bai Mu. She was an exceptionally charming woman, possessing a beauty and grace that could easily ensnare any man. Were it not for his advanced age and waning vigor in that regard, he might have found himself utterly captivated by her allure. Nevertheless, he had never witnessed anyone being frightened by Bai Mu. After all, such a beauty deserved to be treated with utmost care. Thus, the old man began to harbor doubts regarding Lu Liang's inclinations. "It's nothing serious," Lu Liang replied with a sidelong glance at Cecil, offering a faint smile. "I have a persistent issue with low blood sugar. A brief respite should suffice to resolve it." Upon hearing this, Cecil nodded slightly, albeit with lingering curiosity, yet he refrained from probing further. Clearly, this old fellow was oblivious to the fact that Bai Mu was a psychic. Inwardly, Lu Liang mused that a new plan was gradually taking shape in his mind. A servant brought him tea and snacks, and Lu Liang took a couple of symbolic bites before regaining his composure. Having met with the Lord, Cecil decided to escort Lu Liang away from the palace to a secluded chamber in the rear. The room was relatively small, with Lu Liang and Cecil sitting across from each other, while Liyuan and Charles stood attentively behind them. "Mr. Cecil, let us discuss our collaboration," Lu Liang stated, now fully composed and exuding an air of calm assurance. "Of course," Cecil replied, nodding in acknowledgement as he personally poured a cup of tea for Lu Liang. "My terms remain unchanged. Return to me the 100,000 acres of land that rightfully belong to me, and provide me with a written document confirming your status as Lord in advance." Lu Liang spoke as he sipped his tea. "Subsequently, I shall accompany you with white sugar to meet Bai Mu, where she will formally submit the abdication request to the capital in our presence and recommend you as the new lord. Once you ascend to this position, the documents in my possession will immediately come into effect, granting me ownership of 100,000 acres of land. Naturally, there is no issue." Cecil's voice was tinged with excitement as he quickly retrieved a pre-prepared piece of parchment from his pocket. "Please take a look, Commander Lu." Lu Liang accepted the parchment, realizing that Cecil had already drafted the contract, complete with his name and seal. After a meticulous review, Lu Liang handed the parchment to Liyuan, a smile gracing his face for the first time in ages. "Now, esteemed future lord, let us venture to the lands that belong to me. I wish to inspect them personally." "Of course, Commander Lu, please," Cecil replied. The four of them, unaccompanied by any guards, set off in Charles' vehicle deep into the territory. Along the way, Lu Liang observed predominantly the fields of farmers, with only a few scattered buildings, the tallest of which barely reached 5 or 6 stories. Since entering the White Rose territory, Lu Liang had not encountered any substantial structures aside from the Lord's fortress. Soon, a stretch of pale yellow fields emerged on the horizon, and the concrete road vanished entirely, compelling Lu Liang and his companions to disembark and proceed on foot. "Commander Lu, here lies your land," Cecil announced as he stepped out first. "This is one of the most fertile plots in the entire White Rose territory, the Golden Land." Lu Liang gazed ahead. It was early winter, and ordinarily, the harvest would have been completed by now, yet the fields before him were still awash in golden hues. The golden wheat swayed gently in the breeze, distant mountains loomed like dark jade, and a crystal-clear stream meandered through the landscape. In the distance, farmers could be vaguely seen toiling in the fields, while wisps of smoke curled up from the villages flanking the farmland, seemingly carrying the enticing aroma of home-cooked meals. This agrarian town exuded a profound rustic charm, as if one were enveloped in a serene pastoral painting. Lu Liang had not anticipated that, amidst this apocalyptic world, such a harmonious and tranquil haven could exist. Liyuan was equally taken aback by the scene, inhaling deeply as if savoring the scent of grain in the air. "What do you think, Commander Lu? Are you satisfied?" Sensing the two in a daze, Cecil felt a pang of anxiety, though he masked it well. Indeed, I can sense Lord Cecil's sincerity. Liyuan feigned excitement. However, I have a question. It is already early winter, and logically, the farmers should have completed their harvest by now. Yet, the wheat in these fields appears to require at least another 3 or 4 days to mature. Although he had not studied agriculture in this life, Liyuan had been raised in a farming household and had assisted his parents in tilling the land, thus possessing some understanding of crop growth. I did not expect you to have knowledge of agriculture, Cecil remarked, intrigued. As Liyuan had lived all his life in the capital and could not have had the opportunity to experience farm life. You are correct, under normal circumstances. This is indeed the case, Cecil replied with a smile. However, thanks to the agricultural scholars of our White Rose territory, the wheat before you has the capability to grow anew after autumn, yielding another harvest before the onset of deep winter, effectively doubling the annual output. Of course, the conditions for this wheat's growth are exceedingly stringent, and it can only thrive in the fertile golden soil beneath your feet, producing plump grains. To be frank, our entire White Rose territory encompasses less than 1 million acres of such golden land, and you have taken more than 1/10 of it in one fell swoop. Tomorrow morning, I shall bring white sugar to you to commence our venture. Liyuan interjected, From now on, my lord, I trust you will take good care of us. With that, he smiled and extended his hand to shake the old man's. That evening, the four dined splendidly at Cecil's estate. Liyuan feigned intoxication, ultimately having Li Shirua's female soldiers escort them back to Fortress Liyuan No. 1. Once they departed from Cecil's manor, Liyuan's previously drowsy eyes sharpened instantly, revealing a glint of coldness in his dark gaze. Shirua, inform Zhang Man to immediately detain White Sugar and bring her to the command room. Liyuan's voice was chilling. I need to have a serious discussion with my future daughter. Chapter 126. The Vessel of Spiritual Energy as Dusk Descended. The female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion remained on standby at Fortress Liyuan No. 2. Thus, within the vast confines of Fortress Liyuan No. 1, only the hurried footsteps of Liyuan and Li Shirua echoed. At this moment, Liyuan's expression was icy. He needed to confront White Sugar to ascertain their true intentions and the nature of Bai Mu's abilities. If necessary, eliminating the pair was not out of the question. After all, he had withstood the recent mental assault, yet he could not ascertain whether his female soldiers possessed the same formidable willpower as his own. Such individuals lingering by his side were undeniably ticking time bombs. The thought of Bai Mu subtly employing her powers to control the entire Liyuan Legion sent shivers down his spine. Seeing his distress, Li Shirua swiftly drew her sidearm. On the way back, she had already heard Liyuan's account of Bai Mu's situation. No one must harm Liyuan. This was Li Shirua's ultimate boundary. Should Liyuan issue the order for White Sugar's execution, she was prepared to carry it out herself. Commander. The two had reached the door of the command room when Wanbing emerged. Is White Sugar inside? Liyuan's voice was soft, yet the murderous intent was unmistakable. Yes, Wanbing replied, somewhat apprehensive of Liyuan's demeanor, but still cautiously advised. However, this afternoon, White Sugar suddenly developed a severe fever. The medical officer has administered anti-inflammatory medication. She has only just regained consciousness and was brought directly to the command room. White Sugar has a fever. Upon hearing this, Liyuan furrowed his brow. Why did she choose to fall ill at this particular moment? Everything was far from mere coincidence. Striding into the command room, apart from Lu Weiwei, whom I had assigned to investigate the situation regarding the White Rose, all the female officers in the command hierarchy had already arrived. Upon meeting Liyuan's gaze, they collectively knelt on one knee, hoping to quell his wrath. Commander, White Sugar has been brought in, murmured Zhang Man, who knelt at the forefront, her demeanor tinged with anxiety. None in attendance had ever witnessed such an expression on Liyuan's face, which sent a shiver of apprehension through them. Ignoring the kneeling figures, Liyuan turned his attention to the back of the command room, where White Sugar was being held down on the ground by two female soldiers. Her legs clad in white stockings marred by marks of friction. It was evident that she had been forcibly dragged from her sickbed. The girl lowered her head, her once smooth and tidy hair now disheveled. As she heard Liyuan's footsteps, she slowly lifted her gaze. You really broke free. White Sugar managed to force a faint smile, yet her eyes were devoid of life. It seemed that despite her mother's meticulous planning, all had ultimately been in vain. A solitary tear glistened at the corner of her eye as she defiantly declared, You can kill me now. You truly know everything. Liyuan narrowed his eyes. surveying the pale-faced girl with a contemplative expression. Your fever is a result of your mother's abilities, isn't it? After a lengthy pause, Liyuan spoke coldly. When a psychic employs their powers, they must pay the corresponding price. I initially believed that the weakness White Mu exhibited was the toll for her abilities. It now appears she simply failed to control my despair. As Liyuan approached White Sugar, he sensed a faint power steadily draining from her. The very cause of her fever. This energy was eerily familiar, though not as potent. He recognized it as the force White Mu had used to exert control over him. How do you know? White Sugar's already ashen complexion paled further, her wide, terrified eyes betraying her panic as she stumbled backward, only to be firmly restrained by the two tall female soldiers at her side. Witnessing her reaction, Liyuan, once uncertain, now felt vindicated in his assumptions. As for why Cecil could use you to coerce White Mu, I suspect this is the reason, Liyuan chuckled coldly. If you perish, your mother's psychic abilities will vanish entirely. Even more likely, she could succumb to madness from the backlash of her own powers. Those psychics wield formidable strength. The laws of energy conservation prevail. Every action demands a corresponding sacrifice. Once a psychic employs their abilities, they inevitably pay a price. Of course, at times this cost does not manifest directly upon the individual. If we liken psychic energy to tea, you are the teapot, while your mother is the hand pouring the tea. Now that the psychic energy within you has dissipated, your fever is hardly surprising. Stop talking, White Sugar shouted in agitation, unexpectedly breaking free from the soldier's grasp. The two soldiers were about to restrain her once more, but were halted by Liyuan's command. Zhang Man gently gestured for everyone to exit the room. The group withdrew from the command room, yet they all lingered at the doorway, unwilling to leave. In the expansive command room, only Liyuan and Bai Tang remained. Bai Tang's gaze shifted, and she knelt weakly at Liyuan's feet, her silvery long hair cascading down, evoking a sense of morbid beauty. Particularly striking were her plump, shapely legs, tightly encased in white stockings. Having been abruptly pulled from her bed, the girl was barefoot, her delicate, pale soles exposed to the air. However, Liyuan had no time to admire the scene before him. His mind was racing. Although events had spiraled somewhat out of control during the day, the situation still progressed in a manner consistent with his expectations. The only aspect requiring adjustment was his approach towards Bai Tang and her mother. Earlier, when Bai Mu had acted against him, Liyuan's initial thought had been to eliminate the pair at the first opportunity. Yet, in retrospect, he realized he had been overly impulsive. Allowing Bai Tang and her mother to continue as lords, effectively becoming his puppets, would yield the greatest benefit for him. Unlike Cecil, he could not coerce Bai Mu to relinquish her title, especially since he was still a newcomer. Even if he did assume the role of lord, his subordinates would surely not comply. The only way to gain complete control over the White Rose territory was to dominate Bai Tang and her mother. Thus, Liyuan found himself compelled to collaborate with Bai Tang. You two have played your cards well. I nearly fell for your ruse, Liyuan remarked, abruptly lifting Bai Tang's chin. Indeed, when I first arrived, my anger was at its peak, and I nearly wished to end you with a single shot. He suddenly donned a menacing grin. But now, I have reconsidered. Bai Tang had never witnessed such a countenance on Liyuan before. In her memory, he was always smiling, exuding kindness towards everyone. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat, but Liyuan's firm grip on her chin forced her to remain. To be frank, I can also sense spiritual energy. Though my power pales in comparison to yours, so I cannot truly be classified as a practitioner. Moreover, I have never aspired to be a son-in-law. You can surely deduce my intentions are quite straightforward, to seize the entirety of the White Rose territory for my own purposes. What do you mean by that? Bai Tang retorted coldly, her previous warmth dissipated. You wish for us to assist you in claiming the lordship? Dream on. My mother is under Cecil's house arrest. Unless you can rescue her, we cannot alter the outcome. Bai Tang continued icily. Moreover, why should we aid you? You are no different from Cecil. Even if you defeat him, the White Rose territory will still change hands, leaving us with no different fate. Falling into your hands means death, just as it would under Cecil's rule. Why should I go to such lengths to assist you? Bai Tang stated resolutely. I will spare your lives, Liyuan replied coolly. Furthermore, I have never intended to usurp your lordship. You misheard my words. My goal is singular, to occupy the White Rose territory for my own use. As for that worthless baronial title, I find myself utterly disinterested. You seem to desire. Bai Tang stammered. suggesting that we mother and daughter could be manipulated as puppets to help you control the White Rose territory. The mere utterance of such words left Bai Tang incredulous. Throughout the empire, aside from a few powerful families in the capital, no one had ever dared to treat a lord as a mere puppet. However, one could interpret it differently. Liyuan chuckled, stating, "Typically, I would not interfere with the normal operations of the White Rose territory. The Liyuan Legion merely seeks to escape a life of turmoil and requires a base of operations. Furthermore, the White Rose territory has long been weakened, and you are obliged to offer substantial tributes of food and resources to neighboring lords as a guarantee against their aggression. However, should you and your mother have the backing of the Liyuan Legion, I believe the surrounding lords would reconsider their actions, which would significantly enhance your revenue. From this perspective, I posit that even if you were to become this puppet, it would not be a disadvantage." Chapter 127. I can only say, "It depends on my mood. What assurance do you offer for our safety?" After hearing Lu Liang's explanation, Bai Tang replied coldly, "Your suggestion that we become your puppets is merely your unilateral perspective. What if, after we assist you in dealing with Cecil, you harbor resentment and seek a pretext to eliminate both me and my mother? Assist me in eliminating Cecil?" Lu Liang nearly burst into laughter. Bai Tang, "Do you truly believe that with the current strength of the Liyuan Legion, it would take long to completely annihilate the garrison of the White Rose territory? I would assume that your combat capabilities are not superior to those of the 3 legions under the Black Tiger Lord." Upon hearing this, Bai Tang fell silent. Indeed, the Liyuan Legion could effortlessly sweep through the White Rose territory. If I so desired, the Liyuan Legion could dispose of Cecil at any moment. What exactly are you trying to convey? Bai Tang, already feverish and forcibly dragged from her sickbed by the female soldiers, had now completely exhausted her strength. My point is, you possess no alternative. Observing her condition, Lu Liang brought forth a chair for Bai Tang. You can choose to die now, or entrust your life to me. As for whether I might later renege and eliminate you, I can only say it depends on my mood and your future conduct. As Lu Liang's words hung in the air, footsteps were heard approaching from outside. "Master, I have returned." Lu Weiwei strode into the command room, casting only a fleeting glance at Bai Tang before kneeling beside Lu Liang. "What is the situation outside?" Lu Liang inquired. "The situation has been thoroughly assessed," Lu Weiwei responded. "Cecil's strength is not as formidable as he claims. The factions rebelling alongside him comprise only 3 legions, one of which is the virtually defunct Stinger Legion. These 3 legions have seized control of the Lord's fortress, while the surrounding legions remain oblivious to the events transpiring within. Most genuinely believe that Bai Mu is merely unwell and has temporarily entrusted the management of the territory to the Chancellor Cecil." "And what of Norton?" Lu Liang asked. "His faction should be aware of Cecil's intentions." "Yes, master," Lu Weiwei responded. "However, due to the current control exerted by Cecil over Bai Mu, Norton is hesitant to disseminate the truth, fearing that Cecil may act rashly." Lu Liang nodded, recognizing that Cecil's only leverage lay with Bai Mu. As long as he held Bai Mu in his grasp, no one would dare to act impulsively. Contemplating this, Lu Liang couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Had Bai Mu not staged such a dramatic display earlier that afternoon, he might have seriously entertained the thought of eliminating Cecil and his son to rescue Bai Mu on the spot. After all, those present were primarily civil officials, lacking any substantial combat prowess apart from Charles and a few so-called elite troops. Behold the efficiency of the Liyuan Legion. Lu Liang cast a glance at Bai Tang. "Do you still believe that you and your mother hold significant importance to us?" Bai Tang was rendered utterly speechless by the shock. "Sister man, please see that Bai Tang is escorted back to her room," Lu Liang instructed, calling out to the door. Zhang Man quickly entered upon hearing his command. "Tomorrow, I shall take you to meet your mother. For tonight, rest well," Lu Liang softly told Bai Tang. "Your fate hinges entirely on your performance tomorrow." Much like Bai Mu, Bai Tang was nearly carried away by the female soldiers. Once Bai Mu departed, the female officers returned to the command room, awaiting Lu Liang's orders. "Shiruo, locate the nearest Lanster industrial fortress to the White Rose territory and dispatch someone to procure a micropsychic controller," Lu Liang directed, pulling out the black gold card given to him by Ireina. "To utilize Bai Mu for our purposes, her psychic energy must be suppressed." "Understood." Li Shiruo accepted the black gold card and swiftly exited the command room. "Sister man, the Liyuan Legion shall stand down from combat readiness tonight. Allow everyone to rest. We shall prepare for battle at dawn tomorrow." "Understood." Why? I must trouble you and Wanbing once more, Liyuan said, rising from his seat. Come with me. I need to have a serious discussion with the commanders of those 2 legions under Cecil. The following morning, Liyuan descended from Fortress Liyuan No. 1 with Li Shiruo and others. At that moment, Cecil awaited outside with his elite troops. Commander Liu, good morning, Cecil greeted, stepping forward to survey the surroundings. Liyuan discerned the old man's intentions and chuckled softly, suddenly yanking on the chain in his grasp. Bai Tang and Lin Yu, both shackled, with black gags in their mouths, were pulled forth like slaves destined for sale. Ouch! Bai Tang winced in pain, her almond-shaped eyes glaring fiercely at Liyuan. In contrast, Lin Yu appeared dazed, seemingly resigned to her fate. Good, good, Cecil exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. Securing Bai Tang would effectively elevate him to the position of lord. He instinctively reached for the chain in Liyuan's hand, but Liyuan seized his wrist. Click, click, click. Behind Cecil, several soldiers raised their guns, aiming at Liyuan, clearly apprehensive that he might harm Cecil. After all, tales of Liyuan crushing Norton's modified arm with his bare hands had spread widely. Lower your weapons. Cecil immediately shouted behind him, then turned to Liyuan with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Commander Liu, this is... Please, Lord Cecil. Do not be agitated, Liyuan replied with a smile, releasing Cecil's hand. As I mentioned, for the sake of prudence, I must accompany you to meet the Lady of the White Rose, so she can submit her abdication request to the imperial capital in my presence. I have reviewed the document you sent me. I need to ensure that the name you signed aligns with your lordly title. Upon hearing this, Cecil smirked slightly, thinking to himself that Liyuan was being overly cautious. Did he truly believe that I would change my name for the sake of your vast fields? However, upon further reflection, Liyuan's actions were not entirely unwarranted. After all, the matter of the white sugar was already in their control. It was merely a matter of waiting for Bai Mu to send the abdication request, and then receiving the imperial response to conclude the affair. Additionally, I have brought someone for you, Liyuan said with a cheerful demeanor, waving his hand behind him. Li Wei, accompanied by his subordinates, stepped forward and immediately knelt upon seeing Cecil. Master. Li Wei, Cecil exclaimed, quickly helping him rise, his voice tinged with excitement. You have done exceptionally well. He then turned to Liyuan again, asking, Commander Liu, how did you know he belongs to me? Liyuan chuckled in response. Initially, when I uncovered his identity, I considered eliminating him, but upon reflection, I thought he might prove useful in the future, so I refrained from exposing him. However, since we've established an alliance, I decided to grant him a favor by letting him go. Upon seeing Li Wei, Bai Tang's eyes seemed to fill with rage, and she rushed forward, as if wishing to devour him whole. Liyuan abruptly yanked on the chain, causing Bai Tang to collapse to the ground, dragged back as if she were a dying dog. Miss, I trust you are well, Li Wei said with a grin, looking down at Bai Tang, who was kneeling before him. I apologize. I had hoped to claim you after completing my mission, but it seems someone else is more suited for you. With that, Li Wei exchanged a knowing smile with Liyuan, one that only men would understand. Bai Tang's gaze became vacant, as if she felt the entire world had betrayed her overnight. Thank you, Commander Liu, Cecil exclaimed, grasping Liyuan's hand with fervor, whispering, to be honest, Li Wei is my illegitimate son. Allowing him to infiltrate Bai Tang's side is my final trump card. Should you not intend to betray Bai Mu, Li Wei would forcibly kidnap Bai Tang with his loyal men, and then we would reconsider our plans. However, it appears that Li Wei's role may no longer be necessary. Liyuan nodded, glancing at Charles behind him, who bore a grim expression, quickly grasping the underlying tensions at play. It seemed there were unresolved familial conflicts within the household. The struggle between legitimate and illegitimate heirs is a timeless conflict among nobility in any era. But soon enough, they would all be able to resolve their differences in the depths of hell. Cecil cleared his throat and stepped aside for Liyuan, saying, Commander Liu, please. Liyuan nodded, handing Lin Yu's rope to Su Wanbing, who stood beside him, while he himself led Bai Tang into a sleek black car. In order to ease Cecil's suspicions, Liyuan had chosen to bring along Su Wanbing, the catgirl, instead of the more formidable Lu Weiwei. The distance from the Liyuan Legion's encampment to the Lord's fortress was considerable. Liyuan sat in the back of the car with Bai Tang, while the seat beside the driver was occupied not by Cecil, but by the bald female commander of the elite troops. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from outside. and panic flashed across Lu Liang's face. What is happening? The female commander, however, remained relatively composed, picking up the intercom to inquire, what is going on? Boss, we are under attack. It appears to be Norton's men. The first two vehicles in the convoy have been destroyed, and the road is blocked. A soldier responded anxiously from the other end of the intercom. Upon hearing the name Norton, a glimmer of hope shone in by Tang's previously vacant eyes. She desperately pressed her head against the window, whimpering incessantly. Shut your mouth, you wretched girl. Lu Liang abruptly yanked the chain, slapping Bai Tang across her fair cheek. Her face immediately swelled, and the gag in her mouth became even more constricting. The female commander glanced back at Lu Liang and replied into the intercom, "Do not panic. They aim to rescue Bai Tang and will not employ heavy weaponry. At most, they want to halt the convoy. Currently, all elite troops are flanking the convoy. They cannot breach our defenses in the short term. Order headquarters to send reinforcements and ensure the safety of Lord Cecil and Charles." After disconnecting, the commander offered Lu Liang a smile she believed to be reassuring. "Commander Lu, do not worry. This is merely the enemy's desperate struggle." "I hope that is the case," Lu Liang replied, drawing his sidearm from his waist and pressing it against Bai Tang's head in a display of panic. "If they break in, I will use this woman as a hostage." Chapter 128. Cornered gunfire erupted from outside, and Lu Liang instinctively pressed Bai Tang's head down to shield her from potential harm. No one could guarantee that the car windows were bulletproof. At that moment, the female commander had already disembarked with the modified driver to organize a defense. When Bai Tang suddenly began to whimper. Observing this, Lu Liang removed her gag, and Bai Tang swiftly opened her mouth, biting down hard on Lu Liang's arm. "What are you doing?" Lu Liang frowned slightly. Given his current physical condition, the bite was hardly painful. "You truly have the gall," Bai Tang complained with teary eyes. "If I end up disfigured because of this, you will be responsible." "It was merely for the sake of the performance," Lu Liang retorted, poking at Bai Tang's swollen cheek. But she quickly turned her face away to avoid him. "Don't tell me you wanted me to remove the gag just so you could bite me," Lu Liang said, suppressing a laugh at the sight of Bai Tang's puffed-up expression. "Of course. You try wearing that thing for 2 hours. My jaw is nearly dislocated." Bai Tang glared disdainfully at the gag in her hand, still glistening with her saliva. Returning to the matter at hand, why did Norton suddenly launch an attack? "Who can say?" Lu Liang chuckled lightly. "It seems you were the one who drew him here." Upon hearing this, Bai Tang let out a sigh of relief. The route chosen by Cecil should be classified. Unless there is an insider, Norton could not possibly know our whereabouts. Lu Liang chose not to respond, but instead opened a secure channel to Su Wanbing. "Wanbing, how are things on your end?" "Commander, everything is fine here." Su Wanbing had already emerged from the vehicle, cradling Lin in her arms. To avoid raising Cecil's suspicions, she had struck Lin with a swift blow, rendering her unconscious. "What should we do now? Are we really just going to wait for Norton to rescue us?" "Of course, we cannot simply wait idly," Lu Liang replied. "You should come to my location. It would seem rather disingenuous not to protect the corps commander in such a significant situation." A few minutes later, Su Wanbing arrived at Lu Liang's vehicle and knocked on the door. "Let us step outside." As Lu Liang spoke, he snatched the gag from Bai Tang's hands and placed it back in her mouth. "You," Bai Tang protested with a symbolic struggle, but Lu Liang, ever considerate, loosened one of the straps on the gag to spare her swollen face from discomfort. Upon opening the car door, Lu Liang spotted the leader of the Imperial Guard hiding behind a nearby building, while the driver lay dead from a gunshot wound. Lu Liang approached and gently tapped the female leader on the shoulder. Startled, she instinctively turned to elbow him. But Lu Liang was quick enough to block the move with one hand. "It's Commander Lu. I sincerely apologize," she said, retracting her hand. Upon seeing Bai Tang, who was caught between Lu Liang's arm and struggling, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Commander, this situation cannot continue," Lu Liang said gravely. "How long until your reinforcements arrive?" At his inquiry, the remaining half of the female leader's face revealed her unease. "According to our intelligence, our reinforcements are also being delayed by the enemy. It appears they have anticipated everything. Rest assured, we of the Spike Imperial Guard will do our utmost to ensure your safety and that of the Master," she added, casting a glance at Bai Tang. Still ensnared by Lu Liang's grip, Lu Liang shook his head. "And what if you perish in the process?" The female leader found herself at a loss for words. And Lu Liang turned to Su Wanbing. "Immediately send a message to the Liyuan Corps, instructing Zhang Man to mobilize an entire battalion to repel the enemy." Wait. The female leader exclaimed, hastily blocking Su Wanbing from communicating. Commander Liu, without Lord Cecil's orders, no one is permitted to mobilize a single soldier. I comprehend your concerns. Liyuan reassured her, patting her shoulder. However, the pressing issue is that without reinforcements, we can only sit here and await our fate. Here's what we will do. You contact Cecil, and I shall speak with him. The female leader hesitated for a moment before nodding and connecting her radio to Cecil's end. What is it? Cecil's voice came through, tinged with impatience. Clearly caught off guard by Norton's unexpected aggression. Moreover, since the routes he had selected were classified, how could Norton possibly be aware? Master, Commander Liu wishes to speak with you directly, the female leader stated, handing the radio to Liyuan. Mr. Cecil, it seems that your security measures are rather lacking. Taking the intercom, Liyuan coldly remarked, I just overheard this lady beside me mention that reinforcements have also been delayed by the enemy. Did you not claim that you had control over the entire White Rose Territory's forces? How could such a substantial faction of rebels emerge? At this, Cecil inwardly cursed the female leader for her foolishness in revealing such information to Liyuan. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of politeness, stating, Commander Liu, please do not misunderstand. The enemy launched a surprise attack, and our reinforcements were momentarily caught off guard. They will arrive shortly. Stop with the nonsense, Liyuan interrupted. I genuinely regret collaborating with you, as you are not as formidable as you profess to be. A significant portion of the White Rose's forces remains beyond your control, and they are close to encircling us. Furthermore, your reinforcements have yet to arrive. I even suspect that this entire situation may be a trap orchestrated by you to eliminate me. Commander Liu, please, do not misunderstand. Cecil hastily explained, trust me, our reinforcements will be here soon. Enough with such excuses, Liyuan retorted with a cold smirk. I have a suggestion that I wonder if Mr. Cecil would be interested in hearing. Please, do tell. Sensing Liyuan's wavering resolve, Cecil began to panic. Deploy the Liyuan Legion to escort us back to the Lord's fortress. Given the combat prowess of the Liyuan Legion, not only would they ensure our safe passage, but they could also decisively crush Norton's rebels. Cecil fell silent. He was well aware of the Liyuan Legion's strength. However, releasing them to escort him would mean placing his fate in Liyuan's hands. It seemed that Mr. Cecil did not fully trust me. On the other end of the intercom, Liyuan coldly remarked, in truth, I could have refrained from making this call and simply ordered the Liyuan Legion to mobilize. The only reason I informed you is that you are the future lord, my superior, and a modicum of respect is warranted. Since Mr. Cecil is ungrateful, I shall not waste my time on you. I will have the Liyuan Legion send me and Bai Tang back to the Liyuan vessel, and we can proceed with our transaction once you have quelled the rebellion. As he spoke, Liyuan feigned an intention to hang up the call. Wait. As Liyuan prepared to abandon the conversation, Cecil was thoroughly flustered. Please, grant me 2 minutes to consider. With Liyuan's tacit agreement, Cecil hung up the communication, closed his eyes, and began to contemplate. Various indications suggested that while Liyuan tended to be somewhat overly cautious, he had thus far been sincere in their collaboration. Moreover, this individual had completely severed ties with Bai Mu and her daughter. Apart from himself, he had no other factions to turn to. Just as Liyuan had mentioned, he could easily have skipped this call and directly arranged for the Liyuan Legion to take control of the battlefield, thus ensuring that both Norton and himself would be under his dominion. From this point, it is evident that Liyuan is genuinely committed to collaborating with himself. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated nearby, and several soldiers struggled amidst the flames, collapsing to the ground. Father, they have begun using incendiary bombs. Liwei exclaimed, his face smeared with ash as he rushed over. Incendiary bombs. How dare they? Cecil bellowed. Is that old fool Norton truly unafraid of blowing up White Sugar? As he spoke, Cecil fell silent. Indeed, if White Sugar were to be killed in the explosion, he would lose his final leverage over Bai Mu. Whether he perished alongside Bai Mu or Norton executed him under the guise of restoring order, it would only benefit Norton without any detriment. Realizing this, Cecil inhaled sharply and promptly contacted Liyuan. Commander Liu, I agree. Please arrange for your legion to come to our aid and ensure our safe passage to the Lord's fortress. Chapter 129, Driving Away the Wolves. Yet inviting the tiger, you heard that, right? Liyuan said, hanging up the phone, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the female leader. She took the walkie-talkie, inhaled deeply, and reopened the communication, Attention all units. The Liyuan Legion will be coming to our aid. Please maintain your defensive lines and await reinforcements. Upon hearing the affirmations echoing through the walkie-talkie, the female leader turned to Lu Liang. Commander Lu, please hasten to summon your legion. In response, Lu Liang nodded, casting a benevolent glance at the female leader before swiftly snapping her neck. You are no longer of use. The female leader, retaining her previous cold demeanor, gradually crumpled to the ground. White Sugar averted her gaze, seemingly unable to bear such a brutal scene. Approximately an hour later, several armored vehicles from the Liyuan Legion emerged over the horizon. They had bypassed the main roads, instead trampling directly across the fields, leaving many farmers incensed yet powerless to voice their anger. Lu Liang, are you all right? Li Shuo inquired with concern as she disembarked from the armored vehicle. Lu Liang nodded, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and helped White Sugar remove her gag. She immediately began to retch, and Li Shuo helplessly handed her a military canteen. Ah, finally alive again, White Sugar said, rinsing her mouth. Lin Yu, though slightly better off than White Sugar, was also parched from the ordeal. You two can rest for a while now, Lu Liang said with a smile, but when we meet Cecil later, you still need to wear this. By the way, why must we wear this? White Sugar protested while rinsing the saliva-soaked gag. Couldn't you find us a towel or something? This seems more like a preference of a cruel military commander in Cecil's eyes. Enough with the chatter. Just hurry and rest, Lu Liang cheerfully replied. With that, he climbed into the passenger seat of the armored vehicle, while Li Shuo returned to the driver's seat to continue driving. Shuo, remind the sisters on the front line to be cautious. We must not truly bomb our allies. Lu Liang remarked. Additionally, inform Norton that his imminent capture is at hand. Father, the combat prowess of the Liyuan Legion is indeed formidable. Besides Cecil, Charles gazed at the armored vehicles of the Liyuan Legion pursuing Norton's subordinates in the distance, unable to suppress his astonishment. Not only Charles, but the soldiers stationed around them had also laid down their weapons, their mouths agape, as they beheld the battlefield. The armored vehicles of the Liyuan Legion resembled impregnable fortresses, rendering the weaponry of Norton's soldiers utterly ineffective against them. Explosions reverberated around the armored vehicles. Yet aside from leaving superficial stains, they failed to inflict even a scratch. Meanwhile, beams of light continuously emanated from the gun ports on either side of the vehicles, relentlessly claiming the lives of soldiers. This was an agreement established in advance between Lu Liang and Norton to enable the Liyuan Legion to operate legally. Certain soldiers had to make the ultimate sacrifice. Tragically, those soldiers died believing they were loyal to the White Rose Lord. In less than an hour, the Liyuan Legion had decisively crushed Norton's insurrectionists, a feat even Cecil's own Imperial Guards could not achieve. Hearing the continuous expressions of awe from those around him, Cecil clenched his teeth, feeling a surge of fear. He feared that in his attempt to drive away the wolves, he had inadvertently unleashed a tiger. My lord. A servant approached respectfully, Commander Lu's call. Mr. Cecil, Lu Liang boasted from the passenger seat. I have dealt with the rebels for you. Where are you now? Let us hasten to the Lord's fortress and conclude our business. Cecil glanced around, reluctantly sending his coordinates. The situation had escalated beyond repair. If Lu Liang truly harbored ambitions for the lordship, he would surely locate Cecil soon enough, even without his coordinates. Now, Cecil was wagering on Lu Liang's integrity. Before long, an armored vehicle emblazoned with the crimson emblem of the Flying Bird Corps arrived. Coming to a steady halt before them, Lu Liang leapt from the passenger seat and approached with concern. My lord Cecil, are you unharmed? Cecil shook his head, taking a deep breath and offering a grateful smile. Indeed, the combat effectiveness of Commander Lu's forces is astonishing. Had your troops not arrived in support, I would surely have become Norton's prisoner by now. Not at all, my lord Cecil. You are too kind, Lu Liang replied with a beaming smile. Speaking of prisoners, I have brought you a rather exquisite gift. Without waiting for Cecil's response, Lu Liang beckoned. The rear compartment of the armored vehicle opened, and with the assistance of Su Wanbing and several female soldiers, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall emerged. Boy, kill me quickly, or one day I shall take the lives of you and that old fool Cecil, Norton bellowed upon seeing Lu Liang. At this, Su Wanbing's expression darkened, and she swung the butt of her rifle against Norton's back. Although physically weaker than Lu Weiwei and the others, the strength of the cat girl was not to be underestimated. Norton winced in pain, his massive form collapsing to the ground. eyes ablaze with fury as he fixated on Liyuan and Cecil. Behind him, Bai Tang and Lin Yu sobbed incessantly, tears streaming down Lin Yu's face, revealing her deep concern for her foster father's safety. Norton. Cecil could scarcely believe his eyes, scrutinizing for an extended moment before daring to affirm the identity before him. Chapter 130. You must treat him with respect. This old man had intended to flee, and by chance, I crossed paths with him, Liyuan remarked, giving a kick to Norton's now-defunct mechanical arm. Old fool, weren't you eager to crush my hand? With that, Liyuan raised his foot and violently stomped down on Norton's mechanical arm. A sharp crack echoed, accompanied by Norton's agonized scream as the enormous arm was shattered, oil mingling with severed circuits glimmering on the ground. Even Cecil and the others, witnessing this scene, could not help but frown slightly. Commander, I have just received news. Liyuan interjected, having suddenly exited the vehicle. The battle has concluded, and we have captured numerous prisoners. May I inquire? Kill them all. Liyuan responded with a smile directed at Liyuan. Anyone who dares oppose me must perish. Understood. Liyuan nodded expressionlessly before issuing the command. Distant gunfire could be heard, causing the hairs on the back of Cecil and the others to stand on end. My lord Cecil, please, after today, I shall address you as my lord. Liyuan gestured for the female soldiers to rebind Norton and the others to the armored vehicle, nodding slightly at Cecil. Can your car still function? Of course it can. Cecil stammered, his thoughts jumbled, while Liyuan quickly interjected. Father, let us board the car first. Oh, yes, Cecil replied, allowing Liyuan to assist him as they approached the vehicle. By the way, Commander Liu, just as they were about to enter, Cecil finally realized. My captain of the guard. Upon hearing this, Liyuan feigned a sorrowful expression. Alas, I had intended to report to you after you assumed your lordship. The lady commander, in her effort to protect me and Bai Tang, was tragically struck by a shell. Her remains have been reduced to a mere charred mass. Liyuan spoke no falsehood. After snapping the female leader's neck, he had indeed disposed of her body in a still smoldering crater created by a gasoline bomb. By now, her bones were likely reduced to ashes, ensuring that no evidence remained. I see. While Cecil did not exhibit much sorrow at this news, recognizing the lady commander's capabilities, he understood she was merely a disposable subordinate. As Liyuan assisted Cecil into the vehicle, Charles surveyed the road ahead, obstructed by the wreckage of vehicles. Commander Liu, we require your men to clear the way. Once Cecil was aboard, Liyuan coldly replied, have them move aside. Charles swallowed hard, commanding the Imperial troops to clear the road. Returning to the vehicle, Liyuan started the armored car and forcefully rammed through the debris on the road. Several still smoldering cars were propelled into the air, crashing heavily into the fields on either side of the road. Father, this fellow is indeed ruthless. Charles, seated in the passenger seat, remarked as he gazed at the massive armored vehicle less than 50 meters ahead. Although he is not one of us, this Liyuan does not hesitate to kill. Indeed, father, Levi, who was driving, interjected, especially the expression he wore when he issued orders earlier. There was no hint of bloodlust in his eyes. He appeared utterly relaxed, as though he were declaring a holiday for everyone tonight. I comprehend all you speak of, sighed Cecil. At times, I find myself doubting whether our alliance with the Liyuan Legion is the right course. Yet now, the arrow is on the string. Whether to release it is no longer within my purview. Fortunately, this young man remains somewhat courteous to me, taking the time to inform us before deploying his troops. As for that Norton, were it not for the Liyuan Legion's effectiveness in battle, he might have taken advantage of this old man. Upon hearing this, Levi exhaled deeply. Father, my concerns do not lie with the present. Given Liyuan's current demeanor, it is evident that he genuinely desires to collaborate with us. However, in the future, hearing this, Charles also took a deep breath. With the current combat strength of the Liyuan Legion, even the combined forces of the entire White Rose territory would likely be insufficient to contend with him. Should Liyuan, like Cecil, develop aspirations of usurpation, he would find rebellion far easier than it is for us now. Therefore, both of you must treat him with the utmost respect in the future. Cecil closed his eyes and softly stated, I intend to marry your sister to him. As you know, she has been specially trained by me. Although she may lack the allure of that wench by Mu, she is not someone that an ordinary man can easily handle. As for the women surrounding him, I shall find opportunities to make them disappear one by one. Gradually, he will become utterly dependent on us. The convoy finally arrived at the Lord's fortress. Liyuan was the first to disembark, pushing Bai Tang and Norton out of the vehicle. Liyuan, why don't you kill me? Seeing Cecil and the others alight from the vehicle, Norton hastily cried out. I believe you should bear witness, Liyuan coldly replied. Witness the birth of a new lord. And, incidentally, witness your failure and the ultimate fate of the White Rose Lord to whom you have devoted your loyalty. Upon hearing Liyuan's words, Cecil and the others were unfazed. In their minds, Liyuan's persona had already been established: selfish, arrogant, brutal, cunning, and a touch petty. This had been the demeanor he consistently displayed before them. Hence, it was entirely reasonable that he did not kill Norton. Shoving Norton towards the entrance of the fortress, the guards quickly moved to obstruct them, only to be intimidated into retreat by a glance from Liyuan. The others followed Liyuan into the fortress, and Cecil, noticing that the female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion did not accompany them, finally felt reassured. Now, the entire fortress was filled with soldiers from his own legion. In this way, Liyuan had willingly relinquished control back to him. Commander Liyuan, thank you. As a clever individual, Cecil approached Lu Liyuan with gratitude, while Lu Liyuan nonchalantly waved his hand, granting Cecil passage. Once again traversing the opulent main palace, Cecil's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the central throne, a position he had long aspired to occupy, now on the cusp of realization. Circumventing the palace, they ascended the staircase, halting before two immense wooden doors. This was the Lord's office. Cecil inhaled deeply, turning to Lu Liyuan. Commander Lu, let us proceed. The sentinel soldiers swung open the doors, and warm sunlight instantly bathed the two in its glow. Opposite the entrance was a grand bay window. It was around 10 in the morning, and the abundant sunlight illuminated the room with a cozy warmth. Cecil entered first, while Lu Liyuan seized the chain around the neck of Bai Tang, removing the gag from her mouth. You bastard, I won't rest until I haunt you. Bai Tang glared fiercely at Lu Liyuan, wishing to pounce and bite him at any moment. Haunt me? You think too highly of yourself, Lu Liyuan retorted, grasping her chin. I will elevate you to ecstasy. He leered at Bai Tang's underdeveloped form. You scoundrel, take it out on me, not the young lady. Lin Yu shouted from behind, only to be silenced once more by Su Wanbing's swift hand. Cecil observed this exchange, his initial vigilance gradually dissipating, replaced by an insatiable greed. Tugging at the chain around Bai Tang's neck, Lu Liyuan followed Cecil into the room. Chapter 131. Betrayal. At the last moment, the room was spacious, combining the functions of an office and a bedroom. The decor featured soft hues that emphasized a sense of comfort and luxury. The office area, located on the outer side of the room, was furnished with an exquisite writing desk and a comfortable chair. On the desk lay elegant stationery and a finely crafted pen holder, surrounded by an array of books and documents, alongside a reasonably good computer. Adorning the lavish walls were various artworks and photographs, reflecting her interests and family heritage. The bed was positioned on the opposite side, covered in soft silk sheets and ornate embroidered blankets. A magnificent nightstand supported perfume bottles, a jewelry box, and a bouquet of fresh flowers. The entire bedroom was draped in sumptuous curtains, with sunlight streaming through the windows, adding warmth and a romantic ambience to the space. At the center of the room was a cozy lounge area, equipped with plush sofas and built-in bookshelves. Soft velvet cushions and beautiful throw pillows adorned the sofas, providing the owner with a sanctuary for relaxation. However, at that moment, Bai Mu was in no mood to revel in her surroundings, for soon all of this would no longer belong to her. The beauty's complexion was pallid, seemingly still reeling from recent events, untouched by the carefully prepared refreshments laid out by the maid. Upon seeing Cecil's arrival, Bai Mu merely cast him a glance, as if resigned to her fate. However, when she saw Lu Liyuan entering with Bai Tang, her eyes, as luminous as black pearls, visibly trembled, and her frail body instinctively leaned back. Behind her, Norton and Lin Yu were also escorted in, accompanied by Li Shiru and the soldiers of the Imperial Guard. Mother, Bai Tang's eyes instantly reddened, and she ran into Bai Mu's embrace, weeping. Noticing that Lu Liyuan did not intervene, Cecil chose not to elaborate. After all, Bai Tang was already in his grasp, and her ability to meet Bai Mu was of little consequence. The room echoed with the soft sounds of a woman's weeping. After a prolonged moment, Lu Liyuan appeared somewhat impatient, abruptly yanking the chain to forcibly pull Bai Tang back. You two have ample time to converse later, Lu Liyuan remarked with a cold smirk. I have already secured positions for you both within the Liyuan Legion. Perhaps, in the future, You may address me as master." As he spoke, he waved the chain in his hand. "I shall adorn you both with the most exquisite collars and keep you close. What do you intend to do?" At his words, fear flickered in Bai Mu's eyes as she rushed forward to shield Bai Tang. "I warn you, do not harm Bai Tang." "Enough, enough." Lu Liang dismissed her with a wave, pulling Bai Tang back to him. "Lord Cecil, let us proceed with the matter at hand swiftly. I wish to return and indulge in my pleasures." At this, a smile broke upon Cecil's face as he approached Bai Mu, who was kneeling on the ground, and offered a slight bow. "My lord, I have successfully brought the young lady back. Now, for the future of the White Rose territory, I kindly request you to submit an application to relinquish the lordship to me." Cecil glanced to the side, and two soldiers promptly lifted Bai Mu, dragging her toward the desk. Though her gaze remained vacant, she did not resist. Observing this, Cecil sighed. "My lord, I truly do not wish to resort to such measures." With that, Cecil drew a pistol from his waist and pressed it against Bai Tang's fair thigh. "I will count to 3. The first shot will strike her left leg. The second, her right. The young lady shall not perish quickly. I will aim for non-vital areas, inflicting excruciating pain until you submit your application." As he spoke, Cecil positioned the gun, preparing to fire. Enough. Bai Mu could no longer endure it. Crystalline tears streamed down her cheeks. "I will do as you say." Trembling, she retrieved a piece of parchment and began to write the abdication request. Given the magnitude of the task, everyone awaited in silence. At noon, Bai Mu finally completed the application, sealing it with the wax bearing the emblem of the White Rose. Cecil, unable to contain himself any longer, snatched the parchment, his smile betraying his excitement. "Send this immediately to the capital. Ensure they process it swiftly." Cecil's voice trembled as he handed the parchment to a soldier. "My lord, everything is in order. You may act now." At that moment, Lu Liang's earpiece crackled with Lu Weiwei's voice. Lu Liang nodded and signaled to those behind him. He then drew his gun and aimed it at the soldier's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! The soldier fell amidst a pool of blood, crimson lifeblood mingling with brain matter, instantly staining the parchment that lay upon the ground a vivid red. Shortly thereafter, the fierce sounds of gunfire erupted from outside. Behind Lu Liang, Norton, who had once been enveloped in utter despair, and the unconscious Lin Yu abruptly opened their eyes. The ropes binding them had mysteriously come undone. With a deft flick of her wrists, Lin Yu grasped 2 compact pistols, and in a flurry of precise shots, she dispatched several Imperial guards. One guard, quick to react, raised his robust mechanical arm and swung it violently toward Lin Yu's head. In that critical moment, Norton yanked Lin Yu aside, using his own mechanical arm, which had already been crushed by Lu Liang, to confront the impending blow. The guard's eyes gleamed with disdain. The name of Iron Arm Norton was indeed illustrious. Yet now his mechanical limb was rendered useless, akin to a heap of scrap metal. He seized Norton's arm, exerting all his strength to crush it, sending countless metal shards cascading to the ground. However, Norton's expression remained unchanged. Even with his forearm utterly shattered, he pressed forward. Was this a futile struggle? Iron Arm Norton, destined to fall at my hands? It seemed the position of the next Imperial Guard leader was all but assured. Just as the guard reveled in his thoughts, a sudden, piercing pain shot through his palm. His arm, like Norton's, began to shed metal fragments onto the ground. The man screamed in agony as he collapsed, his mechanical arm along with his shoulder torn asunder. A chilling, grating sound pierced the air. Norton's mechanical arm had transformed into a colossal drill. The very arm of the man was obliterated by this fearsome device. Not only that, but the tip of the drill bore a crystal radiating a soft yellow light. Unmistakably the magic core of the desert scorpion Lu Liang had slain in the sands. With such an implement, dealing with ordinary alloys posed no challenge at all. At that moment, Li Shiru and Su Wanbing also drew their weapons, and in an instant, the Imperial Guard stationed outside the room were entirely annihilated. The faces of the Cecil trio paled as they witnessed their elite subordinates falling one by one, leaving them in a daze. Chapter 132. To fail is to accept defeat. Did they not see this coming? Lu Liang chuckled as he unshackled the chains from Bai Tang's neck. I have betrayed you. Or rather, I was never truly on your side. Spitting disdainfully, Bai Tang promptly removed her gag and, in a fit of anger, hurled it at Li Wei's face. You scoundrel. I initially thought you were a good person. Meanwhile, Bai Mu, still seated, was left astounded by the unfolding scene. She had believed everything was lost, Yet now it appeared Lu Liang had unexpectedly turned against them. What benefit could this bring you, Lu Liang? Cecil's response was swift. He felt a chill run down his spine as he gazed at the smiling Lu Liang. Yet he still clung to a final struggle. Stay with me, and you shall be the second in command of the territory, beneath no one but myself. What woman could you not have? Yet you choose to ally with these two wretches against me? Cecil instinctively believed that Lu Liang had turned against them because of Bai Mu and her daughter. Upon hearing this, a broader smile spread across Lu Liang's face. For these two women? You are mistaken, dear Lord Cecil. What Bai Mu and her daughter promised me is the entire White Rose territory. Although our collaboration encountered minor setbacks, the outcome has been rather pleasant. What? Upon hearing Lu Liang's words, Cecil trembled violently, turning to gaze at Bai Mu. The beauty's face had turned pale, and she even bowed her head in shame under Cecil's scrutinizing gaze. You wretched woman! Cecil shouted furiously. How dare you so easily hand over the ancestral territory to outsiders? If you do not wish to be the Lord, why not simply cede the territory to me? We have been fighting here incessantly, only to end up making garments for another. Cecil screamed, wishing to strangle Bai Mu on the spot. Witnessing this scene, Lu Liang helplessly shook his head, uninterested in explaining to Cecil that Bai Mu's initial intention was to control him. Once Cecil finished his furious tirade, he fixed a piercing gaze on Lu Liang. Commander Lu, do you truly believe that by exterminating the soldiers at the entrance, I will capitulate? As he spoke, the guards within the room raised their weapons, aiming at Lu Liang. To tell you the truth, my 2 legions have been stationed around the Lord's stronghold. Even if your Liyuan legion possesses formidable strength, as long as I do not give the order to open the gates, they shall never breach it. As long as I hold you, Commander Lu, the Liyuan legion will become my forces thereafter. Cecil appeared overly agitated, stepping forward to pick up the blood-stained parchment and thrusting it into Charles's hands. You, transmit this application to the imperial capital at once. He then turned to Lu Liang and the others. As for you, I apologize, but you shall remain here. Once I become the Lord, I shall leave you with intact corpses. You have no chance, Lu Liang sighed, shaking his head slightly. I am entirely aware of all your calculations. At that moment, a peculiar package flew in through the door, landing directly in Charles's hands, who was still in a daze. Curiously, he opened the package, and 2 severed heads, still bearing expressions of terror, fell to the ground. Charles was instantly terrified, collapsing onto the floor and struggling to retreat. Cecil and Levi were equally startled, but ultimately, Cecil mustered his courage to approach and inspect the package. It contained the heads of the commanders from his 2 legions. Suddenly feeling weak in the knees, Cecil fell to the ground. Meanwhile, outside, the sound of boots striking the ground grew louder, and Lu Weiwei, towering over everyone, entered the room, kneeling beside Lu Liang. Master, the Lord's stronghold has been thoroughly cleared, and the guards have all been eliminated. Well done, Lu Liang replied with a smile, glancing at the soldiers in the room who were now in shock. Now, your legion commanders are gone, and the perimeter is entirely under the control of the Liyuan legion. Lu Liang calmly stated a terrifying fact. Do you truly wish to be buried alongside the Deleuze family, who has nothing to do with you? Do not listen to him. Cecil suddenly exclaimed, he is lying. The peripheral troops will definitely not perish. The Lord's fortress is an impregnable stronghold, impossible to breach from the outside. Indeed, the defenses of the Lord's fortress were formidable. If the Liyuan legion intended to seize it through sheer force, they would undoubtedly need to exert considerable effort, Lu Liang remarked, lightly nudging the severed head on the ground. However, with these 2 fellows paving the way, the Liyuan legion can enter the Lord's fortress without obstruction. Enough. Cecil's expression turned almost grotesque, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge his defeat. Soldiers, heed my command now. Eliminate these individuals, and you shall henceforth be my esteemed contributors. I shall not treat you poorly. Yet the soldiers remained motionless, appearing exceedingly hesitant. You, Cecil bellowed, stepping back and pressing his pistol against Bai Mu's head. Mother! Bai Tang cried out, attempting to rush forward, only to be restrained by Lu Liang. Life is akin to a game, Lu Liang stated calmly, disregarding Bai Tang's struggles. One must accept defeat gracefully. If worst comes to worst, we can always restart in 18 years. Lord Cecil, your current demeanor is a clear indication of your inability to accept loss. Get lost. Cecil roared. Now, Lu Liang, dispatch someone immediately to deliver the Lord's resignation to the capital, or I shall kill her. Should Bai Mu perish, you could never ascend as the new lord. In fact, you might find yourself branded a murderer and pursued by the Empire. I certainly cannot become the new lord. Liyuan couldn't help but chuckle, lifting Bai Tang in his arms. But she can. As long as Bai Tang is in my possession, Bai Mu's fate is of no consequence. Cecil was nearly choked with rage, so agitated that he forgot even the simplest of truths. No. Bai Tang struggled desperately in Lu Liang's grasp. I beg you, please save my mother. Apologies, Bai Tang, but I am not a suitable mother. Bai Mu gazed at her tearful daughter, offering a serene smile. Commander Lu, I apologize for my previous actions. Please treat Bai Tang kindly. Allow her to carry on our bloodline, and let her continue as the Lady of the White Roses. This is my only. Bang. Before Bai Mu could finish her sentence, the thick glass of the window behind her shattered, and a silver-white powered armor, accompanied by two crimson figures, burst into the room. Shauna bit down hard on Cecil's wrist, causing him to drop his weapon, while Han Bing, clad in powered armor, swiftly scooped up Bai Mu and darted to Lu Liang's side. Meanwhile, Shajia, unable to locate her target, glared at the guards with a hint of resentment, ready to pounce at Lu Liang's command and tear them apart. Charles, witnessing his father's injury, immediately drew his gun and fired. The bullet struck Shauna's chest, erupting in a cloud of blood. However, the feeble handgun lacked the power to even slow her down, and Shauna lunged forward, sinking her teeth into Charles's throat. Chapter 133. Master, your servant Bai Mu is here to heed your command. Lu, you are truly sinister. Cecil trembled in pain, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Liang. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Lu Liang replied with a smile as he approached Cecil. What can I say? It's simply unfortunate that your offer was insufficient. Certainly. The White Rose territory never belonged to you, and thus you could never offer a price akin to that of Bai Mu. With this, Lu Liang drew his pistol and pressed it against Cecil's head. Wait, Cecil hastily exclaimed. Lu Liang, you may kill me. But considering that I have always treated you with respect, could you spare the Deleuze family? Very well, Lu Liang replied succinctly, I can grant you this. However, before Cecil could finish his sentence, Lu Liang pulled the trigger. The bullet penetrated Cecil's forehead, blossoming into a spray of crimson against the white wall behind him. Cecil's head tilted, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless in an instant. Done, Lu Liang declared, stretching his limbs. I've exhausted myself playing the part in front of this scoundrel for the past few days. Commander Lu, Li Wei exclaimed, suddenly kneeling beside him. Commander Lu, all of this was orchestrated by my father. No, by that old ghost Cecil. I have not threatened you in any way. Lu Liang cast a disdainful glance at him, taking 2 steps back, gradually raising his gun to Li Wei's head. Li Wei, terrified, began to weep, his eyes darting around until they landed on Bai Tang nearby. And he crawled towards her. Bai Tang, please, plead for me with Commander Lu. As he lunged to embrace Bai Tang's leg, she deftly evaded him, causing him to crash against the wall. Ignoring the pain, he crawled back to her feet, sobbing uncontrollably. Bai Tang shook her head, walked over to Lu Liang, and took the pistol from his hands. She understood precisely what needed to be done now. Bai Tang, what are you planning to do? Li Wei's question was abruptly answered by a silver bullet. Once you chose your father, we became enemies, Bai Tang stated, returning the firearm to the astonished Lu Liang. Lu Liang never anticipated that the girl would act so ruthlessly. Were children nowadays truly so fierce? Bai Tang was not alone. Even Yao Chao exhibited such ferocity. Yet, Lu Liang forgot that he was not much older than they were. Mother. Bai Tang then rushed over and embraced the still-dazed Bai Mu, bursting into tears. Bai Mu gazed at Bai Tang for a long moment before tears streamed down her face. My child, I have wronged you during this time. Standing beside Bai Mu, Lu Liang looked down at the mother-daughter duo and said coolly, Lady of the White Rose, may we now engage in a discussion? Of course, Bai Mu replied, gently patting Bai Tang's back, prompting her to step aside. Before we proceed, Commander Lu, please allow me to express my gratitude. Bai Mu inhaled deeply, standing upright and bowing respectfully. Were it not for you, my daughter and I would likely be facing a dire fate. Once Cecil secured his position as Lord, he would undoubtedly have not allowed the bloodline of the White Rose family to persist. In truth, Lu Liang longed to inform her that Cecil had already agreed to sell the two of them into slavery, but upon reflection, he decided against it. Without acknowledging Bai Mu's gratitude, Lu Liang retrieved a black leather collar from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. Put it on, he commanded. Bai Mu was taken aback, her mouth slightly agape as she gazed in astonishment at the collar lying before her. It was merely a psychic suppressor. Lu Liang smiled. To be honest, I do harbor some trepidation regarding your psychic abilities, which necessitates the use of this device to control you. Otherwise, who knows when you might take control of my people? I understand. Bai Mu exhaled, obediently picking up the collar and toying with it. A playful smile suddenly gracing her face. But may I inquire why you chose this particular model? There are many styles of psychic suppressors, including rings and bracelets. As she spoke, she cast a curious glance at Lu Liang, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Perhaps a meddlesome subordinate is overly concerned? Lu Liang remarked, glancing back at Li Shirua, who cheekily stuck out her tongue. At that moment, Norton and Lin Yu approached. Lin Yu immediately knelt on one knee. Master, you cannot wear that. The White Rose territory is yours. You are the master of this land. She raised her head, fixing a fierce gaze upon Lu Liang. Here, you need not heed anyone's commands. Commander Lu, I am immensely grateful for your rescue of our lord from peril, but if you seek to usurp his position, I shall be the first to oppose. Norton declared, the drill on his arm whirring ominously, prepared to sacrifice his life in loyalty. Outside, Li Shirua and the others, witnessing the tense standoff, immediately aimed their weapons at the two men, the atmosphere growing increasingly fraught. Just then, a crisp sound cut through the tension. Bai Mu, wearing the gentlest of smiles, fastened the collar around her own neck. Master Yu. Lin Yu gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Ignoring Lin Yu's astonishment, Bai Mu stepped forward to Lu Liang, gazing up at the young man before her. Master, she proclaimed, kneeling on one knee. I, Bai Mu, await your commands. Master I, Bai Tang, await your commands, Bai Tang cheerfully echoed, following Bai Mu and also kneeling. That evening, at the headquarters of the Liyuan Legion, the last vestiges of twilight had vanished. In a barren area of the White Rose territory unsuitable for cultivation, a massive bonfire provided warmth to all. The two fortresses of the Liyuan Legion illuminated with headlights, and the female soldiers' faces lit up with excitement as they inhaled the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat, unable to suppress their salivation. In an unexpected turn, Li Shirua, serving as the deputy, took charge of the barbecue, directing a group of female cooks in grilling skewers of meat. Even more surprisingly, Bai Mu was among them. The leather collar around her neck did not appear out of place. Rather, it added an alluring sense of restraint to her beauty. According to her own declaration, she had recognized Lu Liang as her master, placing her on the same level as the female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion. In a sense, Li Shirua was still her superior. This time, the Liyuan Legion's banquet was not held within the fortress, but was instead hosted in a patch of wasteland in the White Rose territory, transforming it into a lively barbecue soiree. Thus, everything is meticulously orchestrated within your plan? Norton inquired, his gaze fixed curiously upon Lu Liang, his wine glass trembling slightly in his grip. Of course, why else would I have summoned you at such an hour? Lu Liang replied, adjusting himself comfortably in his chair. Chapter 134. White sugar is a replicant. Could you elucidate this matter further for me? Norton asked, still somewhat incredulous. In truth, it is rather straightforward. Last night, Lu Weiwei's elite unit located the commanders of the two legions under Cecil's command. Hence, when we launched our assault on the convoy, those two legions were unable to provide any support, Lu Liang explained. Indeed, Lu Weiwei instructed the two commanders to inform Cecil's subordinates that they were under siege. Lu Liang continued, finishing his beer in one swift motion. However, in reality, those two legions never received any orders to mobilize. They were entirely intercepted at the command level. The purpose behind this maneuver was to furnish the Liyuan Legion with a legitimate reason for their deployment. Although I could have circumvented him and directly ordered the Liyuan Legion to strike, Cecil is notoriously suspicious, and such an action might have jeopardized his trust in me. As for the situation within the Lord's fortress, it is considerably more intricate. According to the two commanders, the majority of the garrison within the fortress are Cecil's loyalists, who heed only his commands. Therefore, I must arrange for Lu Weiwei's personnel to infiltrate in disguise, seizing the opportunity to open the fortress gates and allow the Liyuan Legion entry. Lu Liang accepted a skewer presented by a female soldier and continued, in reality, I have not employed any particularly sophisticated tactics. To put it plainly, it all comes down to the sheer force of our superiority. I see, Norton nodded, raising his glass. I never anticipated that Commander Lu, at such a youthful age, could devise a scheme to this extent. It truly humbles me. Too kind, Liyuan replied with a smile, clinking his glass against Norton's. In fact, I hold great admiration for you as well. Despite the dire circumstances, you still dared to take such considerable risks for Baimu. Firearms are indiscriminate. You were leading the charge at that moment, and if you had fallen by my hand, I would have had no choice but to label you a traitor. At this juncture, Liyuan abruptly shifted his tone. Or perhaps, you have already been ensnared by Baimu? At these words, Norton paused momentarily, then resumed drinking as if unaffected. It has been a long time since I felt this unencumbered. Now that your power has subdued the Lord, I have finally attained my freedom. Oh, it appears that Baimu is indeed a person willing to resort to any means for the sake of power, Liyuan said, narrowing his eyes as he turned to gaze at the beautiful woman, whose forehead was now glistening with a light sheen of perspiration. You are mistaken, Norton suddenly asserted with gravity. I have watched the Lord grow since childhood, and I am well aware of her capabilities. The Lord awakened her spiritual powers at the age of 20, causing quite a stir in the city at the time. Intrigued, Liyuan set his glass aside, gesturing for Norton to continue. On the day she turned 20, her father, who was then the Lord, approached me with a momentous revelation. Baimu is with child. Upon hearing the news, I was taken aback. The young lady, blessed with innate beauty, despite having an endless stream of suitors, had never engaged in any romantic entanglements. The young lady herself was in a state of panic, yet the Lord was unconvinced and insisted on uncovering the identity of the child's father. However, the young lady remained oblivious to this truth. In the end, I utilized connections from my youth to summon a physician from the Royal Medical Academy in the imperial capital for a diagnosis, leading to a peculiar revelation. The child bore solely the genetic traits of the young lady Baimu, suggesting that they were not mother and daughter, but rather a flawless replica. Liyuan received the terminal, which displayed a photograph of Baitang languidly seated on a bed with a teddy bear, indulging in candies. What is peculiar about this photo? Liyuan inquired with curiosity. Examine the timestamp, Norton replied, pouring himself another drink. Goodness, over 20 years ago, Liyuan exclaimed, drawing the attention of the surrounding female soldiers. This is a photograph of Baimu from her youth. Norton reclaimed the data terminal. Doesn't she resemble the current Baitang perfectly? Liyuan was rendered speechless, turning to glance curiously at Baitang, who was engaged in a cheerful discussion with Yao Chao, both radiating joy. Ultimately, the child was born, now known as Miss Baitang. Norton continued. However, at the very moment of Baitang's birth, Baimu acquired the ability to control others. Liyuan nodded, reflecting on the fact that humanity had yet to comprehend the origin of psychic abilities in this world. However, the shortcomings of this ability were glaring. Firstly, each use brought upon excruciating, nightmarish pain. Secondly, the subject needed to be completely unsuspecting of the young lady. Most critically, each failed attempt at exerting this power led to a significant depletion of Baitang's vitality, necessitating her lifelong consumption of high-calorie foods to sustain her existence. Liyuan nodded. The lingering doubts that had plagued him were now resolved. If Baimu's abilities were such, why not directly control Cecil as she did Norton? It appeared that Cecil's long-standing ambition for the lordship had ultimately rescued him. Moreover, allow me to share a secret. Norton, noticing Liyuan's contemplative expression, furtively glanced around. In truth, I willingly subjected myself to the Lord's control. He chuckled. It may sound absurd, but I am not a person of particularly steadfast will. Norton offered a resigned smile. In my youth, when faced with self-interest and threats, I too have yielded. However, the debt I owe to Baimu's father is immense. Had it not been for him, I would have nearly faced a military tribunal. To repay this kindness, I am willing to dedicate everything, even my life, to the Lord of the White Rose. Thus, I sought out Baimu, who had become the Lord, willingly allowing her to place the shackles upon me. I understand. Liyuan maintained a facade of calm, yet inwardly berated Norton for his foolishness. The notion of surrendering one's fate into another's hands was something he could never fathom doing. Having lived for 18 years in this world, Liyuan has gained a profound understanding of the malevolence inherent in human nature. However, General Norton, Liyuan's voice deepened, laced with a hint of menace. You're fully aware of the current state of affairs regarding the White Rose faction. The true authority lies with me. Whether you perceive this as counsel or a threat, I must inform you that should I uncover any ulterior motives on your part, rest assured, your fate will not be markedly better than Cecil's. Without needing your input, I comprehend the situation Norton responded with an unusual calmness, which indeed took Lu Liang by surprise. Since Bai Mu has already acknowledged you as her master, and you have left a nominal lordship position for the White Rose family, I am not one to be oblivious to the political climate. It is fortunate that the White Rose family has reached such an outcome. As Norton leaned closer to Lu Liang, he whispered, by the way, you've already taken both of them. Why not add another to secure a place for your young daughter? Lu Liang's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to glance at Lin Yu, who was still attending to Bai Mu. You truly are a remarkable father. Chapter 135. Unlocking Level 4 Blueprint Interface. That night, in Bai Mu's chamber, Lu Liang could not help but reflect. Even with diminished strength, the life of a lord remained lavish. The softness of the bed alone was a testament to this. Reclining upon it, he found himself nearly engulfed, unable to rise. Inhaling the fragrant scent of the blankets, he finally accessed the long-neglected system to check his prestige value. A month had passed, and all pertinent news had circulated. Although the impact would continue to amplify, the explosive growth phase of the data should have concluded. Lu Liang was genuinely curious. After exerting such effort to create a significant stir, how much benefit would it yield him? Name: Lu Liang. Prestige value: 480,000. Prestige level: notable. Congratulations, host. Your prestige level has increased, rewarding you with 4 stamina points. Stamina: 18, average male, 10. Inventory: 1 blueprint for Rhino-class heavy power armor. 1 blueprint for a Gauss rifle, 1 blueprint for a Bronze Shield-class heavy armored defensive vehicle, 1 blueprint for Shadow-type stealth camouflage fabric production process. Congratulations, host. Prestige level upgraded. Unlocking level 4 blueprint tier. What on earth? Lu Liang was astonished to find he had accumulated such a wealth of prestige points. With this, the previously astronomical figures for level 3 weapon blueprints would now be within reach. However, now that level 4 weapon blueprints had been unlocked, Lu Liang felt a burgeoning sense of superiority regarding the former level 3 weaponry with newfound disdain. As he opened the level 4 weapon interface, Lu Liang briefly perused the options. If level 3 weaponry represented the pinnacle of human technology, then the level 4 blueprints transcended human comprehension. 1,000 single-soldier folding earth-shattering cannon. Price: 350,000 prestige points. Gazing at such a staggering price, Lu Liang swallowed hard. According to the dynamic demonstration provided by the system, this weapon was a foldable design, presumably akin to the reconnaissance helicopter Ireina gifted him, yet far more advanced. When folded, it resembles a suitcase, yet upon unfolding, it astonishingly reaches a height of several meters and can be deployed by a single soldier. The most terrifying aspect is its effective strike range of over 30 kilometers, coupled with remarkable accuracy. Should we manufacture several of these devices, we would merely need to transport our soldiers to designated locations to execute long-range bombardments on distant adversaries. In comparison to contemporary armaments, the artillery of the Liyuan Legion indeed falls short. Replacing it with the earth-shattering cannon would elevate the Legion's long-range firepower to an entirely new echelon. After all, relying solely on Gauss rifles is insufficient in the face of large-scale warfare. Dusk-class magnetic levitation heavy tank. Price: 400,000 prestige points. Description: this tank utilizes extraterrestrial technology, allowing it to resonate with planetary magnetic fields, enabling it to hover in mid-air, significantly enhancing the mobility of heavy tanks, reaching speeds of up to 400. Due to the tank's ability to manipulate surrounding magnetic fields, conventional firepower cannot directly strike its surface, greatly augmenting its defensive capabilities. Lu Liang blinked, succinctly appraising it as a devastating weapon. According to the animated demonstration, the magnetic field of the Dusk-class tank can redirect incoming projectiles, ensuring that even explosions in close proximity inflict no damage whatsoever. Coupled with a velocity of 400, this heralds a return to the rhythm of blitzkrieg. The interface of the Level 4 store differs from previous iterations. To view detailed descriptions, one must possess a sufficient amount of prestige points. Currently, Lu Liang can only afford these 2 products. Notably, the final entry in this tier features a monster priced at 1 million prestige points. However, Lu Liang soon discovered a commendable aspect of this tier. Perhaps due to the exorbitant prices and the rarity of production materials, the system ensures that upon purchasing a blueprint, a corresponding weapon is gifted free of charge. This means that henceforth, He will no longer find himself in the absurd predicament of holding blueprints without the necessary materials for creation. Previously, Liyuan had identified this issue. Even with ample prestige points to exchange for powerful weapon blueprints, the lack of materials posed a significant challenge. To date, he possessed 2 level 3 equipment blueprints. Yet the practical outcomes were scant. The materials for the Shadow Cloak are relatively easy to obtain, but it is not designed for direct combat. As for the Rhino-class power armor, he has yet to produce even 1 unit. He had long forgotten the promise made to Su Wanbing regarding equipping her entire assault team. Nevertheless, even without the requisite materials, receiving one for free from the system is undoubtedly a remarkable value. This is a level 4 weapon, a pinnacle yet to be reached on the entire Blue Star. Even a solitary unit would undoubtedly serve as a cataclysmic weapon. Excitedly, Liyuan opened the shop and began browsing. As expected, the prices of these blueprints were even more outrageous than those of level 3. Fortunately, my reputation is sufficient to exchange for 1 or 2 items without issue. However, the current dilemma lies in my apparent lack of need for any exchange. In fact, Liyuan contemplated an even more extreme maneuver. Should I find myself in a perilous situation, I could simply purchase a level 4 blueprint at that moment, allowing the system to materialize the corresponding weapon at my side. The mere thought of it exhilarated me. While Liyuan was lost in this reverie, a melodious voice interrupted his thoughts. "Master, your servant has returned." At that moment, the door swung open, and Bai Mu entered the room, kneeling by the bed. "Come sit here," Liyuan gestured with a nod, retracting the system interface and turning his attention to Bai Mu. She was clad in a silver-white armor reminiscent of the medieval era, her silver boots making a soft creaking sound against the plush carpet. Draped in a long white cloak, she exuded a blend of femininity and the resolute demeanor of a leader. Yet, it was evident that this attire bore no combat prowess. Even the weakest handgun could pierce through this armor, rendering it purely ceremonial. Bai Mu removed her cloak and dutifully attached the chain to her collar, offering the other end to Liyuan before seating herself beside him, her delicate hands resting on the military uniform. "Have all matters been attended to?" Liyuan inquired softly. "Yes," Bai Mu replied with a gentle nod, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Bai Tang had already informed her of Liyuan's preferences. Following this, she leaned forward slightly, parting her lips. "The charges of treason against the Deleuze family have been substantiated. As per your command, all male members of the Deleuze family are to be executed, while the females shall be relegated to the lowest ranks of laborers for servitude. Once the council convenes tomorrow, execution will commence immediately." "Excellent," Liyuan nodded. He had previously promised Cecil to preserve a trace of the Deleuze lineage. He could not afford to break that vow. The chain tightened in his hand, causing Bai Mu to wince slightly, prompting her to increase her compliance. "Let those women be among the lowest of laborers. Their descendants shall remain in servitude for eternity. That is my utmost mercy." Furthermore, the proposal for the division of the 2 legions previously controlled by Cecil has been drafted and awaits discussion at tomorrow's assembly. Additionally, all officers within these legions are to be dismissed. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu's tongue stilled mid-motion. "But master, if we proceed in such a manner, it may incite discontent among the soldiers." In response, Liyuan gently caressed Bai Mu's head, cherishing the warmth. "Inform them that Lord White Rose holds no grudges. As long as they remain loyal, they will be reinstated to their former positions after 3 years, contingent upon their performance." Though these 2 legions revolted alongside Cecil, it was largely out of compulsion. After all, that was the command of their legion commander. Who would dare oppose it? Moreover, I cannot execute all officers, as it would incite panic among the soldiers and hinder unity. With both legion commanders having met their demise, this serves as a significant deterrent for them. Taking a step back, the prowess of the Liyuan Legion is evident to all. However, few are aware that the Lady of the White Rose has become a slave to Liyuan. Most still believe that the Liyuan Legion merely swears allegiance to her. Nonetheless, Liyuan does not intend to take this lightly. Who knows how deep Cecil's machinations have extended over the years, and to what ranks he has infiltrated. Should any of these individuals be his loyal adherents, Liyuan would find himself at a disadvantage. "Understood, master," Bai Mu said ambiguously. "Moreover, since the Deleuze family no longer exists, I plan to arrange for the sisters of the Liyuan Legion to reside in the estate previously owned by the Deleuze family. The environment there is even more pleasant than here, and I believe the sisters will surely appreciate it." "Very well," Liyuan nodded. aware that he now resided in luxurious quarters and could not allow the sisters of the Liyuan Legion to remain cramped in the fortress dormitory. It was time for them to experience the beauty of the world. Chapter 136. Clearing the House. 1. On the following morning, Liyuan opened his eyes to find that the beauty who should have been nestled in his embrace was instead kneeling on the carpet, her neck bound by an iron chain. He reached out to caress her snow-white hair, and Bai Mu, akin to a pet being tenderly stroked by its master, narrowed her eyes and gently suckled on Lu Liang's fingers. This woman bore a different essence from those of the Liyuan Legion. She was more enchanting yet retained a youthful innocence. Furthermore, she possessed an acute understanding of his intentions, at least in certain respects, for otherwise she would not have sent Bai Tang to stealthily learn from Yao Chao. As he lifted the covers, a splash of vibrant red appeared on the sheets. It seemed Norton was correct. Bai Tang truly was a doppelganger of Bai Mu. Stretching languidly, Lu Liang rose and gently tugged at the chain, prompting the woman to obediently draw closer. After a while, the two dressed themselves. Ordinarily, Bai Mu would be assisted by Lin Yu during her dressing, but now she had to dress herself and serve Lu Liang as well. Watching her fumble with the ties around her neck in a somewhat comical manner, Lu Liang chuckled, stepped behind her, and helped fasten them. "Thank you, master." Bai Mu's cheeks flushed slightly. Although she was indeed Lu Liang's slave, he had treated her with great tenderness the previous night, much like he did his other women. This filled her with a secret delight, for she had initially believed that he regarded her solely as a slave and a puppet. Bai Mu had witnessed how men could torment their female slaves, especially the beautiful ones. However, the reality exceeded her expectations by far. If this state of affairs could be maintained, it would be quite agreeable. Feeling the warmth of the man's hand on her back, Bai Mu revealed a contented smile. The two exited the room and made their way toward the conference hall. After such significant events the previous day, as the Lord, Bai Mu needed to provide the ministers of her territory with an explanation. "Master, among these ministers, there are likely still Cecil's accomplices," Bai Mu cautiously reminded him along the way. "Such a coup would undoubtedly be executed by Cecil with utmost stealth. It is likely that they remain unaware of Cecil's demise and may seize the opportunity to confront us. Let us send them to meet Cecil instead." A cold smile graced Lu Liang's lips as he lightly pinched the voluptuous curves of Bai Mu's figure, with the head wolf deceased. "What remains is merely a pack of dogs, of no consequence at all." Upon entering the conference hall, all the ministers had already taken their seats. As Bai Mu stepped in, they rose in unison to pay their respects. Among them were a few whose ages seemed comparable to Cecil's, yet their faces bore traces of disdain. However, the moment they beheld Lu Liang trailing behind Bai Mu, shock washed over their features. No one anticipated that just days after exchanging pleasantries with Cecil, Commander Liyuan would make an appearance here. Based on the events of the previous day, the ministers had concocted a narrative starkly opposed to reality. The Minister of Seals, Cecil, had supposedly invited Commander Lu Liang of the Liyuan Legion to the Lord's castle for discussions of great importance, only to be ambushed by the loyal General Norton of the White Rose Lordship along the way. In that moment of peril, Commander Lu remained unflappable, rallying the Liyuan Legion for support. Indeed, the prowess of the Liyuan Legion was extraordinary. In less than 2.5 hours, they decimated Norton's forces and captured the general himself. This led many to believe that today's assembly was convened to adjudicate General Norton. The attendees were not fools. They had long recognized the discord between the Deleuze family and the White Rose family. To put it plainly, it was merely the bullying of a vulnerable family. However, for most present, such matters held little significance. Who held power was of no concern as long as they could continue to enjoy their lavish lifestyles. Thus, their choice was to remain passive observers. Yet now, Lu Liang intended to gradually eradicate these parasites, ensuring they understood that the days of their gluttonous indulgence were irrevocably over. Choosing to govern a territory, Lu Liang had no intention of merely enjoying a tranquil retirement. The White Rose Lord sought to transform her agricultural domain into an industrial powerhouse akin to the Black Tiger territory in the shortest time possible, fervently developing military industry to lay a solid foundation for her dominance over the Blue Star. Why would he have come along with the Lord? Was it not said that the Liyuan Legion had wholeheartedly aligned with Lord Cecil? Indeed, when the Lord met with them, Lu Liang's demeanor was rather nonchalant. How could they have become so closely entwined so swiftly? The ministers below engaged in hushed discussions, many seemingly searching for Cecil, yet he was nowhere to be found. Paying no heed to the murmurs below, Bai Mu elegantly settled upon the throne, while Liyuan unceremoniously occupied the position of the Minister of Seals. This action caused a stir among Cecil's followers. Silence. The steward, noticing the Lord's seating, signaled for quiet. The assembly quickly fell silent. All eyes turned toward Bai Mu. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are aware of the purpose for which you have been summoned today. Bai Mu's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly throughout the hall. Trust me, everyone knows this gentleman beside me, Bai Mu remarked, gesturing toward Liyuan. He is the commander of the Liyuan Legion and the new compatriot of the White Rose Territory, Lord Liyuan. Henceforth, he shall join the White Rose Territory as the Lord's consort. With his presence and the support of the Liyuan Legion, the future of the White Rose Territory shall undoubtedly be brighter. Upon hearing this, many faces in the crowd displayed astonishment. The Lord was to be wed, and yet not a single person present had been aware. Moreover, it was crucial to note that even if Liyuan was the Lord's husband, he lacked the qualifications to sit in the position of the Chancellor of Seals. May I inquire, Lord? Suddenly, a stooped old man, supported by a servant, trembled as he stood. Why has Lord Cecil not attended the meeting? In the past, Lord Cecil was always the one to preside over these gatherings. The Lord's marriage is a matter of great significance and should not be taken lightly. I believe it would be prudent to wait for Lord Cecil's arrival before making any decisions. As soon as he finished speaking, several voices of agreement arose. What the elder says is correct. It is best to wait for Lord Cecil and Lord Charles to arrive before making any decisions. Indeed, such a momentous occasion as the Lord's marriage certainly requires careful deliberation. Absolutely. Only once Lord Cecil arrives can we discuss the wedding and its arrangements. Since when does the Lord's marriage need a subject's approval? Exactly. Are you implying that if Lord Cecil does not come, the Lord's marriage shall be cancelled? Let us set aside the matter of marriage for now. Commander Liu, as merely a legion commander, sitting in the Chancellor of Seal's seat, is already an overstep. This alone is sufficient to send him to the guillotine. Upon hearing these words, Bai Mu cast a regretful smile towards Liyuan. During his period of confinement, the sentiments of the ministers had gradually shifted, with many who had once remained loyal to him now leaning toward Cecil. Aside from those loyal to Norton, the remaining few were silent, while the majority had aligned themselves with Cecil. Liyuan, on the other hand, bore a smile. The current situation was exceedingly advantageous for him. To cultivate the White Rose Territory, it was imperative to cleanse the internal dissenters. Unexpectedly, upon his mere appearance, these individuals had revealed their true colors. This spared him the time and effort of a gradual cleanup. Chapter 137. Cleansing the Ranks. 2. Cecil will not be coming. Liyuan's words instantly silenced the uproar. And like Bai Mu, his voice was soft, yet the weight it carried was incomparable to Bai Mu's. Or rather, he shall never come again. What do you mean? The elderly man who had just stood up questioned, wide-eyed. What do I mean? Can you not discern? Liyuan scoffed. That old fool is dead. Executed for treason by my hand. Dead. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly regained his composure. Young man, do not jest. I was present when you first met Lord Cecil. You and Lord Cecil hit it off famously. He held you in high regard. The old man gazed into Liyuan's eyes, growing increasingly anxious with every word he spoke. Upon reflection, even a fool would not choose to jest in such a dire circumstance. Liyuan shrugged, aware that these individuals would be haunted for a lifetime unless they laid eyes on the bodies. With a subtle wave of his hand, Liyuan entered the room, casting a bloodied package onto the table. Two ghastly heads emerged from within, sending the scene into chaos, with some timid ministers crying out in terror. Lord Cecil, Lord Charles. The old man suddenly exclaimed, You truly killed them. Liyuan smiled and nodded. They committed treason, and according to the laws of the White Rose Territory, the penalty for treason is decapitation and the extermination of their entire clan. Treason. The old man appeared visibly shaken, collapsing into a chair, gasping for breath. Someone. A middle-aged man sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Liyuan. Murder of the Chancellor and the military commander. Such a crime warrants death. Seize this Liyuan at once. This man was Charles's deputy, one of the few who understood the ambitions of the Deleuze family. In his eyes, the Lord's fortress was still under his command. Even if Cecil were truly dead, he believed he could maintain control. However, no soldiers entered through the main door, as if the man's earlier outcry had fallen on deaf ears. Seeing this, the man assumed his voice lacked sufficient volume and shouted again, this time finally prompting the entrance of others. Lu Weiwei, accompanied by a cadre of tall female soldiers, strode into the assembly without hesitation. She swiftly drew a dagger and hurled it with precision. The sharp blade pierced the man's heart, and he collapsed, his eyes rolling back in death. The atmosphere erupted into chaos once more. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm, Lu Liang announced as he rose from his seat. The Liyuan Legion has now assumed responsibility for the security of the Lord's fortress. Any act of defiance against the Lord will be met with the most severe consequences. With a gentle gesture, the elves revealed Gauss rifles from beneath their cloaks, their barrels now aimed at the assembly. What do you intend to do? The elderly man who had spoken earlier cried out in alarm, but Lu Liang did not grant him the opportunity to continue. He commanded them to pull the trigger. Instantly, the once pristine conference hall transformed into a sea of blood. A dozen ministers had their brains pierced by the Gauss rifles, the ensuing splatter even showering their companions seated nearby. The surviving ministers erupted into frantic cries. Though accustomed to privilege, these hardened men had never witnessed such a scene. Some were paralyzed with fear, while a few fainted outright. Many attempted to flee the room, only to be forcibly restrained in their seats by the female elves under Lu Weiwei's command. Lu Liang did not intervene. He allowed their cries to echo through the hall, while Bai Mu moved a chair beside Lu Liang, closing her eyes and gently leaning into his embrace, seemingly unable to bear the horrific spectacle. After a long while, tranquility finally enveloped the conference hall. The attendees realized that not all had been slaughtered, but rather, selections had been made. It appeared that those executed were all affiliated with Cecil. From the moment Lu Liang entered the hall, he had already begun to discern friend from foe. Whether seated in the position of the Chancellor or casting out Cecil's head, all actions were merely intended to unveil Cecil's accomplices. The White Rose territory would soon become his stronghold. Lu Liang had no desire for any hindrances while waging battles abroad. Even if he could not entirely eradicate Cecil's faction this time, the act served as a warning to others. As he expanded and grew stronger, those who benefited would no longer oppose him. It appeared that the pests had been thoroughly eliminated. Lu Liang glanced at the assembly, gently patted Bai Mu's back, and ordered her to step aside. Fear not, everyone. I trust you are all the most loyal servants of the White Rose Lord. Casting a knowing glance at Lu Weiwei, the elven princess understood and commanded her kin to remove the bodies, eventually leading them out through the grand door of the conference room. With the armed individuals departed, the ministers exhaled in relief. Many, disregarding the bloodstains remaining on their chairs, slumped down in exhaustion. Shall we commence with today's agenda? Lu Liang urged, as the air in the room was far from pleasant. My lord, an elder, seemingly of similar age to Cecil, rose respectfully and bowed to Lu Liang. Everything is at your command. It was evident to many that the actual control of the White Rose territory had shifted since entering the assembly hall. Bai Mu, the Lord, had uttered only 2 opening remarks and had not spoken since. Shockingly, during the earlier chaos, she had disregarded her lordly authority and leaned against Lu Liang like a mere woman. The current leadership was unmistakably apparent. Everything is at your command. The officials rose in unison, bowing to Lu Liang. Excellent. At this, a smile graced Lu Liang's face. First, I would like to introduce someone. He clapped his hands gently, and the grand doors of the conference hall opened once more. Norton, who had remained out of sight until now, strode confidently into the hall and knelt on one knee before Bai Mu and Lu Liang. My lord Commander Lu, I believe you are all more familiar with General Norton than I am, Lu Liang said, beaming at the crowd. From today onward, he shall resume his role as the military overseer of the White Rose territory. After stating this, Lu Liang indicated the empty seat beside him, which Norton accepted without hesitation. Though surprised, the assembly dared not voice their thoughts. The individual previously labeled a traitor had now transformed into the military commander of the territory, while the chancellor had become a casualty of this upheaval. Such is the unpredictability of the world. Now, I shall issue the first command, Lu Liang stated, taking a document from Linyu and tossing it onto the table. The White Rose territory must transform from an agrarian domain into a stronghold of heavy industry within 3 years. The specifics of this plan will require further discussion, but I shall promptly procure a vast array of industrial equipment to expedite the transformation of the White Rose territory into a large-scale weapon production facility akin to an industrial fortress. Upon hearing these words, The crowd was momentarily taken aback, still reeling from the recent carnage, when Liyuan dropped yet another bombshell. "My lord," the elderly gentleman interjected once more, "transforming the economic structure of a territory is no trivial endeavor. Indeed, the White Rose territory had long relied on agriculture as its foundation and had consistently languished at the lower rungs of the empire's hierarchy. The meager funds available were scarcely sufficient to cover the existing military expenditures, leaving only enough for the nobility's indulgences. Moreover, to evolve into an industrial territory, a plethora of skilled engineers and armament specialists would be required, resources that the White Rose territory sorely lacked. Otherwise, how could it have endured the bullying from neighboring lords for so many years, both in terms of economic strength and human resources? The White Rose territory was ill-equipped to support such a monumental transformation. Nodding in agreement with the elder's remarks, the assembly reached a consensus. "If manpower is insufficient, we can recruit," Liyuan murmured. "If funds are lacking, we can seize." At these words, the crowd gazed at Liyuan in stunned silence. He appeared less like a commander and more akin to a ruthless pirate. "Sir, when you speak of seizing, are you suggesting?" The elder hesitated, struggling to believe Liyuan's words. "Merely acquiring it freely from others," Liyuan replied, casting a sidelong glance at him before addressing the Minister of Finance. "How much do we have left in the White Rose territory's coffers?" "Approximately 10 million units of ether crystals," the Minister of Finance, a woman in her 40s yet still possessing an alluring charm, responded. "However, this year's grain yield has been relatively good, including the harvest yet to be received. Our income this year is projected to increase by about 30% compared to previous years. When this batch of grain arrives, we should have around 13 million units of ether crystals." Upon hearing this, Liyuan shook his head. While such an amount might seem like a fortune to an ordinary person, it was utterly insufficient to transform a baronial territory into an industrial one. Even if he pooled all his savings, it would merely suffice to establish a rudimentary framework. To fully operationalize an industrial territory, at least double that sum would be necessary. However, Liyuan was adept at acquiring funds through less conventional means. Except for the proceeds from the sale of the Celis oil fields, every last resource the Liyuan Legion possessed had been forcibly taken from other legions. Yet this time was different. Liyuan resolved not to target the legions under the Lord's command. If he were to undertake this venture, it had to be grand in scale. Transfer all deposits to the Liyuan Legion's account. "What?" The crowd gasped collectively, while the Minister of Finance turned pale, trembling in her seat. A singular thought emerged in everyone's mind. Could this fellow truly be planning to siphon all the White Rose territory's funds into his own account and then abscond? "My lord, if you transfer all the funds, how will we manage the territory's basic expenses?" The minister's voice quivered, for she knew that should anything go awry, she would bear the brunt of the responsibility. "Weren't you just saying that this year's harvest has been favorable?" Liyuan smiled at the Chancellor of Finance, saying, "Once we sell the newly harvested grain in a couple of days, we should be able to withstand this winter without issue." A military official interjected. "What about the tribute we owe? If we fail to pay it on time, the surrounding lords will surely be displeased with us. If their armies were to besiege us, what would you do, my lord? Would you simply flee, leaving the White Rose territory to fend for itself?" The assembly was taken aback, staring incredulously at the official, wondering what audacity allowed him to confront Liyuan so boldly. Had he forgotten the recent bloodshed? The stains on the ground were still fresh. However, several younger officers also rose to express their dissatisfaction with Liyuan, albeit less bluntly than the previous speaker. Silence. Linyu, who had been standing behind Bai Mu, suddenly interjected. The officers, upon seeing Linyu, recoiled as if they had encountered a cat, returning to their seats in frustration. These were all officers under Linyu's command. Norton leaned closer to Liyuan and whispered, "Do not misconstrue their intentions. They are not targeting you. As the younger faction within the White Rose territory, they genuinely care about its future. Most of them have humble beginnings and have risen through the ranks due to their military achievements. You need not worry, for they have yet to involve themselves in any familial disputes." Norton continued, "I know that in due time, the leadership of the White Rose territory will undergo significant changes under your guidance. You should take the opportunity to nurture these individuals. Trust me, they will not disappoint you." Upon hearing this, Liyuan was momentarily taken aback, but then felt a sense of relief, realizing that there were indeed individuals within the White Rose territory who genuinely cared for its well-being. These officers, all in their 30s or 40s, bore scars from the ravages of war and glared at him, yet remained silent under Liyuan's authoritative presence. Some individuals, however, were pleased with the younger faction's emergence, notably those family heads who wished to maintain the status quo. With the younger faction no longer speaking up, these heads quickly chimed in. Indeed, if the surrounding lords were to attack, we would be doomed. Absolutely, if the Liyuan Legion were to retreat, our people would suffer. Commander Lu, I believe we should pursue some reforms. Maintaining our current way of life is quite satisfactory. Let us adhere to Master Lu Liang's directives. Just as the tension escalated, Bai Mu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. I am the Lord of the White Rose territory, and its funds are my own. I hereby command that my money be transferred to the Liyuan Legion's account. I trust there will be no objections. As she spoke, Bai Mu offered a gentle smile, yet within her eyes flickered a glimmer of menace. It was clear that any dissent would lead to dire consequences. Those present were well acquainted with Bai Mu. She had always been a gentle lord, never forcing anyone to act against their will. One could only wonder what spell Lu Liang had cast upon her to transform her into this resolute figure. Or perhaps it can be said that Bai Mu's true nature is precisely this. Her previous demeanor was merely a fade. Indeed, my lord. The Minister of Finance has maintained a cordial relationship with Bai Mu and is among her few friends. He is undoubtedly aware of her genuine character and immediately knelt on one knee, declaring, I shall attend to this at once. I hope there are no misunderstandings. Lu Liang understood that he needed to clarify matters. Otherwise, the younger military officers would be disheartened. The funds I withdrew from the account were not intended to abandon you and flee. Surely, you have heard of the exploits of the Liyuan Legion. Here, I shall divulge that the Liyuan Legion's rapid ascendance from a mere fringe military force to one of formidable combat capability is attributable not only to the bravery of its members, but, more crucially, to our advanced weaponry. Otherwise, how could I have dared to assault the three main legions under the Black Tiger Lord and annihilate them? Without the support of such equipment, how could I have seized the Celis oil field overnight? Lu Liang's words were light, yet struck the hearts of the listeners like nails. To my knowledge, the White Rose territory has long been bullied by surrounding lords, annually required to pay substantial tributes. The sole reason for this predicament is, to put it plainly, the weakness of your legion's combat prowess. The so-called strongest Stinger Legion was utterly vanquished by an inconsequential minor faction under the Black Tiger Lord. In such a territory, who else could be bullied if not you? In this world, the weak are destined to be oppressed by others. I suspect some of you can surmise the truth. Indeed, I possess multiple advanced weapon schematics. Lu Liang ceased his pretense. The White Rose territory is now under my control, and I will utilize your funds to upgrade the weaponry of all legions within the territory. Subsequently, all external tributes will be halted. Once the lords become aware of this, they will surely press against our army. Ultimately, we shall either eliminate them and seize their wealth or compel them to submit to us, providing annual resources as tribute. Upon hearing this, the conference room fell into a profound silence. The more Lu Liang spoke, the more fervent he became, his eyes betraying a hint of madness. He was wagering the entire White Rose territory. Two words surged in everyone's minds: madman. Indeed, these ministers, accustomed to wielding power, remained unfazed by the substantial tributes required each year, as these burdens largely fell upon the common folk of the territory and did not significantly impact their lives. The only source of discontent stemmed from the fact that the White Rose family, now diminished in numbers, relied on these ministers' families for both personnel and finances to negotiate marriages with other lords. Witnessing their beloved daughters married off to others, enduring humiliation due to their family's weakness, is a bitter pill for any parent to swallow. If one possessed sufficient strength, who would not wish to stand tall and live with dignity? The perennial frailty of the White Rose territory has become an undeniable truth in the eastern domain of the empire. My lord, after nearly 10 minutes of silence, the same officer stood up, seemingly resolute. I, a humble servant, am willing to heed your arrangements. To this end, I am prepared to donate all my assets, which amount to approximately 10,000 units of exotic crystals. For the future of the White Rose territory, I am willing to take this gamble. Lu Liang was initially taken aback, followed by a sense of astonishment. In his view, these individuals were solely motivated by profit. They would never act unless their own interests were at stake. Had he not feared inciting public outrage? Lu Liang had even contemplated staging a raid within the territory to seize the wealth of these ministers for himself. With someone taking the lead, other officers began to rise. Bowing to Lu Liang, I too am willing to contribute all my wealth. I am willing. I too am willing. After the younger faction of officers expressed their intentions, Lu Liang nodded in satisfaction and glanced at the elder statesman, signaling it was their turn to declare their stances. My lord, I am willing to contribute all my family's assets to fight for the Lord of the White Rose. Norton was the first to stand and respectfully bow to Lu Liang. Seeing that the older officials remained silent, Lu Liang sighed in exasperation, suddenly exerting force and crushing the data tablet before him into shards. The crystalline fragments scattered across the table, prompting the ministers to swallow hard. Ultimately, it was the female financial officer who first rose. Kneeling on one knee before Lu Liang, my lord, I am willing to contribute all my assets to fight for the Lord. Under Lu Liang's intense pressure, the ministers stood one after another, bowing to him. Whether out of sincerity or coercion, they were now irrevocably aboard Lu Liang's ship of fate. Thank you all for your support. Lu Liang gestured for everyone to sit. However, I also understand that you all have substantial families. Without funds, you cannot even meet your family's basic expenses. Therefore, I shall only require half of your wealth. You may view this as an investment. If it succeeds, we shall share the dividends at year's end. If it fails, we all face ruin. At this proclamation, everyone present took a deep breath. They were gambling with the fate of their families. Observing Lu Liang's stern visage, they gradually realized that all were now bound to his chariot of war. The only outcome for those who attempted to disembark midway was death. Chapter 139. This place is truly a treasure trove. With the main matters settled, Lu Liang refrained from further discourse. Following the unanimous approval of the proposal to execute the Deleuze family, he declared the meeting adjourned. My lord, Bai Mu approached Lu Liang as the crowd dispersed. Earlier, you mentioned the industrial territory, which reminded me of what I heard from Sister Shirua yesterday afternoon. It seems you are an arms engineer. Sister Shirua? Lu Liang glanced at Bai Mu. You must be nearly twice her age. Nonetheless, I still wish to address her as sister, Bai Mu replied, nuzzling her head against Lu Liang's shoulder. It is a matter of order and must not be disrupted. This includes Sister Wei Wei and Sister Hanbing. I shall continue to address them as such. The servant comprehends the immense privilege of receiving the master's favor. Stop. Lu Liang interjected abruptly, feeling a shiver run down his spine at her words. Let us discuss the matter of the armaments engineer instead. With a demure demeanor, Bai Mu knelt beside Lu Liang, her hands resting on the armrest of his chair as she gazed up at him. In the underground storage of the Lord's fortress, there have long been numerous discarded components, many of which date back several centuries. My father once mentioned that much of what lies within the warehouse was left behind from the zenith of the White Rose family. I pondered that there might be some precious weapons or parts among them. Bai Mu had heard from Li Shiru that Lu Liang possessed a wealth of blueprints for advanced weaponry, yet he struggled due to a lack of suitable materials, forcing him to manufacture only low-tier weapons. Though Bai Mu was not well-versed in machinery, she understood that many critical components of high-level weaponry were exceedingly rare. However, with the decline of her family, the White Rose territory had not seen a capable armaments technician, leaving the warehouse untouched. She mused that if the master could put those items to use, why didn't you mention it sooner? Upon the mention of machinery, Lu Liang's interest was piqued as he abruptly tugged at the chain around Bai Mu's neck. She fell against his abdomen, and the maids who had just entered to tidy the room blushed and discreetly exited the meeting chamber. In the afternoon, Lu Liang took Bai Mu back to the Liyuan too. After casually donning a powered armor suit, he carried Bai Mu to the underground storage. This warehouse, situated beneath the Lord's fortress, had been visited once before by Bai Mu, who discovered that the main door had long fallen into disrepair. Even entering the password could not budge the rusted door. Reluctantly, Lu Liang returned to don the powered armor, exerting considerable effort to pry the door open. As he did so, a cloud of dust erupted, enveloping them both. Despite Lu Liang's shielding Bai Mu, she found herself coughing uncontrollably. Wait here, he instructed, stepping into the warehouse alone. What was termed a warehouse was, in truth, nearly the size of 2 football fields. Inside, it was filled with an array of mechanical parts, each one cloaked in a thick layer of dust. The metallic components exuded an essence of time's passage, as if recounting tales of past splendor and glory. Approaching a metal piece whose original form was indecipherable, Liyuan gently brushed away the dust. A golden metallic sheen emerged, causing his eyes to widen in recognition. This gleam reminded him of something he had encountered during his studies: refined gold, one of the rarest metals in Blue Star. Deep within the bowels of Blue Star, refined gold forms only under extraordinarily specific geological conditions, requiring millions of years of natural evolution to crystallize into its unique form. Thus, each gram of refined gold is a testament to geological miracles, encapsulating the traces of time and the forces of nature. The existence of refined gold is confined to a select few deep mineral veins, making its exploration and extraction remarkably challenging. Due to its rarity, refined gold is typically found only in the depths of inscrutable subterranean rock layers. The extraction process necessitates the utilization of advanced technology and equipment, demanding immense effort and investment. The purest form of refined gold exhibits remarkable stability and corrosion resistance, rendering it an ideal material for the manufacturing of high-grade weaponry and technological installations. It is said that the Level 4 power armor of the Shadow Alliance is crafted from this very substance. Recent reports indicate that the Shadow Alliance deployed a mere 20 units of this power armor to thwart an assault by an army composed of hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts. The hardness of refined gold can be described as indestructible. Currently, the sole method to alter its form involves prolonged heating with a high-powered thermal welding gun within a top-tier forge. This is the only means to fabricate weapons from refined gold. Presently, only the Shadow Alliance, the Silver Empire, and a few elite human organizations possess the technology to incorporate refined gold into military applications, with the associated techniques classified as top secret. Within the Empire, only a handful of prominent families, such as the Lancetors, have mastery over the relevant processes. Consequently, most human organizations, even if they acquire refined gold, are incapable of realizing its industrial potential, relegating them to rudimentary hand-carving, which is subsequently sold as luxury items to the wives and daughters of powerful factions. Naturally, due to the comprehensive information blockade imposed by various factions regarding refined gold, the civilian populace and most lower-tier nobility remain oblivious to its true value. This likely explains why individuals like Bai Mu have yet to successfully sell it. Once this material is unveiled, it is anticipated to incite a tremendous uproar throughout the eastern region, if not the entire empire. According to market prices, a gram of refined gold can fetch between 8,000 to 10,000 units of exotic crystals, and this price is on the rise. However, at present, a cube of refined gold, measuring no less than 2 cubic meters, lies before Liyuan. The corners of Liyuan's mouth twitched. Merely selling this block of refined gold could easily procure him dozens of Ceres oil fields. After rummaging through the warehouse, Liyuan discovered an abundance of valuable items. Just in terms of rare metals comparable to refined gold, he identified over 10 varieties, and the high-end weapon components were simply countless. This truly is a treasure trove. Liyuan mused that if he could fully exploit these resources, he could guarantee that the Liyuan Legion would undoubtedly ascend to become the most formidable legion in the entire empire, without exception. However, many of the components here are unfamiliar even to Liyuan, and even those he recognizes are largely unusable at present. After all, the blueprints he possesses were obtained through the system, and prior to acquiring the blueprints, he had no knowledge of what he truly needed. Nonetheless, now that he holds the Lanceter family's black gold card, coupled with a room full of unknown components, Liyuan is confident that even if he scrambles to piece together some complex armaments, he should manage without significant issues. Everything must be approached with patience. Judging by the current pace, achieving Ireina's advancement into the top 200 of the Empire's military rankings within 3 years should pose no challenge. Master, are most of the items in here already damaged and unusable? Bai Mu observed Liyuan standing in a daze and approached him with concern. It's not just useful, Liyuan exclaimed, excitedly lifting Bai Mu into his arms and pressing his lips fervently against hers. This place is truly a treasure trove. Chapter 140, A Peace Talk? It's a deception. Within the opulent confines of the Black Tiger Fortress, Lady Kesha opened her eyes and regarded the reporting maid. Yes, my lady. This is the information post-unlocking. The maid reverently presented the documents to the woman, unable to suppress a glance to the side. A slender boy lay at Lady Kesha's feet, his nose mere centimeters from her toes. The boy possessed an attractive visage, appearing no older than 15 or 16 despite his adulthood. Around his neck hung a silver collar, the other end of the chain firmly grasped in Lady Kesha's hand. His gaze was fixated on her feet, filled with a crimson desire. Yet, without his mistress's command, he dared not engage in any act of disrespect. Clearly, this was a reaction induced by some peculiar substance. Unfazed by the boy's predicament, Lady Kesha languidly reclined on the sofa, occasionally swinging her feet, seemingly teasing the boy's senses. Consequently, he trembled with excitement. The documents in her possession were exchanged from Commander Monroe of the Green Water Python Legion, with Liyuan having encrypted the latter parts. If the password were entered incorrectly, the files would self-destruct. To obtain the schematics for the Level 3 power armor, the Black Tiger Lord had painstakingly sought connections and invested heavily in hiring the Empire's finest decryption experts, spending nearly a month to crack the code. The result was that aside from the 3 pages previously accessible, the rest of the text was nothing but a single phrase. Indeed, you've been tricked, foolish one. He. An overwhelming amount of identical text occupied nearly the entirety of the document. Who could fathom how Liyuan managed to copy and paste so much in such a short span? The Lord was already aware of this matter, and Commander Monroe had been executed. The maid softly spoke. Additionally, the Lord has decided to suspend all hostile actions against the Liyuan Legion and Liyuan himself. Having submitted a request to the Imperial capital a month prior, seeking mediation with the Liyuan Legion. Upon hearing this, Lady Kesha ceased the movement of her feet, while the boy's trembling intensified. Is this the Lord's will, or the family's? Kesha turned her gaze, her pupils glowing with a deep green light, fixating on the maid's eyes. Yes, it is the family's decision. The maid took a deep breath, yet did not shy away from Kesha's stare. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the boy's rapid breaths. Gradually, a flicker of deep green appeared in the maid's eyes as she fell to her knees, crawling to Kesha's side, rubbing against her voluptuous thigh like a dog. The family's decision indicates that now is not the time to engage in war with the Liyuan Legion. The maid's movements appeared exceedingly animated, yet her voice resonated with an unsettling lack of emotion, as though she were under some form of control exerted by Kosa. According to intelligence reports, it seems that the Liyuan Legion has been engaging in clandestine dealings with the Lancer family. You are referring to Miss Ireina, are you not? Kosa replied, lifting a glass of wine from the table and letting it cascade slowly down her thigh. Does my brother not realize that Ireina has been sidelined within the Lancer family? Of course, the master is aware of this matter, the maid responded. Licking the wine that had dripped onto the floor, her voice muffled, yet you know well that the master has always regarded Ireina with a degree of trepidation. Upon hearing this, Kosa smirked, understanding that her brother had previously suffered greatly at Ireina's hands, making his apprehension quite justifiable. What shall we do about the Rhino-class power armor? Are we to relinquish it so easily? Kosa retorted, noting the dog at her feet fixated intently on the maid as she licked the spilled wine, a sly grin forming on her face. The master has instructed me to convey that we should temporarily abandon the weapon schematics in Lu Liang's possession and urge the Lord to resolve the current predicament swiftly. The maid replied, furthermore, once the Imperial capital approves our request, it has been decided that you shall serve as the envoy of the Black Tiger Lord to negotiate with the Liyuan Legion. Oh, what a splendid assignment I have been given. Kosa scoffed lightly, a mere wave of her hand releasing the maid from her influence. The maid quickly rose, slightly distasteful as she wiped the wine from the corner of her mouth. Additionally, there is a rather peculiar matter. Before Lu Liang led the Liyuan Legion in an assault on the Celis oil fields, he submitted applications to join to the majority of surrounding lords. Subsequently, various lords dispatched envoys to negotiate with him, only to have them all rejected in the end. Now, the Liyuan Legion is reportedly advancing into the Eastern Domain, having allegedly entered the territory of the White Rose Domain. The White Rose Domain. Kosa paused, momentarily taken aback. She had no recollection of that name. After the maid provided a brief overview of the White Rose Domain, Kosa furrowed her brow, perplexed by Lu Liang's strategy. That domain is one whose power barely qualifies as third-rate. Previously, the Black Tiger Lord dispatched a single legion and utterly decimated them, ultimately forcing the White Rose Domain to concede to an annual tribute of 300,000 units of otherworldly crystals to settle matters. Due to their feeble strength, their achievements were overlooked when reports were submitted, both by myself and the Black Tiger Lord. Why would Lu Liang lead the Liyuan Legion there? To a lord so weak that I could extinguish her with a mere flick of my finger? Immediately investigate the current situation of the White Rose domain. I wish to know every detail following the Liyuan Legion's establishment within its territory. Yes, my lord, the maid responded, taking the discarded document from Kosa's hand and casually tossing it into the waste bin before quietly departing. Little dog, now you may indulge in the master's ice cream. As the door closed, the maid heard Kosa's playful banter and the excited whimpers of a boy from within the room. At the Deluz family estate, General Norton had fully occupied the premises. Li Shirua briefly surveyed the estate's surroundings. Astonishingly, the Liyuan Legion, comprised of 1,000 individuals, could reside within this vast manor without feeling the slightest sense of overcrowding. Indeed, each person could be afforded their own private chamber. This illustrates the immense population of the Deluz family and their extravagant lifestyle. The servants had been completely dismissed, with Lu Liang restoring their freedom. Henceforth, they would become ordinary citizens of the White Rose territory, engaged in fundamental labor tasks. As for the members of the Deluz family, they were shackled in heavy restraints, staring blankly at their surroundings. Everything had transpired too swiftly. Just yesterday, they indulged in exquisite meals prepared by the slaves, sipped fine wines crafted from the juiciest grapes, and slumbered on the softest, most luxurious beds, tormenting the daughters of commoners. Yet now, they had received the news that their master, Cecil, had been executed as a traitor, and the entire Deluz family was to be buried alongside him. Upon hearing this news, the women wailed, and the men struggled. However, they were suppressed by the soldiers led by Norton, who forced them to don their heavy shackles, awaiting their fate. The soldiers displayed no kindness toward these nobles. Any semblance of goodwill toward the Deluz family would only signify a problematic stance. After all, the female soldiers of the Liyuan Legion were watching them intently from behind. As the Deluz family members were led to the execution platform, dusk had already settled. The men continued to struggle valiantly, only to have their mouths silenced by the butts of rifles wielded by the soldiers. Meanwhile, within the Lord's fortress, Lu Liang sat at Bai Mu's desk, reviewing intelligence regarding the current legions of the White Rose territory. To enhance the strength of the White Rose territory, it was imperative to not only focus on the combat capabilities of the Liyuan Legion, but also to upgrade the equipment of other units. To his surprise, Lu Liang discovered that the 3 legions under Bai Mu's command were even inferior to the original Liyuan Legion. 2 of the legions lacked sufficient rifles for each soldier. The 3rd legion was relatively stronger, yet it was equipped solely with antiquated bolt-action rifles, and the entire unit possessed only 10 30-caliber artillery pieces. With a woefully inadequate supply of ammunition, it could be said that, aside from the stabbing legion, the combat effectiveness of Bai Mu's forces was alarmingly close to zero. Lu Liang could hardly fathom how they managed to maintain their composure in the face of an enemy assault. This indicated that the morale of these legions must have been reasonably high. With adequate equipment, transforming them into an effective fighting force should pose little challenge. Naturally, Lu Liang was not foolish enough to directly allocate his most advanced weaponry, such as Gauss rifles and powered armor, to them. Thus, he accessed the system interface and began to search within the Level 1 weaponry section. Chapter 141. Affordable and ample. Unlike the equipment for the Liyuan Legion, Lu Liang's primary requirement for exchanging blueprints this time was not to ensure the soldiers' safety. Instead, it was to arm the entire army at the minimal cost, endowing the forces with genuine combat capability. As for the lives of soldiers, they hold little significance. After all, in warfare, is there ever a guarantee of survival? Type 1 Sandmouse Assault Vehicle. Level 1. Price 80 prestige points. Description: the basic model of the Sandmouse Assault Vehicle, capable of reaching speeds of up to 200, boasts formidable off-road capabilities. This vehicle is suitable for any terrain, and due to its simplistic design, it is robust and resilient. Even when submerged, it can continue to operate, and any damaged components can be readily replaced by soldiers on site. It is worth noting that this vehicle features an open-top design, offering no protection for the soldiers. This apparatus resembles an open-top Jeep, albeit with exaggeratedly thick and oversized tires. The seats within provide no comfort whatsoever, merely consisting of welded sheets of metal to minimize the vehicle's weight. Furthermore, the system has thoughtfully installed a simple weapon rack at the front, allowing for the direct mounting of heavy machine guns or hand cannons to enhance firepower. As for the lack of defensive capabilities, Lu Liang is indifferent. He has never regarded them as his own, and if they perish, so be it. Hellhound-class light weaponry. Level 1. Price 100 prestige points. Description: the Hellhound class light weaponry family includes pistols, assault rifles, submachine guns, light and heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, and individual rocket launchers. This family of light weapons is characterized by its simplicity in structure and the availability of manufacturing materials, rendering it durable and suitable for mass production. Within the Level 1 marketplace interface, numerous blueprints for various firearms are available. After much deliberation, Liyuan ultimately chose this particular model. One reason being that this blueprint encompasses an entire family of firearms with relatively affordable pricing. More importantly, it allows for rapid mass production. Most components of the firearms within this family are composed of simple stamped parts. Once parameters are set, any desired quantity can be produced by the machine lathe. The interchangeability of parts among various firearms is exceedingly high. On the battlefield, should any weapon sustain damage, components from other firearms can be utilized for replacement. Moreover, the ammunition types for this family are nearly universal. Even sniper rifles or heavy machine guns can fire standard rifle bullets, albeit with diminished range and power. After securing these items, Liyuan also exchanged for blueprints of grenades and howitzers in the marketplace. The guiding principle was singular: affordability and ample quantity. As an agricultural territory, the White Rose domain is not lacking in able-bodied men. Furthermore, during the day, Liyuan had already commanded Lu Weiwei and others to expedite the development of a new recruit training program. Upon recruiting new soldiers, the female soldiers of the Liyuan Corps would be responsible for their training. Once the other legions of the White Rose domain suffer significant losses, new personnel will be swiftly integrated, greatly enhancing battlefield efficiency. Regarding morale, Liyuan has his own strategies. After all, warfare is fundamentally a contest of financial resources. There are numerous recruitment systems employed by lords, with the majority opting for a conscription model, wherein each household must contribute a certain number of individuals to serve in the lord's army. Years later, should you still be alive, you would have the opportunity to return home after your service. However, the conscripts receive no compensation during their tenure, as this is an obligation that vassals must fulfill for their lords. This predicament breeds a significant issue. Soldiers exhibit little enthusiasm for enlistment, and their morale tends to collapse at the slightest hint of adversity in battle. To maintain the spirit of their legions, many commanders resort to various methods. For instance, the Blood Wolf 4th Legion, under Gross, employs brain implants to exert control over their warriors. Meanwhile, the Porcupine Legion opts for physical modifications that instill in their soldiers an insatiable hunger, requiring them to consume their foes on the battlefield to derive pleasure. This explains why the Porcupine commander initially imprisoned the elusive Lu Weiwei, the Moonlight Elf. Conversely, some formidable lords possess substantial wealth, allowing them to recruit their vassals as professional soldiers. Once enlisted, these individuals receive a commendable monthly salary, often 3 to 5 times greater than what they would earn in production. Victorious battles yield additional rewards, and in the event of death, a generous compensation package is bestowed upon their families. Although these warriors are unaltered and subjected to no inhumane surgeries, they frequently demonstrate remarkable combat prowess. After all, many vassals lead arduous lives, and numerous men are willing to risk their lives for financial gain. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the Celestial Lion Envoy, who was mercilessly beaten into pulp by Liyuan. Their lord employs fervent religious zeal to compel vassals to fight willingly. As for the recruitment system, Liyuan finds himself with a modicum of disposable income, and unlike Gross, he does not intend to dominate his soldiers. Thus, he resolves to let them fight for remuneration. Let them earn their keep, Liyuan muses, subsequently opting for a purchase. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the blueprint for the Type 1 Sandmouse Assault Vehicle. Physique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blueprint for the Hound Class Light Weaponry. Physique 1. With each confirmation of purchase from the system, Liyuan perceives a transformation within his physical strength. His body grows taller and more robust. Suddenly, a distressed whimper emanates from beneath the desk. Liyuan looks down and remembers that Bai Mu has been burying her head under the table since the beginning. The recent changes to his physique must have impacted her significantly. I hope you're all right, Liyuan says with concern, gently stroking the head of the lord. I'm fine, Bai Mu replies, on the verge of tears, though she quickly regains her composure. Just then, a brief crackle resonates outside, accompanied by the gasps of the crowd. Lu Liang realizes that the execution has commenced. Bai Mu gently closes her eyes, swaying to the rhythm of the crowd's outcry. Chapter 142. Improvement in Legion rankings. The following morning, after breakfast, Lu Liang summoned the command staff of the Liyuan Legion to the Lord's Fortress. As everyone gathered in the conference hall, it was evident that the space had been meticulously cleaned by the servants, rendering the gruesome events of the previous day seemingly non-existent. Upon entering, the attendees observed Bai Mu, clad in the attire of a lord, still adorned with chains around her neck, bowing to them like a maid. For Liyuan and others, their feelings towards Bai Mu were far from favorable, especially since her previous intentions to enslave Lu Liang had become common knowledge among the members of the Liyuan Legion. However, with Lu Liang having accepted her, they found it inappropriate to voice further objections. Nevertheless, Bai Mu was still a lord in her own right, and her current lowly demeanor, displaying utmost respect towards everyone, almost appeared as if she were about to kneel. Lu Liang, however, was indifferent. After all, she was his first true slave, and it was beneficial for her to learn the rules. The female officers, seated in their chairs, felt quite uncomfortable as they watched Bai Mu serve tea to everyone alone. Finally, after she had poured tea for all present, she retreated to a corner, allowing the female officers to exhale in relief. After all, having someone attend to them felt quite foreign given their humble backgrounds. Seeing this, Lu Liang couldn't help but chuckle, though he refrained from saying much, understanding that this was something they would all need to gradually acclimate to. Let us discuss the recent developments, Lu Liang began, admitting that he had been preoccupied with matters concerning the White Rose territory and had not inquired about the Liyuan Legion. Good commander, allow me to report the recent circumstances, Zhang Man interjected, as Liyuan remained silent. First and foremost, the Deluz Manor has been completely taken over by us, and everyone has been assigned their own rooms. This news brought smiles to the faces of all present. Having previously resided in a mobile fortress, they now had a genuine sense of personal space. Although they could have lived anywhere, the feeling of finally having a home was profoundly different. How is everyone settling in? Lu Liang inquired with a smile. Please inform everyone that should they require anything, they may directly submit requests to the Legion, such as for room renovations, which we will procure collectively. Commander, that will no longer be necessary, Su Wanbing interjected. Did you not previously order a distribution of 1,000 units of ether crystals as salary? That sum alone is more than sufficient to renovate 10 identical rooms. That is good to hear, but do be mindful not to hoard all the funds for cat food, Lu Liang jested, eliciting a blush from Su Wanbing. Certainly not, Commander. You must understand, Su Wanbing hurriedly clarified as laughter erupted among the group. I discovered that there are indeed fish in the pond used for irrigation in the White Rose territory. Lu Liang was momentarily at a loss for words, envisioning Su Wanbing in military garb fishing in the pond. And no, please do not misunderstand, Su Wanbing stammered. I merely transferred 1 unit of ether crystal to a farmer, and she immediately agreed to help me catch fish for a year. Let us move past this topic, Lu Liang suggested. Liyuan, feeling somewhat helpless, interjected to steer the meeting back to its main topic. Sister Man, please continue. Very well, Zhang Man nodded, casting a grateful glance at Liyuan. After all, without her intervention, she would have never dared to interrupt Lu Liang on her own. Everyone expressed their satisfaction with their living conditions and warmly welcomed the commander's personal visit for an inspection. Zhang Man, her cheeks slightly flushed, remarked that discussing such matters in a formal setting felt somewhat inappropriate, yet it was unavoidable as it was a request made specifically by Liyuan. According to her, it was essential for all the sisters in the entire corps to feel the commander's affection. Commander, I believe you should visit my room tonight. It has just been renovated, and I would appreciate your guidance on any adjustments that may be necessary, a female officer bravely suggested. Commander, don't listen to her. Come to my place instead. I was allocated a spacious room that requires no modifications, and the bed is exceptionally soft. You should visit me. No, come to my room. Commander, please come to my room tonight. I will invite my sister over as well. Lu Liang, amidst the chorus of their playful banter, slightly retracted his neck, feeling a twinge of guilt. Despite his current formidable prowess, he felt daunted by the prospect of being amidst 1,000 women. The mere thought of such an alluring scene sent a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, Bai Mu, who stood behind him, felt a touch of disappointment at the unfolding spectacle. As laughter subsided, Zhang Man adopted a serious demeanor. The third matter. Just yesterday, the imperial capital released the new rankings for military combat effectiveness. Upon hearing this, the meeting hall fell silent, the female officers' eyes widening in interest, and even Lu Liang turned his curious gaze towards Zhang Man. The Liyuan Corps had surged from the 8,326th position to an impressive 3,127th. Furthermore, the commander's prior request to elevate everyone's ranks had been approved by the imperial capital. Henceforth, the Liyuan Corps would officially be recognized as a regiment-level unit. Zhang Man, feeling somewhat intimidated under the scrutiny of her peers, hurriedly handed the data terminal to Lu Liang. Commander, perhaps you should announce this. Lu Liang accepted the data terminal, meticulously reviewing the documents sent by the Empire. Aside from some trivialities, the ranks had been elevated as he had envisioned. Li Shirua advanced directly from captain to the rank of major, while both Zhang Man and Su Wanbing were promoted to imperial majors. Lu Weiwei soared from private to captain, and even Han Bing ascended from corporal to second lieutenant. Most astonishingly, Heidi, leveraging her status as a corps engineer, had risen from private to lieutenant. It seemed that Li Shirua had a particular fondness for her sister. The sight of the young woman, barely fitting into her military uniform, yet adorned with one stripe and 2 stars, made Lu Liang stifle a laugh. However, soon he would take her to the industrial fortress, where she could truly harness her potential. Yet, the final line pertained solely to Lu Liang himself. By the decree of His Most Sacred Majesty the Emperor, Lu Liang was specially promoted to the rank of colonel, commander of the Liyuan Corps, and his name, along with those of his officers, would be entered into the imperial archives. May you and your legion serve the sacred emperor with utmost dedication. Observing this proclamation reminiscent of medieval royal decrees, Lu Liang couldn't help but smirk. The capital's swift acquiescence to his demands was, to put it plainly, a testament to his formidable strength. If the annihilation of the 3 main legions of the Black Tiger Lord had not captured the capital's attention, the news of his conquest of the Ceres oil fields certainly had reached their ears. More significantly, his display of the Gauss rifle and the Shadow Cloak must have piqued the interest of the high-ranking officials in the capital. Otherwise, no matter how powerful he was, he would not have been able to elevate the Liyuan Legion to its current standing. Although he did not possess an updated ranking of the legions, it was evident that throughout the annals of the Silver Empire, few had ascended the ranks as swiftly as the Liyuan Legion. Chapter 143. This is not a meeting. It is a drive. After reading aloud the Emperor's fateful decree, Lu Liang returned the data board to Zhang Man. A glimmer of joy sparkled in everyone's eyes. Even Li Shirua could not suppress a smile. Although the promotion in rank would not yield any tangible benefits, it nonetheless served as an acknowledgement from the Empire's elite of the Liyuan Legion's merits. This was certainly preferable to the previous blanket rejections of all their requests. However, Lu Liang believed that the prestige accompanying this recognition would prove far more substantial than merely distributing additional funds. Currently, he only held a modest reputation in the northern desert. Yet this legion ranking was of national significance. It appeared he had underestimated the rewards of seizing the Ceres oil fields. With this thought, a spark of fervor ignited in Lu Liang's eyes. He had not anticipated that he could once again garner such acclaim nationwide. Consequently, his strength would grow even more formidable. Commander, thank you. Although Zhang Man had long been aware of her promotion to major, the exhilaration in her heart remained unbridled. From a mere private, she had ascended to the 3rd in command of the Legion, all thanks to Lu Liang's belief in her potential. No need for thanks, you have earned it. Lu Liang replied nonchalantly. As it stood, Zhang Man's performance had exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin, though she was merely responsible for routine affairs. Her ability to expertly manage a 1,000-strong legion in such a short span could only be attributed to her innate talent. Presently, it appeared that Li Shirua intended to cultivate Zhang Man for even greater heights, aligning perfectly with Lu Liang's aspirations. Upon hearing Lu Liang's words, Zhang Man glanced at the others engrossed in discussions regarding their ranks, discreetly leaned back, and removed her military boots. Her legs, clad in flesh-toned stockings, reached towards Lu Liang's leather boots, and he immediately felt a rush of energy, his eyes widening in astonishment at Zhang Man. You possess quite the audacity, Lu Liang said leisurely, to dare approach me in such a manner. Initially taken aback, Zhang Man's heart raced, but upon seeing the absence of anger on Lu Liang's face, her courage gradually surged. She slightly elevated her long leg and leaned closer, subtly bending at the waist. Beneath the collar of her uniform, a hint of pristine white became faintly visible. Lu Liang felt a slight dizziness and leaned back a little, but Zhang Man took a step closer, exhaling softly like orchids, and said, "Commander, may I request your presence in my quarters this evening? I have some matters regarding regiment management that I wish to discuss with you." Instinctively, Lu Liang cast a glance downward. Zhang Man, now 32, was at the prime of her allure. The seductive nature of such a woman left Lu Liang, a man of youthful vigor, utterly defenseless. Despite her somewhat frivolous demeanor, it was evident to Lu Liang that Zhang Man was struggling to suppress the blush on her cheeks, striving to present herself as seasoned and sophisticated. However, her slightly trembling body betrayed her. Evidently, she had invested considerable effort to win his favor recently. Sensing Zhang Man's delicate fragrance, Lu Liang said nothing but placed his hand gently on her soft, curvaceous foot, kneading it lightly, which he considered an implicit approval. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Man playfully blinked and returned to her seat. Naturally, her little gestures did not escape the attention of the onlookers, who regarded her with a mixture of envy and jealousy, yet no one dared to utter a word. As the third in command of the regiment, everyone understood that Zhang Man indeed needed such an opportunity to maintain her authority. Within the Liyuan regiment, becoming Lu Liang's woman seemed to have transformed into a privilege. Once achieved, it conferred a sense of confidence in one's speech. As the final topic arose, Li Shirua, observing the scene, spoke with resignation. "Is this truly a meeting? It feels more like a rendezvous. The Lord of the Black Tiger has submitted a request to the imperial capital, seeking to negotiate a reconciliation with our Liyuan regiment under their mediation. Just yesterday, the imperial capital accepted the Lord's application and issued a directive requiring you to travel to the capital for discussions at the end of next month, which is in about a month and a half." As Li Shirua spoke, she handed a data pad to Lu Liang. He glanced at it briefly before setting it aside. "No reconciliation," Lu Liang declared with resolute finality. "The Lord of the Black Tiger will be our primary focus moving forward." As a lord of heavy industry, the Black Tiger Lord possessed a wealth of industrial equipment, which was of paramount importance to Lu Liang at this juncture. Despite holding over 30 million foreign crystals, such funds were hardly sufficient to purchase even a rudimentary industrial fortress. Even if he could procure resources at no cost from other lords in the future, it would still be far from adequate to establish the White Rose territory as a true heavy industrial domain. After all, the vast estate of the Black Tiger Lord was the result of generations of labor. To achieve a similar stature in a short time frame, one path remained: seizing it. "Commander, this matter is not for us to dictate," Li Shirua replied with a smile. "The imperial capital has mandated that we negotiate with the Black Tiger Lord. This is not a request, but a command, and both parties must comply. As for the Black Tiger Lord, I suspect he will not attend personally, but will send a significant minister from his territory to conduct the negotiations with you." Upon hearing this, Lu Liang let out a sigh. He had no desire to return to the imperial capital, especially not to engage with the minions of the Black Tiger Lord. From Lu Liang's perspective, that group would hardly align with his interests. Rather, they would likely show favoritism toward the Black Tiger Lord. However, if a truce were to be reached, he would be prohibited from taking action against the Black Tiger Lord for a considerable time, facing severe condemnation from the imperial capital. The intensity of such condemnation was something he currently found quite unbearable. As everyone observed Lu Liang's despondent expression, the previously silent Lu Weiwei raised her hand like a schoolgirl eager to speak. "Commander, I have an idea." "Speak," Lu Liang replied with little enthusiasm. "Could we perhaps initiate a preemptive strike against the Black Tiger Lord?" Lu Weiwei suggested softly, aware that she was not well versed in military strategy, which made her feel somewhat apprehensive. "Weiwei, that's simply unfeasible," Li Shirua said with a wry smile, shaking her head. "While we have vanquished the 3 major legions under the Black Tiger Lord, we have not truly diminished his spirit. Due to our alliance, certain factions that have long been at odds with the Black Tiger Lord have been besieging him, yet most have been repelled. Currently, only a few relatively strong factions remain, and even they are beginning to falter. Given our current strength, inflicting significant losses upon him in a short time frame is no trivial task. Furthermore, once negotiations commence, imperial law prohibits any hostilities between the parties." "Wait a moment," Lu Liang interrupted Li Shirua's explanation. "What if he were to launch an assault against us?" "That is simply impossible," Li Shirua chuckled, finding Lu Liang's notion somewhat fanciful. This truce proposal was initiated by the Black Tiger Lord. How could they possibly trouble us during this period? Who says it's impossible? I recall that the White Rose Lord is required to provide them with approximately 3 to 400,000 units of foreign crystals annually, correct? Coincidentally, the supply date is fast approaching, Liyuan remarked, a sly grin crossing his face. The Black Tiger Lord, like a sheep, is firmly within my grasp. Chapter 144. Ireina's trepidation. Ding. Apologies, I must take this call. Later that evening, in Lu Liang's chamber, Zhang Man knelt on the floor, clearing her throat twice. Lu Liang gently stroked her head before rising to the table to pick up the communication terminal, speaking tersely. Hello? Who is this? Why the sudden ire? You ought to be asleep at this hour. On the other end, Miss Vampire sampled the blood in her cup while reviewing documents. It's been a few days since we last met, and your temper has certainly intensified. Ireina? Lu Liang was somewhat astonished to hear her voice, considering it had been a while since their last communication. What is this? Have you usurped the White Rose Lord and now refuse to acknowledge your employer? Suddenly, as if Ireina had divined Lu Liang as current activities, she shook her head in resignation. Apologies for interrupting your leisure. I wouldn't call unless it were of significant importance. Lu Liang nodded, understanding that his relationship with Ireina remained one of collaboration. Her call surely bore more weight than mere concern for his well-being. What is it you wish to discuss? Lu Liang was in high spirits, his tone tinged with impatience, while Zhang Man obediently climbed beside him, continuing with her work. You must have received the peace proposal from the Black Tiger Lord, right? Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Ireina took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm her inner turmoil. How did you know about this? Lu Liang furrowed his brow, aware that the high officials in the imperial capital typically kept such negotiations well guarded, primarily to prevent certain individuals from causing disturbances during the talks. How did Ireina find out? Could it be intelligence from the Lancer family? That seemed unlikely, as he was still a minor player, not significant enough to attract their attention. I, of course, have my own channels, Ireina replied with a smile. However, I must caution you, during such negotiations, the imperial capital will undoubtedly favor the party of higher status, and the Black Tiger Lord does possess some backing. Although unable to rival the Lancer family, you must exercise caution upon arriving in the imperial capital. Oh, how considerate of you to worry about your subordinate. This is not the usual demeanor of the esteemed Miss Ireina. Indeed, after engaging with Ireina, Lu Liang had gathered quite a bit of information about her. Though mostly based on hearsay, one thing was certain. Everyone in Ireina's eyes was but a pawn, discarded without hesitation once their utility had expired. Gently tugging at the pink locks of Zhang Man's hair, Lu Liang continued, You wouldn't have developed a fondness for me, would you? At his words, Zhang Man, who had been shaking her head, suddenly perked up, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Lu Liang, seemingly displeased with his previous remark. Like me? What a whimsical dream you have. Ireina's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, slightly embarrassed and indignant. I am merely concerned that the tool I have painstakingly nurtured might be spoiled by someone else. Hearing the lady's fury, Lu Liang couldn't help but chuckle. Realizing she had been teased once more, Ireina took a deep breath, regaining her icy composure. Shortly, I will send you an email upon your arrival in the imperial capital. Seek out this person. She will assist you in navigating your challenges. Understood. Is there anything else? Lu Liang replied, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. If there's nothing else, I shall hang up. Without waiting for Ireina's response, he abruptly ended the call. Listening to the beeping sound on the other end, Ireina clenched her jaw, shattering the glass in her hand, crimson blood trickling from her lips. Very well, Lu Liang, just you wait. Spitting out the shards of glass. The vibrant wound at the corner of her mouth quickly healed, leaving no trace of a scar. Such was the formidable regenerative ability of a vampire. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Ireina felt a pang of bitterness within. Calm. She breathed deeply, closing her eyes. Engaging in self-hypnosis. He is merely a pawn to be discarded at will. Once I gain control over the Lancer family, he shall no longer be of use. Yet, the more she thought about it, the more Lu Liang's insufferable face lingered in Ireina's mind, particularly since he had dared to converse with her while in the company of other women. Were it anyone else, such behavior would undoubtedly be a grave insult to Ireina, who would not have allowed him to escape unscathed. However, her sentiments towards Lu Liang were strikingly different. In fact, she felt an impulsive desire to engage further. Master, did you call for me? Beckoned a maid as she entered the room. Without hesitation, Ireina pounced upon her, thrusting her onto the bed and revealing her sharp silver fangs, sinking them into the maid's neck. The maid, accustomed to such encounters, merely furrowed her brow without a hint of struggle. Gradually, the maid's complexion turned pale, prompting Ireina to withdraw her fangs and rise, adjusting her slightly rumpled dress. Go to the account and collect 100 Ifon crystals. Take a rest for the next couple of days, Ireina commanded, extending her red tongue to savor the blood lingering at the corners of her mouth. Thank you, master, the maid exclaimed, bowing fervently in gratitude. Her monthly salary amounted to merely 12 units of Ifon crystals, a sum that seemed quite substantial to outsiders. Yet now, Ireina had gifted her 100 units, a figure that represented more than half a year's earnings. With a respectful kiss to Ireina's fair hand, the maid gradually exited the room. Having savored the warmth of fresh blood, Ireina regained her composure, seated herself once more at her desk, and dispatched an email. Shortly thereafter, a message from Liyuan appeared in her inbox, causing her to pause momentarily before curiously opening it. Thank you. Upon reading this, a gratifying smile graced Ireina's face. Commander, why not inquire further into what has transpired? Zhang Man pressed her head against Lu Liang's chest, feeling the rhythmic strength of his heartbeat. While playfully prodding his taut abdomen with her fingers, Ireina remained resolutely silent. With one hand stroking Zhang Man's hair, Lu Liang perused the recently transmitted data with the other. The information was succinct. Upon arrival in the capital, Lu Liang was to visit the Imperial Warriors Bar in the central city and locate the woman depicted in the photograph. Beyond this, Ireina had refrained from uttering another word. Setting the data pad aside, Lu Liang squinted in contemplation. He recalled that whenever Ireina had conveyed information to him previously, it had been accompanied by an unwavering confidence and assertiveness. Although the Lanced family had marginalized her, that innate aura could not be extinguished. However, this time, Ireina appeared to harbor an unspeakable burden, suggesting that those involved included someone she held in considerable regard. In the photograph, the woman seemed to have altered her appearance, albeit not as dramatically as Ireina, presenting as an above-average-looking young woman in her 20s. Lu Liang was not one to lack discernment. He was genuinely appreciative of Ireina's goodwill. Though their relationship was currently one of mutual benefit, he found himself unperturbed by this somewhat cunning woman. Intriguing indeed. Sensing that Zhang Man was becoming increasingly restless, Lu Liang cast aside the data board, invigorated, and launched into a new wave of endeavors. Chapter 145. The Rhino-class power armor is unveiled. Over the course of a fortnight, Lu Liang, accompanied by Heidi, journeyed to the Lanster Industrial Bastion, the closest stronghold to the White Rose territory, to commence the production of weapons recently exchanged from the system. The sales consultant assigned to him was a girl of similar age, seemingly hailing from a humble background in a nearby domain. Such young women often resort to selling their bodies in a bid to alter their destinies, and coupled with Lu Liang's striking appearance, it rendered her utterly captivated. Upon witnessing Lu Liang produce the Lanster family's black gold card, her intrigue reached its zenith. Typically, sales consultants depart once customer needs are fulfilled, as patrons do not visit merely for leisure, especially considering that many arms production processes are military secrets. To avoid unnecessary complications, the Industrial Bastion refrains from disturbing clients unless absolutely essential. In this regard, Vic exercised commendable discretion, providing clients with the attention they deserved without overstepping and inciting annoyance. However, it was evident that this young woman was resolutely determined to change her fate, even if it meant earning some extra income. Thus, throughout these days, she frequently paraded before Lu Liang in form-fitting dresses and a variety of stockings, often striking flirtatious poses and engaging in suggestive antics. Lu Liang, however, remained largely indifferent. His purpose in visiting the Industrial Bastion was not to witness a performance. Instead, he delegated the task of producing Level 1 weapons entirely to Heidi, while he himself embarked on the serious production of the formidable Rhino-class heavy power armor. When Su Wanbing learned of his impending trip to the Industrial Bastion, she implored him to fulfill his prior promise of manufacturing Level 3 power armor for their assault team. Initially, Lu Liang had little hope, as miniature ion generators were exceedingly rare, with even Ireina possessing only one. Fortunately, this bastion was located in the Empire's most affluent eastern region, where commercial activities flourished far beyond the desolate expanses of the wasteland. Thanks to the Black Gold Card's influence, The industrial bastion swiftly procured 10 miniature ion generators for Liyuan. Naturally, the exorbitant price was astounding. Although the black gold card allowed for the procurement of weapon components at the lowest possible prices within the Lanster industrial bastion, the sheer quantity Liyuan required ultimately compelled the Lord of the Bastion to seek assistance from the black market to meet his demands. As he watched nearly 3 million units of exotic crystals vanish from his account, Liyuan could not help but marvel. He had barely begun and had already expended 5% of the Liyuan Legion's wealth. Indeed, to bolster military prowess through technology, substantial financial backing is indispensable. Liyuan muttered to himself as he skillfully maneuvered the robotic arm to install the ion generator into the freshly produced power armor. With a series of resounding clicks, 10 Rhino-class power armors had been meticulously completed. Gazing upon the towering behemoths before him, Liyuan felt a surge of excitement. The Rhino-class power armor exuded a sturdy and robust appearance, its heavy and muscular frame resembling a mobile fortress. The head was designed with a rounded helmet, enveloped in thick armor. On either side, sleek sensors and infrared scanners were equipped, enabling swift and precise awareness of the surrounding environment. The armor on the shoulders was remarkably thick, almost to an exaggerated degree, slightly obstructing side visibility to provide formidable defensive capabilities. The chest and arms were also fortified with resilient armor plates, their surfaces coated in a metallic sheen, presenting an overall impression of immense solidity. Its arms, waist, and legs were similarly shielded by substantial armor, while beneath the mechanical structure lay a high-powered hydraulic drive system, allowing it to maintain considerable speed even in a highly defensive state. The design of the power armor was both simple and majestic, radiating an unparalleled sense of authority and strength, akin to a walking fortress, making one feel diminutive in its presence. Regarding armament, Liyuan allocated varied weaponry to each power armor. Some were equipped with dual 20mm Gatling guns for clearing infantry and swiftly moving light vehicles, while others boasted two 300mm heavy cannons for bombarding heavy vehicles and demolishing fixed targets. Among them, one power armor was left without any conventional firepower. Instead, Liyuan had commissioned an extraordinarily extravagant thermal giant sword. This colossal sword, requiring no advanced technology, simply housed a high-powered thermal melting machine within, channeling all its energy into the blade. Nevertheless, Liyuan invested nearly 500,000 units of exotic crystals to enlist the finest swordsmith from the Eastern Domain, striving to achieve perfection in the creation of the giant sword. The swordsmith was astonished upon hearing of the request to forge such a fearsome weapon. He had crafted standard melee weapons for numerous power armors, yet had never encountered a sword of such magnitude. However, upon witnessing the Rhino-class power armor, he was immediately captivated by its imposing stature and pledged to devote his utmost diligence to the crafting process. Ultimately, as Liyuan completed the Rhino-class power armor, the giant sword was also finalized. The sword measured nearly 1 meter in width, with a length comparable to that of the power armor itself, necessitating that it be slung across Liyuan's back to avoid hindering movement. Weighing close to 2 tons, even Liyuan found it challenging to lift, rendering it suitable solely for the Rhino-class power armor. Climbing into the cockpit of the armor, Liyuan grasped the giant sword from the ground, its dark silver blade instantly igniting into a fiery red hue, a striking effect of the high-output thermal melting process. Gazing at the unused military-grade special steel beside him, Liyuan identified a block nearly 1 meter wide and struck down along its thickest edge. The resilient steel yielded to the massive sword as if it were mere parchment, and Liyuan's excessive force even scorched a hole in the steel-plated ground beneath. Raising the gigantic sword with satisfaction, he meticulously examined the blade, finding it utterly unscathed, devoid of even a scratch from the steel. Such a formidable sword could likely slice through the exterior armor of tanks or even mobile fortresses with ease. This design was primarily motivated by Liyuan's anticipation of engaging in battles against formidable beasts in the future. Although he possessed the strength to vanquish a lower-tier beast without issue, confronting more advanced monsters would render both him and his entire battalion powerless. Moreover, a colossal humanoid beast wielding such a sword would undoubtedly demoralize the enemy on the battlefield. Clad in powered armor, Liyuan moved back and forth within the workshop. Despite the impressive weight of the Rhino-class power armor, which made the ground tremble with each step, He was astonished to find that this immense bulk did not hinder its speed. In fact, its velocity rivaled that of his previous lightweight modified armor. If such a behemoth were unleashed among enemy ranks, an expression of fierce determination spread across Lu Liang's face. Chapter 146. The Testing Grounds. What did you say? Testing grounds? Inside the Rhino-class power armor, Lu Liang's voice sounded somewhat muffled due to mechanical processing. Indeed, Mr. Lu, came the reply. The female consultant instinctively took a step back as she gazed up at the imposing armor. Its overwhelming presence was palpable. Our land's 27 Industrial Fortress has recently initiated a new project, offering clients access to testing grounds for the practical assessment of newly manufactured weapons. The testing facility not only includes fixed targets, but also provides beasts of significant threat levels for your trials. However, the cost for the beasts will be billed separately. Fortunately, as a Black Gold client, you will receive a 50% discount on their prices. Over the past few days, the saleswoman had discerned that Lu Liang showed little interest in her. Yet, as a competent salesperson, she remained undeterred. Instead, she found herself intrigued by Lu Liang. In her experience, even without her initiating the conversation, many armament engineers, accustomed to mingling with soldiers, would request her services. Yet this seemingly vigorous man remained indifferent to her subtle advances, which vexed her, as she had always prided herself on her allure. No man had ever resisted her charms before. Now, confronted with the steel monstrosity before her, she realized that she and Lu Liang inhabited entirely different realms. Although she had only recently arrived at the Industrial Fortress, she had already attended to various clients involved in power armor production. In her recollection, no other type of power armor could be compared to the creature standing in front of her. The ability to create such formidable machinery is a testament to the fact that Lu Liang is far more than a mere legion mechanic. It is only natural for a man of his caliber to hold himself in high regard. Upon hearing the woman's introduction, Lu Liang's interest was piqued. He leaped from the powered suit and took a couple of swigs of water, declaring, "Take me to see it." Loading 3 powered suits, each equipped with different weaponry. Onto the heaviest transport vehicle, Lu Liang summoned Heidi to accompany him to the testing grounds, where numerous individuals were already engaged in weapon trials. The testing area was divided into several vast sections, each expanse considerable in size. Even the smallest light weapon testing ground spanned several football fields. The largest outdoor heavy weapon testing ground was situated in the expansive desert at the center of the Lanster No. 27 Industrial Fortress, surrounded by towering mountains with a seemingly endless desert landscape in the distance. Clearly, the scale of the Lanster No. 27 Industrial Fortress dwarfed that of Ireina's, as it provided ample space for testing purposes. The testing grounds, sprawling and dusty, perfectly simulated the quintessential battlefield environment, replete with various markers and measurement devices. In the distance stood tall observation towers and control centers, where staff and armaments engineers from various legions closely monitored the testing processes. The area was also segmented into multiple sections to facilitate simultaneous testing. Each testing point contained several massive shooting ranges, with targets robust enough to withstand the most potent weaponry. Various models of armored vehicles, tanks, and powered suits were undergoing rigorous evaluations. Above the testing grounds, unmanned drones occasionally appeared, seemingly tasked with observing the results of the trials. The thunderous sounds of artillery echoed continuously from the various testing sites, filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder and oil. Here, while direct combat between legions was absent, the competition lay in the power and defense capabilities of their respective weapons. After all, a weapon that proved inadequate in testing could easily become a target for other factions. However, the legions capable of affording the testing grounds possessed considerable resources. So despite the keen competition, none would engage in conflict without substantial confidence. In this subtle rivalry, this colossal outdoor heavy weapon testing ground stood not only as a sanctuary of technology, but also as a venue for the legions to showcase their prowess. The female consultant was the first to disembark and submitted the testing request to the personnel at the tower. Lu Liang provided a deposit of 50,000 units of exotic crystals to be adjusted accordingly. "Mr. Lu, all testing points are currently in use. We will need to wait a while." The consultant returned to the truck and respectfully informed Lu Liang. "Master, what does the Rhino-class powered suit look like? Could you show me first?" Heidi, beside him, playfully tugged at Lu Liang's arm. As a machinery enthusiast, she was utterly captivated by the Rhino-class powered suit. "Just a moment." Lu Liang chuckled, affectionately ruffling Heidi's hair. Once we enter the testing ground, you can play to your heart's content. Great. Heidi, filled with excitement, embraced Lu Liang's neck and pressed her crystalline lips against his cheek. Approximately half an hour later, the female sales representative received a notification and drove her truck to the designated testing site. At that moment, several burly men, covered in dust, dejectedly pushed a massive cannon out of the testing ground, evidently the result of a catastrophic failure during the test. Heidi was amused by their comical appearance, eliciting laughter from her, but the men shot her a glare, choosing silence as they continued their exit with bowed heads. In this place, no one would offer sympathy for failure. Not only Heidi, but even the nearby members of the military corps, still engaged in weapon testing, displayed mocking expressions upon witnessing the scene. The burly men had no choice but to leave in shame, suggesting that their regiment would need to be more cautious for the time being. One might ponder which regiment they belonged to, looking for an opportunity to take note of them. Suddenly, a cool voice resonated from nearby. It belonged to a woman clad in a white lab coat, evidently seeking to capitalize on the recent failures of the regiment to deliver a blow. She stood before a silver-white power armor, meticulously examining its various data points. The woman stood around 7 meters tall, appearing only a few years older than Lu Liang, her figure graceful, beneath her open lab coat. Her form-fitting black combat suit hugged her curves, accentuating a perfect waist and long legs that presented a striking silhouette, showcasing her enviable physique. Her black ponytail was elegantly styled at the back of her head, with a few strands playfully cascading over her forehead, hinting at a wild and untamed spirit. Yet, her bespectacled, slightly Na'vi visage imparted a sense of both purity and allure. Seemingly aware of Lu Liang's gaze, the woman turned and shot him a glare before returning to her work. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes gouged out." A soldier barked at Lu Liang, who paid no heed, instead intrigued by the white power armor behind the woman. "Hey, you over there, in the work uniform." A burly technician, noticing Lu Liang's continued interest, began to reprimand him, but was coldly interrupted by the woman. "Get back to work." "Yes, yes." Upon hearing her command, the technician scurried back to his duties as if he were a mouse confronted by a cat. In the Silver Empire, there exist myriad models of power armor, and while Lu Liang did not recognize them all, the one before him clearly did not conform to the Silver Empire's aesthetic. This particular model was relatively compact, almost petite, yet its craftsmanship boasted sharp angles and a design that seemed less like a war machine and more akin to an elegant piece of art. Moreover, the silver-white steel plates, under the sunlight, reflected almost no glare, indicating the use of some special materials. Once the data adjustments were complete, the woman promptly shed her lab coat, tossing it to the nearby technician, who received it as if it were a sacred relic, cradling it carefully. Following that, the woman nimbly leaped into the power armor, activating it. Her yellow laser-like pupils scanned the surroundings, casting a glance at Lu Liang before striding confidently toward the center of the testing ground. Chapter 147. The peculiar powered armor. Lu Liang scrutinized the ground beneath the powered armor. Although it was a desolate wasteland, strewn with dirt and sand, the immense powered armor traversing this terrain should have produced some sound. Even more alarming, it seemed that the armor left not a trace of dust in its wake. Magnetic levitation. Lu Liang narrowed his eyes, realizing that this technology, even at the Imperial Academy, would be considered cutting edge. He was astonished to witness it here. Upon accessing the system interface, he noted that the Level 4 magnetic levitation tank employed the same technology. Could it be a Level 4 powered armor? Lu Liang mused. Commencing firepower test. A woman's crisp voice resonated from within the armor. Its elongated arms swiftly retracted, transforming within seconds into a handheld machine gun. In the distance, two massive moving targets unfurled, darting erratically to maximize the shooting challenge. Rat-tat-tat. The machine gun erupted, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The targets were instantly struck, yet the reinforced concrete material merely bore countless surface indentations. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, the armor's other arm morphed into an 80 caliber cannon, obliterating the targets in an explosion, reducing the earth to mere dust. All targets have been neutralized. The mechanical voice from the shooting range echoed, and the technicians behind displayed expressions of satisfaction, exchanging high fives in celebration. Lu Liang furrowed his brow, perplexed as to the significance of such a firepower test. Was it truly worthy of their excitement? Commencing defense test. Unlike the engineers, the woman's voice within the armor remained cold. Observing this, the engineers could only suppress their smiles and operated the automated machine guns in the range. Rat-tat-tat. The rounds from the high-caliber automatic machine guns struck the powered armor with a crackling sound. Although they failed to inflict substantial damage, Liyuan distinctly noticed scratches appearing on the armor's surface. "Master, this thing's defensive capability is quite feeble," Heidi remarked, craning her neck for a better view. Unable to refrain from expressing her disdain. "This junk is even inferior to the level 1 beginner-powered armor we initially used." Liyuan too found it rather odd that such a weapon would be equipped with a magnetic levitation device. "Boss, are you alright?" a technician inquired. Having noticed the scratches on the armor, concern etched on his face. Proceeding to agility test. The voice of the woman in the armor remained icy. Yet she took a deep breath, her tension palpable. It appeared that only this data held significance for her. The technicians swiftly resumed their operations on the computer, and several automated machine guns gradually ascended from the ground, aiming towards the powered armor. Rat-tat-tat. The newly elevated machine guns unleashed a relentless barrage upon the powered armor. Unlike before, these were all 6-barreled Gatling designs, releasing a terrifying hail of bullets. Inside the armor, the woman let out a soft grunt, swiftly evading the onslaught of bullets with remarkable agility. Liyuan squinted his eyes in astonishment. This woman was able to emerge unscathed amidst the terrifying barrage of bullets. Alternatively, it could be said that she had flawlessly evaded all the gunfire. The powered armor danced through the air with the grace of an elegant performer, executing a series of intricate maneuvers, all to ensure that not a single bullet grazed her form. After 10 seconds, the smoking muzzle of the gun finally ceased its fiery onslaught, and the woman landed gracefully on the ground, promptly drawing her cannon and obliterating the automatic weapons into fragments. A magnetic shield? Quite intriguing, Liyuan mused to himself. "Master, what did you say?" Heidi inquired, turning her head toward him. Leaning back against his chair, Liyuan had come to a complete understanding of why this group had chosen to conduct such a test. Unlike the Rhino-class powered armor, this version was not intended for frontal combat. Instead, it was designed for infiltration and reconnaissance. This explained why it was equipped merely with an 80 caliber cannon and possessed such low defensive capabilities. In the face of human guards, or even cyborgs, such firepower and defense were entirely sufficient. Moreover, in their quest to maximize speed, the designers had endeavored to reduce the weight of the armor as much as possible. To this end, they had even installed a magnetic levitation device, allowing for swifter movement. In the realm of academia, ion shields are considered the hallmark of level 3 powered armor. However, many years ago, magnetic shields were significant competitors to ion shields, ultimately falling out of favor for various reasons. Nonetheless, several private institutions continue to explore this avenue, although no viable products have emerged thus far. This time, Liyuan was genuinely enlightened. With his exceptionally keen eyesight, he discerned that many bullets, which would have struck the powered armor, veered off course at the last moment, skimming along its surface instead. This was the effect of the magnetic shield. While not as extraordinary as an ion shield, it indeed provided considerable defensive capability under rapid motion. From this perspective, the technician's designation of it as level 3 powered armor was not entirely erroneous. Liyuan let out a breath. The magnetic technology employed in this powered armor seemed to belong to a more conventional iteration, far from the astonishing capabilities of the level 4 magnetic tanks proposed by the system. It could be inferred that humanity's scientific advancements had yet to reach such heights. After briefly explaining this to Heidi, Liyuan once again heard the technician's cheers. Clearly, everyone was exceedingly pleased with the results of the test. With a sigh, the woman removed her helmet, revealing a slightly flushed face, a testament to the exertion she had just endured. Accepting a water bottle from her subordinate, she drank deeply before continuing. Let the testing proceed. At her command, the technician's expressions grew serious as she donned the powered armor once more and returned to the center of the testing area. Warning, warning. The ferocious beast test is about to commence. Unexpected situations may arise. For your safety, all unrelated personnel are requested to vacate the testing area immediately. All unrelated personnel, please leave the testing area at once. Upon hearing the instructions from the control tower, those engaged in testing nearby turned their attention towards this direction. After all, the beast testing project had only recently commenced, offering few opportunities for observation. Gradually, immense barriers began to rise around the testing area where the woman stood, isolating her from the technicians behind her. These barriers, constructed from specialized materials, were designed to prevent the escape of the ferocious beasts. The female sales representative explained, "They are about to commence the beast testing." Intrigued, Liyuan felt a surge of curiosity. It was his first encounter witnessing a battle between powered armor and a ferocious creature. Before long, a truck entered the testing site, and laborers swiftly unloaded a 2-meter-tall iron cage from the truck, promptly departing thereafter. Clearly, whatever resided within the cage posed a significant threat. Inside, a limb-bearing insect-like creature lay quietly, presumably sedated. "Is that a green mantis?" Liyuan ventured to inquire, lacking expertise in ferocious beasts. "You are correct," the saleswoman responded. "The green mantis, classified as a lower-tier ferocious beast, is relatively straightforward to capture and, due to its plentiful numbers, is among the most affordable and commonly utilized beasts in our facility." Hearing this, Liyuan gazed towards the testing area, eagerly anticipating the capabilities of the seemingly fragile, white-powered armor. Chapter 148, Slaying the Green Mantis. Bang. Accompanied by the report of a gunshot, Liyuan observed a slender needle swiftly penetrate the body of the green mantis, evidently an antidote for the tranquilizer. Soon, the green mantis stirred, attempting to stretch its limbs, only to realize it was confined within the cage. Hiss! Enraged, the green mantis swung its arm violently, cleaving the iron cage in two, which then crashed to the ground. Leaping from the remnants of the cage, the green mantis glared ferociously at its surroundings, only to find a silver-powered armor not far away. The test commenced. The woman locked eyes with the green mantis, softly instructing her subordinates before donning her helmet once more and raising her machine gun. Tat tat tat. She pulled the trigger, unleashing a hail of bullets. The green mantis, caught off guard, was struck instantaneously. However, the small-caliber bullets proved ineffective against it. Even the most basic tier of ferocious beasts possessed formidable defenses compared to humans. The bullets merely created a few blood splatters, green fluid oozing from the entry wounds. Yet most of the projectiles became lodged within its still resilient flesh, unable to penetrate further. Hiss! The green mantis, feeling pain, became increasingly violent. It charged forward, its scythe-like arms swinging fiercely towards the powered armor. The woman let out a soft hum, recognizing that the bullets could not possibly inflict any real harm. Her intention was to provoke the green mantis into perceiving her as an adversary, thus allowing her to better assess the performance of the powered armor. Whoosh! The green mantis moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance to the woman in less than 3 seconds, its scythe poised to strike down towards her head. The woman bent slightly to evade the incoming strike and clenched her fist, delivering a powerful blow to the most vulnerable part of the green mantis's abdomen. With a resounding thud, the mantis doubled over in pain, clutching its stomach as it staggered backward. However, the woman's assault was far from over. She swiftly raised her knee, crashing it into the mantis's head. The impact was akin to striking steel, and the mantis emitted a pained scream as it was propelled through the air, landing heavily on the ground, blood gushing from its mouth. In agony, the mantis screeched, but, driven by instinct, it quickly regained its footing, brandishing its scythe and fixing a fierce gaze upon the woman not far away. The woman, adept at provoking her opponent's emotions, lifted her helmet, casting a disdainful smile at the mantis. Although the intelligence of such a formidable beast is relatively low, it was nonetheless perceptive enough to grasp the woman's intent. The mantis contemplated another attack. This time, however, it did not charge recklessly but instead approached her slowly, scythe raised high. At last, when they were approximately 10 meters apart, the mantis leaped into the air, its scythe aimed directly at the woman's head. Once again, she deftly sidestepped, evading the strike with ease. Yet, the mantis, fueled by exhilaration, let out a triumphant roar, abruptly redirecting its scythe mid-air towards her chest. Reacting swiftly, the woman raised her arms to block the blow, the scythe colliding with her arms, producing a dull thud. Utilizing the momentum, she executed a backflip, retreating gracefully. But the mantis mirrored her previous movements, launching another offensive. For a moment, the woman found herself in a defensive stance, retreating as the mantis pressed its attack. Though it appeared somewhat disheveled, the confident smile on her face assured Liyuan that she remained composed and in control. Soon, she discerned an opening. Delivering a swift kick to the mantis, sending it hurtling backward once more. This time, however, she seized its elongated limb, yanking it forcefully, causing a copious amount of green blood to spurt forth. Quickly, she sealed her helmet to shield herself from the repugnant spray. The mantis, now standing on its remaining limbs, shrieked in agony, yet the woman disregarded its suffering, her hand reaching toward her waist. A half-meter-long dagger appeared in her grip, its blade glinting menacingly, sharp and lethal. "It's my turn," she stated with an air of calmness, as if everything was well within her grasp. Without hesitation, she dashed forward at astonishing speed, closing the gap in mere moments to reach the mantis's side. In a panic, the mantis flailed its scythe before it, but the woman effortlessly evaded each swing, using the opportunity to slice at the mantis with her dagger, moving so swiftly that afterimages trailed behind her. Before long, the mantis collapsed with a thunderous crash, its limbs severed, even the once formidable scythe reduced to mere fragments. Ultimately, amidst the mantis's anguished cries, the woman severed its head. "Wow, that was incredibly impressive." Heidi blinked in astonishment, nearly drooling at the spectacle. As a fervent enthusiast of powered armor, witnessing such an extraordinary weapon was simply irresistible. "Beast test completed. Staff, please expedite the cleanup of the scene." The voice from the control tower echoed once more. As the barriers were removed, the technicians behind the woman erupted in jubilant cheers, rushing towards the power armor as if welcoming a hero, surrounding her as she removed the suit. "Boss, that was truly magnificent," they exclaimed. "Everything was flawless, and your posture was simply exquisite. The system has reported the results. The power armor is completely unscathed. Only you could achieve such a feat." "Indeed. That fierce beast stood no chance against you, boss." Another chimed in. "Yes, boss, we have truly succeeded. We now possess level 3 power armor." Amidst the chorus of excitement, a smile of joy finally graced the woman's delicate features as she gently caressed the surface of the silver steel plates, tenderly as if she were stroking a beloved. "I never expected to witness such an obscure technology as the magnetic shield here. Today has truly broadened my horizons." At that moment, Liyuan suddenly spoke up. "You actually know about magnetic shield technology?" Hearing his words, the woman turned her gaze towards him, surprised that this handsome yet youthful man was familiar with such specialized knowledge. "I have merely heard of it," she replied. Liyuan smiled at her. "I never thought I would have the chance to see it here today. It is indeed a visual feast. Mr. Liu, we can enter now." Just then, the control tower finally connected with the saleswoman's communicator, indicating that the testing area had been cleared. The massive iron gate slowly opened, and Liyuan nodded slightly to the woman before driving in. "Boss, the test is over. Let us head back and celebrate tonight," a burly man said, returning the lab coat to the woman. With the testing concluded, they had begun to make plans for their evening. The woman merely draped the coat over her arm and gently shook her head. "Wait a moment. I want to observe their testing." "Boss, why are we watching them? We should hurry back. Didn't we agree to go to the bar to unwind after the tests?" the burly man urged. "Leave a vehicle for me. You all go ahead," the woman replied tersely. Upon hearing this, the burly man shrank back, grinning sheepishly. "Come on, boss. I need your help with my affair with Momley," he continued. "And really, what is so interesting? It's just a tank." Before he could finish his sentence, he was rendered speechless by the sight before him. Accompanied by the sound of hydraulics, the enormous truck's rear compartment opened, revealing 3 imposing Rhino-class power armors before them. The dark red armor gleamed under the setting sun, appearing somewhat seductive, while the massive suits remained utterly unmoved amidst the surrounding sounds of gunfire, seemingly disdainful of any comparison with the weapons of other factions. Sensing a peculiar aura, the people at the other testing points turned their gazes towards this spectacle, many technicians nudging their colleagues who were still at work. The soldiers, momentarily disturbed from their tasks, were instantly awed into silence by this terrifying behemoth. After all, in this testing ground, there were few individuals testing power armor, and such a colossal model had never been witnessed before. The technician beside the woman gaped in astonishment, having anticipated that such a colossal cargo hold would contain either a tank or a large armored vehicle. To his surprise, it housed power armor instead. How magnificent! Heidi alighted from the vehicle, her gaze fixed on the immense armor, her eyes seemingly sparkling like stars. She was about to rush towards the truck bed when she was halted by Liyuan. Master, I can't contain my excitement," Heidi exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears, as if she had laid eyes on a cherished toy. "I want to climb on it, please let me." Must you be so impulsive? Lu Liang replied, shaking his head in exasperation. At the very least, you should wait for me to unload it from the truck. Otherwise, with your height, do you truly think you can scale such a lofty vehicle? With that, Lu Liang approached the truck, leaping up with ease. Witnessing this, the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. The cargo bed was approximately 5 meters off the ground. How could a mere human possibly leap that high? Could he be a cyborg, or perhaps his legs were prosthetic? The woman mused aloud. Yet, being an experienced armorer herself, she observed Lu Liang's demeanor and found no indication of any enhancements. As he donned the power armor, his massive frame emitted a low hum, akin to a colossal beast roaring at the heavens. The crimson mechanical eyes flickered to life, and Lu Liang gestured for Heidi and the saleswoman to step back before he launched himself into the air. The tremendous force reverberated through the truck, and the monstrous figure soared nearly 40 meters before crashing back down. A thunderous boom, greater than any cannon, resonated throughout the area. As the smoke cleared, the formidable Rhino-class power armor stood resolutely on the ground. Excellent. The jumping capability is quite remarkable, Lu Liang remarked, lifting his helmet with a satisfied nod. Cough, cough, master. Could you not be so forceful? Heidi, from a distance, spat out the dust in her mouth, while the saleswoman cleverly covered her nose and mouth with her jacket, though she still appeared rather disheveled. Apologies, you may take control of the remaining two, Lu Liang said, using one hand to grasp Heidi and carefully place her atop the truck bed. Trembling with excitement, she finally managed to clamber onto the enormous power armor. Once activated, the armor moved forward as the girl laughed joyously. As the colossal power armor entered the testing ground, each step sent clouds of dust swirling into the air. The soldiers of the surrounding legion could feel the earth-shattering vibrations, as if each stride of the beast could rend the very ground asunder. The woman's expression grew increasingly grave. The oppressive aura exuded by this power armor was so terrifying that, at first glance, she nearly mistook it for a combat mech. Gazing at Lu Liang, who had removed his helmet, the woman was engulfed by astonishment. Who was this young man, and from whence did this formidable power armor originate? Most of the weaponry being tested had only just emerged from the workshop, and it was certain that those conducting the tests included the armorers responsible for their production. Surveying the testing site at Liyuan, the woman found no one else in sight apart from herself, the rather exuberant girl, and the sales consultant. Could it be that he fabricated this device? The shock within her was profound. She prided herself on being a brilliant armaments engineer, having achieved her current stature through the diligent cultivation of her parents and her own relentless efforts, managing to produce this version of the Eaglet-class power armor, which had only just grazed the threshold of level 3 within a year. Meanwhile, Lu Liang paid little heed to the woman's gaze. Noticing that Heidi was already engaged in activities at the testing site, he activated her communicator, cease your play, and attend to the matter at hand. With that, Lu Liang gestured for the female sales consultant to operate the computer, and, as in the adjacent area, 3 mobile targets made of reinforced concrete emerged in the distance. All right, master, watch my performance, Heidi exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the mobile targets, raising her machine gun and commencing a frenzied barrage. Although both power armors featured a 6-barrel design, the disparity in caliber rendered their firepower incomparable. The 20-caliber cannon rounds surged forth, each impact on the target creating a significant explosion. Even glancing blows were sufficient to strip away considerable portions of concrete. The cacophony of gunfire echoed as an immense number of shell casings accumulated on either side of the power armor. Inside, Heidi's eyes gleamed with fervor, her smile stretching so wide it nearly reached her ears. After nearly 2 minutes of relentless shooting, the ammunition box of the power armor finally ran dry. Satisfied, Heidi removed her helmet to admire her handiwork. At this moment, the target could scarcely be referred to as such. It had been utterly reduced to a skeletal frame, with not a trace of the concrete remaining, all fragments littering the ground, and even the rebar was left in disarray, with only a few pitiful remnants remaining. That was exhilarating, Heidi exclaimed, returning to Lu Liang's side, who also removed his helmet and smiled at her, saying, when we return, you will be responsible for reloading the ammunition for this contraption. Upon hearing this, Heidi's previously exuberant expression faltered instantly. Chapter 150. Testing begins. Boom. 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 After a series of rapid explosions, the Rhino-class power armor, equipped with a 300-caliber heavy cannon, opened fire. This time, Lu Liang specifically requested a target made of even sturdier steel plates than before. However, these plates, comparable in thickness to tank armor, proved insufficient against the might of the 300 caliber cannon. While the devastation was not as severe as with the previous reinforced concrete target, they too were nearly obliterated into fragments. At this moment, anyone who could see Lu Liang's side nearly halted their tasks, turning their attention towards him. Continue with the defensive testing. Lu Liang was exceedingly pleased with the performance of the Rhino-class power armor, and after donning the armor with the colossal sword, he stepped into the center of the testing arena. Mr. Lu, to prevent unnecessary damage to your weapon, we need to confirm the level of firepower you wish to employ for the test. Please make your selection. At this moment, the female sales representative ceased her attempts to entice Lu Liang and devoted herself entirely to providing logistical support. After all, a man capable of producing such a creature was undoubtedly beyond her reach. She even regretted her previous disrespectful behavior, fearing it might have angered this distinguished individual. Deploy all the weaponry at your disposal and fire at me, Lu Liang commanded with a cold smile, his voice echoing through the venue for all present to hear. Goodness, this lad is exceedingly arrogant, someone murmured. Is he imagining this is an aircraft carrier? Another added, incredulous. One must wonder which armory technician crafted this. Youth certainly breeds audacity. Do they even comprehend the terrifying firepower in this testing ground? Yet, others speculated that if he dared to conduct such a test, he must possess a certain confidence, especially considering the formidable size of the power armor, indicating its defensive capabilities were likely formidable as well. The crowd buzzed with discussions, each voice offering a different opinion. But one woman remained solemn, silent amidst the chatter. Having visited this industrial fortress on numerous occasions, she was acutely aware that all the Legion's weaponry was produced here. No one understood the firepower configuration of this testing ground better than she did. Even a tank, not to mention a low-tier mobile fortress, would struggle to emerge unscathed. All of it, Lu Liang insisted, startling the sales representative. Though she had only been in this profession for a few years, she had dealt with numerous clients. Since the inception of this testing ground, no one had ever dared to test the defensive capabilities of weapons with full firepower. Mr. Lu, perhaps you should first review the specific firepower configuration before making a decision? Her voice quivered slightly, clearly doubting Lu Liang's ability to withstand such force. Yet she hesitated to directly contradict him. In her experience, individuals like Lu Liang, endowed with extraordinary talents, often exuded immense pride. One careless word from her could spell disaster. However, if she did not dissuade him and something untoward occurred, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. I said, unleash all firepower. Lu Liang snapped, his impatience evident. His growing disdain for her was palpable. If not for a shred of pity, he could easily file a complaint. And his affiliation with the Lanceter family's black gold clientele would guarantee her the harshest punishment. Yes, my lord, all firepower. Sensing his irritation, the woman hurriedly began operating the computer. Before long, dozens of light and heavy machine guns appeared on either side of the testing site, and behind them, a dozen artillery pieces of varying calibers slowly ascended, the smallest measuring merely a few dozen millimeters, while the largest exceeded 500 or 600 millimeters. This caliber was typically reserved for battleship main guns or the heavy defensive cannons of fortifications. But that was not the end. At the rear of the weaponry, two enormous metal supports gradually rose, bearing two small missiles beneath them. The sight of such a configuration caused technicians from surrounding organizations to involuntarily swallow hard. What a terrifying display of firepower. Why would a defensive test point have a missile as a monstrous presence? It is essential to understand that even the most inexpensive missile costs at least 6,000 to 7,000 units of exotic crystals. Which commander would willingly squander such resources on a defensive capability test with a weapon capable of altering the tides of battle? In that moment, to the onlookers, Lu Liang transformed from a reckless madman into a privileged elite, reminiscent of a lord who indulges in extravagance. Boss, let us keep our distance. We don't want this fellow to blow us up, the burly technician urged, attempting to pull the woman back. However, she swiftly brushed his hand away, declaring, the view is clear from here. I must ascertain the true defensive capability of this contraption, and don't even think about taking advantage of me, or I will have your hand. Upon hearing her words, the technician scratched his head, chuckled nervously, and released her, though he continued to advise, Boss, I strongly suggest you step back. The explosive power of a missile is no trifling matter. We are the closest to them, and if you were to be harmed, we would have no explanation to give to the Lord upon our return. With that, he exchanged glances with several others nearby, who promptly approached to offer their counsel. Only then did the woman relent and agree to step back for observation. Excellent. Witnessing such an extravagant display of firepower, a smile finally graced Liyuan's face. The Rhino-class power armor, unlike the woman's white mech, was designed specifically for large-scale frontal assaults. If such firepower could not withstand the onslaught, Liyuan thought it prudent to perish alongside it. Let us commence, he commanded. Hearing his order, the female sales representative inhaled deeply. She felt compelled to fulfill the client's request, having already advised against it multiple times. Should anything go awry, she would have a valid rationale for her superiors. Gritting her teeth, she pressed the command to open fire on the screen. In an instant, dozens of machine guns erupted in unison, unleashing a torrent of large-caliber bullets upon the dark red surface of the power armor, producing a cacophony of sounds. However, the firepower that could not penetrate even the white mech posed no threat to Liyuan whatsoever. The surface of the power armor glimmered with sparks, and after a minute, the ammunition was entirely expended, leaving not a single scratch. The Rhino-class power armor remained unyielding, its dark red armor glistening under the setting sun, imparting a blood-red hue that rendered it strikingly alluring. The onlookers exhibited little reaction. If such a heavy-duty armor could not withstand bullets, there would be no justification for its production. Nevertheless, the woman clad in a lab coat bore a slightly grave expression, as if sensing something amiss. As a munitions engineer specializing in power armor, her understanding far surpassed that of her peers. Although she knew these bullets could not breach the armor's exterior, she was astonished that this entity did not retreat even an inch in the face of such a terrifying hail of fire. The kinetic energy generated by the bullets was indeed formidable. Typically, this energy would translate into destructive force capable of tearing flesh and tissue apart. Yet, when the bullets encountered an impenetrable object, that very kinetic energy would be transmitted intact to the target. These subtle details often go unnoticed in daily life. For who would willingly expose themselves to such a relentless barrage of gunfire? Yet, should such a scenario arise, the force generated by such a hail of bullets could easily amount to several tons. Even if faced with a tank, the driver would undoubtedly experience a tremor within the vehicle. From a structural perspective, the stability of powered armor is far inferior to that of a tank. After all, two legs can never provide the stability of two rows of treads. Contemplating this, a terrifying thought began to take root in the woman's mind. Chapter 151. The looting Liyuan was exceedingly pleased with the test results. Thanks to the ion shield, he did not even perceive the push from the bullets. Although he had activated less than 10% of its power, it was more than sufficient to withstand such large-caliber ammunition. Soon, the automatic machine guns, having expended all their ammunition, slowly descended to the ground, while the large-caliber artillery behind them gradually rotated their barrels, aiming towards Liyuan. At this moment, Liyuan completely deactivated the ion shield, relying solely on the defensive capabilities of the Rhino-class powered armor to endure the onslaught of the 5 to 600 mm heavy artillery. As a premier heavy armor of the third tier, the Rhino-class powered armor is equipped not only with the ion shield common to all Tier 3 armors, but its inherent defensive power is also formidable enough to withstand conventional artillery fire without the aid of the ion shield. The reason he had activated the ion shield earlier was merely to test its efficacy. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, dozens of shells detonated around Liyuan, and more alarmingly, one of the largest caliber shells struck the chest of the powered armor directly. Thick smoke immediately enveloped the entire testing ground, and most of the onlookers wore expressions of schadenfreude. No one mourned the death of an unrelated individual. On the contrary, Liyuan's request to unleash full firepower was perceived as arrogance, almost as if they wished for his demise. Yet, the woman in the white coat clenched her fists, unable to suppress her anxiety for Liyuan. Wow, that is quite impressive, she thought. Gradually, as the smoke dissipated, Liyuan brushed off the dust from his chest, his demeanor remarkably calm. Despite the extraordinary protective capacity of the powered armor, the explosive energy from the 500 mm cannon should not be underestimated, even with the ion shield disabled. Nevertheless, the explosion only caused him to stagger back 2 steps before he quickly regained his footing. witnessing the crimson-powered armor standing resolutely in place. The previously murmuring crowd fell silent. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Under such overwhelming firepower, this contraption remained unscathed, with the dust merely a byproduct of the surrounding explosions. The woman exhaled upon hearing Liyuan's voice, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She could not quite fathom why she was so concerned about this man's life or death. With such advanced powered armor technology in his hands, it would indeed be a great loss if such a person were to perish. She reasoned with herself, gently brushing off the dust from his attire. Liyuan turned to the astonished female sales representative and commanded, "Continue." The saleswoman stood frozen, hesitant to proceed. In her eyes, the outcome had already surpassed all expectations. To emerge unscathed beneath the barrage of a 500mm cannon was nothing short of miraculous. Throughout the entire empire, there was no power armor capable of achieving such a feat. If her own power armor had endured that onslaught, even finding a fragment larger than the size of a palm would be considered a stroke of luck. "Master, prepare yourself. I am coming." Noticing the saleswoman's continued inaction, Heidi, unable to contain herself, pressed the firing button with her robust, armored fingers. "You truly do care for my well-being," Liyuan remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, as he swiftly adjusted the ion shield to its maximum output. Being struck by a missile was no trifling matter, even if the power armor could withstand the explosion. The intense heat emitted by the missile would be enough to pose a significant threat. As the front end of the weapon platform gradually lifted, two massive missiles soared skyward. Onlookers at the other testing sites instinctively retreated, including the woman clad in a white lab coat. With a whoosh, propelled by rockets, the two missiles shot into the heavens. Mere seconds later, they plummeted back to Earth, crashing down with tremendous force above Liyuan. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion reverberated. While the saleswoman had long since taken refuge behind a truck, even Heidi, positioned nearby, was the last to seal her helmet to shield herself from any flying debris. Under such colossal energy, the lethality of any fragments was akin to that of bullets. A massive mushroom cloud ascended, accompanied by a fierce wave of heat and a tempest that radiated outward. Those caught in proximity were even pushed back by the gust, forcing everyone to squint and clutch their clothing tightly to withstand the onslaught. After a prolonged moment, the crowd widened their eyes in disbelief towards Liyuan. The weapon platform responsible for launching the missiles had been utterly obliterated due to the proximity of the blast, with the terrifying heat having melted its front half, leaving only pitiful fragments of solidified metal scattered on the ground. This missile, it contained a substantial amount of white phosphorus. A technician stammered, "Goodness, who would be insane enough to employ such a method? If struck, the body would likely be incinerated completely," another exclaimed. "I say, we must quickly ascertain whether that fellow is still alive." "Alive? In such extreme temperatures, that power armor must have turned to molten iron. His body is likely fused with it," came the grim response. "What a shame for such exquisite power armor, even if it could not withstand the missile's assault. To remain unscathed amidst such relentless artillery fire is indeed a hallmark of premier weaponry from Blue Star. Thus, it is said that one should possess self-awareness. If lacking in strength, one should refrain from posturing before others." Sigh. "I had thought that young man rather handsome. Perhaps I would seek to take him as a consort." One mused. "Alas, I apologize, but you are far too grand for my humble means," came the retort. Suddenly, a mechanized voice emerged from the smoke, and the Rhino-class power armor stepped forth, silently gazing at the bewildered crowd. Due to the intense heat generated by the missile, a faint green barrier could be seen enveloping the surface of the power armor. "Ion shield." Suddenly, an armorer stammered, "It's level 3 power armor." "What?" This revelation sent ripples through the crowd. Upon hearing the armorer's voice, all eyes were fixated on Liyuan. He did not shy away, allowing the attention to rest upon him. After all, this was an excellent opportunity to elevate his own reputation. Indeed, it was an ion shield. Goodness! Today he encountered a notable figure, witnessing an ion shield firsthand, a moment he would cherish for life. Who was it that said one should not pretend if they lacked the capability? Step forward and face the music. Truly, it was level 3 power armor. While the crowd buzzed with excitement, a woman, her petite silver teeth biting into her lip, was taken aback. She had confidently crafted an Eagle-class power armor, believing that her unconventional techniques would allow her entry into the realm of level 3 power armor. only to find herself confronted with an authentic level 3 model. Suddenly, she felt her own power armor was less appealing. Sir, as the smoke finally cleared, the woman who had earlier wished to take Liyuan as her consort stepped forward. Gazing up at him, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. May I inquire if this power armor is available for purchase? I understand that the blueprints for level 3 power armor are likely your confidential material, and I do not wish to be presumptuous. I merely hope you might be willing to sell this suit to me. In return, I am prepared to offer 5 million units of exotic crystals. If this does not satisfy you, I can increase my offer. Upon hearing her words, the crowd reacted, secretly cursing the woman for her cunning. 5 million units of exotic crystals was indeed tempting, yet it was clear that such an amount would likely fall short of acquiring a genuine level 3 power armor. Why? Because, until now, no one on Blue Star had ever sold level 3 power armor. Even if such a transaction existed, it would be beyond the ken of those present. I'll offer 7 million. From behind the woman, an elderly man, his hair already gray yet still muscular, suddenly called out, "Young man, if you can sell me all 3 of these suits, I will give you 30 million outright." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, most wearing bitter smiles. 5 million. 7 million. Simply hearing these figures was enough to instill fear. Although those who frequented the industrial stronghold were not lacking in funds, such astronomical sums were daunting. Moreover, most attendees were armorers serving under legions or lords, lacking the authority to allocate their leaders' funds. Consequently, some began to dial their superiors, hoping for approval. "Boss, should we consider raising our bid?" The previously mocking burly technician suddenly addressed the beauty in the white coat. "After all, we are not short on funds. If we can secure this piece, the Osprey-class power armor." Hearing this, the beauty in the white coat swiftly turned her head and glared at the burly man, causing him to retract his neck and fall silent. While the Osprey-class power armor differs in positioning from the terrifying creature before them, if I can eliminate you head-on, who would still consider stealth? The technician's words effectively dismissed the contributions of his team toward the Osprey-class power armor. However, albeit reluctantly, if they could acquire the Rhino power armor, relinquishing the Osprey class might not be out of the question. The disparity between the two was indeed colossal. Yet, the level 3 power armor has remained in a state of being priceless and unavailable since its inception. As long as this fellow is not utterly foolish or in dire need of funds, he would undoubtedly refrain from selling these 3 power armors. "I offer 10 million. A woman glared at the elder, gritting her teeth as she spoke. "Moreover, our Qinghu Legion will owe you a favor. I trust you have heard of the Qinghu Legion. Should you require assistance in the future, we are willing to serve." As she spoke, she revealed a black fox insignia on her attire. "Boy, don't heed her words." The elder interjected, stepping forward. "You probably just arrived in the Eastern Domain and are unaware. The cunning of the Qinghu Legion is renowned throughout the region. I offer you 40 million, and I too will owe you a favor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the commander of the Silverback Legion, ranked 1,320th in the Imperial Legion." "Old man, do you really have to compete with me?" the woman retorted through gritted teeth. "Don't think your Silverback Legion's wealth makes you formidable. Young brother, how do you find your sister's appearance?" "To be frank, I have 3 daughters, all yet to be married." Seeing the two embroiled in their argument, Liyuan could no longer contain himself and interjected, "This power armor is not for sale." At his words, both turned their attention to Liyuan. "Don't be like that, lad. We can still negotiate," the elder said, gritting his teeth. 50 million units of exotic crystals is the utmost I can offer." "Indeed, young brother, since you possess the blueprints for this item, what is there to worry about in production?" the woman chimed in. "I will also declare my highest bid, 40 million, plus my 3 daughters. If necessary, I can be included as well." Stop. Liyuan was unwilling to engage further. He had already stated it was not for sale, yet they persisted. "Heidi, pack up, we're going home." Warning, the beast test is about to commence, and unforeseen situations may arise. For everyone's safety, please evacuate the testing area immediately. The voice from the tower echoed once more. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, drawing the attention of everyone who had been looking in that direction. In the distance, at a testing point, a massive container slowly ascended from the ground, and the deafening roar emanated from within. Boom! Suddenly, the container was shattered from within, revealing a colossal crimson lion, nearly 6 meters tall and stretching 10 meters long, before the astonished onlookers. This was the frenzied blood lion. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world is happening? Isn't this creature a class of ferocious beast? How did it end up here? Upon hearing this, panic spread across the faces of the crowd. How could the fortress allow such a dangerous creature inside? Wasn't it only supposed to house Class B entities? How could a Class A beast escape? Where are the fortress personnel to explain this? Enough shouting. We must leave this place at once before we become collateral damage. The crowd, now devoid of any curiosity, hastily began to gather their belongings in preparation for a swift exit. A class of ferocious beast could indeed alter the course of a battle. These beasts typically only emerged during large-scale invasions and were exceedingly rare. After all, most smaller incursions were orchestrated by a singular Class A beast. The combat prowess of a Class A beast was truly fearsome. Despite Liyuan having once defeated a Class A desert scorpion, in the absence of protection and with his current strength, a mere melee encounter could result in his demise at the hands of such a creature. The claws of the frenzied blood lion could rip through steel walls with ease. Just as everyone was hastily preparing to flee, a helicopter suddenly appeared in the sky. Liyuan squinted, realizing that the helicopter was carrying a freshly slaughtered cow beneath it. The blood of the cow had yet to fully congeal, cascading down in torrents. The vibrant crimson liquid fell directly before the frenzied blood lion. Roaring with a powerful howl, the frenzied blood lion caught the scent of fresh blood. Having not eaten since its capture, it was ravenously hungry. As it beheld the blood pooling at its feet, its eyes turned a fierce red, overtaken by primal instincts. Looking up at the helicopter, the frenzied blood lion strode purposefully towards it, and the helicopter, seemingly aware of the lion's movements, began to hover slowly toward the crowd. Chapter 153, A Scene of Chaos. Run for your lives. Upon witnessing the frenzied blood lion charging towards them, the crowd erupted in terrified screams, with some abandoning their belongings entirely to flee in their vehicles. Suddenly, the frenzied blood lion let out a mighty roar, its gaze fixed menacingly on the helicopter, before leaping into the air, lunging directly at the aircraft. The pilot, nearly 100 meters off the ground, watched in horror as the gaping maw of the lion drew closer, his pupils narrowing in fear. Desperately pulling the control stick, the helicopter ascended with all its might, but in that fleeting moment, the lion had already pounced before it. With its enormous jaws agape, the lion clamped down on the helicopter's tail, the sturdy rotor spinning against the lion's fearsome visage, failing to even sever a single crimson hair and instead shattering against its tough skin. Soon, the helicopter could no longer endure the immense weight of the blood lion and began its slow descent. The creature was violently hurled back to the ground from a height of 100 meters, yet it felt no discomfort whatsoever. Rising abruptly, it began to claw at the wreckage of the aircraft with its colossal paws. The fragile metal offered no defense against its powerful talons. With a single strike, the helicopter was severed in two. The pilot's screams echoed as the blood lion lifted him and swiftly devoured him whole. The chilling sound of its gnashing teeth filled the ears of all present, and those closest could even hear the haunting wails of humanity emanating from the creature's maw. Chaos ensued, with even the personnel in the control tower retreating in panic. Before long, the blood lion had consumed the pilot along with a freshly slaughtered fat cow, only serving to further ignite its bloodthirsty nature. Lifting its gaze towards the panicked crowd, it licked its crimson tongue and charged forward with ferocity. Fire! Fire! In the nearest testing point, a munitions officer, having just finished his preparations, urgently commanded his subordinates to open fire as the blood lion approached. The soldiers trembled as they redirected their vehicle-mounted artillery towards the beast and quickly pressed the launch button. Boom! The shell struck the blood lion's head, sending forth plumes of black smoke, yet it did nothing to hinder the creature's advance, nor could it even slow its relentless pace. Run! Run! The munitions officer screamed, abandoning the weapons meant for testing as he hastily drove his truck in the opposite direction, leaving the soldiers still packing up their gear in bewilderment. However, the blood lion would not grant them a moment of confusion. It lunged forward and swiftly tore the soldiers apart. Witnessing this gruesome scene only intensified the fear within the onlookers, who hastened their escape, with some nearby factions already driving towards the exit. Yet, in no time, what had initially been a relatively spacious entrance became choked with throngs of people and vehicles, compounded by the presence of armed equipment, rendering the exit impassable. A cacophony of honking horns and curses enveloped the scene, plunging it into utter disorder. Simultaneously, the blood lion charged into another testing point, leaving no survivors within. This testing ground boasted nearly 100 points, and the frenzied blood lion cleared 5 or 6 of them in less than 10 minutes. At that moment, blood dripped in streams from its maw. Dozens had already been consumed. Yet, this was far from the end. As a formidable beast, the blood lion possessed an astonishing appetite. It licked its lips and surveyed the surroundings with insatiable hunger. Thanks to its acute vision, it quickly located the crowd gathered at the exit. A sinister grin spread across its face as it strode purposefully towards them, slaughtering all living beings in its path. In response, the crowd descended into greater panic. Many screamed and pressed the accelerator, only to collide directly with the vehicles ahead. Soon, the congestion transformed into a traffic accident, with soldiers cursing and some even drawing their weapons to fire. Yet none of this could impede the blood lion's relentless advance towards them. "Master, what shall we do? Should we charge at it?" Heidi, clad in her power armor, approached Liyuan, her voice betraying little fear. Instead, the Gatling gun in her hands whirred eagerly, hinting at her readiness for action. "Let us hold on for a moment," Liyuan responded, connecting to Heidi's private channel. He had no intention of stepping in for this group. With the protection of the ion shield, it would not be easy for the frenzied blood lion to inflict harm upon him. Safety should not be a significant concern. However, Liyuan was perplexed. How could the industrial fortress under the Lance family make such a grave error as to unleash a formidable beast? Moreover, it had nearly been 20 minutes since this monstrosity had appeared, yet the fortress had not activated its emergency protocols. It was inconceivable that the industrial fortress had not anticipated such a sudden occurrence. After all, even the woman earlier had set up protective barriers around the testing site at the mere summoning of a beast. Although the frenzied blood lion was considered a lower-tier beast, the disparity between the levels of beasts was indeed staggering. Typically, the emergence of a high-tier beast would incite a beast tide, with the beast acting as a king, leading the tide against humanity. Thus, should a high-tier beast appear within the territory, the capital would necessitate the implementation of a formal combat strategy, compelling the local lords or legions to form an alliance to counter the impending beast tide. Furthermore, high-tier beasts were exceedingly rare, leaving Liyuan baffled as to how the Lance family had managed to acquire such a creature and bring it into the industrial fortress. "Stop fighting. Everyone cease fire." Suddenly, the commander of the Silverback Legion, the elderly man who had earlier proposed a deal to Liyuan, thundered, his voice resonating like a clap of thunder, overpowering the gunfire between soldiers. All eyes turned towards the elder as the fighting came to an abrupt halt. "Is this how you, as soldiers, respond to a beast?" His gaze, fierce as that of a lion, bore down upon the crowd, none daring to meet his eyes, all looking elsewhere. "At this moment, I am uncertain of what has transpired. However, your reckless assault will lead to our collective demise at the hands of that beast." The elder's voice rang with authority as he turned to face the frenzied blood lion, his expression devoid of fear. "High-tier beasts are not invincible. I have fought for years and have slain several, including this very blood lion. Listen closely, no one is permitted to retreat. Each of you wields the new weapons developed by your legions. I demand you engage with full force and eliminate this creature. Anyone who disobeys will be opposing me and the Silverback Legion. What shall be your fate?" As he spoke, the elder cast a cold, sweeping glance over the crowd. "Release." Suddenly, a tall, lean man protruded from a truck, hurling insults at the elder. "Hanlai, don't try to fool us here. Your words are merely a ploy to send us to our deaths, giving you a chance to escape." Before he could finish, Hanlai drew his pistol and shot the man, obliterating his skull. Liyuan nodded slightly. After all, as a commander ranked over 1,000, this old man exuded an aura reminiscent of a battle-hardened soldier. In such circumstances, coaxing these individuals with gentle words would prove utterly futile. Only through iron-fisted measures could they be compelled to obey commands. Nevertheless, the old man's words rang true. If this continued, these people would inevitably become prey for that ferocious beast. Chapter 154. The Strength of the Class 1 Beast Who Dares to Oppose? Hanlai suddenly bellowed, his voice rivaling even that of the blood lion. As Liyuan had anticipated, this declaration did not instill fear among the crowd. Rather, it bolstered their confidence significantly. After all, having a steadfast leader was incredibly reassuring. The expressions of the crowd gradually shifted from panic to determination, yet no one dared to take the lead in speaking. "The Qinghu Legion is willing to heed Commander Han's command. To Lu Liang's astonishment, the first to voice support was none other than the commander of the Qinghu Legion, who had recently been in heated debate with Han Lai. The woman looked up at Han Lai and Lu Liang, offering a gentle smile. It was evident that these two shared a profound understanding. First, Han Lai, the strongest presence among the assembled legions, issued commands. And then the Qinghu Legion was the first to rally in support. Although Lu Liang was uncertain of the Qinghu Legion's actual strength, judging by the woman's earlier audacious demeanor, it was likely ranked quite high. While it may not surpass the Silverback Legion, it was certainly within the top 3,000 without question. The capability of a legion that could secure a position within the top 3,000 of the Empire was indisputable. Indeed, with two formidable legions leading the charge, the remaining troops quickly found their courage. The Setting Sun Legion is willing to heed Commander Han's command. The Wolf Legion is willing to heed Commander Han's command. The Flame Legion is willing to heed Commander Han's command. The Desert Ranger Legion is willing to heed Commander Han's command. Several Legion commanders or chief engineers took the lead in saluting Han Lai, and the others exchanged glances. Even those who were reluctant had no choice but to comply. Excellent, Han Lai proclaimed, leaping onto a test tank he had brought. Quickly unload your weapons and prepare for battle. Those with power armor, step up and restrain the ravaging blood lion to buy us time. With that, Han Lai turned back to his testing point. Being the first to mount a tank, Silverback Legion, prepare for battle. Yes. Upon hearing their commander's orders, the soldiers of the Silverback Legion eagerly hopped onto their tanks. Roar. Sensing Han Lai's battle intent, the ravaging blood lion felt its authority challenged and disregarded the people around the testing point, charging ferociously towards Han Lai. Silverback Legion, advance. Han Lai issued the attack order, and several tanks, their appearance akin to rhinoceros power armor, emitted a tremendous roar as they surged forward to confront the ravaging blood lion. Soon, the distance between the two parties shrank to mere hundreds of meters. With a furious roar, the blood lion leapt forward. But several tanks suddenly halted and elevated their cannons. Instead of the expected explosive sound, what erupted from the cannon was a torrent of crimson magma. The blood lion was momentarily taken aback, instantly engulfed by molten lava. With a howl, its fur seared by the scorching magma, the blood lion writhed in agony. However, the onslaught of the ice fire tank showed no signs of abating. The intense lava pursued the blood lion like a relentless deluge, ultimately submerging it entirely, rendering it akin to a puddle of muck. At that very moment, as the blood lion was engulfed, a small cannon emerged from the tank's turret, spewing forth not lava, but frigid liquid nitrogen. The previously viscous magma solidified in an instant, releasing a tremendous amount of heat that transformed the surrounding environment into a thick white mist. As the mist eventually dissipated, an irregularly shaped massive stone materialized before the onlookers, seemingly retaining the four-legged silhouette of the blood lion. Lu Liang nodded slightly. While this technique of alternating temperatures might not be considered cutting-edge, its application on the battlefield was undoubtedly a revolutionary innovation. From this perspective, the ice fire tank indeed belonged to the tier of third-level tanks. Under normal circumstances, nothing could withstand such terrifying damage. Even his Rhino-class power armor would falter without the protection of an ion shield. The high-temperature magma alone was sufficient to cook the soldiers inside the armor alive. Witnessing such a shocking spectacle, all present were rendered speechless. Was this the might of a legion ranked over 1,000? To defeat a formidable beast in an instant was utterly terrifying. Many individuals slumped down, leaning against their seats, gasping for breath. Clearly, they believed that this fearsome creature had been vanquished by the Silverback Legion's new weaponry. "Commander, has it ended?" a soldier queried from the cockpit. "Impossible," Han Lai replied with a wry smile. "This is merely the beginning." Crack. Before Han Lai's words had fully settled, the sound of cracking stone filled the air. Accompanied by a furious roar, the enraged blood lion's front claws and head burst forth from the rock, its face a gruesome sight, clearly scorched by the lava. However, due to the stone's formidable solidity, the blood lion's hind claws and half of its body remained trapped, unable to move for the time being. "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and attack." Han Lai, noticing the dazed expressions of the crowd, urgently activated all communications, shouting, "No matter what equipment you have, strike its face." Upon hearing this, the crowd snapped back to reality, swiftly directing their firepower at the enraged blood lion's head. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions erupted, and countless craters formed around the blood lion as dozens of shells struck its head, violently detonating upon impact. In an even bolder move, the Qinghu Legion deployed 2 helicopters, launching a barrage of missiles that struck the blood lion's face. Meanwhile, the soldiers clad in power armor surged forward, using their weapons to trim the claws of the enraged blood lion. There was little choice, aside from Liyuan. The only power armor present that could be considered third tier belonged to the woman in the white coat, while the rest were predominantly second tier, with a few advanced models even classified as first tier. The artillery configurations on these powered armors are hardly superior to those of the Osprey class. The sole exception, a model equipped with a 100mm cannon, found itself incapacitated after firing just 1 shot. Such subpar weaponry on the battlefield would likely result in the ordnance engineer facing a swift execution by the commander. As the smoke dissipated, traces of blood adorned the head of the blood lion, yet it was evident that the damage inflicted by these weapons was negligible. At last, the blood lion broke free from the confines of the rock and was the first to confront the jammed powered armor, ruthlessly tearing it apart, armor and all. The other powered armors, not to be outdone, began to retreat the moment the blood lion freed itself. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the enraged blood lion bellowed skyward, causing all the fleeing powered armors to come to a halt. Remarkably, the roar seemed to disrupt the surrounding electromagnetic field. How intriguing. Noticing the flash of his ion shield, Liyuan realized that something had attempted to strike him but was thwarted by the protective barrier. Observing the reactions of the powered armors, Liyuan quickly deduced that the disruption in the electromagnetic field had interfered with their circuitry. However, those unfortunate powered armors were doomed regardless. Chapter 155, The Chase. Goodness. I can't move. What is happening? The circuits are completely down. Damn it. I can't even remove my helmet. Someone help me. I don't want to die. A wave of panic swept through the soldiers within the powered armors as they desperately attempted to escape, only to find their circuits utterly destroyed. One level 1 powered armor could not withstand such a fierce electromagnetic surge and short-circuited, leading to the soldier inside being electrocuted. Throughout the testing grounds, all weaponry with circuitry was rendered useless. Many highly advanced weapons now stood idle, mere decorations. In contrast, some seemingly outdated weapons, which required no electrical circuits, became a lifeline, such as antiquated artillery and trucks. However, relying solely on these would not inflict any significant damage upon the rampaging blood lion. Given this situation, the soldiers decided against further engagement. Provoking the blood lion could lead to catastrophic consequences. Commander, our circuits have also been affected. The technicians have commenced repairs, but it is estimated to take 2 minutes. Inside the ice-fire tank, a soldier nervously reported to Han Lai. Fortunately, our tank's exterior armor is sufficiently thick to withstand most of the electromagnetic interference. Otherwise, we would have to send it to the repair shop. Hearing this, Han Lai nodded and exhaled a sigh of relief. Excellent. The reason I sent those powered armors to advance was precisely for this moment. Noticing the soldiers' confusion, Han Lai explained solemnly, I have encountered the rampaging blood lion before and know it possesses this ability. Thus, I dispatched the powered armors to hold it off, granting our main forces precious time. Indeed, Han Lai had meticulously planned for these contingencies. As a formidable beast, the rampaging blood lion had developed a degree of psychic ability, enabling it to alter the surrounding magnetic field with its roar. However, this ability is exceedingly taxing for the rampaging blood lion and will only be employed in dire circumstances. Currently, its skills have been exhausted and will require no less than 2 hours to replenish, during which it finds itself relatively vulnerable. Han Lai intends to exploit this window of opportunity to eliminate the beast. As for the soldiers still trapped within their exosuits, Han Lai can only offer them silent apologies, as this is the least damaging course of action he could conceive. The rampaging blood lion grins menacingly at its surroundings, perceiving the exosuits as mere cans of delicacies, with their occupants transformed into its delectable prey. With effortless might, it uproots one of the exosuits, causing the occupant to scream as they are seized by the lion's jaws and flung into the air before being swallowed whole. Witnessing this horrific scene, the others frantically attempt to escape from their exosuits, only to discover that, with the circuits damaged, they cannot even open the hatches. A cacophony of despairing wails ensues. Amidst the cries, several exosuits are breached by the rampaging blood lion. At last, its gaze falls upon a sharply contoured, small white exosuit, the one donned by the woman in the lab coat. Inside the exosuit, she gasps for breath, striving to awaken the suit's magnetic power system. Like the roar of the lion, part of the exosuit's operation relies on magnetic forces. This gives her a glimmer of hope for survival. If she can activate the magnetic power system and use it to restore the circuits, the exosuit will regain full functionality. Sensing the presence of a woman within the exosuit, the rampaging blood lion does not hastily tear it apart. Instead, it opens its gaping maw, licking the helmet with its bloodied tongue. Feeling droplets of saliva land on the tempered glass of her helmet, the woman's heart races in panic. Nevertheless, her hands continue to fumble, hoping to swiftly awaken the magnetic power system. Fire! At that moment, the burly technician accompanying the woman in the lab coat issues the command. His team retrieves firearms and a single-person rocket launcher from the back of a jeep, beginning to shoot at the rampaging blood lion. They are loyal warriors, unwilling to abandon their leader in peril. However, these weapons prove utterly ineffective against the lion, merely eliciting a glance from it before it returns to tormenting the woman in the lab coat. "Master, should we assist?" Heidi softly inquires, having developed a favorable impression of the quiet elder sister. After all, the woman's technical prowess is commendable, even if it does not rival that of her own master. In response, Liyuan gently shakes his head. Without any vested interest, he has no intention of aiding a stranger. Ultimately, the blood lion grows impatient, opening its gaping jaws, ready to crush the woman and her exosuit within its razor-sharp teeth. At that very moment, the magnetic system of the powered armor finally responded, restoring its internal power in mere fractions of a second. Meanwhile, the blood lion's fangs were already in position, prompting the woman to accelerate to full speed, her silver-white armor darting forward like a bullet. The blood lion, left with nothing but empty air, lifted its head to pursue the fleeing woman, letting out a bellow as it gave chase. However, bolstered by the magnetic apparatus, the woman's speed was astonishing, and the blood lion found itself unable to catch up within such a brief span of time. Indeed, the velocity of magnetic propulsion was remarkable. Liyuan mused to himself, reluctantly conceding that, in terms of speed alone, even his own rhino-powered armor lagged behind. But wait. Just as Liyuan was pondering, he noticed the silhouette of the silver-powered suit growing increasingly larger in his field of vision. Good heavens, why is she charging straight at me? Liyuan cursed under his breath, only to see the woman lifting her visor and smiling at him.